7 out of 200 individuals surviving. This is not an assessment. It is clearly a march towards death. Brothers, who understands? Shinyi rushed to the recruitment side of the Shadow Arrow group, only to overhear someone exclaim, "Last year, over 200 individuals underwent the assessment, yet only 7 emerged alive." He was momentarily stunned. This was no admission into an organization, but rather a journey to the underworld. I thought to myself, the acceptance rate must be lower than that of Tsinghua University. Yet, Shinyi had no choice but to proceed. Why, you ask? This young man had endured a life of hardship. He should have perished in a catastrophe, but was instead taken in by a couple, gaining an elder sister and a younger sister. Tragically, his adoptive parents sacrificed their lives in a war over a vital object. His sister, seeking vengeance, joined the enigmatic Shadow Arrow group. Barely returning home once a year, his younger sister lived alone in a rented apartment, with no one to rely on. This backstory brought tears to my eyes. Clenching his fists, Shinyi spoke to the entrance of the Shadow Arrow group. "I'm the strongest in the world. No matter the challenges I face, I shall never retreat. Sister, we shall meet soon. This time, I will protect you." He wore a violet ring, concealing an unknown secret that I surmised that this ring was anything but ordinary. Upon his arrival at the assessment point, he was startled by the discussions swirling around him. The demons are growing stronger each year. The assessments become increasingly arduous. The hope seems utterly bleak. Yet, a glimmer shone in Shunyi's eyes. He understood that only by passing the assessment could he join the Shadow Arrow group to find his sister and gain the strength to protect his younger sibling. This determination made me want to cheer for him. Now, as Shunyi stood in line for the assessment, he was surrounded by fierce competitors. Could he truly become one of that fortunate 7? Would that violet ring serve as a secret weapon? What was his sister's life like within the Shadow Arrow group? Brothers, do you think Shinyi can triumph in this perilous assessment? Share your predictions in the comments. Suddenly, a striking figure with white hair burst onto the scene, brandishing a blade against the demons, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Brothers, who comprehends? Just as Shunyi had donned the finger tiger and prepared to confront 3 demons, a voice erupted from the forest. "I am Boruto Uzumaki. All malevolent spirits shall perish." He was momentarily taken aback. This fellow, draped in a white cloak, clad in black, with snow-white hair illuminated by the moonlight, exuded an air of mystery. His appearance seemed as if he had stepped straight out of Naruto. I couldn't help but laugh. This crossover was utterly unexpected. The 3 demons were equally bewildered, having previously mocked Shunyi. The flesh and blood of those ahead are quite unpalatable. However, Boruto charged forth, coordinating with Shunyi. "You take care of the female demon, I will handle the other 2. Without a word, Shunyi brandished his tiger claw and charged forward, exclaiming, "Come on, you bastard!" The synergy of this moment ignited a fervor within me. Can you imagine the audacity of that specter? We belong to the 2nd tier of the Ghost King, husband. We are ordered to assault the assessment center. Upon hearing this, Shunyi was filled with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Every individual possesses their own life, and their families await their return. Such a trampling of life and death is unforgivable. In that instant, I felt that this man held an unwavering moral compass. He must be supported. At that moment, the violet ring on Shunyi's hand shimmered brilliantly, enveloping him in a swift violet aura that no one noticed. He suddenly felt as light as a feather, with strength potent enough to fell a bull. He evaded the female specter's blade, sweeping a kick towards her leg, but she moved with the swiftness of a ghost, dodging effortlessly and stabbing towards his face. With a resounding clang, Shunyi blocked the attack with his tiger claw, only to be sent hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. The force of that impact made me wince in sympathy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bo Renming engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 male specters, swordplay and flashes of steel more thrilling than any drama. Shunyi gritted his teeth. "I cannot be a hindrance." He lowered his stance, preparing to confront the female specter in a decisive showdown. Who exactly is Bo Renming? Is there truly a connection to Naruto? Why did Shunyi's ring emit light? Does it possess some hidden abilities? Will the 2 of them be able to vanquish these 3 husband-level spirits? Brothers, do you think this silver-haired handsome man has come to save the day? Or does he have ulterior motives? Take a guess in the comments. I was ready to meet my demise, when suddenly he stood up and dispatched the 2 specters. I was bewildered by this turn of events. Brothers, who understands? Shunyi was besieged by 2 specters, his body drenched in blood, kneeling on one knee, his consciousness fading, with a singular thought in mind. It seems I am destined to die. Then, 2 butterfly-like maidens appeared in his mind, urging him, "Don't give up. Stand up. Do not allow fate to dictate your end." I thought to myself, what is happening? a near-death hallucination. In the blink of an eye, Shunyi stood up with a flourish. His eyes were glazed, his hair disheveled like that of a beggar, and suddenly he wielded an illusory blade. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the two specters to break into a cold sweat. With a swift motion, he charged forward even though the specters attempted to defend. He struck true, and their anguished cries sent chills down one's spine. I was astonished. Was this some sort of cheat? More astonishingly, the female specter used the male specter as a shield, but with a sickening sound, he was cleaved in two. The female specter stubbornly retorted, "Humph. Just luck." Then, with a deft swallow return, Shunyi evaded her attack, reversing the blade against her neck. With a swift stroke, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. This counterattack stirred my blood to a boil. Upon his awakening, he found himself surrounded by a throng of over 10 individuals, all exclaiming, "To survive such grievous injuries is truly remarkable." It turned out he had been unconscious for several days, and the assessment was nearing its conclusion. It was the compassion of the other participants that compelled them to rescue him and Boruto. How heartwarming are these comrades? What was even more exhilarating was the fact that out of more than 180 participants, only 25 had survived. The instructor sighed upon reviewing the list, and to his astonishment, Shunyi was among them. This survival rate is even more dismal than last year. How terrifying. Now, Shunyi was to register his information with the Shadow Group. Reporting in 3 days that he stood there, anxiety fluttered within him. Would he be able to see his sister in Shadow Group? What was the true identity of the suddenly appearing Boruto? What secrets lay hidden within the spectral blade he held and the luminous ring? Fellow brothers, do you believe Shunyi will successfully find his sister upon entering the Shadow Group? Take a guess in the comments. Upon entering the hospital, he could distinctly hear his sister's voice. Lying on the stretcher, he was nearly overcome with excitement. Brothers, who could comprehend? As Shunyi was lifted onto the ambulance, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Xian Dao." The voice was both familiar and foreign, and he couldn't help but smile. It's my sister, Chen Mengxian. Yet he knew she was there on an investigation and could not disturb her. He could only silently vow, "Once I join the group, I will surely see her again." I thought to myself, are these siblings finally destined to reunite? How exhilarating. Meanwhile, in a dark abyss, a furious demon with red hair and purple eyes seethed. 3 mid-tier demons slain by 2 newcomers? That brat Shunyi, surviving on a thread? Ha ha ha. A nearby demon dared to make a demand, only to meet a swift demise. A bunch of worthless fools. Find me the true base of a Shadow Group. I thought at that moment, this demon king is merciless. Shunyi is in grave peril now. Not long after, Shunyi and Boruto were discharged from the hospital, receiving their first mission. Upon arriving in the village, they were met with anguished screams as a demon grinned mischievously. "Where's my little darling?" Playing hide and seek. Boruto struck with his blade, declaring, "Repent for your transgressions." Shunyi was equally resolute. "To hell with you. This collaboration is exhilarating. It sets my blood ablaze." Yet the demon dared to negotiate. "How about a onion?" Shunyi and Boruto's murderous intent surged. "After slaughtering so many, you still jest. Unforgivable." In the ensuing battle, the demon's arm was severed, and Boruto delivered the final blow. "May you suffer in your next life." The 2 young blood warriors walked side by side under the sun, laughing and discussing their plans for a meal. This scene is both fiery and heartwarming. However, upon arriving at the hospital, a doctor summoned Shunyi privately. Upon his return, Boruto suddenly exploded with rage. "Don't lie to me. How can this be?" He grasped Shunyi's shoulders and shook him vigorously, disbelief evident in his eyes. Shunyi's voice was low. "I am well aware of my own circumstances." I was utterly bewildered at that moment. What had happened to Shunyi? What had the doctor told him? Brothers, what secrets do you think Shunyi is hiding? Could the doctor's words be related to his health? Take a guess in the comments. Not living past 25, and my elder sister scolding me as a disaster? Life has become unbearable. Brothers, who understands? Shunyi had just learned from the doctor. Your internal organs are rapidly deteriorating, and you are expected to face the end of life by the age of 25. He was instantly dazed, as if his heart were being squeezed, leaving him breathless. I thought to myself, how tragic for this guy. Just after passing the assessment, he must confront death. What stung even more was that he encountered his sister, Chen Mengxian, at the hospital. Just as he was about to greet her, she turned and scolded him. "Do not call me sister. If it weren't for you, how could our parents have suffered this calamity? You are a disaster. My sister and I have never regarded you as family. You indirectly caused our parents' demise." I was dumbfounded. How could she be so harsh? After all, he is her biological brother. Shunyi lowered his head, unable to utter a word. the bitterness in his heart surpassing even that of bitter herbs. Bo Renming, unable to bear it, wanted to speak up for him, but Xinyi held him back. The two men walked down the hospital corridor, the atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. This scene made my nose tingle with emotion. That evening, Xinyi stood alone on the balcony, caressing the violet ring, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. My existence in this world is utterly meaningless. Instead, I have indirectly caused the death of my loved ones that my time is running out, and I wish to use it to protect more people. This heartfelt wish makes me want to assist him. As he spoke, he fell asleep, clutching the ring. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a pure white space. A figure clad in a white cloak stood before him, solemnly stating, "I am deeply sorry for all the suffering you have endured." Xinyi looked at him and instantly understood. You are him, the one who sacrificed his life to protect others. I was astonished what was happening. Was this an alternate version of myself in a parallel world? The figure in the white cloak said, "You are aware of lives' end. I cannot permit you to simply." Yet Xinyi remained calm, choosing a mundane, indifferent existence until death is not the true desire deep within our hearts. Let the thoughts within us blossom. Protect everything. We no longer wish to lose anyone. The figure in the white cloak smiled and gently embraced him. Yes, let us reclaim the power that belongs to us. This scene ignites a fervor within me. Could it be that Xinyi is on the verge of a meteoric rise? Currently, Xinyi finds himself ensconced within that pristine white space. What secrets does this violet ring harbor? Is the figure clad in a white cloak truly another version of himself? Will they reclaim their powers and alter Xinyi's fate of not living beyond the age of 25? Will his sister ultimately forgive him? Brothers, do you believe Xinyi can defy destiny? Take a guess in the comments. Just as he acquires newfound power, he receives a distress call. The base is under siege by malevolent spirits, and the main ones have arrived. Brothers, who understands? Xinyi ended the call with Bo Renming, extending his left hand as countless particles of light coalesced into a dark purple longsword, its blade shimmering brilliantly, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. With a push of his foot, akin to a martial arts master, he dashed towards the base, his mind resolutely fixated on a singular thought. I cannot afford to lose another cherished person. At that moment, I thought this is bound to escalate dramatically. However, as he sprinted, his peripheral vision caught an anomaly at the school. A ghost king, Flash Strike of the Underworld, was conjuring lightning with one hand, aiming it at a little girl. Xinyi was momentarily stunned. It was none other than his sister. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, using his sword to intercept the lightning. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, leaving his ears ringing. I was sweating profusely, thinking how fortuitous it was. If he had been a moment late, his sister would have been in peril. His sister looked up, astonished, and softly called out, "Brother?" With a swift kick, Xinyi sent the Ghost King flying, cradling his sister as he leapt to safety, his gaze resolute. This is not the time for conversation. We will talk after the battle. He turned and charged once more towards the Ghost King, his eyes blazing with fury. This brotherly strength is overwhelming. It makes me want to cheer him on. Meanwhile, within the base, anguished cries echoed. Xiandao, the main-level ghosts have arrived. We cannot hold out much longer. Shan Mengxian had just decapitated a low-level ghost when the Wailing Demon King sent her flying several meters with a kick, causing her to spit blood, yet she gritted her teeth and insisted, "Reinforcements will arrive shortly." I thought to myself, my sister's situation is exceedingly perilous. Bo Renming fared worse. He encountered his father's murderer, the Blazing Shadow King, who arrogantly proclaimed, "I personally dealt with your father." Bo Renming's eyes turned crimson as he brandished his sword and charged. "I must kill you." Yet, the Blazing Shadow King was far too formidable. His fist struck with such force that Bo Renming could barely defend himself, gaining no advantage. This vendetta for his father's death cannot go unavenged. My blood pressure soared just watching. Now, Xinyi is engaged in battle with Flash Strike of the Underworld at the school, while his sister watches from behind. Is his newly acquired power sufficient? This Ghost King wields lightning. Its speed astonishing. Can Xinyi cope? Will his sister at the base hold on until help arrives? Can Bo Renming triumph against his father's nemesis in this unknown confrontation? When will the greatest boss, Ling, make his appearance? These multiple operations have me sweating profusely. Xinyi swung his blade towards the Ghost King, his mind fixated on a singular thought. No one shall harm my sister today. Brothers, do you believe Xinyi can safeguard his sister? Is the base holding up well? Take a guess in the comments. Bang! A tremendous energy was released. and Shun Yi seemed to dodge all harm like a fish in water. With a powerful strike, he struck the arm and head of the third Ghost King, Flash Strike Shinming, causing them to fall together. One of the three Ghost Kings, Flash Strike Shinming, is dead. After confirming the death, Shun Yi turned to his sister, Qin Yao, to say his final goodbye. Brother, you're so cool. One strike after another. So satisfying. Qin Yao's face was beaming with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi felt a wave of emotions stirring deep within, and he gathered his courage to ask in a low voice, "You don't hate me, do you? Hate me for causing our parents' deaths?" Qin Yao was momentarily surprised, then looked back at him with unwavering determination and replied, "Brother, what are you talking about? Our parents sacrificed themselves for the country. They had no regrets, and we should not blame them. No matter what happens, I will never hate you." After hearing this, Shun Yi let out a light laugh, feeling relieved. "Well, sister, you must walk your own path from now on. You will meet all kinds of people, both good and bad, but the end will be beautiful, and we will meet again." With that, Shun Yi turned and disappeared. Qin Yao saw her brother lost in thought, his words echoing in her heart. Lingering for a long time, she could feel the heaviness, but didn't know how to break the silence. Meanwhile, at the location of Boroming and Chunming Yao Bang, with a dull thud, the burning shadow emperor fell to the ground, his knees touching the earth with a slight sound. Boroming's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on this enemy who had once taken his father's life, the anger and hatred in his heart boiling like magma. However, just as the tension reached its peak, the burning shadow emperor let out a helpless sigh. "Alas, honorable opponent, you have won. Kill me." Upon hearing this, Boroming's body trembled slightly, and his actions paused. He raised his hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the knife, slowly raising it, his gaze firmly fixed on the burning shadow emperor, as if at that moment, all hesitation and conflict had vanished. One of the three Ghost Kings, the burning shadow emperor, is dead. As the breath of life suddenly dissipated, Boroming ran unhesitatingly toward the base, leaving behind scorched earth and wreckage, as if it were a hell on earth. At the base, all teammates have arrived for support, under the military strategy of the wheels. They successfully captured the echoing Ghost King, and thus all three major Ghost Kings disappeared. However, everyone present was covered in blood and missing arms and legs, except for Shun Yi and the half-injured Boroming. At this moment, Shun Yi and Boroming finally arrived at the base, witnessing that the battle had come to an end, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally over, Yezi." Boroming gasped for breath, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. "Yes, that's right. You're hurt so badly. You should bandage yourself up first." "It's fine. I'll be okay soon," Shun Yi replied softly, his tone revealing a faint fatigue, but his eyes remained as resolute as ever. Chunming Yao had already noticed their presence, but said nothing, silently directing the team to clean up the battlefield. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure accompanied by a terrifying voice descended from the sky, as if an invisible hand of darkness was covering the entire sky. "Insignificant insects, your time to die has come." The voice was like a whisper from the abyss, cold and ruthless, spoken by the ruler of the ghost realm. Chapter 10. Fierce battle. At this moment, everyone looked up at the shocking figure in the sky, their legs trembling involuntarily, and some even knelt on the ground. Filled with fear, Shun Yi looked at the ruler, their eyes locking onto each other. It was indeed the ruler. The two stared at each other for a long time, and the ruler smirked wickedly. In an instant, dozens of black swords appeared around him, descending from above. Realizing the danger, everyone quickly reacted, raising their weapons for defense. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid and dense metal collision sounds echoed in the air, but no sparks were seen. In this darkness, everyone could only act on instinct, and they ultimately fell to the ground in disarray, looking particularly pathetic. Shun Yi and Boroming stood side by side, their gazes fierce, firmly locking onto the enemy ahead. "Ming, you take the left, I'll take the right." As soon as Shun Yi finished speaking, he dashed like lightning through the ruined buildings, directly charging at the enemy formation. At the same time, Boroming gripped his spear tightly, swinging it fiercely, the spearhead slicing through the air, aiming for the opponent's heart. Then he drew the long knife from his waist, wielding both weapons, his momentum even more overwhelming, charging toward the target without hesitation. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself," the ruler sneered, his figure suddenly darting to the ground like lightning. Launching a fierce attack against the two, Shun Yi slashed at the ruler's right leg, swiftly switching hands with the knife, while the ruler seemed to have anticipated this, gathering a massive amount of energy in his left hand to strike at Shunyi. Sensing the danger, Shunyi quickly bent down and rolled to dodge, raising the knife in front of him to strike down. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion knocked both of them to the ground, dust swirling around them. Boroming quickly seized the fleeting opportunity, sliding in to deliver a precise strike to the ruler's ankle. With a crisp snapping sound, the ruler knelt on one knee, a mix of pain and shock on his face. This isn't an ordinary knife. The ruler gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, disbelief flashing in his eyes. That's right. This is forged from the ore of annihilation, the rarest ore in the current world, owned by only a few. The sharpest knife with a burning effect. Boroming teased with a smile. Chunmeng Yao stared in shock at everything happening before her, waves of disbelief surging in her heart. These two rookies dared to harm the ruler. Her heart raced, nearly jumping out her chest. Just then, the ruler seemed to sense her presence, quickly turning around, gathering dazzling energy in his palms, and without hesitation, charged at Chunmeng Yao. Due to limited visibility in the smoke, Shunyi only heard a series of explosions. Without much thought, he rushed out of the smoke and witnessed a shocking scene. At this moment, Boroming, covered in blood, stood in front of Chunmeng Yao. His left arm already gone, the knife broken, kneeling on the ground and unconscious. Ming! Shunyi's urgent call pierced the silent night sky as he rushed toward Boroming, checking him anxiously. After a tense examination, he found that although Boroming was severely injured, he still had a faint breath. Shunyi's tense heartstrings relaxed a bit, and he couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The ruler, enduring the pain in his foot, stood up with his immense strength and walked toward Shunyi. The material of the knife is good, but even a little decision will still lead to death. The ruler scoffed, and 4 unfathomable black holes appeared behind him. Suddenly, these black holes unleashed massive, dark energy that spread outward. Not good. Shunyi raised his knife, constantly defending against the energy impact, launching attacks toward the ruler from behind. In an instant, the ruler fully unleashed his energy, his fangs exposed, eyes turning red. Claws grew continuously, and a sharp blade attacked Shunyi, but the movements were too large, allowing Shunyi, who was close, to find a gap and slash down, severing the ruler's arm. Then, the energy unleashed from Shunyi's knife shattered the surrounding black holes one by one. Just as he turned to escape, he felt a hand pierce through his chest. Insignificant creature, it's a pity you couldn't kill me, but your strength is still stronger than the trash on the battlefield. Unfortunately. Ha ha ha, the leader said with a mocking expression. Upon seeing this, Shunyi exerted all his strength and struck a knife towards the leader. And suddenly several purple butterflies scattered from the blade, illuminating the night. The two were shocked and looked towards this direction. Suddenly, explosions erupted around them, and amidst the smoke, Shunyi looked in the direction of the crowd, as if he understood something, and painfully said to the crowd, I want to leave now, don't forget me. I have my footprints in this world. The explosions continued for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, and when they looked again, the two had vanished, as if they had never been in this world. Chapter 11. My name is Butterfly Knight, leader in a mysterious space filled with chaotic white and black. Shunyi and the leader continuously clashed, adding vitality to this space. Shunyi struck hard with his knife on the leader's head, and the leader single-handedly parried Shunyi's blade. As both sides increased their strength, cracks appeared on the knife and blade, and with a metallic crunch, the leader's fist followed quickly, hitting Shunyi in the face. Suddenly, a fleeting memory entered Shunyi's mind, causing him to momentarily daze. In that moment, the leader's fist kept hitting Shunyi, pushing him back and forcing him to defend. Once he regained his senses, Shunyi seized the leader's hair as the leader's fist came toward him and used it to stand up. At that moment, Shunyi and the leader locked eyes, and then they each started throwing punches at each other's faces, the same memory entering the leader's mind as well. As the speed of their punches increased, the fragments of memories became more and more. Memory fragments: father, mother, why? A small boy in the courtyard cried out as he looked at his parents in a pool of blood. Help! Someone help! Who can save my family? Oh, sobbing sound. At that moment, the boy's father spoke with his last bit of strength. I'm sorry to leave you alone in this world. We can no longer accompany you. Your kin has also recently encountered an attack from monsters. The police found only the bodies of 2 middle-aged people, and the other 2 are missing. Then the boy's parents passed away. Father, mother, damn monsters. You took away my family. I will eliminate you. Ah, the boy shouted in both sadness and anger. Uncle, take me away. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps to end this era of rampant demons. The owl uncle replied, all right, that's a good spirit, but fighting based on hatred won't do. This person was the current Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro. After some debate, the boy ultimately joined the Demon Slayer Corps with the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro. Along the way, he made many friends and met his betrothed, Butterfly Kanae, and Butterfly Shinobu. Just when he thought everything would continue smoothly, with the passing of Butterfly Kanae, it seemed to open a pathway, and his friends and family began to die one by one in battles against demons. After killing Muzan Kibutsuji, he thought everything was over. But Muzan Kibutsuji risked everything, giving all his blood to the boy. As time passed, the boy increasingly lost control over his body, recalling many regrets in his life. Feeling helpless, and then he ended it all with a knife. Butterfly, Night, Ling. In reality, Shinyi and Ling simultaneously spoke this name. The restoration of memories caused Ling's head to ache painfully, and he held his head in both hands, shouting loudly. At that moment, a red and black shadow crawled out from Ling's body. It was the obsession of Kibutsuji Muzan. Damn it, useless people should just die. Kibutsuji Muzan shouted, and several whips appeared behind him. At this moment, Shinyi helped Ling to stand up with difficulty. Ling, filled with guilt, said, I have done many wrong things. The moment of death separated us into two individuals, but for the sake of today's battle, you are me, and I am you. We cannot be defeated. Shinyi and Ling locked eyes, and gradually, they transformed into molecules, merging together. Moments later, a tall figure appeared, holding a Nichiren blade, with purple-white long hair cascading over her shoulders, an oval face, and striking blue-purple pupils staring directly at Kibutsuji Muzan. I am Butterfly Nightling. Kibutsuji, I have come to end you. Chapter 12. Departure and Return in the Space. The fierce battle between Butterfly Nightling and Kibutsuji Muzan continued, with sword lights crossing and shadows flying, as if even time and space themselves were trembling in this confrontation. Meanwhile, in the real world, everyone was anxiously searching for Shinyi and Nightling's traces, each minute and second feeling so long, with tension and unease filling the air. What they didn't know was that Shinyi and Ling were actually the same person, although they were separate individuals. The two complemented each other. Shinyi is Ling, and Ling is Shinyi. There is no single individual that can die and disappear. The two merging into one is Butterfly Nightling, who is both Shinyi and Ling. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash, a graceful arc of water struck Kibutsuji Muzan, causing him to lose two whips. At this moment, Butterfly Nightling's voice came through. Looks like I was right. Your current form has lost most of its strength. As long as I defeat you here, the world will return to normal. Since there's a way to come, there's a way to go back. Kibutsuji Muzan then tore at the weakest point of this space with his remaining whips. Boom! An unfathomable black hole appeared before the two. Butterfly Nightling quickly realized. But it was too late. Kibutsuji Muzan had already jumped into the black hole, disappearing along with it. Indeed, that cautious and timid personality was just too fitting. Butterfly Nightling watched the direction in which Kibutsuji Muzan disappeared, letting out a gentle sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotion. She slowly turned around and began to ponder, repeatedly savoring everything that had just happened. Brother, a sudden voice broke the tranquility of the space, echoing continuously. Butterfly Nightling couldn't help but look toward the source of the voice. At this moment, the scene from reality projected into this space, revealing the standoff between Chun Yao and Chun Mengxian. You always blame our parents' death entirely on brother. Have you ever thought that you yourself are not without fault? Chun Yao loudly questioned Chun Mengxian. It turned out that after Shun Yi said those words to Chun Yao, she fell into a deep self-reflection, then hurriedly chased after Shun Yi, coincidentally witnessing this fierce battle. After hearing this, Chun Mengxian retorted, before he came, we were always very happy, but ever since he arrived, everything changed. Monsters invaded, and our parents sacrificed. All of this is because of him. If he were still here, I would definitely scold him. Hearing her sister's words, Chen Yao's eyes instantly became moist, tears shimmering in her gaze, her voice trembling uncontrollably. But brother is already gone. Why? Why didn't his friends choose to continue fighting, but instead risk everything to save you? He must know that brother's words were not finished. Yet she was already choked with emotion. These words were like a gentle spring breeze, quietly brushing across Chun Mengxin's heart, causing her to unconsciously fall into contemplation. Around them, the sound of ambulances echoed, one after another, each carrying the injured to the hospital. Among them, Boruto was severely injured and had already been rushed to the central hospital for treatment. In the dim space, Butterfly Knight Ling slowly turned to Chun Yao, her voice like a light veil drifting in the night wind, gentle yet carrying a hint of imperceptible sadness. Forget me. In reality, Chun Yao seemed to have a telepathic connection, unconsciously looking up at the distant horizon. After a struggle of thoughts, Butterfly Knight Ling made her decision. This world has family and friends, but too many disasters were caused by me. Moreover, as a dead person, returning is not a good thing. The end of the road is my hometown, and I've already finished this journey. It is time to go back. With that thought, Butterfly Knight Ling picked up the Nichiren blade, imitating Kabutsuji Musen's manner, and slashed at the space. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. A water dragon crashed into the space like a tsunami, gradually causing cracks to appear in the copper wall and iron bastion. Seeing this was advantageous to herself. Butterfly Knight Ling intensified her assault. Boom! A black hole suddenly appeared before Butterfly Knight Ling. The Butterfly Knight leader turned around, his gaze sweeping across those once familiar faces for the last time, and then resolutely stepped into the black hole before him. He knew deep down that if he looked one more time, the determination in his heart might waver, ultimately preventing him from taking this crucial step. Chapter 13. Rebirth on a lush green meadow. A little girl spoke up, Mom. What kind of person is the uncle you mentioned? Her mother replied. He is a remarkable person who ended an era of disaster, but even the strongest can be misunderstood and wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's mother had tears welling in her eyes, and 2 clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Seeing this, the girl quickly reached out her soft little hand to gently wipe away her mother's tears. Mom, don't be sad. You need to be happy. Let's go find Annie. She will be here soon. After saying this, she took her mother's hand and gently helped her up. In the distance, inside a black Mercedes, a man with a severed arm watched this warm yet sorrowful scene, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he whispered, Knight, this is the happy life you long for. It's a pity that you can no longer speak. His gaze gradually dimmed, and he slowly lowered his head, as if trying to conceal the endless sorrow within his heart. It has been over 8 years since the battle with the monsters. Chun Mengxian held her daughter's hand as they walked towards Chun Yao. Let us go, sister, to the cemetery. Upon hearing this, Chun Yao picked up the girl and walked towards Bo Riming's car. Soon they arrived at their destination. After the driver opened the door for everyone, he stayed behind. The 4 of them stopped at a tombstone, and the little girl exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world, Mom. Annie, Brother Bo, the name on this stone is just like mine. Shunyi, my name is Chun Xiaoya. Yes, he is the uncle your mother mentioned. Huh, uncle is a person. Why is he a stone? At this moment, Chun Xiaoya tilted her head and asked her mother curiously. Your uncle, he went to a faraway place to protect more people. Wow, uncle is so amazing, Chun Xiaoya said in astonishment. Time flew by, and the 4 of them walked side by side, their steps bathed in the glow of the setting sun as they slowly approached the car parked nearby. Modern chapter ends, officially entering the world of Demon Slayer. A baby was born, a baby boy. Inside the mansion, the midwife carried the newly born boy towards the lady of the house. Upon seeing this, the lady smiled weakly and said, All right, shallow walk midwife. The child will catch a cold if not careful. Hearing this, the midwife quickly wrapped the child carefully in a cloth. Oh dear, my apologies, madam. I got so excited upon seeing the young master that I lost my composure. The midwife said, holding the boy with an apologetic expression. The lady smiled slightly at her words and was about to respond when she was suddenly interrupted by an urgent voice calling out, Madam, Madam, are you all right? Where are you? The voice belonged to Butterfly family head, Butterfly Yuming. At this moment, several servants were hurriedly pulling him towards the delivery room. Sir, Butterfly Madam responded weakly. Upon seeing the situation, Butterfly Yuming said, Quick, get the madam down to rest. A while later, Butterfly Madam lay on the bed and slowly said, Sir, look how cute the baby is. Almost made my wife faint. When he grows up, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Butterfly Yuming said half angrily. Oh dear, don't take it to heart. Why bother with a child? Butterfly Madam gently advised. After hearing Butterfly Yuming's words, a determined and gentle light shone in his eyes. The leader in the dark night, able to face any hardship calmly, protecting everyone. Let us name him Butterfly Knight Leader. Chapter 14. Marriage, I'm still young. The token of love in the grand mansion. A commotion arose. You little rascal. Go and tease other little girls again. Just wait until I spank you. At this moment, Butterfly Yuming was chasing Butterfly Knight Leader with a broom, and Butterfly Madam, seeing this scene, was not surprised. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Butterfly Knight Leader had grown from a little lump into a 1'3" tall boy, with white-purple long hair and golden-purple pupils sparkling with hope at night. Let me go, father. I was just curious. I didn't expect her to cry. The running Butterfly Knight Leader pleaded loudly. Curious? You've been curious since you were 7? Counting today, that's 36 times. Even deceiving your father should have its limits. Butterfly Yuming retorted half angrily. Taking advantage of the moment Butterfly Yuming was speaking, Butterfly Knight Leader nimbly dodged and quickly hid behind his mother, letting out a mischievous laugh. Hee hee. Father can't catch me now, la la la. His eyes sparkled with cunning light, like a little fox evading a hunter, both excited and proud. Hey, this little rascal. Butterfly Yuming was just about to roll up his sleeves to teach his mischievous son a lesson. Seeing this, Butterfly Madam elegantly stood up and smiled at the father and son. All right, stop messing around. The in-laws will be here soon. Let us hurry and prepare. Hearing his wife, Butterfly Yuming immediately called for the servants to prepare the meals in the courtyard. Watching this scene, Butterfly Knight Leader tilted his head in confusion and asked, Father, Mother, what are you doing? Madam Butterfly explained to her son his question. You're 8 years old this year. Your father sees that you're not small anymore. And with your behavior, he found you a little wife. Hee hee. After hearing his mother say this, he was shocked and said, No, I'm too young. What is father doing? As he spoke, Butterfly Yuming picked up Butterfly Yeeling, who was talking, and walked towards a room to change clothes, saying, If your wife sees you like this, it won't do. Despite Butterfly Yeeling's strong objections, Butterfly Yuming insisted on dressing her silly son in new clothes. The servants, seeing this, silently joined in to help. In that moment, the warmth and helplessness between father and son intertwined, forming a picture that was both heartwarming and slightly bittersweet. After a while, a couple walked in through the front door, with the woman holding a small hand. As they approached, a little girl with long purple hair falling to her shoulders, skin as white as jade, and violet pupils, adorned with green and pink butterfly hair clips on either side of her head, was dressed in a white and purple kimono. Looking around curiously, she thought to herself, having heard her parents say that the boy she was to be married to was a lecher, whether it was true or not. Hoping it was false. At this moment, the woman at the door spoke up. Mr. Yuming, Miss Kanae, it's been a long time. Hearing the woman say this, Butterfly Yuming responded, It's been a while. How have you two been lately? The couple responded normally, and after a while, the man pulled the girl next to the woman and said, This is our eldest daughter, Butterfly Kanae, and behind her is our youngest daughter, Butterfly Shinobu. At this moment, a petite figure resembling Butterfly Kanae walked out towards her, her hair tied up with a purple butterfly hair clip. Sister, there are so many people. It was Butterfly Shinobu. At this point, Butterfly Yeeling realized how beautiful his little wife was. Just then, Butterfly Kanae noticed a gaze upon her and followed it, coincidentally locking eyes with Butterfly Yeeling, both of their faces turning red as they quickly looked away. Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobu quickly extended her hands, as if a little cat carefully guarding its prey, standing in front of her sister Butterfly Yeeling, fearing he would take her sister away. After a pleasant conversation, the parents of both sides warmly held their children's hands and slowly walked into the house, preparing to share a warm dinner. You see, when you have children later, they will share the same surname, so you don't have to worry. Butterfly Yuming chatted with Butterfly's father while eating, causing Butterfly Kanae to blush. Oh, I'm not at that age yet. After a while, Butterfly Kanae slowly stood up, left the dining table, and quietly walked into the depths of the house, sitting down alone. Hey, Kanae! A voice in a young face suddenly appeared in front of her, startling Butterfly Kanae, who quickly pushed the person away. Who are you? I am Butterfly Yeeling. Seeing that Kanae's emotions began to calm down, Butterfly Yeeling took out a purple ring from his pocket, gently held her hand, and placed the ring on her finger. This is not a fascination with beauty, but a mysterious feeling that has sprouted in my heart since the moment we met. He said tenderly, This ring has been with me since I was born. Now, it will become our token of love. Please believe me, you must wait for me. Faced with Yeeling's sincere confession, Kanae couldn't help but smiled gently and responded, Okay, I'll leave it to you, Yeeling Koen. Butterfly Yeeling is actually Shoya and Ling alone. It can be considered a rebirth. Although a large part of modern memories is lost, memories of the Demon Slayer world will gradually recover later. The reason for using water breathing instead of creating a new breathing technique is that in his past life, Butterfly Yeeling had too many distractions in his heart and could only comprehend the gentle water breathing. Chapter 15, Childhood. As Kanae's gentle words, like a spring breeze, softly brushed past his ears, a warm ripple surged in Butterfly Yeeling's heart, and a faint blush quietly covered his cheeks. The sunset's afterglow gently cast over this ancient courtyard, the golden light reflecting a pair of small hands tightly clasped together, making the two figures appear particularly warm and harmonious at this moment. Inside, Butterfly Madam and Butterfly Mother watched this warm scene and smiled. Little Butterfly Shinobu followed the gaze of the two and surprisingly found her sister sitting hand in hand with a boy. In an instant, Butterfly Shinobu quickly stood up and ran toward them, pulling their hand apart. Little Shinobu, what's wrong? Butterfly Kanae asked in confusion. Sister, how can you hold hands after meeting just once? Plus, I heard Mom and Dad say that this person is a pervert, always teasing little girls. Let us go. Kanae Tsuyuri anxiously pulled Kanae Tsuyuri and quickly walked towards their parents. On the side, Kanae Tsuyuri heard this and couldn't help but frown, secretly muttering to herself, is father going to expose everything about me? Kyuka Kanae gently calmed her younger sister down and took off one of the hairpins from her hair, handing it to Butterfly Ye, saying, since Ye-kun gave me a token of love, I will give one to you too. At this moment, Kyuka Kanae, with a smile, stirred Butterfly Ye's heart. Ye carefully took the butterfly hairpin and held it delicately in her palm, while Butterfly Shino, witnessing the scene before her, was instantly petrified. As night fell, and considering the late hour, the butterfly couple and the two girls decided to stay over for the night. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crow of a rooster lit up the world, and the butterfly family left the butterfly residence. After seeing Kyuka Kanae off, Butterfly Ye let her hair down and tied it up with the butterfly hairpin, with a height that surpassed her peers. Her white and purple intertwined hair was styled into a high ponytail, adorned with a pink and green butterfly bow at the back, adding to her charm. On her exquisite face, a pair of golden-purple pupils sparkled with wisdom and mysterious light, radiating an indescribable elegance and coolness. Oh my, our little Ye is just too adorable. Let me hug you, Mrs. Butterfly said tenderly and excitedly as she pressed her body tightly against her son. Butterfly Knight gently called out. Mother tried to struggle, but in the end, she gave up resisting and immersed herself in this warm embrace. After a long while, the two finally parted. Butterfly Yuming slightly parted her red lips, her voice deep and laced with a hint of teasing. How is this, little wife? Has it stirred your protective instincts? The Butterfly Knight leader opened his mouth after listening and said, Yes, father, that's indeed the case. The butterfly ghost smiled wickedly after hearing this and said, All right, now that you're 8 years old, it's time for your father to start training you. After listening to Butterfly Knight's words, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and she softly asked, Father, our family doesn't have such a person, right? Butterfly Yuming said softly, Our family has been skilled in both literature and martial arts for generations, so you need not worry. My father will personally teach you and help you grow into a true strong warrior. Butterfly Knight leader exclaimed in shock. I had no idea about such important news. Am I not really his biological child? How could I have been kept in the dark for so long? Boo-hoo. Chapter 16, Disaster time flew by, and 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Butterfly Knight leader was now 12 years old, having grown to a height of 168 meters after a long period of training, with visible muscles and abs. He looked full of youthful vigor. No, I have to hurry back. In the quiet woods, Butterfly Knight leader ran anxiously. Originally, he was practicing swordsmanship outside and only realized it was night when he suddenly spotted a crow, which gave him an ominous premonition, prompting him to run towards home. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, as if the very air was being torn apart. Dozens of meters away, Butterfly Knight leader tightly gripped his long knife, pressing his left hand against a wound on his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the center of the explosion, enveloped in smoke. He's not dead yet, but it doesn't matter. I will slowly kill you and savor this pleasure. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged and drew closer. It was a monster with twin horns on its head, its skin a mix of pale and green hues, with fingers sharp as blades, sending chills down one's spine. A ghost. A faint memory surged into Butterfly Knight leader's mind, making him realize what was before him. he exclaimed in shock, taking advantage of Butterfly Knight Leader's stunned state. The green ghost rushed towards him like a specter, its sharp blades striking Butterfly Knight Leader, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the knife had blocked half of the damage, but it was broken. The wounds from the earlier explosion and the one on his chest made it hard for him to exert strength. No, my family is still waiting for me. I can't fight him in close combat. I must attack from a distance. Luckily, I wasn't wearing a kimono, but samurai armor. After a moment of thought, Butterfly Knight Leader grabbed some sand from the ground and threw it into the green ghost's face, obstructing its vision. Damn little ghost. The green ghost shouted angrily, its fingers elongating, clearly not wanting to waste any time. Just as Butterfly Knight Leader prepared to throw the broken blade at the green ghost, he felt a chill run through his body and realized he was pierced by countless spikes, then fell straight down. Ah, damn bastard. Butterfly Knight Leader gritted his teeth in pain and shouted at the green ghost in front of him. The green ghost, unfazed, raised its hand to finish Butterfly Knight Leader off. He stared defiantly at the hand above him, anger etched across his face. Suddenly, a fierce tiger with fiery patterns raced through like lightning, biting off the green ghost's head. The speed was so swift that Butterfly Knight Leader was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a bright and lively voice echoed through the air. "Little brother, are you all right?" Butterfly Knight Leader snapped back to reality and looked at the tall figure in front of him, whose hair resembled flames, and said dumbfoundedly, "Who are you?" "Oh, I am Rengoku Kaijiro, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm on a mission to slay demons." Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight Leader grasped Rengoku Kaijiro's arm and pleaded, "Please take me home. I have a bad feeling." Rengoku Kaijiro readily agreed and ran in the direction of Butterfly Knight Leader's home. As they approached the butterfly residence, a strong smell of blood startled both of them. Rengoku Kaijiro set down the injured Butterfly Knight Leader and rushed inside. Butterfly Knight Leader struggled to walk towards the gate of the courtyard. Soon after, hearing a commotion, they were startled and quickened their pace, rushing into the courtyard to discover the most unimaginable scene of their life. Their parents and servants lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. The butterfly cried out while running, kneeling in front of her parents. "Father, Mother, what's wrong with you? Why can't the wounds stop bleeding?" Madam Butterfly said with her last breath, "Little Knight, I'm sorry we can't be there for you as you grow up, living in pain alone." "Mother, you are also afraid of pain," Butterfly Knight cried, tears streaming down like bead from a broken string. At this moment, Butterfly Yuming struggled to speak. "My child, your father understands your pain, but there is one more thing I must tell you. The butterfly couple unfortunately encountered an attack by an unknown creature. When we arrived at the scene, we only found their bodies, while the elder daughter and the younger daughter are missing. I'm afraid they may not escape this calamity either." The Butterfly Knight Collar seemed to be in more pain after listening, transforming from audible sobs to silent screams, appearing heart-wrenching on the outside. The butterfly ghost whispered to Butterfly Lady, "Child, you are the light in the darkness." Then the two lost their breath. "Father, Mother, don't leave me. No, no." At this moment, Butterfly Yuri lay crying in front of his parents' bodies. After dealing with the demons, Rengoku Shinjiro looked at this scene with sadness and said, "Another family torn apart by demons. Why? Why does it have to be like this? If only I had noticed sooner, acted sooner, everything wouldn't have come to this. Why do I even exist? Am I really just meant to be a calamity in others' destinies? Do I still have the right to continue living in this world?" Just as Butterfly Yuri was doubting himself, his body suddenly lost control, and he raised his left hand and slapped his own face hard, the force leaving a slow red mark on his left cheek. A voice similar to his own echoed in his heart. "Baka, you idiot. Don't deny me. Have you forgotten what our parents told us? Get yourself together. The light in the darkness." Repeating these words, Butterfly Yuri quickly adjusted his mindset, turned around with tears in his eyes, and said to Rengoku Shinjiro, "Senior Rengoku, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Chapter 17. The Fleeting Butterfly. Meanwhile, a few days before Butterfly Yuri suffered this disaster, in that remote village, a house entwined with wisteria flowers echoed with the gentle conversations of the girls. "Sister, are you thinking about that boy named Yuri again?" Butterfly Shinobu asked softly as she looked at Butterfly Kanae, who was lost in thought on the grass. Yes, it seems so," Butterfly Kanae replied with a playful smile. Seeing her sister like this, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but gently touch her forehead and sighed helplessly. "Oh dear, little Shinobu will feel this way when she grows up too." In this gentle morning, The conversation between the two sisters was like a soft breeze brushing over the grass, filled with warmth and ease. Although Shinobu Kocho spoke words of helplessness, her heart was full of curiosity about her sister's pure emotions. Meanwhile, Kanae Kocho added a lively atmosphere to this tranquility with her unique, playful tone. At noon, the butterfly couple completed their collection and set off on their way home. Just as they were about to step over the threshold, a familiar fragrance wafted towards them. Kanae and Shinobu had prepared delicious dishes again. Their father took a deep breath, a satisfied smile on his face, and remarked. The butterfly mother also exclaimed, "The children have really grown up." As soon as she finished speaking, she and her daughters stepped into the house together, and the warm atmosphere of home filled the air. At the dining table, the four of them sat around, enjoying this rare reunion time, with each bite of food carrying deep affection and care for one another. Night quickly fell, and Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu lay side by side in the familiar bedroom. Just as they were about to drift off to sleep, a sudden, pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses, accompanied by low murmurs coming from their parents' room. The sisters' hearts tightened, and almost instinctively, they leaped out of bed and hurried toward their parents' room. As they stepped into the house, they were met with the shocking sight of their father lying beneath the foot of a tall and hideous monster. Upon seeing this, the butterfly mother, disregarding everything, grabbed the monster's ankle and shouted hoarsely, "Run! Kanae, Shinobu! Go find!" However, her words were abruptly cut off as a sharp blade ruthlessly pierced through her chest, instantly staining her clothes with blood. Kanae Butterfly tightly embraced the trembling Shinobu Butterfly, her voice laced with unmasked anxiety and tenderness. "It's okay, Shinobu. You're okay." Though it was her first time witnessing such a terrifying scene, the fear deep within her surged like a tide, yet she still held on, striving to provide her sister with the greatest support. However, just as they were comforting each other, the monster's fist came crashing down with a violent wind, sending them both flying several meters away, almost knocking them into unconsciousness. "Sorry, Kanae." Shinobu used her last bit of strength, her voice weak yet firm. Just as the fatal blow was about to land, the purple ring on her fingertip suddenly emitted a dazzling light, releasing an irresistible force that sent the attacking monster flying far away, buying the two precious moments to breathe. Then, like a scripted scene, the stone Hashira, Jaomi Himejima, killed the demon and saved the butterfly sisters, burying their parents, and later brought the butterfly sisters into the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 18. The Flame Hashira Family Caw. Caw, caw. Even at noon, a bone-chilling cold lingered in the air. In the sky, a black crow gracefully descended, lightly landing in the palm of an adult man's hand. This man was Kaijiro Rengoku, and standing beside him was the butterfly Shinobu, who had experienced the pain of separation. "Hey, young man, don't look so downcast. Your situation is not uncommon in our team. Don't forget the value made. Cheer up, and let's face the challenges together," Kaijiro Rengoku said in a firm and encouraging tone. Hearing this, Shinobu's expression remained largely unchanged. She slowly replied, "Senpai Rengoku, I understand. I will never forget my vow to slay all the evil demons in the world." Kaijiro Rengoku gazed at the young boy before him, 1,000 words transforming into endless silence in his heart. He said little more, simply stepping forward toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, each step appearing exceptionally resolute. In his view, sometimes silent support could be more powerful than any words. As their vision gradually broadened, rows of wooden houses appeared before them, growing larger. Just then, a figure dressed in black, with a long sword hanging at the waist, abruptly appeared before them. "Huff, huff, huff. Lord Flame Hashira, the master has summoned you for an urgent matter." As their conversation unfolded, Shinobu gradually pieced together the situation before them. It turned out that this slightly older brother was an indispensable member of the Demon Slayer Corps, responsible for logistical support. Meanwhile, Senpai Kaijiro was a highly respected and powerful Hashira, standing tall like a pillar, guarding the entire team. Once their conversation concluded, Kaijiro Rengoku slowly bid farewell, turning to Shinobu and saying, "This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can only let you go to my home alone. The route is to my wife and son, who are waiting at home. Just inform them that I sent you." With that, he gently patted Shinobu on the head and then stepped away. Butterfly Yeeling did not say much, silently following the path guided by his senior, Shinazugawa Sanemi. The night in his heart was as dark as ink with weak starlight, each step treading on the unknown and sorrow. After a while, Butterfly Yiling gently pushed open the door of a large courtyard, and a hurried sound of footsteps immediately echoed inside, accompanied by a childish voice calling out, "Is it father?" At this moment, Butterfly Yiling made eye contact with a slightly younger owl child. "Hello," he said gently. "My name is Butterfly Yiling, and I was sent here by the senior Shinazugawa Sanemi." Oh, I am Shinazugawa Chishiro. Since father has instructed this, please come in." Shinazugawa Chishiro regained his senses, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity and welcome. Stepping inside, what caught the eye was a woman lying on a couch, her complexion pale and appearing very weak. She strained to muster a bit of strength and softly asked, "Chishiro, is this the person your father sent for?" Shinazugawa Chishiro nodded in response, his voice carrying a bit of determination. "Yes, mother, it is." The familiar voice was like a spring breeze brushing through the heart, causing Butterfly Yiling's heartstrings to gently tremble. And he couldn't help but softly call out, "Mother." Despite the voice being as low as a mosquito's buzz, it was still keenly captured by the woman. Chapter 19. Weeping Kanae on a path surrounded by lush green vegetation, two girls, as light and graceful as butterflies, walked side by side. Each wore exquisite butterfly hair accessories. Their violet eyes and oval faces perfectly complemented, radiating a unique beauty. These two girls were Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu. Since being introduced to the Demon Slayer Corps by Uncle Banshu, the sisters had settled in the medicine house, receiving careful guidance from the current flower Ashira. However, every nightfall, the sisters would involuntarily miss their distant parents, that unbreakable familial bond like a fine drizzle, continuous and unending. Once everything settled, a strong impulse surged within Butterfly Kanae. She longed to find Butterfly Yiling to share this heavy sorrow, like an injured kitten desperately seeking a warm refuge. Today was the day they would set off. "Sister, do you think that Butterfly Yiling will really wait for you? What if he finds someone new?" "Shinobu, don't say that. I believe in him," Butterfly Kanae said gently, her voice carrying a barely perceptible firmness. Her gaze was gentle and profound, as if it could penetrate the fog of the heart. "Sister, I saw father and mother in my dream. They said we must live well and find our own meaning." Butterfly Shinobu's voice was low and trembling, a few crystalline tears sliding down her cheeks. Butterfly Kanahui did not respond immediately, but silently stayed by her sister's side. A tear mark appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled with complex emotions. The two sisters walked in silence until noon, when they finally arrived at the small town where Butterfly Yi lived. The stalls in the town looked particularly warm in the sunlight, as if welcoming their arrival. Soon, guided by their memories, the two successfully found the Butterfly Mansion, which was, however, more dilapidated than they remembered. This filled Butterfly Kanahui with a sense of ominous premonition. She pushed the door open with one hand, only to be greeted by a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The sisters were choked by the sudden dust and began to cough repeatedly. The scene before them was almost unbelievable. It was an extremely desolate courtyard, overgrown with weeds, with broken walls and ruins, each step taken on shattered memories. How could this be possible? Butterfly Kanahui's voice trembled as she raised her hand to cover her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes, struggling to suppress the collapse within her. Seeing this, Shinobu Butterfly only gently brushed her sister's back. Could it really be as her sister said? Kanae Butterfly thought to herself. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, a passing neighbor noticed them, stopped, and showed a look of sympathy. "You must be relatives of the Butterfly family, right? Oh, how unfortunate. A few days ago, their entire family was attacked by an unknown creature, and there were no survivors. That child is truly pitiful." After saying this, the neighbor shook their head and left with endless sorrow. Upon hearing this, Kanae could no longer suppress the turmoil in her heart. Her knees buckled, and she half knelt on the ground, her hands weakly supporting herself as her body trembled from violent sobs. Tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, continuously spilling from her eyes and dropping into the dust. She whispered, "Why? Why? Why take away the most important people in my heart? Father, mother, Yurichi?" Each call felt like a knife cutting into her heart. Innocent Butterfly gazed at her sister's haggard face, her heart twisted in pain, and tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. This day would inevitably become one of the most painful memories for both Kanae and Inosuke Butterfly. The tragic deaths of their loved ones were like an unhealable scar, deeply engraved in the sisters' hearts. Chapter 20. Training. Learning the breathing technique, child. You. The woman witnessing the situation naturally understood something, as she was aware of the circumstances surrounding the family of a Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, Kaijiro Rengoku hurried back home. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he heard faint sounds coming from inside the house. Following the sound, he saw his wife quietly waiting for him under the warm light. "You're back, my husband," she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable concern and joy. "Yes, Rue, I'm back," Kato Rengoku replied, his voice tinged with fatigue, but unable to hide his joy of returning home. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside. "Mother, Aunt Rue, we're back." Outside the door stood a familiar owl and a child with a small snake coiled around his neck. The child's physique was similar to that of Butterfly Shinobu. "How's the training going, Kaijiro? By the way, this is Butterfly Shinobu. He'll train with you as well," Rengoku said, supporting Rue. Hearing his father's words, Kaijiro Rengoku enthusiastically extended his hand and said, "Hello, Shinobu brother. Welcome to join us." Beside him, Ihei Shinobu also slowly reached out his hand towards Butterfly Shinobu. "Hello, it's an honor to join you. I will definitely become stronger." At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu's eyes were hollow and unfathomable, like a soulless person, yet he responded in the best manner he could. After more than a month of living together and rigorous training, Butterfly Shinobu established a deep bond with the Rengoku family, and his physical training intensity had increased several times compared to before. Every night, as darkness fell, Rue Rengoku would stubbornly support her weary body to come to Butterfly Shinobu's side, guiding him in the quiet night. In a tranquil courtyard, 6 friends sat around a round table, and the air was filled with warmth and harmony. "Then I won't hold back." Kaijiro Rengoku raised his chopsticks with a beaming smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also picked up their chopsticks to enjoy this rare gathering time together. "By the way, Shinobu, you've been here for a while now, and your physical fitness has improved significantly. It's time to teach you the breathing techniques," Kaijiro Rengoku said seriously. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu nodded slightly and said solemnly, "All right, thank you for your guidance, Rengoku-senpai." Seeing Butterfly Shinobu like this, everyone felt pity but were not surprised. Since that tragic event, he had lost his closest family and seemed to have lost his soul, remaining silent and withdrawn, as if the world held little significance for him. If his companion beside him were someone as straightforward as Zenitsu, he might have slapped him awake long ago. However, among everyone, the most anxious was Rue Rengoku. As a mother, how could she not know the pain and struggle deep within Butterfly Shinobu's heart? Watching this child grow increasingly despondent tore at her heart, knowing that if this state continued, Shinobu would completely lose himself, becoming a mere shell of a person. As the last rays of sunlight were swallowed by the night, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone gradually fell into a deep sleep amid fatigue and silence. As dawn broke, Kaijiro Rengoku took Butterfly Shinobu to teach him the breathing technique. Chapter 21. Worsening Condition. Herbal Treatment. Listening to Kaijiro Rengoku meticulously imparting valuable knowledge, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but focus intently. Every word felt like a sharp blade, precisely cutting into his heart, filling him with unprecedented excitement and desire. Breathing techniques are a secret skill that maximizes the potential of the lungs through extreme training, thereby unleashing the inner strength. There are 5 basic styles: flame, water, thunder, rock, and wind. And I am the successor of flame breathing. Additionally, there are exceptionally gifted individuals who can create unique breathing techniques, such as flower breathing. Inhaling the oxygen that permeates the air deeply into his lungs transforms it into a source of energy surging within his body, while simultaneously wielding the Nichiren blade. His swordsmanship flows like water. This unique breathing technique not only enhances the user's physical strength and endurance, but also instantly boosts their speed and reflexes, giving them an absolute advantage in battle. After the lesson, Kaijiro Rengoku slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the distant, undulating mountains, his tone firm and filled with hope. "That place has the most suitable environment for your training. Let's go, and don't forget the methods I've taught you." After hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu equipped himself with the provisions prepared by Rue Rengoku and a Nichiren blade and set off on the path to learn the breathing techniques. The journey wasn't far, and with his improved physical condition, he quickly made it there. Months passed swiftly. Damn it, I can only use the gentlest water breathing. Biting into a cookie, it's been over 2 months. I should head back. During this time, Kaijiro Rengoku and Senjuro Rengoku, as well as Ihei Shinobu, had visited. Kaijiro brought inspiring words, like warm sunlight piercing through the gloom, allowing one to regain hope. Senjuro gently inquired about my well-being. his delicate concern like a warm current in winter, reaching the heart. And Ihei Shinobu expressed his care in his unique way, with a sharp tongue. His words, though pointed, revealed a hint of unnoticeable warmth. After a long period of rigorous training, under Kaijiro Rengoku's careful guidance, I finally mastered the water-breathing technique. Whenever I closed my eyes, feeling the flow of energy within me cycle like a babbling brook, I would try to break through further. But it felt as if I hit an invisible barrier, unable to take another step forward no matter how hard I tried. Thinking this, Butterfly Shinobu descended the mountain toward the Rengoku residence. As he approached the door, he heard a familiar shout. What? Is there really no alternative to stabilize her condition? Ah, this illness runs deep. It's indeed difficult to treat. Recently, her condition has worsened, and since Neon is an island nation, medical resources are limited and advanced medications are even harder to obtain. However, about 20 miles west of here, there's a deep canyon that grows a herb called healing grass, which might provide some relief. Just as the words left his mouth, Butterfly Shinobu took off, running westward. He knew that the conversation was between Kaijiro Rengoku and the doctor, and the one whose condition needed stabilizing was Rue Rengoku, his second mother. I can't lose any more family. To find the herb that can save her, I would risk my life without hesitation. Chapter 22. Breath of Darkness. At this moment, in the serene and deep valley, an incongruous figure suddenly appeared. Under the moonlight, the person's outline was particularly clear, like a splash of color in the night, breaking the surrounding tranquility. Herbs! Herbs! Where are you hiding? A perfectly built young man, about 1.7 meters tall, was calling out anxiously. His long hair, a mix of white and purple, fluttered in the wind behind him, with a few strands gently secured by an exquisite butterfly hairpin. The sheath hanging at his waist made a faint sound with his movements, and his originally gem-like golden-purple eyes had turned dark at this moment. This person was Butterfly Night Leader. After hearing that Aunt Rua's condition had worsened and she needed herbs, he rushed to the valley without stopping, moving even faster than during training. However, this vast area was filled with plants, and finding a single herb was no easy task. As night gradually approached, Butterfly Night Leader's heart grew increasingly anxious and fearful, afraid of losing another loved one. First, it was his father Butterfly Yuming, then his mother Butterfly Meidan, and even his wife Butterfly Kanae, along with his grandmother and attendant who had accompanied him throughout his childhood. Now, he was the only one who could fight against death. As the cold wind blew through the night, the trees and bushes seemed to come alive, and Butterfly Night Leader suddenly noticed the grass ahead emitting a faint blue glow. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Great! It looks like the medicine we need." Just as he was about to reach forward to pick it, a massive figure appeared behind him. Sensing the disturbance, Butterfly Night Leader instantly turned around and drew his sunwheel blade to block the attack, but still took a few steps back. After regaining his footing, he looked ahead and saw a monster shaped like an eagle, with wings for arms and claws sharp as blades for feet. Towering over him by 3 heads, it's actually a demon birdman. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Oof. Ha 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 ha. Food has come right to my door, how delightful. The mocking voice of the demon birdman echoed as it reached out towards Butterfly Night Leader. Upon hearing this, the veins on Butterfly Night Leader's head and hands bulged, and his breathing quickened. In that moment, his anger towards the demon reached its peak. The Butterfly Night Leader quickly reacted, rolling urgently to avoid the incoming claws. With a swift motion, he unleashed the first form of water-breathing, Surface Slash, sending a glimmering arc of water shooting towards the bird demon. However, the opponent was not to be underestimated. He skillfully dodged the attack, and, with astonishing speed, grabbed the Butterfly Night Leader with his claws, dragging him into the air. The cold air continuously stimulated the Butterfly Night Leader, and seeing that he was drifting further away from the land, he used the second form of water-breathing, Water Wheel, creating a massive spiked ring that swept up towards the bird demon's claws. At that moment, the bird demon revealed a sinister smile, and his claws regained their strength. "Little demon, at this height, how will you run?" he taunted. Immediately, the bird demon soared high into the sky, looking down on the Spider Night Leader in this ancient land. In an instant, feathers fell like sharp rain, pouring down densely towards the ground. The same technique, a different fate. Last time I lost my parents, I won't make a mistake again. The Butterfly Night Leader thrust his knife forward with his left hand, shouting, water-breathing. Stay in form, drip ripple. Instantly, the water blade collided with the feather sword, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. As the Butterfly Night Leader and the bird demon exchanged attacks, they both launched their strikes. Blood Demon Art. Birdsong Frenzy Stab. Water Breathing, 4th form, Modified Tide Strike. Water Breathing, 10th form, Continuous Flow. Butterfly Knight Leader gritted through the intense pain caused by executing 2 techniques, his body feeling as if it were being burned by fierce fire. However, he did not stop. Instead, he accelerated towards the demon Birdman, propelled by the surging waves beneath his feet. The Nichiren blade in his hand sliced through the air, creating arcs of silver light that transformed into a lively water dragon. Swirling and dancing, gathering all his energy, the water dragon intertwined with the feather blades and water blades, both sides launching fierce assaults without backing down. Little demon, go to hell. The energy between the two erupted in a powerful explosion, accompanied by a massive cloud of dust and sound. Boom! The black smoke in the sky rolled like a torn space, as if the azure dragon was constantly roaring. On the ground, there were 2 deep craters, the deepest being that of Butterfly Knight Leader, who suffered indescribable pain from the fall. He felt utterly powerless, as if 4 or 5 of his ribs had broken. His body riddled with feather blades, with some places pierced through. Watching the trembling figure in the distance slowly approach him, Butterfly Knight Leader weakly murmured, "I didn't cut off his head. I failed. It seems I'm ultimately a failure." At this moment, the demon Birdman tossed aside the half-blade from his neck and said, "So close. Little demon, someone like you should just die. No one will care about you. As if you never existed in this world. Oomph, oomph. Ha 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 ha." The mocking laughter of the demon Birdman filled Butterfly Knight Leader's ears. "No one cares, that's true. I should have been long gone. It was Uncle Shinjuro who gave me a second life. This family has always surrounded me with meticulous care. I am not alone. I am Butterfly Knight Leader, a beacon of light in the darkness." Just as the demon Birdman's attack suddenly came, Butterfly Knight Leader tightly gripped the broken blade in his hand, and subtle, yet powerful energy fluctuations began to emerge from the blade. In an instant, this power, like fine rain nourishing a withered tree, enveloped the broken blade in a new brilliance, restoring its former sharpness. Butterfly Knight Leader took a deep breath of the cold air under the night sky, enduring the intense pain surging within, and suddenly unleashed an astonishing power. Her body flipped with lightning speed, kicking back the approaching enemy. Steadying herself, she positioned the Nichiren blade horizontally in front of her. Gazing at the swirling power on the blade, her voice deep and resolute. First form of the breath of darkness, Shadow Blade. As soon as the words left her mouth, she swung her wrist forward, and the sword technique, containing immense power, sliced through the night like a claw, aiming directly for her opponent's vital point. An arc-shaped black shadow blade tore through the air, accurately severing the arm of the demon Birdman. In its bewildered, twilight eyes, its head slowly fell to the ground, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Huff! Butterfly Knight Leader knelt on the ground, the energy on her blade gradually fading, leaving only half of the blade. But at this moment, she couldn't pay attention to that. She looked at the place where the herbs had been, now destroyed by the battle. Yet Butterfly Knight Leader continued to search for the unfamiliar herbs. However, everything seemed to fade into nothingness. After an endless search, Butterfly Knight Leader was left with a silent despair. Powerless, she slumped onto the cold ground, tears falling like loose beads. Gradually, a flicker of light appeared before her, and it was wonderful, wonderful. There was hope. Her eyes revealed a patch of herbs, and without a second thought, Butterfly Knight Leader carefully grabbed a large handful of herbs and returned to the Hell Mansion. Yet, after such a fierce battle, her body could no longer hold on, and she collapsed straight down. But that wouldn't let her fall like this. She stood up again, moving toward life. Chapter 23. The Teasing of Fate. I'm sorry. Hell Senior. Aunt Rengoku's condition is very serious. Even I cannot heal her. Upon hearing this, Rengoku Shinjuro's heart grew colder with pain, but he still pretended to be strong and said to the little girl in front of him, "I understand. Thank you. Little girl, don't blame yourself too much." In front of him was a woman with powder-pink eyes and long black hair that reached her waist, adorned on both sides with turquoise butterfly hairpins edged in pink. She was the Butterfly Knight Leader's beloved Butterfly Kanae. Seeing the situation, Butterfly Kanae could only take her younger sister, Butterfly Shinobu, by the hand, and after saying goodbye, they left the Hell Mansion. "Rengoku, the doctor said this illness can be treated. Don't worry," Rengoku Shinjuro said to his beloved wife, enduring the pain. However, Rengoku could see through her husband's heart. She weakly opened her mouth and said, "I understand, my husband, sister. Is there really no way to save that beautiful aunt? She seems like a really good person. Hearing her sister's words, Butterfly Kanae could only say sadly, I'm very sorry. Shinobu, I can't save her. It requires a herb that only grows in the canyon. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu stopped speaking and followed her sister back to the pharmacy. Just as Butterfly Kanae turned a corner, her heart began to race uncontrollably, urging her to quickly turn around and check. However, all she saw were a few ordinary wooden buildings. Apart from their tranquility and antiquity, there was nothing unusual. Sister? What's wrong? Butterfly Shinobu asked, seeing her sister's strange demeanor. Hearing this, Butterfly Kanae adjusted her emotions and replied, It's nothing. Let's go. Thus, the two sisters set off on their way back to the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Rengoku Kaijiro and Iguro Abanai also returned. Watching their former mother endure such pain made both of them feel sadness and grief. Suddenly, an untimely knock on the door broke the somber atmosphere. At this time, who could it be? Iguro Abanai wondered. I'll go open the door. The small Rengoku Senjuro bravely volunteered, and after careful consideration, Abanai said, Okay. If there's a problem, shout loudly. When he reached the door, Rengoku Senjuro gently opened the gate, only to be met with a shocking sight. Standing before him was a person covered in blood, holding a half-blade in one hand, with some parts of their body pierced and spikes embedded in them, looking utterly disheveled, yet clutching a large bundle of herbs in their chest. Upon seeing this person, Rengoku Senjuro couldn't help but exclaim, Knight Leader? How'd you end up like this? But Butterfly Knight Leader seemed to hear nothing, taking one difficult step after another toward the courtyard. Inside the house, Iguro Abanai and Rengoku Kaijiro heard the sounds and opened the door, just in time to see Butterfly Knight Leader covered in blood. At that moment, whether it was the Rengoku brothers or Iguro Abanai, Rengoku Shinjuro, and Rengoku on the sickbed, they were all shocked by this scene, unable to speak. Knight Leader, Iguro Abanai reacted quickly, rushing out of the house. As he reached to grab Butterfly Knight Leader, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell to her knees. But just before collapsing, she threw the herbs into the house, fearing they would be crushed. Little Leader, Rengoku looked at the child before her, worried about what had happened to her. Iguro Abanai sat on the ground, holding Butterfly Knight Leader, anxiously shouting, Hey, don't sleep, you little brat. Open your eyes. The Rengoku father and sons, along with the doctor beside them, rushed to Butterfly Knight Leader. Knight Leader, brother. The four surrounded the severely injured Butterfly Knight Leader. At this moment, the doctor inside the house exclaimed in shock, This is quiet grass. This boy. The doctor approached Butterfly Knight Leader to examine her and exclaimed in surprise, She has already been unconscious for 2 or 3 hours, relying solely on this boy's willpower. After this, everyone seemed to understand the situation. Butterfly Knight Leader must have gone to find the herbs and encountered a demon along the way, paying a heavy price to retrieve the herbs. At this moment, Rengoku's eyes glistened with tears, and she softly murmured, Little Knight Leader, why do you always push yourself so hard, never caring for your own safety? The doctor said, Let's not crowd around. First, let's give this boy a simple bandage, and then use this quiet grass to treat Rengoku-san. Chapter 24. Sparring with the flame pillar. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining down on the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Herbs! Butterfly Knight Leader suddenly awoke from her dreams, sitting up abruptly, startling Rengoku, who was beside her. Huh. Butterfly Knight Leader sat up straight, breathing in fresh air, completely unaware of Rengoku's feelings, who was left with only anger and grief since her loved ones had departed. Little Knight Leader, Rengoku gently called, warm water flowing over Butterfly Knight Leader's back, as if carrying a soothing power, gradually relaxing her tense nerves. Mother! Upon hearing Butterfly Knight Leader call like this, Rengoku slowly embraced her, gently saying, Child, don't try to be brave on your own. If you wish, I can also be your mother. In her embrace, Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't help but shed tears, gently hugging her mother. As time passed, during the 2 weeks that Butterfly Knight Leader rested, Iguro and Rengoku frequently visited, bringing various news from the outside world. Finally, Butterfly Knight Leader was able to stand again, taking her first step toward recovery. Young man, are you really going to participate in this match? Rengoku Shinjuro smiled gently, though his gaze held a hint of concern. Butterfly Shinobu responded calmly, Don't worry, Uncle Rengoku. His tone was steady and firm, as if he was already prepared to face the upcoming challenges. Upon hearing this, Rengoku Shinjuro raised his wooden sword and attacked. Unlike before, Butterfly Shinobu held the sword with both hands, bracing it against his chest to counter the attack. For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand, but gradually, Butterfly Shinobu began to feel overwhelmed. Watching from a distance, the Rengoku brothers chatted with Rengo Karuka. Mother, back then, Brother Shinobu had already lost consciousness, but why could he still move forward? Little Shinjuro asked in confusion, to which Rengo Karuka replied slowly, Shinobu has his unfinished will. The scene returns to the training ground. Alright, let's use the breathing technique. With that, Rengoku Shinjuro utilized the first form of flame breathing, flame dance, charging toward Butterfly Shinobu, spreading like a flame. Just when Rengoku Shinjuro thought Butterfly Shinobu would use water-breathing techniques to defend. Butterfly Shinobu used a technique that no one had ever seen before to counter the first form of flame breathing. She gently inhaled and whispered, darkness breathing. First form, Shadow Blade. Immediately, a swift, dark arc-shaped attack, like the most hidden blade in the night, rushed toward Kaijiro Rengoku. In the face of the sudden attack, Kaijiro Rengoku quickly reacted and executed the second form of flame breathing, Rising Flame. The flames surged like a raging tide, successfully deflecting most of the attack. However, to completely evade the remaining threat, he agilely dodged to the side, his movements seamless, showcasing his extraordinary strength and calm judgment as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing Shinobu's move, everyone was taken aback. Brother, mother, father, Shinobu has created her own breathing style. Kaijiro Rengoku exclaimed in surprise, and everyone congratulated her. Meanwhile, Kaijiro Rengoku said quietly, young one, you did well, but I can't teach you anything more. The deadly and fierce nature of that attack was evident. If this continued, she would undoubtedly become a killing machine. Chapter 25. The Learning Butterfly Shinobu. Why is that, father? Chihiro asked in confusion, while Shinobu merely nodded in response. Yes, I understand. Kaijiro-senpai. His answer left everyone present even more puzzled. Until dinner time, Kaijiro Rengoku dismissed everyone under the pretext of needing to talk and entered Rengoku's room alone. Husband, what is it? Rengoku Ryuko gently asked, her eyes filled with concern. Kaijiro Rengoku's gaze was deep as he replied, Ryuko, when I saved that child, we rushed his home. Unfortunately, upon arrival, we encountered a demon devouring innocent lives. After dealing with that evil demon, the child witnessed his parents' deaths. From that moment on, his heart was filled with endless rage, and all his emotions turned into flames of vengeance. Perhaps for him, the meaning of living is to eliminate the demons that took his loved ones' lives. After this explanation, Rengoku Ryuko furrowed her brows, her tone laced with worry. If what you say is true, then his future is likely just an empty shell. Outside, Shinobu happened to pass by and vaguely caught snippets of their conversation. However, he did not probe further and gently knocked on the door, asking softly, Ryuko mother, Kaijiro uncle, may I come in? The sudden voice startled the couple for a moment, but they quickly composed themselves and opened the door for him. Kaijiro-senpai, Shinobu said earnestly, you are one of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, but I know there are others. Therefore, I hope to train under the other Hashira as well. Hearing this, both Kaijiro Rengoku and Ryuko were momentarily stunned. This boy, he possesses such exceptional reasoning and deduction skills, deducing so much information just from their rank. Kaijiro Rengoku couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Despite their repeated attempts to dissuade him, Shinobu's unwavering determination was as solid as a rock. At that moment, Kaijiro Rengoku spoke. Each Hashira's name corresponds to the breathing techniques they master, and some also have their own unique styles. Currently, there are only the Sound Hashira, Flame Hashira, and Stone Hashira in office. The former ones include the Water Hashira and the Mist Hashira. Do you know which one you plan to visit first? Hearing this, Shinobu calculated the travel time in his mind and firmly replied, the former, Mist Hashira. Upon hearing the answer, Kaijiro Rengoku responded, all right, the former Mist Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, should be treated with respect. I will send him a message right away. If you're willing to wait, you can rest for a few more days before setting off. But Shinobu replied, no need, Kaijiro uncle, I have already packed my things and am just waiting for the map. Seeing Shinobu's speed and determination, the Rengoku couple could not insist any longer, so they prepared some supplies for the journey, and Shinobu bid farewell to them and set off that very night. After running for 2 miles, Shinobu stopped, looking back at the home he once knew. His eyes shone with determination, and though his voice was soft, it was filled with strength. I will definitely achieve my goals, eliminate all demons in this world, and bring true peace to it. With those words, he stepped forward again, resolutely continuing his journey. Fortunately, the journey was safe and uneventful. By the time the eastern sky began to lighten, Shinobu finally arrived at a quiet little town. He strolled casually down the street, bathed in the early morning light, and accidentally discovered a stall selling various masks. Attracted by the exquisite and mysterious masks, he stopped to choose one, eventually selecting a mask and gently placing it on his face. At this moment, under the morning sun, wearing a black and white outfit resembling ink wash, with a finely crafted long steel sword at his waist and his long black hair tied into a high ponytail with a delicate butterfly hairpin, he donned a mask woven with black and gold, sharp-edged, revealing only his right eye, while the left eye area was adorned with a golden butterfly pattern, making it particularly eye-catching. This was the stance of a demon slayer on the move. My main account cannot log in. So annoying. For now, this assistant account will do. Chapter 26. Visiting the former Mist Hashira as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, night quietly fell. In this deep forest, a vague figure silently emerged from a hidden corner, surrounded by an indescribable aura of mystery. Huff, it should be just a few miles more. I'm almost there, said the figure beneath the mask, who was none other than Shinobu, as he began to run. At this moment, at the base of the mountain, Master, do you really think that kid will come? A black-haired young man asked disdainfully, his blue eyes gleaming with skepticism. Below his rugged brows hung a string of delicate jade ornaments, and the silver bracelet on his wrist jingled lightly with his movements. Kagaya, don't say that. He should be on his way. It's still night. We should go meet him, said a short, white-haired old man leaning on a cane to the young man. Sanemi Shinazuwa and Kagaya stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the dark area at the foot of the mountain. As time quietly passed, the silvery moonlight gradually filled the entire valley. Finally, in the stillness, a vague figure slowly emerged from the distance, stepping closer until standing before the two. You must be the former Mist Hashira, Sanemi, right? I am here at the behest of Mr. Kaijiro Rengoku to seek your guidance, Shinobu respectfully stated. While the two beside him had differing expressions, Sanemi had a benevolent yet stern look, while Kagaya wore a face full of disdain, his eyes filled with mockery. Butterfly Knight did not show much concern about this, and soon, the group returned to their residence on the mountain to rest for the night. As the morning light began to appear, the three had gathered in the courtyard. Young man, I've heard about your deeds from purgatory, very strong. Praised Sanada Sumujiro, while Butterfly Knight silently accepted the compliment. Sanada Sumujiro then said, regarding the breathing techniques, you have already mastered water breathing, which is gentle and soft. Next, I will teach you the training method for thunder breathing. This technique emphasizes speed and explosiveness, concentrating the power of your entire body into your legs for instant acceleration and rapid strikes. Therefore, this practice will focus on endurance and strengthening leg muscles, with an exceptionally large training volume. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight's gaze was as firm as ever, and he solemnly promised Sanada-senpai, no problem, Sanada-senpai, I will definitely complete it. Hearing this, Sanada Sumujiro turned and went into the house, shortly returning with a set of training clothes, gently yet firmly saying, change into these clothes. From now on, I will be your instructor. When you are ready, we will start the first lesson, run around the mountain 10 laps. After changing into the new outfit, Butterfly Knight said nothing and walked straight down the mountain to begin his rigorous training. Watching Butterfly Knight's figure fade into the distance, Kaigaku curled his lips into a sneer and then turned to leave. Sanada Sumujiro could only sigh helplessly at this. His eldest disciple had always had such a rebellious personality since childhood, while his youngest disciple seemed too timid, a fact that appeared unchangeable. Facing the mask of Butterfly Knight, Sanada Sumujiro showed no surprise or confusion. His heart seemed to be occupied by an inexplicable tranquility. He turned and walked into the house to start packing his belongings. The peaches on Mount Tao should be ripe by this season. Perhaps I should let this young man taste the deliciousness we have here, he murmured softly, with a hint of anticipation and warmth in his tone. Chapter 27. Kaigaku's ambition, the midday sun scorched the earth, and Butterfly Knight gasped for breath after completing 10 laps of running. He stopped, bent over, and leaned on his knees, trying to calm his racing heart. Despite the rigorous training from the Flame Pillar, this 100-mile journey still left him feeling exhausted. He lifted his head and gazed at the rolling mountains in the distance, exclaiming, I didn't expect that a lap around Mount Tao would be 10 kilometers. Running continuously for 4 or 5 hours really tests one's limits. Hey, young man, it's time for lunch. Sonata Tsumajiro called out loudly from the door of the small house. As Butterfly Knight hurried over, he responded, "Got it, Sonata-sensei." Butterfly Yiling stepped into the room and, upon seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but ask Master Sangdao, "Where has Kaiwei gone? Hasn't he had dinner yet?" Hearing this, Sangdao Siwalang slightly raised his eyes and calmly replied, "He has already finished eating and has gone to train." Listening to Butterfly Yiling casually remark, "What a diligent demon slayer," there was a hint of doubt towards Kaiwei hidden beneath his calm tone. Sangdao Siwalang smiled slightly and responded in a gentle tone, "Not at all. This is just his responsibility as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." As he spoke, Sangdao Siwalang picked up 2 peaches from the table and said, "These are peaches from Mount Tao, and you happen to be here during the season. They are great for quenching thirst during training these days." His words revealed warmth and care. After a hearty meal, they took a short break before starting the afternoon training. Each of them carried a weight of 30 pounds on their legs while running 5 laps around Mount Tao, which made Butterfly Yiling run until nightfall. However, midway through, in an alley of the small town, he saw a familiar figure angrily trying to snatch money from a child. Although he was reluctant to intervene, he couldn't resist the slight kindness in his heart. When he spoke up to stop the man, he instantly fled. After reassuring the child, Butterfly Yiling continued his training. As night fell and the bright moon quietly rose, it seemed to gently dispel the remnants of daylight. Leaning against an old tree, Butterfly Yiling gently turned a dripping red peach in his hand and began to savor it leisurely, surrounded by an indescribable sense of tranquility and ease. After finishing his training, Butterfly Yiling appeared exceptionally fatigued, yet his alertness was higher than ever. Just as he was about to enjoy his food, he suddenly caught a barely audible sound in his ear. Though soft, the sound was enough to make Butterfly Yiling straighten up instantly. Driven by instinctive curiosity, he stealthily approached the source of the sound. "Oof, that damn old man. Teaching his own disciple isn't enough, and now there's another brat wearing a black and gold mask. Why, I still can't master the first form. Teaching without skill. Once I develop powerful strength, I will make you all pay." Butterfly Knight Leader eavesdropped on Kuai Yu's voice, frowning and thinking to himself, "Indeed, he is a heartless person, unscrupulous in his pursuit of power, a despicable villain." However, Butterfly Knight Leader had no way to counter this, only letting out a silent sigh. After listening to Kuai Yu's shouts for several minutes, he left, while Kuai Yu remained completely unaware, continuing his way towards the mountaintop after cursing. Chapter 28, Breath of Darkness, Type 2 Shadow of Sudden Change as Night Fell. Butterfly Knight Leader walked alone along the dim forest path, the scene from earlier echoing repeatedly in his mind. Kuai Yu, ambitious and unmotivated, a despicable villain, humph. His heart was filled with disdain and contempt, yet when he cast his gaze towards the distant end of the road, that complex emotion quietly settled, ultimately transforming into a secret deeply hidden within. Butterfly Yiling quietly listened to the careful teachings of Sangdao Ziwalang, day after day, month after month, for nearly a month and a half. Finally, on a silent night, his efforts bore fruit. At that moment, Butterfly Yiling was hidden deep within the Peach Mountain in a secluded forest. The cold wind gently brushed by, but could not shake his resolute heart. Taking 3 deep breaths, Butterfly Yiling gradually regained his balance. After the rigorous training by Sangdao Ziwalang, the strength of her lower body was finally able to perfectly coordinate with her upper body, reaching an unprecedented level. Feeling the soft air caress his skin, cool and refreshing, Butterfly Yiling's mind became calm. In his mind, the memories of the Breath of Darkness replayed, like scenes from a movie. Every detail of the initial valley battle and recent training was fresh in his memory. As the recollections deepened, Butterfly Yiling felt a powerful force gathering between his legs, as if ready to burst forth at any moment, leading him to new heights. Using the first form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Blade, this time he combined the Breath of Thunder and the Breath of Darkness to create a new sword technique. The second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Burst. At this moment, Butterfly Yiling held the blade firmly, gathering a massive wave of dark energy between his legs and arms. In the instant he shouted the name of the technique, his Nicaran blade was drawn, and he lunged forward, moving with incredible speed, even faster than the first form of the Breath of Thunder, Thunderclap. Originally thinking this technique was not much different from the first form of the Breath of Thunder, Butterfly Yiling had no intention of stopping. His goal was only to reach the Supreme Realm. In his field of vision, Butterfly Yiling tightly gripped the handle of his sword and once again gathered power, swinging out a sharp blade of light. Seemingly teleporting, his figure instantly appeared on a branch of a large tree, clearly adjusting the direction of his attack. Seeing this, Butterfly Yiling did not hold back, but instead intensified his assault. The blade light in his hand sliced through the night sky like lightning, his figure changing rapidly on the grass, among the treetops, in midair, and even in the dirt, teleporting 6 times in succession, each accompanied by a fierce blade edge. Although Butterfly Yiling longed to advance further, this was already his limit and the final chapter of this sword technique. The incantation-like phrase of the second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Burst, echoed repeatedly in Butterfly Yiling's mind, as if etched deep within his soul. As the last bit of power was exhausted, Butterfly Yiling's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Clearly, this technique of the second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Burst, was not only incredibly powerful, but also extremely exhausting. However, thinking about the results of his hard training over the past month, a sense of indescribable satisfaction surged within Butterfly Yiling's heart. Despite being utterly exhausted, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly fell down. Chapter 29. Training with the Sound Pillar. Who? Several owls let out sharp cries from the treetops, breaking the silence of the dark forest. In this darkness, a figure slowly pushed itself up from the ground, leaning against a nearby tree trunk to steady itself. This was none other than Butterfly Yiling, who had previously collapsed from exhaustion. Where's this place? Butterfly Yiling awoke from his faint, his memory hazy, and the surrounding scene left him confused. However, as his consciousness gradually cleared, he recalled everything that had happened, realizing the immense physical consumption caused by using the second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Burst. He then stood up and headed toward the top of Peach Mountain, thinking in his mind about how to completely master and utilize this sword technique by improving his physical stamina and other bodily functions. After walking for a long time, looking at the sun gradually rising on the horizon, Butterfly Yiling realized he had been unconscious for half a night. But then he thought that since he was alone, no one would care, and he continued to lift his feet. Meanwhile, Sangdao Ziwalang stood outside the house with a worried expression, pacing back and forth. When he finally saw the boy walking in the distance, he felt relieved and said as he approached, "You brat, where have you been all night? You really worry me." Hearing Sangdao Ziwalang's words, layers of waves stirred in Butterfly Yiling's heart. Although Sangdao was my master, we had no blood relationship. Why would he care so much about me? Butterfly Yiling pondered silently, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. So, Butterfly Yiling briefly explained, but did not mention the incident regarding the Breath of Darkness. After listening, Sangdao Ziwalang said, "That's good. I was worried about you. Come in and eat." The two then entered the house to dine. After a while, the two arrived in the courtyard. Sangdao Ziwalang gazed at the boy in front of him, his tone firm and filled with anticipation. "Yiling, now that your foundation is solid, it's time to face the final trial." Saying this, he slowly walked to a corner of the courtyard and took out 2 heavy sandbags, carefully tying them to Butterfly Yiling's lower legs. Each of these sandbags weighed 10 pounds. "If you can successfully avoid my attacks in this state, you will pass." "Did you hear that?" Sangdao Ziwalang looked seriously at Butterfly Yiling, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. Butterfly Yiling did not respond immediately, but first tried to move his legs, feeling his body state. Then he firmly said, "Understood, Master Sangdao. I will do my best to avoid them." Since their clothes were suitable for such training, as soon as the words fell, they both plunged into this harsh trial. As night fell, day after day, every evening when dusk settled, Butterfly Yiling returned home battered and bruised. However, time does not disappoint any soul that works hard. As the days passed, his reactions became sharper and his movements more agile. Initially, he was almost completely covered in wounds. Gradually, the scars reduced to a few sword marks, until finally, there were only 1 or 2 minor scrapes left. This was not only a leap in skill, but also a testament to will and courage. Finally, in the twilight of today, as Sangdao Ziwalang delivered his last strike, Butterfly Yiling stood unharmed, proving the success of his training. At that moment, the setting sun seemed to coat him in a layer of golden light, highlighting his indomitable figure. Chapter 30. Zenitsu Agatsuma, I did it, Senior Sangdao. Butterfly Yiling reported expressionlessly to Sangdao Ziwalang, who was beside him, beaming with joy, patting his shoulder and praising. "Good boy. I knew that with your hard training over these days, you would definitely succeed. Yes, there are also many results from the teachings of my seniors." "Ha ha ha, you little brat. Don't tease me." That was your reaction speed slowing down. In the distance, Inosuke quietly listened to their conversation, pretending to be indifferent on the surface, but inwardly calculating. Hurry up and leave, then Master can focus on teaching me alone. A hint of unnoticeable anticipation flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, an untimely cry broke the tranquility. Grandpa! Grandpa! This familiar voice startled Sangdao Ziwalang, and he quickly looked up, his gaze anxiously directed towards the sound. In just a few seconds, a figure rushed into his arms like a gust of wind. Ah, you're back. Have you taken care of things? It's all done. Grandpa! Sangdao Ziwalang embraced a youth of medium build with short black hair, constantly expressing concern. After a while, he released the boy, looking at Butterfly Yiling's puzzled expression, and explained, "This is my little disciple, Agitsuma Zenitsu." Then, Sanjo Takanori began to tell the story. Kamadu Zenitsu, an ordinary boy so plain that he could easily be overlooked, harbored unknown fragility and dreams deep within his heart. Abandoned as an orphan since childhood, he struggled on the path of growth. Despite holding a grand dream of becoming a hero, the cruel reality relentlessly shattered his hopes. No one ever looked at him with expectation. Failure and tears became constant companions on his journey. Due to his inherent hearing issues, many chose to distance themselves from him, and he often faced cold mockery. Nevertheless, Kamadu Zenitsu spent 15 years alone in the city. However, fate seemed never to favor him. The most heartbreaking moment came when the girl he loved eloped with another man behind his back. Not only that, but he also became entangled in a carefully crafted scam, losing all his hard-earned money and signing heavy IOUs one after another. In the darkest moment of his life, Kamadu Zenitsu met the former Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Sanjo Takanori, who helped him repay his debts. Zenitsu then became his disciple, but due to various matters and time constraints, he had never met Butterfly Shinobu. After listening to Sanjo Takanori's explanation, Butterfly Shinobu did not say much, but seemed to look at Kamadu Zenitsu with a sense of empathy. However, their experiences were not the same. Zenitsu's was the sorrow of life's misfortunes, while Shinobu's was the pain of life and death. Grandpa, who is this? Oh, let me introduce you to. Under Sanjo Takanori's explanation, Kamadu Zenitsu gazed at the person before him, his heart filled with doubt. Is it really as Grandpa said? Is this person truly an emotionless being? At the same time, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze shifted to Kamadu Zenitsu. Her black and gold butterfly mask seemed to see through the heart, staring intently at Zenitsu, causing him to shiver involuntarily and quickly look away. Senpai Sanjo, I will be leaving tomorrow morning. Thank you for your guidance over the past few days, Butterfly Shinobu said. The other three harbored different feelings. Kaigaku could hardly hide his inner excitement and anticipation. Kamadu Zenitsu and Sanjo Takanori both revealed a touch of regret. Great, that bastard is finally leaving. It's a pity we just met and he has to go. I wanted to exchange some blows. Although he knew it, after such a long time, he felt a bit reluctant and worried. After a while, Sanjo Takanori was the first to break the silence, calling everyone inside to enjoy dinner. Chapter 31. Weeping under the night light after dinner. Butterfly Shinobu sat alone on the rooftop platform, gently gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. I will never back down. I will slay all the demons. This is my vow, and also for the revenge of Kanae. This firm belief echoed in Butterfly Shinobu's heart like a spell, again and again, growing stronger. Just as night fell, the boy quietly stood by the lake, looking up at the bright moon. The silver light shone in his clear eyes, as if the whole world had paused for a moment. He stretched out his hand, as if wanting to touch that unreachable light. At that moment, the scene froze into a beautiful painting, with the boy and the moon weaving a dreamy poem belonging to the night. At this time, a faint scratching sound broke the night silence, and Butterfly Shinobu involuntarily turned to look. After a while, a familiar yet strange figure finally appeared in view. Kamadu Zenitsu. Why did he appear at this moment? Huff, huff. At this time, Kamadu Zenitsu was gasping for breath. His untrained body found it very difficult to climb the 7 or 8 meter wall. Nisan, why are you sitting here? Kamadu Zenitsu asked. To relieve myself. The cold 4 words echoed in Kamadu Zenitsu's ears. He thought to himself, really, these words sound so cold-blooded. Then, can I sit here for a while? You can, he said. Is it really this easy? I thought it would be much harder. After finishing his words, Kamadu Zenitsu thought for a while and then asked the first question. Nisan, what is your current goal or dream? To slay all the demons in the world. Without thinking for a second, Butterfly Shinobu replied firmly. And after that, Kamadu Zenitsu's second question followed. Perhaps to live in obscurity or be a wanderer, living alone for a lifetime. Or maybe, Butterfly Shinobu did not finish the last sentence. As far as he knew, the end would be suicide. After hearing this, Kamado Zenitsu pondered for a moment and then asked the final question. Nisan, do you really have no emotions? After thinking for a moment, Butterfly Shinobu replied, not before, but now. Why not before? Can you elaborate, Brother Shinobu? My wife Zenitsu, fighting off his fatigue out of curiosity, asked. Although I didn't understand my wife Zenitsu's question and answer, I patiently began to narrate. In the past, I was born into a happy family. Thanks to my ancestors' hard work, we were quite wealthy. My parents, along with my caring grandmother and servants, were all very kind-hearted, and we lived in harmony. When I reached a certain age, my parents arranged a marriage for me. I seem to have seen my fiancée, before. It was love at first sight. I thought that as soon as I came of age, I could marry her, and happiness would last forever. However, I never imagined that the demon would not only destroy my family, but also take the lives of my parents and everyone in our household. I thought everything had come to an end, but then I learned from my parents that they had perished at the hands of the demon before my family did, leaving only this illusory scene behind, which I found hard to accept. After speaking, Butterfly Shinobu took a deep breath of fresh air, trying to calm the turmoil within. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on my wife Zenitsu, who was sleeping beside him, without any unnecessary movements. Butterfly Shinobu gently held Zenitsu in his arms, carefully leaping down from the rooftop and into the house, softly placing him on his bed, and then quietly leaving. Chapter 32. Instructions and departure. After putting Zenitsu down, Butterfly Shinobu returned to his temporary room, considering the itinerary for the next morning, and went to sleep early. Having a dreamless night, as the sun began to rise, the earth slowly awakened from slumber, and the crisp sounds of birdsong broke the tranquil air, adding vibrant colors to the land. Just as the sky revealed a hint of light in the midst of the Peach Mountains, Butterfly Shinobu had already shouldered his pack and embarked on a new journey. Hey, remember to come back and see me when you have time. Oh, and remember to eat the peaches in your pack on the way. Also, Butterfly Knight quietly listened to every word of S. Shima Ziwalang, as if a warm current gently flowed into her heart. After S. Shima Ziwalang finished speaking, she slowly raised her eyes and lightly parted her lips to respond. Senior S. Shima, I feel honored to have received your careful guidance over the past few months. During this time, I have not only gained valuable knowledge, but also felt your warmth and kindness, like the sunshine of spring, as well as the acceptance and tolerance of your disciples. Therefore, I truly do not wish to see someone like you burdened with any unnecessary weight. Regarding your eldest disciple, Kaigaku, I kindly ask you to pay close attention and observe him cautiously. In the first half of the conversation, S. Shima Ziwalang felt warmth in his heart. However, as the discussion deepened, the topic gradually shifted to his eldest disciple, Kaigaku. Ziwalang's emotions slightly stirred. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of displeasure arose within him, prompting him to explain. Young lady, I am well aware of my eldest disciple Kaigaku's character. I am confident that under my guidance, he will step onto the righteous path step by step. Therefore, there is no need for you to have any doubts about him. As for words like guard against, they need not be mentioned. As his master, if I cannot even provide the most basic trust, how can I bear the title of master? Listening to S. Shima Ziwalang, keenly sensing the underlying dissatisfaction in her tone, Butterfly Knight realized that further words might provoke unnecessary disputes, so she wisely chose to remain silent. Looking at Butterfly Knight's silent demeanor, S. Shima Ziwalang did not say more. He silently turned away, reached back with his hand and gently waved, saying softly, "Be careful on your way." As S. Shima Ziwalang stepped into the courtyard, his eldest disciple Kaigaku immediately rushed forward, eagerly speaking. "Master, please continue to guide my swordsmanship." Faced with his eldest disciple's words, S. Shima Ziwalang naturally could not refuse. Glancing at the distant wooden house, he took a deep breath and called out loudly, "It's time to get up." The Butterfly Knight lingered in the distance for a long time before slowly departing. The days spent together had deeply engraved the image of Tanshan Rong in his heart, becoming an indelible scenery. With light steps, the conversations with the sound Hashira echoed repeatedly in his mind, each word like a lighthouse guiding his direction. After much contemplation, finally, a clear answer surfaced in his heart. Although he knew that the breath of sound originated from a branch of the breath of thunder, there were still subtle differences between the two. Even if he couldn't master entirely new techniques, deepening and solidifying his grasp of the second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Strike, would still be greatly beneficial. With this in mind, Butterfly Knight took out a pen and ink from his bag, preparing to write a letter to Rengoku Shinjuro, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Sound Hashira. Chapter 33. The concern of the flame pillar at this moment, in the courtyard of the Rengoku residence. Sunlight poured through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows. Rengoku Shinjuro was patiently guiding Rengoku Kyudru and Iguro Abanai in practicing swordsmanship. The tips of their swords drew silver arcs in the air, each swing embodying a perfect combination of power and technique. Not far away, leaning against the doorframe, Rengoku Ruka held the young Rengoku Senjuro in her arms. Although the herbs sent by Butterfly Knight could only temporarily alleviate the injuries and not cure them completely, Ruka's face still radiated a warm smile. This scene was like a warm family portrait, quietly unfolding in the tranquility of the afternoon. At this moment, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. Flame Pillar, you have a letter. Hearing this voice, Rengoku Kyudru slowly halted his actions and walked toward the door with a steady pace. Flame Pillar, here, thank you. After the messenger swiftly completed the exchange and left, Rengoku Shinjuro stepped into the courtyard with steady steps. Father, Uncle Rengoku, whose letter is it? It should be from the Night Leader's boy. Rengoku Shinjuro replied as he approached Ruka with his two disciples and sat down. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Rengoku Shinjuro opened the envelope and read aloud in a cheerful voice. Uncle Shinjuro, Aunt Ruka, Brother Kyudru, Brother Senjuro, and Abanai, long time no see. Although we can only communicate through letters, I am unable to visit in person due to training, and I feel deeply sorry for it. However, my longing for you has never diminished. Additionally, I have one request. I hope to obtain the current Sound Hashira's address. I have now completed the rigorous training under the guidance of my predecessor, Kenjuro, and am about to go train with the Sound Hashira. As the last line of text entered their sight, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. The name of Butterfly Knight felt like warm sunlight, piercing through the fog of time and illuminating everyone's hearts. However, amidst this joy, a hint of sentimentality also arose. After all, it had only been a few short months since Butterfly Knight had trained under the Sound Hashira. This journey, though brief, was filled with challenges and growth. Witnessing his extraordinary perseverance. Afterward, Rengoku Shinjuro returned indoors and carefully drew a directional map of the Sound Hashira's residence on paper. Outside, Rengoku Ruka, with a worried expression, anxiously instructed, Kyudru, Senjuro, Abanai, you all quickly go inside and help me get some clothes. I will prepare some rice balls. Ruka knew well that over the past few months, Butterfly Knight had exerted all his effort to complete the task. Otherwise, he could not have done it so quickly. The only clothes available were the ones he was wearing, and the previous food had long been exhausted. Now, new food and daily necessities were urgently needed. It was this meticulous care that deeply touched Butterfly Knight's heart. Additionally, after Rengoku Shinjuro finished drawing the map, he wrote down caring words at the back. Take care. Don't overexert yourself, and remember to come back and visit. Everyone misses you. Although Butterfly Knight had a cold demeanor, like a lonely star in the night sky, over time, he had quietly integrated into the Rengoku family, becoming an indispensable member. In this warm and powerful collective, even the coldest heart would bloom its own light at some point. After everyone finished packing the items to send to Butterfly Knight, they handed them over to the messenger for delivery. Chapter 34. Moving forward. The Sound Hashira Ninja clan, the sunlight pierced through the clouds like golden threads, falling onto the earth, while a few small birds gracefully soared beneath the azure sky. In the woods, Butterfly Knight tightly held the package left by the Rengoku family, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. There's so many clothes and food, Butterfly Knight whispered, his voice tinged with surprise. However, beneath this unexpected joy, a warm current surged within him, like a ray of sunlight in winter, warm and bright. The map. I didn't expect I took the wrong direction. Butterfly Knight couldn't help but smile wryly, casting his gaze toward the slowly setting sun. Secretly calculating in his heart, time was running short, but fortunately, there was still a little leeway. Saying this, Butterfly Knight unhesitatingly adjusted his pace and hurried in the right direction. As he quickened his steps, the surrounding sky also shifted, transitioning from the initial azure to a gentle dusk, ultimately sinking into the boundless night. When darkness completely enveloped the earth, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. Everything in the world seemed to be imbued with new meaning. At this moment, in a rarely visited place, those entities that usually hid in the shadows quietly awakened, wandering under the night, searching for souls that had lost their way, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, fate seemed particularly favorable to Butterfly Knight, as not a single trace of a demon was seen along the way. But this did not bring Butterfly Knight relief. Instead, he frowned. It's deep night now. Why is there not even a shadow of a demon? I was hoping to take this opportunity to test my sword skills. Could it be that they are using ninjutsu to conceal themselves? A bizarre thought flashed through Butterfly Knight's mind, and he immediately shook his head in self-mockery. However, this seemingly ridiculous idea did not completely dissipate from his mind. Instead, it sparked a new contemplation. According to Uncle Rengoku, the current Sound Hashira actually came from a ninja clan. Although he had never heard of them, they must be skilled in speed and hidden weapons. Suddenly, a crisp and hearty voice, with a hint of steadiness, floated over from a distance. Well done, kid. Your analysis is quite on point, but only half correct. Now, let me test your strength. Fifth form of the breath of sound. Melody of the strings. Then, two daggers connected by a chain were hurled towards Butterfly Knight like a whirlwind, creating a large explosion that left Butterfly Knight unable to react. This smell is gunpowder. As the attack reached about 5 to 6 meters away from him, Butterfly Knight immediately reacted, tilting his body and using the second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Strike. He managed to dodge the attack from the two daggers with the first segment of the strike, but the attack changed direction in an instant, heading straight for Butterfly Knight. Leaving him shocked, he promptly used the second segment of the strike. Ha ha! Your reaction speed is decent, but still a bit lacking compared to me. The person wielding the two daggers exclaimed excitedly. To this, Butterfly Knight could only hurriedly respond to the attack, quickly executing the third, fourth, and fifth segments. But all were used for dodging. This person's attacks, although flawed, had an incredibly fast reaction speed, allowing them to respond swiftly and counterattack every time, leaving no moment of vulnerability. Butterfly Knight was deeply astonished. Although the speed of the second form is very fast, the gaps between each segment are still enough for others to take advantage of. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Butterfly Knight keenly caught a glimpse of a flaw in the opponent. He quickly adjusted his posture, concentrated all his strength on the final attack, and accurately hit the target. With a muffled sound, the opponent's body jolted, retreating several steps, clearly affected by a significant impact. Truly worthy of the title given by Purgatory. Indeed, very powerful. The future is promising. The latter stood up and said cheerfully, I am the current Sound Hashira, the god of the magnificent festival. Yuzui Tenjin. Chapter 35. The Breath of Butterfly and Flower. Sister, let's take a break. A voice like a celestial melody echoed, adding a touch of lively beauty to this tranquil world. Little Butterfly Shinobu gracefully ran to her sister Butterfly Kanae, her eyes sparkling with concern and tenderness. I understand, Shinobu. Butterfly Kanae replied softly, her tone carrying an imperceptible firmness. Although the departure of their parents and Butterfly Knight weighed heavily on her heart like a heavy stone, she knew that what mattered most at this moment was to protect every person on this land. She couldn't let personal sorrow become a stumbling block on the path forward. After this event, the Butterfly sisters realized the true existence of demons. They understood that if these evil spirits continued to roam the world, more innocent people would lose their loved ones. Thus, the sisters resolutely joined the Demon Slayer Corps, vowing to sever this endless darkness. Hearing that demons could also be born from humans, an infinite compassion surged within Butterfly Kanae. She firmly believed that among those terrifying evil spirits, there must exist kind-hearted souls who did not wish to harm others. Butterfly Kanae dreams of a world where humans and demons can coexist harmoniously, sharing this land together. In stark contrast, Butterfly Shinobu harbors a deep hatred for all demons. The two sisters, introduced by the Stone Hashira, are currently training under the guidance of the injured retired Flower Hashira, Kyuju Rengoku. Note: in Demon Slayer, it is not specified who the previous Flower Hashira is or who taught Butterfly Kanae, so this is a creative addition to fit the main storyline. Although Kyuju Rengoku has retired due to injury, she continues to mentor and train new swordsmen, with Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu as her disciples. Despite her approachable and gentle demeanor and occasional gossip, her training sessions are quite strict, making it difficult for the Butterfly sisters. Under Kyuju Rengoku's careful guidance, Butterfly Kanae mastered the Breath of Flowers technique in just a few days, improving her skills rapidly. Compared to her younger sister, Butterfly Shinobu, Kanae not only has a few years on her, but also possesses a significant physical advantage. However, this does not make Kanae proud or complacent. Instead, she practices diligently, striving for perfection. On the other hand, Butterfly Shinobu, who is competitive and slightly irritable, hides a deep-seated insecurity within. Whenever she sees her sister's nearly perfect performance, a complex mix of emotions wells up inside her, as she longs to catch up to Kanae, but fears she may never reach such heights. Despite this, her resentment and insecurity become obstacles in her training, causing her to be distracted and sometimes lose motivation. My sister is an exceptional swordsman who can master breathing techniques, while I am weak, unable to sever a demon's neck or lift that heavy blade, let alone master breathing techniques. This thought pierced Butterfly Shinobu's heart like a sharp knife, leaving her immersed in self-doubt and inferiority for a long time. As her mentor, Kyuju Rengoku, and sister Butterfly Kanae, how could they not see through Shinobu's delicate heart? Occasionally, during their leisure time, Kanae gently guides her little sister, attempting to untangle the knots in her heart. Thus, training continued day by day. Although Butterfly Shinobu and the Butterfly Sisters are part of the Demon Slayer Corps, due to a series of reasons, they remain unaware of certain matters. Chapter 36. Shinobu discovers a new world. I'm on it. With his crisp declaration, the Butterfly Sisters and everyone at the large table raise their chopsticks, indulging in the wonderful time of this lavish lunch. However, everyone at the table had their own thoughts. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective duties. Kyuju Rengoku continued to carefully teach Kanae the breath of flowers. The members of the pharmacy were busy treating the injured. Only Butterfly Shinobu remained silent at the side, her gaze deep and pensive. Kanae, your stance is off in the third form. Take a break and adjust. Sorry, I understand. Master, after a long training session, Butterfly Kanae got some rest and, while preparing to drink water, caught a glimpse of the downcast Butterfly Shinobu. She then gracefully walked over with 2 cups of water. Shinobu, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Butterfly Kanae asked gently, her eyes filled with concern. Gazing at Kanae's gentle and caring face, Shinobu weighed her thoughts internally and finally spoke slowly, revealing the reason. Sister, I'm weak and can't lift the sword, so I can't learn breathing techniques. I've watched you grow step by step, and I can't even perform the simplest movements. Hearing Shinobu's words, Butterfly Kanae raised her gentle hand and stroked her sister's head, kindly saying, "Oh, Shinobu, don't be like this. This isn't the Shinobu I know. We were born into a family of pharmacists, and we can help mix medicines to treat the injured." Then, a spark of inspiration hit Butterfly Kanae, and she excitedly turned to Shinobu, her eyes shining with intelligence. Shinobu, our family is not only skilled at making potions, but also at concocting poisons. Since Demon's weakness is wisteria, why don't we extract wisteria into liquid form? Before she could finish, Shinobu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Yes. Sister, I can infuse the wisteria liquid into the tip of my blade, making it lighter, and then turn slashes into thrusts. This way, I can deal with those evil demons." Suddenly, a pair of gentle and fair hands wrapped around the Butterfly Sisters, and from the gap between them emerged a delicate, oval face, with a high ponytail swaying in the wind. Those pink eyes sparkled with light, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye added to her charm. "Really? That's wonderful," Kyuju Rengoku exclaimed with delight. It turned out she had been quietly listening to the conversation between the Butterfly Sisters, and when she heard Kanae's plan, she couldn't help but be impressed. "Master, you were listening the whole time?" Little Butterfly Shinobu instantly reacted, surprise flashing in her eyes, her tone incredulous. "Oh, Shinobu, you shouldn't say that. I'm doing this for your emotional well-being. I didn't expect Master to be so childlike," Butterfly Kanae teased. Upon hearing this, Kyuju Rengoku straightened her back, hands on her hips, her eyes shining with determination and brightness, proudly declaring, "No matter how old you are, you must have a heart that keeps up with the times, is cheerful, optimistic, and full of childlike wonder." This appearance was both resolute and endearing, making the observing Butterfly Sisters unable to help but applaud. "All right, let us go, Kanae. Continue. I will speak for Shinobu's blade." Then, the members of the pharmacy began energetically returning to their tasks, and even Butterfly Shinobu gained confidence and practiced her swordsmanship. Chapter 37. 3 Wives? Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tengen. Butterfly Shinobu's action of holding the blade paused for a moment. Then she realized that the person in front of her was the one she was looking for. However, the tall and robust figure of the Sound Hashira with his significant height, white hair, and clothes without the Demon Slayer core sleeves, wore a headpiece adorned with several diamonds. In his left eye was painted with radiating red makeup, complemented by a red scarf. Upon closer inspection, each of his fingernails was painted a different color, and he wore golden bracelets below his deltoid muscles on both arms, with golden bangles on his hands. This impressive image deeply imprinted itself in Butterfly Shinobu's heart, making her think, so cool. Before the two could greet each other, three distinctly different voices suddenly came from afar. Tengen-sama, you're so handsome. Suma, don't be so reckless. Tengen-sama is talking to that little girl. All right, Suma, Makio, stop dawdling. As the voices grew clearer, three women dressed in ninja attire quietly appeared before the two. Huh? Didn't we say you weren't allowed to come? It's quite dangerous outside. Yuzui Tenjin scolded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the three women in front of him. The girl in blue bit her lip and said softly, we were worried about you. Tengen-sama, afraid that something might happen to you. The other two girls nodded gently, their eyes filled with concern. Butterfly Knight looked at the four people with a hint of confusion and asked Yusue Tenjin, are these three women your family? Upon hearing Butterfly Knight's question, Yusue Tenjin immediately put on a proud expression and announced, oh, these are my three wives, Suma, Miku, and Hinetsuru. As soon as Butterfly Knight heard Yusue Tenjin's words, his expression suddenly changed, and he trembled slightly as he uttered three wives. Ignoring Butterfly Knight's shock, Yusue Tenjin continued speaking until the commotion from the three women brought him back to reality, and he turned to see his three wives surrounding Butterfly Knight. Oh, this black butterfly pattern mask looks so nice. I definitely want Lord Tenjin to buy one in the future. Little brother, you even have a pink-green butterfly hairpin tied to your high ponytail? Hearing Suma's words, Hinetsuru and Miku couldn't help but direct their gaze towards the exquisite hairpin. Just as their fingertips were about to touch it, Butterfly Knight suddenly broke through the encirclement like a flash of lightning, moving so swiftly that even Yusue Tenjin was moved. So fast. Unbeknownst to them, Butterfly Knight's mind was occupied by a heart-wrenching memory, and his earlier movements were merely instinctive reactions. Three wives, who could be protected in an era of rampant demons, yet I can't protect a single one. At this moment, it seemed as if there were two Butterfly Knights in his mind, one continuously questioning and the other endlessly blaming himself, causing him a splitting headache. Why didn't you protect them? Tell me. I'm so incompetent, it's all my fault. The four noticed Butterfly Knight clutching his head, looking pained, and quickly gathered around to check on him. However, as soon as they got close, they found that Butterfly Knight had quietly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Ah, Lord Tenjin, he's unconscious. Hey, Suma, don't be so loud. Just as Suma and Miku began to argue again, Yusue Tenjin and Hinetsuru had already tacitly lifted Butterfly Knight onto their backs, the former calling out to the quarreling duo as they headed home. Chapter 38. So gloomy, Tenjin. It's time to eat. Got it. Hinetsuru. Lord Tenjin, it's already noon. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Yusue Tenjin couldn't help but fall into thought. According to the letter from hell, this boy had rapidly grown under the guidance of two Hashira, making swift progress. Could it be that the training was too harsh and he was too eager to achieve results? After considering this, Yusue Tenjin spoke. Hinetsuru, could you please make a soup to replenish his energy and blood? Hinetsuru gently replied, understood. Lord Tenjin. Suma, what are you doing? Before Suma could respond, Miku quickly rushed forward, grabbing his ear and angrily scolding. Hey, don't touch that hairpin again. If it weren't for touching it yesterday, how would this little brother suddenly faint? I know, Lord Tenjin. Miku is bullying me. Come save me. Watching this harmonious scene, Yusue Tenjin couldn't help but reach out to pat the heads of the two girls, causing Miku and Suma to instantly stop their quarrel and quiet down. However, the sleeping Butterfly Knight could not relax in the same way. In his dreams, he continuously reflected on his actions, and those few words felt like sharp blades, cutting through his heart and making him feel unprecedentedly vulnerable. Initially, he tried to downplay everything, but as his thoughts continued to churn, the weight of his feelings grew stronger, ultimately causing his consciousness to sink deeper into sleep. Although he had forgotten the matter, Butterfly Knight couldn't wake up as if bound by chains. Helpless, he could only choose to go with the flow, drifting in this dream. With nothing to do, he began to recall the battle from last night. The heavy dual blades, the swift attack style, the astonishing speed and reaction, and the explosions that occurred during attacks, creating blind spots for the enemies. Was this the characteristic of the sound, breathing sword technique? However, gradually, Butterfly Knight sensed something was amiss, and doubt arose in his heart. Wait a minute, he murmured to himself. I remember Uncle Shinjiro once said that no breathing technique would bring about substantial physical changes, but this sound breathing. Before he could finish his thought, Butterfly Knight's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a spark of inspiration had pierced through the fog in his mind, dissipating all doubts. Recalling how Yusue Tengen's dual blades had been constantly moving when he first used the sword technique, causing explosions and a wisp of smoke during collisions. Combined with the small holes on the blades, Butterfly Knight suddenly thought of an item: gunpowder. With this thought, Butterfly Knight fell into contemplation, and a warm current flowed through his body. Gradually, he began to slowly open his eyes. Lord Tengen, wake up. This little brother is awake. At that moment, the voices of men and women talking entered Butterfly Knight's ears. Just after waking up, he was dazedly staring at the ceiling when suddenly a figure rushed in. It was Yusue Tengen. Oh, the boy finally woke up. It seems my magnificent festival deity's blessing worked. Hearing Yusue Tengen say this, Butterfly Knight couldn't help but feel his head go blank. Did this festival deity really exist? But thinking of the sword techniques and skills Yusue Tengen had used, Butterfly Knight slowly said to him, You're too clever, cunning. Chapter 39. Learn, want to learn, must learn. Ah, what? Yusue Tengen frowned upon hearing Butterfly Knight's words, falling into confusion. However, he did not delve deeper, but quickly adjusted his thoughts, asking with concern, How is your physical condition? What exactly happened last night? In response, Butterfly Knight lightly replied, It's just a headache due to long-term training. There's no need to worry. Yusue Tengen nodded gently, indicating his understanding. However, Hinetsuru and the others couldn't hide their worry and urgently retorted, This isn't acceptable. If your body is unwell, you should rest properly. Lord Tengen, you think so too, right? Just as Yusue Tengen was about to turn to leave, he was met with the pitiful gazes of Suma, Miku, and Hinetsuru. Their eyes revealed endless hope and innocence. Their lively and beautiful gazes seemed to speak, striking directly at the heart. Faced with such a scene, even Yusue Tengen, who was a steadfast ninja, couldn't help but feel weak and ultimately chose to compromise. Ah, cough, 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 Hinetsuru and the others are right. You should rest more. Nightling boy. With that, Yusue Tengen hurriedly left the room. Once his figure completely disappeared from view, the three women gathered around Butterfly Knight again and introduced themselves in turn. The first to speak was a girl wearing a blue open dress, with a black shawl and blue eyes, who looked somewhat dazed. I'm Suma. Your name is Butterfly Knight, right? Then I'll call you Nightling Brother. Next was a girl with a red open dress, short hair in a high ponytail, dual-colored hair, gold in the front and black in the back, who had a delicate face. And she spoke, Miku, nice to meet you. Finally, the last one, who had a gentle and kind image, wore a light purple and pink open outfit, with black hair tied in a high ponytail, no extra adornments on her face, and a tear mole under her eye that made her even more charming, said, Hello, Nightling little brother, my name is Hinetsuru. After spending some time together, the personalities of the two sisters took shape in Butterfly Knight's mind. Sister Samire was timid and prone to tears, but seemed to like both men and women, while Sister Muksu was hot-tempered and wild, often scolding the timid Samire and hitting her on the head. Although they got along well, Butterfly Knight was solely focused on becoming stronger. However, because of this, Hinetsuru and the others wanted to use their care to change Butterfly Knight. Stepping outside, a vast courtyard came into view. The surrounding trees were lush and vibrant. And in the distance, Yosui Tengen was carefully watering each plant, so focused that it seemed to isolate the entire world. The striking twin blades lay quietly nearby, emitting a faint cold light. Driven by curiosity, Butterfly Knight stepped forward, her gaze locked on the two mysterious blades. Sure enough, as expected, the small knife holes were filled with gunpowder, designed to trigger explosions through continuous impacts. Indeed, a clever design. However, it was hard to imagine such a weapon being used against teammates. At that moment, Yosui Tengen quietly stood behind Butterfly Knight and said cheerfully, Haha, you saw through it so early. Truly worthy of being a disciple under the pillars of flame. Besides this, there are other attack methods. Do you want to learn? Without hesitation, Butterfly Knight replied, Yes, I want to learn. Chapter 40. Breath of Darkness, Third Form. Resonating Thrust, all right. Then come with me, Yosui said excitedly. After listening to Butterfly Shinobu, Yusui Tengen immediately rushed into the house with a speed that was as quick as a thief covering his ears, without stopping too much. After organizing their equipment, he left while the three of them, Sugikuni, Maki, and Hiyori, were left in confusion. The training lasted a long time. Young man, weapons should be used at the right moment. Don't be so anxious. Breath of Sound, second form. Roaring Thunder. Got it, Tengen and I. Breath of Darkness. First form, Shadow Blade. From a distance, Hiyori, Sugikuni, and Maki were preparing food, waiting for the two to finish so they could enjoy it. During the battle, Yuzui Tenjin continuously used sword techniques to block Butterfly Shinobu's first form, and when there was a gap, he would use Breath of Sound. First form, Roaring Thunder, to launch an attack right in front of her. However, the decisive blow was often dodged by Butterfly Shinobu as she transitioned into her second form. She actually dodged it. Yuzui Tenjin was shocked to see Butterfly Shinobu evade, and so were Hiyori and the others. Then, Butterfly Shinobu used the remaining 5 thrusts, each striking in front of Yuzui Tenjin. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and each attack created small explosions and smoke, forcing Yuzui Tenjin to step back a few paces. Good, not bad. She actually smeared gunpowder on the blade, creating explosions through continuous impacts. Truly astonishing. But the flashy god of festivals is not one to be trifled with. Breath of Sound, second form. Roaring Thunder. After saying this, Yuzui Tenjin charged towards Butterfly Shinobu like a drill bit, appearing sharp and flawless. From a distance, Hiyori and the others showed expressions of surprise, thinking Butterfly Shinobu was bound to lose. To this, Butterfly Shinobu just took a deep breath, holding her sword vertically on her left shoulder, preparing to thrust forward. 5 months. A full 5 months. Continuously training, mastering techniques, practicing breathing methods. After such a long time, there should be results. I can't keep standing still here. With this thought in mind, Butterfly Shinobu focused her hands on the incoming attack. The Breath of Sound relies on gunpowder and explosives as well as its inherent attacks. She recalled Yuzui Tengen's words in her mind. But do I really have to rely on external things? No, it definitely won't be that way. The sword technique itself is energy. As the attack approached, Butterfly Shinobu quickly said, Breath of Darkness, third form. Trembling Thrust. 2 massive forces collided, creating a huge explosion and dust, causing Hiyori, Maki, and Sugikuni in the distance to have their hair blown wildly by the wind. Such a huge attack. Is Tengen-san and Shinobu okay? Hurry and check it out. Don't just stand there, Sugikuni, Hiyori. The 3 of them then rushed to the edge of the smoke, constantly dispersing it until they revealed the figures. At this moment, Yuzui Tenjin had both swords plunged into the ground, breathing heavily, while Butterfly Shinobu stood with her sword in both hands, though the ground beneath her feet showed signs of impact as well. After adjusting himself, Yuzui Tenjin spoke energetically. Not bad. Shinobu, if you had your own Nichiren blade, you would have already knocked me down just now. Butterfly Yichiryu gazed at the broken blade of the Nichiren's sword in his hand, a hint of helplessness appearing between his brows. However, he did not let this distress linger for long, quickly collecting his thoughts and joining the Ubuyashiki family's lunchtime. Chapter 41. Listening to the past of the Ubuyashiki family after lunch, everyone finished today's training. With the creation of the Shinji form, Butterfly Yichiryu's special training under the guidance of the Sound Hashira also came to an end. Although 5 months seemed long, it passed in the blink of an eye. According to Butterfly Yichiryu's usual character, it was noon, and he should have started packing his belongings to continue his journey. However, due to the warmth and care of the Ubuyashiki family, Yichiryu decided to change his plan and rest here for the night, setting off on his journey the next morning. As night fell, Butterfly Yichiryu was still on the roof of the Ubuyashiki house, admiring the moon. At a time when he should have been sleeping, Ubuyashiki Tenjin, Hinetsuru, Samaire, and Makio appeared behind him. Caught off guard, Yichiryu was suddenly embraced by Samaire. Yichiryu, little brother, you're leaving tomorrow. I really don't want you to go. Samaire sobbed, tears mingling with snot almost dripping on a Butterfly Yichiryu's delicate mask. Seeing this, Makio quickly reacted, pulling Samaire aside with swift movements. Hey, pay attention to your image. Tengen-sama, Makio is bullying you. All right, you two, quiet down. We're here to accompany little brother Yichiryu today. Hinetsuru quickly soothed Samaire and Makio, while Ubuyashiki Tenjin walked over and sat down next to Butterfly Yichiryu, casually speaking. When we were sparring at noon, the similar techniques reminded me of my family. Upon hearing Ubuyashiki family, Butterfly Yichiryu frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Why would a long-standing ninja family suddenly decline and even disappear. In response, Ubuyashiki Tenjin patiently explained the history of the Ubuyashiki family, and even Hinetsu, Makio, and Samaire listened quietly. I was born into a ninja family, with a total of 9 siblings. My father trained us day and night, passing on his thoughts to us, to determine the strongest heir of the family. He made us siblings kill each other. Gradually, the originally close siblings became cold-hearted people. Witnessing brothers die at the hands of another brother left me feeling numb. In the end, only my younger brother and I remained. To avoid becoming as cold-hearted as my brother, I left the foggy Ubuyashiki family with my wife Hinetsu and friends Samaire and Makio. I originally thought my life would be like a still pond, passing through every ordinary day without waves. However, at an unexpected moment, I met Lord Musen. His words were as warm as a spring breeze, completely disregarding our humble origins, generously opening his heart to accept us. From that moment on, my life became tightly intertwined with the Demon Slayer core, never to be separated again. At this moment, Hinetsuru, Makio, and Samaire approached Butterfly Yuchiryu, with Samaire speaking first. Tengen-sama has one more thing to tell you. Then Makio chimed in. Ninja missions are extremely dangerous and may lead to death. To ensure the continuation of their bloodline, ninjas must marry many wives, at least 3. While Tengen-sama has only married us 3. Gradually, Hinetsu gently added, although Tengen-sama has 3 wives, we get along like sisters, so there is no need to worry about conflicts. Ubuyashiki Tenjin walked to the 3 of them, raised his hands, and embraced Hinetsuru and the others, saying, I will protect you all. Looking at this warm scene, Butterfly Yuchiryu couldn't help but feel envious. If there were no demons in the world, he would surely be living happily with his parents and Kanae's family now. Chapter 42. Farewell. Seeking the water Hashira, as night fell, the moonlight washed over everything. After a heartfelt conversation, everyone gradually returned to their respective rooms to rest. After organizing the belongings needed for the next day's journey, Butterfly Yuchiryu gently laid down on the soft bed, letting the surrounding tranquility gradually envelop him until he sank into boundless darkness. As dawn approached, Butterfly Yuchiryu woke up on time, sitting quietly for a moment, staring blankly ahead. He then walked toward the courtyard, starting to wash up in the morning light. Ah, Yuchiryu, little brother, you're up so early. Aren't you going to rest a bit more? No. Hinetsune, there's no time. I need to hurry to the next Hashira for training. At this moment, Butterfly Yuchiryu had just stepped out of his room when he bumped into Hinetsu, who was about to go outside. The two exchanged smiles and casually chatted for a few moments. Since it was still early, Hinetsuru did not stay long, returning to her room after a brief stroll in the courtyard. Butterfly Yuchiryu understood this and nodded slightly before continuing to the washroom to finish his morning preparations. During this time, Ubuyashiki Tenjin also woke up, and seeing that Butterfly Yuchiryu had risen, he joked, the young man is up so early. Are you going to catch bugs? To this, Butterfly Yuchiryu had long trained himself to ignore such jokes, showing no signs of reaction on his face. After washing up, Butterfly Yuchiryu walked back into the room to pack his belongings. Ubuyashiki Tenjin, who was brushing his teeth by the doorframe, looked at this small figure and felt a twinge of reluctance. In 5 months, even an animal would develop feelings. How could a person not? Hey, Yuchiryu, eat breakfast before you leave. Today's breakfast is quite lavish, Ubuyashiki Tenjin said. After pondering for a moment, Butterfly Yuchiryu replied, No need, Tengen and I. Every journey has its end, and this is no different. There will be plenty of time in the future. We are part of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I believe it won't be long before we meet again. With a soft sound, the black and gold butterfly pattern mask was securely placed on Yuchiryu's face. After organizing his belongings, he stepped toward the door, each step appearing firm and resolute. Seeing that Butterfly Yuchiryu had made up his mind, Ubuyashiki Tenjin chuckled softly, his gaze tenderly observing the lightly packed Butterfly Yuchiryu. Then, he quickly turned and dashed back to his room, reappearing moments later, holding a brand new Nichiren sword. He gently exhaled, his eyes shining with determination and anticipation. Your Nichiren sword broke during the sparring earlier. This was my first Nichiren sword, but it doesn't suit me. I'm giving it to you now. Keep moving forward, Yuchiryu. Don't stop, don't look back. After hearing Ubuyashiki Tengin's words, Butterfly Yuchiryu gently accepted the Nichiren sword from his hand, and the uncontrollable smile beneath his mask revealed the emotions within the young boy's heart. He then turned and ran off into the distance, frequently looking back, waving his arms, continuously bidding farewell to the Ubuyashiki family. As time passed, the sun fully emerged. The next destination is the Water Hashira. Butterfly Yachiryu had already anticipated this outcome, so he had requested the address of the Water Hashira from Shinobu in advance. This journey was long and distant, passing through the bustling city of Asakusa along the way. Chapter 43. The Journey to Asakusa. Whoosh. 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 Second form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Strike. At this moment, Butterfly Knight Leader is using the second form of the Breath of Darkness to hurry along the road. Due to the long distance and the mastery of his sword skills, he combines the speed of the second form at 6 stages to seamlessly accelerate, although it consumes a great deal of stamina. As he navigates through layers of thick grass and dense forests, Butterfly Knight Leader's clothing has been dappled with green leaves and weeds. If it weren't for the mask covering his face, even his hair tips and cheeks would have been difficult to escape this natural embellishment. Watching the sky gradually darken, the clothes sent by Ruka have become extremely useful. Butterfly Knight Leader found a secluded spot to change into the clothes, and after a while, he donned a black and red long robe with black silk pants, perfectly matching the mask, while his white and purple high ponytail added the finishing touch. Finally, he arrived before dark. Phew! After a long journey of climbing mountains and crossing rivers, Butterfly Knight Leader stood at the top of the mountain, leaning against a big tree, gazing down at the prosperous urban area of Asakusa in the twilight. With a little strength left, Butterfly Knight Leader hurried towards Asakusa, knowing that the priority now was to replenish food and then rest. Dango! Dango! Delicious dango! Sakura Machi! Sakura Machi! Udon! Udon! As the shouts of city vendors grew louder, Butterfly Knight Leader officially entered Asakusa. The merchants and crowds around, upon seeing Butterfly Knight Leader's attire, were already accustomed to it. After all, strange things happen every day in a big city. Having heard Ubuyashiki Tungen's words, Butterfly Knight Leader had wrapped the Nichiren blade with bandages in advance. Under the enforcement of the sword prohibition, ordinary blades were not allowed to appear before the public in the urban area, or else they would be taken away by the police. Butterfly Knight Leader checked the yen in his bag. He had been with the Demon Slayer Corps and the Hashira, so he had been saving yen all along. He walked up to a small udon stall, and as soon as the owner saw a customer, he immediately said, "Hey, young man, want to eat udon? I'll have a bowl of udon." Listening to the noise from the street, a steaming bowl of udon was soon placed on the table. The green scallions paired with the translucent noodles and delicious aroma made Butterfly Knight Leader momentarily immerse himself in this wonderful moment. After a moment of thought, he picked up the chopsticks and began to enjoy it. However, the quieter the place, the more suspicious it felt. As he was about to finish his noodles, Butterfly Knight Leader sensed that there were eyes watching him. Not one or two, but the feeling of 2 groups of people. Butterfly Knight Leader pretended to be nonchalant as he quietly savored the noodles in his hand, while sharply scanning the surrounding environment. Soon, he keenly noticed several dark shadows darting around the tall buildings of the city at an astonishing speed. Sensing this anomaly, Butterfly Knight Leader quickly set down his empty bowl, a hint of alertness flashing in his eyes. "Boss, I left the money on the table. I have something urgent to attend to." After saying this, Butterfly Knight Leader picked up the bandaged Nichiren blade and ran out. Due to exhaustion, he wobbled as he stood up to run, but after adjusting himself, he regained his balance. "Boss, we can't let them escape. No kidding. If they get away, the master will kill us." As the figures drew closer, Butterfly Knight Leader overheard their conversation. "What is the master? They are chasing someone." However, sensing their presence, Butterfly Knight Leader unleashed the first form of the Breath of Darkness, Shadow Blade, to intercept them. Chapter 44. The Suspicious City, Tamayo, and Yashiro Who. "What's wrong, boss? What's wrong? Didn't you see this cut? Someone's behind us." As he spoke, the figures in front of Butterfly Knight Leader instantly turned around, revealing a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure holding a rectangular gray-black bandage. It's from the Demon Slayer Corps. "Boss, they're about to run." "No kidding. I know. I'll deal with him. You 2 go." "Yes, boss." With that, the remaining 2 shadows continued to run forward. Just as Butterfly Knight Leader suspected, what was in front of him was indeed a demon. Watching the slender shadow slowly approach him, Butterfly Knight Leader's hands had already developed veins, and even the air beside his mask felt much warmer. He was in the process of unwrapping the bandage around his Nichiren blade when a flash of white light flickered. This confirmed the demon's suspicion. The demon took the initiative to attack first, using the Blood Demon art, Serpent's Death Slash, a thick and powerful serpentine tail sweeping through the air toward Butterfly Knight Leader. Reacting quickly, Butterfly Knight leader utilized the alley's advantages, running and stepping onto the right wall, using his explosive power to execute the second form of the Breath of Darkness. Shadow Blade, instantly darting between the massive, slender serpentine tail. Seeing the attack narrowly missed, the serpent demon became instantly interested. Ha! Blood demon art. Green poison ball. Several green. Viscous spheres spewed from the serpent demon's mouth, attacking Butterfly Knight leader. Initially planning to use a 4-hit combo, he was unaware of his physical condition and current state. He managed to dodge the poison with a 3-hit evasion, but as he prepared for the next segment, Butterfly Knight leader's legs stiffened. In just a fraction of a second, 3 or 4 poison balls struck Butterfly Knight leader's shoulders, chest, and abdomen, the intense burning pain bringing his bodily control back to him. What is happening? Butterfly Knight leader wondered, noticing that the clothing attacked by the poison had begun to corrode, revealing patches of muscle. He decided to take this battle seriously. Is this all you've got, little demon? Facing the serpent demon's taunt, Butterfly Knight leader did not comprehend it. Instead, he thought of the most powerful form of the Breath of Darkness, the third form, and prepared to end this demon's life. With that, Butterfly Knight leader jumped off the wall again to attack the serpent demon, but his physical strength failed him mid-air as a serpent tail struck him against the surrounding wall, creating a massive cloud of dust. Hey, don't die. I haven't had enough fun yet. The serpent demon moved toward the dust cloud, dragging its tail, when suddenly, a sharp white light pierced the serpent demon's neck. The third form of the Breath of Darkness resonated, filling the serpent demon's mind with confusion and unease. As the dust settled, it revealed Butterfly Knight leader, covered in dust, holding his Nicaran blade. Seeing the situation, the serpent demon intended to raise its claws for a counterattack. But as Butterfly Knight leader swung his blade horizontally, he forcefully severed the demon's head, which fell to the ground. How is this possible? It can't be. How could you? A little demon, cut off my head. Ignoring the serpent demon's cries, Butterfly Knight leader immediately pursued the other 2 demons. The serpent demon quietly vanished. Run. Why aren't you running? Stop talking. Quickly catch that traitor. I bet the boss has already killed that demon slayer. Tamayo-sama. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Just as both sides were at a standstill, a shadow holding a blade descended from the sky behind the 2 demons. The blood on the mask causing them to freeze in shock. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you scared? Silly. With a soft sound, one of the demon's heads was casually tossed to the ground. The remaining demon immediately retaliated, using its sharp claws to injure the person's back, causing them to stagger a few steps. However, they quickly turned around, gripping their blade and gathering strength before decapitating the demon. Oh. Breathing heavily while gazing at the 2 distant figures, Butterfly Knight leader once again picked up his blade and struggled to walk toward them. Wait, we're not like them. There's a misunderstanding. One of the shadows spoke in a female voice, but Butterfly Knight leader ignored it, initially thinking the 3 demons were chasing a human. Only to find they were demons themselves, he deemed it unnecessary to spare them. Just as Butterfly Knight leader raised his blade, ready to strike down, his body uncontrollably collapsed heavily to the ground. Tamayo-sama, he's fainted. We need to escape. No, Yashiro, regardless, he saved us. Besides, he's a demon slayer. We can't just leave him. Let's carry him back home. The man named Yashiro bit his lip, unsure of what to say, and could only obediently carry Butterfly Knight leader on his back. Chapter 45. Divergence of Ideals. Tamayo-sama. How is he? He has many injuries on his body, and his breath is very weak. The demon named Tamayo removed Butterfly Knight leader's mask, revealing a pale face. Yashiro, quickly bring the alcohol, gauze, and medicine. Yes, Tamayo-sama. That evening, the unconscious Butterfly Knight leader slowly opened his heavy eyes. Just as he was filled with doubt, 2 figures entered his line of sight. How are you? Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? The one speaking wore a deep purple kimono adorned with wavy light purple branches and red flowers, with a beige wide obi around her waist. She had long black hair parted in the middle, styled into a large, low bun secured with a floral hairpin. Her gentle eyes resembled light purple mist, and her lips were rosy, contrasting with her pale complexion. A demon. You are a demon. At that moment, Butterfly Knight leader's trembling lips whispered, and had it not been for his physical condition, he would have likely grabbed his blade and struck at the 2 demons before him. Hey, show some respect. Tamayo-sama saved you. Butterfly Knight leader glanced over at the side, where a slender boy with a serious expression and a hint of anger stood. Dressed in a white kimono, with green short hair and purple eyes, excitedly speaking. The boy had a hot-tempered and tsundere personality, while another female ghost was gentle and graceful. Based on the words exchanged between the two ghosts, Butterfly Knight Leader inferred their personalities. Yashiro, shut up. Yes. Lady Tamayo, I apologize, this child has been rude. But he is kind of hard. By the way, I'm called Tamayo, and this child is Yashiro. Listening to Tamayo's explanation, Butterfly Knight Leader spoke to a demon for the first time. You know, even though I'm not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps under my duty, I will kill you. To this, Tamayo simply clarified, we are different from other demons. We only need a small amount of blood. Also, I have been in correspondence with your leader, Ubuyashiki Yoyoi, for a long time. Therefore, we are not enemies of the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, your body is severely malnourished, and your bodily functions have been exhausted. You need a rest now, and I will treat you. Although you may have doubts about us, your health comes first. Tamayo's gentle words gradually reminded Butterfly Knight Leader of the care he received from his mother and Rengoku. For the first time, he experienced a divergence in his beliefs. All demons should be killed. Don't you understand? This is the vow you made. That is true. But do I have to kill a kind demon like Tamayo, too? Are you still the same me? You've forgotten. When your parents died, you lost everything. You are no longer yourself. In his mind, two different versions of Butterfly Knight Leader confronted each other. But the thought on the left grew stronger, devouring the last bit of kindness. Even as he fell into darkness, Butterfly Knight Leader clung to the remaining kindness. Well, I'll trust you. And the one beside you. Torn between his thoughts, Butterfly Knight Leader chose to believe Tamayo. All right, let us help you to the bedroom to rest. We will take care of you during this time. After removing his upper garments for treatment, Tamayo could not help but touch Butterfly Knight Leader's muscles while supporting him. Once they placed Butterfly Knight Leader on the bed, Tamayo asked, I still don't know your name. What is it? Butterfly Knight Leader. The surname Butterfly is quite rare. Your eye color is beautiful. Thank you. Okay, Yashiro and I will step out for a bit. You can call us if you need anything. Chapter 46. An open-hearted chat after a few days of care and treatment from Tamayo. Butterfly Knight Leader was able to walk again and gradually began to trust Tamayo and Yashiro, letting down his guard. Knight Leader Koen, what are you doing? Oh, organizing my belongings. At that moment, Butterfly Knight Leader's white and purple long hair fell over his shoulders as he sat on the bed, organizing his things. Seeing this, Tamayo joined in. Suddenly, Tamayo noticed a standout item among the belongings, a pink-green butterfly hairpin. Curiously, she picked it up and asked, Knight Leader Koen, you have a girl-esque hairpin. This was given to me by my childhood wife, but as he spoke, the golden-purple color in Butterfly Knight Leader's eyes visibly dimmed, and Tamayo understood. I'm sorry for bringing up something that makes you sad. It's okay. Seeing this, Tamayo slowly shared her own experience. I was born into a family of doctors and had a deep understanding of medicine. After becoming an adult, I became a doctor and married my husband, giving birth to 2 sons. I thought life would be perfect, but then I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and my body grew weaker, and I wouldn't live much longer. But I want to see my children grow up. I don't want to never see them again. This continued until one evening, the person I hated most, Kabutsujin Musen, came to my house and deceived me into believing he could cure my illness. Foolishly, I trusted him, and as a result, I became a demon and killed my husband. And my children. I hate him. Later, he forcefully kept me by his side as a servant, until a powerful swordsman severely injured him. I took the chance to escape his control and began wandering, healing others. Among them, Yashiro was in serious condition, and with his consent, I turned him into a demon. I experimented on my own body. And now Yashiro and I only need blood that I purchased from outside to survive. During this time, I have been researching a drug that can kill him. But unfortunately, I have not succeeded yet, as I still lack blood that is closest to his demon blood. After finishing, the anger on Tamayo's face faded. Seeing Tamayo honestly share her experiences, Butterfly Knight Leader also revealed his own story. After listening, Tamayo's understanding of Butterfly Knight Leader deepened, realizing how important the butterfly hairpin was to him. No wonder I felt this way before. It turns out Miss Tamayo was once a wife and mother. Butterfly Knight Leader thought to himself. Meanwhile, outside, Yashiro listened to Tamayo's experiences and quietly stepped back. Butterflies are one of the few surnames. According to my investigation, more than half of them have suffered demon attacks. Butterflies could have soared, but their wings were torn off by a pair of big hands. Butterfly Knight Leader said sadly. Seeing this, Tamayo reached out her gentle hand and continuously patted Butterfly Knight Leader's back to comfort him. Knight Leader Koen, it's not your fault. You did your best at that time. You don't need to torture yourself like a sinner anymore. We should transfer this pain onto those evil demons. Please, cheer up. Thank you, Miss Tamayo. Gradually, the atmosphere returned to its original lively state. Lady Tamayo, it's getting dark. We should go back upstairs. I understand, Yashiro. With that, Tamayo and Butterfly Knight Leader walked out of the basement together and sat on the sofa. Soon, Butterfly Knight Leader asked a question. Miss Tamayo, is Kibutsuji Musen very powerful? Chapter 47. The History of Demons to Butterfly Knight Leader's question. Tamayo gave an affirmative answer. Yes, he is very powerful. Many demon slayers from that era were helpless against him. Does he have any connection to demons? Hearing Butterfly Knight Leader's words, Tamayo realized that this boy did not know about Kibutsuji Musen and the history of demons. Subsequently, she patiently began to tell the history of demons, while Butterfly Knight Leader and Yashiro listened quietly. During the Heian period, the Ubuyashiki family gave birth to a stillborn baby, and they thought it had died. However, during the funeral, the stillborn baby came back to life, and that was Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, who would become Kibutsuji Musen in the future. However, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko was very weak from a young age, so the Ubuyashiki family invited many doctors to treat him. After numerous failures, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko lost patience. And with a strong desire to live and a violent, cruel personality, his mentality became extreme. After a new doctor administered medicine, Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko could not bear it and brutally killed the doctor. However, not long after the doctor's death, the medicine took effect, granting Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko immense power and a strong body, but the desire to eat humans also intensified. The difference was that upon seeing the sun, his body would burn and be destroyed. In order to achieve this, Tanjiro Tsukihiko began to search through medical books, discovering that only a herb called the blue might allow him to not fear the sun. Consequently, Tanjiro Tsukihiko embarked on an extreme path, continuously killing and consuming others, slowly tearing apart the Tanjiro family, and renaming himself Musen Kibutsuji. Since Musen is of the Tanjiro lineage, descendants of the Tanjiro family have not lived past 30. Following the advice of the Jingu family, it was suggested that marrying someone from the Jingu family could extend their lifespan. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps was established with a vow to slay Musen, although their strength was quite weak. Musen Kibutsuji's actions drew the attention of the government, which sent troops to exterminate him, but all were killed. Gradually, Musen's actions became bolder as he transformed others into demons like himself, declaring himself the Demon King to control the lives of other demons, making it easier to search for the blue. After turning me into a demon, he had me study herbs by his side for a century until one night in a bamboo grove, I encountered the strongest swordsman of the time, Kanae Tiuri, who nearly killed Musen Kibutsuji. However, just as he was about to behead him, Musen split into over 100 pieces, and despite losing a large portion, one head-sized piece managed to escape. I also broke free from his control, and Mr. Tiuri let me go, but was subsequently expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, Musen had previously tricked Mr. Yuri's brother, Kanae Tiuri, into cutting off the head of the then leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, turning him into a demon, and the cowardly Musen, who longed to survive, only appeared after Mr. Yuri's death, leading the other demons to kill swordsmen who mastered the sun-breathing technique, greatly weakening the Demon Slayer Corps. Subsequently, Musen established the 12 Kizuki, divided into upper moons and lower moons, starting from 6 to 1, with strength increasing from low to high, where the upper moons are the most powerful. However, demons are not invincible. They can only move at night, and sunlight, along with specially made Nichiren blades, can kill them. For hundreds of years, Musen has been searching for the blue, while his weak demons continuously kill to increase their strength. Musen Kibutsuji is the progenitor of demons, and all disasters and tragedies stem from him. Killing Musen Kibutsuji can stop all tragic events from occurring. Chapter 48. Departure and the Journey. Assessment. Musen Kibutsuji. The name echoed repeatedly in Kanoko Butterfly's mind. Lady Tamayo, what's going on with this person? Yashiro asked, puzzled, noticing Kanoko Butterfly's expression. Lady Tamayo looks so beautiful from the side. After a long period of contemplation, Kanoko Butterfly finally spoke slowly. Miss Tamayo, the plan you mentioned is clearly aimed at Musen Kibutsuji. Since it has not been realized until now, could it be due to a lack of some key materials? Hearing this, Tamayo sighed and said, the potions to turn people back, poisons, etc., all lack demon blood, and it would be best to use Musen Kibutsuji's blood or that of the closest upper moon demon. However, the strength of the upper moons is not something to be underestimated, which is why the progress of the potions has lagged. If demon blood is needed, leave it to me to handle. I will eliminate all demons, Kanoko Butterfly said firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Yashiro, however, skeptically interjected, look at your own physical strength. Even the upper moon demons can't be defeated by you. Tamayo agreed with Yashiro's assessment. Indeed, they had witnessed Kanoko Butterfly's strength firsthand, but it still seemed lacking in comparison. Nevertheless, Tamayo eventually nodded in agreement to this request for assistance. As Tamayo called out, a three-colored cat named Shichamaru emerged from the shadows. This is my cat. It has transformed into a demon cat under my care, responsible for transporting blood. From now on, let it be our contact, Tamayo explained while petting Shichamaru. All right, I've packed my things. It's time to leave. Also, thank you for saving me and for making me realize that demons can also possess kindness. Got it. Then before we part, let us have a hug, Tamayo said softly, slowly extending her arms towards Kanoko Butterfly. Huh, Lady Tamayo, this is not appropriate, Yashiro exclaimed in shock. Tamayo gently embraced Kanoko Butterfly, softly patting her back, speaking in a gentle yet firm tone. Kanoko, I used to be a mother as well, so I understand your pain at this moment. Meanwhile, Yashiro was gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why ISNT at me? Next time, I must ensure he doesn't come. After a long time, Tamayo slowly released her arms. Kanoko Butterfly felt the warmth of that tenderness, standing quietly at the door, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She waved her hand gently, bidding farewell to the two, then stepped forward with determination, embarking on an unknown journey. As she distanced herself from Asakusa, the familiar natural air filled her nostrils once more. But a crow's caw broke the silence. A crow perched on Kanoko Butterfly's arm, revealing a letter from Rengoku. Realizing it was a letter from Uncle Rengoku, she untied it and began to read. Kanoko, it's been a long time since you arrived at the water pillar, and I'm quite worried, but we believe you must have your own matters to attend to. Additionally, there's one day left until the assessment. I hope you can hurry back to participate and become a true member of the Demon Slayer Corps. After reading, Kanoko Butterfly didn't hesitate to change direction, heading towards the method of assessment Uncle Rengoku had informed her about. However, this time she didn't use her sword techniques to hasten her journey. Hoping she would still make it in time, a day's time was enough. Chapter 49. The assessment at Wisteria Mountain 1. A gentle breeze blew, and the purple wisteria petals floated down like a dream. At the foot of Wisteria Mountain, swordsmen gathered to participate in the assessment. Standing at the entrance of the assessment were two little girls with short white hair, dressed in exquisite patterned kimonos. Their presence seemed to add a touch of beauty and mystery to this serious trial. As time passed and the sun dipped towards dusk, the two little girls began to explain the rules. Everyone, this assessment is an important step to becoming a demon slayer. Inside, there are many demons. All you need to do is survive for 7 days. Meanwhile, as the girls detailed the rules, Kanoko Butterfly hurriedly arrived at the foot of Wisteria Mountain. Phew, I made it just in time. She panted lightly, occasionally glancing around. At first glance, the crowd seemed bustling, but upon counting, there were only about 30 people, including herself. The surrounding wisteria flowers swayed gently, and there were 3 red torii gates nearby, adding an air of mystery. Those participating in the assessment had clearly prepared well and possessed a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deliver meals to demons. Kanoko Butterfly looked at these people, pondering which of them were trained by which trainers. However, as she continued to observe, she noticed a distinct figure, only to see a white fox mask on their head. The assessment began, and the candidates were pushed out of her line of sight. Charge! We must pass the assessment. Powerful shouts filled Kanoko Butterfly's ears, and she couldn't help but feel. There is indeed vitality, but this is no child's play. It is a battle of life and death. Saying this, Kanoko Butterfly unwrapped the bandages from her sword and slowly walked into the mountain, beginning the 7-day assessment. The last rays of the setting sun had already vanished, and the night spread rapidly like ink, enveloping the entire world. The surrounding plants swayed gently with the wind, making a rustling sound. Just when everyone thought this was just the usual activity of nocturnal creatures, the night butterfly keenly sensed an unusual aura. Sure enough, as a series of piercing screams echoed from all around, the night butterfly immediately realized the situation was critical. Without hesitation, it raced toward the source of the sounds, secretly praying to arrive in time. You, You, don't come here. No, no, don't, don't. Ha ha ha. Food. A chilling sound of flesh being torn apart was heard as a swordsman's carotid artery was slashed, blood gushing out like a fountain, life rapidly slipping away. Butterfly Knight leader witnessed this scene and was about to draw his sword to help when he saw in the distance that the ghost, I noticed someone approaching. It immediately picked up the dying swordsman and swiftly fled the scene like a cheetah, carrying its prey. Damn, it actually got away. As the ghost disappeared from view, Butterfly Knight leader gave up the chase, knowing that no one could tell if there would be an ambush or more ghosts waiting for him. After thinking for a while, continuous screams echoed, prompting Butterfly Knight leader to rush over again, weaving through the woods. However, he still couldn't save anyone and only allowed the ghost to escape. After several attempts, Butterfly Knight leader had already exhausted more than half of his stamina. Realizing this, he understood that if he continued like this, he would not only be unable to save anyone, but also put himself in danger. With that thought, Butterfly Knight leader jumped onto a wide tree branch to rest. Chapter 50. Exam at Fuji Tsutsumi. 2. The constant alternation of the sun and moon represented the passage of time, during which screams occasionally echoed through the mountains. However, Butterfly Knight leader paid no attention, as lacking even the ability to protect oneself indicated an inadequate swordsman. Thus, Butterfly Knight leader began to rest and adjust. In the past few nights, ghost activity had not been frequent, which made him suspicious. Gradually, time reached the evening of the 6th day. The Butterfly Knight leader walked through the forest, bending down to touch the battle scars that he did not know when they appeared, not just one. At least a group, all pointing in the same direction. Whispering softly, suddenly the Butterfly Knight leader stood up and followed the direction of the blood on the ground. It was already the 6th day of the assessment, and he had not seen a single person. Perhaps too many had been killed, and these marks were definitely the actions of demons against humans. He needed to hurry. The Wisteria Mountain was vast, so vast that even the caw of a crow could not be heard in the deep night. Even though he started running, the Butterfly Knight leader was still far from his target, but the distant sounds of metal clashing and voices made him realize the seriousness of the situation. So he quickened his pace. Why? Are there such powerful demons on Wisteria Mountain, and why do they know my every move? At that moment, a petite girl wearing a short kimono with a plum blossom pattern, her dark green medium-length hair and blue eyes, with a smiling fox mask adorned with blue flowers on her forehead, was holding a Nicaran blade, facing the massive demon before her. Hey, little fox, little fox. The demon in front was excitedly and incessantly uttering these words, appearing insane. Damn you, Ringoku! Damn you, Ringoku! You've kept me trapped for so long. Hearing the words from the demon's mouth, the girl couldn't help but ask, how do you know my master? Oh, of course. It was your master who captured me and kept me locked up for so long. The demon answered upon hearing the girl's question. Do you know? A long time ago, by chance, I discovered those items with masks called disaster-repelling masks, which are precisely the disciples of that old guy, Ringoku, so I killed them all. Ha 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 ha. Their screams were quite loud back then. Oh, and there's more. The demon then extended one of its arms, revealing several masks similar to the girl's. By the way, including you, you're the 11th. Ha 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 ha. While saying this, the green hand, covered in veins, kept scratching itself until it bled. At this moment, the demon excitedly said, What? So your master's disciples, all of them, were killed by you. I will kill you. The girl was already blinded by rage. Her attack patterns were all chaotic, which played right into the demon's hands. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. At this moment, the girl leaped into the air, repelling the demon's 2 arms and striking towards its neck. But suddenly a fist from the demon lunged towards the girl's head. Not good. It's over. I succeeded. Ha ha. Dark breathing, second form, shadow strike. A blurred figure suddenly flashed, and a sharp blade accurately severed the demon's deadly strike. Immediately afterward, like a ghost, it darted around the demon, leaving several deep and shallow sword marks on its body. In the end, the figure securely cradled the girl in a princess carry, safely landing on a sturdy branch. Who dares to disrupt my revenge? The demon finally regained its senses, ignoring its injuries, and roared in anger. Its gaze swept like a sharp sword around, eventually locking onto a large tree, where it discovered 2 hidden figures. Another masked one. You're not Rengoku's disciple. If you leave now, I may spare your life. 1 life. What about those innocent lives in your hands? At this moment, the Butterfly Knight leader brought the girl to the ground, angrily retorting to the demon. All right, I gave you a chance. If you don't leave, then die. Go. Saying this, A group of demons rushed out from the shadows towards the Butterfly Knight leader and the girl. "Hello," I asked Zenko. "It's urgent now. Let's deal with the demons first." Hearing this, the Butterfly Knight leader simply gripped his sword tightly, turned his back, and said, "Butterfly Knight leader, please take care of me." Chapter 51, Wisteria Mountain Assessment 3. At this moment, a massive wave of demons erupted in Wisteria Mountain, contrasting sharply with everything outside the mountain. It seemed that only the two of us were left. We must hold on. Understood. After reminding Zenko, the Butterfly Knight leader fixed his gaze on the hand demon hiding in the back. "Ha ha ha ha. So many demons. Even if I can't kill you, you are still human. Exhausting your stamina like this will eventually lead to your demise. And then that little fox will be mine. Ha ha ha. I never expected that the masks made by that old man Rengoku for his disciples would often become the fuse for a countdown to death. Ha ha ha." The hand demon laughed madly behind the horde of demons. "Bastard." Dark breathing, first form, Shadow Blade. The blade of the knife sliced through a nearby demon, instantly splitting it in half before it could even scream, while on the other side, facing the encirclement of demons, Zenko remained calm and composed, using her speed to maneuver among the demons, striking once, twice. A few times later, she ended the lives of the demons. Strange. Why would this beast summon all the demons from the mountain to help? Puzzled, the Butterfly Knight leader crossed his arms to block the demon's claws. Good opportunity. The demon behind saw this and immediately seized the moment, pouncing towards the Butterfly Knight leader. However, the Butterfly Knight leader quickly thought of a countermeasure. He swiftly lowered his body, cleverly using the principle of borrowing force, and kicked hard at the demon's abdomen. With a dull thud, the powerful recoil sent the demon flying far away, successfully interrupting their offensive. Watching Zenko use water breathing, the Butterfly Knight leader thought, water breathing has 10 sword techniques. Even if there are many attacks, she can use a variety of techniques to dodge. While I only have 3, so I must be extra careful. Suddenly, a deep black glow surged from the hand demon, and the power fluctuation was quickly captured by the keen Butterfly Knight leader. Without time to think further, the demons surrounding Zenko seemed to receive an order and rushed toward the Butterfly Knight leader. This power does not belong to it. Faced with the swarm of demons, the Butterfly Knight leader held nothing back and unleashed the second form, swiftly weaving through the demon horde, swinging his sword. However, as the number of demons continued to increase, the Butterfly Knight leader gradually realized that although his attack methods were correct, the sword seemed unsuitable for this high-intensity battle, becoming a burden instead. "Little girl, it's just the two of us left. Be good and surrender. This way, I will be gentler." In response to the hand demon's provocation, Zenko suppressed her anger and retorted, "Oh, is that so? It seems that when my master encountered you, you used the latter method to survive and then entered Wisteria Mountain, right?" Upon hearing this, the hand demon panicked, no longer speaking, and focused entirely on capturing the girl, sending multiple arms to attack. Seeing this, Zenko used water breathing, fourth form, striking tide, to resist the attacks. The hand demon quickly ran around Zenko, constantly attacking, gradually wearing down Zenko's counterattacks. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Zenko realized that if this continued, she would eventually be bled dry and exhaust her stamina. In response, she unleashed the strongest technique of water breathing, fifth form, striking flow. A massive force of water surrounded Zenko, and she struck heavily towards the hand demon. Boom! A scream echoed in the night, succeeded. Zenko relaxed as her attack hit the nerve. Not dead. A trap. The Butterfly Knight leader, pressed by demons in the distance, shouted towards Zenko. Sure enough, the next moment, a green arm shot towards Zenko's face like lightning. Despite Mikomo's quick reaction, she still couldn't completely avoid the attack, and her body slammed heavily against the wall beside her. Half of her body instantly stained with blood. From the darkness, hand demon slowly emerged, letting out a chilling laugh. Ha ha! The little fox has fallen for my trap. As he spoke, his hand reached for Mikomo. No. In the past, I couldn't protect anything, but now I must not watch my companions fall again. Butterfly Shinobu had eliminated all the demons and broke free from her restraints, instantly channeling the power of the first form of the Breath of Darkness. Hurling her blade towards Hand Demon, despite the distance, there was still a glimmer of hope. The blade spun in the air, forming a massive wheel of light. With a slicing sound, Hand Demon's arm was severed, and Butterfly Shinobu leaped into the air to catch the falling blade, immediately taking advantage of Hand Demon's moment of shock. She gripped the blade with both hands, placing it on her shoulder, and executed the third form of the Breath of Darkness, the the echoing, piercing shadow, disappearing in an instant as she lunged towards Hand Demon. Just as her attack pierced Hand Demon's neck, he managed to catch her blade empty-handed. The impact generated a massive explosion due to the sword technique's effect, sending Butterfly Shinobu flying, while Hand Demon's hands that protected his neck were shattered. Damn it! You actually broke through my defense. But I'm not worried. After I finish off this little fox, you'll be next. Lying on the ground, Butterfly Shinobu watched Hand Demon's movements, but her body was too weak to respond. Damn it, not even my strongest move worked. Am I going to die? Am I going to die? How could I be afraid of dying? I still have promises from my family and friends. Suddenly, a faint power seemed to seep into her blade from the darkness, merging with her own energy. With one hand, she gripped the blade with all her strength, a layer of dark energy enveloping the blade. In an instant, Butterfly Shinobu exhausted her last bit of stamina and charged towards Hand Demon. You can still move? I knocked you down once, and I can do it again. Hand Demon gathered 4 or 5 of his arms together to attack Butterfly Shinobu. Breath of Darkness. Fourth form, Blessing of the Black Knight. As their attacks collided, the blade sliced through the massive arm like cutting paper, severing it down to the neck. With a thud, the head separated from the body, and Butterfly Shinobu caught the falling Mikomo in the air. How is this possible? How is this possible? I had the help of that powerful person, yet I still lost. At this moment, Hand Demon roared, but gradually, memories began to flood into his mind, revealing his human self, a happy home, and his brother. But, as the memories flooded in, Hand Demon recalled his sinful life. I'm sorry. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. Beside him, Butterfly Shinobu seemed to see his memories, but felt no pity. If apologies were worth anything, what about the 10 people who died at your hands? Even if you had difficulties in your human life, do you think they can erase your sins? Go to hell. With Butterfly Shinobu's curse, Hand Demon's body and head slowly disappeared. Fortunately, she had extracted his blood earlier, just as Miss Tamayo needed it. Seeing the absence of demonic shadows, Butterfly Shinobu struggled to stand, dragging her wounds as she carried the semi-conscious Mikomo down the mountain. I'm really sorry. I got you involved. His original target was me. Don't think that way. I can't bear to see my companions fall before me again, and besides, he had too many sins to continue existing. Hold on. Once we reach the bottom of the mountain, you'll be able to get treatment. Yeah. Chapter 52. Seeking the water pillar with Mikomo at that moment, on the distant horizon, a red sun quietly revealed a golden corner. This faint yet hopeful light was like a shy child, slowly peeking out from behind thick clouds. As time passed, the sun gradually rose and warm. Gentle sunlight began to pour over the vast earth. The golden rays fell like a fine veil, softly covering mountains, rivers, fields, and cities, as if draping the entire world in a magnificent garment. Everything on the earth basked in this warmth. The grass and trees seemed to sense this blessing, gently swaying, with dewdrops glistening on their leaves like sparkling gems. Birds sang joyfully, soaring freely in the air. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance. This scene made it hard to believe that just last night, this place had experienced any turmoil or unrest. The fear and anxiety of the darkness had long been dispelled by the sunlight, as if they had never existed at all. What lay before them was only tranquility, peace, and the endless vitality and energy that nature bestowed upon all living things. At the foot of the mountain, as the sun just appeared, the 2 children who were to announce the assessment content had arrived. Sister, how many people do you think will pass the assessment this time? The younger girl asked. I don't know, but it will probably be as few as always. After all, the strength of the candidates is generally average, the other girl replied. Just then, through the mist at the mountain pass, 2 figures slowly began to emerge. One was tall, the other short, appearing somewhat unsteady. They walked slowly forward, as if each step required great effort. When they finally stepped out of the mist, it became clear that each of their steps left behind horrifying, bloody footprints. It turned out that during their hurried journey, Mikomo felt too embarrassed to be held in Butterfly Shinobu's arms the entire time, despite still being weak. She insisted on getting down from Butterfly Shinobu's warm embrace. Butterfly, yielding, seeing that Mikomo was so determined, could only gently let her down. However, due to Mikomo's serious injuries, walking was extremely difficult. Thus, the 2 of them tacitly reached out their hands to support each other and continued on. Sister, look, someone is coming down. Yeah, that's right. But it seems there are only 2 people. After saying this, both girls revealed disappointed expressions, but quickly recovered. At that moment, Butterfly Yiling tightly gripped the already damaged Nichiren blade in her hand, while her other hand struggled to support Mikomo. Both of them were covered in wounds of various sizes, with blood continuously seeping from the gruesome scars, staining their originally clean clothes a dark red. The most eye-catching was the vial at Butterfly Yiling's waist, filled with blood. The blood exhibited an unusually bright red color, as if it had just flowed out of body, still emitting a faint heat and a bloody smell. Are you a disciple of the Water Hashira? I'm just lacking in this area of training. I previously visited 2 Hashira, and now I would like to visit the Water Hashira. Is that okay? Hearing Butterfly Yiling's words, Mikomo responded, sure. My master is very nice and gentle in character, and I have 2 junior brothers. It will definitely be lively then. As they spoke, the 2 reached the entrance from 7 days ago. Congratulations on passing the assessment. You are now qualified members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Someone will come to assign roles shortly, and you can choose the materials for your Nichiren blade. Just as the 2 girls whispered to each other, one of them slowly stepped forward towards a distance. Her figure grew more distant until she stopped in front of what appeared to be an ordinary cage. With a slight sound, the cage door slowly opened. In an instant, like a black whirlwind, dozens of crows took flight. They circled and danced in the air, making a cacophony of harsh cries. 1, 5, 20. The other girl stood still, her eyes fixed on the flying crows, counting aloud. As the last crow disappeared into the sky, she finally stopped counting. Turning her head, her gaze met her companion's, and the 2 seemed to understand something simultaneously. The number of crows was distributed according to the number of people present. However, at this moment, after enduring numerous hardships, only the 2 of them remain alive. Gradually, the crows calmed down, and 2 crows landed on their shoulders. This is Tsugumi, a partner used in the Corps for delivering and communicating information, and can also guide during missions. Tsugumi? Similar to Shichamaru Ka. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Butterfly Yiling. Since everyone else is naming their Tsugumi, I'll name yours Ming, Butterfly Yiling said. Ka. Ming. Ming. Butterfly Yiling looked over to see Mikomo, also naming her Tsugumi, calling it Ko, which was similar to her own name. After that, the 2 of them finished selecting the materials for their Nichiren blades and, dragging their injured bodies, completed the measurements for their uniforms. They then went to have their wounds bandaged. Under their desperate pleas, the doctor could only quickly and briefly treat their injuries. After all, judging from their wounds, although the injured areas were not vital, the significant blood loss and depletion of their mental energy still left them feeling somewhat weak. The doctor swiftly took disinfectant, gently wiping the gruesome wounds. The blood mixed with the disinfectant formed a shocking red liquid that flowed down slowly. Then, the doctor skillfully bandaged the wounds tightly to prevent further blood loss. Despite this, the 2 could still feel waves of pain surging, as if countless ants were gnawing at their flesh. Moreover, due to the significant loss of mental energy, their heads became extremely heavy, and their thoughts started to slow down. But this little pain was nothing to the 2 of them. Let's go home to the Misty Mountain. Hearing Mikomo's words, Butterfly Yiling agreed without a second thought, and the 2 set off on the journey out of the Misty Mountain. By the way, why do you always wear a mask? And what does your face look like under it? It's a secret. All right, if you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. Meanwhile, at the main house of the Demon Slayer Corps, are there only 2 people who passed this assessment? With so many children's lives at stake, it's really something for us that there are demons like the Hand Demon in the assessment. Butterfly Shinobu and her fellow disciple, Kanroji Mitsuri, are eagerly looking forward to your future. Chapter 53, Ju and Kanata. As dusk approached, in a wooden house on the Misty Mountain, an elderly man wearing a Tengu mask sat at a table with 2 young boys. This man was the former Water Hashira, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and beside him were his disciples, Kanroji Mitsuri and Tomioka Ju. Today marked the last day of the final assessment at Fujikase Mountain. Tonight, his disciple, Senpai, would return, but in recent years, none of the water-breathing disciples who participated in the assessment had returned alive. This had become a source of pain for Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and both Kanata and Ju were similarly worried about their senpai. So, since noon, the 3 of them had been waiting here. In the meantime, Kagaya went to cook, leaving the 2 to keep watch. Master, Ju, and I will go outside and take a look. That way we can inform you sooner. Kanata couldn't help but voice his suggestion. All right, go ahead, Kagaya Ubuyashiki replied slowly. Once granted permission, Kanata pulled the downcast Ju and dashed out the door. Tomioka Ju. The 2 arrived near the foot of the mountain, starting to keep watch like owls. As time passed, the moonlight gradually appeared while inside the wooden house. Kagaya seemed to sense something, but was unwilling to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu and Mitsuri had been walking for a long time and finally saw Misty Mountain. Over there. That's Misty Mountain. Isn't it beautiful? Mitsuri excitedly introduced it to Butterfly Shinobu, who was seeing her hometown again. Indeed, it's beautiful, Butterfly Shinobu replied, standing beside them. Mitsuri looked at the unmoving mask and couldn't help but feel speechless. She had spoken, yet it appeared as if nothing had changed, unlike her master. As she contemplated this, Mitsuri stepped forward, ready to continue, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Senpai, Jill, look, Senpai is back. Let's hurry and tell Master, Kanata said, not realizing a tear had fallen from his eye. Hey, Kanata, why aren't you two inside keeping watch? It's cold outside. Upon spotting the two, Mitsuri was not immediately happy about their greeting. Instead, she worried for her two younger brothers' health. Seeing this, the two quickened their pace up the mountain to prevent themselves from getting cold. Mitsurine, how did you get so badly hurt? You haven't bandaged it yet. Kanata grew concerned as he got a closer look at Mitsuri's injury. It's nothing. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Butterfly Shinobu, a fellow candidate for my cohort. He came to ask Master for sword techniques and save me, Mitsuri said gently. Upon hearing this, Kanata and Ju couldn't help but express their gratitude to Butterfly Shinobu, bowing at a 90-degree angle and saying, thank you. It's nothing. Get up. Butterfly Shinobu helped them up. All right, Senpai, hurry and take care of your injury and eat. Master will be very happy to see you back safe, and so will Shinobu. Don't call me sir, just Shinobu is fine. Okay, Shinobu. Thus, the four of them walked to a spot about 100 meters from the wooden house. Master, I'm back. Seeing the familiar little wooden house, Mitsuri could no longer contain her longing and shouted towards the wooden structure. Hearing that familiar and gentle voice, Kagaya Ubuyashiki realized it was Mitsuri. He immediately rushed out. Opening the door, it was indeed his beloved disciple, Mitsuri, and Kagaya Ubuyashiki ran towards her, embracing her tightly. Mitsuri, I'm so glad you're back. Tears streamed down from under Kagaya's mask, his hands holding Mitsuri tightly, as if afraid someone would take her away. You must have been in so much pain. It's nothing, Master. Mitsuri isn't in pain. Having raised and nurtured 10 children, he had thought they would all be fine, but those 10 had died one after another during the assessments. Now that Mitsuri had returned, joy and sorrow filled Kagaya's heart. After a long time, once Kagaya Ubuyashiki had adjusted his emotions, he released Mitsuri and turned to Butterfly Shinobu beside him, asking, who is this? Mitsuri then introduced her master to Shinobu. After hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki thanked Butterfly Shinobu, saying, thank you, young man, for saving Mitsuri. There's no need for such formalities, Ubuyashiki-sensei. After that, everyone entered the house, and Mitsuri shared what had happened during the assessment with the three. The disaster mask, hand demon. So the ones who caused the children's deaths were me. Kagaya Ubuyashiki sighed after hearing this. Don't put all the responsibility on yourself. Master, look, the hand demon has been dealt with now. Mitsuri comforted her master. Yes, that's right, brother. Everything was caused by the hand demon. And now the hand demon has been killed by Shinobu. Kanata and Ju also comforted. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu took out a black package from his clothing and said to Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Ubuyashiki-sensei, I want to give you something. This is also the last. As he spoke, Butterfly Shinobu opened the package, revealing 10 blood-stained disaster masks. This. Immediately, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Mitsuri, Kanata, and Ju were taken aback. This. Shinobu, you actually brought back those 10 masks. Thank you so much. Mitsuri expressed her gratitude to Butterfly Shinobu. Kagaya Ubuyashiki carefully picked up one of the masks, gently wiping the blood off it. Afterward, they buried the 10 masks not far from the wooden house and erected a monument. After Kanata and Ju paid their respects to their senpai and senpai, they took Mitsuri to re-bandage her wounds. Meanwhile, Kagaya Ubuyashiki called Butterfly Shinobu aside. 10 children died due to my momentary kindness. And now these 3 children are my only family left. Mitsuri, Kanata, and Ju are the ones I rescued during my missions. Ju is the one I worry about the most. I saved him from the demon's hands back then, and his sister is getting married tomorrow. When the demon came, she didn't think of herself and hid Ju instead, go to lure the demon away. After that, I brought Ju back to Misty Mountain, but he's been gloomy ever since because of his sister, saying things like the one who should have died was me. I worry about him in the future. I am very grateful that you saved Mitsuri and killed the hand demon, but I want to entrust you with one thing. I hope you can help my disciples more in the future. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu said, "No problem, Obuyashiki-sensei. After all, I still want to ask you for sword techniques." "Master, Shinobu, so you two are here. Dinner's ready. We've all been waiting." Kanata ran out to tell them. "Got it, Kanata. Let's go, Shinobu." "Okay, Obuyashiki-sensei." Chapter 54. The softness and calm of water. I'm starting. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to enjoy dinner. Tonight's meal included tempura, miso soup, and Ju's favorite daikon salmon soup. "Oh, master, I am full." In an instant, I sprawled on the ground like a rabbit. In response, Rintakuzu just opened his mouth to say, "Don't lie down, it's not good for digestion." After a while, I washed up and got ready for bed since I have training tomorrow. "Got it, master." Butterfly Knight Leader was eating the meal in his hand, but it seemed that something was drawing his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, the focused gaze of Ju Tomioka made him uneasy, and he tightly pulled the carrot salmon soup towards himself. "Ju Tomioka, no. You can't eat this." Seeing this, Butterfly Knight Leader was also stunned. What was that feeling just now? Ha. Ju is protecting his food again. Quite cute. Jinzi, witnessing the two of them, couldn't help but feel emotional. After finishing the meal, due to a lack of extra rooms, Kanroji Mitsuri had to let Butterfly Knight Leader stay with Ju. Jinzi and Kanroji Mitsuri each had their own room. "Hey, Knight Leader, tell me about the Demon Slayer Corps." Kanroji, lying in bed, curiously asked Butterfly Knight Leader. I don't know much, Butterfly Knight Leader said. However, Kanroji seemed completely unconcerned about all of this. He smiled as he watched the events unfold, as if he were an outsider. At this moment, seeing this, Butterfly Knight Leader also began to tell stories about the Demon Slayer Corps. His voice was crisp and pleasant, like the song of a nightingale, capturing the attention of those around him. As Butterfly Knight Leader's narration deepened, Ju, who had originally been quietly listening, was also deeply drawn in. A hint of curiosity appeared on his usually indifferent face. Thus, he unconsciously leaned in a bit closer to hear more clearly. In this way, the three of them sat together, sharing their experiences and stories one after another. Time passed unknowingly. The night deepened, but they seemed to forget their fatigue and drowsiness. After an unknown amount of time, when the last story ended, the three suddenly realized it was very late. Yet at this moment, their spirits were still excited, showing no signs of sleepiness. However, ultimately, they could not resist the fatigue of their bodies, and their eyelids gradually became heavy. Soon, they could no longer hold on, and one by one, they fell into a drowsy sleep. The moonlight spilled over them, casting three quiet figures, as if the whole world was asleep at that moment. Unnoticed was the fact that Ju had surprisingly spoken so many words. At dawn, the sound of birds entered their ears, and Butterfly Knight Leader opened his eyes heavily. It seemed the day had just brightened. "Kanroji, Ju, Knight Leader, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Suddenly, Jinzi's voice reached the drowsy trio, causing Kanroji to spring up instantly, startling the freshly awakened Knight Leader and Ju awake. "Sorry. I overslept." Kanroji, seeing the two staring at him, spoke awkwardly. However, this little episode quickly ended with Jinzi's anger, and the four gathered back at the dining table. At this time, Kanroji Mitsuri spoke. "Knight Leader, Jinzi, congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming true Demon Slayer swordsman. But don't forget yourselves due to temporary success. There are 14 days left before the mission and the Nichiren blade arrives. During this time, I will teach Knight Leader sword techniques and breathing methods. Jinzi, you will have to work hard to train your two junior brothers these days." "It's fine, master. It's not hard at all. I'm very willing to train with my junior brothers," Jinzi replied. "Well, you're much more reassuring than those two kids," Kanroji Mitsuri said, glancing in the direction of Kanroji and Ju. Faced with this situation, Kanroji and Ju were momentarily at a loss. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. However, they couldn't just remain stuck like this, could they? So, Kanroji slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat awkward smile, trying to ease the tense and somewhat strange atmosphere. His already handsome face became even more charming with this smile, like the warm sunlight in spring, making people involuntarily feel fondness. Meanwhile, Ju, seeing this, although still feeling a bit awkward, also gently tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving Kanroji a response. Fortunately, through their efforts, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed with smiles. After finishing breakfast, Junzi and the others headed to the mountaintop for training, while Butterfly Knight Leader accompanied Kanroji Mitsuri to the mountainside. looking at the lush and comfortable trees surrounding them and the fresh air. Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a great place for training. No wonder Senior Kanroji chose this place." In response, Kanroji Mitsuri did not say much but slowly spoke. Water breathing is one of the easiest to master among the 5 major breathing techniques, and it is very gentle. Therefore, the continuity of the water pillar will not break. However, to master water breathing, one needs a heart as calm as water, remaining composed in the face of events. While speaking, Kanroji Mitsuri threw a wooden sword to Butterfly Knight leader. Use the wooden sword to demonstrate the techniques of water breathing. Rengoku said you had studied water breathing for a while. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight leader began to channel his abilities, exhaling white air, but when he was ready, he couldn't execute the sword technique. Unwilling to accept defeat, Butterfly Knight leader tried again 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. When he reached the 5th attempt, a sudden sharp pain struck his head, as if it were about to split him apart. Ah! Butterfly Knight leader cried out in agony, clutching his head tightly, collapsing onto the ground. Seeing Butterfly Knight leader in this state, Kanroji Mitsuri hurried over, concerned about his condition. At this moment, a memory surged into Butterfly Knight leader's mind. Sister, don't leave me, please. Why? I wasn't there, couldn't save you. Damn it. I'm sorry. I can't. Watch you. Grow up. I'm sorry. Hey, don't leave me. Cry Knight leader. I really want to live with you. I slowly closing. Hey, sister, I won't be around from Monday to Thursday, but I will update 1 chapter early Monday morning. Currently, there aren't many chapters left, so I can only update 1 at a time, but the word count will remain around 2,000. I apologize for not being able to update promptly. Please forgive me. Chapter 55. 5th form of dark breathing. Death Dragon Dark God, you didn't protect your sister. Head. Is this a memory? Hey, Knight leader, are you okay? At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri was anxiously watching Butterfly Knight leader. Senior Kanroji, I'm fine. Butterfly Knight leader informed Kanroji Mitsuri as the pain faded away. What just happened? Why did you suddenly act like that? Kanroji Mitsuri asked as he supported Butterfly Knight leader. It seems some memories surged into my mind. It was very painful and heart-wrenching. I feel like I did something wrong. Butterfly Knight leader slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri sighed and said, "It seems you can't master the gentleness of water breathing. The anger in your heart is too extreme." After adjusting, Butterfly Shinobu nodded slightly. "First, refine the basics of the breathing technique with me. Set aside the sword training for now and master the total concentration breathing. Although it's only a short 15 days. As mentioned in the letter from hell, as long as you have it, you will succeed." After hearing the words of Kanroji Mitsuri, Butterfly Shinobu nodded, seemingly understanding. What is total concentration? At this moment at the top of the Misty Mountains. Sister, why does Shinobu have a girl's butterfly hairpin on her head? Can't she use something else? At this time, Zenitsu was swinging his wooden sword vigorously while asking in confusion. Sitting on a large rock, Mitsuri responded, "I don't know either. It might have significant meaning to her. After training, you can ask Shinobu together with Ju. You don't know either, sister? Alright, Zenitsu. Practicing swordsmanship TT. Meanwhile, Ju Tomioka slowly said, "Got it, Ju. Don't just stand there. Let's spar a bit." Saying this, Zenitsu pulled the reluctant Ju Tomioka up. Ju Tomioka, winky face, 10 days later. Somewhere in the Misty Mountains, the forest was lush, birds were flying, and a few exchange voices echoed through the woods. The water-breathing techniques consist of 10 sword styles. First form, water surface slash. Second form, water wheel. Fifth form, striking tide. Just then, Kanroji Mitsuri stood firmly, his tall and dignified figure particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. At this moment, he tightly gripped the Nichiren blade, gleaming with cold light. His arm muscles tense, continuously gathering power to the blade. As he moved, the Nichiren blade traced beautiful and fierce arcs in the air. Each move flowed as naturally as water, without any hesitation or delay. Kanroji Mitsuri's figure was light and agile, like a graceful dancer, yet contained endless power and killing intent. He demonstrated the 10 sword techniques of water breathing to Butterfly Shinobu. Each technique had its unique characteristics. Some were like surging waves, imposing and grand. Some resembled gently flowing streams, soft and delicate, and others were like water droplets splashing when falling onto the lake, lively and variable. When he executed one of the techniques, water wheel, his entire being transformed into a whirlwind, with a Nichiren blade spinning rapidly, creating a powerful vortex of air. This vortex seemed tangible, capable of sucking in and shredding any enemy. Looking at another technique, flowing dance, Kanroji Mitsuri's steps seemed to dance on the water's surface, his figure elusive, making it hard to grasp his trajectory. Meanwhile, the Nichiren blade in his hand was like a lively water snake, sometimes weaving through, sometimes striking suddenly, leaving one defenseless. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu was completely immersed in Kanroji Mitsuri's performance. Her gaze was focused and determined, as if she had forgotten everything around her. The skills displayed by Kanroji Mitsuri were not just simple swordsmanship. They resembled an art form, a perfect interpretation of the essence of the water element. Under his movements, Butterfly Shinobu seemed to see the water god descending to earth, controlling the flow of water in this world with unparalleled might. Suddenly, a giant water dragon appeared beside Butterfly Shinobu, opening its massive mouth to attack her, and she slowly extended her arms to shield herself. As the water dissipated, a few droplets fell onto her mask. Butterfly Shinobu reacted shocked. "All right, today's training task is over. Shinobu, go back and rest." Kanroji Mitsuri, having finished demonstrating the sword techniques, waved to Shinobu as if nothing had happened. "Oh, Senior Kanroji, you go ahead. I still need to digest your sword techniques." Butterfly Shinobu responded. "All right, it's getting late. Go back early, so my 3 disciples won't worry." After speaking, Kanroji Mitsuri had already disappeared from Butterfly Shinobu's sight. After several days of training, Butterfly Shinobu also understood what total concentration was and gradually mastered it. With a long exhale, Butterfly Shinobu tightly closed her eyes, her expression serious as she adjusted the airflow in her lungs. She took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around her. Then, Butterfly Shinobu began to use her unique technique, guiding the airflow to circulate slowly within her body. Each breath sounded like a mysterious and beautiful melody, captivating those who heard it. At the same time, the previously pitch-black space seemed to be stirred by some power. Faint traces of dark energy gradually gathered from all directions, like summoned spirits, converging towards Butterfly Shinobu. This dark energy flowed like a gentle stream, continuously merging into her circulating airflow. Gradually, they intertwined, forming a powerful and mysterious torrent of energy. Breath of Darkness. 5th form, Death Dragon Dark God. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu drew her sword, and a figure resembling the Grim Reaper, holding a scythe, slowly appeared on the blade, exuding the aura of a black dragon, suffocating. At that instant, Butterfly Shinobu moved like a ghost, her long sword shimmering with cold light. Centering herself, she suddenly swung her Nichiren blade. In an instant, a dazzling crescent-shaped sword energy roared out, like a giant scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, rapidly spinning with unmatched momentum. Where the crescent sword energy passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. The tall trees that stood proudly around had no resistance against this terrifying sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy reached them, and with crackling sounds, the sturdy trunks snapped and fell. In an instant, wood chips flew and dust rose, creating a spectacular scene. Chapter 56, Return to the Hell Mansion. With a long exhale, Butterfly Shinobu could clearly feel the turbulent airflow within her body gradually calming down. She gently sheathed the Nichiren blade she had held tightly, her movements elegant and smooth, as if the blade had become a part of her body. After completing this action, Butterfly Shinobu looked up, scanning her surroundings. What she saw was a scene of devastation. The once lush and tall trees were now in ruins. Some trunks were broken, exposing white, broken ends. Some branches lay scattered on the ground, mixing with fallen leaves and dust. Looking at this scene, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but feel contemplative. "Oh no, I've broken so many trees. Senior Kanroji will definitely notice." Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu hurriedly found some bushes to cover her tracks. Phew, that should do it. Time to go. After tidying up, Butterfly Shinobu leisurely walked towards the wooden house. Seeing the 3 familiar figures at the door, Butterfly Shinobu guessed who they were. "Hey, Shinobu, it's time to eat. We've been waiting for you," Zenitsu called out upon spotting Butterfly Shinobu in the distance. "Yes, Shinobu. There's carrot salmon soup tonight, and Ju has been waiting," Jinzi beside him also echoed. At the same time, Tomioka Ju was already drawing circles on the ground. Tomioka Ju, the night leader, the fish, has come. Upon receiving the information, Butterfly Shinobu hurried to the house. Inside the house, I'm starting. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began to move their chopsticks. Knight Leader, more than half of the time has passed, and there isn't much left. I hope you can continue to familiarize yourself with your swordsmanship during this time, said Kanroji Mitsuri, holding a bowl after taking a bite of rice. I understand. Senpai Kanroji, Butterfly Shinobu nodded vigorously. At this moment, Jinzi also joined the conversation. Time flies so fast. It's been over 10 days since the assessment, and the real missions are about to start. Congratulations, Knight Leader. Yes, Knight Leader, be careful during your mission, and pay attention to your safety. Kanae, Sayuri interjected with a word of concern. Got it, Jinzi, Kanae, and Ju, don't be so gloomy every day. Try to be more optimistic. Tomioka Ju, be more optimistic. Smile, like this? Then Tomioka Ju revealed a creepy smile, which instantly silenced everyone at the table. Tomioka Ju, what's wrong? Everyone, Master. It's nothing. Ju, just eat, came the reply. Okay, Master. Thus, dinner passed in this manner. Later, Kanroji Mitsuri called Butterfly Shinobu to her room. Senpai Kanroji, did you call me for something? Butterfly Shinobu, just sitting down, asked in confusion. Well, indeed, Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri said slowly. Shinobu, you have already mastered 5 sword techniques since last night, right? Senpai Kanroji, how did you know? Butterfly Shinobu, who had just sipped her tea, sprayed it out and adjusted her mask, shockingly said, Shinobu, I am a former water Hashira. How could I not understand? Among these 5 sword techniques of yours, each one is offensive. Except for the momentary evasion of the second form, there are no defensive techniques at all. Are you thinking of disregarding your own safety and abandoning everything to attack? That won't work. Your 4th form can be both offensive and a supportive type of technique. It channels gathered power along the entire blade, presenting an enchanted state, thus enhancing the sword's attack power. The Breath of Darkness. Your self-created breathing method is born from anger and will bloom in anger. Your techniques lack too much. They're not balanced like other breathing styles that have both offense and defense. Mastering all techniques will compensate for your endurance in battle, but listening to Kanroji Mitsuri's explanation left Butterfly Shinobu astonished. The insights of the former Water Hashira regarding combat analysis and abilities were far beyond her own level. Shinobu, in battle, you must pay attention to your safety and think about your next step or retreat. Do you understand? Kanroji Mitsuri said earnestly. During these 10 days of interaction, Kanroji Mitsuri had already regarded Butterfly Shinobu as her disciple, so she did not want Shinobu to follow the same path as her 10 disciples. I understand. Senpai Kanroji. Butterfly Shinobu responded heavily through her mask, but the slight movement of a few long hairs beside her revealed her feelings. Afterwards, Butterfly Shinobu returned to Kanae in Ju's wooden house under the moonlight. In the darkness, she walked straight to her bed and fell asleep, entering an endless dream, with day and night alternating. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of birds chirping woke Butterfly Shinobu, Kanae, and Ju. What? You ask about Jinzi? Of course. This petite girl can't live with 3 big boys. She has her own wooden house. Lord Kanroji, Lord Rengoku, sent you a letter. Okay, I understand. The member of the Hidden Corps who delivered the letter left. Kanroji Mitsuri opened the envelope and slowly read it in her heart. Master, whose letter is it? At this moment, Junzi came out of the wooden house, stretching lazily and asking adorably. Oh, it's from a friend, probably related to Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri replied. Senpai Kanroji, Master. You're awake. By the way, Shinobu, this letter has a few words from Rengoku for you. Kanroji Mitsuri waved at Butterfly Shinobu. Uncle Rengoku, Mother Ruka. Upon hearing the name Rengoku, the expression beneath Butterfly Shinobu's mask showed a moment of excitement, and then she listened to Kanroji Mitsuri's words. Young Shinobu, why didn't you notify us after passing the assessment? Do you know how worried Ruka has been about you these days? But we also congratulate you on passing the assessment and becoming a true member of the Demon Slayer Corps. We haven't seen you in a long time. Also, the blacksmith from a swordsmith village sent a message that they will come to deliver the sword tomorrow. And the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms will also be delivered on that day. I hope it doesn't disrupt your plans for returning to the Rengoku estate to prepare for your first mission. So soon, it looks like I have to leave early. Butterfly Shinobu said slowly. Senpai Kanroji, Kanae Ju. So soon, Shinobu. Kanae said reluctantly. Yes, time flies. I also want to go back and see home, Butterfly Shinobu sighed. Jinzi walked up to Kanae and Ju, stood on tiptoe, and patted their shoulders with her small hands, saying, Kanae, Ju, make sure to say goodbye to Knight Leader properly. Hey, senpai, Knight Leader isn't dead. She's just going back, Kanae responded, realizing and rebutting. Oh, right, sorry, Jinzi apologized after being reminded by Kanae. It's fine. By the way, Senpai Kanroji, I will pack my things and leave now, Butterfly Shinobu said. You should eat breakfast first, then we can talk. Kanroji Mitsuri said as she picked up vegetables with both hands and walked toward the kitchen. Butterfly Yuruchi still hesitated and tried to refuse as she opened her mouth. However, what she said seemed to have completely gone unheard by Kanroji Mitsuri, who turned around and walked toward the kitchen with big strides. His tall figure gradually disappeared from Yuruchi's sight, leaving her standing there in shock and helplessness. Seeing this, Tsugumi couldn't help but laugh and said to Yuruchi, Haha, Master is experiencing selective deafness. Just stay here and have breakfast. This is also the Master's intention. After hearing this, Yuruchi showed no hesitation or intention to refuse and readily agreed. She then turned around and quickly returned to her room to start packing her luggage. It should be known that this was quite a long journey, but for the battle-hardened and experienced Demon Slayer Corps swordsman Yuruchi, such a trip was not considered difficult. Her movements were swift and agile, methodically placing necessary items into her bag, her gaze steady and focused, as if she could already see the Rengoku residents waving at her not far away. After a while, the meal was ready, and everyone finished their last meal before parting. Kanroji-senpai, Tsugumi, Akaza, Ion, I'm leaving. You all take care, and I will come back to see you. After saying this, Yuruchi set off towards the Rengoku residence. Goodbye, Yuruchi. So fast. It feels like Yuruchi just arrived here yesterday, Tsugumi exclaimed. Yeah, senpai. I hope to see Yuruchi again soon. By the way, I still haven't seen Yuruchi's face under the mask, but looking at that mysterious and colorful long hair, Yuruchi must be very handsome. Tomioka Ion, 1. Senpai, you really haven't seen Yuruchi's true appearance? Akaza asked Tsugumi again, not giving up. Let me think. Tsugumi slowly fell into her memories of fighting against Hand Demon. At that time, I was knocked down by Hand Demon, and Yuruchi used a signal to come to save me. But Hand Demon, as multiple arms, weakened the power of his swordsmanship time and again, and in the end, Yuruchi was knocked away. Along the way, I vaguely saw the mask being knocked away, falling beside Yuruchi, but he quickly picked it up and put it back on. But in that moment, I seem to have a blurry memory. He has a well-defined face, an oval face, and an expression of anger and unwillingness. In short, he is very handsome and youthful, Tsugumi explained. Hearing this, Akaza became even more determined to see Yuruchi's face. Tomioka Ion, I'm different from you guys. Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and Ion's right cheek bore a red palm print, with Akaza being the culprit. Akaza, how could you do that to Ion? Ion, are you okay? Tsugumi exclaimed, scolding Akaza while checking on Ion's condition. Then, Akaza's stern voice came through. Tomioka Ion, don't say that kind of thing again. Akaza had previously thought Ion's words were temporary, but Ion repeatedly said that it would have been better if he had died, and as a friend. Akaza was genuinely angry about Ion's behavior. You absolutely cannot die. Your sister sacrificed her life to save yours, and there's a future entrusted to you that you must carry on. At this moment, Ion's eyes gradually became clear and bright, completely waking him from his negativity. Meanwhile, Kanroji Mitsuri wandered around after Yuruchi left, walking through the woods until Yuruchi. At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri looked at the broken trees and couldn't help but shout to the sky, as if expressing his longing for Yuruchi. Mr. Rengoku, that kid hasn't he come back yet? It's almost time. I'm sorry, Mr. Kanroji. After a day of traveling, Yuruchi arrived at the Rengoku residence. But before he could knock, he heard voices inside and pushed the door open to walk in. Yuruchi, you're back. Seeing Yuruchi outside, Rengoku Shinjuro said excitedly. Yes, Uncle Shinjuro, Mother Ruka, and Kaijiro, Senjuro, and even Chihiro are here. Yuruchi replied, noting that everyone was present. By the way, Yuruchi, this is your swordsmith, Kanemoto Hayu. He brought your sword. Rengoku Shinjuro explained. When Yuruchi saw him, he noticed the red fish-like mask, the sturdy build, and the black hair tightly hugging a Nichiren blade. Looking at Yuruchi, Kanemoto sternly said, Kid, I put a lot of effort into this sword. You better not break or damage it. Got it? Otherwise. And let me see the color of your sword blade, Kanemoto added. Color? Yuruchi was puzzled. You see, every swordsman's Nichiren blade has its own calling method or other colors. Currently, the best color is red, Rengoku Shinjuro explained. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi immediately understood, took the sword from Kanemato's hand, and drew it out. It was of moderate size, with the blade and hilt being just right. The scabbard was a rectangular black object. Then, Yoruichi infused his breathing technique into the Nichiren blade, and gradually the blade began to change. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the blade in Yoruichi's hand transformed into a golden-purple color, with purple surrounding it, while the center was a flowing intersection of gold and purple. Kanemato, a golden-purple blade. But gradually, this beautiful color turned black. Everyone, Kanemato, Nanny, and Yoruichi didn't mind this at all. As long as it could kill demons, any color was fine. Instantly, Kanemato was stunned, then reacted in Yoruichi's confused gaze, locking the latter up and continuously poking him with his finger. My sword. You little brat. How could you turn my hard-made, good sword into black? Unforgivable. Chapter 58. The first mission. As soon as everyone saw the situation, they rushed forward to comfort Kanatetsu, and Butterfly Knight leader also managed to escape. Meanwhile, Iguro Abanai and the Rengoku brothers were examining the sun blade in Butterfly Knight leader's hand. Strange? Why is it like this, Knight leader? Iguro Abanai expressed his confusion. I've never seen this before. The sun blade has actually changed color. Rengoku Kaijiro also agreed. A black blade is quite good blending into the night, Butterfly Knight leader explained. At that moment, the small Rengoku Shinjuro came over, holding a package, and said, Knight leader, look, this is the specially tailored uniform for you. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Not only does it look cool, but the material is also quite special. Hurry up and put on. I believe that after you wear it, you'll look even more heroic and impressive. Rengoku Shinjuro added, this uniform represents the honor and mission of our Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as you wear it, it feels like an endless power surges in your heart. All right, everyone. Butterfly Knight leader smiled and greeted everyone before turning to walk toward the next room. Once inside, he quickly opened the package and took out the neatly folded Demon Slayer Corps uniform. He carefully unfolded it, appreciating and closely inspecting every detail to ensure there were no flaws or wrinkles. Then, he swiftly began to put it on. First, he donned the black top, fastened the collar buttons, and adjusted the sleeves. Next, he put on the white belt, tightening it around his waist. Finally, he put on the long pants and smoothed out the cuffs. The entire process was seamless, skilled, and fluid. When Butterfly Knight leader reappeared before everyone couldn't help but be dazzled. With a strong, broad-shouldered figure clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, a white character for Destroy emblazoned on his back, and the buttons of the uniform adorned with light purple wisteria patterns, everyone erupted in genuine admiration. Wow, Knight leader, you look incredibly handsome in this uniform. No wonder you're a member of our Demon Slayer Corps. Your aura is truly unmatched. Hearing these compliments, a smile appeared on Butterfly Knight leader's face. Komi, let me help you adjust your collar and cuffs. It looks really good, it's just so fitting. After adjusting the hem of the clothing, Rengoku Kaijiro proudly said, now Knight leader is also a Demon Slayer swordsman. You must work harder to eliminate demons and protect people. And Abanai and Kaijiro, I have full trust and expectations for you too. And Shinjuro, you must not be overly concerned about your relatively weaker strength right now. Just focus on doing your part well. After all, everyone has their growth process, and temporary weakness does not mean forever. I firmly believe that through relentless effort and perseverance, you will become incredibly strong in the future. Okay, Mother, Aunt Shinjuro, Kanatetsu, having finished packing up, was also preparing to leave. He originally came with great anticipation to see what color the sword he painstakingly forged would be. But halfway through, it unexpectedly changed color and turned black. All because of this little demon. Mr. Kanatetsu, are you leaving? I'm truly sorry. I accidentally turned the precious sword you forged into black. However, please rest assured, I will cherish and protect it, and I will never let it suffer any damage. Upon seeing Kanatetsu's movements, Butterfly Knight leader quickly stood up, deeply bowing, forming a standard 90-degree angle with his body, and spoke sincerely with a hint of apology. This little demon, forget it, it's just a sword. Kanatetsu thought, unable to stay angry with Butterfly Knight leader, and walked towards the swordsmith village. After Kanatetsu left, a bird call echoed in the air, and a shadow flew into the Rengoku residence. Upon seeing it, Butterfly Knight leader said, May, what's wrong? Is there a mission? This shadow was Butterfly Knight leader's Kurome, delivering a mission. Ka! Demon Slayer Corps Grade 8 Swordsman Butterfly Knight leader, under the orders of Lord Ubuyashiki, proceed to eliminate the demons in the Misty Forest. Received. Wait, Grade A Swordsman? What is this? After hearing the information, Butterfly Knight leader did not hesitate to agree, but then he realized. Grade A swordsman. That is a rank below the Hashira level. He had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps after passing the assessment. How could he be a Grade A swordsman? This was the first time Butterfly Knight leader appeared puzzled. The others nearby were also surprised. Reaching Grade A so quickly meant that reaching the Hashira level was just around the corner. When Mei heard her master's confusion, she explained, Master, during the assessment on Fujisaki Mountain, you and fellow candidate Kanroji Mitsuri killed numerous demons and powerful hand demons. This has been reported to Lord Ubuyashiki. Hence you were promoted to Grade A, while Mitsuri was placed at Grade B. Is that so? Butterfly Knight leader replied. At that moment, Mei added, Lord Ubuyashiki said that many Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen have died or gone missing in the Misty Forest, so he sent Grade A swordsmen for support. And you must be extra careful. It seems this mission is quite critical. Knight leader, you must be careful. Iguro Abanai spoke up with concern. At that moment, everyone present turned their worried gazes toward Knight leader, their faces filled with concern. They were all speaking at once, saying to be careful and safe, asking if they should accompany him. A chorus of caring words rose, forming a symphony full of warmth and love. Thank you, everyone. Although the first mission is tough, I will survive and cut down the evil demons. Butterfly Knight leader responded resolutely after hearing everyone's concern. Lord Ubuyashiki's arrangement of this mission. Rengoku Shinjuro was continuously pondering his master's unreasonable arrangement. Then, Butterfly Knight leader picked up the sun blade and fastened it to his waist, appearing light and agile without the Haori. Amidst the voices of the Rengoku residents, Butterfly Knight leader followed Mei to the mission location, the Misty Forest. Meanwhile, far away in the Misty Mountain, Kanroji Mitsuri received her mission. As a Grade B swordsman Mitsuri, investigate the Medicine Mountain. Remember to be careful. Medicine Mountain? Master, do you know about it? Mitsuri asked Kanroji Shinjuro, knowing from the name that it must be full of herbs. That's right, but Lord Ubuyashiki. Kanroji Shinjuro also began to ponder along with Rengoku Shinjuro. Beside them, Mitsuri, under the care of Kanae Yuri, headed towards the Medicine Mountain. Recently had exams, so the update was slow, sorry. Daily updates will resume next Tuesday. Chapter 59. Butterfly Shinobu's insect breathing in the morning, loud shouts echoed from the Demon Slayer Corps Medical House. Miss Kanae, it really hurts. It's okay, just endure for a bit. At this moment, Kanae Yuri pushed open the door of the medical room and stepped outside, wearing a white coat. Unlike before, she was now wearing a pair of white-framed glasses that accentuated her beauty and maturity even more. Master, I'm done bandaging. At this time, Butterfly Kanae also finished bandaging another injured person and came to Kanae Tsuyuri. Little Kanae, you're amazing. By the way, call Shinobu over. She shouldn't always be holed up in the lab. She needs to come out and get some sunshine, right? After praising Kanae for her work, Kyuka thought of Shinobu and said, got it, master. After removing her mask, Kanae happily agreed and walked towards the lab. Sigh. Miss Kyuka is indeed ruthless with her hands. Her moves are as fast as lightning, showing no mercy, leaving me to slowly recover amidst this pain. It's truly unbearable. One of the injured patients complained while lying on the bed, grimacing and gently touching the bandaged areas on his body. Hearing this, another injured patient burst into laughter, the sound echoing loudly in the quiet ward. Ha ha ha. Just be content, brother. Look at me. I got treated by the gentle and kind Miss Kanae. You can only blame your bad luck. He wore a smug smile, as if receiving treatment from Miss Kanae was an incredibly lucky thing. Just then, the complaining patient suddenly became agitated, seemingly wanting to argue back, but due to the large movement, he accidentally pulled at his wound and gasped in pain. Ow, that hurts so much. Seeing his companion in such pain, the previously laughing patient quickly restrained his laughter and said with concern, Oh no, be careful. If you tear your wound, you'll have to trouble Miss Kyuka to rebandage you. After saying this, he even winked at the other. Hearing this, the injured patient who was in unbearable pain glared at him and angrily said, Go away. Stop talking nonsense here. Hurry up and take care of your own injury. All right. Seeing his companion angry, the other patient stopped talking, obediently laid back down, and closed his eyes to rest. For a moment, the ward returned to silence, with only the occasional soft groans from the two and the sound of birds chirping outside blending together. The pharmacy occupied a vast area, with a considerable distance between the current location and the lab. Walking through it felt like being in a long corridor. Moshi Moshi, Shinobu, can I come in? A clear and pleasant voice, like the sound of silver bells, rang out. Kanae, with a beaming smile, stood in front of the tightly closed door of the lab. She raised her hand and playfully knocked on the door, then inquired inside. Soon, a familiar and excited response from Shinobu came from within. "Sister, come in. I just made a super important breakthrough and was about to show it to you." Hearing her sister's excited words, Kanae, who was already curious about Shinobu's so-called breakthrough, couldn't wait to know what discovery had made her so ecstatic. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door in front of her. However, the moment the door opened, a wave of scorching hot air rushed towards her like a surging heat wave, catching her completely off guard. The intensity of the heat was no less than the high-temperature steam found in upscale sauna rooms. In an instant, the entire room was shrouded in a white mist, making it nearly impossible to see what was in front of her. Cough, cough. "Shinobu, why is it even hotter than before?" Kanae slowly peeled away layer after layer of mist and saw Shinobu, dressed in light clothing, with her shoulders and belly exposed. "Shinobu." Before Kanae could finish her sentence, Shinobu swiftly darted forward like a ghost, grabbing Kanae's slender and delicate hand tightly, and in a flash, pulled her to the experimental table. "Sister, look." Following her gaze, Kanae's eyes lit up at the sight before her. On the experimental table lay a uniquely shaped Nichiren blade, its form resembling a sharp spike, glinting with a cold light. Even more peculiar was that the blade was surrounded by a faint, mysterious scent, subtly wafting through the air, as if infusing the cold weapon with a touch of gentleness and vitality. "Wow, is this your own Nichiren blade, Shinobu?" Kanae approached with a face full of surprise. Examining it closely, the material was so lightweight that it would be effortless to wield. Furthermore, its attack style focused on thrusting, allowing one to easily sever a demon's neck without expending too much effort. "It truly is a rare and excellent blade." As she spoke, Kanae couldn't help but gently caress the blade, feeling the coolness and the immense power hidden within. Hearing her sister's praise, Shinobu was filled with joy, her face beaming with a proud smile, resembling a cute kitten waiting for its owner as compliment. She eagerly introduced, "Sister, that's not all. I also created a breathing technique of my own called insect breathing, based on the flower breathing you taught me. Isn't it impressive?" After saying this, Shinobu slightly tilted her head, looking at Kanae with anticipation, as if waiting for more words of praise. "No wonder you're my little Shinobu." Kanae reached out a hand to pat Shinobu's head, generously showering her with compliments. At the same time, a gentle hand also reached out to pat Kanae's head. They turned to see their master, Kyuka. Just moments ago, Kyuka had overheard a conversation among the members of the Hidden Core. She had heard them mention that only 2 people had passed the recent assessment. This news instantly piqued Kyuka's intense curiosity, prompting her to stop and quietly approach the group of Hidden Core members to listen more closely. "Oh my, Shinobu, you're truly amazing. I can't help but see you in a new light. How about this? Let us go to the courtyard with Kyuka and enjoy how incredible your breathing technique really is." Kyuka playfully stuck out her tongue while looking expectantly at Shinobu. Upon hearing this, Shinobu immediately grabbed the gleaming Nichiren blade from the lab table and quickly strapped it to her slender waist. Then, she nimbly took the hands of both Kyuka and Kanae and, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed towards the courtyard at lightning speed. Chapter 60, Expedition. The misty forest as night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, with only a bright moon hanging in the sky, casting a cold glow. At this moment, a crow, completely black as ink, silently weaved through the dense trees. Its agile form jumped between branches like a ghost, occasionally flapping its wings, creating a slight sound of wind. Not far behind this mysterious crow followed a man in a black suit. After all this time, it seemed his height had finally settled at 182 meters, with golden purple hair and a mask interwoven with black and gold, revealing only his brilliant right eye. A Nichiren blade was strapped to his waist, and he wore a brand new Demon Slayer uniform. "Ming, how much further?" the running Shinobu asked. "We have already arrived, master." Suddenly, Ming stopped flying and turned to Butterfly Knight Leader. From Ming's petite figure, the scene before them left both the person and the bird momentarily dumbfounded. As if turned to stone, what lay before them was a series of continuous, undulating, and rugged small mountains. Some of these hills soared into the clouds, seemingly trying to pierce the sky. Others were low and gentle, resembling slight wrinkles on the earth. The mountains were densely covered with various types of trees, including tall pine trees, whose crowns resembled giant opened umbrellas, graceful willow trees, with slender branches swaying elegantly in the wind, and robust oak trees, standing like resolute guardians of the forest. However, what was most astonishing was not the lush trees, but the massive mist that surrounded the mountains, constantly swirling and spreading. This mist was like a thick white curtain, enveloping the entire mountain, rendering the once clearly visible terrain vague and dreamlike. The mist rolled and surged at times, and at other times flowed gently, as if it possessed its own life. In this scene, Butterfly Knight Leader cautiously extended her long, fair fingers to gently touch the mist before her, which resembled a thick curtain. The moment her fingertips made contact with the mist, an unusual sensation traveled up from her fingertips. Butterfly Knight frowned slightly, carefully feeling the texture. It seemed that the mist contained a certain level of humidity, but not to the extent that it could condense into droplets. At the same time, there was a hint of an indescribable dryness, as if the moisture in the mist had been drawn out by some mysterious force. Apart from these clearly perceivable characteristics, there was also a strange feeling that could not be accurately described in words lingering in her mind, making Butterfly Knight bewildered and curious. "Did you discover something, Master?" asked Ming, who was standing nearby. Compared to the other crows, Ming was more composed and calm, but sometimes had an open side as well. "Each is nothing." After much thought, Butterfly Knight decided not to tell Ming about the anomalies here. After observing the strange mist, Butterfly Knight shifted her gaze to the surroundings and noticed various scattered items on the lawns and under the trees in the distance. The butterfly demon raised its legs and walked into the distance. As it got closer, it was surprised to find that the surroundings were actually the belongings of the Demon Slayer team's swordsmen from before. Knicker and blades, food, water, clothes, medical supplies. Were they fools? They left behind large items like clothes, and even the Knicker and blades and medical supplies were not taken with them. The Butterfly Knight Leader discovered that these items seemed to have been placed here for a long time, and angrily remarked that they had never been picked up. After observing for a while, the Butterfly Knight Leader realized that these items had been left untouched for days. If not for the mist obscuring the view, they would surely be covered in dust by now. It was a kind of illusion that made one mistakenly believe that others had just arrived, while in reality, only he was there. How despicable. The Butterfly Knight Leader sighed, then stood up and said, "Ian, you can just observe from outside or up in the air. Shout loudly if there's any situation." "Understood, Master," Ian replied promptly. After saying this, the Butterfly Knight Leader took a step forward and rushed into the mysterious thick fog, while Ian flew into the sky to fulfill his role as an observer. Cough, 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 cough. I didn't expect this fog to be slightly irritating to the eyes and throat, the Butterfly Knight Leader noted. If it weren't for the mask, it might have been worse. At this moment, the Butterfly Knight Leader also understood why these team members had perished. The unclear visibility, the affected physical state. And for the first time in summer, he felt a slight chill. As the Butterfly Knight Leader navigated through the mist, he was especially cautious of the changes around him. If he was too careful, he could end up like just now, nearly crashing into a large tree while running. Meanwhile, as the Butterfly Knight Leader was running and observing, a shadow in the distance had already been watching him, with hands raised together in front of his chest. The Blood Demon Technique Blood Feather Arrow gathered energy in his fists, and a stream of blood-colored arrows shot towards the Butterfly Knight Leader like meteors. Not good. Sensing the smell of blood around him, the Butterfly Knight Leader immediately realized he was being targeted. With the Dark Breath 5th form Death Dragon Dark God. And as the sword technique was activated, the Butterfly Knight Leader used himself as a circle, blocking and repelling the attack in a manner reminiscent of a Grim Reaper scythe. However, the air here was poor. Just inhaling the air stimulated his lungs, weakening the power of his sword technique. To be safe, the Butterfly Knight Leader took a running leap onto a tree, and just when he thought the attacks had stopped, more blood-colored arrows came flying towards him. Suddenly, the Butterfly Knight Leader found himself in a dilemma, caught between the attacks and unable to advance or retreat, having to continuously jump between branches to evade the onslaught. Big brother, this move is really effective. I've gotten a lot of food using this, and now it's even delivered to my doorstep. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the laughter echoed throughout the misty forest, and for the first time, the Butterfly Knight Leader found the laughter to be quite annoying. While dodging the attacks, the passive Butterfly Knight Leader followed the sound of laughter to find its source. This way, no, this way. Found it. Huff. Dark Breath 1st form Shadow Blade. As Butterfly Shinobu drew the Nicaran blade, she activated her breathing technique, and at the moment the blade was unsheathed, A moon-shaped arc attack appeared and struck towards the location she had found. Sizzle. Hearing the sound of flesh colliding, followed by an indistinct thud of an object hitting the ground, Butterfly Shinobu knew she had hit her target. Little brother, you're driving me crazy. Human. Another voice came, accompanied by countless blood-red arrows attacking. With her left hand gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, Butterfly Shinobu faced the assault. Breath of the Dark. Fourth form, Knight's Blessing. Chapter 61, Demon Nest Clang. Clang, 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 clang. The sword techniques clashed with the blood-red arrows, creating a metallic vibration. As the attacks and number of arrows increased, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. With red hair, cyan vertical slit pupils, revealing fangs. A tall figure with its upper body bare and wearing tattered black pants, overall resembling a bird made of dry twigs. When several arrows glowing with eerie bloodlight shot towards the seemingly weak little demon like lightning, the demon widened its eyes, fixated on the adversary, thinking that this strike would surely send the little demon to its demise. However, to the demon's astonishment, the hoped-for blood-red arrow collided with a crescent arc and suddenly vanished just inches away from the little demon, leaving only fragments that fell helplessly to the ground. Faced with such an unexpected result, fear and panic did not surge in the demon's mind as they would in a normal person. Instead, an indescribable excitement flooded in. This excitement did not stem from confidence in its own strength or a desire for victory, but from the thrill and challenge of discovering an unprecedented opponent. In that moment, the demon seemed to forget life and death, with only Butterfly Shinobu in its eyes. Ha ha, little demon, come on, this battle is far from over. Blood Demon Art. Explosive Ball. As the words left its mouth, the demon's hands trembled as it gathered blood, gradually forming a ball the size of a palm. Got it. In an instant, two scarlet lights flashed suddenly, like two blood-red moons slicing through the void, racing towards Butterfly Shinobu at an astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, the two blood-red spheres, spinning rapidly, traced a trajectory through the air like two incredibly sharp, curved blades, shimmering with a chilling light, charging straight at Butterfly Shinobu with unmatched ferocity. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. Breath of the Dark, fourth form, Knight's Blessing. In an instant, a layer of lifelike black energy enveloped the Nichiren blade, slashing towards the blood spheres. At that moment, the Nichiren blade came down with the force of thunder, but instead of the expected strong impact from colliding with a solid object, a soft sensation greeted it, as if slicing through a mass of silky, weightless hair. This strange sensation startled Butterfly Shinobu, who widened her eyes in disbelief at what was happening before her. Suddenly, the cleaved blood sphere exploded like a fuse, and the unprepared Butterfly Shinobu was blasted several meters away, barely maintaining her balance by plunging the Nichiren blade into the ground. This demon seemed to rival or surpass the hand demon. Butterfly Shinobu thought cautiously, using the second form, and in an instant, she dashed towards the demon like lightning. The demon responded with the same technique, launching blood spheres at Butterfly Shinobu, but they were all dodged. By the time the demon realized, the little demon was already right in front of it. The Nichiren blade accurately struck the demon's neck, visibly sinking inch by inch. Damn it, let me go. The demon panicked, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly to prevent it from going deeper, but only suffered the loss of its hands, though it recovered quickly. It was ultimately in vain. With a splatter, the demon's head fell to the ground, and Butterfly Shinobu, gazing at the severed head, cautiously did not put her blade away. Sure enough, the next moment, a blood sphere attacked from behind. Suddenly, a blood sphere lunged at Butterfly Shinobu with lightning speed. Remaining calm under pressure, she quickly raised her long blade to block. At the moment of impact, she glanced forward in the faint moonlight and was struck dumb by the sight before her. It was the very demon she had just decapitated. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief and looking again, she confirmed it was indeed the same demon that should have been dead. Butterfly Knight leader felt a chill surge in his heart, and involuntarily turned his head to confirm the situation behind him. However, when he looked back, he was even more terrified. That evil spirit had somehow reattached its fallen head to its body, a technique of splitting. There was no time to think at that moment. It was attacking him with blood demon techniques. Blood demon technique, exploding death. Instantly, the bodies of the two demons surged with flesh and blood, expanding step by step, and pounced towards Butterfly Knight leader in an instant. Dark breathing, fifth form, Death Dragon Dark God. A wide circular blade successfully blocked and struck the two demons, causing a massive explosion just a few meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions were deafening, echoing through the heavens. Each explosion was like the force of thunder, with powerful shockwaves causing the surrounding trees to topple. They fell as if ravaged by a violent wind, lying haphazardly on the ground, some even creating large pits. As the loud noises continued, thick smoke billowed into the air, quickly spreading out. The smoke was so dense that it was impenetrable, as if a heavy curtain enveloped the entire world. In this smoke, visibility was extremely low, almost unable to see one's hand in front of the face. The thick smoke blocked the sunlight, turning the originally bright day into a pitch-black and oppressive night. Caught in the explosion, Butterfly Knight Leader could only passively evade using the second form for a moment, but still endured a significant amount of damage. Cough, 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 cough. Butterfly Knight Leader clutched the wound on his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds, with bloodstains all over his tattered demon slayer uniform. Ha ha, little ghost. How are you? At this time, two hazy figures in the mist mocked Butterfly Knight Leader. Before he could even retort, the two shadows, like ghosts, dashed away into the distance at a seemingly leisurely yet incredibly swift pace. It was as if the wind was at their feet, each step making a faint sound. But in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Cough, damn it. Don't run. Butterfly Knight Leader struggled to support his Nicaran blade, painfully standing up and adjusting his stance before chasing after the demons. Ha ha ha. Here we are, little ghost. Come admire everything we have. The demon, having reached their destination, spread his arms wide and faced Butterfly Knight Leader. Butterfly Knight Leader looked ahead, following the shadow of the ghost, and his grip on the knife tightened. Before him were the red eyes scattered throughout the forested hillside. These were the ghosts, the ghost nest. Chapter 62 Mist. Disperse. Ha ha. More food has arrived. This time it's my turn. Ha ha. No, it's mine. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Come on. Ha ha. The voices among the ghost horde intertwined in Butterfly Knight Leader's ears. So many. Upon closer inspection, there are no less than 100. Why are there so many ghosts in this place? No wonder the Demon Slayer Corps doesn't team mobilize collectively. After contemplating the whispers of the ghosts, Butterfly Knight Leader gripped his knife with both hands and retaliated using sword techniques. Dark breathing, third form, thunderclap strike. It had been a long time since he last executed the strongest sword technique in this dark breathing. In that moment, Butterfly Knight Leader leaped forward like a butterfly, his light figure tracing a graceful arc in the air, instantly appearing above the horde of ghosts. With both hands tightly gripping the knife handle, his gaze sharp as lightning. All his strength converged onto the Nicaran blade in his hands, thrusting it down with the force of a thunderbolt towards the ghost horde. In an instant, the blade flashed, cold light radiating, as dazzling as a shooting star across the night sky. The incredibly sharp blade carried an unparalleled momentum, driving straight into the ghost horde, wherever it passed. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting sharp whistling sounds. The power was so great that some of the ghosts, unable to evade, had their necks pierced and wailed continuously until they vanished, their bodies falling directly into the center of the ghost horde. Just like the examination at the Fujisaki Mountain, I'm surrounded again. Damn little ghosts. Bloodfeather will kill you. Saying this, Bloodfeather concentrated blood-colored arrows in his hands and attacked alongside the ghosts. Butterfly Nightblade slashed at a ghost, using its body to leap into the air and continuously parry the crimson arrows. Just then, a series of enormous bloody maws suddenly appeared below, their fangs interlocking and exuding a chilling aura. The Butterfly Knight Leader remained calm in the face of danger, swiftly changing hand positions and executing the sword technique of the first form. As the move was performed, a curved blade appeared out of thin air, shimmering with a cold light. The Butterfly Knight Collar cleverly took advantage of the downward momentum, lightly stepping onto the curved blade, gently leaping along the arc of the blade, and accurately landing on a nearby, sturdy tree trunk. However, as it landed, the fog became increasingly dense, obscuring all vision, leaving only an endless expanse of white mist. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Hee hee hee. Over here. Where are you looking? Here. Blood-red arrow. This. Ghost thorn. Look here. At this moment, the mist echoed with one evil spirit's words after another, and with the end of each sentence, a swift figure would stab at the Butterfly Knight Collar. Even though it reacted, the relentless attacks threw it off balance, and as time passed, more and more bloody wounds appeared on the butterfly night collar. If this continues, you will be our food. Ah! A loud voice echoed from a mist. Opportunity. At the moment, the ghostly figure rushed out. The butterfly night collar followed the source of the previous sound, turned its body to dodge the grip, and grabbed the ghost's arm with one hand. What? At this moment, Bloodfeather's face was not arrogant, but filled with confusion. Without giving Bloodfeather time to react, the butterfly night collar unleashed astonishing arm strength. Using only one hand, it swung back and forth with force, and as the speed increased, Bloodfeather was gradually spun around by the butterfly night collar. The speed of rotation generated a part of a fierce wind, dispersing the mist around itself, regaining a bit of visibility. Seeing the view restored, the butterfly night collar flicked its hand forward, and Bloodfeather was immediately thrown away. Kid, you dare throw me. You. As the distance increased, Bloodfeather's roaring voice gradually faded away. Breath of Darkness, first form, Shadow Blade. After adjusting its breathing, the butterfly night collar swung out several shadow blades toward the source of the sound. Listening to the sounds of flesh being struck, the butterfly night collar decided to ignore the group of ghosts for now and first deal with the mist. Just as it was about to swing the blade, Bloodfeather's voice came from the surrounding mist. Ha 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 ha. All right, you can tell us the warm-up is over. Our leader is back. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words were finished, a powerful sense of oppression and murderous intent indeed appeared around, causing every pore to stand on end. No, this is not an ordinary ghost. It's the 12 Kizuki. The butterfly night collar thought accurately yet with confusion. Gradually, the heavy mist that enveloped the surroundings began to flow slowly, as if gently parted by an invisible hand. As the fog gradually dispersed, a mysterious figure slowly revealed its general outline. From a distance, one could see that this figure exhibited a deep black hue, like a solid form condensed from the night itself. Within this pitch-black figure, a pair of eyes flickered with a faint light, seemingly two pearls hidden in the depths of darkness, emitting a chilling gleam. Looking closer, one could see that the figure's hand was raised high, seemingly gripping an unknown object tightly. That's a person. From the Demon Slayer Corps. The Butterfly Knight leader felt shocked. It seemed they were deliberately stalling for time, knowing they couldn't defeat me, waiting for their leader to deal with this member. Damn, if you have the ability, bring down the mist. Let's go one-on-one. The Demon Slayer member in the shadow angrily shouted. Asakikawa, are you trying to reason with a demon? At that moment, the mysterious shadow sneered mockingly. Just those few words made everyone present, both people and demons, feel suffocated. Seeing this, the Butterfly Knight leader decided to try the method of Kanroji Mitsuri. After finishing the words, the Butterfly Knight leader began to adjust his breathing. Dark breathing, fourth form, Blessing of the Night. Dark breathing, fifth form, Dead Dragon Dark God. The two sword techniques overlapped, and after infusing energy into the blade, the scythe-like attack rushed towards the shadow. Clang! So hard, but that's all there is to it. Swoosh! The shadow's arm broke apart in response, and the member, feeling the grip disappear, turned and struck the shadow with water breathing, first form, dodging to the side. Thanks, brother. It should be fine. Butterfly Knight leader retreated to an open area and realized that the fog surged back, completely obscuring visibility. So fast. It seems I need to clear the mist first. With this thought, Butterfly Knight leader sensed the energy of the air currents around him, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Taking a deep breath, he instantly opened his determined eyes, and the blade began to gather energy. Breath of the abyss, form of the land, gathering of night. Suddenly, the Nichiren blade in his hand generated a suction force, continuously absorbing the surrounding mist, while visibility gradually increased. Chapter 63. The Final Battle. The Misty Forest. A beautiful move. Shallow Walking River, who was nearby in the mist, couldn't help but praise Butterfly Knight leader's method. Oh, the mist is being drawn in. Not a bad little demon. After saying this, the shadow also revealed its true form. Unlike other demons that were ugly, it resembled a human more, with long black hair and eyes that were white to the point of being black, dressed in a long white robe, looking no different from a human. As the shadow became solid, the mist in the entire forest had been completely absorbed into the Nichiren blade, transforming into energy. Correspondingly, visibility returned to normal, and at this moment, the sun in the sky had turned into a bright moon. The densely packed demons and blood-feathered creatures surrounding them all had fierce and terrifying expressions. tightly locking onto the two intruders. The malicious and hostile gazes burned like raging flames, fiercely scorching these two unexpected guests. It seemed that at the slightest movement, these evil demons would immediately pounce, tearing them to shreds, leading them to forever sink into this terrifying darkness. This is not good. Shallow Walking River, who had been standing aside, approached Butterfly Knight Leader after the mist disappeared. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. Time is tight, so I'll keep it brief. Shallow Walking River, a grade A swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shallow Walking River gripped his Nicaran blade and stood back to back with Butterfly Knight Leader. Butterfly Knight Leader, grade A swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, he responded while facing away. Shallow Walking River had a very handsome appearance, with short azure hair, a youthful smile, and light blue pupils, giving off a calm and comfortable vibe. Haha, let us cut down these evil demons that plague the world. After encouraging, Shallow Walking River used the water-breathing technique to attack the demons. Still not giving up? Don't blame me for being unreasonable. My subordinates will play with you first. As he spoke, Ling Lung retreated to the side. Not fighting with us? Regardless, we need to deal with those demons first. Shallow Walking River. One of those demons called Bloodfeather is relatively strong. Take him out first. Got it. Knight Leader. With hundreds of demon nests, it was quite troublesome. But for the two grade A members, it was merely a matter of stamina. Go brothers. Up. Blood Demon Art. Blood Color Arrow. Shallow Walking River leaped into the air, using the water-breathing technique, form of the flowing life, continuously repelling the blood-colored arrows in mid-air, while also beheading the demons on both sides, creating a bloody path for Butterfly Knight Leader. Knight Leader. Got it. Breath of Darkness. Gathering of Night. Attack. The Butterfly Knight Leader converts the mist absorbed earlier into energy for her Nicaran blade. With a single swing, the blade transforms into a mist-like form, slicing through the necks of one demon after another, silently decapitating them. Oh, how interesting. Really on par with Asakikawa. From a distance, Ling Ling notices the Butterfly Knight Leader's mysterious sword technique and becomes intrigued. Water breathing. Second form. Water surface slash. The tip of the blade continuously stabs at the nearby demons, while Asakikawa kicks away a demon in front of him, using the momentum to leap in front of Bloodfeather. What? Blood Demon Art. Blood Fist. Water breathing first form. Water surface slash. Ding. The Nicaran blade gets stuck against Bloodfeather's fist, both sides locked in a stalemate. Bloodfeather's expression changes as he sees the Nicaran blade blocked by his own hand, mockingly laughing. Ha. Is this the extent of water breathing? You've met your match. Suddenly, Bloodfeather extends another arm to strike Asakikawa's head. But Asakikawa, a seasoned Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, quickly defends himself, shifting the grip on his Nicaran blade to his right hand. His left hand instantly presses down hard on Bloodfeather's fist. Not good. Focused entirely on Bloodfeather's attack, he fails to notice the dense horde of demons approaching from behind. Just as they are about to grab him, a gentle yet heavy voice comes through. Total concentration. Dark breathing fourth form. Blessing of the Night. In an instant, Butterfly Knight Leader flashes behind Asakikawa, using the durability of total concentration to slice off the heads of the demons in front of her one by one. In an instant, she becomes an unstoppable force, taking down one demon after another. However, the number of demons far exceeds the imagination of the two, and the relentless waves of attacks leave Butterfly Knight Leader overwhelmed, struggling to fend off the crowd of demons. In a moment of negligence, a demon grabs Butterfly Knight Leader's ankle and yanks her down. Instantly, the demons pounce on the downed Butterfly Knight Leader like a pack of wolves, forming a small mountain in mere seconds. Knight Leader, Asakikawa, locked in a stalemate with Bloodfeather, becomes worried when he sees Butterfly Knight Leader's predicament. Dark breathing sixth form. Knight's convergence. Defense. Suddenly, the demon mountain is pushed apart, revealing Butterfly Knight Leader within a mist barrier. Due to the urgency, she has been injured by cuts and stabs while executing her sword techniques. Don't worry about me. Just take down Bloodfeather. Alright. At this moment, Butterfly Knight Leader begins her counterattack. Dark breathing fifth form. Death Dragon Dark God. In an instant, scythe-like attacks centered around Butterfly Knight Leader unleash area damage infused with mist. After breaking free, she drags her battered body to hunt down the demons. Meanwhile, Asakikawa remains locked in combat with Bloodfeather. Suddenly, Bloodfeather kicks Asakikawa's bent left leg. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Asakikawa kneels and Blood Feather follows with a kick that sends him flying. He crashes into a tree, halting his momentum. Oh! Thankfully, Knight Leader is holding off the demon horde. As Asakikawa raises his head, he finds Blood Feather charging toward him. Blood Demon Art, Blood Stab. In an instant, Blood Feather's hand transforms into a massive spike aimed at Asakikawa. This is my chance. Asakikawa grips his Nichiren blade again, using water-breathing second form. Water surface slash. The two collide with a sound like iron clashing, and it's clear that Asakikawa has the upper hand, gradually shattering Blood Feather's blood spike into fragments. The Nichiren blade strikes Blood Feather's neck. What? No, I need to get away from this blade. At this moment, Blood Feather plans to use his clone technique to escape, but a curved blade from a distance disrupts his plan. Sure enough, as Butterfly Knight Leader notices Blood Feather's form gradually fading, she realizes something is off and releases the first form to interrupt Blood Feather's Blood Demon Art. Bastard! You little demon! Baka! Before Blood Feather can finish his curses, Asakikawa unleashes his primal power, using water-breathing seventh form, Flowing Life. Like a water dragon, his sword technique tears through Blood Feather's neck, and his head falls to the ground, displaying an expression of disbelief and fear. Thus, Blood Feather is defeated. Chapter 64, Final Battle. Misty Forest 2. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. A perfect cooperation. At this moment, Ling Lung, who has been watching from the side, claps his hands and walks toward the two, a strange smile on his face. The Butterfly Knight Leader swung the knife one last time and understood all the miscellaneous ghosts. More than 50 of them, surprisingly so many. It seems that this ghost strength is not simple. But what is certain is that he must have eaten a lot of people. Butterfly Shinobu slowly walked to Asakawa's side and asked with concern, "How are you? Can you continue?" "Huh, I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted. Let's go for the final showdown." Asakawa replied affirmatively. All right. The two of them gripped their weapons and unleashed their sword techniques together. Breath of Darkness, third form. Resonating Piercer. Breath of Water, seventh form. Droplet Ripple Cutter. Facing the dual attacks from Butterfly Shinobu and Asakawa, Ling Lung looked on with disdain, a mocking expression on his face. Hey. Starting a fight just because of a disagreement is a bit rude, don't you think? Completely disregarding the attacks, his body flickered like a mist, causing their strikes to pass right through him. The powerful attacks left massive craters in the ground. Damn it, he dodged again. Asakawa cursed angrily. Is this his blood demon art? Butterfly Shinobu picked up her blade and asked Asakawa. Without hesitation, Asakawa replied affirmatively. Ha. Blood demon art. Mist form. Suddenly, Ling Lung activated his blood demon art, and a misty illusion resembling him materialized in front of him. Hey, why is your Demon Slayer Corps so obsessed with exterminating us demons? Ling Lung said absent-mindedly as he stood before the two. Because evil demons harm and eat people, destroying families and taking lives. Asakawa retorted in response to Ling Lung's question, and Butterfly Shinobu echoed him. Oh, is that so? But there are also kind demons and malicious demons in this world. How can you distinguish between good and bad demons? Killing a kind demon who has never harmed anyone. What's the difference from killing a person? Huh? After speaking, Ling Lung looked down and smiled lightly at the two. Evil demons. They are all wicked. They should be completely beheaded, Asakawa said instantly. However, this time, Butterfly Shinobu did not echo him, as she had come into contact with kind demons. Like Tamayo and Yashiro, she didn't want to think about the consequences of mistakenly killing one. All right. Let it play with you for a bit, Ling Lung said as he raised his hand, and the mist illusion seemed to come to life and charged at the two. Breath of Water, fourth form, Surge. Asakawa instantly struck out, and the wave of water successfully hit the mist illusion. The fierce attack rushed out like lightning. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful strike went straight through the layers of the mysterious mist illusion. Ultimately, it crashed heavily into a sturdy tree not far away. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and the trunk shook slightly. At the same time, the misty fist of the illusion accurately struck the unprepared Asakawa. With a dull thud, Asakawa was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, propelled by the tremendous force. After tracing an arc in the air, he crashed heavily into the already damaged tree. The impact caused the leaves to scatter, resembling a green rain. Asakawa, accompanied by this shout, Butterfly Shinobu dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, her voice filled with worry and urgency. She quickly turned her head, her sharp gaze sweeping toward a short distance away. There, the dense mist illusion was rolling and surging, exuding a chilling aura, clearly ready to launch another fierce attack on Asakawa. Not good. Breath of Darkness, second form. Thrust. No, wait. This won't cause any damage. After careful consideration, Butterfly Shinobu quickly utilized her breathing technique. Breath of Darkness, sixth form. Night's Gathering. Sure enough, the Nichiren blade gradually absorbed the mist from the illusion's body, but suddenly the mist illusion began to solidify. Yielding to the blade's suction, it rapidly approached Butterfly Shinobu, striking her with a combined attack that sent her flying. Wow! Butterfly Shinobu crashed into a large rock and spat out a mouthful of blood. Breath of Water. 10th form. Flowing Life. The restanding Asakawa unleashed the strongest sword technique of the Breath of Water against the mist illusion. However, upon collision, the Flowing Life was slightly inferior to the mist illusion. Breath of Darkness. Third form. Resonating Piercer. The Butterfly Knight leader let out a loud roar and suddenly lunged towards the back of the Mist Phantom. However, the Mist Phantom suddenly dissipated between the two sides and reformed behind the Butterfly Knight leader, delivering a punch that pinned him firmly to the ground. As he landed, he kicked Shallow River away, but fortunately, Shallow River managed to block the attack with his knife just in time, mitigating most of the damage. Butterfly Knight leader felt like a butterfly trapped with its wings, completely unable to break free from the iron grip that held him down. He exerted all his strength to resist, but the overwhelming force of suppression left him unable to muster any power. So, he gritted his teeth and channeled all the strength within his body into his arms. However, this moment of explosive effort nearly exhausted all his stamina, as if he had ignited the last straw of hope. In an instant, he felt deflated like a punctured balloon, completely drained of energy. At that moment, even the slightest movement of his fingers or toes became incredibly difficult, as if he were carrying an unbearable weight. Dark Breathland type Night Convergence Attack. In an instant, Butterfly Knight leader twisted his body, and a blade struck the Mist Phantom, pushing it back several meters. Oh, is this a hecatome? Ha. Interesting. Such a small body can possess such powerful grip, said Ling Lung, who stood beside him in shock. Butterfly Knight leader widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the crimson sunwheel blade in his hand that was glowing with a scorching light. He felt a powerful and searing force continuously emanating from the blade, as if it wanted to burn him completely. At this moment, Butterfly Knight leader was already severely injured, his body on the verge of collapse. Yet he still tightly gripped the sunwheel blade, struggling to support himself with sheer willpower. Just then, Ling Lung's voice reached his ears. This is the legendary Crimson Blade. Hearing this, Butterfly Knight leader's heart jolted. So this is the mysterious Crimson Blade. All along, he had only read about the legends of the Crimson Blade in the Hell's Notes, but no one had ever wielded it. Now he was in possession of it. Asanawa walked up to Butterfly Knight leader and said, "I don't know what this is, but let us clear this fog first." Chapter 65, Final Battle. Foggy Force 3. With the enhancement of the Crimson Blade, their attacks on the Foggy Phantom grew heavier. Water Breathing, 7th form, Droplet Wave, Slash. Total Concentration, Dark Breathing, 3rd form, Resonance Stab. Asanawa and Butterfly Knight leader unleashed the fastest and strongest sword techniques from their respective breathing styles to attack the Foggy Phantom. Two beams of cold light flashed, like lightning tearing through the night sky. The two incredibly sharp, dazzling sun wheel blades thrust forward with lightning speed, piercing straight through the chest of the heavy misty phantom surrounding them. However, unexpectedly, the Foggy Phantom still had the strength to retaliate. Just when it seemed like they had the upper hand, it swiftly extended two powerful hands, as hard as iron pincers, and tightly gripped Asanawa and Butterfly Knight leader by their necks. In an instant, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, unable to easily break free from each other's grasp. This is bad. As the strength continued to surge, Asanawa and Butterfly Knight leader felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. They widened their eyes, staring ahead, but the force was so strong that their vision gradually blurred. A white light burst forth before them, as if it would swallow the entire world. This white light rapidly expanded in front of them, instantly filling their vision, rendering them unable to see anything. Due to Butterfly Knight leader forcibly activating the Crimson Blade earlier, his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving him with no choice but to place his hopes on Asanawa. Asanawa! Now! Suddenly, Butterfly Knight leader's words jolted the dazed Asanawa awake. In that instant, a crimson light flew before Asanagawa, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a blazing red sun wheel blade. Faced with this sudden situation, Asanagawa showed no hesitation. He thrust his right hand forward, moving as fast as lightning, and firmly grasped the rapidly approaching blade's handle. As soon as Asanagawa's palm made contact with the sunwheel blade, a powerful force surged through his arm and into his entire body, causing him to tremble slightly. He quickly adjusted his breathing to stabilize this power. Summoning all his strength, he swung the sunwheel blade, drawing a dazzling arc in the air. Water breathing. Third form, flowing water slash. With a fierce strike, he severed the arms gripping them, successfully landing on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Hurry, take this opportunity. Butterfly Knight leader urgently shouted to Asanagawa. Without hesitation, Asanagawa, disregarding his strained breathing, executed another sword technique. Water breathing. Fifth form, mercy rain from the heavens. Asanagawa's figure flickered, leaping into the air like a bolt of lightning. His posture was graceful, as if he were an angel descending from the heavens, emanating a heart-stopping aura. The glimmering blade in his hand traced a brilliant arc in the air, slashing down with unmatched ferocity towards the mysterious misty phantom below. As he fell, the air was filled with cascading water, and under the watchful gaze of the foggy phantom, Asanagawa silently sliced through its neck. He landed steadily on the ground, and Butterfly Knight leader looked at the disappearing foggy phantom, feeling much more at ease. We did it. Asanagawa. Of course, cough, cough, cough. If it doesn't die now, that would be absurd. Cough, cough. Hearing Butterfly Knight leader's words, Asanagawa jokingly retorted. Not bad, not bad. You actually defeated the foggy phantom. Ling Long, standing at a distance, clapped in approval. By the way, let me tell you, this move was a technique I was defeated by when I faced the Upper Moon too. Although I am no longer an Upper Moon, my strength is still more than enough to deal with you. As he spoke, Ling Long launched an attack on the two. Blood Demon Art. Mist Blade. He is the former Upper Moon too. Asanagawa, be careful. Realizing Ling Long's intent, Butterfly Knight leader hurriedly warned. But it was too late. The mist blade on Ling Long's wrist had already struck Asanagawa's chest, and he once again grabbed Asanagawa by the neck and slammed him hard onto the ground. Asanagawa, bastard! As Butterfly Yiling was about to wield his sword technique, he realized that the Sunwheel blade had already been given to Asakikawa. In an instant, Ling Long flashed in front of Butterfly Yiling and kicked him up, pinning him down under his foot. Damn it, if the two of them faced the misty phantoms, they might have had a fighting chance. But against the upper rank too, Ling Long, they were only bound to take a beating. How strange. I was observing you the whole time. Your Sunwheel blade, it doesn't match your breathing technique at all. Even the blood blade is so difficult for you. Is your swordsmith an idiot? How ridiculous. Ling Long's mocking words were heard clearly by both Butterfly Yiling and Asakikawa. Before Asakikawa could finish speaking, Ling Long flashed in front of him again and kicked him away, then picked up the blood blade from the ground. As soon as he picked it up, he was burned by the blade's properties, but without hesitation, Ling Long endured the excruciating pain and broke the blood blade. Ha! I really admire your talent. But what you face is me. Damn it, I have no strength left. How can I lose to this guy? I still have my promise to Kanae and my parents, to eliminate all evil spirits. I can't fall here. Suddenly, Butterfly Yiling's body temperature and heartbeat began to accelerate until a strange black pattern appeared on his face and chest. In an instant, Butterfly Yiling felt his power returning, and even stronger than before. The Butterfly Knight leader swiftly flashed to the side like a ghost, accurately grabbing the Nichiren blade, radiating a cold light from shallow Wakchuan. Immediately, a powerful force surged from within the butterfly, instantly infusing the weapon in hand, causing it to once again burst forth with dazzling red light. The red blade reactivated. At that moment, the Butterfly Knight leader's figure flickered and raced like lightning to Ling Long's side. The Nichiren blade in hand drew a sharp arc through the air, carrying endless killing intent and power, striking fiercely at Ling Long. Seeing this, Ling Long's expression changed drastically, but after all, he was once the second highest rank. Reacting extremely quickly, Ling Long abruptly raised his sharp blade, attempting to block this fatal blow. However, at the moment the two weapons collided, a shocking scene occurred. The once hard sharp blade in Ling Long's hand now shattered like fragile porcelain, instantly breaking apart into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. At the same time, the Butterfly Knight leader's Nichiren blade continued to swing forward, mercilessly severing Ling Long's arm. Blood splattered, staining the ground around them, and the air was thick with the strong scent of blood. The power of the red blade greatly weakened Ling Long's recovery speed. This is the pattern. Chapter 66 in. Shallow Chuan, how are you? Can you still stand? Do not worry. Butterfly Yi Ling supported Qian Xing Chuan, who was struggling to stand up. Both of them had parts of their clothes torn, and blurred flesh and blood were exposed. After hearing Qian Xing Chuan's response, Butterfly Yi Ling felt relieved, awakening both the He Dao and the pattern in one night. You really are a freak. But someone like you will eventually die first. As Ling Lung spoke, her severed arm was slowly healing. Butterfly Yi Ling realized they needed to quickly resolve the battle without delay. Qian Xing Chuan, you rest for a bit. I'll handle him. Are you worried that I don't have a knife? Don't worry. A broken knife will do. Unbothered by Butterfly Yi Ling's concern, Qian Xing Chuan picked up the broken knife that had fallen on the ground and said to her, I really can't do anything about you. Butterfly Yi Ling joked and then tightly gripped the sunwheel knife, attacking in the direction of Ling Lung. Total concentration. Second form of the breath of darkness, Shadow Strike. In an instant, Butterfly Yi Ling transformed into a flash of lightning, continuously advancing towards Ling Lung. Do you really think you can defeat me? Suddenly, Ling Lung changed her previous attitude, her eyes, which were white to the point of black, filled with bloodlust and excitement. Blood Demon Technique. Mist Whip. In that moment, a thick mist suddenly surged from Ling Lung's hands. This mist seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly flowing and gathering. In the blink of an eye, the mist condensed into a long whip. This whip was significantly longer than Ling Lung's hands, moving in the air like a lively, poisonous snake. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the whip was covered in dense, sharp spikes, each glimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The returning whip immediately wrapped around Butterfly Yi Ling's legs, dragging her down. Realizing what was happening, Butterfly Yi Ling slashed the whip that was entangling her. As she looked up, ready to continue her attack on Ling Lung, two whips came rushing towards her face, a moment of danger. Just then, a voice came through. Water breathing. First form, water surface slash. 3 water blades successfully hit the whips, breaking them apart. Hey, Yi Ling. Be careful. Butterfly Night Collar turned her head and saw Qian Xing Chuan's gentle face. Damn it. Why is it you again, Qian Xing Chuan? Ling Lung's eyes widened in anger as he stared fiercely at the distant Qian Xing Chuan, his fury igniting instantly. He never expected that his carefully planned ambush would be so easily interrupted by this damned Qian Xing Chuan. Ling Lung's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his originally stern expression now looked even more sinister and terrifying due to his anger. Qian Xing Chuan's figure flashed and swiftly dashed to Butterfly Night Collar's side like a gust of wind. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, tightly grasping Butterfly Night Collar's arm and pulling her up from the ground. After they both stood up, they exchanged a glance. In that instant, it seemed as if countless pieces of information were transmitted through their gaze. They could both feel each other's tension and vigilance, as well as their readiness for the impending challenge. Qian Xing Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flickering within, gripping half of a sunwheel knife, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. Meanwhile, Butterfly Night Collar bit her lip, her hands instinctively tightening around the sunwheel knife, her muscles tense and ready to respond to any attack. Blood Demon Technique. Sword of Mist. A massive fog appeared behind Ling Lung, and the cave was filled with continuously emerging Sword of Mist, each one shooting towards the two like sharp blades. Butterfly Night Leader and Asakikawa realized that this was the final attack. Their stamina was no longer enough to sustain a prolonged battle. Water breathing. 10th form. Constant flux. Total concentration. Dark breathing. 3rd form. Resonating piercer. Asakikawa's water dragon continuously cleared the path of the mist swords for Butterfly Night Leader. However, the number of mist swords was overwhelming, and Asakikawa's sunwheel blade was only half-formed, making it very difficult to block. Several mist swords swept past Asakikawa, leaving behind streaks of blood. Watching Asakikawa in this state, Butterfly Night Leader was very worried, but they had to keep getting closer to Ling Lung to behead him, as this was their last chance. Suddenly, a massive mist sword pierced from Butterfly Night Leader's left side. In an instant, Asakikawa noticed it flashing beside Butterfly Night Leader, and the mist sword pierced through Asakikawa's chest. What? Asakikawa, it's you again. Anger rose in Ling Lung's heart as the plan failed once more. But during Ling Lung's shock, Butterfly Night Leader plunged the blood blade into Ling Lung's neck. In Ling Lung's incredulous gaze, his head was severed by the masked figure before him. Thud! The head fell to the ground, and Butterfly Knight Leader slowly took out a blood extractor from his pocket, successfully extracting some blood before struggling to walk towards Asakikawa. Butterfly Knight Leader knelt on the ground, holding Qiang Sinquin in her arms. Cough, cough, cough. Don't say any more. I already know you were seriously injured and captured during your earlier battle with Ling Long. Thank you for holding on for so long, Chuan. Qiang Sinquin forced a weak smile and replied, I'm very sorry for Teacher Lin Long. Earlier, I was proud and self-centered, dissatisfied with the teacher's teachings, and then I severed our master-apprentice relationship. If there's a chance, please help me convey to the teacher. I am very sorry. I'm sorry, teacher. Cough, cough. Qiang Sinquin's originally deep and charming ocean blue hair began to undergo subtle yet heartbreaking changes. That bright and vibrant color seemed to be slowly drained away by an invisible hand, gradually becoming dull and lifeless. At the same time, those eyes, which sparkled with vibrant light, now flickered like a candle in the wind, the light growing weaker and weaker, as if they could extinguish completely at any moment. Knight Leader, I'm glad to meet you. Even if my form is destroyed, I will definitely slay the evil spirits. At this moment, tears welled up in Butterfly Knight Leader's eyes as she spoke. We should have become pillars together. As a tear from Butterfly Knight Leader's right eye fell onto Qiang Sinquin's gentle face, Qiang Sinquin slowly closed his eyes. Chuan, Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't hold back the tears any longer, and they fell in large drops. He once again witnessed an important companion leaving him. It's over, Chuan. Everything is over. We're going home. As he spoke, Butterfly Knight Leader picked up Asaka Chuan and walked towards the direction of the underworld. Chapter 67. Rest and become a Hashira? How? Master, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. The distant horizon began to brighten, as if an invisible hand had gently lifted the curtain of night. Gradually, that white light became brighter, until finally, the warm and gentle glow spread across the earth, draping everything in a thin veil of golden silk. In the sky, the underworld and several members of the Demon Slayer Corps, along with Flame, Hashira, Kaijiro, Rengoku, were following the underworld in search of Butterfly Knight Leader. Not long ago, after Butterfly Knight Leader absorbed the mist using the land style, the underworld discovered this astonishing group of demons and immediately returned to headquarters for support. Underworld, are we almost there? The leader, Kaijiro Rengoku, asked anxiously, not expecting that Knight Leader would encounter such a powerful demon on his first mission. Having just finished a patrol and returned home, the underworld brought this news, shocking everyone, especially Rengoku, who was the most anxious. Without packing anything, he immediately led the team to provide support. Hurry, we're almost there, the underworld replied. Flame Ashira. Look, over there, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps shouted loudly, catching everyone's attention. Kaijiro Rengoku and the others followed the direction the member pointed to. A badly injured man wearing a black and gold mask was slowly walking while holding a light blue team member in his arms. Knight Leader, Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes lit up as he focused intently on that familiar figure ahead. His heart raced as he instantly recognized that person was indeed Butterfly Knight Leader. His figure swayed, and his steps were unsteady, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Kaijiro Rengoku's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he raised his leg and sprinted towards Butterfly Knight Leader like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was like lightning, creating a whirlwind as he passed, kicking up sand and stones. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Butterfly Knight Leader. However, with each step closer, seeing the horrifying wounds and pale face of Butterfly Knight Leader made his heart feel heavier. Are you okay? Knight Leader, Master, how are you? In an instant, everyone had arrived beside Butterfly Knight Leader, and Kaijiro Rengoku supported the swaying Butterfly Knight Leader. Rengoku, Senior. In front of Butterfly Knight Leader, a difficult call was made. Lord Flame Pillar. This team member has already died. At this moment, a member of the Hidden Corps examined Asakawa in Butterfly Knight Leader's arms and came to this sad conclusion. Butterfly Shinobu and Asakawa were separated and both were lifted onto stretchers. Stop talking. Shinobu, quickly, go to the nearest Tengu's house. Rengoku Kyujiro commanded, and at that moment, Butterfly Shinobu finally couldn't hold on any longer and closed her eyes, falling into a coma. Gradually time flew by, and it had been a long time since the mission in the Misty Forest. At this moment, inside the Tengu's house, Rengoku Kyujiro sat beside Butterfly Shinobu. All right, Uncle Kyujiro, I can move freely now. The awakened butterfly Shinobu said, feeling uncomfortable with Rengoku Kyujiro's care. Huh, Shinobu-chan, just honestly accept the rest. Rengoku Kyujiro said nonchalantly, teasing butterfly Shinobu instead. During this period, butterfly Shinobu also recounted everything she encountered in the Misty Forest, as well as her deceased friends and the former Upper Moon too. Kyuka. After hearing this, Rengoku Kyujiro was also shocked. Encountering Upper Moon 2 and slaying dozens of demons was an achievement that could already qualify her as a Hashira. However, detailed information about this matter had long been swiftly conveyed to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters located in a distant place through a meticulously written letter. The recipient of this letter was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Upon receiving this important information, he wasted no time in conducting in-depth research and contemplation, providing a timely and detailed response. However, when Rengoku Kyujiro was informed about the patterns and the Red Blade, his attitude shifted and became very serious. The method of activating the Red Blade was neither simple nor difficult. It only required a strong grip of 10,000 units to enhance the Nichiren blade and weaken the demon's regenerative abilities. However, the pattern had now become a part of Butterfly Shinobu's body, with a black design on her forehead and chest. It was as if the true pattern was a mysterious existence hidden in the darkness, firmly covered by deep black, making it impossible to glimpse its full appearance. It seemed that this black was an indestructible barrier, deeply burying those precious patterns within. No matter how hard one tried to explore or contemplate, there were no clues or methods to unveil this dark veil. The pattern was a way to preemptively exhaust one's vitality in exchange for powerful strength, but often, the Demon Slayer Corps members who activated it did not live past the age of 25. Rengoku Kyujiro truthfully told Butterfly Shinobu this, and she, without concern, simply said, "If I gain powerful strength, then within this limited time, I will slay all evil demons." Regarding Asakakawa, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and Ubuyashiki Kagaya expressed deep regret and had already buried Asakakawa. Returning to the present, Rengoku Kyujiro happily said to Butterfly Shinobu, "By the way, Shinobu, I have informed our lord about the demons you killed in the Misty Forest. The lord's response was that you are already capable of becoming a Hashira. I sincerely feel happy for you. You need to choose a code name as your Hashira name." "Ah, a Hashira? The highest rank in the Demon Slayer Corps. Is this too fast for me?" Butterfly Knight leader couldn't believe it, and after looking at Rengoku Shinjuro, he repeatedly confirmed that it was real. "Since that's the case, then I will draw from my own breathing technique the breath of darkness." Dark Pillar. Looking at the boy in front of him, Rengoku Shinjuro couldn't help but feel emotional. That weak boy he first met has now become a formidable pillar. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, Amano, cough cough, good news. The Butterfly Knight leader of the Rengoku family in Asakawa successfully killed the former Upper Moon too. Although it's the former, they also successfully killed an Upper Moon. This long-standing era has finally started to turn. This boy has broken the stagnant situation. Perhaps he will bring about a turning point. I believe Musen Kibutsuji will eventually be ended in our generation. A beautiful woman, Amano Ubuyashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, supported the cursed Ubuyashiki Yoya and said with equal conviction, "I believe so too." Chapter 68, Dark Pillar, an unexpected discovery in the managed area. Uncle Shinjuro, I don't want news of me becoming a pillar to spread. It's enough for the team members to know that there is such a pillar. When Rengoku Shinjuro heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment, but soon understood. This meant that Butterfly Knight leader wanted to slay demons alone in the darkness, to help and rescue people. In comparison, we are pillars known to the team members in the sunlight, while Butterfly Knight leader is a pillar in the night. All right, Knight leader, I will tell the Lord about this. Rengoku Shinjuro agreed wholeheartedly, and then Butterfly Knight leader asked, "By the way, Uncle Shinjuro, you pillars have areas you are responsible for. So now that I have become a pillar, do I also have an area to be responsible for?" "That's right, but the Lord is still pondering. It seems it should be the Asakusa area," Rengoku Shinjuro said. "It seems, Knight leader, you have another task now. Good luck." Looking at the time, Rengoku Shinjuro slowly stood up to leave. "Well then, I will take my leave first. Knight leader, the area I am responsible for still has routine patrol work waiting for me to handle. I really can't stay here any longer. You, on the other hand, should rest and recuperate here. Once you fully recover, if there are no other pressing matters, you might as well return to the Rengoku residence for a visit. After all, it's a place we live together. I hope you can regain your former vitality and spirit soon. So, farewell, wishing you all the best and peace. With that, Rengoku Shinjuro pushed the door and left, leaving only Butterfly Knight Leader in the room. After a while, a kind old lady came in with food. Here, child. It's time to eat. Be careful not to move your wounds, said the old lady as she placed the food in front of Butterfly Knight Leader. The Butterfly Knight Leader's upper and lower body are basically wrapped in bandages. With a slight movement, he turned to the old woman and asked, Grandma, I would like to know more about the Vine House. Is that okay? Oh, This is considered a branch of your Demon Slayer Corps, accepting injured members and providing food. All right, there are other members in need, so I will take my leave now, he said. After finishing his words, the old woman pushed open the door and went to the kitchen to prepare food and medicine for the other members. Butterfly Knight Leader had a difficult time eating and then rested, during which he changed his medicine several times, going through this for several days. In the morning, Butterfly Knight Leader had already packed his things in the Fujiko family house. After putting on his long boots, he opened the door to leave, preparing a letter on the table, first to avoid worrying the old lady. Due to the weather and personal reasons, Butterfly Knight Leader did not want to wear wooden clogs, opting instead for custom-made Han-style long boots. Additionally, during the treatment period, the Demon Slayer Corps uniform was also redone, but this time it was the Hashira-level clothing. In contrast to before, the buttons on the neck had turned gold. However, the Nicaran blade had not been reforged yet. But the issue was not about forging, but about the blacksmith, Steel Tomb, where he first learned that his sword had been broken into 2 pieces. He was very angry and said to Butterfly Knight Leader, That kid, I better not catch you. How dare you break my sword? You're finished. Faced with this situation, Butterfly Knight Leader planned to find a time to visit and sincerely apologize and explain. Sigh. Headache. The Fujiko family house was not too far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and by noon, he had already seen the outline of the headquarters. He skillfully found the entrance to the Rengoku residence and pushed the door open. Mother Rengoku, I'm back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Rengoku Kaijuro sitting at the entrance, and after not seeing him for a long time, he shouted excitedly, Knight Leader, you're back, little Knight Leader. The moment that call reached her ears, Rengoku Kaijuro was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned her head. There stood a familiar yet unfamiliar person, Butterfly Knight Leader. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Rengoku Kaijuro gazed at the child she had not seen for a long time. The Butterfly Knight Leader stood quietly there, as a gentle breeze brushed through his hair and sunlight poured over him, outlining a warm and beautiful scene. The Butterfly Nightingale ran towards the direction of Rengoku's flames, the two embracing each other. How are you? Are you feeling better? I heard from Shinazugawa that you encountered the previous upper moon during this mission. Do you know how worried I was when I found out? It's fine now. Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry so much. Since it's daytime, there are some things that need to be taken care of. Rengoku and his father, along with Iguro, are not home, leaving only Rengoku Shinjuro to handle the household chores. After chatting for a while, the Butterfly Nightingale prepared to leave, as she needed to check the patrol area in Asakusa and would return afterward. After waving goodbye, the Butterfly Nightingale headed towards the direction of Asakusa in her memory. It's still the same as before. A large part of the Asakusa area is a bustling city. But why don't I remember this area? The butterfly paused, carefully observing this intriguing place. Its sharp gaze swept across every corner, trying to find some clues or hints, but everything seemed so mysterious and elusive. In front of it was an underground cave, which seemed to emanate a certain aura, to prevent those potentially disastrous and worrisome events from actually occurring. Butterfly Knight was determined to go down and take a look herself. She knew clearly that if she did not get to the bottom of things and let the situation develop on its own, the consequences could be unimaginable. Therefore, Butterfly Knight cautiously walked towards that mysterious and unsettling place. The cave was filled with dampness, darkness, and it seemed to stretch on forever. Leaning against the wall, Butterfly Knight struggled to move forward step by step. Suddenly, a faint light appeared before her, illuminating the way forward. The Butterfly Knight Leader walked forward, and what came into view was an altar. At both ends of this mysterious altar stood 2 tall, pointed stone pillars, stretching straight up toward the cave's ceiling as if to pierce the sky. Between these 2 stone pillars stood a massive stone table, its surface smooth as a mirror. The passage of time had left faint patterns on it. The 4 corners of the stone table were slightly raised, giving a sense of solemnity and mystery. However, the most striking feature was the mineral placed on the stone table. This mineral emitted a colorful glow, dreamlike and ethereal. The lights flickered and flowed, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky, mesmerizing and enchanting. Upon closer observation, it seemed that this mineral contained boundless energy, as if that powerful force could erupt at any moment. This mineral gives me a sense of familiarity. The Butterfly Knight leader unknowingly reached out and picked up the strange mineral. As the mineral was lifted, the cave seemed to crack and sway, on the verge of collapse. Realizing the danger, the Butterfly Knight leader immediately ran toward the cave entrance without hesitation. Fortunately, just as the cave was about to be buried, the Butterfly Knight leader ran out holding the mineral. Breathing heavily, they turned to look back, as if the cave had never existed at all. Chapter 69. Heading to Knife Forging Village, New Blade. Who? Butterfly Yeeling took a deep breath of air. Everything that had just happened was too fast, and she still hadn't recovered. This piece of ore seems to be Crimson Gorilla Oregon. It can be used to forge a new Nickerin blade. Moreover, it appears to have a high compatibility with me. After observing it for a while, Butterfly Yeeling made up her mind to head to Swordsmith Village and ask Master Kanatetsu to forge a Nickerin blade. Although she didn't know what that altar was for, but she needed to pay more attention to this place in the future. Without lingering too long, Butterfly Yeeling immediately rushed back to the mansion of the Rengoku family. Unexpectedly, upon pushing the door open, she found Uncle Kaijiro Rengoku, along with Kaijiro and Iguro Abanai, had returned. Hey, Yeeling, the young one, is back. The sudden enthusiasm of the three left Butterfly Yeeling at a loss for words, forgetting what she wanted to say. It wasn't until Iguro Abanai asked her what she was holding that she snapped back to reality. Everyone noticed the strange ore in Butterfly Yeeling's hand, and their curiosity grew. Oh, this ore was found by me in a mysterious cave. I think it's a type of Crimson Gorilla Oregon. So, I plan to go to Swordsmith Village to ask Master Kanatetsu to forge a new sword and also to apologize. Hearing Butterfly Yeeling's words, Kaijiro Rengoku slowly explained. No need to worry, young Yeeling. Master Kanatetsu treats his swords as if they were his life. We all know that. So, young Yeeling, you must ensure that you don't break the Nickerin blade while slaying demons. At this moment, Kaijiro and Iguro were conversing beside them. Kaijiro, this swordsmith of Yeeling's is such a hassle. If the sword breaks, just forge another one. Sigh. I hope our swordsmiths won't be like this in the future. I don't mind at all. At this point, Kaijiro Rengoku answered another question of Butterfly Yeeling's. By the way, since Swordsmith Village is an important location for the Demon Slayer Corps, it isn't openly accessible. It requires several members from the Shadow Corps to escort you. I'll write a letter to the Lord shortly to have Shadow Corps members come pick you up. Also, only members of the Shadow Corps and a small number of Demon Slayer Corps members know about your successful ascension to Hashira. With Uncle Kaijiro's help, Butterfly Yeeling soon found herself in the basket of a Shadow Corps member. She felt very grateful. The Rengoku family not only took her in, but also trained her, which truly made her feel indebted. Sitting in the dark and narrow space, Butterfly Yeeling kept feeling the jolts of movement. Lord Abanai, how do you feel? By the way, why aren't you wearing your Haori? At this moment, the male Shadow Corps member carrying Butterfly Yeeling asked. I'm Fine, but I don't have a Haori at the moment. It doesn't matter whether I wear one or not. In response to the Shadow Corps member's question, Butterfly Yeeling patiently answered. Throughout the journey, the two kept conversing and learned that the name of the Shadow Corps member was Kenichi Masamura. But due to the nature of Swordsmith Village, each Shadow only knew a small segment of the road. Soon, it was time for the next Shadow Corps member to escort Butterfly Yeeling. Kenichi then remarked, this Hashira has such patience, and he can get along so well with the team members. It's truly wonderful. After being passed on by one Shadow Corps member after another, Butterfly Yeeling successfully arrived at Swordsmith Village. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Swordsmith Village was backed by a great mountain, surrounded by large groups of trees, with houses clustered together. She didn't expect to find such a hidden place. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have found it. After finding the village chief of Swordsmith Village and having a conversation, she learned the address of Master Kanatetsu. She was surprised that it was located halfway up the mountain, making it hard to find. It seemed that Master Kanatetsu was quite reclusive. Butterfly Yeeling thought to herself. Finally, she stopped in front of a wooden house, anxiously knocked on the door. As expected, within a few seconds, the door of the wooden house opened, revealing a familiar figure. Master Kanatetsu? Butterfly Knight greeted politely, while Steel Tomb looked at the newcomer and realized it was the kid who had broken his knife. The next moment, he said, It's you, little brat. You actually dare to come find me. then you must be prepared to face death. D. In the next moment, Steel Tomb pulled out 2 kitchen knives from somewhere and swung them directly at Butterfly Knight. With a gust of wind, Butterfly Knight flew off like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, the two began a chase, running all over the forging village and the mountains. From the darkness of night until dawn, it finally ended when Butterfly Knight took out the mysterious, or so exquisite. It must be a top-notch item. Don't worry, I will cherish it. With Steel Tomb's words, he quickly reached out to grab the ore from Butterfly Knight's hand and went into the house. At this point, Butterfly Knight had not yet reacted, and after a while, he heard the heavy sounds of hammering coming from inside the house. Using his brain, he could tell that Mr. Steel Tomb had already started forging the knife. Phew! Thankfully, the matter of the broken knife is finally over. Now, all he had to do was wait. With the help of the village chief, Butterfly Knight leader found a place to stay and waited, during which Uncle Masaki Juro was responsible for his area. After a long wait, 13 days, a full 13 days, news finally came from Mr. Iron Tomb. He said, "This is the best sword I have ever forged." Even at night, Butterfly Knight leader couldn't wait to head to Iron Tomb. Pushing open the door, he saw Iron Tomb gently stroking the sword. Though reluctant, he ultimately handed the sword to Butterfly Knight leader. As he grasped the sword, cracks appeared on the purple blade, and the overall blade regained its original golden-purple color. Suddenly, the blade shattered into several pieces that fell to the ground. Just as Iron Tomb was about to get angry, an astonishing scene occurred. The originally shattered blade pieces began to restore and reassemble step by step as Butterfly Knight leader used his breathing technique. Iron Tomb exclaimed, "Amazing!" At that moment, even through his mask, one could see the shock on Iron Tomb's face. With the complete use of the breathing technique, the new Nichiren blade was mastered. On the square blade base, the blade transformed into pieces, ready to attack in midair. "This sword, it perfectly matches my breathing technique," Butterfly Knight leader exclaimed in shock. This time, the Nichiren blade is equivalent to the Demon Blade 1000 Blades. Chapter 70. The Blood Delivery Journey of Asakusa. Good sword. Good sword. What a good sword. At this moment, Iron Tomb looked at the Nichiren blade in Butterfly Knight leader's hand, which danced like a performance, with pieces intertwined, and marveled. "This sword is no longer an ordinary Nichiren blade. I intend to name it the Dark Emperor Blade. I must thank you, Mr. Iron Tomb. This sword will definitely not break again." This Nichiren blade, like the Demon Blade 1000 Blades, can both function as a Nichiren blade and split into pieces for attack. Even if it is broken, it can split into fragments and reassemble, making it virtually unbreakable. Listening to Butterfly Knight leader's solemn promise, Iron Tomb had nothing more to say. Instead, he pushed Butterfly Knight leader out the door with both hands, saying, "All right, I need to rest well. You can go now." After that, there was no sound in the house. Iron Tomb was a swordsmith who, after years of honing his craft, had become a muscular man, but Mr. Iron Tomb was not very good with words. For this reason, Butterfly Knight leader did not disturb him further and left slowly. Having been in the sword-forging village for so long, it had truly been hard on the senior purgatory, but as he walked and pondered, Butterfly Knight leader felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, that's right, blood. He hadn't delivered the blood to Miss Tamayo yet. He kept forgetting this matter, but fortunately, the 2 vials of blood had been kept in cold water and had not spoiled. At this moment, it was just getting dark, and everything was silent. Due to her special constitution, Miss Tamayo could not move freely during the day. Therefore, I must hurry to the accommodation. Quickly retrieve those 2 vital vials of demon blood, leave the sword-forging village, and deliver them to Miss Tamayo on time. Time was tight, and with every passing second, my anxiety grew. The Butterfly Knight leader hurriedly moved between the silent woods and wooden houses, and along the way, saw the hot springs mentioned by the villagers. It seemed that this time there would be no opportunity. Finally, the Butterfly Knight leader arrived at the lodging place, and without a moment to catch their breath, began searching for the place to store the demon blood. After a tense search, they finally found it in a pool beneath a wooden box. Carefully holding these 2 precious vials of demon blood, the Butterfly Knight leader set off on the journey to Asakusa. All along the way, they guarded them closely, fearing any unforeseen circumstances that could damage the blood. The moonlight spilled onto the path, illuminating the way forward, but their heart remained heavy. After notifying the village chief of their departure, they hastened along without daring to relax for a moment. By the way, this was already their 2nd trip to Asakusa. During the first inspection, they discovered and received a new sword, and this time they were delivering blood. having previously been to Asakusa. And now that Asakusa had become their jurisdiction, they were very familiar with the route. So even without Mei, it was not a problem. Mei Akiyu, who's thinking of me? It must be the master who can't find their way and is thinking of me. The speed of 2 legs is limited, but for the Butterfly Knight leader, who had experienced life and death, this was not taken too seriously. They ran as fast as a rabbit. Asakusa. The battle in the Misty Forest left the death of Asakusa River as a thorn in the Butterfly Knight leader's heart, and in the end, only a blue ring was found on Asakusa River's corpse. What surprised everyone was that the powder green butterfly hairpin used to tie their hair had not been damaged in any of the battles since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Phew, here we are. Asakusa. Haha. By this time, it was already approaching midnight, but the streets of Asakusa were still bustling with stalls and people. Soon, the Butterfly Knight leader followed the shape of their memories. Well, actually, there were no memories. Since they were completely unconscious on the way to Miss Tamayo's house, they didn't remember the route at all. Butterfly Knightling slumped down, sitting on a bench, pondering what to do next. Time passed second by second, as if it had frozen. In this long and tranquil atmosphere, sitting alone with a furrowed brow, deep in thought, after about several minutes, suddenly a shadow darted out from the side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cat that had quietly appeared in front of him. The cat, with its big round eyes, curiously stared at Butterfly Knightling, occasionally meowing. Shichamaru. After some thought, Butterfly Knightling realized that this was the little cat Shichamaru, which he used to contact Miss Tamayo. If he followed it, he would surely find Miss Tamayo. Seeing someone it hadn't seen for a long time, Shichamaru seemed to understand what Butterfly Knightling was thinking and ran towards its home. Seeing Shichamaru take off, Butterfly Knightling followed without hesitation. After a long trek, they finally stopped in front of a wall. Isn't this a dead end? Butterfly Knight leader raised a question, while Shichamaru seemed not to hear it and walked straight ahead, passing through the wall. It was an obstacle. Blood demon technique. At this moment, Butterfly Knight leader realized it and followed in. What greeted them was a tall 2-story mansion, where the people inside seemed to sense something and stood up. Lady Tamayo, someone has barged in. I want to take a look. Yamamoto Yashiro said anxiously. Before Yashiro could stand up from his seat to open the door, there was a creaking sound. Then they saw a figure push open the door and stride in. Hi. Long time no see, Tamayo and Yashiro. Sorry to disturb you. The one who said this was none other than Butterfly Knight leader. Knight leader, you're here. Damn it. Why is he here again? Suddenly Tamayo, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, slightly moved her body. Her beautiful, lively eyes instantly focused on the figure appearing at the door. When she clearly saw the visitor, a hint of surprise flashed across Tamayo's face, followed by a look of joy. She stood up gracefully and slowly from the sofa, while also turning to Yashiro, standing nearby, and softly instructed, quickly prepare some fine tea, be fast. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a warbler emerging from the valley. Yashiro, running into him is a good day, but it's over. But Lady Tamayo is really so cute. Butterfly Knight took a step closer to Tamayo without hesitation, and in the puzzled gaze of Miss Tamayo, he took her hand. He retrieved 2 vials of blood from his waist and said, Miss Tamayo, this is the blood of the hand demon from Mount Fujisaki, and this thicker blood is from the former Upper Moon 2. Upon hearing the words former Upper Moon 2, shock filled Tamayo's deep purple eyes as she exclaimed, former Upper Moon 2. They actually killed the former Upper Moon 2. Seeing this, Butterfly Knight began to recount everything he had experienced since leaving Asakusa. Chapter 71. Forced Task by Little Band. Unbelievable. Upper Moon 2 was beheaded by 2 A-rank teammates. Tamayo covered her mouth with one hand in shock and said, Tea is here, Miss Tamayo. At that moment, Yashiro approached with 2 cups of tea, involuntarily moving towards Butterfly Knight, and after placing the tea down, he immediately distanced himself. Thank you, Yashiro, Tamayo said gently after receiving the cup of tea. Yashiro, oh my. Miss Tamayo, she is really so cute. Butterfly Knight's expression behind the mask revealed a sense of speechlessness. It was obvious that Yashiro liked Miss Tamayo. After this little interlude came to a close, it felt as if the gears of time turned quietly, bringing the atmosphere into a relaxed and pleasant moment of casual conversation. At this time, the 3 of them sat on the sofa, the distance between them suddenly closing in. They wore gentle smiles on their faces, and their eyes met with warmth and friendliness. Except for Yashiro and Butterfly Knight, Yashiro, Butterfly Knight Collar. In the blink of an eye, the early sun is peeking out, and Butterfly Knight Collar stands up to bid farewell to Tamayo and Yashiro. preparing to leave. I'm leaving now, Miss Tamayo and Yushiro. Well, take care, Nightcaller. Yushiro. Thuro. Oh, Butterfly Ye walks slowly to the door, gently opening a small crack to step outside, while saying, Miss Tamayo and Yushiro, take care. I will come back. I promise I won't die during this time. Inside, Tamayo couldn't help but laugh at these words, thinking what an interesting friend he was. Yes, I believe in you, Ye. The 1,000-year-old stalemate was broken by this child. Perhaps Musen Kibutsuji would really be brought to an end, just like Mr. Yurichi. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, as if more than a year had passed in just a day. During this time, Butterfly Ye attended the first Hashira meeting, where he met the magnificent Mitsuri Kanroji again, as well as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and his wife. Amain Ubuyashiki. The leader's curse had just appeared, currently only affecting 5 of his face. It seems I need to find an opportunity to ask if there is a solution. There was also the stone Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and the former flower Hashira, Kanae Kocho. However, when Kaneo and Kanae saw me, they were quite shocked. They heard that I had just become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and had teamed up with another top-tier swordsman, Asakawa, to kill a former Upper Moon. It was surprising to them that I had become a Hashira in just 17 days. Kaneo sometimes shed tears for some unknown reason, while Kanae was very kind and gentle. But the earrings she wore looked very familiar. During this time, the examination at Mount Fujikei-sen was open again, but unlike before, this time there were Hashira supervising. What was puzzling was whether it was Kanae who had actively requested the task from the leader, or if it was just luck that she was chosen in the first round. Trained by Rengoku Kyujuru and Iguro Abanai, they participated in the examination and successfully became Demon Slayer swordsmen. It's worth mentioning that this time, Kanae was the one supervising. However, it seemed she had never seriously observed Iguro Abanai before, as she discovered a small white snake named Tobamaru around his neck. Throughout the year, Tamayo also corresponded with me, and I had been patrolling my area to slay demons. It's worth mentioning that the Dark Emperor sword made by Mr. Kanamori was particularly useful. I no longer felt difficulty or fatigue when using the Nickeron blade. It could be used from a distance or up close, and could be combined or separated. Additionally, I had not forgotten Asakawa's words to me. I wrote a letter about my situation with Asakawa and handed it to Urokadaki Sakanji, not knowing how he felt. But it seemed like I heard from Shinobu that he was quite saddened at the time. He never blamed Asakawa, always thinking it was his own teaching that was lacking. In a year, I had slain over 40 demons, and my mastery of total concentration breathing became increasingly proficient. Caw! Caw! Master! Southwest! At this moment, a swift figure dashed through the night, while the silhouette weaving through the trees. Ye and Abanai were searching for demons in the patrolled area and slaying them. However, when they arrived, they found that the demon's head had already fallen to the ground. Facing them was a man wearing a white haori with heterochromia, his mouth bound with a bandage, and a white snake coiling around his body. Abanai, how did you get into my patrolled area? Ye asked in confusion upon realizing it was Iguro Abanai. At this moment, Abanai sheathed his sword and replied to Ye, Oh, this is your patrolled area? I chased a demon here. By the way, the leader assigned me a task in a village. Are you interested? It's essentially a way to make up for this demon. After all, every month we need to rank the demon slayers by the number of demons killed. Upon hearing this, Ye thought for a moment and said, Forget it. I have many things to take care of in my patrolled area, so I want to go with you. Hearing this, Abanai replied, Oh, it's fine. I already talked to Uncle Rengoku about this, and he agreed to help you watch your area. Huh. Before Ye could express his astonishment, Abanai flashed to Ye's side, swiftly drawing his Nickeron blade and running off. Come on, Ye. How strange. Ye's blade is covered in cracks. How can it sever a demon's head? As Abanai pondered this, Ye began to circulate his breathing technique. Then, in Abanai's incredulous gaze, the blade in Ye's hand began to shatter into numerous fragments, flying towards Ye. Dozens of shards surrounded Ye, while Abanai was left holding only the hilt of his sword. Furthermore, the blade of a Hashira's Nickeron sword would be engraved with the words Demon Slayer. What a strange sword. How is it forged? How is it? Isn't it great? Facing Abanai's confusion, Ye began to explain the process of forging this Nickeron sword. He also reiterated to Abanai that this Nickeron sword was called the Dark Emperor sword. To this, Abanai couldn't understand, asking why it needed a different name when it was just another Nickeron sword. Ignoring Abanai's confusion, Ye restored his sword to its original form, making adjustments before embarking on the mission with Abanai. Just as the two had left, Rengoku Kyujuru arrived at the scene, looking around but feeling disappointed when he didn't find the two boys. These two kids run so fast. Chapter 72. Kanroji Mitsuri, the sky is almost bright. Abanai, I know even if you don't say it. TT looking at the sun gradually rising in the distance, Ye, who had been on the road with Abanai for half the night, said speechlessly. Throughout the night, aside from the demons encountered in his patrolled area, he hadn't seen even a single hair of a demon elsewhere. If the Demon Slayer Corps knew that their Hashira-level teammates were neglecting their areas and instead wandering around with lower ranks, I wouldn't care. But the impression of the Hashira would change, and it wouldn't be good for the Demon Slayer Corps reputation. Tobamaru hiss, there is something. Suddenly, the Tobamaru around Abanai's neck made a sound, as if transmitting information to him. At the same time, Ye was also alerted, raising his guard instantly. In one swift motion, they both drew their swords, pointing them around. However, after some rustling from a bush, only a rabbit emerged. You, Butterfly Knight leader, held the Dark Emperor blade and, with a puzzled expression, asked Ihei Cabin this. Might be a mistake in Damaru's perception. Just as the two were conversing, the originally quiet and peaceful bushes suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. This sudden noise shattered the tranquility around them, causing a tightening sensation in their hearts. Immediately afterward, a shadow darted out from the bushes like lightning, its speed astonishing, as if it had been hiding there, waiting for the right moment. Not good. What? Just as the two were preparing to draw their weapons to attack, that shadow actually bypassed them and ran off into the distance. Butterfly Shinobu. Iguro Abanai. Doma. Stop looking. Chase. The two, realizing the situation, shouted in unison and took off running. Ugh, I'm exhausted. These two damn demon slayers chased me all night. No way. I need to find a human to recover some stamina. They shouldn't be that fast. And there's a village just ahead. Ah, the people in their dreams have no resistance. I need to act quickly, or it'll be dawn. With that, the shadow's speed suddenly increased significantly. Bang! The shadow rushed into the village and found the nearest small courtyard, diving in. Coincidentally, the shadow stumbled into a girl's room, and the sleeping girl seemed to sense something. Groggily opening her eyes. Mother, is that you? It's not even dawn yet, huh? When the girl fully opened her eyes, she saw not her familiar mother, but a tall, grotesque figure with a menacing face and sharp fangs. Ah, a monster, the girl exclaimed, quickly grabbing a broom next to her and waving it in a panic. However, this single action sent the demon, who was about to attack, flying against the wall. Suddenly, the demon broke free from its restraints and lunged at the girl with its claw. No, help! Just at that tense moment, a figure flashed in front of the girl, brandishing a sword to block the demon's claws. It was Iguro Abanai. Iguro Abanai shouted, attack. Shinobu. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of the girl in the corner. Oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. Breath of the shadow. Third form, thunderclap. Instantly, several shards appeared from behind Iguro Abanai, bypassing him and piercing straight into the demon's neck. The number increased, and then with a breath, the shards pulled out from the demon's neck, decapitating it. Just in time, perfect. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu gathered the shards, restoring her sword to its original form and slowly appearing in front of the two. This young lady is safe now. It's okay. Seeing the girl who had just regained her senses, Butterfly Shinobu spoke to comfort her. But then the topic shifted for Iguro and Shinobu. Oh no, Abanai. Look at the huge hole we made in the girl's house. What should we do? The master should cover the cost. That damn demon still didn't die cleanly. As the two conversed, the girl's parents rushed in, and upon entering the room, they saw the scattered debris and the two men who seemed familiar, along with the ugly, vanishing corpse on the ground. Instantly, the girl's father realized that these two men were demon slayers and had just saved his daughter's life. Before Iguro Abanai and Butterfly Shinobu could explain, the girl's father took the initiative to speak. Thank you both for saving my daughter's life. The two thought, so smart. Sigh, Abanai, what is it? Don't you think it's strange for two big guys to be in a girl-less room, especially in our pajamas? Shouldn't we step outside for a bit? Let us go. Under Butterfly Shinobu's advice, the two briefly left the house. The rescued girl then recounted what had just happened. Dad, that man's sword was so cool. Afterward, the girl put on her clothes and accompanied her family to the main house. Not long after, Butterfly Shinobu and Iguro Abanai also arrived here. Since they hadn't observed closely before, now that they looked, the girl was indeed very beautiful. She had large, light green eyes, each with a mole beneath, and her three long, cherry-pink braided pigtails ended in light green. She looked very cute and innocent. Even Iguro Abanai couldn't help but glance over a few more times. While in thought, the girl's father spoke up. Hello, You seem to be from the Demon Slayer Corps. Uncle, how did you know? Iguro Abanai asked, puzzled. Oh, my grandfather was once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he told us a lot of information about demons and the Corps. So our family has always known about their existence. I see. After responding to the host, Butterfly Shinobu's lively ears perked up, listening intently to every word. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu's fingers were busy gently plucking the soft, smooth feathers from Doma's back. As each feather was plucked, a light dusting of feather fluff filled the air, resembling delicate snowflakes dancing. Doma seemed oblivious to this, still quietly lying there, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The movements were gentle and practiced, as if engaging in a fine artistic creation, carefully avoiding areas that might cause pain, ensuring that her actions would not bring any discomfort to Doma. Doma, why does it feel strange? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Iguro Abanai, and this is my partner, Butterfly Shinobu. In response, the girl's father said, our surname is Kanroji, and this is our little girl, Kanroji Mitsuri, whom you just saved. Chapter 73, Recruiting People. Hello. Iguro Abanai and Butterfly Shinobu greeted politely. By the way, to thank you, please stay here for dinner, Mitsuri's father said to the two, while Iguro Abanai across the table looked conflicted. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, noticing Abanai's thoughts, took the initiative to say, okay, uncle, thank you for the hospitality, but we'll go rest for a bit first. Before Iguro Abanai could question her, Butterfly Shinobu stood up and pulled the puzzled Abanai away. Watching the two leave, Kanroji Mitsuri's face turned red. Ah, Mr. Iguro and Mr. Butterfly are really cool. I like them so much, I wonder if they will dislike me. What is up, Shinobu? Iguro Abanai asked, confused, as Butterfly Shinobu pulled him to the stream. What, did you fall for that girl? Sitting next to a stone, Butterfly Shinobu said bluntly, having become straightforward since that incident. No. Iguro Abanai turned his head away, firmly denying it. What? If you like her, just say it. Why? Because of your family? A single sentence from Butterfly Nightingale struck a chord with Ihei Kobain. Ihei Kobain was born into the Ihei family on Hachiho Island, a family that only had girls, but his birth broke this pattern. Additionally, this family had always worshipped the snake demon, which brought them wealth. Their task was to rob tourists and then offer them to the snake demon, who would cruelly devour them. As the only male, Ihei Kobain was imprisoned from a young age, waiting to grow up to be sacrificed to the snake demon. During this time, his mouth was slashed open by a servant with a sharp instrument, leaving a terrifying scar. Therefore, he had to wrap his mouth with bandages to hide this ugly appearance. Soon after, Ihei escaped, but the snake demon cruelly killed all the members of the Ihei family upon learning of his escape. Later, Rengoku Kuduru returned with Kobain and beheaded the snake demon, leaving only Kobain's morally corrupt cousin alive. Why did you run away? You caused everyone's death. You bastard. Afterward, Kobain followed Rengoku Kuduru back to the Demon Slayer Corps and joined the Corps. However, the family tragedy became a thorn in Kobain's heart, making him feel like a sinner. I sigh. Kobain, if you like someone, you have to be brave and protect them well. Although our position is very dangerous, you can feel at ease when you kill Muzan, but don't be like me. Ihei Kobain understood what Nightingale was saying and did not refute it, slowly walking over to sit beside Nightingale. Meanwhile, in the Kanroji household, the family sat in the room, seemingly discussing something. With his father's words, Kanroji Mitsuri learned of the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, Kanroji Mitsuri declared, Father, Mother, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. What? That's very dangerous. You could lose your life. Mitsuri's father advised, and her mother reacted similarly. Hearing her parents' concerns, Kanroji Mitsuri felt warm inside, but it did not waver her determination. Seeing their daughter so resolute, they stopped insisting because they knew what she had endured at such a young age. In a different place, she might have lived a happier and more joyful life. Kanroji Mitsuri was born with a muscle density 7 times that of an average person, and her appetite was also higher than normal. By the age of 5 or 6, her appetite was equivalent to that of 3 sumo wrestlers. However, as she grew older and approached marriageable age, her unusual hair color and incredible strength led to frequent rejections and even personal attacks. Time passed to the evening. Auntie, I'll help. At this moment, inside the house, Ihei Kobain and Butterfly Nightingale were assisting Mitsuri's mother by serving dishes. Mitsuri was sitting at the table with her younger siblings, originally wanting to help, but their enthusiasm pushed her back. The food is here. With this announcement, the table was filled with various dishes. Everyone gathered around, creating a warm atmosphere, as if they were one family. After dinner, as Butterfly Nightingale and Ihei Kobain thanked everyone and prepared to leave, a voice from behind called out to them. It was Kanroji Mitsuri, who had chased after them. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Mitsuri had changed into more convenient clothing and was carrying a bundle on her back. Miss Kanroji, what are you doing? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Kanroji Mitsuri with a puzzled expression and asked, while Ihei Kanae beside them seemed to have guessed something and shook his head vigorously at Butterfly Shinobu. Huff, huff. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. What? Sure enough. Listening to Kanroji Mitsuri's calm words, the feelings of the two were completely different. Butterfly Shinobu reacted and said, our position is very dangerous, related to life. Your parents won't agree. Miss Kanroji, please think it over. Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri replied, it's okay, my parents have already agreed. I've made plans. I'm not afraid, even regarding life. You don't need to worry about my safety. I will handle it. At that moment, the silent Iguro Abanai suddenly interjected. Butterfly Shinobu furrowed her brows slightly, and upon hearing Abanai's next words, she clearly understood the deeper meaning behind them. I didn't expect Abanai to accept it so quickly. Aren't you going to say goodbye to your family? Butterfly Shinobu asked. Oh, I've already said goodbye, Mitsuri responded. In that case, Abanai, you take Mitsuri back to the Demon Slayer Corps. I trust Uncle Kaijiro. I still have areas to patrol, so I'll be leaving first. Let's go, Akaza. She then bid farewell to Butterfly Shinobu under the gaze of the two. Let's go. Oh, okay, Mr. Iguro. Kanroji Mitsuri followed Iguro Abanai on their journey back to the Demon Slayer Corps. By the way, Mr. Iguro, what is the area that Mr. Butterfly mentioned? Kanroji Mitsuri asked. Oh, Shinobu is the highest-ranking Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. She possesses extraordinary strength and exceptional talent beyond normal imagination. Because of this, the leader assigns these top fighters to manage different areas. Each Hashira bears important responsibilities, protecting their respective territories to ensure they are not disturbed by demons and to safeguard the lives of the people. They patrol for the presence of demons and slay them. Oh, that's amazing. Mr. Iguro and Mr. Butterfly are truly incredible and powerful. Iguro Abanai, on the way back, never expected that after this mission, he would bring back a future Hashira and a future wife. Chapter 74. The Path of Demon Slaying after bringing Kanroji Mitsuri back to the Demon Slayer Corps. I originally planned to have Rengoku Kaijiro train her. However, due to the tight schedule and tasks of the Hashira, the responsibility of training Kanroji Mitsuri was given to Rengoku Kaijiro. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu continued her patrol of the assigned area day after day, year after year, taking on missions. Time passed quietly, and nearly 2 years had gone by without notice. However, during these 2 years, Butterfly Shinobu and everyone experienced one tragic event after another. One quiet early morning, just before dawn, I stepped into a remote village alone. A chilly atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as if cloaking the entire village in a mysterious veil. At that moment, a sinister shadow suddenly appeared in front of me. Upon closer inspection, it was Akaza, who had been in contact with me. According to Akaza, there seemed to be a demon in this area, although that area did not fall under my jurisdiction. The thought of the villagers potentially facing danger made it impossible for me to stand by. Thus, I resolutely stepped forward in that direction. Sure enough, in a secluded corner of the village, just as I was about to turn and leave, a strong smell of blood suddenly assaulted my senses. The scent spread rapidly like a fog blown by the wind, filling my nostrils and entire respiratory system. I couldn't help but stop, frowning, as a wave of unease surged within me. The air around seemed to grow heavy due to this smell, making it hard to breathe. This is bad. I'm too late. As this thought flashed through my mind like lightning, a sense of foreboding washed over me. My heart raced, and without hesitation, I anxiously ran toward the direction from which the strong smell of blood was coming. The scenery around me flew by, the wind howled in my ears, but none of this could distract me from the bloody scent. However, just then, the sky gradually brightened and the dawn light quietly pierced through the clouds, gradually dispelling the darkness. When I arrived, I was met with a shocking scene. A boy was struggling against a grotesque demon. Just as I realized the situation was becoming extremely dire and was considering intervening immediately, a desperate cry reached my ears. The voice was clear and loud, as if filled with helplessness. I focused and saw that it was the little boy, his face full of panic, calling out, "Mom, Mom." Each call was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. This action seemed to disrupt the demon's movements, and I planned to observe with my blade ready, prepared to draw it at any moment. But in the end, the demon did not harm the little boy. Then, a boy with a rooster comb hairstyle came out of the house, and, as the sun rose, it was clear that the demon was affected and was gradually dissipating. The rooster comb boy was crying out for his mother in his arms, and I learned the whole story. It seemed that the rooster comb boy mistakenly believed that his brother had killed their mother, leading to his anger and sadness. As I looked deeper into the house, I saw bloodstains everywhere, with the bodies of children lying haphazardly in pools of blood. As the demon dissipated, I walked over, explaining my profession and my purpose. However, at that moment, the rooster comb boy was in a state of extreme anger, his heart seemingly engulfed in a raging fire. He didn't listen to anything I said and instead continuously condemned his brother with sharp and intense words. The rooster comb boy glared with wide eyes, his voice shaking with rage, as if he wanted to vent all his anger in this way. In the face of his younger brother's intense reaction, the older brother appeared somewhat helpless and at a loss, trying to calm him down, but he understood that no matter what he said, it would be useless. To avoid revealing this cruel truth, the younger boy turned and ran away. I had no choice but to give some money to the rooster comb boy before turning to find another. Fortunately, I caught up and learned that his name was Tamayo Tsugumi, and, through my introduction, he successfully entered the Demon Slayer Corps. Due to his hatred for demons, he rose rapidly in just a short year, becoming a terrifying existence known as the Wind Hashira, feared by many demons who trembled and fled. Not long after, Rengoku's mother-esque condition reached a critical point. In order to completely eradicate this illness, the doctor informed us that the final medicine was a flower called the refining flower, which only blooms between midnight and 12:30 a.m. However, this flower is incredibly rare, blooming only once every 50 years. And this year just happened to be its blooming time. Therefore, I, along with Uncle Shinjiro Rengoku, Kanae Tiuri, and Michiro Takedo, waited at various blooming locations. I don't know if it was luck or what, but none of the private locations bloomed, and only mine did. With this medicine, we ultimately succeeded in curing Rengoku's mother, allowing her to return to a normal life. We all felt happy and blessed. How could such a mother just leave? During this time, while on a mission, I encountered Shinobu again and saw that she was safe and her strength had grown tremendously. She has now reached the rank of Hashira and will probably catch up to me soon. However, during the night missions, a voice kept echoing in my mind. It's coming. It's coming. The enemy of fate. Please, you must do your best to save her. Even in my dreams, I wondered, what is this enemy of fate? And who am I trying to save? One question after another kept echoing in my mind. Fortunately, the situation slightly reversed, and I gradually forgot about it, focusing on patrolling for demons. There was also a saying among the team that in times of crisis, a shadow would appear to slay the demons and save us. It seemed to be the recently promoted Dark Hashira, who was mysterious and powerful, having reportedly slain the former Upper Moon too. The words of the team circulated one after another, yet no one had seen the true face of the Dark Hashira. Gradually, Butterfly Shinobu seemed to forget what she looked like. Regarding the breaking of a 1,000-year-old stalemate, she did not agree at all. The one who breaks all this has never been herself. It has always been the constant transmission from our Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 75. The little girl with the goods in a place far from the hustle and bustle, where few people tread. There lies a quiet corner, as if forgotten by time. On this land, a grand yet somewhat shabby wooden house stands tall. However, what is chilling and shocking is that the seemingly ordinary wooden house is surrounded by a horrific scene. Next to the wooden house's walls lie small bodies in disarray, having long lost their breath of life. On the ground, the corpses of children cover it, scattered in a way that is horrifying to behold. Young lives seem to have been ruthlessly stripped away in an instant, evoking compassion and rage in one's heart. The bodies of these children bear shocking marks of beating, as if struck by extremely cruel means. The burns are even more unbearable to look at. Some wounds have festered and emitted nauseating odors. From these scars, it is clear that they endured inhumane torture and abuse before dying. Each mark of beating, each burn, is a ruthless revelation of humanity's dark side, and a wanton trampling of the dignity of life. Looking at this tragic scene, it is enough to send chills down one's spine, filling the heart with endless anger and sorrow. At this moment, various noisy sounds suddenly came from inside the house. After a long while, with a loud bang, the tightly closed door was forcefully pushed open from the inside. Immediately after, a figure shot out from the door, crashing heavily onto the cold, hard ground outside. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the one thrown out was a little girl, filthy and covered in dirt, her hair a tangled mess. Then a man walked out, picked up a thick hemp rope, and, regardless of the girl's injuries, directly tied it tightly around her waist. The girl's biological father cautiously said from the side, "Sir, we agreed that this money cannot be used to send this dead girl back." The man stood expressionless, not uttering a word. He pulled out a thick stack of cash from his bag. Then, as if discarding worthless paper, he smashed the stack of money onto the hard ground. The $100 bills flew through the air, eventually slowly falling down and scattering around. However, the man did not even glance at the girl's father. He then swiftly grabbed the thick hemp rope, firmly holding it in his hand. The other end was tightly tied around the girl's slightly malnourished waist, and he began to walk step by step towards the market. "Shinobu, help me buy some seasoning." "Got it, mother." In the Rengoku residence, Rengoku Kaijiro found that there wasn't enough seasoning to make dinner and asked Butterfly Shinobu, who was the only one at home, to help buy some. The Butterfly Knight collar lowered itself, putting on a black cloak for convenient travel, obscuring everything but its face. It wasn't far, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the bustling market filled with people. However, the sudden figure and sound caught the attention of the Butterfly Knight collar, and upon looking up, it saw a man roughly pulling an emaciated little girl with a hemp rope. "Is anyone buying this girl?" "Very cheap," the man kept shouting. The girl, however, had a very calm expression, her powder pink eyes indifferent, having become numb and emotionless after enduring long-term domestic violence and abuse. Watching this scene, the Butterfly Knight collar was flooded with thoughts. A human trafficker? Or was she abandoned by her parents? Originally, it didn't intend to get involved, but the remaining kindness in its heart wouldn't allow it to do so, so it stepped forward to inquire. Meanwhile, in another part of the market, two women wearing butterfly hair accessories also took notice. Faced with such a situation, the woman with the purple butterfly accessory felt a deep hatred rising within her. Her beautiful face twisted slightly in anger, her beautiful eyes flashing with fury as if wanting to burn everything in front of her to ashes. In contrast, the woman with the pink-green butterfly accessory displayed an entirely different attitude. She fixed her gaze firmly on the child in danger. Having already made up her mind to rescue the poor child from peril, she bit her lip lightly, her feet unconsciously moving forward, step by step approaching the heart-wrenching scene. The two women were Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu, both intending to step forward when they noticed another cloaked man getting ahead of them. "Hello. What's going on with this child?" Seeing the man about to harm the little girl again, the Butterfly Knight collar reached out to stop the act of violence. "Huh? What is it to you? Are you buying or not? If not, get out of the way." The man, seeing his actions blocked, vented his anger on the Butterfly Knight collar. "Why are you tying up this child? Need I even ask? She's covered in fleas, and she might run away at any moment. By the way, why are you asking so many questions? Are you buying or not?" The Butterfly Knight leader was arguing with a man, while a little girl beside them was watching the Butterfly Knight leader, taking note of the appearance of the mask. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Butterfly Shinobu lightly stepped forward. She raised her fair, jade-like hand, scattering a large handful of colorful bills like a celestial maiden spreading flowers. These bills danced in the air like fluttering butterflies. Upon closer inspection, the large stack of money not only contained common paper currency, but also mixed in numerous shiny coins. There were even several larger denomination banknotes. As this wealth fell gracefully, it was as if a rain of money had descended before them. Without saying a word, the man snatched the rope from Butterfly Knight leader's hand and pulled the little girl towards Butterfly Kanae. Before Kanae could think further, Butterfly Shinobu grabbed her sister's hand and began to run wildly, gradually distancing themselves from the scene. "What?" the man exclaimed, realizing the situation and attempting to chase after them. "Hey, you should pick up your money first," Butterfly Knight leader reminded him, as his thoughts mirrored her own. She hoped that the little girl would have a happy and joyful life in the future. Upon hearing Butterfly Knight leader's words, the man realized and shouted loudly, "Don't move. This is my money. Don't take it." Due to Butterfly Shinobu's earlier actions, she blocked Butterfly Knight leader's line of sight, and although she couldn't see clearly, she could tell from the voice that it was a woman. The two brushed past each other once again. Chapter 76. Mission. The Cannibal Church. Kanae. There is a very strange church. It is said that the girls who enter disappear without a trace. You need to investigate it. Inside the room, light poured through the windows, illuminating a tranquil space. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubiya Shikiyoya, sat upright in front, his posture tall and dignified, with a kind and solemn expression. The sunlight shone upon him, as if draping him in a soft glow. On the other side sat Butterfly Kanae, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a butterfly haori draped over her shoulders, complementing her position as a Hashira. Her smooth, long hair gently fell over her shoulders, shimmering slightly. Her fair skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade, radiating an enchanting glow. Her light purple eyes were clear and bright, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. At this moment, she was quietly gazing at Obuyashiki, her eyes conveying respect and trust. Yes, my lord. Butterfly Kanae replied with a determined expression. At this moment, it was still daytime, but the crucial mission was scheduled to be executed at night. This allowed for ample time to prepare. During this long day ahead, Kanae would conserve her energy, adjust her state, and prepare to ensure that the mission would be foolproof. After Butterfly Kanae left, Obuyashiki began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, the personnel in the Butterfly Mansion were very lively and energetic. Oh, dear Kanae, this is something you can eat. At this moment, Kanae Tiuri was holding the little girl saved by Butterfly Shinobu not long ago. The girl now had a new name, Kirikaru Kanae. Everyone in the Butterfly Mansion took great care of her. However, after long-term abuse, Kanae had lost her ability to make judgments. In response to this behavior, the clever Butterfly Kanae came up with a strategy and handed a coin to Kanae. If faced with a decision, tossing the coin would mean heads for agreement and tails for disagreement. Sister, you're back. Just as Butterfly Kanae reached the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, a sweet voice called out. Turning around, she saw her sister, Butterfly Shinobu, running towards her. Shinobu leaped and hugged Kanae like a sloth, not letting go. Hey, did you finish today's training, Shinobu? Butterfly Kanae is smiling gently at Butterfly Shinobu. Seeing her sister smile, Shinobu suddenly feels guilty and slowly loosens her grip on her sister, turning to run away. Sister, I'm going to find Kanae. By the way, Shinobu, I have a mission tonight and won't be back for a while. Please tell Master for me. Got it, sister. Butterfly Kanae shouted at Butterfly Shinobu, who was running away. And due to the close distance, Butterfly Shinobu responded in kind. Oh my, how adorable, little Shinobu, she teased, before turning and entering her room to prepare the items needed for the night's mission. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset, and Butterfly Shinobu was heading towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, holding her head. In recent days, for some reason, her head had begun to throb painfully, which was why Obuyashiki contemplated whether to have Butterfly Shinobu assist with this task. Based on previous information, it could be inferred that the location being investigated might harbor one of the 12 Kazuki, though it was unclear whether it was upper or lower moons. However, for safety's sake, Obuyashiki was uneasy and planned to call upon Butterfly Shinobu for help, as the other Hashira were occupied with their own missions. Soon, Butterfly Shinobu met Obuyashiki again, but compared to the last time, his condition seemed to have worsened slightly upon closer inspection. Without much conversation, after inquiring about Butterfly Shinobu's health and receiving the reply that she was fine, Obuyashiki informed her of the mission. A man-eating cult? I'll go right away, my lord. Without any hesitation, Butterfly Shinobu agreed and left. Meanwhile, Butterfly Kanae had already set off ahead to that mysterious cult, the Eternal Paradise Church. The long journey made Butterfly Kanae and her crow run for a long time, and in the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Fortunately, after a difficult trek, she finally caught sight of the destination, the magnificent mansion standing before her. It resembled a massive castle, majestically occupying several kilometers of land. From a distance, the mansion's walls towered into the clouds, as if an indestructible barrier were isolating the entire world from within. The grand gate was impressive, adorned with exquisite patterns and mysterious symbols, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. Surrounding the mansion were lush green trees and vibrant flowers, contrasting beautifully with the majestic building. Yet they occasionally emitted a chilling atmosphere. The color of the entire mansion was predominantly red, with little variation in other colors. Suddenly, a faint and mysterious sound came from nearby. The sound was intermittent and elusive, as if it concealed some secret or danger. To avoid alarming the unknown entity that produced this sound and falling into unnecessary trouble, Butterfly Kanae leaped silently like a light and agile spirit cat, landing steadily on a thick branch beside her. Her movements were fluid and graceful, blending seamlessly with her surroundings. Standing on the branch, Butterfly Kanae squinted slightly, vigilantly watching the direction from which the sound came, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. Constantly changing her position, she soon located the source of the sound. Just as she was about to eavesdrop, someone on the ground seemed to have already seen her and spoke up, "Don't hide, little kitty. Eavesdropping is very rude." The speaker had gray-white hair with a red top, beautifully colorful pupils, and wore a red top with deep white pants, constantly exuding an aura of mystery. "By the way, it's our first meeting. My name is Doma." Meanwhile, in another location, Butterfly Shinobu was doing her utmost to reach the mission site. She had heard from her lord earlier that another Hashira would be accompanying her on this mission. She didn't know if she was late or if the other Hashira had arrived before her. She hoped she wouldn't be blamed for being tardy. After finishing her thoughts, Butterfly Shinobu tightly gripped her Nichiren blade, raising her head to continuously ask Shin about how much further they had to go. Chapter 77, Upper Rank 2 Doma. At that moment, Butterfly Kanae's heart sank. Her movements had been completely exposed. This left her astonished by the opponent's anti-detection abilities. She had always been careful and cautious, yet she still couldn't escape detection. However, despite her inner shock, Butterfly Kanae did not panic. In a flash, she glided down towards the ground like a dancing butterfly. Her graceful and agile form seemed to carve a beautiful arc in the air. "Oh my, a beautiful lady." Doma, seeing her from a distance, was instantly captivated. "May I ask what brings you to our Eternal Paradise cult, beautiful demon slayer?" Doma said with interest, while subtly hiding the long, pale leg of the woman he had just killed behind him. However, this subtle movement did not escape Butterfly Kanae's keen observation. Her beautiful and sharp eyes immediately noticed this small anomaly. "Ah, Mr. Demon, are you eating people?" Seeing Doma's actions, Butterfly Kanae wanted to draw her sword but still politely inquired, because Kanae held a friendly attitude towards demons. She believed that demons could also possess good and evil and deserved redemption, and that humans and demons could coexist. "Yeah, have I been discovered? But it's okay. Let me save you, beautiful lady. Merge with me and go to the paradise." Doma was utterly unconcerned about life and death. He believed humans were pitiable, and consuming them was a form of redemption. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Doma." As both sides realized that friendly negotiations were no longer possible, Butterfly Kanae's slender hand began to slowly move towards her waist. Her movements were gentle and elegant, as if every subtle action carried a unique rhythm. Finally, her delicate hand touched the hilt of her Nichiren blade at her waist, gently gripping it, ready to draw her sword and enter battle at any moment. At this moment, Butterfly Kanae exuded a sharp aura, like a deadly flower about to bloom. "Oh my, don't be so tense, beautiful lady. May I ask your name?" Seeing this, Doma regarded Kanae with disdain, slowly teasing her as he picked up his two fans and asked his question. "I don't think it's necessary to tell you, Mr. Doma." Flower-breathing, fifth form, no fruit peony. Accompanied by a delicate shout, Butterfly Kanae's graceful figure danced like a butterfly. Instantly, she activated her unique breathing technique, and the blade in her hand shimmered with a cold light, seeming to merge with the surrounding air. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from her, like flowers blooming in spring, intoxicating those around her. This aura quickly condensed into sharp sword energy, sweeping towards Doma with overwhelming force. Doma felt the immense pressure but showed no sign of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. Facing the incoming deadly attack, he swiftly dodged the sword energy with an ease that resembled a ghost. However, Butterfly Kanae's assault did not cease. She stepped into the void, her light form twisting and turning in the air, continuously wielding dazzling sword techniques. Each move contained endless power and intricate changes. For a moment, the entire space was enveloped by her magnificent and fierce swordsmanship, leaving spectators breathless. "Oomph." Doma sneered coldly, suddenly swinging his exquisitely crafted dual fans. With his swing, an extremely cold aura suddenly spread from him. In what should have been a warm and pleasant season, pure white snowflakes began to fall from the air. These snowflakes seemed to be alive, dancing around Doma and creating a dreamlike atmosphere, but the chill they carried was bone-chilling. Doma unleashed his Blood Demon Art, Vining Lotus. In an instant, countless pale blue lights shot from his fans, intertwining like agile vines. Meanwhile, Butterfly Kanae's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her body shifted lightly as she tried to evade the sudden attack. However, at that moment, Doma activated his Blood Demon Art again, Winter Ice Pillars. Accompanied by this command, sharp, glimmering ice pillars suddenly appeared above Butterfly Kanae's head without warning. These ice pillars, like divine weapons descending from the sky, fell with unmatched momentum towards Kanae below. Not good. Butterfly Kanae's heart tightened, realizing the danger. She saw the ice pillars descending with fierce force and endless killing intent. Not daring to be slow for even a moment, she quickly executed flower-breathing, third form, her body moving like a dancing butterfly, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, just as she began to adjust her breathing, a bone-chilling cold surged into her lungs, as if countless ice needles had pierced her. Unable to suppress a violent cough, each cough was accompanied by sharp pain in her lungs, causing her movements to slow significantly. Despite this, Butterfly Kanae gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain to continue executing the third form. She knew that even a moment's relaxation could cost her life. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and one belief remained in her heart. She had to survive. At the same time, Butterfly Kanae was observing Doma with the corner of her eye, watching for his next move. When Butterfly Kanae focused her gaze, she was completely shocked by the scene before her. She saw that in Doma's dreamlike, multicolored eyes, there were deeply engraved two striking characters. Upper Moon 2. These two characters seemed to emanate a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Kanae Butterfly's heart tightened involuntarily. She understood what this identity meant, and knew she was about to face an extremely difficult battle. However, even so, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she tightly gripped the Nichiren blade in her hand, her gaze firmly fixed on Doma, ready to confront this life-and-death struggle. Shinobu. Master, I might not be able to return this time. Will I still be able to see you? Yurikun. Chapter 78. Reunion of Fate. Oh dear, beautiful lady. If you continue to use your breathing technique like this, your delicate lungs won't be able to handle it. Who knows, they might burst like a broken balloon with a pop. Doma was leisurely sitting on his exquisite ice sculpture throne, casually resting his chin on one hand. A cryptic smile adorned his face, and his eyes, half smiling, were fixed on Kanae Butterfly not far away, mocking her. It turned out that Doma's spine-chilling blood demon art was closely related to the frigid cold of ice. The mysterious technique he wielded could not only condense extremely hard and cold ice blocks, but it also mixed in a strange, icy powder. This powder seemed insignificant, but once inhaled into the body, it would corrode the lungs like a demon, causing unbearable, agonizing pain. It felt as if countless fine needles were stabbing into the alveoli. Each breath was accompanied by excruciating stabs, making it painfully difficult to breathe normally. Over time, one would be unable to use the breathing technique, gradually becoming prey to be slaughtered. As time quietly passed, Kanae Butterfly realized she was gradually losing control over her breathing technique. What was once familiar and allowed her to navigate battles with ease now seemed sealed. No matter how hard she tried, she could not perform it. Gradually, Kanae Butterfly became a powerless existence, like fish meat on a cutting board awaiting slaughter. Her once intact body was now unrecognizable, covered in wounds. All thanks to Doma's terrifying blood demon art. Blood gushed from her wounds, completely soaking her clothing in a shocking crimson hue. On those garments, thin strands of ice began to emerge, resembling spider silk. These ice strands seemed to possess life, spreading along the fabric's texture where they passed. A thin layer of frost formed. Seeing this, Doma also stood up, slowly walking towards Kanae Butterfly with his arms wide open. Why resist, beautiful lady? Isn't it better to join me in the world of bliss? Come on, beautiful lady, although you never tell me your name, why not merge in my body? As the distance between them gradually closed, Doma's bright red clothing and the flesh within began to slowly open up. It was as if a long-hungry beast suddenly opened its fierce and enormous mouth. The opening grew wider and wider until it was completely ajar, revealing a dark space as deep as an abyss. Just a glance at it would instill an involuntary sense of fear and chill. Butterfly Kanae tried her best to distance herself, but the injuries on her body and the sharp pain in her lungs rendered her unable to move. She could only watch as death approached her step by step. At the same time, Butterfly Shinobu arrived at the designated church for the mission with lightning speed. Upon entering the area, the sight before him made him gasp in horror. The ground was covered in shocking traces of battle. It was as if a brutal massacre had just taken place here. The blood flowing and already congealed on the ground resembled crimson flowers blooming in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Not good. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but exclaim. A strong sense of unease and urgency surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed the mottled bloodstains, rushing towards the location of the battle. Along the way, his heart was tightly knotted, and various terrible scenarios flashed through his mind. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were the pinnacle of combat strength. They could not afford to lose a single one. Just as Butterfly Shinobu anxiously arrived at the scene, he froze, his eyes wide open. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, like a fallen leaf in the cold wind. Completely losing control, the heart that was already restless now felt like a wild horse breaking free, wildly pounding against his chest, seemingly wanting to break free from its restraints. Before him stood a demon inscribed with the number 2, and on the other side was Butterfly Kanae, whom he had longed for. Kanae is still alive. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu's emotions were in turmoil, a mix of surprise and sorrow. At this moment, Butterfly Kanae's delicate body was covered in blood, resembling a tragic painting. Her once magnificent kimono was also stained, soaked in blood. Amidst the bloodstains, several cold threads like frost faintly emerged, flickering with a weak yet heart-wrenching light. These icy threads intertwined with the blood, resembling a sonata of death and despair, telling the tale of a breathtaking battle and endless sorrow. Just then, Butterfly Shinobu was horrified to discover that the terrifying figure, the demon inscribed with the number 2, was slowly approaching Butterfly Kanae step by step. Its grotesque and twisted face looked particularly eerie under the moonlight, preparing to devour the delicious prey before it. As the demon drew closer to Butterfly Kanae, Butterfly Shinobu's eyes widened, and he drew his sword, the Ankakut. He activated his breathing technique and rushed to protect his beloved. Stop. Total concentration. Insect breathing, third form, parasitic insect. In an instant, Butterfly Shinobu charged like lightning, applying the techniques of thunder breathing to his legs, positioning himself between the two. In the puzzled gaze of the demon, Ankakut's fragments pierced into the abyssal mouth, one after another. Explosive sounds erupted from within, forcing it back. Who? The demon retreated several dozen meters, closing its massive mouth. Infuriated at the interruption of its salvation, its colorful pupils were filled with blood vessels. Seizing the opportunity, Butterfly Kanae adjusted her breathing and state, struggling to lift her head to see the person before her. Clad in the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, with white-purple hair blowing in the wind, and that conspicuous butterfly hairpin. As Kanae was stunned, Butterfly Shinobu slowly turned his head back, the black and gold mask revealing a sense of longing. Butterfly Kanae, looking at the mask that only revealed one eye, recognized that familiar yet strange gaze in an instant. Choking back tears, she said, Shinobu. Shinobu-kun. Chapter 79. The True Pattern. Without a moment's hesitation, Butterfly Shinobu disregarded the demon before him as air and turned to run straight towards Butterfly Kanae. The air around him was pulled in, and, at that moment, Butterfly Shinobu was like an arrow released from its bow. As Butterfly Shinobu was running, her legs trembled with excitement. When she reached Kanae's side, she immediately knelt on one leg before Kanae. Struggling to raise her hand, she slowly reached out to touch Kanae's cold cheek, which had been frostbitten. At that moment, Butterfly Kanae also looked at Butterfly Shinobu, and tears streamed down her face. Yori, I, finally, see you, huh? In Butterfly Kanae's beautiful eyes, the glistening tears rolled down like pearls that had come loose from a string. Yet the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a joyful smile. Even her voice trembled slightly, as if the emotions that had been suppressed deep within her heart were released at that moment. The Butterfly Knight collar tightly clenched his fists, trying to make his voice sound less trembling. However, the slight quiver at the end of his words betrayed the turmoil within him at that moment. Beneath that exquisite and mysterious mask, his face had long been drowned in tears. The glistening droplets slid down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a crisp sound that seemed audible. Those once cherished memories and lost beauties surged into his heart like a tide, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Butterfly Yeeling looked tense and concerned, slowly taking out a roll of pure white bandages from his chest with slightly trembling hands. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the turmoil within him, but the hand holding the bandages still shook uncontrollably. Then, he cautiously approached the injured Kanae, his eyes filled with tenderness and worry. When he got close enough to touch the wound, he was gentle, as if handling a rare treasure. He gently unwrapped the bandages and began to carefully wrap them around Kanae's injured area. Every movement was slow and meticulous, afraid of causing her more pain. At that moment, on the side, Doma was continuously unleashing his bizarre and powerful blood demon art, attacking the man who dared to disturb his enjoyment like a storm. Cold ice pillars he shot out from the fan in Doma's hand, carrying a chilling aura and terrifying power. However, facing such a fierce assault, the Dark Emperor's blade flickered and blocked it. Each time Doma's blood demon art came, it was precisely countered. The Dark Emperor's blade shattered into pieces, forming an indestructible defense between Yiling and Kanae. Neither the chill of the blood demon art nor the massive ice pillars could break through this barrier made of blade light. Huh? How strange. This blade. The sudden turn of events made Doma, whose face had been adorned with a brilliant smile, pause slightly, a hint of confusion appearing. But it was only for a moment. Doma quickly returned to his usual self, his smile still radiant, seemingly unfazed by the recent blockage, as if it were merely a small farce. However, the movement of the fan in Doma's hand began to accelerate. The fan traced brilliant arcs in the air, stirring up gusts of wind and cold air. As he increased the speed of his hands, the surrounding air began to become restless. Faint sounds of shattering could be heard. I will protect you. I will not lose. You. The Butterfly Knight leader turned and pulled the knife handle, actively lowering the defense. In an instant, shards returned to the blade like a tide, reassembling. The next second, ice pillars shattered the defense and stabbed towards the two, but were all blocked by the Butterfly Knight leader's sword techniques. Meanwhile, the black patterns on the Butterfly Knight leader's forehead and chest were gradually disappearing, transforming into a glimmer of light in the darkness, flowing onto the forehead and chest. Perhaps this was the true pattern of the Butterfly Knight leader. Indeed. But if the breathing technique is continued, hum hum hum, a hint of mockery leaked from the inscrutable smile of Doma. The Butterfly Knight leader had already noticed that the surrounding air posed a threat to her. Then, in Doma's shocked expression, the Butterfly Knight leader gripped the knife with both hands and executed the dark breathing, sixth form, Knight's Convergence. The cold air was absorbed. Subsequently, the Butterfly Knight leader absorbed all the toxic cold air around into the blade and swung the knife to return it. As Doma inadvertently waved his fan to block, the Butterfly Knight leader used the second form, Shadow Flicker, appearing like a ghost behind Doma. Dark breathing, first form, Shadow Blade. In an instant, she swung the knife towards Doma's neck, and a smile suddenly appeared on Doma's cold face. Just as the blade was about to approach his neck, Doma lifted his fan to block this deadly strike. He then turned and grabbed the Butterfly Knight leader's arm, throwing her in front of himself, followed by a kick to the abdomen. The Butterfly Knight leader evaded this strike in midair and then, with a slicing sound, cut Doma's arm. Utilizing the blade's characteristics, she continuously split the shards and extended, delivering a fierce slash towards Doma. A bloody gash was left on him, but in the blink of an eye, it healed instantly. However, Doma did not intend to entangle with the Butterfly Knight leader, as dawn was about to break. If he didn't quickly devour this beautiful lady, he would be quite sad. Therefore, Doma used ice pillars to continuously shorten the distance between the three. Meanwhile, the sky was observing the time transition, hoping for the sun to appear soon, worrying for his master. The crow of Butterfly Kanae, upon discovering the lower moon too, hurried back to headquarters to gather reinforcements. Among them were Kanae's master, Kaneo Tiuri, and her sister, Shinobu Kocho, along with some rank A and B swordsmen rushing through the forest. Sister, you must hold on. I can't lose you again. Kanae, hold on. Master is coming soon. Dark breathing, fourth form, Blessing of the Night. Blood demon art, Crystal Prince. Sharp blade shards continuously swung and attacked the small ice figure resembling Doma. Although its size was small, its strength was close to the original, making it difficult for the Butterfly Knight leader to handle. Doma was also continuously approaching the recovering Butterfly Kanae, and both noticed each other. Cough cough, flower breathing. Sixth form, Whirling Peach. Dark breathing, fifth form, Death Dragon Dark God. Discovered? But these attacks won't be difficult to handle. Blood demon art, Cold and Fierce White Lady. Chapter 80, Fierce Battle, Protection Dawn. In an instant, the temperature around plummeted and a bone-chilling cold rapidly spread. Accompanied by this cold air, a large amount of icy air surged like a tide, as if freezing the entire space. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. Two lifelike female ice sculptures quietly appeared on either side of Doma. These two ice sculptures were like exquisite artworks, every detail meticulously carved. The hair was as light as real hair. Their faces were delicate and beautiful, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep sleep. Their clothing was also clearly visible, with textures and folds displayed vividly. These two female eye sculptures emitted a mysterious and cold aura, resonating with the surrounding cold air, making the entire scene appear even more eerie and terrifying. Dark breathing, sixth form, Knight's convergence. At the same time, the Butterfly Knight leader executed the breathing technique. Her hands dancing, invisible air currents gathered from all directions, wrapping around the Dark Emperor's knife like a spirit snake. These air currents contained highly toxic cold air, seemingly alive, madly drilling into the interior of the long knife. Once inside the blade, the cold air disappeared without a trace. Unable to pose any threat to the Butterfly Knight leader, she gazed at the two massive ice sculptures standing like mountains before her. The eyes of Butterfly Knight leader became incredibly determined, fully aware that this battle was a matter of life and death, and there was no way to retreat. Even if it meant death, he had to protect Kanae. Butterfly Knight leader took a deep breath and quickly mobilized all the power within him. The energy continuously gathered into his arms, and as the power surged in, the muscle lines became clearly visible, as if containing endless explosive strength. At the same time, his hands, tightly gripping the hilt of a knife, were like iron pincers, refusing to loosen even a fraction. Gradually, the originally gleaming blade began to turn slightly red under the infusion of power, as if it had been scorched by fierce flames. Moreover, this red grew increasingly bright and intense, until the entire blade transformed into a blood-like crimson. At this moment, the Dark Emperor knife in Butterfly Knight leader's hand had already activated its blood blade mode. Having seen through Doma's intentions, Butterfly Knight leader separated half of the knife shards to form a barrier to protect Kanae. No, this will only hold you back. He is Upper Moon too, and even if the two of us work together, we have no chance of winning. Hurry and go, Knight leader. You don't need to accompany me. At this time, Butterfly Kanae, dragging her heavily injured body, was desperately trying to persuade Butterfly Knight leader. She realized that Doma's target was only her. He was too powerful, and someone had to survive to bring his information out. Her injuries were too severe, and Knight leader didn't need to risk his life to save her. Nonsense. We finally met. How can I abandon you? Leave you behind? I can't do it. Butterfly Yeeling stared ahead with determination, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out these words through clenched jaws. Even if I have to give my life here, I will save you. His resolute tone was already prepared for death. Each word struck Butterfly Kanahui's heart like a heavy hammer, evoking deep emotion. As he spoke, Butterfly Yeeling, with unwavering intent and a deathly resolve, swung his knife toward Doma. Watching this scene, Butterfly Kanahui couldn't help but shed tears. You have to hold on. Yeeling-kun. Ah, what a touching requiem. Let me add a thick stroke to it, hee. In an instant, 3 or 4 figures rushed out like lightning. It was the Crystal Princess. Agile and fast, they pounced fiercely towards Butterfly Yeeling. At the same time, on either side, Kanetsu and her companions opened their mouths, continuously spewing out bone-chilling cold air. They formed white streams of air that swept towards Butterfly Yeeling like a blizzard. This powerful cold air not only caused the temperature around to plummet, but also greatly interfered with and hindered Butterfly Yeeling's movements. Butterfly Knight leader continuously dodged attacks, countering with the Heck, striking again and again. With the enhancement of the Heck, the Dark Emperor's blade became incredibly hot, effectively countering the ice constructs created by Tong Mo. However, a small amount of cold air was inhaled by Butterfly Knight leader, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. All concentration, dark breathing, second form, sudden shadow. In Tong Mo's line of sight, Butterfly Knight leader appeared like a ghost, constantly materializing in one place after another. Down! Go to hell! Death Dragon Dark God! Suddenly, Butterfly Knight leader appeared in front of Tong Mo, swinging his blade towards his neck. But after living for hundreds of years, Tong Mo, ranked Upper Moon 2, raised his dual fans to block the blade. Oh dear, is this how it is? Tong Mo looked at the bloodied Butterfly Knight leader, praising him. You want to get close to me despite your injuries? Huh? Hey, this is no ordinary blade. Bastard. The blade that was stuck in the golden fans suddenly dispersed, transforming into a dagger without a hilt, which Butterfly Knight leader gripped tightly. He struck fiercely at Tong Mo's neck, and, as the force increased, the blade gradually sank deeper into his neck. However, the heat and sharpness of the blade continually pierced Butterfly Knight leader's palm, causing drops of blood to flow. He refused to let go, even as Tong Mo's fist broke several ribs. What a madman. It seems you still don't understand the gap in strength. In an instant, Tong Mo gathered power in his palm, releasing an ice pillar that pierced through Butterfly Knight Leader's chest. As the pain spread, Butterfly Knight Leader gritted his teeth and kicked Tong Mo away, rushing to stand in front of Butterfly Kanae. As Butterfly Knight Leader distanced himself from Tong Mo secretly sighed in relief, thinking that was close, I almost got killed. No. Knight Leader Kuin. Kanae watched this scene, yet felt helpless due to her own injuries that left her unable to move. Doma looked at the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, both are at the end of their strength now. Just as Doma was about to unleash his final move to completely send them away, suddenly, a long-awaited ray of sunlight, which had not appeared for a long time, miraculously shone before them. That warm and dazzling light seemed like a divine rescue arranged specifically for this moment. It instantly shattered the dark atmosphere that was filled with the scent of death. Piercing through layers of clouds and fog, it shone directly on this land, bringing a glimmer of hope and a turning point. It's dawn. There's no way to save this beautiful lady now. Seeing the sun rise, Doma no longer wished to fight and ran straight into the depths of the forest. The ice people began to melt under the sun's rays, and even the ice pillar in Kanae's chest was the same. We survived. Kanae. Chapter 81. Butterfly House Emergency Rescue. The severely injured Kanae struggled with every movement as if using up all his strength. His trembling legs barely supported his body as he slowly took a small step forward. With each step he took, a shocking bloodstain was left on the ground, resembling blood-red flowers blooming in the night. But Kanae's gaze remained firmly locked on a Kanae not far ahead, despite the pain crashing over him like waves. He gritted his teeth and continued to approach her step by step. His handsome face was now covered in blood, and the huge hole in his chest looked particularly terrifying. At this moment, the power that had supported his breathing technique had completely vanished, as if drawn away by an invisible force. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor's blade had already returned to its original form, quietly discarded to the side like an abandoned orphan, lonely and helpless. Thud! Accompanied by this dull sound, Kanae fell heavily to his knees beside Kanae. His once strong body now appeared so weak and powerless, as if all his strength had been drained away. Yet even so, he still used the last bit of his remaining strength to tightly embrace Kanae. His arms clung to her slender waist like iron clamps, as if he wanted to merge her into his body, never to be separated again. His head buried deep in her neck, breathing in her faint fragrance, feeling her warmth and heartbeat. At this moment, Kanae's heart was filled with fear and unease. Although he had driven away Upper Moon 2 at the cost of severe injuries, he still feared that any unpredictable factors might suddenly appear, ruthlessly taking his beloved away from him. This fear followed him like a shadow, constantly gnawing at his already shattered heart. However, despite the fear deep within him nearly consuming him, he still held on tightly to Kanae, not daring to relax for a moment. Kanae, with tears streaming down her face, raised her hand to caress Kanae's cheek, murmuring, "Kanae, is it really worth it?" "Thank you." The two embraced tightly, a scene they had imagined countless times. But fortunately, fate favored them once more, allowing them to meet again. Sister, Kanae, hey, Kanae. Meanwhile, the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived, led by Kayamekika and Shinobu. Uniquely, Ihei Cabin appeared in the opposite direction. It turned out that after receiving news from the underworld, he rushed over without stopping. The three of them simultaneously spotted the two embraced in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. Sister, Kanae. The three rushed over, and a stretcher behind them smoothly followed. Kanae. He's still alive. At this moment, Shinobu rushed forward and realized that the person holding her sister was the long-dead Kanae. Even with the growth over the years, Shinobu could recognize him even if he turned to ashes. What happened? Kanae, the hole in your body. Hurry, get the stretcher. Quickly. Ihei Cabin shouted anxiously as he looked at Kanae's severely injured body, already feeling the loss of his friend's life. During this time, Ihei Cabin had also become the Serpent Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps with his swordsmanship. Master, Shinobu, I'm fine. Just save Kanae first. After saying this, Kanae finally could not withstand the fatigue and closed her eyes to sleep. Good boy, you actually took my disciple right in front of me. Haha, you little rascal, you really have your ways. Although Kayamekika kept mumbling something, her hands did not stop for a moment. She quickly coordinated with other members of the Hidden Corps, carefully lifting the two injured people and steadily placing them on the stretcher. Their movements were gentle and practiced, as if they had gone through countless similar scenes. Then, Kayamekika personally led this small team, walking briskly but orderly towards the butterfly house. Along the way, she occasionally looked down to check on the injured, her eyes revealing concern and worry. The air around them seemed to grow heavy with tension, only their hurried footsteps breaking the brief silence. Ihei Cabin was also busy, relaying the news of Kanahui's severe injuries back to the Demon Slayer Corps and the Rengoku residents. Upon learning this, the leader, Ubuyashiki Yoya, felt a pang in his heart, but was soon thrilled to hear that the two had successfully repelled Upper Moon 2. His excitement grew, for they had previously slain Upper Moon 2 and now repelled the current Upper Moon 2. Such news was enough to boost the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps Muzan would be ended in this era. What? Kanahui? Upon hearing that Kanahui had been severely injured by Upper Moon 2, the people at the Rengoku residence couldn't help but grow worried. Without hesitation, the entire Rengoku family set out for the butterfly house. Inside the butterfly house, Kanahui, whose injuries mostly stemmed from the cold, was transferred to the observation room after some treatment. Ihei Cabin, in the emergency room, paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, his brows furrowed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door of the emergency room, as if he wanted to see everything happening inside through that door. His hands were sometimes clenched into fists, sometimes relaxed, showing immense restlessness. Beside him, Tanjiro also looked listless, his tail no longer wagging joyfully, just quietly lying down with a hint of worry and helplessness in his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened, and Kamekika said, "No, the injuries are too severe. For now, we can only maintain the blood flow. Our skills are not yet advanced enough to cure it, if this continues." "What? How is it possible?" Ihei Kobane's eyes revealed despair upon hearing this. The Rengoku family, after receiving the news, was also taken aback. Then, when everyone saw the shocking wound on Butterfly Shinobu's chest from outside the glass, they understood. After this news reached Ubuyashiki Yoya, he naturally thought of a way. The demon Dr. Tamayo quickly picked up paper and pen and began to write furiously. In no time, a letter filled with concern and urgency was completed. Immediately after, she carefully folded the letter into an envelope and called for the messenger crow. It unfurled its wings without hesitation and flew into the house at the fastest speed. Grabbing the small package on the table with its sharp claws, it flew away without looking back. At this moment, the crow seemed to transform into a flash of lightning, speeding through the air. Upon learning that Butterfly Shinobu's life was in imminent danger, Tamayo quickly gathered her things without hesitation. "Yashiro, let's go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Someone will come to meet us. But, Lady Tamayo, it will be very dangerous. No matter what, we must go to the Demon Slayer Corps this time." Thus, after the two packed their medical supplies and medicines, they waited for nightfall to set off. A terrifying race against life and death was underway. Chapter 82, Awakening. All right. As long as I can save Shinobu, I don't mind, Ihei Kobane said with difficulty. In that serene and elegant butterfly mansion, everyone sat upright in their respective chairs. Their faces were grave, and their eyes exchanged deep worries and doubts. Just a little while ago, the shocking news from the leader arrived. The one who could save Butterfly Shinobu's life was actually a demon. This news struck like thunder, causing a huge uproar in everyone's hearts. For a moment, the entire butterfly mansion fell into a deathly silence. Everyone bowed their heads in contemplation, their minds racing with various thoughts. Not to mention the irreconcilable enmity between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons, just considering the current situation. Would this demon really come despite such great risks? It's important to note that if discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps, it would undoubtedly be pursued. However, if it truly had a reason to come, it might take the risk. Who can truly understand a demon's thoughts? All these possibilities made it difficult to assert anything. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu had gone to see her sister, and this situation indeed frightened her. In her purple pupils, it seemed tears were about to well up. If it weren't for Shinobu's intervention, perhaps. Thankfully, the terrible situation did not occur. My sister is still alive. That's great. That's great. Sister, why are you standing up? Your injuries aren't healed yet. Shinobu, with a face full of shock, hurriedly walked towards the hospital room. When she arrived at the door, she saw her sister slowly standing up with the help of the hospital bed. Her sister's face was still as pale as paper, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. However, her eyes revealed a sense of determination and stubbornness. There were faint traces of blood seeping from the wound that had originally been tightly bandaged. Clearly, This sudden movement had put a significant strain on her still healing body. "Oh, Shinobu, I'm fine now. How is Lord Yoruichi?" Butterfly Kanae responded, but the next moment, her attention shifted to Butterfly Yuri. Seeing her sister's anxious expression, Butterfly Shinobu reluctantly informed her of Butterfly Yuri's critical injuries. After learning everything, Butterfly Kanae showed a worried look and took on the task of escorting the demon doctor for Yuri's safety. It was now nighttime, and the Butterfly sisters successfully met the demon Dr. Tamayo and Yashiro, supporting each other. Following the calm and collected instructions of Kanae Sayuri, the people present began to take action. They quickly and orderly left the area around the hospital room as per Kanae's directions. The faces of these people were marked with anxiety and unease, and their hurried steps seemed to carry deep concern for the person on the hospital bed. Although some harbored deep hatred for the demon named Tamayo, at that moment, they couldn't help but sincerely praise her superb medical skills. She effortlessly resolved the injuries that had troubled everyone for a long time, showcasing her extraordinary techniques that left them in awe. With such a large wound, Yuri couldn't have held on without your treatment. "Do you know Butterfly Yuri?" Tamayo asked as she took out medicine from the medicine box and began to treat her after expressing her gratitude. Meanwhile, Kanae Sayuri stood nearby, looking at Tamayo and Butterfly Yuri with a face full of suspicion. Her beautiful eyes revealed deep confusion and doubt. Kanae couldn't understand why the seemingly unrelated Tamayo would know Butterfly Yuri. Did they have some unknown past or secret connection? These questions swirled in Kanae's mind like a fog, making her eager to uncover the reasons behind it all. Fortunately, after a night of careful treatment, Butterfly Yuri's injuries were finally out of life-threatening danger. She was bandaged up tightly, allowing the tense hearts of those present to finally relax. At that moment, in Butterfly Yuri's deep and vast consciousness, a strange vision suddenly appeared. Pure and flawless like white snow. It was as if she was in this boundless white world, where everything around her was so peaceful and serene. This white scene stretched endlessly, like a vast white ocean, submerging her completely. "Thank you, another me. I finally saved Kanae. From now on, you will no longer be bound by the past, and can freely be your true self." As the words fell, the white phantom began to gradually become transparent, dissipating slowly into the air like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, the mysterious and deep blackness that had enveloped Butterfly Yuri quickly flowed away from her body like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. With the departure of this dark force, Butterfly Yuri's tightly closed eyes finally slowly opened. A hint of confusion and fatigue was revealed in her gaze, but more was a sense of relief and ease after being reborn. At that moment, she seemed to have gone through a long and difficult journey and finally found the way back to herself. As she slowly opened her heavy eyelids, the first thing that came into view was the familiar face she hadn't seen in a long time, Miss Tamayo's beautiful and gentle visage. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, and the corners of her mouth held a slight smile as vibrant as flowers blooming in spring. Her clear and bright eyes, like autumn water, gazed quietly at me, revealing concern and delight. At that moment, there were tiny beads of sweat on Miss Tamayo's forehead, exuding a charming aura. "Oh, Tamayo, Mississippi. It's been so long. I missed you. Ha. Tamayo gently unbuttoned her white coat, elegantly took it off, and placed it on the table beside her. She smiled but didn't speak, her mysterious smile making it difficult to discern what she would do next. Just as Butterfly Yuri was still puzzled by Tamayo's enchanting smile, Tamayo suddenly flashed, swiftly extending a slender jade-like hand, and in a split second pinched Butterfly Yuri's slim waist. Hiss, Tamayo, miss. In this situation, you still have a mood to joke? Have you lost your mind? Rest well. I'll go inform the people outside about your condition. Chapter 83. Restoration of everything. At this moment, the anxious crowd finally waited for the hospital room door to open, and Tamayo slowly walked out. Iguro Abanai was the first to speak. "How is it? What about Yuri's condition? She is no longer in life-threatening danger, but the injuries are too severe, so she will need a year to recover." Tamayo replied to Abanai's question, and everyone felt relieved upon hearing it. Can I go in to see her?" Butterfly Kanae asked. "Yes, Kanae-san. It seems you are his wife, as Yuri said," Tamayo teased, implying that only Kanae would be worth Yuri risking his life for. We're not married yet." Butterfly Kanae blushed at her words, stuttering as she spoke. She then walked into the hospital room, and seeing that her treatment was complete, Tamayo said, "Everyone, since there is nothing else, Yashiro and I will take our leave." Wait, Miss Tamayo. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu, who had been silent, spoke up, and both Tamayo and Yashiro turned around. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Butterfly Shinobu. Her slender hand slowly reached into her pocket, and after searching for a moment, she carefully pulled out a delicate medicine vial. This vial was a mysterious and deep crimson color. Butterfly Shinobu gently raised the vial to her eyes, carefully examining the slightly swaying liquid inside. Then, she parted her crimson lips and spoke in a clear voice. This is what Butterfly Yuichiro entrusted to me, saying it must be delivered to you. By the way, this is the blood of the upper moon too. Upon hearing this, Tamayo slowly extended her slender and long hand, gently taking the mysterious vial from Butterfly Shinobu's hand. Tamayo lifted her head and smiled slightly at Butterfly Shinobu. Thank you, Miss Butterfly Shinobu. And please also thank Yuichiro for me. After saying this, she slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude to Butterfly Shinobu. Then, Tamayo turned around and walked away with light steps, gradually distancing herself from the Demon Slayer core camp. Seeing that Butterfly Yuichiro had escaped life-threatening danger, everyone expressed their concern as they left. Rengoku Kaidro wanted to stay and take care of him, but seeing Butterfly Kanae, he naturally understood and left with a smile. If you need anything, you can contact me, said Iguro Abanai, who also left after confirming that Butterfly Yuichiro was okay, but not without leaving a concerned remark. At this moment, lying on the sickbed, Butterfly Yuichiro curiously observed her condition. Although there was still intense pain in her body, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Suddenly, the door opened, and Butterfly Kanae walked in, heading straight for Butterfly Yuichiro. You're here. Kanae, how's your body? Butterfly Yuichiro asked, not questioning her own condition, but inquiring about Kanae's injuries. If you still ask me, you're much worse off than I am. You shouldn't have done that in the first place. Butterfly Kanae said, while shedding a few tears from the corners of her eyes. But if I don't do this, I will lose my lovely and beautiful wife again. As expected, the emotional knot was untied, and her feelings were restored, and Butterfly Yoru returned to her childhood personality. The Butterfly Knight collar extended a bandaged hand, gently cupping Kanahui's face and saying, It's okay. I'm still alive, aren't I? We will never be apart again. As they spoke, the two leaned closer to each other. His heart began to race even more. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's warm breath. Butterfly Yiling's eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Meanwhile, Kanae's cheeks were flushed, and tears were still visible at the corners of her eyes. The moment their lips touched, time seemed to freeze. At that instant, the entire world fell silent, leaving only the intertwined breaths and heartbeats of the two. Kanae's hands slowly embraced Butterfly Yiling. It was a scene of love, yet it felt so out of place with the outside world. Peering through the window, Butterfly Shinobu was gritting her teeth, glaring at Butterfly Yiling. My sister, how could you really take her away? Your audacity is growing. Are you going to leave me out too? Watching her sister being taken away, Butterfly Shinobu's sister complex erupted. Kaneo, Tsuyuri, hey. Iemonota siskon. The author is talking nonsense. Once you're healed, I have to make you try my poison. In Shinobu Kocho's mind, 1,000 ways to attack Kaneo, Tsuyuri with poison have already emerged. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, after Kaneo and Kanamori share a kiss, Kaneo suddenly feels a chill on her back. However, she doesn't pay much attention to it, thinking it's just due to her injuries. What puzzles both of them is why, even though they are both in the Demon Slayer Corps, they cannot meet. Thus, Kaneo and Kanamori begin to talk about their lives over the past few years. It's surprisingly sweet. Sister, why have you become so love-struck? Where did my smart sister go? As Shinobu feels irritated, a figure with braided hair on the left, wearing a butterfly hairpin and dressed in pink, walks up to her. Huh, Kaneo? What are you doing here? Looking at her sister's expression, which seems to be on the verge of exploding with irritation, Kaneo can't help but feel a tightness in her heart. She instinctively follows Shinobu's gaze into the room. She sees that the originally vacant eyes suddenly gain a hint of color. Kaneo sees the brother who took care of her years ago. Oh dear, I really can't watch this. Shinobu pouts and shakes her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the unbearable scene from her mind. Her face is filled with embarrassment and anger, her beautiful purple-black eyes wide open, sparkling with a mix of annoyance and helplessness. Without hesitation, she turns around, reaches out, and grabs Kaneo, who seems a bit resistant, pulling her away quickly without saying a word. Kaneo appears to still be processing what just happened, and, as Shinobu pulls her, her steps become a bit unsteady, but she obediently follows her away. The two figures gradually fade into the distance, leaving behind the scene that continues to trouble Shinobu. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Shinobu. Kumiai Kawahira looks at Shinobu like this, feeling helpless as well. Her disciple Kanae has been taken away by a little brat, and although she feels uncomfortable about it, it's fine. She is Kanae's master and can still look after her life a bit. To avoid disturbing the sweetness of this young couple, Kumiai Kawahira leaves this place to treat other patients. Chapter 84. Surprising News. I really miss you. Q. Butterfly Yeeling lowered his head and embraced Butterfly Kanae, sincerely saying, "Oh, is that so? Yeeling-kun, I seem to have heard that you were quite close to the Water Hashira's disciple, Tanjiro." At this moment, Kanae had transformed from her earlier gentle demeanor into a scheming and jealous mature woman. Butterfly Knight was initially startled by this sudden situation, trembling all over. After a moment, her heart, which had been racing like a frightened fawn, gradually calmed down. Then, Butterfly Knight responded in a gentle, yet unusually steady voice. "There's nothing, we are just a group of candidates." And then, after a series of explanations, she shared the whole story about herself and Makoto. Not only did she tenderly express her deep feelings for Kanae, but she also made one romantic and sincere promise after another. Each of her words seemed to transform into a warm spring breeze, gently brushing against Kanae's heart. Every word sparkled like brilliant stars, shimmering in her clear, watery eyes. Butterfly Yeeling carefully embraced Kanae, gently stroking her silky, smooth hair, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat, whispering sweet nothings. Gradually, the scheming look on Kanae's face faded, replaced by a blissful smile. Nestled in Yeeling's arms, she resembled a docile kitten, savoring this moment of tranquility and sweetness. Suddenly, Kanae spoke to Yeeling, saying, "By the way, Yeeling-kun, actually you not only have a marriage with me, but also..." Shinobu. Butterfly Yeeling instinctively responded, but then, as if realizing something suddenly, exclaimed, "Ah!" His brows furrowed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had reacted almost without thinking. However, he was baffled upon hearing the next words. Yes, your sister, Butterfly Shinobu." Butterfly Yeeling asked, surprised yet confused. "Yes." Kanae answered promptly and began to explain the situation. "At that time, your father, who is my father-in-law, wrote on the marriage document Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu, but Shinobu was too young then, so it was not mentioned. I do not oppose your passionate pursuit of Shinobu, Yeeling-kun, but the premise is that if you cannot control your restless heart in front of us sisters and continue to flirt with other girls, then, I'm sorry, Yeeling-kun." Just as she was speaking, Kanae suddenly let out a clear and pleasant laugh. However, this seemingly normal laugh sent chills down Yeeling's spine, as if a cold wave surged up his back. He couldn't help but shiver, startled. Immediately after, Yeeling, as if under a spell, raised his right hand without hesitation and solemnly vowed, "I, Yeeling, swear here, in this life, in this world, my heart will only contain you two, and I will never have any thoughts of others. I swear by my sincerity and life that in this life and this world, I will only love you both." You're speaking a bit too early, Yeeling-kun. My little Shinobu hasn't been won over by you yet, and you're already in a hurry to give her a stamp? As she spoke, Kanae's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile, her eyes hinting at teasing. Holding Kanae, Butterfly Yeeling couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. His once confident voice had become increasingly low. "Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. I am determined to win her over." However, as he continued speaking, he felt his confidence waning, especially when his gaze fell on Kanae's half-smiling expression. His heart felt even more unsettled. It should be noted that although they were sisters, their personalities were vastly different. Kanae was like a gentle breeze in spring, soft and warm, while Shinobu was like the scorching sun in summer, fierce and competitive, easily angered by any slight dissatisfaction. Facing this elusive, lowly Shinobu, Butterfly Yeeling truly felt a headache coming on. "Butterfly, you really did well to give your son such a wonderful girl, but you ended up with two. Although it's a good thing, right now. You really are a good father to me." While Butterfly Yeeling was deep in thought, footsteps and voices were heard outside the door. "Hey, Sumi, at least bring something over. After all, you're the one who introduced me." "You say that, Kanya, but I just got back from a mission and found out, unlike you, who had the time to buy fruits. I ran all the way here without even drinking water." As he spoke, Nishikawa Sumi accepted a cup of water from Kanzaki Aoi and gulped it down. "Wind Pillar. Ahead is the room of the Dark Pillar," Kanzaki Aoi said before leaving. completely unaware that Kanae was still inside. Kanya and Nishikawa were very good friends from the same exam class, having encountered the Lower Moon One, Yatagarasu, during a mission. Fortunately, Butterfly Yiling had also arrived, and with his support, they successfully defeated Yatagarasu. At the same time, Nishikawa was promoted to Wine Pillar, while Kanya, not wanting to become a pillar, remained at the A rank. Hey Yiling, we came to find you. With a creak, Kanya pushed the door open with one hand holding a fruit platter. The moment the door slowly opened, the two seemed to freeze in time, completely stunned. They widened their eyes, looking incredulously at the scene before them. They saw Butterfly Yiling lying quietly on a snow-white hospital bed, his body tightly wrapped in thick bandages. Even more surprising was that beside Butterfly Yiling lay Miss Kanae from the Butterfly House. Ah, I won't disturb you then. I'll leave the fruit platter outside. Realizing what was happening, Kanya suddenly understood, and his previously confused expression became clear. At that moment, he absolutely could not disturb his good friend's blossoming romance. So, without hesitation, he reached out and gently closed the door. With a soft click, the door slowly shut. Kanya stood by the door, a hint of a satisfied smile on his face. Nishikawa, seeing this, was momentarily confused, but quickly adjusted. Although he had a slight crush on Kanae, he couldn't possibly steal his friend's girlfriend. Nishikawa, it's fine, I'm absolutely not sad. This is all just a bubble. Chapter 85. We need to have a house, right? Hey, Kanya, Sumi, Butterfly Yiling exclaimed in surprise. Originally, she intended to find a time to tell the two about this matter, but now, it happened to come up directly. Kanae was also startled by their intervention and immediately left Yiling's embrace. I'm going to my hospital room to rest now. Yiling-kun, if you need anything, you can call Shino over. Sigh, Autumn is such a hassle. While Kanae instructed Butterfly Yiling, she pushed the door open with her hand. Since her injury hadn't healed yet, she could only lean against the wall and slowly walk back. The Butterfly Knight collar opened its mouth to plead, but found that the figure of Xiang Naihui was already nowhere to be seen. What is this all about? It's one thing to be caught by a good buddy, but the beauty has also left? Oh dear. Butterfly Yura was feeling increasingly depressed, tossing and turning in bed, and finally decided to just go to sleep. Miss Tamayo said that her recovery would take a year, and she couldn't be idle during that time. Of course, she couldn't manage the district, so that was left to our model worker, Uncle Kanjiro. Rengoku Kanjiro, what a strange thing. It's so warm today, how can I be sneezing? When Butterfly Yura woke up, it was already dawn. Thinking about how she had been living in a Rengoku mansion without a fixed home, but now that she had Kanaheim, she couldn't continue like this. She heard that Hashira level members could get their own mansion, so she would write a letter to the master about it later. But there was no pen, and what about ink? Where did May go? That damn bird. She must have gone to find her mother. May, what's going on? Ugh, never mind. Beautiful Miss Bird, may I have a meal with you? Suddenly, the door opened, and in came the lowly butterfly Shinobu, with a purple butterfly hairpin and a height of 5 meters, deep purple eyes. Oh dear, the dark pillar is awake. Let's take our medicine first. Just then, Butterfly Shinobu slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. She gently extended her hand, carefully holding the bowl of black medicinal liquid from the plate. The potion emitted a pungent smell, as if it could penetrate the nasal cavity and reach deep into Butterfly Yura's brain. However, Butterfly Shinobu seemed completely unfazed by the strange odor, steadily holding the plate and slowly offering it towards Butterfly Yuru. No way. Is there such a way to deal with my future husband and brother-in-law? Butterfly Shinobu sighed in her heart, a scheming older sister, and now there's a scheming little lowly. She trembled as she spoke. Shinobu, this medicine. Demeo, Lord Hashira. Oh, I understand. Lord Hashira must have difficulty moving, so let me feed you. As expected, the request to refuse the medicine was directly denied by Shinobu, but Butterfly Shinobu seemed to misunderstand. Butterfly Shinobu's smile grew brighter, as if she could illuminate everything around her. Her delicate hand gently lifted, picking up the medicine bottle from the plate. Without any pause or hesitation, she poured it straight into Butterfly Shinobu's mouth. Please, if there's even a slight pause or hesitation, it would mean understanding for him taking my sister away. Shinobu, wait. MMM. Dr. Shinobu is bullying me while I'm weak. It must be very tasty, right? Lord Hashira, it's delicious. Butterfly Shinobu used the gentlest words to perform the most ruthless actions against Butterfly Shinobu. Woo-woo. Wee-wee. Someone is murdering my husband. After a morning of torment, Butterfly Shinobu successfully survived and smoothly asked Butterfly Shinobu for a pen and ink for a letter to Obuyashiki. A house? That's fine. Kanae, please help find an empty residence for Shinobu. At this moment, Obuyashiki Yawaya, sitting indoors, called for his wife Kanae to help. A residence was something Obuyashiki had plenty of, especially since Butterfly Shinobu had made great sacrifices for the Demon Slayer Corps, almost losing her life this time, and even brought back information about the Upper Moon too. Due to the serious injuries of the two, the situation was not optimistic. After careful consideration, it was decided to postpone the originally scheduled Hashira meeting for a while. This way, it would give the injured two more time to recuperate and restore their energy to ensure they could participate in this important meeting in better condition. After all, the topics discussed at the Hashira meeting were crucial to the overall situation and future development direction. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu also received a response from Obuyashiki Yawaya. The Lord has approved it. Awesome. I'll design this residence. Oops. Excitedly, she accidentally tugged at her wound, instantly wincing in pain. Shinobu-kun, what happened? At that moment, Kanae, passing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but come forward with concern. It's nothing, just accidentally pulled at the wound. Butterfly Shinobu replied gently. Seeing his wife's anxious expression melted Butterfly Shinobu's heart instantly. In that moment, taking advantage of Kanae's unguarded state, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly opened his mouth and lunged forward. With a whoosh, he dashed like lightning in front of Kanae, and, in the blink of an eye, he tightly wrapped her beautiful face with his mouth. Then came a crisp and loud sound. Kanae's delicate face, as pure as snow, was clearly imprinted with saliva. For a moment, the scene became extremely awkward and comical. Shinobu-kun. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by Butterfly Shinobu. Shinobu, I'm my sister. You, still saying I can't get married. Let me tell you, I, Butterfly Shinobu, would rather jump off and die than marry someone like you. After cleaning the saliva off her face, Kanae picked up the letter on the corner of Butterfly Shinobu's desk and asked, What is this, Shinobu-kun? Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu explained, Oh, this is the residence I applied for from the Lord, very close to the Butterfly Mansion and headquarters. Once it's renovated, we can move there together. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't hold back and said, Let's go, sister. We still need to prepare the medicine. Without waiting for Kanae to respond, Butterfly Shinobu walked in, grabbed her sister's clothes, and headed outside. Before leaving, she even turned around and made a face at Butterfly Shinobu. Sorry, Shinobu-kun, I'll be going first. Kanae said goodbye to Butterfly Shinobu. As time passed, Butterfly Shinobu had been living in the Butterfly Mansion for 3 months before finally being able to go outside. During this time, she was not short of Butterfly Shinobu's feeding. Chapter 86, New Mask. Hayu. The sun is shining brightly. What a nice day. The Butterfly Knight leader landed hard, looking at the nice weather, and couldn't help but express his feelings. After a long and difficult 3 months, the Butterfly Knight leader could feel the terrifying large hole in his chest gradually healing. Now, fresh granulation tissue had begun to sprout around the edge of the wound, full of vitality and hope. What made the Butterfly Knight leader feel regretful was that the mysterious mask he had worn during the last intense battle with Shang Air had unfortunately been damaged. But fortunately, the Dark Emperor's knife had been successfully retrieved. This knife had accompanied him through many battles, and the power and significance it contained were far from that of an ordinary weapon. During that battle, Kanae was attacked by Shang Air. Unfortunately, after a thrilling evasive maneuver, one of the butterfly hairpins on Kanae's head was damaged. Since he had another identical butterfly hairpin, he carefully took it from his hair and gently placed it on the left side of Kanae's hair. Sigh, such warm and peaceful days are too few. Even a little can leave people with endless aftertaste. Butterfly Knight leader stood under the sunlight in the backyard of the butterfly house, enjoying the warmth. At this moment, a small figure entered Butterfly Knight leader's line of sight, dressed in a pink kimono with a butterfly hairpin on one side. Is that Kanae? Butterfly Knight leader asked. Looking down, in these past 3 months, Kanehiko had talked to her about the people in the butterfly house, and Butterfly Knight leader naturally knew about Kanae, the girl she had met on the bridge. Kanae only lowered her head, tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. Ha! This laughter did not sound as cheerful and bright as before. Instead, it carried a sense of relief. Butterfly Knight leader slowly crouched down and said gently, Kanae, I'm really sorry that I couldn't save you at that moment because of my hesitation. But now that I see you like this, I no longer have to worry. After saying this, Butterfly Knight leader reached out and embraced Kanae. who seemed to have a tear glide down her cheek before she also extended her small hand to hug Butterfly Knight Leader. Oh my, who is this? Isn't this the Wind Hashira, who makes demons tremble in fear? And isn't that the Wind Hashira's close friend, Sanemi, standing beside her? After finishing her sunbathing, Butterfly Nightling was preparing to see what her dear Kanae was doing. Unfortunately, as she passed by the hospital room, she encountered two disheveled individuals lying on the hospital bed, with 4 drips and bandages all over them. Oof. Nishikawa Shimi disdainfully turned her head away. Ah, it's mutual, isn't it? The Dark Pillar, who has forgotten the pain after healing, retorted with reluctance. Ha ha ha, you two are here too. How did you end up back here? Butterfly Nightling said with one hand covering her head, laughing. Don't even mention it. That night, we ran into a fool. We didn't even get to fight. He ran away so fast, and there were traps waiting for us along the way. Plus, there were 4 clones. Nishikawa Shimi explained unwillingly. Hey, Nightling, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from behind. Butterfly Nightling turned to see a woman in Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a white coat and pink eyes looking at her. Oh, I wanted to check on Kanae, but when I saw my friend injured, I came over to chat for a bit. Considering you're still injured, I'll hold off on settling the score for taking my Kanae. Then I'll take my leave, Miss Ryomi. Watching Butterfly Nightling flee in a panic, Ryomi Chikawa snorted. You brat. Take good care of my Kanae. Suddenly, Butterfly Nightling made a U-turn and said to the two inside the room. By the way, Shimi Chikawa, I will definitely invite you both to be my groomsmen when I get married. Heal your wounds. Nightling. Got it, Miss Ryomi. Don't move the knife. Don't move the knife. Nishikawa Shimi, damn it. My hospital room is very close to Kanae's. After a few steps, I arrived. Kanae, what are you doing? The Butterfly Knight Leader arrived at Kanae's door, gently stopping above the door frame. Carefully, it stretched its head into the room to peek at the situation inside. The head slowly entered, eyes darting around, observing everything within. Hey, Knight Leader, you're here. Look at this. At that moment, a faint yet unique sound reached Kanae's ears, who was busy with her own tasks. A surge of indescribable joy filled her heart, as radiant as flowers blooming in spring, and she eagerly turned her head. When she saw that familiar figure, a surprised smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Kanae quickly extended her hands, carefully presenting the 2 items she was holding, as if they were incredibly precious treasures, eagerly awaiting the Butterfly Knight Leader's praise. What is this? The Butterfly Knight Leader reached over from Kanae's hand and was pleasantly surprised. Hee, that's right. It's the Haori and mask I personally sewed for you, Knight Leader Koen. Gui. Thank you, Hui. It's okay. Just put it on and have a look, Knight Leader Koen, Kanae said. Upon hearing this, the Butterfly Knight Leader also took action and donned the Haori and mask. Although he was wearing a patient gown, he looked just as good as when he was in formal attire. The Haori was primarily white, with butterfly patterns at the upper corners on both sides, and flowing lines of wisteria in the middle, intertwined with a hint of gold. The mask had removed the coverage of the lower half of the face, completely concealing the upper half while exposing the eyes. The sides of the mask featured butterfly patterns, and it was a black and gold diamond-shaped mask. So cool, Knight Leader Koen. Hee. Huey's craftsmanship is the best. It must have taken a long time and been hard work. As he said this, the Butterfly Knight Leader stood up, moved behind Kanae, and gently pressed on her shoulders with both hands. Kanae did not stop him, but instead enjoyed the massage from the Butterfly Knight Leader. During the massage, the Butterfly Knight Leader spoke up. Hui, after the Hashira meeting tomorrow, the house I had someone renovate will be ready zero. Would you consider moving in? I'm sure you'll love the style. Okay, Knight Leader Koen. Upon hearing this, Kanae thought for a moment and agreed. That's great. Butterfly Yeeling jumped up excitedly, but accidentally kicked the fish tank beside him. With a crash, not only did the fish come out, but the fish tank also broke. Yeeling, this is the pufferfish that Shonin raised. Chapter 87, Pillar Assembly. Butterfly Yeeling. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, and Butterfly Shinobu was summoned as if triggered by some condition. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu's delicate face instantly flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, vibrant and dripping with allure. Her deep purple eyes burned with a raging fury, as if she wanted to turn the person in front of her to ashes. Despite Butterfly Shinobu's height of only 1.50 meters, the powerful aura she exuded at this moment was not in the slightest inferior to that of a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. This momentum surged forth like a tsunami, leaving Butterfly Yeeling shocked. My puffer fish, Butterfly Yeeling. Stealing my sister was one thing, but you also messed up my fish tank. You're done for. I mean it. Butterfly Shinobu took steady and slow steps, walking towards Butterfly Yeeling. Her beautiful face was now covered in frost, and her eyes sparkled with anger and determination. Butterfly Shinobu gently raised her hands, elegantly rolling up her sleeves to reveal her snow-white forearms. The movement appeared soft, yet contained endless strength and determination. It seemed that this simple action foreshadowed the impending start of an intense battle for revenge. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu had only one thought in her mind. She must make that person named Ye pay a painful price. She clenched her teeth tightly. That little ninja. What kind of pufferfish is this? It's just a goldfish. Its name is pufferfish. Due to the injuries that Butterfly Ye sustained, she appeared somewhat weak, with her originally neatly tied hair now loosened. It fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, reaching down to her shoulder blades. However, this inadvertently loosened hair became Butterfly Ye's weakness. Just then, the agile Butterfly Shinobu swiftly struck, accurately grabbing the long tail of Butterfly Ye's hair. Butterfly Knight was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and was instantly restrained by Butterfly Shinobi. Immediately after, there were two muffled thuds, and Butterfly Knight's eyes were struck hard, turning into two dark and swollen panda eyes. The Butterfly Knight clutched its eyes in pain, stumbling back a few steps. Meanwhile, Butterfly Rin stood still, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Oh dear, it hurts so much. This long hair is really troublesome. When I have time someday, I must chop it off. Butterfly Shinobu crouched on the ground with a painful expression, constantly complaining. Her originally delicate features were now somewhat twisted due to the pain. Having made a careless mistake, she had no choice but to obediently take out money to buy a fish tank as compensation for Butterfly Kanae. Just thinking about this made Butterfly Shinobu sigh again. Time passed, and it was time for the Hashira meeting with the 5 members of the Butterfly Mansion attending together. Oh, the glamorous Shinobu-kun. You look very glamorous today. You even did your eye makeup. Such a glamorous description could only come from the flamboyant Mitsuri Kanroji. Yes. Butterfly Shinobu touched her eyes and helplessly took out a mask to put on, while Kanae next to her laughed unkindly. Serves you right for kicking over Shinobu's fish tank. Gradually, the 3 water pillars, Ju, Tomioka, Kaneo, Sayuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji, along with the other 5, totaling 9 people, gathered. Has Ju become a Hashira? Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but exclaim. Time flies so fast. It seemed that Ju had also become much more cheerful. Master Yuro Kadaki's teachings were quite effective. At that moment, a refined man with a scar on his cheek spoke. Good afternoon, my dear children. Good afternoon, Lord Shinazugawa. Everyone knelt on one knee and replied in unison. One couldn't help but admit that Yoya Shinjuro seemed to emit a unique melody that could touch people's hearts. Every word felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing past the ears, warm and soft. His voice was like a babbling brook, clear and pleasant, captivating and intoxicating. During the exchange, it made people unconsciously immerse themselves in that tranquility and warmth, forgetting the noise and turmoil of the outside world. All right, let's begin this Hashira meeting, and let Shinobu and Kanae share the information about Upper Moon 2. Okay, Butterfly Shinobu began sharing information after a call, mentioning Upper Moon 2, Doma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult, who normally uses the Ice Blood Demon art. The unutilized cold air can affect the lungs, which significantly restrains our breathing techniques. But not mine. Why not? Questioned Taket Mutcher. In response, Butterfly Shinobu explained, in my breathing technique, there is a sword technique that can the surrounding air into the blade and then utilize it. The two then continuously supplemented information. Thoroughly researching Upper Moon 2, and Doma became a lethal demon in Butterfly Shinobu's eyes. All right, since we've understood the information, there's an investigation mission ahead. I plan to send Water Hashira Taketu Mutcher, Insect Hashira Butterfly Shinobu, and Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho to the Mountain of Medicine. I've heard there are clues about an Upper Moon demon, so please investigate. Ubuyashiki Yoya is said to the 5. Understood, Lord. After participating in the Hashira meeting as per the procedure, everyone returned to their respective positions. Let's go. Butterfly Yeeling held Kanahui's slender hand, happily running towards the distance step by step. Kanahui looked at her little boyfriend in front of her, her lips involuntarily curling up into a gentle smile. Although she felt a bit puzzled, she still allowed him to lead her forward. Meanwhile, Kanahui's clever mind began to race. secretly pondering what kind of surprise her little boyfriend had prepared for her. Gradually, they arrived at a 2-story small house, beautifully decorated with butterfly patterns on the walls. At that moment, butterfly yielding mysteriously covered Kanahui's eyes. Let's go, wee-wee. I have a surprise for you. Okay. As they quickened their pace, a faint floral fragrance wafted into Kanahui's nose, and at that moment, butterfly yielding also let go of her hands. This allowed Kanahui to see the scene before her, a vast sea of wisteria flowers surrounded by butterflies. And the arrival of the sunset added a rich touch to this beautiful and spectacular scene. This, Yieling-kun, is this what you prepared for me? Kanahui exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth with her hands. At that moment, Butterfly Yieling walked up to Kanahui and sincerely said, Wisteria is our team flower, and it also represents my deep longing for you, my persistent waiting, and my infatuated love, symbolizing romance, born for love and dying for love. After that heartfelt confession, Butterfly Yieling slowly extended his hands, as if every movement carried 1,000 words of tenderness. He gently wrapped his arms around Kanahui's slender waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. At that moment, Kanahui was overwhelmed by this sudden happiness, tears of emotion bursting forth like a flood. Trembling slightly, she felt the warmth and strength of Butterfly Yielding's embrace. After a moment, Kanahui finally regained her composure from the immense surprise and emotion. She looked up, her eyes misty with tears, at the man who loved her deeply, and then opened her arms to tightly embrace Butterfly Yielding in return. At that moment, their hearts seemed to draw even closer, and the love between them spread through the air, making even the surrounding atmosphere feel sweet. Chapter 88. Investigating the Mountain of Medicinal Herbs. The trio of San Shui and Hua. Hey, Yieling, hurry up. At this moment, a boy with a scar on his face and flesh-colored hair was leading the way in front of the four. Kangtu, how old are you? And you're still like a kid. The one behind, Jinzi, couldn't help but complain. As night fell, the 5 of them, under the commission of their lord, came to investigate the mountain of medicinal herbs. Due to the presence of signs of the upper string, it was scheduled for the evening. However, unexpectedly, due to the situation that occurred during the last upper string mission, Butterfly Shinobu was always worried about her sister and Yieling going out on a mission together. Unable to rest easy, she feared they would encounter danger again. After careful consideration, Butterfly Shinobu ultimately decided to put aside her other matters and resolutely join this mission. As for the mountain of medicinal herbs, as the name suggests, they must have a lot of medicinal herbs inside, beneficial for research and treatment. So they could collect some during the investigation. Jinzi, Eon, and Yieling, Kanahui, Shinobu. Look, we've arrived at the mountain of medicinal herbs. Kangta seemed not to hear Jinzi's words, pointing into the distance while calling everyone over. Jinzi-ne, is your junior brother a bit abnormal? Shinobu Kocho looked at the foolish Jew and the bouncing Zenitsu, unable to help but ask Mitsuri. Jew, Zenitsu, wait for me. Haha, there's nothing to it. Their personalities are hard to figure out. Also, a man remains a boy until death, right? Little Shinobu? Suddenly, Shinobu felt a force pressing down on her head. She looked up and saw that the hand of Butterfly Aya was messing with her hair. Hey. Don't you know that this makes it very easy for me not to grow taller? Butterfly Shinobu said loudly. It's okay, Shinobu. There's no need to worry about things that have already become unchangeable. Butterfly Yieling withdrew his hand and walked towards Kanae while saying something to Butterfly Shinobu. Okay, Butterfly Yieling, you dare to say that I won't grow taller? Winky face accompanied by this roar. Shinobu's small face instantly turned a rosy red, as adorable and tempting as a ripe apple. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu, who had just been accused, seemed to wake up from a dream, realizing what he had just said was inappropriate. Looking at the pouting little guy in front of him, he was first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. Butterfly Yieling laughed so hard that she couldn't control herself, one hand tightly covering her stomach, seemingly afraid of laughing too hard. The other hand was resting on Kanahu's shoulder, supporting her slightly weakened body from laughing. How can you, Shino, be even more foolish than me for saying such a ridiculous thing? Ha. I can't take it anymore. Let me calm down. All right, Shino, don't be angry. Don't take it to heart. Like Yieling-kun, Kanahu hurriedly stepped forward, gently comforting Shino. She lightly patted Shino's shoulder, her eyes filled with concern and reassurance. However, Shino was still so angry that her chest was rising and falling erratically, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Yieling, as if she could breathe fire. But under Kanae's patient persuasion, Shino gradually calmed down, no longer paying attention to butterfly yielding, and began her own task. After a long journey, the 6-member team successfully arrived at the boundary of Yao Mountain. Slow down, you two. What if we encounter danger? Iyong and Chang Tu, who were running ahead, made the person behind them, Makoto, feel helpless and spoke up. It's fine, sister. We still have Yiling. Qiang tu confident y replied. And it seemed that Butterfly Yiling saw through it, saying, "Hi, Rabbit. Don't forget, I'm still injured and can't use breathing techniques for long." Hearing Butterfly Yiling's words, the two in front turned their attention back ahead, slowly drawing out the Nichiren blade. At the same time, a few drops of cold sweat fell from Butterfly Yiling's forehead as she reached out to protect the three behind her. The three, unaware of the situation, asked what's wrong. "Yiling-kun, did you discover something? What are you doing, Butterfly Yiling?" Finally, a cold laugh came from behind a tree, and a figure slowly walked out of the darkness, accompanied by a deep male voice. "Good insight. It's rare for the production house to send 5 Hashira." At that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, the man's figure appeared in front of the six. 6 pairs of eyes fell upon him, his face adorned with patterns from the left temple to the right arm and jaw, with long black hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a purple, snake-patterned kimono, resembling attire from the Warring States period. The pair of eyes in the middle bore 3 large characters that made everyone present alert and serious. Upper Moon. 1. The pressure emanating from him made it hard for everyone to breathe. Behind him appeared another demon, marked with Lower Moon. 3. However, this demon gave Butterfly Yiling a sense of familiarity. The ornament under its left ear looked exactly like that of Michiro Takedo. "Butterfly Yiling, not killed by Doma. I have high hopes for your strength, but your current injuries can't protect them. Sick Leaf, stay here and watch over them." After saying that, the male demon turned and left, as if searching for something, leaving behind Lower Moon 3, Sick Leaf. So suspicious. "Iyong, Chang Tu, you help me block this Lower Moon while I chase him." "What? You're still injured? Don't go to your death." "That's Upper Moon 1. Chang Tu exclaimed in disbelief. "Yeah, Yiling-kun." Kanae also chimed in to persuade her. It's fine, I can retreat safely, don't worry." After Butterfly Knight leader finished speaking, he took advantage of Butterfly Shinobu's moment of unpreparedness to take his knife and chased after him. A glint of cunning flashed in Sick Leaf's eyes as he used Blood Demon technique with both hands. A mysterious and powerful force surged from within him. Immediately, that force poured out like a tide, and the originally calm ground suddenly began to tremble violently. In an instant, countless thick vines broke through the soil, growing at an astonishing speed, intertwining and forming a huge green net. At the same time, colorful and exotic flowers bloomed, emitting a charming fragrance. These flowers and plants seemed to be given life, swaying gracefully as they lunged towards Butterfly Knight leader. Seeing this, Agatsuma Zenitsu drew his sword and used water breathing to cut through the obstacles, allowing Butterfly Knight leader to break through the encirclement. Kanae was about to follow Butterfly Knight leader, but Butterfly Shinobu dodged the obstacles with her petite body and chased after Butterfly Knight leader. "Sister, I can go. I won't let him die." Chapter 89, Blue Shore Flower. Water breathing. First form, water surface slash. Water breathing. 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Water breathing. 10th form, constant flux. At that moment, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke acted almost simultaneously. Each of them performed water breathing techniques, rushing towards Sick Leaf. The Nichiren blade in Tanjiro's hand flickered with blue light, the blade drawing a beautiful arc in the air, sending up a spray of crystal clear water. Zenitsu gripped the handle of his sword tightly. Swinging it forward, a powerful stream of water erupted from the tip of the blade, forming a surging water blade that swept towards Sick Leaf with overwhelming force. Inosuke's gaze was sharp, his entire being seemingly merging with the surrounding water environment. As he moved, a large amount of water droplets gathered on his Nichiren blade, causing the blade to emit a chilling light. Then with a strong swing, a massive water dragon howled as it broke through the air, slashing towards Sick Leaf. However, the trio's attacks were all blocked by Sick Leaf's Blood Demon technique. It wasn't that their attacks couldn't decapitate Sick Leaf, but that Sick Leaf's Blood Demon technique could control plants, using them as cover to block the damage. The three were entangled and hindered by the plants, unable to get close. "Kanae, no need to intervene. You quickly support Knight Leader and Shinobu," Tanjiro exclaimed, struggling to fend off the plants with his Nichiren blade while turning to Butterfly Kanae. Upon hearing this, Kanae did not hesitate to lift her foot and quickly chased after the two. After all, with the strength of the three Hashira. Dealing with a mere lower moon demon was naturally effortless. However, the situation was completely different now, as one heavily injured Hashira and her beloved sister were going to intercept an existence with the terrifying strength of Upper Moon One. The gap in strength between them was as vast as a chasm, making one involuntarily sweat for them. Watching Kanae's figure gradually disappear, the three focused on their battle. Three Hashira. It's fine. Just let me hold on a bit longer. Sickleaf's face twisted with rage, his eyes flashing with madness as he suddenly raised both hands to activate Blood Demon Technique. And in an instant, a powerful force erupted from within him. This force transformed into countless blood-red lights, intertwining in the air, creating a horrifying scene. With Sickleaf's furious shout, those blood-colored lights quickly condensed into numerous thick vines, towering trees, and flowers that were stunning yet concealed deadly threats. They twisted and writhed as if given life, rushing towards the three with lightning speed. In an instant, the entire space was occupied by these terrifying plants, intertwining and crossing over one another, resembling a massive net of death that tightly enveloped the three. The razor-sharp vines, iron-hard trunks, and thorny branches all radiated deadly threats. The flying dead trees and vines came at them like demons. But this did not affect the emotions of the three at all. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Instantly, three blue lights erupted from their blades like flowing water. Zenitsu's figure flashed, darting like a ghost through the flying obstacles, his Nichiren blade carving deadly arcs in the air. Each swing precisely severed a dead tree or vine. Where the blade light flickered, wood chips and broken branches flew, like water dragons blooming in the night sky. Inosuke advanced with steady steps, his sword technique powerful and vigorous, each strike carrying immense force. When his Nichiren blade collided with the hard dead trees, it produced a crisp metallic sound, sparks flying. In the face of Inosuke's overwhelming strength, those seemingly indestructible obstacles could only retreat step by step. Tanjiro perfectly combined speed and technique. Her movements were light and ethereal, like a fairy dancing gracefully. The Nichiren blade in her hand transformed into a streak of light, swiftly weaving through the dead trees and vines, effortlessly severing all obstacles in her path. Thus, with the seamless cooperation of the three, they forcefully carved out a path to Sickleaf. The surrounding dead trees and vines dwindled, and finally, they successfully reached Sickleaf. What? Hey, don't run so fast, Upper Moon One. You someone still injured? What courage do you have to chase after me? Human life is so fragile. Butterfly Knight leader gripped the handle of his sword tightly, standing firmly before the fearsome figure of Upper Moon One. What was puzzling was that what Butterfly Knight leader held was merely the handle of a sword. It turned out that before this, the incredibly sharp blade had been dispersed by Butterfly Knight leader using a remarkable technique, transforming into countless tiny fragments. These fragments surrounded him like stars, forming an impenetrable protective barrier, shielding him from enemy attacks. Each small blade emitted a cold light, seemingly warning any enemies daring to approach, making it impossible to see through. Hith, you're wrong. Fear is an instinct of living beings. Courage is the anthem of humanity. The more fearful something is, the more humans will confront it. Moreover, human life is not as fragile as you imagine. What do you take life for? Butterfly Shinobu's words flowed into Upper Moon One's ears, one after another, until the last sentence made him tremble, every cell in his body quaking in fear. Not only him, but even Muzan, far away in Infinity City, felt the fear. Is that so? But as a samurai, I won't take advantage of others' misfortunes. When your injuries are healed, that will be the time for us to settle this. Upper Moon One's heavy voice surrounded Butterfly Shinobu, but also eased her mind. She herself was still injured, and she would try to avoid battle as much as possible. It seemed the thing she was looking for was right here. Kabutsuji, complete your task. Don't worry about this dead man. Suddenly, Muzan's voice echoed in Kokoshibo's ears. After hearing this, Kokoshibo disregarded Butterfly Shinobu and slowly drew his sword, walking towards another direction. At that moment, Shinobu arrived at the scene. Seeing Upper Moon One slowly drawing his sword, she mistakenly believed he was about to attack, so she used her breathing technique. Insect breathing, dance of the bee's sting, true winding. Instantly, Kokoshibo's remarkable insight detected this movement, and instinctively, he used moon breathing. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flowers play. Upon seeing the situation, Butterfly Knight exclaimed, "Not good." Chapter 90, A Fight to the Death. This foolish girl. Suddenly, the first crescent wielded the weeping god in hand. In an instant, countless moon blades radiating a chilling light rushed towards Butterfly Shinobu like a violent storm. This sudden attack left Butterfly Shinobu, who had not yet become a Hashira, unable to react in time. At this critical moment, Butterfly Knight leaped without hesitation. With lightning speed, she tightly embraced Butterfly Shinobu and shielded her behind her. The movement was as fast as lightning, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing, clang, 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 Butterfly Knight flew away while holding Butterfly Shinobu. Shinobu Kocho widened her eyes, looking anxiously at Butterfly Shinobu in front of her. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu had her eyes tightly closed, her brows furrowed, and her face displayed an expression of extreme pain. Wayanagi, are you okay? Shinobu's voice trembled, filled with unmistakable concern and worry. She slowly reached out her hand and gently shook Butterfly Shinobu's shoulder, try to wake her up, but the other party showed no response, as if she had fallen into a deep coma. Butterfly Shinobu was anxious and leaned closer to Butterfly Kanae's face, carefully observing his breathing and complexion. She noticed that his lips were slightly pale, beads of sweat were continuously oozing from his forehead, and he looked extremely weak. Butterfly Shinobu was filled with anxiety, tears almost overflowing from the corners of her eyes. A wounded Hashira, risking everything to save an ordinary team member, overestimating himself. In the distance, the mocking voice of Kokushibo could be heard. Cough, 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 ah. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly opened her eyes. Shinobu, are you okay? Do you know you almost scared me to death just now? Seeing that Butterfly Shinobu had awakened, she finally felt relieved and cried to her. Sigh. Shinobu, don't cry, see? I'm fine, and by the way, your waist is really slim. Butterfly Knight leaned to one side while saying this and stood up, holding Butterfly Shinobu. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu also retorted, in this situation, you're still joking. You're also thin. You're thin everywhere. Butterfly Shinobu. The gaze shifted to Muzan Kibutsuji. And Butterfly Shinobu rarely showed such a serious expression since regaining her emotions. Shinobu, you go aside for now. I'll hold him off. There was a glowing flower in the distance just now. You go pick it. Listening to Butterfly Shinobu's earnest words, Shinobu's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by countless ants. Despite having 1,001 unwilling thoughts, reason told her that if she continued to be stubborn, she might become a burden. Thinking of this, Shinobu bit her lip tightly, her originally pink lips now devoid of color from bite. She trembled slightly, slowly nodding her head, but from her tear-filled eyes, it was easy to see the immense pain and helplessness she was enduring deep inside. Watching Shinobu leave, Butterfly Shinobu gathered the blade again, pointing it at Muzan Kibutsuji. The strength is completely different. There is still about 10 minutes until dawn. I can only stall. With my current strength, I can't use my sword. This is troublesome. Dark breathing, first form, Shadow Blade. Butterfly Shinobu launched the first strike. Her breathing technique, rushing toward her target, Kokushibo like lightning. The Dark Emperor blade, she held tightly in her hand, instantly erupted with dazzling light. With a crisp sound, the blade shattered into countless tiny fragments. Wrapped in a powerful airflow and accompanied by Butterfly's unique breathing technique, the fragments surged towards Kokushibo like a swarm of ferocious wasps. Each shard gleamed with a cold light, containing endless killing intent and power. However, in Kokushibo's eyes, this scattered and sharp attack only elicited a moment of surprise and confusion before he drew out the Shinjuku God. The first form of moon breathing, Dark Moon, Night Palace, was merely a casual sword technique that blocked Butterfly Shinobu's attack. Although it didn't cause any damage, it wasn't a significant disadvantage either. Dark Humming Hunt. In this era, there's still too many geniuses. Yuichi. Butterfly Shinobu watched the self-talking appearance of Kokushibo without daring to relax, gripping the Dark Emperor's blade tightly in both hands. For safety, he transformed some of the fragments into a barrier around him. In an instant, Kokushibo suddenly drew the gleaming blade from his waist, exclaiming, Moon breathing, sixth form, Moon Rainbow, Broken Moon. A tremendous force erupted from the blade. A crescent-shaped, extremely sharp slash rushed towards Butterfly Shinobu at lightning speed. As the slash passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. Faced with such a fierce and brutal attack, Butterfly Shinobu's heart tightened. He instantly sensed the lethal intent behind the attack. Clearly, Kokushibo had the intent to kill him. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu understood that if he chose to meet this strike head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he would likely be shattered to pieces on the spot. However, evading it seemed just as difficult, as the slash was incredibly fast and angled so sharply that it nearly blocked all possible escape routes. There's no choice. It's a fight to the death. Come on. Total concentration. Breathing of darkness. Third form. Thunderous piercing. A loud clang echoed as the blade clashed fiercely with Kokoshibo's, sending countless sparks flying. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, creating visible shockwaves that swept outward. As time passed, Butterfly Shinobu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His steps were being pushed back little by little, and with each step he retreated, the ground beneath him trembled, raising clouds of dust. Despite this, Butterfly Shinobu gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to give in easily. His gaze was unwavering, and the long sword in his hand danced continuously, attempting to withstand Kokoshibo's relentless assault. Just when he was about to give in, a gentle voice rang out. Flower breathing. Fourth form, red flower attire. At that critical moment, Butterfly Shinobu glanced aside. His heart jolted as he saw Butterfly Kanae rushing over. She landed gracefully beside him, like a dancing fairy, standing alongside Butterfly Shinobu. The two glimmering Nichiren blades engaged Kokoshibo in a breathtaking battle. As they unleashed sharp techniques, the two Nichiren blades began to push back Kokoshibo's exquisite swordsmanship one by one. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu also found what the demons were searching for, which was indeed a blue. Chapter 91. Research Kanae. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Butterfly Shinobu said worriedly to Kanae. You idiot, Shinobu. If you know it's dangerous, why did you come here alone? Don't you know I'm worried about you? Where's Kanae? Kanae retorted angrily after hearing this. Upon hearing her words, Butterfly Shinobu realized he was wrong. He shouldn't disregard the feelings of his loved ones for his own interests. Kanae is safe on the other side. I'm sorry, Kanae. Hearing the apology, Kanae gradually calmed her emotions. At that moment, on the distant eastern horizon, a bright red sun was slowly rising. Its light gradually dispelled the shadows of the night, illuminating the earth little by little. Kokoshibo witnessed this scene and thought to himself, it's not wise to linger here. Knowing that continuing to entangle with these two was pointless, he decisively decided to retreat. He coldly glanced at the two opposite him, and then turned without hesitation, sprinting back towards the dark area. His figure swiftly vanished into the distance like a ghost, leaving behind a cloud of dust and rustling leaves blown by the wind, as if narrating the aftermath of the fierce battle that had just occurred. The day finally dawned. Phew! Looking at the distant horizon, Butterfly Shinobu felt a sense of relief. Sister, Shinobu, look, came a crisp and urgent call. Upon closer inspection, it was Butterfly Kanae running towards them with light steps. Her petite and delicate figure was as eye-catching as flowers blooming in spring. At this moment, Kanae tightly held an object, which was not clear from a distance, but it was evident that it was very important to her. She ran with excitement and joy on her face, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. When Kanae finally reached them, she breathed slightly heavier, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Kanae frowned upon seeing this and softly scolded, Kanae, you can't act recklessly like this anymore. You need to learn to be more steady, okay? However, despite saying this, Kanae's eyes were filled with love and affection for her sister. Wait, suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu looked at the plant in Kanae's hand, and a name flashed through his mind. This is the blue. At that moment, Zenitsu Inisuk Inju swiftly dealt with the lower moon 3 and rushed over like a gale. Shinobu, are you all okay? How is Kokoshibo? Is anyone injured? The three of them asked almost in unison, their words filled with concern. Butterfly Knight Leader slowly raised his hand to signal that he was safe and sound. He gently shook his head and said, Don't worry about us, we just exerted a bit of effort. The sky was already bright, and the first quarter moon had left during the darkness before dawn. Upon hearing this, the three of them finally felt their hearts settle. However, at that moment, Iron Rabbit inadvertently caught sight of the vibrant flower in Butterfly Ninja's hand, and curiosity surged within him. With a puzzled expression, he asked, What is this? It looks quite special. In response to Iron Rabbit's question, Butterfly Ninja was about to answer. Suddenly, Butterfly Knight Leader, who was standing beside him, quickly interjected, It's nothing. Just an ordinary herb, nothing to make a fuss about. In fact, only he knew in his heart that this blue resurrection flower was entirely different. It brought him an indescribable feeling of strangeness. Out of caution, he decided not to share this discovery with others for the time being. Since there's nothing else, let's hurry back to the team. Our investigation task has been successfully completed, and we can have a good rest. To avoid Iron Rabbit's further questioning, Butterfly Knight leader hurriedly changed the subject. All right, let's hurry back to the team. Come on, Jinzong. Iron Rabbit waved his hand and shouted loudly. That bright voice seemed to penetrate the entire forest, energizing everyone. Upon hearing Iron Rabbit's call, the others responded one after another. Everyone packed their things and followed Iron Rabbit's pace, beginning their journey back to the team. At this time, Jinzong stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Butterfly Knight leader not far away. He saw her looking at Butterfly Knight leader with a puzzled expression, her lips slightly moving as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, Jinzong chose to trust his partner, not asking another question, just letting out a soft sigh and quickly catching up with the group. Along the way, Butterfly Knight leader exerted all his efforts. After much coaxing and even putting on a pitiful face, he almost knelt down to Butterfly Ninja. Finally, after a grueling effort, Butterfly Knight leader successfully obtained the precious blue resurrection flower from Butterfly Ninja's hands. Holding it tightly in his arms, he felt as if he had found a treasure, and he continued to hold it until he reached the Butterfly Mansion. Butterfly Knight leader's mansion. Due to the numerous and urgent matters at the Butterfly Mansion, Kanae and Butterfly Ninja had to leave first to handle those pressing and important tasks. This left him with a quiet space all to himself, allowing him to do what he had longed to accomplish. With a heart full of anticipation and excitement, Butterfly Knight hurriedly returned to the laboratory on the second floor. However, even after pondering deeply and racking his brain for a long time, he still couldn't grasp the key point, remaining lost in a fog with no clue. It was truly embarrassing to admit that he had brought back something with half his life, but didn't know how to study it. It was ridiculous for a Hashira to be stumped by a flower. Thinking of this, Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but mock himself. Just when he was feeling confused, a familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Miss Tamayo. Yes, how could he have forgotten about Miss Tamayo? With her extensive knowledge and extraordinary wisdom, she would surely know something about the blue resurrection flower. Upon this realization, the frown on Butterfly Knight leader's face instantly relaxed, and a hopeful smile returned to his face. After placing the blue resurrection flower in a glass bottle and leaving a note on the table downstairs, he set off on his journey to Asakusa once again. Chapter 92. Under the sacred sunshine, Miss Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, are you home? At this moment, after a period of travel, Butterfly Knight leader finally arrived at Asakusa. He successfully found Miss Tamayo's house, according to his memory. Knight leader? Yashiro spoke up. Upon hearing the voice, the two demons inside immediately recognized it was Knight leader. Although he was not as composed as before, there was now a liveliness in his tone. After hearing Miss Tamayo's words, Yashiro reluctantly opened the door for Butterfly Knight leader. To his surprise, the moment he opened the door, Butterfly Knight leader tightly hugged Yashiro for 2.5 rounds before letting him go. This was something Yashiro had not anticipated, and his head felt dizzy as he leaned against the door, trying to shake off the stars in his head. Miss Tamayo. Hi. It's been a long time. Thank you for saving me last time. The Butterfly Knight leader swept past and focused his gaze on Tamayo, saying, Miss Tamayo, there's a flower I think you should know about, and I would like to ask you to research it. Hearing his words, Tamayo gently set down her teacup and replied softly, It's nothing. Knight leader, we are friends after all. Upon hearing Tamayo's words, the Butterfly Knight leader felt warmth in his heart, but he did not forget the matter at hand and slowly spoke again. Butterfly Yiling took out a glass dome from the bundle behind her. Sitting on the sofa, Shoya chuckled lightly. It's rare that something could stump Yiling. But suddenly, Shoya saw the plant in Butterfly Yiling's hand. Her pupils dilated instantly, and she became flustered, speaking in a stammer. Blue spider lily. Shoya abruptly stood up and excitedly walked in front of Butterfly Yiling to closely examine the blue spider lily. Isn't. The thing you've dreamed of obtaining is now right in front of me. Shoya shouted crazily in her heart, while maintaining a shocked expression on the surface. What's wrong? Miss Shoya? This flower feels very important to me. What do you think? Looking at Shoya's astonished gaze, Butterfly Yiling spoke. Yiling, this flower is very important. It concerns the life and death of demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. The blue spider lily. It is what Muzan has sought after his entire life. Shoya said urgently, gripping Butterfly Yiling's shoulders tightly. What? Overcome sunlight. The term overcome sunlight echoed in Butterfly Yiling's mind. Demons are terrifying beings that kill at will. However, Because of this, their weakness is their fear of sunlight. They can only act in the dark. If they obtain the blue spider lily, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Jia gently took the blue spider lily from Butterfly Yiling's hand and said to her, Yiling, if we successfully research a potion to overcome sunlight, we can take control of the situation. I need to go make and study the potion now, so I'll trouble you to keep watch here. Before Butterfly Yiling could respond, Jia had already hugged the blue spider lily and walked towards the basement, closing the door tightly behind her. Okay, Miss Juya. A few minutes passed, and the dazed Yashiro walked over, confused as he asked, Hey, Yiling, where's Miss Juya? Hearing this, Butterfly Yiling chuckled and teased, Oh, you're so attentive. Do you like Miss Juya? The previously serious Yashiro immediately blushed upon hearing Butterfly Yiling's words. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Yashiro quickly waved his hands to deny it. Really, why hide your feelings? Why not be open about it? Butterfly Shinobu saw Yushiru's appearance and couldn't help but laugh, then began to speak. After hearing this, Yushiru surprisingly did not respond at all. He simply stood there quietly, not saying a word. He lowered his head, as if he was completely immersed in his own thoughts. After a while, Yushiru finally moved. He slightly raised his head, opened his lips at an extremely slow pace, and then, as if he had thought it over carefully, he slowly spoke. Lady Tamayo saved me when my life was fading. The first time I saw Lady Tamayo, I had already fallen in love with her. But after spending hundreds of years together, I gradually understood that Lady Tamayo's heart only holds hatred for Muzan. Muzan indirectly killed Lady Tamayo's child and husband. And I also understand that Lady Tamayo still carries guilt for her child and husband. I can only stand by. Hearing Yushiru's heartfelt words, Butterfly Shinobu reached out and gently patted his back, beginning to share her own experiences. The two continued to talk back and forth, as if the previous conflicts no longer existed. Shinobu, I hope, if Lady Tamayo is willing to sacrifice her life for her goals, I hope you can save Lady Tamayo. Don't worry, I won't stand by and do nothing. Gradually time passed, and the sun began to rise on the eastern horizon. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be heavily struck by sleepiness, slumped on the soft sofa, their heads bobbing as if they could fall into a deep sleep at any moment. Just as their heavy eyelids were about to close completely, there was a creaking sound, and the basement door unexpectedly opened without warning. Then, a figure slowly came into their view. Lady Tamayo was leaning against the basement door frame with one hand, while the other hand gently wiped the fine beads of sweat constantly seeping from her forehead. With slightly unsteady steps, she took one step, then another, slowly walking toward them. In the meantime, she had developed a potion to overcome sunlight, and for accuracy, Lady Tamayo had experimented on her own body. She inserted a syringe filled with the potion into her body. Then, before the shocked gazes of the two, Lady Tamayo slowly opened the door. Lady Tamayo, what are you doing? Yushu, who did not understand the situation, saw that the sunlight was about to shine on Lady Tamayo and anxiously stood up to stop her. But he was pulled back by Butterfly Shinobu. Then Lady Tamayo's hand slowly touched the sunlight, step by step, until her entire body was bathed in sunlight. Yushiru vaguely remembered that at this moment he saw the truest and happiest smile of Lady Tamayo. Chapter 93. The envelope from the Kakushi Tamayo overcame the sunlight, and Yushiru naturally could not forget it, and he also injected her with the potion to help her overcome the sunlight. Lady Tamayo, now that you and Yushiru have overcome the sunlight, you can move during the day, but due to Muzan's activities over the past few hundred years, I believe there will be Muzan spies in human society. If he discovers you, I'm afraid. For your safety, I plan to invite both of you to temporarily stay at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Butterfly Knight Leader sat on the sofa, revealing a serious expression as he spoke to the two. Upon hearing this, Shai slightly parted her red lips, just about to respond, when suddenly, Yashiru beside her reached out his hand, interrupting her words. Yashiru's face was grave as he retorted, What? You actually thought of this, Butterfly Knight Leader? The Demon Slayer Corps. They are an organization specifically for killing demons. You actually want 2 demons to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Isn't that just throwing yourselves into the tiger's mouth? Haven't you thought about the consequences? Mentioning this matter made Yashiru furious, and he glared with wide eyes, quietly shouting at the person in front of him. When we took the risk to save you, you couldn't imagine how your teammates were looking at me and Lady Shai with such hostile and fearful eyes. That feeling was 100 times worse than being chased by Muzan. As he became more agitated, Yashiru could no longer control his anger. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed it onto the worn-out wooden table in front of him. With a loud bang, a small hole was left in the peachwood table, entering the tiger's mouth. Have you considered that if you are discovered by Musen, there won't even be room for negotiation, and you'll be erased directly? As for the Demon Slayer Corps, I can vouch for you, and my beloved butterfly Kanae's ideal is for humans and demons to coexist. Also, I have never treated you two as demons. The voice of Butterfly Shinobu gradually weakened, like a flickering candle in the wind, intermittent and sporadic. In the end, the voice completely disappeared, and she simply stretched out her hands to cover her eyes, seemingly not wanting the two in front of her to see the emotional turmoil deep within her heart. After hearing Shinobu's words, Yushiru's previously aggressive tone also vanished. Tamayo, seeing the two of them in silence, spoke up. Shinobu, your conversation with Yushiru is for our safety. If we go to the Demon Slayer Corps, you will bear a heavy burden, and we still don't know what your lord thinks. In recent days, I have indeed sensed the presence of demons around Asakusa. We are currently in a position of being surrounded. Butterfly Knight quietly listened to Shuyue's gentle yet slightly anxious words, and the entire room seemed to be enveloped by this heavy atmosphere. With her head buried deep in her hands, it was as if she wanted to escape reality. But when Shuyue finally finished speaking, Butterfly Knight slowly lifted her face. Her slightly tired eyes blinked a few times, and then she softly said in a slow and firm tone, I have a way regarding the Lord. He will definitely understand me. The voice of Butterfly Hashira, Kanae, Sayuri, though not loud, contained an undeniable determination. At that moment, it seemed that all the difficulties and obstacles before him no longer mattered. Because he already had a clear direction in his heart, he was willing to walk down this thorny path without hesitation. When Tamayo wanted to continue speaking, suddenly the window opened, and a raven wearing a red scarf flew in. The raven was not surprised to see the three of them at the table, but it was clearly shocked to see Tamayo and Yashiro sitting in the sunlight, though it quickly changed its mood. Hello, Miss Tamayo and Mr. Yashiro and Butterfly Hashira. Kanae, Sayuri. I am here on the orders of the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yurichi Tsujikuni, to invite Miss Tamayo and Mr. Yashiro to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps to research medicine. Upon hearing this, Tamayo showed surprise, beads of sweat running down her forehead, and she exclaimed, Is this really true? Indeed, Miss Tamayo. There is also a young girl in the Butterfly Mansion at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps who is equally focused on researching and concocting various medicines. She has her unique insights and profound skills in pharmacology. If you can collaborate on related research, I believe unexpected results will be achieved. As for the arrangement of this operation, it will be carried out by the powerful Butterfly Hashira, Kanae Tsuri. She will personally be responsible for escorting you and Mr. Yashiro safely to the location of the Demon Slayer Corps. It won't take long. Other Demon Slayer swordsmen will come to continue accompanying and assisting Butterfly Hashira, Kanae Tsuri. In her task, the raven said to the three on the sofa, and upon hearing this, Kanae immediately agreed since this task was also her request. Although Tamayo and Yashiro were somewhat resistant, the current situation left them no choice but to accept the request to go to the Demon Slayer Corps after some contemplation. By the way, Miss Tamayo, we will act tonight. Musen probably has many eyes watching during the day, aiming to find the blue spider lily and the two of you. After hearing this, Tamayo nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the raven flew out of the window, and after a while, it returned with a flap of its wings, holding a bundle in its claws. Butterfly Hashira, Kanae, Sayuri. This is your Demon Slayer Corps teammate, along with your mask and Haori. It turned out that earlier, the leader Yurichi Tsujikuni had informed Kanae Shinobu about the task of finding a way for humans and demons to coexist and had her become the second support person. Upon hearing that the task would be handled by Kanae, she asked her to bring her clothing. Thanks, Shinobu. Butterfly Knight took the bundle with both hands, and after a brief farewell, the raven flew away from here. Now, Miss Tamayo, Yashiro, let us start packing. Gather all the equipment and precious medicines that might be needed. The operation is tonight. We must check everything carefully to ensure that no important item is left behind. After speaking, Butterfly Knight turned and walked toward a room to change clothes. Meanwhile, Miss Tamayo and Mr. Yashiro quickly began to prepare all the gear needed for the upcoming night operation. Chapter 94. Encountering Doma again. The moonlight poured down like water, gently enveloping the earth like a layer of silver gauze. Soft strands of moonlight slipped through the cracks of the window, quietly illuminating the three people inside. Miss Tamayo sat quietly in a chair, her beautiful face appearing even more refined and ethereal under the moonlight. Yeshuru stood straight beside her, his deep-set eyes shimmering with light in the moon's glow. At this moment, Butterfly Knight raised his head, his gaze fixed on the ancient and solemn clock hanging on the wall. His expression turned exceptionally serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Miss Tamayo, Yeshuru, the time is almost here." As his words fell, a tense atmosphere suddenly filled the entire room. Just then, several noisy sounds suddenly came from outside the door. The sounds, high and low, rough and fine, intertwined to form a peculiar symphony. Some sounds resembled hurried footsteps, as if someone was rushing over here. Others were like hushed conversations. But due to the distance and the barrier of the door, the specific content couldn't be heard clearly. These sounds broke the original tranquility of the room, making one curious about what was happening outside. "Lord Dark Pillar, we have come to escort you." At that moment, a male voice suddenly drifted in from outside the door. After hearing this voice, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart, immediately realizing that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who accompanied her on the mission had arrived. Thinking of this, a subtle ripple appeared on her originally calm face. While marveling at their speed, she called out to Tamayo and Yashiro to get up. Butterfly Shinobu slowly walked to the door and opened it, revealing a familiar face. "Lord Himejima, it's Kenichi Masamura, long time no see." Masamura, I didn't expect you to be leading this mission. Please take care of us." Upon hearing this, Kenichi Masamura nodded vigorously in affirmation, then saw the two people behind Butterfly Shinobu and asked in confusion, "Lord Himejima, are these two accompanying us for this mission?" "No, Masamura. These two are not demons, but our friends." Hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Tamayo and Yashiro felt a warm glow in their hearts. Butterfly Shinobu truly regarded them as friends and never treated them like demons. "All right, let's go. Remember to stay vigilant on the way, keep your Nichiren swords in hand, and do not let your guard down. When resting, take turns. This time, we are heading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The journey is long and fraught with danger, so everyone must be cautious." After saying this, Butterfly Shinobu patiently explained various precautions and possible situations to everyone. She repeatedly emphasized teamwork and strategies for dealing with emergencies. Once everything was clarified, she took a deep look at the brave and fearless Demon Slayer swordsman in front of her, then slightly nodded to signal that they could set off. Following the command, everyone organized their gear, tightened their grip on their weapons, and set off in determined strides towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the night, leaving only a faint sound of footsteps echoing in the quiet air. Meanwhile, one person in the team seemed to be hiding something in their hands, and after realizing no one was watching, they joined the group. As night fell, everyone moved silently through the darkness. Their steps were slow yet firm, as if afraid of disturbing the hidden dangers behind this tranquility. The Demon Slayer swordsmen were especially alert, gripping their sharp swords tightly, their eyes scanning every corner around them, not missing any signs of movement. After an unknown amount of time, the group finally stopped to take a short break. Everyone either sat or leaned against something, taking the opportunity to recover their strength. But even so, the expressions on their faces remained serious, not daring to relax for a moment. After a brief rest, they quickly got back on their feet and continued on this journey filled with unknowns and dangers. Just as they passed through a grove, a sudden chill penetrated their skin, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Sensing the presence beforehand, Butterfly Shinobu immediately drew her sword and paid attention to her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a shadow in the darkness ahead, and her grip on her Nichiren sword tightened. At that moment, everyone looked towards the distance in horror, seeing that a pitch-black shadow seemed to have sensed their presence. The shadow only trembled slightly, but then stood upright in a slow and eerie manner. It was like a demon awakening from slumber, exuding a chilling aura, and it walked step by step towards the direction of the group. As the distance closed, people finally saw the appearance of the shadow, grasping something tightly in his hands. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bloody, dismembered arm of a girl. The limbs had been brutally torn apart, blood continuously gushing from the wounds, dripping onto the ground to form a shocking pool of blood. What was even more terrifying was that the shadow had blood still lingering at the corners of its mouth, flowing down its chin, shimmering with a sinister glow in the moonlight. Suddenly, the shadow seemed to think the severed arm was no longer of any use, so it casually waved it away like trash, throwing the arm far away. The severed arm arced through the air, eventually landing heavily on the ground not far away, making a dull thud. Damn it. It's you, Doma. Oh my, you actually didn't die. I'm so happy you haven't forgotten me. As the shadow drew closer, Butterfly Shinobu saw that it was Doma. After being discovered, Doma happily responded. Upper Moon too. Doma. Tamayo exclaimed upon seeing this demon. Doma, having once served Muzan, naturally knew about the 12 Kazuki and the terror of the upper moons, especially one who had lived for hundreds of years like Doma. Oh my, do you know that when I found out you weren't dead, Lord Muzan scolded me. It made me so embarrassed. Oomph. Then today, you shall leave your life here. Ha! It seems you still haven't noticed the anomaly in your body. How pitiful. Hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Doma smiled instead of getting angry, raising his hand to point at her, and said, What? Chapter 95. Humanity what? The butterfly demon widened its eyes in disbelief, staring at the gesture of Tomioka pointing at its own body. A wave of confusion surged in its heart. It furrowed its brow in a daze, trying hard to recall everything that had happened along the way. From the moment of departure until now, everything seemed calm and there had been no unusual situations at all. Moreover, there had always been someone by its side. How could Tomioka have had the opportunity to make a move against it? Could it be that he was intentionally trying to bluff and scare it? But looking at his serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Butterfly Shinobu felt increasingly confused and puzzled, her gaze fixed on Doma, trying to find a clue in his eyes and actions. However, Doma merely smiled at her. His finger still pointed steadily at his own body, as if hinting at some hidden message. Gradually, Butterfly Shinobu's body began to exhibit strange symptoms. Her abdomen twisted and churned as if stirred by an invisible hand, as if something was rampaging inside her. At the same time, a trickle of crimson blood slowly oozed from the corner of her mouth, flowing down her cheek like a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. Shocking to behold. Looking at her abnormal physical condition, Butterfly Shinobu's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Furrowing her brows tightly, she rapidly pondered which part of the mission had gone wrong. Was it an internal injury from the previous task, or had she accidentally ingested something toxic? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, yet she could not find a definitive answer. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was deep in thought, a B-class member of the team suddenly stepped forward. Taking steps away from the group, he spoke to Butterfly Shinobu. My lord, you really can't blame me. He once swore to me that if I poisoned you according to his instructions, mixing that deadly powder into your food, then after the deed was done, he would grant me endless wealth and a lofty status. He continued, My lord, please have mercy and understand us. This group of lowly team members, an opportunity to change our fate like this is truly rare. Moreover, using your precious life in exchange for another person's future of comfort and security. Isn't that a worthwhile deal? My lord, I was forced to commit this heinous act. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the team immediately turned red with anger. Their expressions were filled with fury. Kenichi Matsumura, standing among them, could no longer contain his indignation. He glared at the accused and loudly scolded, Traitor! Coward! How could the Demon Slayer Corps have someone like you, shameless and treacherous? You're simply an utterly shameless bastard. As Kenichi shouted, the others echoed in agreement, collectively crying out, Traitor! The deafening sound seemed to pierce the heavens. Faced with the accusations and spitting of the crowd, the accused appeared unfazed, even revealing a mocking smile. He casually said, Huh? No way. You all are so naive. I joined the Demon Slayer Corps just to make money. Why would I be willing to fulfill my duties in such a dangerous profession where I could lose my life at any moment? It's truly ridiculous. Seeing that the crowd not only failed to understand him, but had begun to turn against him, the teammate no longer bothered to hide or disguise himself and directly retorted. Look, this is so-called human nature, selfish and self-serving. Ha ha. At this moment, Doma, who had been coldly observing the farce, suddenly let out a piercing laugh. He mockingly remarked, Look at these humans. They can turn against each other and attack one another over a bit of profit. It's truly amusing. Beside him, Tamayo and Yashiro looked shocked. Doma had noticed this mission and had meticulously set up this ambush. The horrifying poison, like a demon, mercilessly eroded Butterfly Shinobu's once agile body. Every inch of skin, every blood vessel was permeated with toxins, waves of pain crashing over her like a tide, but she gritted her teeth, enduring the agony to prevent herself from collapsing. Even so, Butterfly Shinobu still mustered all her strength, speaking with a trembling and weak voice to her companions beside her, Miss Tamayo and Yashiro. You must hurry and leave here. I will stay behind to hold off this terrifying enemy. Kenichi, you need to quickly regroup and lead everyone back to headquarters as fast as possible. Hearing this, Yashiro's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and anxiety. He urgently shouted, "What are you talking about? With your current injured body, how could you possibly hold back Kenichi? Absolutely not. We can't leave you here to take risks alone." However, Kenichi Matsumura, standing to the side, looked at Butterfly Shinobu's determined eyes and her resolve to face death, understanding that there were no better choices left at this moment. Thus, he no longer hesitated, decisively nodded, then tightly grasped Tamayo and Yashiro's hands, turning to sprint towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Wow, how touching. Sacrificing oneself for others? I really don't understand why you humans do this. Can't you just survive for yourself? Just like him, Doma scoffed. Oomph. Doma, a person like you, who has no emotions, will never understand humanity and can never become human again. You will never comprehend. Butterfly Knight Leader slowly stood up, holding the knife, and retorted to Doma. Meanwhile, the treacherous B-class team member had already taken the opportunity to flee. Hearing Butterfly Knight Leader speak of him in this way, Doma showed a hint of anger on his face. He was born without human emotions, and even after becoming a demon, he still had none. For these hundreds of years, he had been imitating emotions and did not want others to mention his lack of feelings. But today, you are the first. Blood Demon Art, Child of Crystallization. Doma's dual fans opened and closed, creating several small ice figures resembling himself, all rushing towards Butterfly Knight Leader. Looks like it's getting a bit tricky. Breath of Darkness. Fifth form, Death Dragon Dark God. Ignoring the pain within his body, Butterfly Knight Leader activated his breathing technique, shattering the blade into fragments, which surrounded him and instantly blocked the attacking ice figures. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to fight with all his might. Chapter 96, Dissipation Breath of Darkness. Oh dear, my little ice figures have gotten close. Just as Butterfly Knight Leader was fully focused on preparing to unleash the Breath of Darkness to shatter the rows of cold and stiff ice figures before him, Doma cunningly smiled and began to use his silver tongue to create verbal distractions. Doma chanted, continuously uttering words that disturbed the mind, trying to divert Butterfly Knight Leader's attention. Butterfly Shinobu tried hard to keep calm and not be swayed, focusing all her energy on her hearing. Just then, Doma suddenly flashed and appeared before her like a ghost. Holding a glittering golden fan in his hand, he gently waved it towards Butterfly Shinobu without hesitation. This seemingly casual wave contained immense power. With a crisp sound, the uniform on Butterfly Shinobu was forcefully slashed open, creating a long vertical cut that extended from her collar to her waist. In that moment, the powerful inertial force ruthlessly tore at Butterfly Shinobu's body. The injuries that had yet to heal made this force rampage through her as if it were in an uninhabited place. The Butterfly Knight Leader flew backward like a leaf caught in a wild wind. His figure traced an arc in the air, moving at an astonishing speed. With each crash, the sound of snapping echoed as he broke one withered tree after another. Those once unstoppable trees now appeared so fragile, as if made of paper. In just a few seconds, the Butterfly Knight Leader had already shattered 3 or 4 dead trees. Each impact produced a dull thud, sending wood chips flying and raising a cloud of dust. He himself suffered even more severe injuries from this series of violent collisions, spitting out a mouthful of blood that scattered in the air. Oh dear, you should be careful. Or with injuries like that, I could kill you with just a few hits, Tongamo said leisurely, sitting on a massive ice sculpture throne he had crafted himself. Leaning slightly forward in a semi-reclined posture, he looked down with a condescending view. A hint of disdain was on his handsome face, and he continued to utter cold sarcasm. Facing the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tongamo felt nothing but contempt. To him, the opponent was like a lamb ready for slaughter, posing no threat whatsoever. After all, he had toyed with countless prey like this before and knew exactly how to control the situation, tormenting them to the point of wishing for death. The last time he faced them, the Butterfly Knight Leader was at his peak. But now, he was severely injured and had no chance of defeating Tongamo. The Butterfly Knight Leader struggled to stand up with the knife, rising from the stained mud pit, and the Demon Slayer Corps uniform had become tattered and worn. The Butterfly Knight Leader's forehead markings activated once again, permanently on the forehead, ready to be used at any time. Total concentration, Breath of Darkness, second form, Shadow Strike. The only way to break the current deadlock was to utilize astonishing speed to swiftly dash in front of each ice person and shatter them one by one with a fierce assault. The Butterfly Knight Leader's figure flickered like lightning among the ice people, each swing of the blade creating bursts of cold light and ice shards flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, The once indestructible ice people turned into piles of ice fragments. When the last ice person was finally shattered, only Doma was left standing there all alone. Wow, 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 so fast. This must be the traditional way of the breath of thunder. Speaking of which, it seems I killed several thunder breath swordsmen decades ago, Doma recalled softly, one finger spinning in his own head, looking extremely disgusting. I don't think you need to do that. Your actions will only strengthen my resolve to kill you. Why do you want to kill us, demons? It's not just our fault. We only want to satisfy our own physiology. Satisfy your physiology, and in doing so, kill ordinary humans? How dirty! Butterfly Shinobu's face showed a look of anger as she spoke to Kanae, and the dark emperor blade in her hand gradually transformed into her own fighting style. Fragments of the blade circled around her, and she raised the hilt, leaping into the air with the blade tip aimed at Kanae. Total concentration, breath of darkness. Third form, resonating piercing. Countless shimmering, cold blade fragments rushed toward Kanae's pale neck like a violent storm, carrying a fierce momentum. These blade fragments spun and danced rapidly in the air, slicing through it and producing sharp, piercing sounds. Seeing this, Kanae's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly reacted, continuously channeling the powerful icy energy within him into the luxurious golden fan in his hand. In an instant, a thick layer of frost covered the surface of the fan, emanating a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Kanae swung his arm, and the frost-covered golden fan struck fiercely at the incoming blade fragments like lightning. The moment they collided, dazzling sparks flew, accompanied by a deafening sound of impact. However, this seemingly easy-to-block attack did not end there. The blade fragments seemed to possess endless power, surging forward one after another, continuously striking Kanae's golden fan. Each impact put immense pressure on the fan, which was initially incredibly solid, and it began to show fine cracks. Over time, these cracks multiplied and widened, spreading across the fan like a spider web. Kanae's expression grew increasingly grave, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. In that moment, Kanae's eyes suddenly caught a slight opening in Butterfly Shinobu's defense. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu was fully focused on responding to Kanae's frontal assault, completely unaware that Kanae had shifted his gaze to her and was beginning to devise a plan. Kanae felt a surge of delight in his heart, for he knew this rare opportunity could not be missed. All of Butterfly Shinobu's attention was focused on the direct confrontation with Doma, completely ignoring any potential threats that might exist around her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Doma decided to unleash his blood demon art. He quietly mobilized the power within him, preparing to launch a fatal attack from all directions against the unsuspecting Butterfly Shinobu. In Doma's judgment, as long as he acted quickly and stealthily, Butterfly Shinobu, who was fully engaged with the pressure in front of her, would definitely be unable to perceive the danger surrounding her in time. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Doma slightly narrowed his eyes, a barely noticeable smile on his lips, as his long, pale fingers began to dance gently, as if playing a mysterious melody. As his hands moved with subtle and intricate motions, a powerful force began to surge within him, and the blood demon art quietly activated. However, none of this escaped the watchful eyes of Butterfly Shinobu, who had always harbored doubts. She keenly caught Doma's seemingly casual movements, and an alarm went off in her mind. Just then, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept in from behind her. Turning around sharply, she saw a large amount of icy mist rushing toward her like a raging tide. Realizing danger was imminent, Butterfly Shinobu decisively abandoned her original attack plan and prepared to dodge quickly. However, the speed of the icy mist was too fast. As soon as Butterfly Shinobu stood up, she hadn't even taken a step. In an instant, her white-purple hair was frozen in the cold ice layer, greatly hindering her movements. Yes, the blood demon art succeeded. Watching Doma's actions, without hesitation, Butterfly Shinobu cut off her frozen hair with a swift strike, leaving the remaining strands to flutter in the wind. Total concentration, breathing of the dark, fourth form, blessing of the night. The Butterfly Knight leader's body suddenly erupted with incredible power, the knife in his hand flashing with a strange black light, as if merging with the darkness. At this moment, he had no time to catch his breath and unhesitatingly raised the Dark Emperor knife again, fully channeling his unique breathing technique. Accompanied by a powerful wave of aura, he leaped into the air, rushing towards Doma like a bolt of black lightning, the sharp blade light drawing an arc in the air, striking towards Doma with lethal intent. In the face of this fierce attack, Doma merely smiled mockingly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he let out a soft snort. Blood Demon Art. Water Lily Bodhisattva. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged from his body, the surrounding air seemingly congealing into frost. Immediately after, an enormous ice sculpture of a bodhisattva appeared out of thin air, towering dozens of feet high, solemn and majestic. Doma sat leisurely atop the bodhisattva's head, like a deity looking down on everything below. At this moment, the Butterfly Knight leader's attack had already arrived, and with a loud clang, sparks flew as the knife struck heavily against the ice sculpture of the bodhisattva. However, this seemingly mighty blow failed to inflict any damage, all the power vanishing as if it had sunk into the ocean. On the contrary, due to the massive shockwave created by the impact, an overwhelming force spread outwards. Nearby trees swayed violently, countless leaves being swept into the air by the strong airflow, fluttering like snowflakes. There's no escape now. Meanwhile, the Butterfly Knight leader's Kagawa Mei was leading Kenichiro Masamura towards the battlefield. Hold on, Knight leader, the Hashira will be here soon. Total concentration, breathing of darkness. First form, Shadow Blade Sixfold. The Butterfly Knight leader agilely dodged left and right, avoiding the massive ice pillars that whistled down from the sky. Each ice pillar carried a bone-chilling coldness and a deadly threat, but the Butterfly Knight leader used extraordinary skill and keen reflexes to escape danger time and again. Meanwhile, the knife in hand flickered with a cold light, drawing sharp arcs in the air. Each slash contained all of his strength and exquisite knife techniques, fiercely striking at the massive ice sculpture of the bodhisattva before him. However, this ice sculpture seemed indestructible, as the Butterfly Knight leader had exhausted all his efforts. Countless curved blades struck, leaving only a shallow mark on its surface. Ha! Stop wasting your efforts. The defense of the sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva is unbreakable. With that, Tong Mu gently waved his hands, and a powerful force surged from within him, instantly unleashing a torrent of icy mist that rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush forest was covered by a thick layer of ice, as if entering a snow-covered kingdom. This vast expanse of white mist obscured the sky and blocked the sun, completely obstructing the Butterfly Knight leader's line of sight, leaving only a hazy white before him. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he decided to employ the earth form to respond to this sudden change. However, before he could make a move, a fire-red figure shot out from the icy mist like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was Tong Mu holding a golden fan, rushing towards the Butterfly Knight leader with incredible speed. The speed was astonishing, like a sudden storm, leaving no time to evade. Tong Mu's dual fan swung sharply, creating a fierce gust of wind. The Butterfly Hashira was caught off guard, only to see a flash before two cold beams of light rushed toward him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sharp edge of the fan ruthlessly slashed across his eyes. In an instant, excruciating pain spread throughout his body, and the Butterfly Hashira let out a scream, covering his eyes with both hands as blood gushed out between his fingers. With his eyes severely injured, his vision became blurred, and he swayed unsteadily from the pain. However, Doma did not relent. He pressed the attack with another swing of the fan. This time, he put all his strength into it, transforming the golden fan into a deadly blade that ruthlessly slashed toward the Butterfly Hashira. There was a crisp tearing sound as the Butterfly Hashira's clothes were ripped apart, followed by a deep wound appearing on his body, blood spraying out like a fountain. This heart-stopping scene was witnessed by Shinobu Kocho and Kanji Tsuzumi, who were not far away. The two stared wide-eyed, shock written all over their faces, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Bastard! The Hashira has fallen. Meanwhile, in the distant eastern sky, a red sun was preparing to rise. Gradually, the cold mist surrounding the area began to dissipate, as if being gently lifted by an invisible hand. It revealed a shocking scene, with debris and blood intermingled on the ground, resembling the remnants of a terrifying nightmare. At this moment, the once proud Butterfly Hashira had lost consciousness. His face pale as paper, and the wounds on his body continued to ooze blood, staining the ground beneath him. Standing before him, Doma wore a look of triumph, slowly clapping his hands while giving a series of sarcastic praises. Oh my, how impressive, to be able to endure for so long with such a battered body. You truly have surprised me, haha. While speaking, Doma reached out and mercilessly grabbed the Butterfly Hashira's clothing. He dragged him towards the edge of a cliff as if handling a worthless object. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he looked down to see a turbulent river below, the water roaring like a ferocious beast, ready to swallow anyone who fell in without a trace. Humph, to completely eliminate the threat. Haha, it's time for a final farewell. No, rather, it should be that we'll never meet again. Doma wore a cruel smile, unhesitatingly grasped the butterfly Hashira's hand, stretched it forward, and then suddenly let go. Under the terrified gazes of the Demon Slayer Corps members, the butterfly Hashira plummeted like a kite with a severed string, instantly disappearing into the bottomless abyss of the cliff. Just then, the sun, which had been hiding behind the clouds, seemed to finally react, slowly peeking out and casting warm sunlight onto the land that had just endured a brutal battle. However, this belated light could not bring back the butterfly Hashira. Doma turned around and cast a mocking smile at the enraged and helpless members of the Demon Slayer Corps behind him. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving only blood and despair behind. Master, Hashira! In an instant, Shinobu and the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed to the edge of the cliff, shouting anxiously. At this moment, dawn broke, and the news from last night reached the ears of the Hashira. I can't believe this. How is this possible? Iguro Abanai stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the crumpled letter in his hand. Suddenly, he flicked his hand and smashed the crumpled envelope to the ground. There was a muffled thud as the envelope bounced a few times before lying quietly on the ground. He walked away step by step from this heart-wrenching place, leaving behind that lonely envelope. Huh, Hashira-kun actually. Mitsuri Kanroji, who was having breakfast, covered her mouth in disbelief. How could this happen? This flamboyant guy, Tenjin Yuzi, who was on a mission, held the envelope with a look of surprise. The Hashira lost. Kaijiro Rengoku stood holding the envelope, his entire being in a daze. How could this happen? Hashira. Mitsuri and Kanae Sayuri looked at the envelope in their hands, their bodies emanating a sorrowful aura like wooden dolls. Hashira, how could he lose to such a demon? The three of them sat in their chairs, holding their heads in disbelief, unable to face the reality. I believe the Hashira won't die, he promised me. When Shinobu Kocho learned the shocking news, everyone around thought she would instantly fall into endless sorrow. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. On Butterfly Kanae's beautiful and gentle face, there was no trace of the sorrowful expression that everyone had expected. Instead, it was filled with questioning and disbelief. Her lively eyes were fixed tightly on the messenger, as if she were trying to see through the person's eyes to uncover the lies hidden behind this so-called truth. This is impossible. How could he possibly die like this? I refuse to believe it. Butterfly Kanae's voice was firm and powerful, revealing an immeasurable trust and dedication to her beloved. In her heart, Butterfly Shinobu was like the brightest star in the night sky, shining forever and indelibly. No matter what hardships he faced, he would surely persevere and would never leave this world so easily. Chapter 97. Yunsu Mountain. Time passed for a long while. I vaguely remember there was a family selling charcoal living on a certain mountain. Tanjiro, it's already dark. It's too dangerous to walk the mountain path alone at night. Why not stay at my house for the night? Grandpa Saburo shouted loudly from his doorstep at Tanjiro, who was hurriedly making his way in the distance. At this moment, the sky was already shrouded in darkness, pitch black, as if a giant piece of ink-colored satin was spread above. The sharp cold wind blew, bringing waves of biting chill. This season was the depths of winter, with heavy snow falling, covering the entire mountain in a thick layer of silver, making it look like a crystal-clear ice and snow kingdom from afar. After selling the charcoal, Tanjiro, with an empty basket on his back, walked briskly toward home with determined yet slightly weary steps. However, as the night deepened, a sense of unease surged within him. Just then, he heard Grandpa Saburo's concerned shout. No, Grandpa Saburo, thank you for your kindness, but I really need to hurry home. My family is waiting for me. Tanjiro stopped, turned back, smiled gratefully at Grandpa Saburo, and then quickened his pace again. But Grandpa Goro refused to let him go, trembling as he walked to the roadside to block Tanjiro. Child, it's south dark and the road is slippery. What if you encounter a wild beast? Listen to your grandpa. Stay here tonight. Saying this, he reached out to grab Tanjiro's arm. Tanjiro looked at this kind old man, feeling deeply touched. He knew that Grandpa Saburo genuinely cared for his safety, but thinking of his family made him hesitate. Ultimately, after Grandpa Goro's repeated persuasion, Tanjiro nodded and followed him into the warm little house. After enjoying the sumptuous meal carefully prepared by Grandpa Saburo, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide. Tanjiro slowly closed his eyes and gradually fell into a deep sleep. However, Just as morning approached, the unease deep within Tanjiro intensified. It felt as if an invisible force was constantly tugging at his heartstrings. This unease was like the dark clouds before a storm, weighing heavily on his heart and making it difficult for him to breathe. Tanjiro dared not delay any longer. After hurriedly bidding farewell to Grandpa Saburo, he immediately dashed toward home like an arrow released from a bow. His mind was filled with a single thought: to get home as quickly as possible. He felt vaguely that something bad was happening at home. With an extraordinary sense of smell, Tanjiro, even at a considerable distance from home, could already detect a strong, nauseating smell of blood. This scent felt like an invisible hand tightly gripping his heart, making him involuntarily quicken his pace toward home. When Tanjiro finally arrived breathlessly at his doorstep, the scene before him struck him like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place. The once warm and peaceful home had now turned into a hellish battlefield, blood staining every inch of the floor and walls, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Tanjiro's eyes widened, unable to believe the horrific sight inside the house. He saw his mother lying in a pool of blood, her face pale as paper, eyes closed, showing no signs of life. His younger siblings were also lying together, their small bodies soaked in blood, some even mangled beyond recognition. Tanjiro felt his legs go weak, his body sliding helplessly against the door frame, ultimately collapsing to the ground. He trembled as he reached out his hands, wanting to touch those once familiar faces, but was afraid of shattering this horrifying nightmare. Mom, Hanako, Takeo, Amu, Nezuko, Rokuta. His family lay there in that heart-wrenching pool of blood, the bright red blood starkly contrasting with the pure white snow. However, amidst this silence and despair, a faint yet hopeful discovery made Tanjiro's heart tighten. Nezuko still had a faint breath. In the midst of the heavy snow and biting cold wind of the deep mountains, snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Without hesitation, Tanjiro picked up Nezuko and walked toward the town outside the mountain with determined steps. He painstakingly wove through dense clusters of trees, each step accompanied by the crunch of snow being compacted underfoot. As time passed, Tanjiro's strength was continuously depleting. The bone-chilling air seemed to infiltrate every part of him, as if sharp ice blades were piercing his heart and lungs, bringing waves of unbearable pain. The biting cold almost froze his breath, making each inhalation extraordinarily difficult. His steps became heavier due to exhaustion and the cold, as if weighed down by lead, requiring immense effort to lift each foot. Although there was still quite a distance to the town, he knew he could not stop, for at this moment, only he could save Nezuko. One by one, his loved ones had left him, and Tanjiro could not bear the pain of losing Nezuko as well. However, just at this moment, Nezuko, who had been in a coma, miraculously woke up. Not only did she let out a strange whimper, but her desperate struggles caused the siblings to tumble down the cliff together. Fortunately, the slope was covered in thick snow, and they slid down the snowy slope. Though the fall was quite troublesome, thanks to the soft, thick snow acting as a cushion, Tanjiro, who fell from a height, was lucky enough to suffer no injuries. Tanjiro anxiously got up and began searching for his sister, completely unaware of the unusual situation occurring with Nezuko at that moment. He hurriedly rushed to Nezuko's side, only to be met with her twisted, grotesque face and sharp fangs gleaming coldly, lunging at him to bite. Tanjiro was stunned by the scene before him, and in a panic, he hurriedly raised the wooden stick in his hand to defend himself. As he saw Nezuko's terrifying appearance, images of the mysterious and horrific creatures known as demons, which he had heard about many times, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Although he had always believed he understood his sister, what he saw before him made him doubt. After all, he had witnessed Nezuko coming into this world. How could she possibly become a vicious, man-eating demon that instilled fear? However, the truth is right before our eyes. The aura emanating from Nezuko is clearly different from before. That cold and eerie feeling sends chills down one's spine. Moreover, her originally small and delicate body has become unusually large due to the power of a demon, as if she could unleash astonishing destructive power at any moment. Seeing his sister in such a state, Tanjiro is filled with endless guilt and regret. He knows that, as her older brother, he should have protected the entire family. Yet now he has failed to protect even his family members. Nevertheless, no matter what, even if he has made a grave mistake, he cannot allow the only survivor, Nezuko, to suffer any further misfortune. Nezuko, hang in there. Nezuko, you must resist. You cannot become a demon. Pull yourself together. Please, you have to hold on. Go, go. Tanjiro screams with all his might, his voice seemingly piercing the heavens. Tears pour from his eyes like a dam bursting, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground beneath him. Amidst Tanjiro's nearly frantic cries, Nezuko, who was poised to attack, suddenly stops. In her crimson eyes, which had been tainted, a glimmer of clarity flashes. After a brief moment of regained consciousness, Nezuko gazes at her brother, whose face is streaked with tears and filled with anxiousness, and she too feels a deep sense of guilt and pain. How could she harbor such terrifying thoughts of wanting to harm the brother who has always cared for her and with whom she has relied on for survival? At that moment, the powerful demon slayer Ju Tomioka, who has been pursuing the demon's trail, finally arrives at the scene just in time. He swings his Nichiren blade, gleaming with cold light, and strikes down with a fierce momentum towards his target. However, at the instant he swings his blade, Tanjiro, who has been vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly notices Ju's actions. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro forcefully pushes Nezuko aside, fearing for her safety. Seeing a strange man wielding a long sword suddenly appear before him, a strong sense of alertness and unease surges within Tanjiro. He fixes his gaze on Ju, his muscles tense, ready to respond to any potential attack. The atmosphere becomes extraordinarily tense, as if the very air around them has solidified. Facing Tanjiro's hostile gaze, Ju remains remarkably calm. He furrows his brow slightly and asks Tanjiro, "Why are you protecting such an obviously monstrous being?" Although Tanjiro desperately wants to explain that Nezuko is not an ordinary monster, but his beloved younger sister, Ju seems unmoved, maintaining a high level of vigilance. To Ju, such a monster is not even worthy of being called human, easily subdued with one hand. Ju explains to Tanjiro that slaying demons is his duty, which naturally includes your sister. But my sister has never harmed anyone. There's a scent in my home that I have never smelled before. It was that person who killed my family, not Nezuko. Ju also explains Nezuko's condition, that she became a demon due to her wounds coming into contact with demon blood, and that demons increase their numbers in this way. However, the state in which Nezuko shed tears made Tanjiro realize that she still remembers him. Tanjiro assures Ju that Nezuko would never harm anyone and that he will definitely turn her back into a human. For this naive thought, Ju immediately rejects it, stating that humans who become demons cannot revert back to being human. Even as Tanjiro lets out a desperate scream, repeatedly emphasizing that he can resolve everything, he still cannot stop Ju from pointing his Nichiren blade at Nezuko. In order to save his sister, Tanjiro kneels on the ground, hoping Ju will spare her. However, facing the boy who is prostrating himself, Ju sees a reflection of his own past self, weak and helpless, which fills him with immense anger. Do not give the power of life and death to others. Do not grovel on the ground in desperation. If that were useful, your family would not have been killed. The weak have no right to choose. The demon may know what is best for your sister, but do not think demons will respect your will and wishes. Of course, I will not respect you either. This is the reality you must face. Ju, who has had similar experiences, hopes to inspire the boy to live on with determination. Ju understands Tanjiro's pain. If I had come half a day earlier, perhaps your family would not have died, but time cannot be reversed. At this moment, only this unforgiving and pure anger can serve as Tanjiro's motivation to continue moving forward. To instill this anger in Tanjiro, Ju does not hesitate to pierce Nezuko's body with his Nichiren blade. Seeing this, Tanjiro finally fights back, first throwing his sword to create an opportunity for himself. Then he picks up an axe and weaves through the forest in search of an opening strike, but ultimately it results in a purely emotional attack. Ju suppresses Nezuko with one hand and knocks Tanjiro unconscious with the other. But unexpectedly, the axe is not in Tanjiro's hand. Looking up, he sees the axe flying through the air, accurately aimed at Ju's head, but fortunately, Ju dodges it just in time. At this moment, Ju finally understands that he is not Tanjiro's opponent. After throwing a stone, he simultaneously tosses the axe upwards. The pose of hiding both hands behind his back was meant to deceive Ju. When Nezuko sees her brother lying on the ground, she breaks free from Ju's grasp. And before Ju's incredulous eyes, the demon girl stands in front of the boy, not only taking a protective stance, but also threatening Ju. This makes Ju realize that this pair of siblings is truly different, and he recalls someone who had previously spoken to him about the distinction between good and evil. After knocking out the demonized girl, Ju puts an extra layer of clothing on her and waits. After Tanjiro wakes up, he is guided to the Misty Mountain to find his teacher, Sakanji Urokadaki, before Ju leaves. Chapter Doksan Sikis, Adam. Time flows in the river, and the past will ultimately be buried, handed over at the boundary between white and black. And there exists a village here for years, decades, or perhaps centuries. It continues to endure. This village is like a paradise, free from war, harm, and death, a place of peace and harmony. Ah, young man, young man. With the opening of his eyes, a blurry white world comes into view, and sitting before him is an indistinct old man. Aye, where is this? Hearing the weak words of the boy on the wooden bed, the old lady sitting beside him feels a deep sense of pity. Child, this is my home. A few days ago, I was washing clothes by the river and saw you lying in the water. The injuries on your body at that time made my heart ache. If it weren't for the adults in the village coming together to save you, you might have already bid farewell to this world. The old lady sat by the bedside, helping the young man on the bed put on his clothes while recounting her experiences during that time. My eyes. Upon hearing this, the old lady explained, Young man, your eyes have suffered serious scratches. We did provide timely treatment, but it seems they might not heal. It's okay. Elder, you have already saved me. If it can't be healed, it's not your fault. With the old lady's support, he gradually stood on the wooden floor, and as the pain in his head throbbed, he began to recall what had happened earlier. Before, in the desperate battle with Doma, he had lost and was on the brink of death. But why? In such a situation, was he still alive? Countless questions swirled in his heart, but soon they were all unraveled. As they were helped out of the door, the eyes of the villagers focused entirely on the two of them. Hey, you're finally awake. You scared us to death. Haha, it's good that you're awake. Everyone wore simple smiles on their faces, presenting a warm scene filled with human warmth. Hey, today the young man happens to be here. Today is the day of worship in the village. Yes. Hearing this, the weak butterfly knight asked curiously, Worship? Who is it, elder? At this moment, the old lady asked someone from a nearby house, Hey, is Jinren's clothing repaired? This young man is awake. It's not good for him to keep wearing white clothes. Soon, a voice came from inside the house. Yes. It's almost done. It should be ready by the time of the worship. Hurry up. Don't let the child get cold. At this moment, Butterfly Knight stood quietly, with the sounds of laughter and friendly conversations echoing in her ears. These words seemed to possess a magical power, leading her thoughts to drift towards a distant future. She couldn't help but ponder if this world truly no longer had any ghosts in the future. Could everyone live happily like this from now on? People would no longer need to worry about the fear and threats brought by ghosts, and could pursue their own happiness without any concerns. Perhaps, people would form warm and happy families, supporting each other. Children would grow up strong in an environment full of love and care, enjoying the joyful moments of childhood. The imagined scene was so beautiful that the corners of Butterfly Knight's mouth involuntarily lifted. Feeling the pleasant breeze brushing against her face, everything was so tranquil and harmonious, filled with warmth. Young man, I forgot to tell you, come on. Then, the old lady took Butterfly Knight's hand and walked step by step towards the place of worship. This is Adam Village, where it is said that the ancestor of humanity, Adam, fought for us humans and resolutely went to battle in the heavens. Hearing this, Butterfly Knight curiously asked, So, what was the outcome? The old lady simply pointed around, indicating that the people lived very happily, peacefully, and without worries. Then the old lady smiled gently. No one knows whether it was victory or defeat, but Adam's battle for humanity is a glorious memory that cannot be forgotten. And that's how we have this village. Look, this is the legendary Adam. The old lady slowly pointed, and in Butterfly Knight's view, a tall and slender human-shaped stone statue stood there. Is this Adam? Yes. It is said that during the worship every year, if lucky, one can receive Adam's blessing. Gradually, as time passed silently, the villagers slowly gathered together. They gradually formed a tight circle around the solemn statue. At that moment, sunlight fell on everyone, as if draping a layer of golden veil over the scene. Standing at the front of the crowd was the priest, dressed in a pure white robe, with a solemn and serious expression. Suddenly, the priest raised his head sharply, his gaze fixed on the tall statue, and then shouted with all his might, For our great ancestor of humanity, Adam, I offer my most sincere words of worship. This shout echoed like thunder in the air, instantly spreading throughout the entire village. Upon hearing the priest's call, many villagers responded in unison. They clasped their hands tightly together and slowly bowed their heads, bringing their foreheads close to their palms. In that moment, deep respect and gratitude for Adam surged in everyone's hearts as they silently offered their most sincere and heartfelt words of worship. These words of worship gathered together, forming a powerful spiritual force that permeated the air, as if even the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were moved. At this time, Butterfly Knight also made the same gesture. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the eyes of the Atom statue, refracting and shining upon Butterfly Knight. Gradually, she was unknowingly pulled into a pure white space. What is this? Butterfly Knight looked at the empty space before him with confusion when suddenly a naked man appeared in front of him. However, due to his injured eyes, he couldn't clearly see the man's appearance. Suddenly, the man spoke gently, "My dear child, you have worked hard. You are the will of heaven and my will. For humanity, you must continue to move forward." At the moment the words ended, Butterfly Knight retreated from this pure white space. At the same time, he felt changes in his body and eyes, as if he had returned to his prime. His eyes also seemed to have changed, with a ring of red triangles surrounding his pupils. Meanwhile, a voice in his mind informed him this is divine vision. Chapter 99. The passage of time. In that instant, consciousness surged back into Butterfly Knight's body like a tidal wave. In a flash, the surrounding world began to undergo astonishing changes. The once clear figures of people and villages faded away like fragile bubbles, dissipating bit by bit. The vibrant figures of the elderly gradually became blurry, as if blown away by an invisible wind. Then the outlines of the village houses and fields also lost their original shapes. The entire scene resembled a painting soaked in water, the colors gradually fading, leaving only a pale void. Responding to Butterfly Knight were only the words of the elderly and the voice in his mind. They intertwined and repeated in his mind like waves. "Ah, young man, it seems you have received Adam's favor. This is truly delightful. Congratulations. But be careful when you go out. Always pay attention to your safety. After all, life is full of unknowns and dangers." The old grandmother looked at Butterfly Knight with a kind expression, her eyes filled with concern. The surrounding villagers echoed, "Yes, yes, young man. You must take good care of yourself. Such good fortune is rare, but you must also act cautiously. May you always be safe and smooth in your endeavors." They expressed their care and blessings for Butterfly Knight in a flurry of voices. Each warm word flowed into Butterfly Knight's ears like a stream, making him feel unprecedented love and support. "It's strange to feel this way for someone I just met," Butterfly Knight thought, moved. "My dear child." That voice seemed to come from a distant horizon, yet felt so close, softly echoing in his ears. "Take my strength to save and restore those you cherish." As this mysterious and kind voice gradually faded, Butterfly Knight felt his mind suddenly become incredibly clear. He blinked, and the previously blurry scene gradually became clear. At that moment, he found himself in a dense forest, with his Demon Slayer Corps uniform and mask beside him. The forest appeared quite ancient, with thick trunks towering into the clouds and lush branches intertwining like enormous green umbrellas, completely blocking the sunlight. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and moss, exuding a faint smell of decay. The Butterfly Knight caller looked around, and a sense of confusion and fear surged within. What kind of place is this? Was that voice Adam's? But soon he calmed himself down. He recalled the words from that voice, to carry the bestowed power to save and reclaim the people he cherished. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and stepped towards the depths of the forest. He remembered the old lady saying that he had been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Instantly, the beautiful and gentle face of Kanae appeared in his mind. The Butterfly Knight leader deeply understands that during the days of my disappearance and unconsciousness, Kanae would surely be anxious and restless, unable to sit still. Imagining her searching everywhere for news of me, a deep sense of guilt and heartache surged within. However, what the Butterfly Knight leader never expected was that the passage of time here was completely out of sync with the outside world. Just when the Butterfly Knight leader thought only 2 or 3 days had passed, the outside world had already hurriedly moved through a whole 2 years. What does this mean? It means that Kanae may have endured countless days and nights of torment and waiting. Perhaps she has wandered between despair and hope countless times. Every minute and second is a kind of torment for her. Yet I remain completely unaware of this. When the Butterfly Knight leader stepped out of that dense and deep forest, the scene before her was shocking. This was actually the place where she had fought that thrilling life and death battle with Toma. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to an object deeply buried in the ground in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was the weapon she had once used, with only a small part of the hilt exposed. In an instant, all the memories surged back like a tide, and the images of that intense battle flashed continuously in her mind. The Butterfly Knight leader walked slowly towards the place where the knife handle was located. Each step seemed to carry heavy memories and reflections on the past. Finally, the Butterfly Knight leader arrived close, bent down, tightly grasped the knife handle with both hands, and then used all their strength to pull out of the ground. Looking at the remains of the weapon, which only had the handle left, the Butterfly Knight leader felt a complex mix of emotions. However, they did not feel discouraged. Instead, they took a deep breath and began to attempt to use their unique breathing technique. As the energy flowed within their body, a strange force gradually emanated. Gradually, the blade fragments that were originally scattered around seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, flying towards the Butterfly Knight leader at an astonishing speed. One by one, they accurately fitted into the handle, producing a crisp, clinking sound. In no time, a complete Dark Emperor's knife reappeared before the Butterfly Knight leader. Butterfly Knight leader quietly gazed at the knife in front of him, which was no different from the previous one, his eyes revealing a hint of indescribable emotion. He gently reached out his hand, touching the cold blade, as if he could feel the storms he had experienced while wielding it. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but chuckle softly. This laughter was crisp and melodious, like the song of a nightingale, graceful and lingering. Then, Butterfly Knight leader began to methodically put on his attire. He carefully arranged every crease and detail of the clothing, his movements elegant and skilled. The gorgeous Demon Slayer uniform was already worn, accentuating his tall figure and gentle demeanor. Once everything was ready, Butterfly Knight leader took a deep breath and resolutely set off on his journey back to the Demon Slayer core. His steps were firm and powerful, each one filled with confidence and anticipation. The sunlight poured down on him, illuminating his slender silhouette as if wrapped in a layer of golden radiance. Meanwhile, a short-haired boy dressed in a deep green, checkered haori, wearing a Demon Slayer uniform and adorned with sun-like earrings, was following the guidance of Kanamori to his first mission location. At this moment, Tanjiro Kamado had undergone training and had shed his youthful appearance, becoming a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps through the assessment. Chapter 100. The three Swamp Demon Knight fell over the earth, and all was silent. The bright moonlight poured down like water on such a tranquil night. Dressed in the Demon Slayer uniform, Butterfly Knight leader arrived at a town. Upon reaching this town, he was surprised to find that, despite it being evening, the streets were completely deserted. What should have been a lively street was eerily quiet at this moment, with not even a hint of human voice to be heard. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but feel an unusual sensation rising in her heart, instinctively thinking that there might be a demon hidden here. This thought made her heart race a little faster, and she decided to delve deeper to find and slay the demon. After walking for a long time, she finally discovered two figures at the corner of the street. One was a man dressed in a normal kimono, and the other was a short-haired boy wearing a Demon Slayer uniform with a haori. At that moment, the two in the distance also noticed Butterfly Shinobu. Tanjiro Kamado, who was conversing with the man, saw Shinobu's attire and couldn't help but wonder if it was support from the Demon Slayer Corps or something. However, he didn't think much of it and called the man to join him. "Hello, I am Tanjiro Kamado, a Mizunoto-ranked swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps." When Tanjiro approached Shinobu and introduced himself, he noticed the buttons on the Demon Slayer uniform in front of him were gold. This indicated that she was a Hashira. Although Tanjiro felt a bit nervous seeing a Hashira for the second time, he still maintained his composure and finished introducing himself. "Mizunoto rank? I don't remember there being an examination in the past couple of days." In that instant, the previously calm Butterfly Shinobu seemed to be struck by lightning, her whole body trembling violently. A look of indescribable tension appeared on her face as she widened her eyes and stared intently at Tanjiro, her voice trembling slightly from excessive nervousness. "What year is it now? What year is it in the Taisho era?" Hearing Shinobu's abrupt and urgent question, Tanjiro felt a wave of confusion but still answered politely, "It's already the 12th year of the Taisho era." However, when Butterfly Shinobu heard this answer, she appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Her mouth was agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside, her face filled with disbelief. After a while, she finally murmured as if waking from a dream, What? Has it really been 2 years?" As these words left her mouth, her body swayed involuntarily, as if she might fall at any moment. She thought about the 2 years she had been absent and whether Kanae would encounter that upper moon again, her safety. With that thought, Butterfly Shinobu asked, "Is there a flower Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps now?" "Huh, yes there are. There is not just one powerful Hashira, but many." "Stop. I understand. Huh. After Butterfly, Shinobu finished listening quietly, her sharp gaze, like that of a hawk, slowly shifted away from Tanjiro and turned to the silent man beside her. She softly asked what happened here. Why is the night so desolate that not even a shadow can be seen? Upon hearing that someone finally showed concern for the matter and was willing to offer assistance, the man, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately spoke eagerly. In recent days, any woman about to be married has inexplicably vanished without a trace. And even my wife was not spared. I beg you, please help me. By the end, the man's voice carried a hint of sobbing, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Butterfly Knight furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring to herself as if lost in thought. The disappearance is likely related to ghosts. As soon as she finished speaking, her right hand suddenly jerked, and the Dark Emperor blade was instantly unsheathed. At the same time, her eyes, enhanced by the God Void vision, locked onto a nearby wall, as if she could see the terrifying presence hidden behind the thick bricks. Breath of the Dark, one form, Shadow Blade. With that, Butterfly Knight's figure flashed as she dashed towards the wall. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Emperor blade shot out like a bolt of black lightning, carrying unmatched momentum and power, crashing violently against the incredibly hard wall. Accompanied by a crisp and loud crash, a surprising scene unfolded before Tanjiro and the man. The incredibly sharp blade shattered in an instant, turning into countless tiny fragments. These fragments seemed to have a life of their own, rapidly burrowing into the wall. In the blink of an eye, the originally smooth wall became pockmarked and scarred. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and a terrifying, grayscaled monster burst through the seemingly indestructible wall. Upon closer inspection, it was tightly holding a pale and terrified young girl in its arms. However, Tanjiro showed no hesitation or doubt. He had only one thought in his mind. Saving the girl was paramount. He quickly drew the incredibly sharp Nichiren blade from his waist and swung it decisively towards the swamp demon. In an instant, a cold light flashed, slicing fiercely towards the vile swamp demon. The swamp demon's face showed fear as it faced the lightning-fast Nichiren blade, but it showed no hesitation. Resolutely releasing the girl, it was tightly holding, as if discarding a useless object, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Immediately after, the swamp demon retreated at astonishing speed, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each step. However, the swamp demon did not stop there. It was scanning the surroundings while retreating, clearly looking for another chance to burrow underground. At that moment, Butterfly Knight, possessing a hint of perceptive ability, noticed the swamp demon's intentions. Her eyes narrowed, and the blade in her hand traced a sharp arc in the air, cutting towards the swamp demon with a whoosh. The swamp demon attempted to dodge this strike, but Butterfly Knight's sword techniques were too exquisite, leaving it no way to evade. With a loud bang, the swamp demon was struck by Butterfly Knight's blade, its entire body flying backward like a cannonball for several meters. Yet the swamp demon was quite resilient. After hitting the ground, it quickly flipped over and prepared to escape again. However, Butterfly Knight had no intention of giving it that chance. Her figure flashed, appearing like a ghost behind the swamp demon, and her blade slashed out like a violent storm. She forced the swamp demon to retreat step by step, and whenever the swamp demon attempted to dash in a certain direction to flee, the butterfly Hashira can always predict its movements in advance and swiftly block its path with a blade, trapping the swamp demon in a desperate situation with no way out. Why would a Hashira engage in an exchange with an ordinary demon? The butterfly Hashira intends to pass this beheading onto the boy in front of him, Tanjiro Kamado. Strike, boy. Chapter 101, The Departed Girls. Understood, Senpai. Upon hearing this, a determined look flashed in Tanjiro's eyes as he quickly reacted. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he forcefully drew out the black Nichiren blade. At the same time, he began to rapidly circulate his unique breathing technique. Total concentration, water breathing. As he executed the breathing technique, a faint mist enveloped Tanjiro, as if he were blending into the surrounding environment. The Nichiren blade in his hand transformed into a vibrant blue blade, as if it had been given life. Then, Tanjiro's figure flickered, rushing towards the swamp demon like a surging tide. Second form, water wheel. With an angry shout, Tanjiro swung the sword downward towards the demon's neck. The Nichiren blade carved a beautiful and deadly arc through the air, striking with unparalleled force and speed directly at the swamp demon. A muffled thud echoed as the Nichiren blade instantly cut into the demon's thick neck. The incredibly sharp blade easily pierced through the demon's tough skin and muscle, embedding deeply within. In an instant, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from the demon's neck, splattering everywhere. However, despite suffering such a serious injury, the swamp demon, driven by a strong desire to survive, did not fall. It widened its eyes, staring fiercely at Tanjiro and the butterfly Hashira, filled with unwillingness and resentment. At that moment, the swamp demon suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha! Do you two little brats know? All those girls in town who were about to get married in the past few days have met their end in my hands. Moreover, I've specifically kept the hairpins they wore as precious souvenirs, and they're quietly lying in my clothes right now. How about that? Don't you feel angry and helpless? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the swamp demon's taunts did not distract them. Instead, it poured fuel on the fire, intensifying the rage in their hearts. You know, the girls you killed, they were all future families. The Butterfly Knight leader shouted in anger, slashing the Dark Emperor's knife across the neck of the swamp demon, whose head fell to the ground with a thud. Go to hell, evil spirit. As the Butterfly Knight leader cursed, the swamp demon's body gradually disappeared, leaving only a scattering of hairpins on the ground. The man from before rushed towards this place at an astonishing speed. His face was filled with sadness and despair, and his hands trembled slightly from the tension. He widened his eyes, anxiously searching everywhere, not wanting to miss any clue in every corner and inch of land. Finally, after a painful search, a peach-colored hairpin caught his eye. The man quickly reached out his hands and tightly grasped it, pressing it against his chest, as if this was the only way to feel his wife's lingering breath. Then, his knees went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, the man could no longer suppress the overwhelming emotions within him, and tears streamed down his face like a flood breaking through a dam. However, he did not make a sound, silently allowing the silent tears to flow down his cheeks. They dripped onto the cold ground, forming small puddles. After Tanjiro and the Butterfly Knight leader comforted the rescued girl, they turned and found the man, silently picking up the hairpin from the ground without saying a word. In the darkness, the three of them knocked on one door after another, returning the heirloom hairpin to its family. The man's wrinkled face shed tear after tear, all of which Tanjiro kept in his heart. After finishing all this, the two of them left the desolate town. Hey, Tanjiro, what S in the box on your back? That S my sister Nezuko. As Tanjiro and the Butterfly Knight leader chatted back and forth, they gradually became more familiar with each other. Tanjiro also shared the reasons and process of his joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Haha, that guy Juto Mioka, he is much colder without Sabito around. But I was surprised he talked so much when he met you. Maybe I really touched you back then. Hearing this, the Butterfly Knight leader smiled and said, what he said to you was just what he wanted to say to his once weak self. Walking on the road, Tanjiro curiously asked, by the way, what rank are you in the Demon Slayer Corps, senior? I've never seen you before. Have you heard of the Dark Pillar? Seems like I haven't. There are 14 pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps, but I haven't heard of the Dark Pillar. Upon hearing Tanjiro say this, the Butterfly Knight leader didn't mind. After all, he had been unconscious for 2 days, and it had been so long since he disappeared. Perhaps by now, the Dark Pillar had already died 2 years ago. If that is the case, I'm already 19 now. Due to changes in the plot, Sanemi Shinazugawa did not die and joined the Demon Slayer Corps as the Mist Pillar, saved by Kanae Butterfly. Additionally, the Lower Moon Demon Kyogai was beheaded by Sanemi, and during the test on Fujikei-Sane Mountain, Tanjiro met Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Jinya, and was unfamiliar with Kanae. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening. The two were walking through the fields when suddenly 2 different voices came from afar. Ah, Tanjiro, save me. Hey, Fishgate Gonpachi, don't run away. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to defeat you all. Ha 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 ha. Hey, calm down, Inosuke. Zenitsu. Tanjiro, who was beside them, looked at the 2 figures running in the distance. And upon hearing that familiar voice, he immediately reacted. Is that my wife, Zenitsu? I didn't expect he also joined the Demon Slayer Corps. So much has happened in the 2 years I was gone. In the conversation among the 3, Butterfly Knight listened to a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar. In an instant, my wife Zenitsu ran and hid behind Tanjiro. In the distance, Inosuke, half naked and wearing a boar's head mask, raised his dual swords and swung them at the 2. However, just a few meters away, a single sword blocked Inosuke's dual blades. To think I could be stopped with one hand. In this situation, the bewildered and somewhat confused boar-headed figure looked to the side. Team members are prohibited from infighting. The butterfly's voice interrupted, huh? Who are you? If you have the guts, let's have a duel. Oomph. However, Zenitsu, hiding behind Tanjiro, felt that the figure in the Haori looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall. Caw. Northeast. Northeast. That Mount Natagumo. Suspected to have a lower moon appearance. Suddenly, Tanjiro's crow appeared, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 102. Mount Natagumo 1 Inisuk. Stop. That's a Hashira, Tanjiro said with concern. Ha, Hashira. As long as I defeat you, I'll be the strongest. Butterfly Shinobu felt speechless upon hearing this. Did this kid grow up in the mountains? What way of thinking? Let's go Tanjiro to Mount Natagumo. Tanjiro, who was helping out beside him, quickly agreed and started to hurry. Wait for me, Tanjiro. Hey, Kanae. The four figures walked side by side on the road, chatting and laughing, making the long journey no longer so dull and boring. As time trickled by, the sky gradually became shrouded in darkness, like a massive black curtain slowly descending. At this moment, they finally arrived at the legendary mysterious Mount Natagumo. The entire mountain looked increasingly eerie and terrifying. The surroundings were silent, with only the occasional sounds of unknown animals breaking the tranquility. Tanjiro, are we really going in? Zenitsu, looking at this terrifying place, instantly became frightened. What's wrong, Zenitsu? The closer they got to their destination, the more scared I became. Inisuk, beside him, looked at Zenitsu sitting on the ground, speechless and puzzled. What are you doing sitting down? You're such a disgusting guy. Hearing Inisuk's words, Zenitsu, who was crying on the ground, retorted loudly. You have no right to say that to me. Pighead, don't the three of you feel anything looking at the mountain in the distance? As Zenitsu said this, Shinobu, Tanjiro, and Inisuk turned to look at Mount Natagumo in confusion. Butterfly Shinobu. 6. Tanjiro turned to Zenitsu and said, You can't just sit here doing nothing. Inisuk, you're really a disgusting guy. Zenitsu, I'm not disgusting. I'm normal. You guys are the ones who are abnormal. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu and Tanjiro sensed something with their vision and smell, looking towards the entrance of the Spider Mountain. Zenitsu, shocked by the scene, asked in confusion, What happened? Inisuk, with his hands on his hips, looked at the three. We can't delay any longer. I saw the team. The butterfly nightingale no longer thought and rushed towards the Spider Mountain path, followed closely by Tanjiro. Zenitsu, hey, wait a minute. Tanjiro, don't leave me alone. While Zenitsu was speaking, Inisuk also caught up with the two, abandoning Zenitsu. Suddenly, the three of them discovered a demon slayer lying on the ground. Help me. He was wearing the squad uniform. Something must have happened here. Just as Tanjiro's hand was about to touch the soldier, several threads appeared on the soldier, controlling him step by step. Hiss! The butterfly Hashira swiftly swung a knife to cut the thread. The speed was so fast that Tanjiro and Inisuk couldn't react in time. Let us go. You're not fit for battle right now, Shinobu urged as she took him away. Thank you. Looking at Mount Natagumo, Shinobu said, The mountain lives up to its name. It's filled with spiders. With that, the three dashed into Mount Natagumo. Inside the Spider Mountain, the dense branches and leaves intertwined, resembling a massive green curtain, completely obscuring the trio's vision. Suddenly, an unknown object darted past like lightning, accompanied by a dull crash. Shinobu was unexpectedly struck by a powerful force and sent flying. Her tall figure traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily in the distance, instantly disappearing from the 2's sight, leaving only the chilling sound of the impact echoing in the air. Shinobu Senpai, Tanjiro shouted, his voice filled with worry and urgency. However, before they could act, several Demon Slayer Corps members suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. These members looked tense, pale, and their eyes revealed deep fear and despair. One female member anxiously shouted, Get out of here! We're all being controlled. Before her words could finish, thin and resilient threads burst forth from her body, swiftly piercing into the bodies of the other demon slayers like venomous snakes. The female member let out a scream, her body trembling uncontrollably. Those threads seemed to have a life of their own, deeply embedding into her bones and muscles. She twisted her face in pain, cold sweat pouring down her forehead, but couldn't break free from the terrifying restraint. At that moment, the bodies of the other demon slayers also began to move uncontrollably. They swung their Nichiren blades, lunging towards Tanjiro and Inisuk. Despite their minds filled with resistance, the mysterious power rendered them helpless, turning them into tools of slaughter. Everyone, wait! Inisuk, they're still alive? We can't hurt them. Tanjiro shouted to Inisuk, stopping him from attacking their comrades. What should we do then? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro immediately concentrated, activating his extraordinary sense of smell. The air was filled with various complex scents, but Tanjiro could discern faint clues among them. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, he kept his mind calm and focused. With each breath, the subtle scents gradually became clearer, seemingly guiding him in a specific direction, not missing any corner that might hide the enemy. At the same time, his nose continued to work, capturing the increasingly strong scent. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing an unusual smell. Suddenly, Tanjiro's heart jolted as he followed the scent. Finally found it, the hiding place of the thread-controlling demon. I'm counting on you, Inosuke. I believe you can do it. With those words, Tanjiro ran towards the demon-esque scent in the distance. Oof, this is a small matter. I can definitely do it. Hey, you over there. Murata, stop hiding. I see you. Ah, it's coming. You go help him. I'll hold them off. As this shout rang out, Murata suddenly burst out from the dense grass nearby. He looked serious, gripping the handle of his sword tightly, and without hesitation, drew the gleaming blade, shouting loudly towards Inosuke. Inosuke was momentarily stunned by the sudden scene, but he quickly reacted, furrowing his brows and looking skeptically at Murata, muttering, what a strange guy. But whatever. I want to think too much about it. Kanae, wait for me. With that, Inosuke exerted force with his legs and dashed forward like an arrow. However, just as Inosuke had run a few dozen meters, a loud bang echoed. Immediately, he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring through the air in an extremely bizarre posture. After tracing an arc in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground. Who dares to ambush me? Inosuke roared angrily, struggling to get up while scanning the area for the shadow of the attacker. Just then, a crisp yet chilling female voice came from not far away. Dad, I'll leave him to you. I'm going to find Ray. As the words fell, a petite and beautiful girl appeared before Inosuke. She wore a pure white kimono, her gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Hearing the girl's words, the enormous spider father standing beside her nodded in response. He slowly turned his head, locking his gaze on Inosuke, stepping closer to him. No, stay away. My family. Looking at the giant demon shadow approaching, Inosuke couldn't help but gasp, realizing something was wrong. Wow, why is it so huge? At this moment, Inosuke finally realized he was facing an unprecedented strong enemy. Chapter 103. Mount Nadagamo 2. Are you the butterfly Hashira? You are. Kabutsuji Musen. Under the moonlight, a dense forest appeared particularly quiet and mysterious. In the woods, two figures stood facing each other, as if the surrounding air had solidified into a tense atmosphere. One figure was Shinobu, tall and wearing a half-mask. The moonlight fell on her, as if draping her in a layer of silver gauze, enhancing her ethereal beauty. However, at this moment, Shinobu's face bore a hint of mockery and sarcasm. Kabutsuji Musen actually came to such a place. Could it be that his biological son is here? Standing opposite her was the fearsome demon king, Kabutsuji Musen. His crimson vertical pupils and white attire exuded a strong scent of blood and a pressure of death. I never expected that the great demon king would dress so neatly today. Has black clothing become unsuitable for your status? You even changed into this white suit. Are you trying to pretend to be a gentleman to deceive the world? Butterfly Shinobu raised the corners of her mouth and teased Musen Kabutsuji. Musen snorted coldly, a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Less talk. Take care of your own life. It's surprising that you managed to survive under that fool dome twice. Is he too incompetent, or is it your true strength? But none of that matters now, because tonight, this place will be your grave. Before his words fell, Musen suddenly raised his arm. In an instant, a powerful blood-red energy erupted from his hand, sweeping straight toward Butterfly Shinobu. However, in Shinobu's perception, the attacks he unleashed seemed to move in slow motion, as if she had grasped their essence. Total concentration, breathing of the dark, fourth form, blessing of the night. In an instant, while using the breathing technique, Butterfly Shinobu activated her blade and patterns. Hey. At this moment, Tanjiro, using the trees for cover, arrived in the air where the thread-controlling spider demon was. I see you. Water-breathing first form, water surface. But just as Tanjiro was about to strike down, he noticed that the female demon was reaching out her hand, pleading for mercy. It turned out this demon was the mother spider from the Lower Moon 5, forced to endure their abuse. Despite being the smallest, why did she have to take on the responsibilities of a mother? As thoughts swirled, she perhaps felt that. Perhaps this would be her release. Upon seeing the spider mother's actions, Tanjiro immediately adjusted his attack. Water breathing, fifth form, benevolent rain of the dry sky. A soft, water-like attack struck down, illuminating the spider mother's body as if under sunlight. So gentle. It doesn't hurt at all. As her head fell, the spider mother imparted her final message to Tanjiro. There are 12 Kazuki. Be careful. What? Wait a minute. Before Tanjiro could ask more, the spider mother had vanished from the world. Sounds of heavy breathing echoed through the forest, and at that moment, Inosuke was dodging attacks from the spider father. It was clear that he had been influenced by Tanjiro's way of thinking, behaving far less recklessly than before. Huh? No way. I'm actually being influenced by that idiot. Realizing this, Inosuke immediately drew his dual blades and charged toward the spider father. Boar rush. Boar rush. One blade struck the spider father's arm, but due to his physical strength, it didn't sever it completely. However, Inosuke used the impact to increase the weight of his blade, and with a snap, the spider father's arm fell. Inosuke grinned widely. Ha 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 ha! I did it! Hey, don't run! Halfway through his joy, Inosuke saw the spider father escaping and immediately took off after him. Ah, don't come over. This is so terrifying. Someone save me. At that moment, Zenitsu was trembling all over, tightly clinging to a thick branch. His terrified appearance suggested that he might fall from the tree at any moment. Below him, a group of horrifying head spider hybrid monsters crowded together. These monsters clawed and climbed upward, their twisted faces and sharp spider legs sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, the spider brother standing next to them appeared particularly arrogant, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! Useless fool, just wait. It won't be long before my venom seeps into you. By then, your body will become paralyzed, and you'll be our meal. With the sound of that harsh laughter, the entire scene grew even more sinister. Earlier, upon noticing Nezuko's absence, Zenitsu immediately realized that Tanjiro had taken her away. He rushed into that spider mountain, only to find himself in the boss's lair, having been poisoned by the spider brother. Just then, Tanjiro finally crossed paths with the fearsome Lower Moon 5, Rue. Rue casually waved the thread in his hand. The once arrogant demon slayer didn't even have time to react before being cruelly sliced into 4 pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was horrific. What? How could he be so powerful? It was just a moment. Witnessing this, Tanjiro was left speechless, shocked beyond belief. He never expected this guy to possess such terrifying strength. However, Rue showed no change in expression at the bloody scene he had just created, as if such slaughter was just routine for him. He slowly turned around, fixing a cold and fierce gaze on Tanjiro, threatening him viciously. Hey, you little brat who doesn't know the height of heaven and depth of earth. I advise you to take back what you just said immediately. Otherwise, I will make you experience the pain of living worse than death, torturing you piece by piece until you end up like that person, torn apart. Facing Rue's intimidation, Tanjiro showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he straightened his back and fearlessly met Rue's murderous gaze, responding loudly. I will never take back what I said, because the bonds you demons speak of are nothing but illusions. They are merely a cover to hide your ugly crimes. Chapter 104. Spider Mountain 3 Breathing of the Dark? Is that a technique you created in a state of extreme rage, completely losing yourself? At that moment, you were lost in darkness, never even finding your true self. Since ancient times, all things in the world follow the path of yin and yang. Where there is darkness, there will inevitably be light accompanying it. You, Butterfly Shinobu, as my child, no matter what difficulties you face, never lose your courage and never stop moving forward. This voice resonated like a great bell, striking deeply into Butterfly Shinobu's soul. You must bravely pursue and find those things that truly belong to you. Only then can you truly grasp the direction of your own fate and become a formidable being. The words of Butterfly Shinobu's father were like a sudden enlightenment, instantly awakening Butterfly Shinobu's understanding. At this moment, he was facing Muzan Kibutsuji, and the atmosphere around them was tense to the extreme. However, his father's words were like a powerful force injected into his body, straightening his previously slumped figure and making his gaze incredibly resolute. Just at that critical moment, Butterfly Shinobu surged forward toward Muzan Kibutsuji like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he seemed to be reborn, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Total concentration. Breath of light. First form. Shimmering blade. Breath of light. Butterfly Shinobu comprehended another breathing technique and mastered the dual breathing technique. Accompanied by a shout, the Dark Emperor blade in Butterfly Shinobu's hand suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. It was like a blazing sun rising abruptly almost blinding the eyes. Within that radiance, the blade of the Dark Emperor was spinning at high speed, forming a resplendent light wheel. With boundless might, it struck down fiercely toward Muzan Kibutsuji. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, creating a sharp whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, a fierce flash of light streaked across the sky. When the view cleared again, Butterfly Shinobu was already standing firmly behind Muzan Kibutsuji, the Dark Emperor blade tightly gripped in his hand, its blade stained with splatters of blood. Immediately after, a dull sound was heard. Muzan Kibutsuji's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out and splattering onto the surrounding weeds, dyeing the originally green blades of grass a bright crimson. However, this horrifying injury seemed insignificant to Muzan Kibutsuji. Black air currents surged rapidly from his wound. At a visible speed, they began to heal and regenerate. Before long, the severed arm had grown back completely. Accompanied by this cold snort, Muzan Kibutsuji's figure flashed like a ghost, leaving a chilling aura lingering in the air. Without looking back, he sped away toward the distance, disappearing into the vast forest of the Spider Mountain in the blink of an eye. It was not out of fear of Butterfly Shinobu. With Muzan Kibutsuji's tremendous power and terrifying healing ability, even if he engaged in a prolonged battle with Butterfly Shinobu, it would only be a matter of time before he exhausted his opponent. However, just at that moment, a familiar and terrifying feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It was the pressure of Yurichi Tsujikuni. Although a long time had passed, the shadow left by Yurichi Tsujikuni lingered closely behind him. The fear that came from the depths of his soul made Muzan Kibutsuji dare not linger for a moment. He knew very well that if he stayed here any longer, should Yurichi Tsujikuni truly appear, terrifying him, what awaited him would be utter disaster. Thus, driven by instinct, Muzan Kibutsuji unhesitatingly chose to flee the scene, as if a fierce beast were relentlessly pursuing him. Phew, he has gone. No, Tanjiro and Inosuke, just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to take a break. He suddenly remembered the other two and immediately got up to continue on his way. Inosuke, how'd you get hung up in that tree? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Inosuke, and the two of them stared at each other, exchanging glances. At this moment, Inosuke was hanging from a tree with his hands tied behind his back, looking extremely disheveled. How infuriating. After Inosuke's explanation, Butterfly Shinobu understood. During the earlier battle with Father Spider, Inosuke had nearly died, but fortunately, Ju Tomioka arrived just in time to save him. However, competitive Inosuke, after witnessing Ju Tomioka's strength, insisted on having a duel. Unable to tolerate Inosuke any longer, Ju Tomioka tied him up. Inosuke. As Butterfly Shinobu laughed a few times while holding her head. A huge thunderclap echoed in the distance, but she paid it no mind. All right, you're injured too. The Demon Slayer core support team has also arrived. I'll go find Tanjiro first. Butterfly Shinobu patted Inosuke on the shoulder and left. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap and flash. Sixfold. At this moment, Zenitsu Agatsuma was weakly lying on the wooden cabin, having unfortunately been poisoned during the earlier battle with the Spider Brother. Although the Hashira had dealt with the Spider Brother, the poison remained in his body, gradually causing Zenitsu to see hallucinations. He once thought of giving up, but every time he felt he was about to faint and couldn't hold on any longer, his grandfather's words would always echo in his ears. Encouraged by his grandfather, Zenitsu began to circulate his breathing technique to adjust the flow of the poison. Zenitsu's sparrow, Chantaro, saw this scene and hurriedly flew off to find support. Not long ago, in the headquarters of the Tsujikuni family, Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat straight in front of several Hashira. They had just received information that the 12 Kazuki had appeared at Mount Natagamo, resulting in many Demon Slayer Corps members being killed. Kanae, Shinobu, Ju, and Kaneo. The 12 Kazuki have appeared at Mount Natagamo, and you need to rush to provide support. Upon hearing this, the four responded in unison. Yes, Lord Ubuyashiki. Back to the present. Tanjiro was now gripping the broken hilt of his sword, staring intently at Rue. At this moment, Tanjiro's eyes were wide with fury. Burning with intense anger, he fixed his gaze on Rue, his rage seemingly capable of turning him to ashes. Meanwhile, not far away, poor Nezuko was suffering under Rue's cruel torment. Her body was tightly wrapped in countless thin, yet incredibly strong threads, hanging upside down in midair. The threads continued to tighten, like venomous snakes mercilessly digging into Nezuko's delicate skin. Glaring blood marks gradually appeared on her fair body, blood seeping from the wounds, staining the surrounding threads red. Chapter 105. Mount Natagamo for you. The bond between Nezuko and me cannot be severed. Tanjiro gripped the remaining hilt tightly and angrily swung at Rue. Total concentration, water breathing, fifth form, flowing dance. The most powerful sword technique in water breathing. Until now, only this technique could cut through that blood-red spider thread. Seeing Tanjiro getting closer, Rue remained unfazed. He merely chuckled, and several blood-red threads appeared on his 10 fingers, continuously swinging toward Tanjiro, under the fierce attack of the red threads. As Tanjiro used his sword technique to block, he realized that the power of the water dragon was significantly increasing as he spun around. Thus, as Tanjiro approached Rue, he continuously wielded the water dragon. Rue clapped his hands together, and a massive red spider web descended upon Tanjiro. Tanjiro knew that he couldn't withstand the power of this attack. In an instant, he found himself in a dire situation. Just as he was struggling to find a way out, the image of his father suddenly appeared in his mind. The family heirloom Kagura dance played repeatedly in his mind. As long as he used his breathing effectively, the Kagura dance could continue. Tanjiro. His father's words echoed in Tanjiro's mind. In an instant, Tanjiro understood the fire god Kagura, and the water dragon on his blade transformed into a dazzling fire dragon. Fire god Kagura. Round dance. Tanjiro cleaved through the red threads of the spiderweb. He leaped forward, swinging his sword at Rue. What? At this moment, Rue's eyes were no longer filled with disdain, but rather shock. However, he did not stop his actions, retreating while swinging the threads toward Tanjiro. The two continued to weave through the forest, with Tanjiro's body bleeding from the wounds he had sustained. Meanwhile, Nezuko, hanging in midair, had fallen into a coma, but a pair of gentle hands gently caressed Nezuko's cheek. The violet pupils of the soul state of Kanae, Sayuri, reflected tears. Nezuko, please wake up. Nezuko, your brother will die if this continues. I beg you. At this moment, memories of humanity flooded Nezuko's consciousness. A gentle mother, a reliable brother, adorable siblings. Suddenly, Rue unleashed a large area of blood threads toward Tanjiro again, attempting to kill him in one blow. Just then, Nezuko opened her eyes, her pink pupils filled with determination. Her delicate hand reached out toward her brother. Blood demon art. Blood explosion. A massive cloud of blood mist dispersed toward Tanjiro and Rue. The blood mist severely injured Rue, forcing him to retreat. Just as Rue was puzzled, Tanjiro charged out of the blood mist, gripping the hilt of his sword. With a roar, the crimson blade struck Rue's neck. The remaining blade, empowered by Nezuko's blood demon art, glowed with a momentary brilliance. The blade plunged deeper and deeper until it finally severed Rue's neck. I did it. Nezuko. Exhausted, Tanjiro collapsed to the ground, his breathing completely erratic. Nevertheless, he still crawled toward his sister with all his strength. But, Tanjiro Sudeni Sanseda Familia Roha. Bastard, you have successfully enraged me. At that moment, Rue, who had turned to ashes, reappeared behind Tanjiro. It turned out that when Tanjiro struck Rue's neck, Rue had already preemptively used his spider threads to sever his own neck. This time, I will kill you all. Rue growled in anger, his hands activating his blood demon art. Around Tanjiro, high-speed rotating red spider threads appeared, forming a cage that continuously closed in on him. What to do? I can't adjust at all. At this moment, Tanjiro was already at his limit, his body losing blood and the transition of breathing techniques rendering him unable to move. Facing this deadly situation, Tanjiro felt unwilling. Nezuko hadn't turned back into a human yet. In this moment of danger, a steady voice sounded. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, swinging a Nichiren blade with a brilliant blue water blade, successfully cutting through the red spiderweb. Weak Tanjiro couldn't help but wonder. It seems someone has come. Is it Zenitsu? Responding to him was that familiar voice. Before I arrived, I really commend your ability to hold on. The rest is up to me. When Tanjiro saw who had come, his eyes widened involuntarily. The newcomer was none other than his senior, Ju Tomioka. One after another, they keep coming, constantly interfering with me. You worthless trash. Angrily, Rue unleashed his blood demon art. Blood demon art. Marking spiral. In the blink of an eye, a ball of red energy gathered in his hand and charged towards Ju Tomioka. In response, Ju executed his self-created sword technique, intercepting all the attacks before they could enter his range. Total concentration, water breathing 11th form, Nagi, amid the astonished gazes of Tanjiro and Rue, just suddenly appeared in front of Rue during a gap in Rue's attacks. With a swift motion, as Ju sheathed his Nichiren blade, Rue's head silently fell to the ground. In Rue's incredulous eyes, he looked towards Tanjiro and Nezuko, continuously muttering that he must kill the brother and sister. However, as he crawled towards them, his body could no longer sustain itself and began to crumble to dust. During the gradual dissolution, it felt as if a mysterious force had touched his body. Memories long sealed away surged forth like a flood breaking a dam. Back when he was still human, his body felt incredibly weak and powerless, each step feeling like carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Watching other children play freely outdoors filled him with envy and desire. Yet, he could only be trapped in a small room, silently gazing at the unreachable sky outside the window. Faced with this situation, his parents were filled with guilt and self-blame. They constantly sought ways to make him healthy, but all their efforts ultimately turned to dust. Until one day, the terrifying existence known as Musen Kibutsuji descended upon him. He transformed himself into a demon. And from that moment on, his formerly frail body gained unprecedented vitality, moving with unusual ease. However, when his parents saw him in this form, their faces showed no joy at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with worry and deep despair. One silent night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a cold light, he suddenly found his father approaching him step by step, holding a sharp long knife with a grim expression. His father kept muttering incomprehensible words, and the blade in his hand glinted with a chilling light. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. He widened his eyes in disbelief at what was happening before him. Instinctively, he raised his hands to desperately block his father's deadly strike. In an instant, the entire world fell into chaos and darkness, and blood splattered across the walls. Ultimately, he severed the once profoundly deep bond of familial love with his own hands. Tanjiro, with his keen sense of smell, detected the intense sorrow permeating the air. He couldn't help but reach out and tightly grasp the tattered remnants of Rue's clothing. Chapter 106. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Ri. On the other side, Shinobu Kocho effortlessly succeeded in poisoning the spider sister. There is no need to feel pity for such a demon. He has killed many people. At this moment, Ju Tomioka calmly stated while stepping on Rue's clothing. Hearing this, Tanjiro disagreed and countered, "Please move your foot." Suddenly, the leaves in the distance rustled, and a petite figure approached. Unable to contain her curiosity at the sight of the three, she asked, "Mr. Tomioka, why are you protecting a demon?" Alongside her, Kanae also walked over. In response, Ju slowly began, "This goes back to 2 years ago. Please, Mr. Tomioka, can you make it brief? She's a good demon and won't harm anyone." Shinobu Butterfly thought for a moment and said, "Is it the same as with Miss Tamayo and Yashiro?" With the help of Butterfly Mansion, Tamayo and Yashiro successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps. However, after hearing about Butterfly Mansion's fall off the cliff and their uncertain fate, they felt deep remorse. At first, the two were met with suspicion from the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but as time passed, everyone gradually accepted them. Now, Tamayo and Yashiro research medicines daily in the Butterfly Mansion to treat the injured. However, under the arrangement of the Ubuyashiki family, Tamayo and Yashiro would move into the Butterfly Manor with the Butterfly Sisters. Initially, they refused, but unable to withstand Kanae's earnest invitation, they had no choice but to stay. In the subsequent Hashira meetings, the two would participate and report. Butterfly Shinobu looked curiously at the small Nezuko, her curiosity evident on her face. "So, Mr. Tenjin, what should we do? Should we take her back?" Tenjin Yuzui, when will the battle with the demon end? Seeing that Tenjin Yuzui did not answer Butterfly Shinobu's question, but was instead deep in thought, Shinobu Kocho asked somewhat angrily, "Mr. Tomioka? Mr. Tomioka, are you listening?" "Huh, I don't know," replied Ju Tomioka, sitting upright with his fish-like eyes. At that moment, the long-awaited crow finally appeared, cawing. "The boy carrying the demon is returning to headquarters." Tanjiro, Nezuko, caw. "All right, Mr. Tomioka, let's go." Shinobu Kocho called on the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to carry the two siblings towards the headquarters. "No way. I just left for a short while, and it's over." At this moment, Kocho Shinobu just arrived. And looking at the scene of the members cleaning up the aftermath, she said in shock. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kocho Shinobu spotted a familiar figure. He was gently conversing with a member of the Corps, handing over the important tasks that needed attention. The Butterfly Knight pillar looked at the figure in the distance. and suddenly felt a pang in her nose as she slowly walked over. Yes, just like this. As you wish, Lord Flower Pillar. Watching the figure fade away, only Kanae was left by herself. Still no news. Kanae sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes and touched her waist. Huh? Who is it? Beautiful lady, you said that the Dark Pillar has disappeared for so long, so why not forget about it and come with me otherwise? Butterfly Knight leader brought up the topic, intentionally changing his voice. Hearing this, Kanahui's gentle demeanor shifted, showing hints of anger. This team member, please have some self-respect. What is self-respect? I don't know, he said, his hand unconsciously roaming around Kanahui's waist. This team member. Kanahui felt the sensation at her waist and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. After saying this, Kanahui drew her knife and swung it toward this team member behind her. I dodge. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time. I miss you. Hui. When Kanahui turned around and swung her knife, she heard that familiar voice and her body froze. Knight leader Kanahui trembled slightly as she raised her head, her gaze slowly falling on the figure before her that was both familiar and strange. She widened her eyes in shock, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. Slap! A crisp and loud slap suddenly broke the silence around them. Kanahui, unable to contain her anger, raised her palm and struck Butterfly Knight leader's handsome face fiercely. This sudden blow caught Butterfly Knight leader off guard, and he felt a sharp pain spreading across his cheek. However, before he could react, he suddenly felt a warmth coming from his body. Looking down, he saw Kanahui like an injured little bird, pouncing into his arms and tightly hugging his waist. Tears gushed from Kanahui's eyes like a flood, soaking Butterfly Knight leader's clothes. 2 years. For Butterfly Knight leader, it had only been a mere 2 days. But for Kanahui, it had been a heartbreakingly long 700 days and nights. Throughout these 700 days, she had missed her lover every moment. Now, finally seeing him again, the long-suppressed feelings in her heart erupted like a volcano. Knight leader. Kanahui buried her face deep in Butterfly Knight leader's chest, softly whispering his name. Her hands tightly clutched his waist, as if afraid of losing him, refusing to loosen their grip. Meanwhile, Butterfly Knight leader stood quietly in place, allowing Kanahui to vent the pain and longing deep within her heart. You've changed. Your hair, your body, your eyes. Kanahui slightly raised her head, gazing at Butterfly Knight leader with tearful eyes. Although they had been apart for a long time, at this moment, the man before her seemed completely transformed. His hair was no longer long like before, but had become short to his ears. His once unblemished body was now covered in scars, as if he had endured countless hardships. Even his eyes had changed. Alahite, Riri. I'm sorry for disappearing for 2 years. We want to be apart again. Saying this, Butterfly Knight leader rubbed Kanahui's head. The members of the hidden department nearby seemed not to notice this scene, focusing on their own tasks. All right, let us go. It's time to return to headquarters, Hui. The Butterfly Knight leader's lips curled up slightly, sketching a gentle smile as he softly said, Dear, let me hold you. Before the words fell, in the next second, he unhesitatingly embraced Princess Kanae in his arms and gently lifted her in a princess carry. In that instant, the originally quiet Kanae, lying in the Butterfly Knight leader's embrace, suddenly flushed with a brilliant rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening glow. That faint blush of a young girl was like blooming peach blossoms in spring, vibrant and dripping with beauty, evoking a sense of affection. At that moment, held so closely by the Butterfly Knight leader, Kanae's heart raced like a deer, too shy to raise her head to meet his gaze. Thus, the two followed the members of the Hidden Corps back to headquarters. Chapter 107. The Judgment of the Hashira. After the incident at Mount Spider, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps returned to headquarters. During this time, the Butterfly Knight leader and Kanae, along with the Hidden Corps members, were shocked to see the Lord of the Dark Hashira, who was supposed to be dead, alive. Lord Dark, you're still alive. With a gasp, everyone's attention shifted to the two. Lord Dark. Among them, Kenichi Masamura was unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the Butterfly Knight leader again. He had witnessed the Butterfly Knight leader severely injured and thrown off a cliff. Yet now, he stood before him once more. As they spoke, everyone gathered around, continuously asking the Butterfly Knight leader what had happened over the past 2 years. The Butterfly Knight leader also patiently explained everything to them, although the content was slightly modified. The overall meaning is that he fell off a cliff and floated downstream, eventually being rescued by a family. While responding to the various questions raised by the members of the Hidden Department one by one, In the warm embrace of Butterfly Night, Kanae couldn't help but blush. After all, she was a dignified Hashira. At this moment, however, she felt like a delicate young woman. Being held in front of everyone was quite embarrassing for her, and she silently lamented in her heart. Kanae tried several times to break free from Butterfly Knight's arms, but every time she made a slight movement, he would tighten his embrace, as if afraid she would fly away like a startled little bird if he loosened his grip. Thus, despite her reluctance, Kanae had no choice but to stay obediently in this shy-inducing embrace. And so, everyone returned to the Demon Slayer Corps. Where's this? Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, feeling confused by the unfamiliar scene before him. He blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. Nezuko, Senpai Yurichi, Inosuke, Zenitsu. As he called out the names of his companions, he struggled to sit up from the ground. However, apart from his own voice echoing back, there was no response. Tanjiro steadied himself and began to observe his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious and tidy clearing, with soft grass covering the ground, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, none of the familiar figures were in sight. A wave of confusion surged in Tanjiro's heart. Where did they go? The question lingered in his mind, causing him anxiety and unease. At that moment, several voices suddenly came from beside Tanjiro. So, we really have to accept another demon besides Miss Tamayo and Mr. Yashiro again? That can't be right. The speaker was the visibly angry Mitsuri Kenroji, who widened her eyes and expressed her strong opposition with a resolute tone. Standing next to her, Tenjin Yuzi casually tossed his magnificent hair with one hand. With a slight smirk, he said, "Haha, this flashy little guy does look pretty extravagant. He might bring us some unexpected surprises." Hearing this, Kaijiro Rengoku burst into hearty laughter and responded loudly, "It does seem so, Mitsuri. Don't be so rigid. We want to know the outcome unless we try." Meanwhile, not far away, Kenroji Mitsuri was secretly observing Tanjiro. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered to herself, "Oh, he has such a cute little brother, but he seems quite a bit older than my brother at home." However, while everyone was discussing, Ihei Kaneo, half lying on a branch of a large tree, slowly opened his eyes and coldly reminded everyone, "Don't forget, the last time we made an exception to accept Tamayo in them. It cost the life of Yorichi. If we recklessly break the rules again, the consequences might." Michiro Takedo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the bound boy in front of him, murmuring, "A boy with a demon? That's quite rare." As he spoke, he examined the boy up and down. Meanwhile, Michiro looked at the tightly bound ropes and couldn't help but feel pity. "It must be very uncomfortable being tied up like this," he quietly said, his eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Standing beside him, Makomo slightly nodded in agreement. "That's true, but let us wait for the master to arrive before making any decisions." Her tone was calm and composed, clearly showing her clear judgment of the current situation. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu was filled with doubt. She looked around, searching for her sister. They clearly returned together. How come she was nowhere to be seen now? A loud greeting suddenly rang out. "Hey, Junior, I'm your second senior brother, Kenroji. This lady beside me is your senior sister." Kenroji approached Tanjiro with a beaming smile, enthusiastically introducing herself and the nearby Makomo. Hearing this, Tanjiro, still sitting on the ground, slowly stood up, looking confused at Kenroji and Makomo, hesitantly asking, "Senior brother? Senior sister?" Tanjiro was clearly a bit taken aback by the sudden appearance of these seniors. Just as everyone was exchanging conversations, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the front. Everyone turned to look, only to see the head of the Ubuyashiki family, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, cautiously supported by Ubuyashiki Himiko and Ubuyashiki Hinata. The master looked frail, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, exuding an aura of authority. Following behind them were Tamayo and Yashiro. Tamayo wore a smile, elegant in demeanor, while Yashiro quietly followed, his expression rather neutral. Upon seeing this scene, the Hashira all knelt gracefully on one knee, leaning slightly forward, their faces revealing deep respect and reverence. "My children, how are you?" Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gentle yet commanding voice resonated. "Hello, master." The Hashira responded in unison, their voices loud and firm. After this simple yet solemn exchange of greetings, Ubuyashiki Kagaya wasted no time. His deep and wise eyes scanned the gathered crowd before directly cutting to the chase. "Demon Slayer Corps, Aoi-level swordsman Tanjiro Kamadu and Nezuko. I have decided to allow them to join our Demon Slayer Corps family." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The previously quiet scene instantly became chaotic. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion, especially Ihei Kaneo, who was about to voice his opposition. But at that moment, a clear voice interrupted his impending words. I wholeheartedly agree with the Master. Chapter 108. Return to the team. The Dark Pillar. The Master's decision is truly brilliant, and I fully support this move. You are absolutely right. Right, Kanae? Butterfly Yi Ling shouted excitedly, his face beaming with admiration and joy. However, at that moment, Kanae, tightly held in his arms, had a flushed face and anxiously shouted, "Oh no, you have to put me down, Butterfly Yi Ling." While struggling, she tried to break free from his embrace. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the heavy door of the Lord's courtyard was pushed open forcefully by Butterfly Yi Ling, along with Kanae in his arms. The unexpected noise instantly attracted everyone's attention in the courtyard, and they all turned to look at the entrance in unison. When they saw the scene before them, their eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, their faces displaying a complex mix of disbelief and excitement. For a moment, the entire courtyard seemed to fall into a dead silence, with only the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Someone couldn't help but whisper in surprise. At this moment, Butterfly Yi Ling noticed the strange looks from the crowd, but he paid no mind to it and instead laughed heartily, teasingly looking at them. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Don't tell me Xiao Ba and Ei doesn't recognize me? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Butterfly Yi Ling even deliberately winked at Xiao Ba and Ei. Yi Ling. The crowd stared wide-eyed, gazing in astonishment at the person who had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, standing aside, Shinjiro Yoya slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Having inherited the family's prophetic ability, he had foreseen this moment days ago. Wutdafli Yi Ling. Dark Pillar. Return to the team. Butterfly Knight's leader Waya shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the air. Butterfly Shinobu slowly walked forward, secretly grateful to Adam. Without him, she not only couldn't recover from her injuries, but also would find it difficult to regain the lost memories. The world she lived in was the world of Demon Slayer. And in another world where she lived, it had actually been adapted into an anime. You're still alive? Mitsuri Kanroji murmured in disbelief, then slowly walked towards Butterfly Shinobu. Each step felt like walking on cotton, light and lacking in reality. I'm not that easy to kill. I'm the strongest. Butterfly Yoru raised his head proudly, his eyes sparkling with confidence and stubbornness. At this moment, Kanae, who had been tightly held in Butterfly Yoru's embrace, finally gently broke free. Blushing, she shyly glanced at Butterfly Yoru and then quickly walked over to her sister, Butterfly Shinobu. Hey, what have you been doing all this time? Shinazugawa Sanemi couldn't contain his curiosity and asked loudly. His gaze was fixed on Butterfly Yoru, as if he wanted to see through his exterior to understand everything he had experienced over the past 2 years. Meanwhile, Taketu Mwichiru, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but nod in happiness, his eyes revealing joy at Butterfly Yoru's return. Mr. Mayo, everyone, I'm sorry to have worried you, my lord. Please let me explain my experiences over the past 2 years. Butterfly Shinobu addressed everyone and made a request to the lord. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded in agreement. I briefly explained the situation regarding Doma, and once again went over the information about Upper Moons 1 and 2. Floating down the tumultuous, rushing river, we miraculously ended up in front of a house, and without hesitation, reached out to save someone. I must say, being so fortunate to be rescued is truly magnificent and unbelievable. After quietly listening to this experience, Yuzui Tenjin nodded slightly in acknowledgement and responded to Butterfly Shinobu with these words. This experience is legendary. Surviving such a calamity must bring future blessings. Upon hearing this good news, the owl-like Rengoku Kaijiro became excited and raised his arm in cheer. That's great. Shinobu, I believe if your mother knew you were safe and sound, she would be overwhelmed with joy and happiness. Standing beside her, Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but cover her chest, letting out a long sigh, and exclaimed, It's truly wonderful that Shinobu is alive. Thank goodness. Her beautiful face radiated with the joy of having survived. However, nearby, the brothers Taketu Mwichiru and Kanroji Mitsuri, who joined the Demon Slayer Corps later, were unaware of the details of the Dark Pillar Shinobu's ordeal. Nevertheless, seeing everyone else so happy, they also sincerely smiled in delight. The tall and robust Haimajima Jiomi continuously rubbed the beads in his hands and slowly said, Yes, this is indeed something to be grateful for. After enduring hardships, being able to turn misfortune into good fortune is commendable. All right, Children, I'm happy that Shinobu can return safely to the team. Now, let us continue discussing the issues concerning Tanjiro and Nezuko. Let's resume the Hashira meeting. As you command, Lord. With the lessons learned from Tsujikuni Yurichi and the others, everyone was in agreement. Additionally, with the life guarantees from the former water Hashira Sakanji Yurikadaki and the current 3 water Hashira, there were naturally no issues. Given this, esteemed Hashira, we will first take Tanjiro and Nezuko back to the butterfly house for treatment. After that, the member from the Hidden Core, Sakanoto, immediately carried Tanjiro and Nezuko to the butterfly house with another member. Right? Make sure Nezuko stays away from Miss Kanae. The butterfly Hashira gave the two a final piece of advice. Nezuko is so cute and adorable now that Miss Kumiai would probably treat her like a doll and end up ruining her. But I have to say, Miss Kumiai's appearance actually resembles that of Mitsuri Kanroji a bit. When Mitsuri Kanroji first received treatment at the Butterfly Mansion and met Miss Kumiai, she mistakenly thought she was her long-lost sister. That really was a funny incident at the time, but Miss Kumiai still treated Mitsuri like a little sister. After such a long time apart, I wonder if Miss Kumiai will be surprised to see me. With that thought in mind, the Hashira meeting continued until nightfall. Phew, it's over. Butterfly Shinobu held the already asleep Kanae and said, "Today, Kanae had quite a lot to deal with regarding the mission, and on top of that, my sudden return." With that thought, Butterfly Shinobu carried Kanae back to the Butterfly Mansion. Looking at Kanae's pure, peach-like face, Butterfly Shinobu revealed a villainous smile. Hee. Chapter 109. I didn't do anything. Restraint. My name is Butterfly Shinobu, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. You ask me why I started like this? Sigh. Butterfly Yeeling let out a gentle sigh and slowly began to speak. My current situation is quite awkward. You heard me right. Because behind me is a Butterfly Shinobu, who is like a dark, possessive character, and she is chasing me with a knife. So I have to run, otherwise I'm going to be in big trouble. The time goes back to last night. In the evening, the moon shone over Westlake. At this moment, Butterfly Yeeling was walking towards the Butterfly Mansion. Although she had disappeared for 2 years, she had heard some news during a meeting that there were still people living in the Butterfly Mansion. So there was no need to worry about hygiene and such. Lost in thought, Butterfly Yeeling had crossed a dim sea of flowers and arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Since she returned too late, Miss Tamayo and Yeshuru were already on the 3rd floor doing research. Following her memories, Butterfly Yeeling opened the door and went upstairs in one go. Yeeling-kun, you're back? Unfortunately, she ran into Tamayo, who was coming down to look for medicine. Yes, Miss Tamayo. It's been 2 years, and you still look so beautiful. That Yeshuru guy is really disappointing. After 2 years, he still hasn't made a move. Looks like I need to give him a strong push. Butterfly Knight Leader thought to himself while responding. Meanwhile, Shuji saw Kanahui in Butterfly Knight Leader's arms and blinked as if she understood, then showed an expression that said she understood everything. Haha, just kidding, Knight Leader-kun. Since I've taken what belongs to me, I'll head upstairs first. You all carry on. I won't disturb you. Before Butterfly Knight Leader could react, Shuji quickly grabbed the medicine bottle from a table and hurried upstairs in a couple of steps. No, sister. At that moment, Butterfly Knight Leader was petrified in place. Miss Shuji must have misunderstood. His previous self in the last world was a good young man of the 21st century. Even if he wanted to do something like that, he would need Kanahui's consent. Moreover, Kanahui was still asleep. After a while, Butterfly Knight Leader sighed and went upstairs. After a while of looking around, he successfully found Kanahui's room. Upon opening the door, a floral scent wafted in, and at a glance, he saw several pots of wisteria on the balcony. The decor inside was also quite simple, with a bookshelf and a cabinet filled with various medical books. Truly a family of medicine. She took after her parents. Why is Shinobu not as gentle as her sister? Butterfly Knight Collar. Butterfly Knight couldn't help but ponder this question, feeling perplexed. After placing Kanae on the bed, she couldn't help but wonder how light Kanae was. She would have to supervise her meals properly from now on. Butterfly Yuruchi slowly took off Kaname's Haori uniform. At this moment, Kanae was left with only her snow-white long sleeves and equally white long pants. The contrast with her long black hair on both sides accentuated her delicate and captivating beauty even more. Not envying the Mandarin Ducks or the Immortals. What did it matter that the Sound Hashira had 3 wives? She had her beloved Kanae by her side. After everything was done, Butterfly Yuruchi sat by the bed and playfully touched Kaname's nose with her fingers, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. Then, Yuruchi gently picked up Kanae. The two lay on a soft bed, slowly pulling over the prepared quilt, covering themselves with it. The quilt was like a warm cloud, gently enveloping them, providing endless comfort and security. The entire room was filled with a sweet and tranquil atmosphere, making it hard for anyone to resist. The two soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, as the sun rose, it signaled the beginning of a new day. The butterfly knight collar woke up from its dreams. Slowly stretched its body. The butterfly knight leader felt very satisfied with the warmth of the sun outside the window. He gently stroked Kanae's long hair and slowly lost himself in thought. He used to have long hair as well, and although it was a bit troublesome, he had mentioned wanting to find a time to cut it. But before he could take action, it was frozen off by Doma. Sighing, the butterfly knight leader was deep in thought when a loud noise interrupted him. Bang! The one who opened the door was Shinobu Kocho, who had fallen asleep in the butterfly house after being busy the night before. She and T waited for her sister to come find her. When Shinobu woke up the next day, she learned from her crow that her sister had been brought back to the butterfly mansion by the butterfly knight leader. As a sister complex, Shinobu immediately went to the butterfly mansion and coincidentally witnessed this scene. At that moment, her sister was lying on the same bed with the butterfly knight leader. The only clothing remaining was their underwear, and due to their sleeping positions from the night before, parts of Kanae's skin that were originally covered by clothing were revealed. Her shoulders, as white as snow and crystal clear, emitted a charming glow under the faint light, making the scene particularly alluring. This sight was fully captured by Shinobu. Moreover, with Miss Kanae's previous embellishments, little Shinobu thought to herself, once a man and a woman lie on the same bed, something must have happened. Shinobu Kocho. Good, 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 very good. Butterfly, knight, led. As Butterfly Shinobu gritted her teeth, she picked up the dark emperor blade of the butterfly knight from beside the door. Butterfly Shinobu is not a fool. This situation cannot be explained clearly. Moreover, with such a commotion, Kanaheim hasn't woken up yet. Therefore, Butterfly Shinobu chose the strategy of a beauty from the 36 strategies. Oh no. The best strategy is to retreat. Total concentration. Breath of the shadow. Second form. Phantom shadow. Taking advantage of the wall. Butterfly Shinobu jumped out of the window. Where are you running to? Stop. Shinobu Kocho picked up her knife and closely followed. So this is the current situation. The two chased each other from Butterfly Mansion to the Butterfly House. Ha ha! Oh no, my stomach hurts. The indirect instigator, Kanae Sayuri, watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Yay! Senpai, Tanjiro, who had just come out of the hospital room, looked at the rushing Shinobu. Just as he wanted to greet her, whoosh, she disappeared, and behind her was Shinobu. Huh. Ha 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 ha. Is this a game? I, the king of the mountains. Want to play too? Inosuke, wearing a hospital gown, said something shocking. What's wrong? Did a demon attack? Zenitsu peered out from the doorway, slowly asking. Insect breathing, dance of the bee's sting, true winding. Breeding technique. Wow, this girl can't handle it. Then Shinobu realized something was off. No way. Damn it. This position is the kidney. Chapter 110. Daily life at the Butterfly House. There was no time to mourn for Shinobu. The next ones to arrive were Tenjin Yuzi and Mitsuri Kanroji, who rushed overnight from the swordsmith village. Indeed, when Tanjiro saw that familiar figure in the distance, he felt a chill down his back. The next second, a voice filled with rage came. You bastard. Stupid kid. You actually broke my sword. Oh, hand over your life. As the words fell, Tungin's head was tied with 2 swords on each side, and he held 2 swords in his hands, charging at Tanjiro at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it left after images. This isn't how it is. Mr. Tenjin. Oh, just as Tanjiro wanted to explain, Tenjin didn't give him any time to do so. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Oh my. Nitin Ichiri, unmatched in the world. Miyamoto, Tenjin. Meanwhile, Shinobu, being chased by Shinobu Kocho, couldn't help but tease upon seeing Tungin's appearance. I didn't expect that even in this situation, the Hashira still has the energy. In this chase, with Tanjiro's involvement, it seemed extremely joyful to others, but the two deeply involved didn't think so. It wasn't until Aoi and Kanae came to save the day that this farce finally stopped. Still alive. The butterfly sighed after surviving the aftermath of the robbery. One butterfly ninja, one iron grave. A former threat, a current threat. Just wait until you feel better. After calming down, Butterfly Yearling looked up at the blazing sun overhead and suddenly realized that she had been chased by Butterfly Shinobu for 5 kilometers on an empty stomach. She hadn't even had breakfast, and this little girl definitely hadn't eaten a single bite either. With this thought in mind, Butterfly Yearling decided to find something to eat in the butterfly house. However, she recalled that even though she could eat, the taste was nowhere near the delicious food from her previous world. She felt a bit greedy. Thus, Butterfly Yeeling decided to head to the kitchen and cook some good dishes for everyone to try. With determination, she walked towards the kitchen in the butterfly house. She immediately spotted little Aoi preparing ingredients and informed her that she would be in charge of lunch today. Although little Aoi looked incredulous, she still had full trust in the Ashira. After handing over the kitchen to Butterfly Yeeling, she went to the courtyard to sunbathe the quilts. To her surprise, the ingredients were so abundant. Fish, tofu, something she didn't recognize. She scratched her head and awkwardly chuckled. Although she hadn't cooked in this world yet, she had been self-sufficient for over a decade in her previous one. With this thought, Butterfly Yeeling's lively and curious gaze was like a magnet drawn to the piece of pure white, square tofu on the cutting board. In that instant, a brilliant idea struck her mind: to make a delicious mapo tofu. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to show off her cooking skills. Skillfully picking up a kitchen knife, she carefully cut the tofu into evenly sized small cubes. Each cut was precise, and the tofu pieces looked like exquisite pieces of art. Next, she began rummaging through the cupboards for the various seasonings and ingredients needed to make mapo tofu. Before long, a pile of bright red chili peppers appeared before her. Each pepper was plump and bright red, exuding an enticing aroma, as if beckoning her. Good. Heat the oil. She skillfully tied on an apron and stood in front of the stove in the kitchen. One hand held the spatula while the other methodically handled the ingredients, stirring the dish. Meanwhile, she continually pondered about preparing a special dish for Kanehira. Just as Butterfly Yeeling was lost in thought, her gaze inadvertently swept over a bag of flour sitting nearby. The bulging bag seemed to emit an invisible allure that instantly captured Butterfly Yeeling's attention. After staring at the flour bag for a while, she quietly murmured to herself, it should be fine. I'll just borrow a little. I promise I'll buy you a better bag later, little Aoi. With that, she reached out and gently opened the bag of flour. Next, Butterfly Yeeling began to display her exceptional culinary skills. She poured the flour into a large bowl, added an appropriate amount of water, and then kneaded it vigorously with both hands. Before long, the originally loose flour transformed into a smooth and soft dough. Next, she picked up a rolling pin and rolled the dough into thin pancakes on the cutting board. Using a knife, she quickly and evenly cut the pancake into thin noodles. After cutting the noodles, she took out some fresh meat shreds and vibrant green vegetables. She added the meat shreds to the pan and stir-fried them until they changed color. Then, she added the vegetables and cooked them together before finally tossing in the freshly cooked noodles. She drizzled a spoonful of fragrant sauce over it. A bowl of delicious Butterfly Yeeling-style meat and vegetable noodles was thus completed. Of course, if anyone wasn't too used to it, she still let little Aoi prepare the original dishes. At that moment, a cute head poked out from the kitchen doorframe, staring intently at Butterfly Yeeling. This person was none other than Butterfly Shinobu, who had chased Butterfly Yeeling 8 streets earlier in the morning. Sigh, why do butterflies have to trouble each other? Ever since Kanehira woke up, her heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. She found herself in her own room, and even stranger, the window was wide open. Miss Tamayo walked in, one hand gently covering her mouth while the other couldn't hide a faint smile on her face. Looking at the bewildered Kanehira, Miss Tamayo softly explained everything that had happened while Kanehira was unconscious. Upon hearing that Butterfly Yeeling was being chased around by Shinobu, Kanehira instantly lost all drowsiness. Without a second thought, she quickly got dressed to intercept this chaos. After some effort, Kanehira finally managed to stop her sister and forcibly pulled her back to the butterfly house. Once back inside, Kanehira began to carefully inquire about the events that had transpired. After some investigation, the truth was finally revealed. It turned out that her master had given Shinobu a strong directive, causing her to recklessly chase after Butterfly Yeeling. Once she understood the situation, Kanehira first earnestly educated Shinobu, making her realize that one shouldn't act so rashly and impulsively. Just then, Kanehira suddenly noticed the knife tightly held in Shinobu's hand. She immediately recognized it as Butterfly Yeeling's knife. Therefore, Kanehira instructed Shinobu to return the knife to Butterfly Yeeling. After Butterfly Shinobu listened to Xiao Kuei, she successfully found Butterfly Aya in the kitchen. Butterfly Aya also discovered Butterfly Shinobu and immediately came up with a plan. Come, Shinobu, let's see how my cooking skills are. Chapter 111. Daily Life at the Butterfly Mansion Tomb. After hearing the sound, Shinobu Kocho felt a surge of curiosity. She stepped forward, slowly walking this way. She casually leaned the knife she held against the door. What's going on? What are you up to? Butterfly Shinobu smiled mysteriously and softly replied, You'll know once you try it. Her tone seemed to contain endless surprise and anticipation. After coming to her side, Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the plates of bright red tofu. She frowned slightly, her crescent-shaped eyebrows knitting together, and murmured, It looks really spicy. Although her words suggested hesitation, her bright, watery eyes were fixed on the spoon that Butterfly Ye was offering. There was an undeniable curiosity and expectation in her gaze. Despite still trying to act tough, Butterfly Shinobu eventually gently opened her small, cherry-like mouth and carefully took the spoon that Butterfly Ye extended to her. Hurry up and give it to me. Butterfly Shinobu urged with a hint of impatience in her tone. Seeing the situation, Butterfly Knight couldn't help but break into a sly smile. After deliberately teasing Butterfly Shinobu, he slowly and gently placed the spoon into her slightly parted lips. As the spoon entered her mouth, Butterfly Shinobu first chewed her food gently a few times. But just a moment later, her previously calm expression suddenly turned to shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed, as if she had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, it seemed as though she had been burned. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands and turned to dash towards a nearby pool. Spicy, spicy, spicy. All the way, she kept shouting, her voice sharp and urgent. When she reached the edge of the pool, she grabbed a cup of water that was placed nearby. She gulped down the water in large mouthfuls, trying to alleviate the burning sensation in her mouth that felt like being scorched by fire. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu's face had turned bright red from the excessive spiciness, resembling a ripe apple, looking incredibly adorable. Ha ha ha, I remember I didn't put in that much. Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but laugh when he saw Butterfly Shinobu's face flushed and teary from the spice. Although he had some doubts in his heart about whether he had added too much chili, he still thickened his skin and laughed heartily. Seeing Butterfly Shinobu in such pain, Butterfly Knight leader's heart softened a little. He quickly poured a cup of warm milk and carefully handed it to Butterfly Shinobu. Shinobu Butterfly didn't say a word, grabbing the cup and drinking it down in one gulp, seemingly trying to relieve the burning sensation in her mouth. Immediately after, she shouted loudly towards the door, Koi, coming quickly. Hearing the call, Koi hurried into the room. Butterfly Knight leader pointed at the several plates of red dishes on the table and instructed Xiao Koi. Take these dishes to the team members who can handle spicy food. You've worked hard, Xiao Koi 0. Xiao Koi nodded in response, saying, Okay, Lord Anju. Then, Butterfly Knight leader swiftly picked up a bowl and turned to leave the room, holding a steaming bowl of homemade hand-pulled noodles that emitted a fragrant aroma. At that moment, Butterfly Knight leader bounced off like a child to find Kanae to share the food. Meanwhile, Xiao Kei, who remained in the room, focused her gaze on Butterfly Shinobu, who was leaning by the sink. She saw Butterfly Shinobu with one hand on the edge of the sink, fanning herself with the other hand, occasionally making a whooshing sound. Her breathing was rapid, as if she had just gone through an intense battle. Xiao Kuei showed a puzzled expression, her blue twin tails shaking. She slowly walked towards Butterfly Shinobu and gently asked, Lord Shinobu, what's wrong? Shinobu Butterfly struggled to lift her head, glanced at Aoi, and weakly replied, I'm fine, just a bit too spicy. After saying this, she wiped away the tears lingering at the corner of her eyes with her hand. Then, as if recalling something, she indignantly questioned, Did that guy from the butterfly house do this on purpose, or was it really an accident? Oui. Butterfly Knight, guided by the team members, successfully found the room. Gently pushing the door open, the hinges let out a faint creak. The moment they stepped into the room, the first thing that caught their eyes was Kanae, with her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders. At that moment, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden veil over Kanae. Under the sunlight, her delicate features appeared particularly enchanting. Kanae sat there quietly, like a fairy descended from the heavens. She exuded an extraordinary aura and captivating charm. The entire scene was so beautiful that it felt unreal, as if time had paused at that moment. Kanae turned her gaze towards the sound and immediately spotted Butterfly Knight at the doorway, holding a bowl. What's wrong? Knight-kun, I made some handmade noodles for you. Just in time, since we hasn't had breakfast yet. Butterfly Yealing gently spoke. Really? 0. Thank you, Yealing-kun, for your trouble last night and for this morning. At this point, Kanae lowered her head in embarrassment, but still accepted the noodles that Butterfly Yealing handed over. It's nothing. You two sisters are treasures, so go ahead and try it. Shinobu Kocho. Looking at her little boyfriend's eager expression, Kanae also smiled a few times and picked up her chopsticks to taste it. As the noodles entered her mouth, it felt like various ingredients were dancing on her tongue, melting instantly, and it was incredibly delicious. So tasty. Yoruchi-kun. It's so good, hee hee. If it's delicious, I'll eat more. And there will be plenty of time to make it for you in the future. After Butterfly Shinobu finished speaking, she began to think. For now, the priority is to focus on eliminating Muzan. Such warm moments will be rare in the future. Although Muzan has given the Demon Slayer Corps ample time, no one can guarantee what kind of trouble he might stir up later. Moreover, during yesterday's Hashira meeting, the master even assigned her a task. Fortunately, she could choose a few Hashira to accompany her. With the help of Kanazaki Aoi, Shoko, Shizuku, and Natsue, they divided the Mappo tofu made by Butterfly Shinobu. Every hardworking member of the team was amazed that this dish was much spicier than the previous ones. But hearing that it was cooked by the lower Hashira elevated the dish's deliciousness to another level. The scene shifted to the three little ones. Kanjiro, bring me some water. This dish is simply irresistible. I got it. Inosuke, Zenitsu, do you need any? No, thanks, Tanjiro. Zenitsu declined Tanjiro's help. His eyes fixed on the box under Tanjiro's bed. Nezuko-chan extra. Butterfly, Shinobu's determination. Kanaho picked up the noodles and began to savor them slowly. While Butterfly Shinobu gently watched her beloved in front of her, her thoughts gradually drifting back. Adam, the ancestor of humanity. He not only healed his own wounds, but also granted himself the power of the divine void vision. In his previous life, he had failed to protect anything. He thought joining the Demon Slayer Corps and reuniting with Kanaho would be a joyful event. He believed that good things would continue indefinitely. But, damn you, Doma. Beast. Bastard. This pain has lingered on, refusing to fade. Until the final battle in the Infinity Castle, after defeating Muzan, we also paid a painful price. But I gradually began to understand. What is the Demon Slayer Corps? Just a group of children wielding Nichiren blades to fulfill the unfinished wishes of their predecessors. Flame may extinguish, but the embers still burn. The haze may dissipate, but the wind remains. The butterfly may fall, but the water flows on. Love may fade, but the serpent follows. The rock may shatter, but the thunder still exists. The sound lingers, and the beast does not sleep. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are the pillars that stand tall. Meanwhile, the strings of the 12 Kazuki can be broken and replaced. We have sacrificed so much. Hundreds of years, 1,000 years. Flowers wither, flames extinguish, haze scatters, butterflies fly, love disappears, serpents die, rocks shatter. Even the tiniest hope, we must fight to the end. Because we are the Hashira, waiting for the Demon Slayer Corps to become history. Then we will smell the scent of wisteria. Kaneo, Sayuri died in the Infinity Train, defeated by Upper Moon 3. But he protected everyone. Since Ruka's mother passed away from illness, Shinjuro has been in low spirits. He even resigned from the position of Flame Hashira. And Kayajiro, he self-studied and became talented using the tattered book of the Flame Hashira. Tenjin, after losing his hand, retreated to the sidelines. Finally, he passed away peacefully. The most regrettable are Mitsuri and Abanai. His own brother held his beloved younger brother, witnessing him fade away step by step. But Mitsuri, a person who didn't believe in demons, in the end, prayed to the gods not to take his brother away. Michiro. At 14, after holding a sword for 2 months, he became a genius Hashira. Yet he was bisected by his own ancestor. His body hidden under the Infinity Castle, undiscovered. In the end, he left in such a way. Kagaya Ubuyashiki fought desperately to unlock the patterns, knowing that he wouldn't survive the night. Yet he still opened them to confront Kabutsuji Muzan, Abanai, and Mitsuri. It's my fault. If I hadn't brought Kanroji into the Demon Slayer Corps, even if no one married her, she would still live happily under her parents' care. In the end, Abanai held Mitsuri in his arms, expressing the love he had failed to convey in time. As time passed, their lives gradually approached their end. In the end, the endless darkness seemed to swallow everything. Why? My heart was screaming madly. The voice felt trapped in an abyss, unable to escape. Tears blur my vision, and the pain in my heart surged like a tide, almost drowning me completely. That despicable bastard Doma. He ruthlessly took away my last family member. I watched this scene unfold before my eyes. Powerless, the deep despair and self-blame making me wish for death. Once, Butterfly Shinobu and her sister depended on each other, enduring countless hardships together. But now, both sisters tragically died at the hands of the same evil demon. How could I accept this? And what about me? As a Hashira, I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity and slaying evil demons. Yet I can only use such a rudimentary breathing technique to combat powerful upper moon demons. Faced with an enemy as terrifying as Doma, I felt so small, so powerless. Damn it! Damn it! At that moment, I kept cursing, my fists pounding the ground, blood seeping from my fingertips. But how could this pain compare to the agony of losing a loved one? I hated my own incompetence, hated that I couldn't be stronger, couldn't save my loved ones in time. Fate always treats everyone fairly, even in this life and death final battle. I and my senior, Kagaya, understood the heavy mission we bore. We rushed towards the terrifying Muzan without hesitation. Muzan was powerful and cruel, but we held only one belief in our hearts. We must hold him back at all costs. A fierce battle erupted instantly, with blades flashing and blood raining down. My senior and I poured all our strength into a desperate struggle against Muzan. Every swing of the blade used all my might. Every move contained endless courage and determination. However, Muzan's power was too terrifying, and we gradually fell into a disadvantage. The wounds on our bodies continued to multiply, blood staining our clothes. But we still gritted our teeth, tightly entangling Muzan, unwilling to retreat an inch. Finally, we successfully bought precious attack time for Tanjiro and the others. But at the same time, my injuries had become so severe that I could no longer hold on. Every breath came with excruciating pain, and my vision began to blur. I knew that this interception had come at a heavy cost, and my life was about to come to an end. Within the stone door of fate, I saw Butterfly Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu, both transforming into young girls, running toward their parents. I watched this scene without intervening, quietly stepping aside. I knew they had found their home, while I was an outsider when Kanae died. I never expected. Heaven gave me a second chance. Now I must protect you both. I won't allow you to be harmed by demons again. Nowadays, what lies before us is not just the current brutal and terrifying Muzan, but we must also remain vigilant against the mysterious Muzan who can traverse time and space. My heart is deeply shrouded in worry. I long for this warm and peaceful time to last forever. No ghosts or killings. Only warm sunlight shining down and a gentle breeze caressing my face. Living on with my beloved. However, reality cruelly pulls me back to the harsh battlefield. At this moment, I cannot harbor any illusions. I must give my all to eliminate these terrifying enemies. Whether it be the Muzan before me or the threat from an unknown time and space. Only then can we have a true future. A beautiful tomorrow no longer shrouded in fear and darkness. With this thought, Butterfly Shinobu has made up her mind. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 112, Butterfly Mansion Daily Life 3. Kanae, where's that swordsmith? He seems really impressive, Tanjiro said after hearing this. After Mr. Kanazuka's words were calmed by Kanae and the others, he sat outside eating. Sigh, I accidentally broke Mr. Kanazuka's sword again. Thinking of this, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel sad. Despite this, Tanjiro's hands didn't stop moving, continuously bringing food to his mouth. Tanjiro, what about your sword? Suddenly, Zenitsu chimed in, making Tanjiro, who was already in a bad mood, feel worse. At this moment, after Butterfly Shinobu and the gentle and lovely Kanae shared a tender moment for a while, they reluctantly parted. Then, they turned and walked into the kitchen. Butterfly Knight skillfully began to tidy up, washing the pots, pans, and dishes one by one until they were clean. She then neatly placed them in the cabinets. After finishing these tasks, she carefully wiped down the stove and the countertop, making the entire kitchen look brand new. Because there was an important task waiting for her to execute tonight, she had to hurry and prepare. She organized the items she needed to take with her, each one meticulously selected and checked to ensure everything was perfect. Butterfly Shinobu decided to take advantage of the remaining time to visit Ruka's mother at the Hell Mansion. Since she suddenly left 2 years ago, there had been no news. Ruka's mother must have been very worried and sad. This visit would not only ease her mind, but also serve as an explanation to Ruka's mother. Just then, Kanae appeared quietly beside Butterfly Shinobu, like a fresh and elegant flower. A warm smile, like a spring breeze, graced her cute and charming face as she gazed gently at the person in front of her. Kanae had grown from her youthful innocence into a graceful and lovely young girl. Through relentless effort and training, Kanae successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps and became Butterfly Shinobu's adopted daughter. She wore a snow-white cloak paired with a playful, lively ponytail on one side. Her white knee-high boots made her look exceptionally beautiful and pure. However, One striking detail was that the knee-high boots Kanae wore were surprisingly similar in style to those of Butterfly Shinobu, though the colors were slightly different. It was this brave and fearless older brother who, alongside the Butterfly sisters, stepped forward in a critical moment to save Kanae from danger. Therefore, Kanae had always held deep gratitude towards him. Unfortunately, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly vanished, disappearing for a full 2 years. This situation left everyone worried, constantly concerned for his safety, and many believed he had died. At this moment, when Kanae finally saw the Butterfly Shinobu she had been longing for, the excitement and joy in her heart were beyond words. Butterfly Shinobu also noticed Kanae standing beside him right away. He slowly stopped his busy actions, then turned around and said in an extremely gentle and soft voice, "Kanae, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have grown so beautiful. Seeing you like this truly brings me immense comfort." As he spoke, Butterfly Shinobu's fingers reached into his pocket. His movements were gentle and slow. After some searching, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. He then slowly pulled out a small, delicate object from his pocket, which turned out to be a beautifully wrapped candy. The candy was covered in colorful foil, sparkling under the sunlight like a brilliant gem. "Tada! Kanae, this is for you. This candy is super sweet," Butterfly Yiling softly said, while handing the candy in his hand to Shinobu. His voice was gentle as water, carrying an irresistible warmth. Upon hearing Butterfly Yiling's words, Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Then she slowly raised her head and looked at the candy in Butterfly Yiling's hand, a flicker of surprise and anticipation passing through her eyes. Next, she gently reached out her delicate, fair little hand, moving towards the candy as gracefully as a flower in the breeze. The moment Shinobu's fingertips touched the candy, a sweet fragrance wafted towards her. She carefully accepted the candy, feeling its warmth and softness in her palm. "Thank you, Yiling brother," Shinobu said softly, her voice as light as a whisper in the wind. "All right, Shinobu, I'm leaving now. I have a mission tonight." Shinobu. Little did she know that in the future, a boy from the Kamadu family would steal Butterfly Yiling's home. As Butterfly Shinobu passed by a hospital room, she heard a familiar voice. "Hurry up and take your medicine. Otherwise, how will you get better? I'm your wife Zenitsu." "All right, no need to think. This must be Butterfly Shinobu." Butterfly Shinobu didn't plan to stay long and left right away. Inside the room, Tanjiro caught a whiff of Shinobu's scent and stared blankly out the door. "Oh, isn't this the famous Lady Shinobu? Oh my, what a joy it is for me to encounter you here today." Kanae Sayuri approached with a beaming smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. If it weren't for certain individuals, perhaps I would have been able to meet you much earlier, right, Miss Kanae?" Butterfly Yiling looked at Ryo Mikawa in front of her with a smile that seemed to be both genuine and not. Just moments ago, Butterfly Yiling had slowly pushed open the exquisite wooden door of the butterfly house. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped right into Ryo Mikawa, who was standing at the door. In that instant, their eyes met. Since Kanae successfully became a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ryo Mikawa resolutely chose to retire from the front lines of battle and instead devoted herself to being a doctor in the butterfly house, saving lives. She had never entertained the thought of becoming a trainer. After all, she was already content with the butterfly sisters, who were like sisters to her, by her side. "Miss Ryo, can you tell me how you explain this to Shinobu? Hey, isn't that right?" Ryo Mikawa, upon hearing Butterfly Yiling's words, took it lightly and just chuckled, brushing it off. "All right, I won't say any more, Miss Ryo. I have a mission to prepare for. Please tell Kanae for me. I'm heading to the Rengoku mansion." After saying this, Butterfly Yiling left the butterfly house. Meanwhile, Ryo Mikawa just chuckled to herself. "Kid, do you still want to challenge me?" Chapter 113. The Eight-Headed Serpent? Kome. Call the roll. At this moment, Butterfly Yiling was watching her colleagues below like a class monitor on a small stone path. Earlier, Butterfly Yiling had left the butterfly house. Her destination was the Rengoku mansion, where Rengoku's mother lived. Upon stepping into the Rengoku mansion, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Although Kaijiro had told everyone that he was back, Rengoku's mother opened her arms without hesitation as soon as she saw Butterfly Yiling, tightly embracing her. This sudden hug caught Butterfly Yiling off guard, but she quickly returned the embrace, feeling the genuine affection and care. Soon after, Uncle Shinjiro approached with a warm and enthusiastic smile, insisting that Butterfly Yiling stay to have a meal together. Butterfly Shinobu was secretly complaining in her heart. If it weren't for the important task she had at hand, she might really have been left at the Rengoku residence to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. It's not that the food at the Rengoku household was bad. It was just too warm-hearted, making Shinobu feel embarrassed. Really, Uncle Kaijiro, I only came to visit Ruka's mother this time, and I have to go back to carry out my mission soon. Originally, Shinobu had thought about inviting Kaijiro to join her, since having one more person would mean more strength. However, Kaijiro shook his head, indicating that he also had a heavy responsibility and couldn't accompany her. It turned out that the mission he had received earlier was to go to the Mugen train, and he had to act alongside Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Although it was a bit regrettable that she couldn't fight alongside them, Shinobu understood that everyone had their own mission to complete. So, after bidding farewell to everyone, she left the Rengoku residence. Yuzui Tengen, Ikaku, Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, Butterfly, Shinobu. As Shinobu was reciting everyone's names, she saw a familiar figure. Even the magnificent insect Hashira, the glamorous Shinobu, has come. This is too extravagant. Yuzui Tengen, who loved to stir up trouble, jokingly spoke up. No? Shinobu? You weren't scheduled to participate in this mission. How did you get here? Butterfly Knight stared in shock and shouted loudly, her eyes wide open as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Shinobu Kocho crossed her slender waist with both hands. Slightly raising her small and cute head, she wore a look of dissatisfaction and pride on her face, playfully scolding Shinobu Kocho. So what? Can't I come? My sister went out on a mission with Mr. Tamayo, but she is especially worried that you might go missing during the mission, so she specifically told me to stick close to you, in case you cause any trouble. Hearing this, Shinobu Kocho was momentarily taken aback, then quickly smiled and replied, Sure, of course you can come. How could it not work? Having one more person means more powerful combat strength. With you helping by my side, we can definitely complete the mission more smoothly. As she spoke, Shinobu Kocho walked step by step to where Kanroji Mitsuri was eating sakuramachi. Little Shinobu Mitsuri. However, at that moment, Shinobu Kocho seemed to suddenly remember something, and her expression became a bit strange. She muttered to herself, Tamayo, huh? Tamayo. Then, she suddenly came to her senses, realizing that Tamayo was currently out on a mission with Kanahashi. However, due to her absolute trust in her good friend Tamayo, Shinobu Kocho quickly regained her composure and didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, on the side, Iguro Abanai, who was holding the mission information given by the hidden, twitched the corner of his mouth. Am I not being treated like a fool? With this statement, Shinobu Kocho walked up to him with concern and asked, What is wrong, Abanai? Even if the mission information is poor, you shouldn't speak so harshly about yourself. Hearing this, Iguro Abanai showed the letter in his hand to everyone and said, I may not have gone to school, but I still know these common sense things. Yuzui Tenjin looked at the somewhat outrageous information and said, What a splendid piece of information. I have high hope for you, Abanai. Even if Ju comes, you probably wouldn't believe it, right? Kanroji Mitsuri replied, half in disbelief. Shinobu Kocho and Kanroji Mitsuri also expressed their disbelief. Could it be that the hidden gave the wrong information? Shinobu Kocho looked at the letter in Abanai's hand, rubbing her forehead back and forth, occasionally giggling. Yamada no Orochi this. I know the historical myths of Sakura country. How could this appear in reality? Although Butterfly Knight leader was mumbling in his heart, he still said, No matter what, this is a task assigned by the Lord. We have to investigate it. I'll go ahead. Let's go. Ming. Ga. Knight leader. Northwest. Northwest. When Minjia Ming was notified during Butterfly Knight leader's return to the team, he immediately flew to find Butterfly Knight leader upon hearing about the master's sudden return. Butterfly and Ming, one person and one bird, rushed out first, heading towards their destination. Behind them were Yusue Tianyuan, Butterfly Shinobu. This time, the location was the Sandphone Cliff, situated next to a village. The Sandphone Cliff got its name because there are cliffs on 3 high mountains, and these 3 cliffs are connected in a straight line, each with a broken bridge. The central cliff is conveniently located above a rushing river and a village. The ultimate destination is the circular landform on that central cliff. Regarding myths like the Yamada no Orochi, everyone held a skeptical attitude. However, this mission evoked some unpleasant memories for Ihei Cabin. Sigh, Mr. Ihei's profile is so handsome, I wonder if you like a girl like me. At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri was traveling at the same speed as Ihei Cabin. Looking at Ihei Cabin's profile, Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but become infatuated. The group weaved through the woods, mountains, and rivers towards the Sandphone Cliff. At the same time, the Sandphone Cliff loomed faintly in the distance. with the central cliff appearing especially mysterious and eerie. From afar, it seemed as if an invisible force was surging there, sending chills down one's spine. Tentacle-like objects were constantly writhing and extending. They moved as if they were alive, flexibly wrapping around every corner of the cliff. These tentacles were pitch black, with a surface that flickered with a faint light, giving a haunting and terrifying feeling. As they twisted continuously, the surrounding air seemed to become agitated, with faint, low howls echoing, as if it were the roar from the abyss. I am back. The Ubuyashiki. Chapter 114. The Secret of Sandfoam Cliff. Hello, old lady. May I ask how to enter the Sandfoam Cliff? Huh? What cliff? The Sandfoam Cliff, old lady. Oh, Sandfoam what? Winky face. Sandfoam Cliff, old lady. Oh. Sandfoam what cliff? Shinobu Kocho, help. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu and the others had already arrived at the village at the foot of the three sealed cliffs. However, they couldn't find a way up the mountain. The three mountains had sheer cliffs with no way to climb, and there wasn't even a flat piece of ground. In desperation, Butterfly Shinobu and the others began to ask the local villagers for directions. This task of negotiation was entrusted to Butterfly Shinobu and Mitsuri Kanroji. After all, to ordinary people, two delicate young women wouldn't seem to have any ulterior motives. However, near Abanai Iguro, there was a pile of people who had already fallen asleep in the bushes. It was obvious that these were the lazy and irresponsible youths of the village. Ever since they arrived, all their gazes had been fixed on Mitsuri Kanroji and Shinobu Kocho. Jealous Abanai Iguro couldn't stand it anymore and knocked them out, piling them together. Moreover, to avoid being discovered, he specifically used a pile of grass to cover them. Abanai Iguro, a toad wants to eat swan meat. The others in Butterfly Shinobu's group didn't say anything upon witnessing this scene, silently giving Abanai a thumbs up in their hearts. Although it's wrong for these people to stare at Shinobu and Mitsuri, their taste is quite good. They are both glamorous. This shows that the beautiful figures of the glamorous Shinobu and the glamorous Mitsuri are truly impressive. How glamorous! Tenjin Yuzi leaned against a tree trunk and said. Abanai Iguro and Zenitsu Agitsuma nodded in agreement. Hearing these words, Butterfly Shinobu felt somewhat familiar and half-curiously said to Tenjin, Brother Tenjin, I remember you mentioned before that Shinobu's figure is excellent, and her hips are suitable for childbirth and pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Tenjin Yuzui awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Shinobu, that's a bit too glamorous. Zenitsu Agitsuma stifled a laugh, surprised that someone with 3 wives could say such things. Tenjin Yuzui, this has nothing to do with glamour at all. Although the 4 of them were speaking very quietly, Shinobu Kocho vaguely heard phrases like hips and childbirth. Men are really perverted. I must tell Mitsuri to stay away from these perverts later. Just then, a light and agile figure was quickly rushing over. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Mitsuri Kanroji. She appeared delighted. Everyone, I have great news for you. Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed excitedly, her voice clear and melodious, like a warbler emerging from the valley. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, showing expressions of anticipation and curiosity. I finally found the village chief of this village, and after some effort in communication, he has agreed to tell us about the 3 sealed cliffs. Mitsuri Kanroji couldn't hide her excitement, her hands trembling slightly. That's great. Thank you so much, Mitsuri. Zenitsu Agitsuma spoke up. Yes, as expected of Miss Kanroji, completing such a daunting task so quickly. The others echoed in agreement. Butterfly Knight smiled and nodded, casting an approving glance at Kanroji Mitsuri. In that case, let's set off quickly. After saying this, Butterfly Knight led everyone to follow Kanroji Mitsuri as they walked briskly towards the house where the village chief lived. Before long, they arrived in front of a somewhat quaint house. Although the house was not large, it was kept very tidy and clean, surrounded by a circle of lush green fence. It looked quite charming. Everyone pushed open the door and slowly walked inside. The room appeared quite simple, without excessive luxurious decorations. Yet it gave off a warm and comfortable feeling. In the center of the room were a few slightly worn wooden tables. Although the surfaces were a bit mottled, they were spotless. Against the wall was a simple bed, with the bedding neatly folded, indicating that it was often tidied up. There was also a small kitchen area nearby, fully equipped with pots, bowls, and other cooking utensils. At that moment, they noticed a kindly old man sitting by the bed. His weathered face was etched with the marks of time, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. The old man smiled and nodded at everyone, who then politely approached to greet him and introduced themselves. After a few simple exchanges, the village chief cleared his throat and began to narrate the little-known history of the Three Sealed Cliffs at a leisurely pace. Legend has it that the eight-headed serpent rampaged through the land of cherry blossoms, causing unrest among the people, until a mysterious figure engaged in a deadly battle with the serpent. They fought from the Tokyo prefecture all the way here, and in the end, that person sacrificed their life to seal the eight-headed serpent in the Three Sealed Cliffs. However, it seems that something unexpected has happened to the seal recently, and something seems to be trying to escape. Suddenly, the village chief changed the subject and recounted the recent anomalies. He also informed Butterfly Knight and the others about the way up to the Three Sealed Cliffs. As dusk approached, everyone took a break before leaving the village chief's house and began their ascent. Under the village chief's guidance, Butterfly Knight and the others understood that at the top of each mountain, there was a seal. This was meant to confuse those who wished to come here. Moreover, only one of the three seals was real. In response, Butterfly Knight and the others decided to split into three groups. The first group consisted of Butterfly Knight and Butterfly Shinobu. The second group was composed of Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri. The third group included Yuzui Tenjin and Kanroji. The three groups started their climb from the foot of each mountain. Yuzui Tenjin and Kanroji moved swiftly and smoothly at a very fast pace. Although the other two groups could not match their speed, they were not slow either. Iguro Abanai would look back at Kanroji Mitsuri with each step he climbed, reaching out to pull her along. At this moment, invisible bubbles emerged around them. Meanwhile, Butterfly Knight, considering Butterfly Shinobu, ignored her struggles and decided to carry her on his back, climbing step by step up the mountain. "Let me down! Don't look down on me!" Gradually, Butterfly Shinobu gave up struggling, as they were now over 100 meters above the ground. Shinobu Kocho leaned against the back of Kanae Tsuyuri, gripping her clothes tightly with both hands. What she didn't notice was that a hint of blush appeared on her face. Chapter 115. The seal is under attack. No, wait. What's going on? Why do I always feel like something is pressing against my back? Butterfly Yiling murmured to herself as she climbed up the mountain with all her strength. But at this moment, she could no longer pay attention to those thoughts. The strange feeling of being pressed against made her heart itch. Then she suddenly reacted, holding back her chest. "Instructor," she asked, charging at people with the ball. "Huh? Why does Yiling feel a bit hot? Is it just my illusion?" Even Butterfly Neen felt the unusualness of Butterfly Yiling. Butterfly Knight leader. Namo Amitba. Namo Amitba. It doesn't seem like much. Little ones, let's launch a magnificent attack. With a loud shout from Yusue Tianyuan, several muscular mice adorned with jewels suddenly sprang out from beneath him. Like well-trained soldiers, these muscular mice moved swiftly, their fur glistening under the sunlight. They emitted squeaks while obediently following Yusue Tianyuan's commands, quickly dispersing to scout the mysterious area in all directions. "Hey, Tianyuan, what is this?" At this moment, the curious Yato crouched on the ground, holding a wooden stick and gently poking one of the muscular mice, looking puzzled as he asked Yusue Tianyuan. Hearing Yato's earnest question, a hint of pride appeared on Yusue Tianyuan's face. He elegantly tossed his hair and said in a slightly boastful tone, Yato, these are my carefully trained ninja mice. They're amazing, capable of accompanying us on missions, helping us scout, and even carrying knives and other important items. How about that? Impressive, right? Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of urgent and sharp sounds came from afar. The ninja mice rushed over, their nimble figures weaving through the grass. Seeing this, Yusue Tianyuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he said, "See, I told you our actions would be efficient." He was very pleased that his strategy responded so quickly. However, at that moment, Yato, standing nearby, keenly sensed something unusual. He stared intently at the back of the ninja mice, frowning as if he saw something unusual closely following them. Yato squinted, carefully observing that direction, feeling a wave of ominous premonition rising in his heart. As his gaze focused, he finally saw a huge shadow faintly appearing behind the ninja mice. "Wait, what is this?" Yato whispered, his voice revealing a hint of surprise and alertness. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and instantly reached for the Nichiren blade at his waist, pulling it out with a swift motion. At the same time, Yusue Tianyuan also noticed the situation, his expression becoming serious. Almost simultaneously, the two shouted in unison, water breathing, first form, water surface / sound breathing, first form, roar. Accompanied by two furious roars, two fierce attacks rushed towards the shadow behind the ninja mice. At that moment, on another peak, Ihei Shobane tightly gripped Kanroji Mitsuri's delicate little hand with his strong, bony hand, pulling her sharply. The two of them leaped gracefully and agilely onto the towering peak. Despite the steep and treacherous cliffs, once they reached the top, they were greeted by an expansive and lush jungle. However, just as Ihei Shobane and Kanroji Mitsuri were about to catch their breath, Ihei's keen eyes suddenly detected something unusual. In an instant, his expression became serious, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out his arm, gently pulling Kanroji Mitsuri behind him, shielding her with his broad and sturdy chest. Almost simultaneously, Ihei Shobane called out, "Be careful, Mitsuri." Snake breathing. First form, serpent slash. As his words fell, the Nichiren blade in his hand was instantly drawn. It traced a strange and agile arc in the air, like a venomous snake ready to strike, suddenly slicing forward with incredible speed. The unmatched sword technique whistled through the air, as if the very air was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it accurately severed the sudden fierce attack. "Ah, thank you, Mr. Ihei. Mr. Ihei is so handsome." Soon after, Ihei Shobane and Kanroji Mitsuri's attention was drawn to the mysterious object that suddenly appeared and was attacking them. They saw those objects continuously climbing up the thick tree trunks around them, forming huge, dark shadows. These black masses spread rapidly like a surging tide, creating a strong sense of oppression. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be black tentacles swinging wildly in the space. They were long and flexible, as if they had a life of their own, rushing towards the two with astonishing speed like threads. Each tentacle was covered in intricate patterns, glowing with eerie light, sending chills down their spines. As the tentacles danced, the air was filled with howling sounds, as if demons from the depths of hell were roaring. Ihei Shobane couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, clearly they could have attacked us directly while climbing the mountain. Could it be that someone activated some mechanism? But the black tentacles did not give the two any time to react. They had no choice but to respond. Snake breathing. First form, serpent slash. Love breathing. First form, first love's battle grain. Meanwhile, in another location, Butterfly Knight leader and Butterfly Shinobu seemed to be playing a cruel joke on their fate, finding themselves in a terrifying predicament. Surprisingly, these two seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck, smoothly making their way towards the mysterious sealing place. As the sun set and the last ray of light disappeared on the horizon, the shadow that had been hidden in darkness began to flicker with a chilling glow. Its form became extraordinarily large and hideous, as if a demon had crawled out from the abyss of hell. At the same time, the giant creature suddenly opened a pair of blood-red eyes, burning like raging flames. These eyes exuded endless killing intent and evil, sending shivers down one's spine. Faced with this breathtaking scene, Butterfly Yowling held the knife tightly without hesitation and slowly stepped in front of Butterfly Shinobu, protecting her behind him. His movements were firm and steady, showing no signs of retreat. Standing behind Butterfly Yowling, Butterfly Shinobu widened her eyes, her face filled with shock. She had never imagined that the long-standing legends would actually unfold before her eyes. To her surprise, the legendary Yamada no Orochi truly existed. Butterfly Shinobu murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly with fear. Just then, a strange voice suddenly entered Butterfly Knight Leader's ears, but only he could hear it. The voice was filled with mockery and sarcasm, as if it knew all the secrets. "Ha ha ha ha! Shunyi! No, you should now be called Butterfly Knight Leader." Chapter 116 Blood Battle. What? How is this possible? Butterfly Knight opened her eyes wide, her face full of shock. Her lips trembled slightly as she whispered in disbelief. Deep down, she knew for certain that this voice could not be mistaken. It was the voice of an existence she would never forget. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that world from over a decade ago. At that time, in a chaotic space, she was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Kibutsuji Musen. Just as the fierce battle was reaching its peak, Kibutsuji Musen suddenly unleashed a powerful ultimate move, creating a massive wormhole. Taking this opportunity, he flashed away and vanished without a trace. Since then, she had believed that Kibutsuji Musen had either perished in the wormhole, completely erased from the world, or escaped to some unknown space through the wormhole, never to return. However, hearing this familiar voice again made her realize that things were not as simple as she had thought. She couldn't believe it. He was still alive. The Butterfly Knight murmured to herself. A drop of fine sweat had unknowingly fallen from her forehead. Just thinking about Musen Kibutsuji's terrifying strength made her uneasy. A chill suddenly rose from Butterfly Knight Leader's spine. Sensing her unease, Butterfly Shin reached out to tug at Butterfly Knight Leader's Haori. After feeling Butterfly Shin's concern, Butterfly Knight Leader smiled back. Without hesitation, she took a few steps forward, standing firm and protecting Butterfly Shin closely behind her. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the air. Immediately, a violent gust of wind swept through the once peaceful forest. A large area of sturdy trees was abruptly cut down, like wheat being harvested, all falling in unison. The broken trunks, mixed with lush branches and leaves, soared into the sky, before crashing down towards the bottomless cliff. Ha ha ha, we meet again. Butterfly Knight Leader. The last time we met was the last time. Now, you and I have changed everything. You have become powerful, and I am even stronger than you. I, who have been resurrected using the body of the eight-headed serpent, am not someone you can compare with. In that endless night, a massive, heart-stopping figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It seemed to be the ruler of this dark night, each step exuding a heavy sense of oppression. At the same time, 16 scarlet pupils abruptly appeared in mid-air, locking on a Butterfly and Knight Leader below like burning flames. These 16 pupils emitted a strange and evil light, sending chills down one's spine. They resembled the eyes of demons from the depths of hell, mercilessly watching their prey, as if ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. As the figure fully revealed itself before Butterfly Knight Leader and Butterfly Shin, they could see its true form. It had a body like a giant serpent, with a massive tail continuously swaying behind it. The upper body presented a terrifying scene, with 8 giant snake heads flicking their tongues. The monster from the mythology of Sakura country, the 8-headed serpent. The two figures appeared as small and helpless as grains of rice in front of the 8-headed serpent. To hell with the blue. To hell with the 12 Kazuki. Now, I, Kabutsuji Musen, only pursue my own great righteousness. To annihilate you, demon slayer core. Just as the words were spoken, the chilling 8-headed serpent suddenly struck. Its surroundings were filled with terrifying, snake-like tentacles. With astonishing speed, they lunged towards Butterfly Knight Leader and Butterfly Shin, giving them no chance to breathe. The tentacles swept through with a fierce wind, like a raging storm. Not good. Butterfly Yiling was startled, instantly aware of the approaching danger. Without having time to think, he instinctively hugged the nearby Butterfly Shin and desperately dodged to the side. However, despite Butterfly Yiling's movements being pushed to the limit, the attack from the 8-headed serpent was simply too powerful. The massive shockwave mercilessly struck them. With a loud bang, Butterfly Yiling was blown away by this terrifying force. His body rolled through the air like a fallen leaf, eventually crashing heavily to the ground. The towering mountain peak also suffered severe damage from this blow, with an entire corner being violently sheared off, sending debris flying and dust rising. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to get up from the ground, Butterfly Yiling coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring his own injuries, he quickly adjusted his state. Then, he suddenly grabbed the equally disheveled Butterfly Shin beside him and urgently shouted, "Shin, you have to go. I'll hold it off here." "No, I don't want to leave." Butterfly Shinobu widened her eyes and glared at Butterfly Yuru, shouting loudly, "Yuru, you are going too far? Don't you know that as long as we work together, we can overcome the difficulties in front of us? Why do you always have to bear all the risks alone?" At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu's face was covered in dust, and her originally delicate features looked a bit disheveled. But the burning anger in her eyes made her appear even more resolute. "Every time we face danger, you are like this. You're always thinking about clearing all the obstacles in our path for our sake. But have you ever thought about yourself?" Butterfly Shinobu became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice even starting to tremble slightly. "Do you know how heartbroken I am when I see you getting hurt again and again, rushing to the front without caring for your own safety? You have never considered our feelings." By the end, Butterfly Shinobu was in tears. For the past 2 years, she had buried these thoughts deep in her heart, and now they finally all came pouring out at this moment. After listening to Butterfly Knight Leader, he was suddenly taken aback, his eyes fixed on Butterfly Shin with a shimmering red thread. Then, Butterfly Knight Leader let out a self-deprecating laugh. "All right, now that Adam has given me his abilities, he must want me to change this world. Let's move forward together with my companions." With that thought, Butterfly Knight Leader suddenly grasped Butterfly Shin's hand tightly. Looking at the tears in the corners of Butterfly Shin's eyes, Butterfly Knight Leader slowly said, "I understand now. Are you ready? Shall we go together?" Shinobu Kocho looked at the face of Kanae Tsuyuri, wiped her tears, and stood up. All right. At that moment, a tentacle broke all the trees in front of them, completely exposing their figures. I found you. Oof. Come on, this time I'm not alone. Total concentration, breath of light. Second form, dazzling blade, total concentration, breath of insects. Dance of the bee's fangs. True wield. Chapter 117. The power of Yamada no Orochi. Total concentration, breath of light. Second form, dazzling blade. With this roar, a brilliant sword light suddenly erupted. The entire world seemed to be illuminated. The swordsmanship of Butterfly Shinobu and the triple power brought by the pattern of the Hades blade. With the support of immense power, an unparalleled aura instantly enveloped the area. In an instant, a dazzling red light streaked across the sky like lightning. The once menacing and formidable giant tentacle now resembled a kite with its string cut. Losing all support and control, crashing straight down to the ground. A deafening roar echoed, and the entire ground shook violently. The rising dust obscured the sky, making it nearly impossible to see the scene in front. As the dust began to settle, one could see a massive, bottomless pit had formed. However, the relatively weaker Butterfly Shinobu did not choose to launch a direct frontal assault. She was well aware that she did not have the advantage in pure strength. Therefore, she fully utilized her speed advantage, darting through the dark tentacles like a ghost. Her movements were agile and elusive, with each step perfectly evading the tentacle attacks. The sharp blade in her hand turned into a stream of cold light, continuously leaving deep and shallow wounds on the black tentacles, while simultaneously injecting a steady flow of deadly poison into them. Yet, for Kabutsuji Musen, Yamada no Orochi, his most abundant resource was the countless tentacles. Just as the first round of fierce attacks came to a halt, a massive group of tentacles descended like a meteor from the shadows, bringing overwhelming momentum and pressure, rivaling the shock of the king squid in the deep sea. However, no matter how exquisite and fast the opponent's techniques were, once they encountered the mystical ability of the God Void Sight, all action seemed to slow down by half a beat, becoming sluggish and clearly visible. With the activation of God Void Sight, any technique could not only be perfectly replicated but also countered with equal or even greater power. However, those simple tentacle attacks relying solely on numerical advantage were difficult to replicate effectively in this manner. Blood Demon Art. Bloodthorn Yamada. In an instant, countless pitch-black tentacles surged forth like a violent storm, indiscriminately attacking all around. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kanae couldn't help but exclaim in unison. The situation was extremely critical, leaving no room for hesitation. Butterfly Kanae decisively switched to another breathing technique, total concentration breath of darkness. In an instant, the dark emperor blade in her hand underwent a remarkable transformation, shining with dazzling gold and purple light. At the same time, Butterfly Kanae skillfully gathered half of the blade fragments in front of Butterfly Shinobu, instantly constructing an incredibly solid defensive shield. Bang! Crash! Bang! Bang! The series of intense and muffled impacts echoed continuously, as if the entire space was trembling in response. Butterfly Knight gripped the knife tightly in both hands, swinging it with the speed of a gale. Each slash carried a fierce momentum and precise angle, accurately meeting the terrifying tentacles that surged towards him. However, despite his skilled swordsmanship and agile movements, the enemy's attacks were simply too ferocious. The thick and flexible tentacles lunged at him like the arms of a demon, coming at him with astonishing speed and power. With each violent clash, Butterfly Knight successfully severed numerous attacking tentacles. Yet, the immense force of these tentacles did not entirely dissipate. The aftershocks crashed against his body like surging waves. With a ripping sound, Butterfly Knight's clothes could no longer withstand the powerful force, tearing open gaping wounds. Shredded fabric fluttered in the air like petals falling in the wind. Meanwhile, blood gushed from his wounds. In the howling wind, this warm blood transformed into droplets of blood mist, dispersing around him. The surrounding destroyed trees and grass were also stained with blood, as if this originally peaceful place had suddenly turned bloody. Watching this heart-stopping scene, Butterfly Shin gritted her teeth, secretly contemplating the best moment to act. She keenly captured the fleeting instant and decisively took action when the situation was most favorable to her. Using the shards of the knife as a makeshift shield, she cautiously approached the massive Yamada no Orochi step by step. Each step was accompanied by tension and danger, but she did not back down. However, What neither Butterfly Shin nor the other person expected was that as they gradually approached the Yamada no Orochi, the 8 heads of this terrifying beast suddenly opened their enormous mouths. Flames began to gather within them. Blood Demon Art, Chigue Flame, with a roar. 8 gigantic fireballs shot across the sky like meteors, hurtling towards the two with devastating force. Faced with such a fierce assault, Butterfly Knight remained calm. He took a deep breath and unleashed his full power. Total concentration, breathing of darkness. Second form, Shadow Strike. His figure vanished like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage. Immediately after, he unleashed the fourth form, Blessing of the Night. Utilizing the immense power of the 6 paths of extreme teleportation, he launched a series of fierce attacks, successfully intercepting 6 of the aggressive fireballs. Beside him, Butterfly Shin was not to be outdone. She skillfully utilized her unique breathing technique, leaping gracefully into the air. With her blade, she slashed through the fireballs with cold light, perfectly cutting them down to nothing, despite their harmonious cooperation and brave resistance. The last fireball broke through their defenses, whistling directly toward Butterfly Shin. At this critical moment, her petite body leaned back sharply, evading the deadly strike like a flower swaying in the wind. Impressive. Little Shin. Watching this scene, Butterfly Knight felt a weight lift from his heart. Total concentration, breathing of darkness. Third form, Thunder Spike. At this moment of opportunity, Butterfly Knight leaped into action, using the strongest sword technique of the breathing of darkness to attack the Yamada no Orochi. Seeing this, Butterfly Shin followed closely behind. Total concentration, breathing of insects. Centipede Dance. 100-Legged Serpent's Belly. Chapter 118, We Are Partners. Ridiculous. Are my 8 heads just for show? Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from around Musen Kibutsuji, Yamada no Orochi. Blood Demon Art. Blood-colored thorns. Instantly, the immense energy deflected Butterfly Knight and Butterfly Shin's attacks, sending them both flying back. However, in that split second, a pitch-black tentacle, exuding a strange aura, swiftly wrapped around Butterfly Shin's slender waist like lightning. With a sudden, forceful tug, it yanked her entire body forward. Butterfly Shinobu felt a tremendous force surge towards her, her body involuntarily being pulled forward, and her heart sank in shock. What? Shinobu. Beside her, Butterfly Kanae witnessed this sudden change. Anxious and worried, she couldn't help but shout loudly. Musen Kibutsuji, Yamada no Orochi, saw Butterfly Kanae's panicked expression and laughed triumphantly. His laughter deafening as if it could break through the clouds. Ha 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 ha. Butterfly Kanae, today, you will watch helplessly as this little girl dies before your eyes. With that, he continued to laugh wildly while slowly extending the tentacle that was wrapped around Butterfly Shinobu. The tentacle was covered in chilling barbs and slime, drawing ominous and terrifying arcs in the air as it moved. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, tightly ensnared, was enduring unimaginable pain. The tentacle continuously constricted, squeezing the space around her, and the immense pressure made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Waves of excruciating pain surged through her body, leaving her pale as a sheet. Sweat beads rolled down her forehead. Yet, despite this, the strong-willed Butterfly Shinobu gritted her teeth, refusing to let out a single sound of weakness. Bastard! In 3 lifetimes, every set of parents and family members had left her, losing one after another. She could not afford to lose anyone else now. Focus. Breath of Light. First form. Dance of the Shining Blade. With a roar, the blade in Butterfly Kanae's hand shone brilliantly, like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky. Bang! 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 In an instant, several terrifying tentacles swept towards Butterfly Kanae like a storm, colliding fiercely with the glimmering blade. Each impact produced deafening sounds, along with dazzling sparks and thick smoke. Although Butterfly Kanae swung her sword with all her might, even shedding tiny fragments of the blade, trying to break through the tentacle's blockade to rescue the trapped Butterfly Shinobu. Those fragments were as fragile as feathers, easily deflected by the tentacles and rendered ineffective. Just then, the situation suddenly changed. A hidden tentacle took advantage of Butterfly Kanae's full attention on the frontal assault, launching a surprise attack from the side. This strike was incredibly fast, like a phantom, catching her completely off guard. With a loud bang, it struck. The area where Butterfly Shinobu was located was suddenly engulfed by a massive cloud of thick smoke, obscuring everything within. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, with only the undispersed smoke swirling and rolling in the air, as if foreshadowing the imminent conclusion of a life-and-death struggle. It worked. Ha ha! It worked. In that instant, this heart-stopping scene, a successful strike, flashed through the void like lightning. With astonishing speed and precision, it struck straight at the target, which was none other than Butterfly Shinobu. At that moment, standing not far away, Musen Kabutsuji Yamada no Orochi wore an extremely smug smile on his face. His laughter echoed in the air like thunder, wild and unrestrained. Ha ha! It worked! It worked! However, in stark contrast was Butterfly Shinobu's reaction. When she saw Shinobu being attacked, her heart tightened, and her anxiety was palpable. Her eyes widened, her face turned as pale as paper, and she shouted desperately towards Shinobu's direction. Shinobu! That hoarse cry echoed in the air, filled with endless worry and concern, as if it were trying to break through the clouds to reach Shinobu's ears. As the spreading smoke gradually and slowly dissipated, the previously obscured scene began to clear up little by little. However, the scene presented before Musen Kabutsuji was completely beyond his expectations. It was not the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs he had imagined, nor was it the pitiful appearance of Butterfly Shinobu. Instead, two figures stood firmly in front of Butterfly Shinobu, like guardian deities. Just as Musen Kabutsuji was slightly stunned by this sudden turn of events, suddenly, two crisp sounds of swords rang out from afar. Two cold glimmers flashed by, as swift as lightning, accurately slicing through the disgusting tentacles that were tightly entwining Butterfly Shinobu. In an instant, accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking, those thick tentacles snapped and fell powerless to the ground. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu seized the opportunity to employ her unique breathing technique, her movements light and graceful like a dancing butterfly, landing safely and steadily. Her actions were elegant and fluid, showing no sign of having been affected by the earlier perilous battle. What? You guys? Butterfly Knight leader widened her eyes in surprise. Staring at the four people in front of her, her voice trembling slightly. You guys actually came. I can hardly believe my eyes. It turned out that before this, Yuzui Tenjin, Kanroji Mitsuri, Iguro Abanai, and Akaza had successfully dealt with the annoying tentacles. After a thorough investigation, they were shocked to discover that it was Yuzui Tenjin's muscle mouse that accidentally triggered the last seal, leading to this crisis. Facing this unexpected situation, Yuzui Tenjin showed a guilty expression and sincerely apologized to everyone. Fortunately, there was no significant damage in the end. Later, when Yuzui Tenjin met Kanroji and Iguro, they keenly sensed an immense mysterious power emanating from the peak where Butterfly Knight leader was located. Realizing the urgency of the situation and considering the distance between them, Yuzui Tenjin made a quick decision. He fully utilized his extreme speed advantage and cleverly combined it with a breath of sound technique. In a flash like lightning, he quickly embraced Akaza, Iguro Abanai, and Kanroji Mitsuri beside him. He leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow, sprinting rapidly. Finally, they arrived at the location of Butterfly Knight leader just in time. Iguro Abanai, what is that? Yuzui Tenjin, hey, this isn't flashy. Kanroji Mitsuri, are you two okay? Let's go together. Chapter 119, it's time to end this. All concentrated breath of sound. First form, boom. A powerful aura erupted from Yuzui Tenjin's body. He flashed into the air like a ghost, gripping two massive blades tightly, with long iron chains connecting to their handles. The chains swung in the air, making a crisp sound as if resonating with the surrounding air. Yuzui Tenjin's figure also became blurred due to this rapid movement, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Meanwhile, Akaza shouted loudly. All concentrated breath of water. 10th form, constant flow. A blue light suddenly brightened, rippling outward like water waves. Boom! A fierce snake head shot a blazing fireball towards Yuzui Tenjin. The fireball whistled through the air, rushing towards Yuzui Tenjin with intense heat and incredible destructive power. In that instant, it seemed like Yuzui Tenjin was struck by a powerful force. His entire body was suddenly sent flying backward. His speed was like lightning, creating a howling wind as he passed. In the blink of an eye, Yuzui Tenjin crashed hard into a sturdy tree trunk. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and the trunk shook violently from the impact, leaves scattering everywhere. Yuzui Tenjin, like a kite with a broken string, fell straight to the ground. His eyes were tightly closed, his body lay limp and motionless, having fallen into a deep unconsciousness. In that moment, Butterfly Knight leader widened her eyes, staring in shock at everything happening before her. Her expression seemed frozen, completely losing her usual demeanor. Instead, there was a look of daze and disbelief. What the hell? Butterfly, Shinobu murmured to herself, stuttering, her voice trembling violently. How could she fall down just like that after one strike? Was she pretending to be an actor? The doubts in her heart surged like a tide, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fierce scene unfolded. Taking advantage of the moment, when Yusue Tianyuan successfully fended off the enemy's attack, the bronze rabbit quickly gathered all its strength. The sword technique flowed with a sharp momentum, striking down fiercely. With a flash of cold light, it accurately hit the body of the Yamada no Orochi. Accompanied by a piercing scream, one of the giant snake heads fell, blood splattering everywhere. Kibutsuji Musen felt a sharp pain all over his body. It was as if thousands of fine needles were simultaneously piercing him, and this pain only fueled the flames of anger in his heart. Good. Since you are so reckless, none of you will leave here alive. All of you will die here. Kibutsuji Musen glared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Accompanied by his roar, Blood Demon Wood, Yamata no Orochi. In an instant, a powerful and evil force erupted from his body, and a gigantic, terrifying Yamada no Orochi suddenly appeared. As soon as this Yamada no Orochi appeared, it instantly took control of half of Kibutsuji Musen's body. The endless anger that had been suppressed for hundreds of years surged toward Butterfly Shinobu and the others like a flood breaking through a dam. Hiss! Hiss! The Yamada no Orochi emitted a chilling hiss. Its many tentacles, which had originally spread out, quickly gathered toward the main body as if summoned. At the same time, the other 7 massive snake heads opened their gaping mouths, continuously accumulating blazing fireballs. Soon, these fireballs, ready to launch, were fired off chaotically like dense cannonballs. In an instant, flames soared to the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the entire scene became chaotic. The strong shock waves and heat waves generated by those fireballs even affected the villages below the cliff. Many houses were destroyed in an instant, and the innocent villagers were terrified and fled in all directions. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Butterfly Shinobu and her group dared not be the slightest bit negligent. They hurriedly evaded the incoming fireballs while raising their weapons to defend themselves. Here, Butterfly Shinobu's sword played a significant role. Waves of sharp sword energy howled out, turning into a flurry of sharp fragments in the air, successfully intercepting one fireball after another. However, despite Butterfly Shinobu's superb swordsmanship, she knew very well that if they continued to passively defend like this, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. Moreover, the situation in the village below was urgent. So, she turned to Kanroji Mitsuri, who was hiding behind a tree, and asked anxiously, Mitsuri, did the village chief ever tell you how to seal this guy? Yes. The village chief said that as long as the heart inside the Yamada no Orochi's chest is destroyed, it will completely disappear. I see. After hearing the news, Butterfly Knight leader pondered for a moment. He then decided to take advantage of the cover provided by Kanroji and Shinobu to step-by-step approach the Yamada no Orochi. However, Butterfly Knight leader's flawless plan had long been uncovered by the cunning and treacherous Musen Kibutsuji. Just as he took a few steps, Musen suddenly made a move. In an instant, several massive fireballs shot towards Butterfly Knight leader like meteors. These fireballs carried an astonishingly high temperature, melting the surrounding sturdy trees into puddles of charred liquid that emitted a pungent odor. Seeing Butterfly Knight leader in danger, Iguro Abanai was anxious and shouted, Knight leader, total concentration, breath of the serpent, 5th form, serpent's writhing. At the same time, Kanroji didn't hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique. Total concentration, breath of water, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. The two rushed towards Butterfly Knight leader at breakneck speed, trying to save her before the fireball struck. However, during their rush, a figure appeared that was even faster than the two of them, charging straight towards Butterfly Knight leader. The speed was so astonishing that it shocked Iguro and Kanroji. Total concentration, breath of sound, 1st form, boom. The massive dual blades continuously struck the fireballs, intercepting them one after another. Upon seeing this, Butterfly Knight leader regained his spirits. The figure in front of him was none other than the recently fainted Yusui Tenjin. Ha! My score is complete. Let's make it magnificent. Great. The Butterfly Knight leader let out a high-pitched shout that echoed through the skies, as if to break through the oppressive atmosphere. Initially, everyone thought Yusui Tenjin was just an ordinary actor. But who would have thought that he would take this opportunity to carefully compose that long-awaited score? Chapter 120, Sealing. At this moment, Yusui Tenjin moved like the wind, his hands tightly gripping two incredibly sharp dual blades, soaring up and down as the blade glimmered with a chilling light. With each strike, he unleashed a thunderous force, striking hard against the tentacles of the Yamada no Orochi. Accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking, those thick and menacing tentacles were severed one after another. Black blood splattered everywhere, falling like raindrops. Ha ha! I have seen through your filthy tune. Yusue Tenjin laughed wildly as he accelerated his attacks. His figure moved freely across the battlefield, elusive like a ghost. As the battle intensified, he became completely immersed in the fierce fighting, forgetting everything around him, fully entering a state of selflessness. However, even so, Yusue Tenjin did not forget the plan they had devised earlier. Just as he was locked in fierce combat with the Yamada no Orochi, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "I will hold him off. You all focus on defeating him." Ha ha ha! This statement echoed like thunder, instantly spreading across the entire battlefield, energizing his companions who swiftly began to act according to the established strategy. Hearing this, everyone raised their shimmering Nichiren blades without hesitation, roaring in unison as they pounced toward the massive and grotesque Yamada no Orochi. In an instant, Iguro Abanai's figure flickered like a ghost, leaping into the air. He tightly gripped his Nichiren blade, fully concentrated. Snake breathing. First form. Serpent slash. As the words left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from him, infusing the blade. The already razor-sharp Nichiren blade now radiated a chilling light. Utilizing this momentum, Iguro Abanai shot toward the chest of the Yamada no Orochi like an arrow released from a bow. However, just as he was about to hit his target, a thick, slimy tentacle suddenly shot out from the side, sweeping toward him with lightning speed. Just as it was about to strike Iguro Abanai, another furious shout rang out. Total concentration. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. Immediately, a sharp water blade, as blue as water waves, appeared out of thin air and struck fiercely at the incoming tentacle with overwhelming force. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, accompanied by a dull, cracking sound. That ferocious tentacle was brutally severed, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of foul blood. At the same time, two figures appeared like lightning behind the Yamada no Orochi. Kanroji Mitsuri shouted, "Total concentration. Love breathing. Third form. Love's grievance." The Nichiren blade in her hand traced brilliant arcs in the air, each slash infused with endless tenderness and killing intent. The trajectory of the blade was unpredictable to everyone. Meanwhile, Shinobu Kocho whispered, "Total concentration. Insect breathing. Centipede dance. Hundred-legged serpent's abdomen." Her movements were light and agile, like a spirit butterfly weaving through flowers. The Nichiren blade in her hand glimmering with a sinister light, striking with deadly precision. The two worked together seamlessly, attacking simultaneously from above and below, and in an instant, a flash of cold light passed. One of the massive heads of the Yamada no Orochi crashed to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain, staining a large area of the ground black. The massive and grotesque body of the Yamada no Orochi emanated a chilling aura. Each of its attacks carried earth-shattering power, with a lethal force that sent shivers down one's spine. However, despite its strength, this giant beast had a fatal weakness: poor agility. In an instant, everyone seized this flaw and launched a fierce attack with lightning speed. The Yamada no Orochi hadn't even had time to mount an effective defense when one of its massive heads was brutally severed. Damn it! Inside the body of the Yamada no Orochi, Kibutsuji Musen let out an angry roar, his voice filled with unwillingness and resentment. He looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, but soon his emotions underwent a dramatic change. Suddenly, Kibutsuji Musen burst into a loud and arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! Even if you can kill me today, so what? I am an existence with immortality. Even if you kill me, it won't be long before I will be reborn again. You foolish beings will never truly eliminate me. This is my great righteousness." Kibutsuji Musen's words revealed unparalleled confidence and arrogance. Even if you can truly come back to life in the future, we will definitely cut you down mercilessly again. Hearing this arrogant statement from Kibutsuji Musen while charging at him, Butterfly Shinobu did not hesitate to retort. Her face twisted slightly in anger, the long blade in her hand shimmering with a cold light, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. The root of all this destruction is because of this man. Without him, this world would have remained at peace. Total concentration. Shadow breathing. Fifth form. Dark Dragon's Dark God. A black-purple circular blade surged toward the Yamada no Orochi like a frenzied top. In response to the attack, the Yamada no Orochi hurriedly extended its tentacles and head to defend. Ha ha ha. One person holds off too. I'll drag him down first. Sound breathing, insect breathing, love breathing, water breathing, snake breathing. Just then, countless terrifying, clawing tentacles surged like a tide, attempting to break through the defenses. However, Butterfly Shinobu and her companions were already on high alert, swiftly weaving between the tentacles. The blades in their hands glimmered with a cold light, each slash precisely hitting those tentacle heads that try to get close. Thanks to the tenacious resistance of Butterfly Shinobu and the others, an excellent opportunity for Butterfly Shinobu to attack was created. The soul actually lies within such a filthy body. You derange man Muzan, accompanied by this roar. The blade in her hand shot out like lightning, with a fierce momentum, constantly striking the massive and hard chest of the Yamada no Orochi. For a moment, the clash of blades and sparks flew everywhere. Under the torrential assault of Butterfly Shinobu, deep cracks gradually appeared on the chest of the Yamada no Orochi. Finally, after a series of relentless, powerful strikes, the filthy black heart, radiating an evil aura, slowly emerged. Facing this heart that symbolized sin and darkness, Butterfly Shinobu did not hesitate at all. With a flick of her wrist, she quickly returned the blade to position, then struck down again with force. With a crisp sound, that black heart was instantly split in two by the sharp blade. A foul-smelling black blood gushed out from the broken part, splattering on the ground, as if it were a merciless accusation against Muzan's crimes. Goodbye. Chapter 121, Strong Assist. Butterfly Knight Leader. You'd better survive until I am resurrected. With Muzan Kabutsuji's roar of anger, the body of the Yamada no Orochi gradually lost its vitality. After the Butterfly Knight Leader fell to the ground, everyone rushed over. Wow, it should be dead, right? This big guy is really impressive, the Rusty Rabbit said, panting with a knife on his shoulder. Ah, we really defeated this terrifying creature. It's unbelievable. Indeed, we are invincible. At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri was so excited that her face turned red. She tightly hugged Butterfly Shinobu and then happily spun around like a child, constantly cheering. Haha, all right, Mitsuri. Stop spinning, I'm getting dizzy. Kanae smiled as she gently patted Mitsuri Kanroji's shoulder, signaling her to stop. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory and completely let their guard down, the already fallen Yamada no Orochi underwent an astonishing transformation. Its massive body began to writhe violently, as if an uncontrollable force was rampaging within it. At the same time, dazzling lights emanated from the serpent's body. Its entire form gradually expanded, presenting a terrifying posture as if it were about to explode. This is bad. Something's wrong. Everyone run. The ever-alert Tenjin Yuzi was the first to sense the danger. His face changed dramatically as he shouted for everyone to flee the area immediately. But it was already too late. Time did not allow them to react further. In an instant, there was a deafening explosion as Yamada no Orochi's body suddenly erupted. What on earth is happening? Did Muzan Kabutsuji actually learn this self-detonation technique from his subordinates? Humph, what a shameless person, only able to secretly learn others' moves. Could this be considered stealing from our sixth brother? Facing the sudden situation, Kanae could not help but exclaim in shock. But without any hesitation, she quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, hide behind me." With that, the blade in her hand instantly split into countless shards, which intertwined at lightning speed like meteors. In the blink of an eye, they formed an incredibly solid barrier. Following that was a series of deafening explosions. Bang! 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 Although the barrier Kanae created successfully blocked most of the explosive force, the powerful shockwave still surged towards them like a roaring sea. Ultimately, everyone was violently thrown into the air by the aftermath of the explosion, flying far away. The villagers at the foot of the mountain looked up in astonishment towards the peak. They saw that the mountain, which should have been clearly visible, was now shrouded in thick gray smoke and mist, as if the entire summit had plunged into chaos. A gust of wind howled past, dispersing some of the smoke. However, not a single part of the forest on the mountain remained intact. The once tall and straight trees were now either snapped in half or uprooted, lying haphazardly on the ground. Some tree trunks had even been burned to a charred state, still emitting wisps of smoke. Furthermore, the ground was pockmarked and uneven, with large and small craters scattered throughout, as if it had experienced a fierce battle. The earth was overturned, and rubble was everywhere, making it hard to imagine what terrible events had transpired here. Cough, cough, cough. Is everyone alright? The first to awaken from unconsciousness was Mitsuri Kanroji. Her extraordinary eightfold muscle density acted like an indestructible shield, able to withstand most of the damage. It should be noted that just a short while ago, in the Swordsmith village, she had endured an attack from a blood demon art with her immense muscles. At this moment, Kanae was also gradually regaining consciousness, feeling an unbearable soreness throughout her body. Enduring the intense pain, she struggled to push off the massive clump of earth that was pinning her down. Afterwards, she gently brushed the dust off herself, while also clearing away the stones and debris that had piled up on Kanae, who was buried nearby. Little Kanae, how are you? Are you hurt? Butterfly Knight anxiously called out, carefully cradling Butterfly Ninja's armpits with both hands. It looked like he was holding a young child. After a while, Butterfly Ninja slowly opened her eyes and weakly responded, I'm okay, but why does my body feel so itchy? As she said this, she instinctively twisted her body. However, when she realized the position she was in at that moment, she immediately felt embarrassed and angry. Hey, who old a girl like this? Butterfly Shinobu stared at Butterfly Yoru with puffed cheeks, her face flushed with anger. Hearing Shinobu's scolding, Butterfly Yoru was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a relieved smile. He gently lifted the corners of his mouth, forming a gentle curve, and softly said, Oh, I'm so sorry, little Shinobu. I was just worried about your safety, and in a moment of urgency, my actions might have been a bit ungraceful. Please don't be angry. After saying that, he gently set Butterfly Shinobu down and reached out to help her tidy up her slightly disheveled hair and clothes. Soon after, Tenjin Yuzi, Kanae Tsiri, and Zenitsu Agatsuma all woke up. What a magnificent showdown. Why does it feel like this monster gets weaker as the fight goes on? Isn't it obvious, Kanae? His size makes him less mobile, and with 6 of us attacking him, what do you think? Considering the situation on the battlefield, to ensure the safety of the members of the Hidden Corps, everyone agreed to abandon the cleanup on the mountaintop and first take care of the village. Kanae, Mitsuri is obviously injured too. You should go help her. At that moment, Butterfly Yoru leaned closer to Kanae's ear and whispered, How can I help? You idiot. Carry her down the mountain. Don't miss this great opportunity. Before Kanae could react, Butterfly Yoru pushed him in front of Mitsuri Kanroji. What's wrong with Mr. Iguro? Mitsuri Kanroji asked in confusion as she looked at Mr. Iguro approaching her. I. Kanae's face turned red, unable to voice his thoughts, but expressed himself through action. In an instant, he princess carried Mitsuri and quickly headed down the mountain. Hey, wait, Mr. Iguro. Mitsuri Kanroji was filled with shock, as he was the first man to ever carry her. Aside from the Demon Slayer Corps and her own family, she despised other men. In that moment, Mitsuri felt warm inside. Thus, she reached out her hand and loudly called to the others behind her. Everyone, hurry up and go. Chapter 122, back to the team. What's going on with Kanae? He just carried Mitsuri, and his face turned so red, running faster than a rabbit. Zenitsu asked with a puzzled expression. Tenjin Yuzui seemed to see through it all and burst out laughing, saying, This is truly a magnificent and sweet scene. At that moment, Butterfly Yoru also smiled and chimed in. This is what love is. Just then, when the 3 of them suddenly found themselves face to face, they stared intently at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. However, as soon as Tenjin Yuzui let out a hearty laugh, the other 2 seemed to be infected by it and also burst into laughter. The 3 of them laughed heartily, their laughter seeming to break through the clouds. They were so carefree, completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around them, as if they hadn't just gone through such a battle. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, who was seriously cleaning the dust off her face, suddenly felt a mysterious large hand reach over and firmly grip her. In the next second, she felt her body lighten dramatically, and she was lifted into the air. Oh no! Butterfly Shinobu first let out a shocked cry, but soon regained her composure and turned her head to see who was so bold. To her surprise, it was Butterfly Kanae who had grabbed her. Butterfly Kanae laughed heartily and shouted, let's go. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but shout anxiously, you guy at least change me to a more comfortable position. Don't just squish me under your armpit like a little chick. Okay? Just like that, the 3 of them flew between the cliffs. What the hell? Is this a person? Suddenly, Butterfly Yaori looked ahead at a Heisho Bane, his mouth twitching. The scene before them was simply astonishing for the 4 of them. Heisho Bane was alone, tightly holding onto Kanroji Mitsuri, his figure darting like a phantom between the steep and towering cliffs. Every casual leap down was an astonishing distance of several dozen meters. Yet, even in such a perilous situation, Ihei Shobane was still able to hold onto Kanroji Mitsuri steadily, moving smoothly without obstruction. Oh dear, it seems this colorful and heart-stirring love really gives Shobane immense strength and courage. Haha. I need to hurry back to accompany my gentle and virtuous 3 wives. Yuzui Tenjin laughed while teasing, stepping lightly between the cliffs. Hey. You guys ganging up to bully me, a honest person, is really not fair. Hearing Yuzui Tenjin's words, Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but show a helpless expression and shouted at them. Just then, Butterfly Yari suddenly spoke up, by the way. I need to return to the team soon. I have to go see my dear Kocho. I wonder if she completed her mission successfully this time. This sentence pierced straight into Kanroji Mitsuri's heart like a sharp sword, making him feel an instant wave of despair and helplessness. Looking at the 3 men in front of him, one was already immersed in sweet love, enjoying happy times. Another, although temporarily separated from his lover, still held a deep affection that had not faded. The last one was eagerly wanting to return to his beloved to check on her. In contrast, he was still alone, without any love to nourish him. Thinking of this, Kanroji Mitsuri clenched his fists tightly and silently encouraged himself. No, I can't just sit around anymore. I must take the initiative to find my own true love. So, he gritted his teeth and resolved to change his situation, bravely pursuing his own happiness. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, nestled under Butterfly Yari's arm, muttered softly, all day thinking about his sister. He must be craving her body. At this moment, the village at the foot of the mountain was shrouded in tranquility. This tranquility, however, could not conceal the traces left by the recent fierce battle. The smoke had not yet cleared, and remnants of walls and debris were scattered everywhere. Amidst this chaos, a group of members from the Demon Slayer Corps dressed in black were busily moving about. They worked together to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Several black-clad individuals swiftly moved large stones and thick tree trunks. These obstacles, which had been lying haphazardly on the ground, were gradually cleared aside through their efforts. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, soaking their clothes. Yet, no one complained, focusing intently on their work. At that moment, a kindly old man approached slowly, his steps unsteady. He looked at these hard-working young people with eyes full of affection. Young men, if you're tired, take a break. Don't overwork yourselves. The old man's gentle voice was like a spring breeze, softly brushing past everyone's ears, bringing a touch of warmth. Hearing the old man's concerned words, a tall, sunny young man raised his head, revealing a bright smile as he replied, Thank you, sir. But this little work is nothing for us. It's our mission. The speaker was none other than the long-absent Zenitsu Agatsuma. Just as Zenitsu finished speaking, a clear, crisp voice suddenly shot past his ear like the wind. Yo, Zenitsu, I didn't expect it to be you helping out again. You really are working hard. No time to chat. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Bye. Zenitsu was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned around to see who was in such a hurry. When he saw the person, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. It was none other than the long-lost Butterfly Yari. She flitted through the crowd like a swallow, leaving everyone with a graceful silhouette. Following her were several Hashira. Hey, Yari-sama is still as lively as ever. Zenitsu shouted in the direction where Butterfly Yari had disappeared. Watching the figures of the group gradually fade away, he smiled slightly and then turned back to continue his hard work. Meanwhile, within the Butterfly Mansion of the Demon Slayer Corps, several screams echoed. Hey, yellow-hair boy, stop screaming. Hurry and take your medicine. Extra chapter. Self-rescue? Oh my god, this is just too heartbreaking. How could this happen? I was ruthlessly kicked out of the Butterfly Mansion, under the moonlight, which was as clear as water. A quiet and dark bamboo path appeared particularly eerie. At this moment, Butterfly Yari was leisurely resting her hands behind her head, continuously mumbling complaints. Not long ago, Butterfly Yari had been flitting around the vast Butterfly Mansion like a headless fly, asking everyone if there was anything interesting to pass the time. Unfortunately, Kanae was out buying medicine and hadn't returned, and Kanae was resting and sleeping. The entire Butterfly Mansion was immersed in silence, without a hint of fun. However, Butterfly Yari's reckless antics eventually angered the usually calm and collected Butterfly Shinobu. Without saying a word, Butterfly Shinobu reached out her seemingly delicate yet powerful jade hands, first lifting Butterfly Yari, then swinging him outside. In an instant, Butterfly Yari's sword, mask, and Haori were all flung out like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily onto the ground outside. What surprised Butterfly Yaoi even more was that even he himself was not spared, as he was unceremoniously thrown out of the butterfly mansion by Butterfly Shinobu. However, fortunately, there were kind-hearted people like Tanjiro and others who helped plead on his behalf. After a round of earnest persuasion, Butterfly Shinobu finally relented and did not completely strip Butterfly Yaoi of his right to continue living in the butterfly mansion. Thinking of this, Butterfly Yaoi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In this world, it seems that only one's own wife is the best. Those boys who are loved by their wives are truly as happy as precious treasures. As Butterfly Yaoi walked, he suddenly looked ahead and saw someone waving at him. Upon closer inspection, wow, it's my dear Kocho returning. In an instant, she spread her arms, ready to run forward. But suddenly, a space-time rift appeared in front of Butterfly Night Leader. What? It's this again. Winky face. The rift's attraction was incredibly strong, directly pulling Butterfly Night Leader in. Damn, could it be? I'm going to leave here? No way, absolutely not. As Butterfly Night Leader let out a faint scream, she disappeared into the black hole. Butterfly Night slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still in the midst of shuttling through. Meanwhile, a voice kept appearing from nowhere beside her. Do we know each other? Bring on, don't hold back. How can I meet you all in this way? Sister, look, he's not even making a move. I can't take it anymore. Oh, it's fine. Let Mr. Immortal Chuan and Mr. Yong help, along with Mr. Mingyu. Hizuru's sister. Suma. Maki's sister. Blood Demon Technique. 3. Gradually, as the voices faded away, Butterfly Night also slowly walked out from the black hole. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, both sides instinctively took action, then showed their vigilance. The Butterfly Night Leader turned in one direction and suddenly realized that this person seemed to be himself, yet not himself. Although nothing could be seen under the bright, radiant eyes due to the cover, only the Butterfly Night Leader knew he was crying. The other self looked at the Butterfly Night Leader with confusion and said, "You, who are you?" Gazing at his current body, the Butterfly Night Leader seemed to understand what to do. Is my energy being suppressed? It seems my condition in this world is not good. The Butterfly Night Leader also caught a glimpse of the other self beside him. He saw the cold bodies of Hina, Sumo, and Muksu lying on the ground, their blood seemingly still warm. In that moment, the Butterfly Night Leader's heart tightened, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Wanting to see who had harmed him, the Butterfly Night Leader looked in the opposite direction, and a shocking scene unfolded. How could this be? Is this the reason you can't take action? That's right. I can't take action either. But I will not harm them. To ensure that you do not stop here, Butterfly Night Leader was momentarily stunned, drawing the knife from his waist and pointing it directly at the 5 people in front of him. Dark breathing. Second form. Sudden shadow. Suddenly, Butterfly Night Leader paused in his stance with the knife. His figure vanished for an instant and then appeared right in front of the 5. What? 5 triad fusion. Dark breathing, light breathing. Blessing of the night. Shining blades. Death dragon, dark god. In that moment, Butterfly Night Leader's knife split into several pieces. Each piece was of a different color, accompanied by the enhancements of the crimson blade and patterns. In just an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bright red blood swirling in the air. Thunderous strike. Boom! After a loud explosion, Butterfly Night Leader retreated a distance. The smoke in front slowly dispersed, revealing that all 5 ghosts had their hands and feet severed, lying helplessly on the ground. Due to the slow recovery speed of the crimson blades, this was unbelievable. Sister? Ha ha ha. How interesting. Wait for me to recover. At this moment, Butterfly Night Leader coughed up a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground with the knife. This was the first time using this technique, and, coupled with the pressure on his lungs, his body ultimately couldn't bear the burden. Seeing this, another version of himself hurried to support Butterfly Night Leader. At that moment, a bright female voice rang out. May I ask why you didn't take the opportunity to behead us? It's nothing. You beat us up like this? Butterfly Night Leader did not answer the question directly. Instead, he turned to another version of himself and said, "Don't give up. Even if you're all alone, what you must hold on to is for a better tomorrow." Following this, the other version of himself understood something from the eyes of Butterfly Night Leader. "Let me take you back." Then, with both hands slowly assuming a sitting posture, a powerful energy flashed through. The Butterfly Night Leader closed his eyes as a strong light pierced through, and when he opened them again, he found himself in the same position. Was it just a dream? But the pain on his body still told him that what had just happened was real. Just as the Butterfly Night Leader was lost in thought, A pair of gentle hands embraced his neck, and in an extremely soothing manner, said, "Knight Leader, what's wrong?" Looking down, it was indeed Hui Wei. Butterfly smiled knowingly at night, but suddenly spoke up. "Hui Wei, I'm not feeling well. Can you carry me?" Chapter 123. It hurts, bro. Oh no. How did my little Rin fall asleep with her arms tucked under her? Miss Liang, Mei Chuan exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation drew the attention of Xiaobana, Tian Yuan, Qian Tu, and Mi Li, who were present, toward the direction she indicated. The Butterfly Knight leader was momentarily stunned by these words, unable to believe what he was seeing. As he followed the sound and slowly lowered his gaze, he was unexpectedly met with a sudden, small, white fist. The tiny fist moved incredibly fast, striking his cheek like lightning. Ah! With a scream of pain, the Butterfly Knight leader felt a sharp pain in his face. At that very moment of discomfort, the Butterfly Ninja, who had been sleeping snugly under his armpit, seized the opportunity. Like a nimble little cat, it quickly wriggled free and escaped from the cramped space. After landing lightly, Shinobu stood steadily on the ground. She patted her slightly disheveled clothes from her earlier movements. Then she looked up and playfully pouted at Butterfly Shinobu, showing a proud expression. Immediately after, she didn't forget to stick out her small, delicate, pink tongue towards Butterfly Shinobu, quickly flicking it as if to challenge her. "Let's see if you dare to carry me like that again." Huh? Is Shinobu awake? I don't know about that. Kawamoto Kyuka blinked her lively big eyes, showing a hint of confusion on her face, and then playfully stuck out her tongue. She didn't look mature at all. "Oh, let's not talk about that. I still have a lot of medicine to finish preparing, so I need to hurry." After saying that, she waved cheerfully at everyone and then turned around, bouncing away like a lively little deer. Ha ha ha. This is so magnificent. Such a splendid scene makes me want to hurry home and reminisce with my wives. I'm off. Brother Shinobu, Yuzui Tenjin exclaimed. He waved at everyone with a big smile, and in a flash, like lightning, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. Meanwhile, Iguro Abanai was carefully holding Kanroji Mitsuri in his arms, looking around and murmuring to himself, "I need to check Mitsuri's body quickly. I wonder why Kanae hasn't come back yet." As he spoke, he tightened his hold on her, as if afraid that if he loosened his grip, she would be harmed. After hearing Abanai's words, Butterfly Shinobu finally woke up and realized something. Their group had been traveling all night, and now it was daytime when they finally returned. Logically, Kanae should have returned by now. Yet instead, my husband Zenitsu and Inusuke were making a commotion in the courtyard. Butterfly Knight leader, bastard, stop it. Winky face, Butterfly Shinobu grabbed Inusuke and Zenitsu by their collars with both hands. Inusuke, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned, but then turned around and protested. "Hey, it's you. Come on, let's duel." He swung his fists repeatedly, trying to get closer to Butterfly Shinobu. "All right, let me ask you something. Have you seen Lord Hashibara?" Without paying any attention to Inusuke's strange actions, she asked with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu was first taken aback, then seemed to suddenly realize something. He quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Huh, Lord Hashibara? Miss Kanehira is right over there." Following the direction Zenitsu pointed, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze finally landed on a wisteria tree in the distance. There, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on two people. Kanehira, facing the warm sun, was walking lightly step by step toward the seated Sanemi Shinazugawa. She held some bandages and medicine in her hands, her face radiating a gentle and healing smile. Meanwhile, Sanemi, sitting on the ground, appeared somewhat restless. His usually cold face had a slight blush. This. At the same time, music unexpectedly started playing. Singing Ajun fell in love with Ah-chong on a quiet night. Butterfly Shinobu seemed to be under a spell, standing frozen in place like a wooden puppet. Even Inusuke and Zenitsu, who had successfully broken free from their restraints, were completely oblivious to him. He stared blankly ahead, as if the entire world had been reduced to the shocking scene before him. When he finally came to his senses and slowly turned around, an even more devastating sight unexpectedly entered his view. He saw Tanjiro tightly embracing Kanae, his expression serious and solemn as he said, "Kanae, please follow your true feelings." His demeanor resembled that of a deeply affectionate man proposing to the one he loves. Meanwhile, Kanae blinked her big eyes, looking at the boy in front of her with confusion. "Kanae? Tanjiro, what the hell?" At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. "Little Shinobu." It turned out that Butterfly Shinobu was calling for Shinobu. However, Shinobu playfully winked at him and smiled, saying, "Sorry, Nightingale brother, but I have important work to do, so I'll be off now." With that, she quickly left like a gentle breeze, leaving Butterfly Shinobu standing alone. On the other side, watching this series of events unfold was Iguro Abanai, who cautiously held onto Mitsuri Kanroji and quietly slipped away while Butterfly Shinobu was still unaware of their presence. Seemingly afraid of getting caught up in the chaos, everyone in the Butterfly Mansion was paired off while he stood there all alone. I could accept that my wife was taken by my brother for a while, as she would eventually come back. But our sister Kanae was also taken away. Damn. The Butterfly Knight leader felt a surge of anger inside and then clenched his fists. All right, since that's the case, so be it. I will report the mission to the Lord. The Butterfly Knight leader flicked their haori and turned to leave, their backs so lonely and solitary. Bang, bang, bang. My lord, please come in. The Butterfly Knight leader gently pushed open the door, and upon looking forward, was momentarily taken aback and said, "Is Lady Amain here too? I apologize for the rudeness. It's no problem. Are you here to report the task to Wise Eye? Then I'll go brew some tea first." Amain slowly stood up and left, while the Butterfly Knight leader sat in front of the house caretaker Wise Eye. "Please speak," Wise Eye said with a smile gently. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 124. A brief vacation at noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the intense sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, mercilessly pouring into the room. The room was bright, with dust dancing in the light. Butterfly Shinobu sat quietly on the tatami mat, dressed in a demon slayer uniform. Opposite her sat the head of the Kanroji family, Kanroji Yoya. Despite bearing a curse, he maintained an upright posture and a kind expression, giving off a sense of calmness and warmth. "I understand now, Shinobu. Thank you for the information," Kanroji Yoya said softly, giving a slight nod. His voice was calm as water, as if he already understood everything. Just moments ago, Butterfly Shinobu had reported the final results of the mission in detail to Kanroji Yoya, clearly outlining every detail, including the difficulties encountered, the strategies employed, and the ultimate outcomes. However, what caught Kanroji Yoya's attention even more was the experienced Butterfly Shinobu mentioned about encountering and battling Muzan Kibutsuji in the Spider Mountain. Although Kanroji Yoya maintained a composed demeanor throughout, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, Butterfly Shinobu, through her understanding of him, keenly sensed the shock deep within him. It must be said that the mysterious curse borne by the Kanroji family was as cruel and merciless as a divine punishment. This curse was like an invisible shackle, binding every male member of the Kanroji family tightly. It would be passed down from generation to generation, never ceasing. And only by completely eradicating Muzan Kibutsuji could this terrible curse be ended. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. She was deeply aware of the weight of the mission she bore and understood that defeating the immensely powerful Muzan Kibutsuji would not be an easy task. But no matter how rugged and difficult the road ahead may be, she would resolutely move forward without hesitation. To break this damned curse, to save more people. "You've really worked hard lately. You just returned to the team and haven't had a chance to rest properly, and we've already assigned you a new mission. I imagine you're feeling somewhat overwhelmed and unable to cope," Kanroji Yoya said gently with a smile. He looked at the somewhat fatigued Butterfly Shinobu before him, his eyes full of concern. "So, you can rest easy now. Don't worry too much about work. I've already arranged it. Your area will temporarily be overseen by Meiki-suk, so there won't be any issues." Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu was clearly taken aback, obviously not expecting the Lord to be so considerate and thoughtful. After a while, she regained her composure and showed a grateful expression, quickly bowing to thank Kanroji Yoya. "Thank you for your care and consideration, my lord. You are truly thoughtful, which warms my heart. I will go rest now and will not let your kindness go to waste." After saying this, Butterfly Shinobu turned and slowly left, bouncing away from the place, filled with admiration and gratitude towards Kanroji Yoya. Kanroji Yoya watched the figure of Butterfly Shinobu and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Being young is wonderful. I will rely on you all in the future." What is this? When Butterfly Nightingale had just walked out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, he saw a letter sent by Ming, carefully untying the thin string tied to the bird's leg. He gently opened the envelope, but the contents made him instantly widen his eyes. It was a shocking message, as if a bomb had exploded in front of him. The gaze of the Butterfly Knight caller kept scanning the letter back and forth, pondering its meaning. The fingers gripping the envelope unconsciously tightened slightly, revealing his inner confusion and lack of understanding. "So that's how it is, huh? The Lord actually trusts me this much. Let's go, Ming." The Butterfly Knight leader pouted slightly. The corners of his mouth lifting into a barely noticeable smile. He quickly tucked the envelope away, pretending to act nonchalant, with his hands clasped behind his head, leisurely continuing to walk forward. At this moment, the spirit perched on his shoulder was still chattering about various recent events. However, the Butterfly Knight leader seemed not to care much about it, only occasionally responding to show he was listening. By noon, the sun was shining down on the earth, making it hard for people to open their eyes. But the Butterfly Knight leader had no intention of returning to the butterfly house. He felt that if he went back, he would surely be fed 2 or 3 bottles of vinegar again. The man and the bird wandered aimlessly, and before the Butterfly Knight leader knew it, he had arrived in front of a small restaurant located in a little village. The restaurant looked quite large, but the sign hanging at the entrance was particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of passers-by. Since he was here, he might as well have a bite. The Butterfly Knight leader was silently pondering in his heart, and his feet involuntarily moved towards the restaurant. He gently pushed open the door of the restaurant, accompanied by a slight creaking sound, and stepped into this place filled with the atmosphere of bustling activity. However, just as he entered the restaurant, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Along with that person's voice, "Brothers, we've arrived in town. Let's go grab a quick meal first." Butterfly Knightling shook his head, trying to shake off the strange thought. He walked up to the counter and shouted at the busy owner, "Boss, 1 order of sukiyaki." Just as his words fell, another crisp voice followed closely, "Boss, and 1 order of sakura cake." Hearing this voice, Butterfly Knightling couldn't help but shudder, quickly turning his head to lock his gaze on the speaker. He saw that the other person was also staring directly at him, their eyes meeting, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. "Miri?" Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed in surprise, as the woman before him was none other than Mitsuri Kanroji, whom he knew. "Brother Shinobu?" Mitsuri Kanroji also looked astonished, clearly not expecting to encounter Butterfly Shinobu here. At this moment, Mitsuri Kanroji had just finished bandaging her wounds, but she appeared to be in relatively good spirits. The Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, shouldn't one rest well after being injured? But looking at Mitsuri Kanroji, so relaxed and carefree, he thought again that perhaps it was due to her extraordinary 8-fold muscles that allowed her to recover quickly. Considering this, it actually makes sense. "Let's eat together, Mitsuri." Butterfly Shinobu smiled and invited Kanroji Mitsuri. "Oh, is that really possible? That's great. Thank you, Brother Shinobu." Kanroji Mitsuri's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she happily accepted Butterfly Shinobu's suggestion. Then, the two of them found a seat together, waiting for the delicious dishes to be served. I'm leaving, father. Mother. Chapter 125. Little girl? The 5 ants are joyfully dancing on the tip of the tongue. After Kanroji, Mitsuri swallowed a bite of cherry rice cake. Her adorable face instantly blossomed with a smile as bright as spring flowers. Her big, watery green eyes curved into crescent shapes, sparkling with happiness and satisfaction, as if the whole world was filled with this sweetness. Her pink-green braids also seemed to come to life at that moment, gently swaying with her joyful mood, as if celebrating this wonderful moment with their owner. Every strand of hair exuded a faint cherry blossom fragrance. It blended with the sweet aroma in the air, intoxicating and irresistible. Looking at Mitsuri's hair color, Butterfly Shinobu found the reason in his mind. It seemed that when Mitsuri was little, she ate a lot of cherry rice cakes, which made her this way. If that's the case, then what did I eat to get this house? Or did my old man pass it down to me? This thought was quickly tossed out of Butterfly Shinobu's mind, and he picked up a piece of beef to savor it slowly. 5 ants. The two of them focused on their meal, continuously sharing the joys of their daily lives. "Brother Shinobu, Mr. Iguro is really nice." Kanroji Mitsuri stretched out her leg to show him the green knee-high socks he gifted her. "Not bad. They suit you very well," Butterfly Shinobu praised. Just then, a sudden commotion of shouting and roughhousing erupted outside. The noise shattered the originally peaceful atmosphere inside the room, instantly capturing both of their full attention. What happened? I'll go take a look." Butterfly Knight leader placed the money in his hand gently on the table, then slowly stood up and left his seat. "Wait for me. I want to see the excitement too." Seeing Butterfly Knight leader hurriedly walk out the door, Mealy couldn't contain her curiosity and quickly followed him out of the room. At that moment, the scene outside was shocking. A group of elegantly dressed nobles in luxurious kimonos were relentlessly chasing a petite little girl. However, things didn't go as planned. The little girl stumbled and fell to the ground due to a protruding stone. With a dull thud, she crashed heavily onto the hard ground. "You little brat. How dare you run? Why aren't you running now?" The middle-aged man, with a fierce and menacing face, immediately quickened his pace and rushed forward. He reached out with his rough, calloused, yet powerful hands and ruthlessly grabbed the little girl by her hair, yanking her up. The poor girl was forced to look up at this detestable man. Suddenly, the tall man with a face full of flesh revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. Without warning, he swung his strong hand and slapped the little girl's delicate, fair cheek with a swift motion. The loud smack echoed like thunder in the air. Struck so hard, the little girl's tiny body trembled violently like a leaf in the wind, and she even spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Following that, a blood-stained tooth fell from her mouth, hitting the cold, hard ground with a crisp sound. "Stop! What are you doing? Get lost, mind your own business." Meanwhile, a group of burly bodyguards standing beside the man immediately pounced like hungry wolves, surrounding Butterfly Knight Leader. They all had menacing looks on their faces and raised their fists, swinging them fiercely at Butterfly Knight Leader. But no one expected that, facing this aggressive group of enemies. Butterfly Knight Leader merely squinted his eyes slightly and instantly activated his divine vision ability. Just a few seconds later, the once intimidating bodyguards began to scream in agony as they fell to the ground, moaning in pain. After dealing with them, Butterfly Knight Leader quickly turned around and grabbed the man's wrist tightly. The man winced in pain and couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Before he could react, Butterfly Knight Leader struck out again, directly sending the vile man flying several meters away. The man crashed heavily to the ground, looking disheveled. On the other side, the gentle and kind Miri quickly walked over to the little girl and carefully crouched down to check her condition. She gently stroked the girl's hair and softly comforted the frightened and hurt child. "Oh dear, are you okay? You have blood at the corner of your mouth. And you've lost a tooth. You are too cruel," Miri accused the group of men. "Oomph. This girl, her parents have already sold her to us. You have nothing to do with this." Butterfly Knight was taken aback, and before he could say anything, the little girl interjected in front of the two. "You're lying. That's not how it is. You threatened my parents and tricked them into signing that paper." The man who heard these words was clearly a bit angry. "You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? It's clearly written in black and white. What is there to say? I see you just don't want to leave. Spit. You wretch." Butterfly Knight Leader gently turned her head and spoke to her companions behind her. "Miri, could you go ask what exactly is going on?" Kanroji Miri carefully draped her snow-white haori over the little girl. At that moment, her face was beaming with a gentle smile, resembling a kind and amiable older sister. Kanroji Miri softly inquired, "Little sister, what happened? Could you tell your sister a bit more detail?" Her gaze was filled with concern and care, making one feel warm as spring. The little girl visibly trembled upon hearing Kanroji Miri's question, showing a hint of wariness in her eyes. However, when she saw Kanroji Miri's sincere and gentle smile, her fear gradually dissipated. Seeming to sense the little girl's unease, she quickly reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair, offering comfort. "Don't worry, little sister, we will definitely protect you." Saying this, she lightly tapped her chest with her hand to show her determination. "Sister," after making up her mind, the little girl pointed fiercely at the group of men and gritted her teeth as she said, They took advantage of my parents' weakness to drug them. They forced them to write on paper. They said if I just signed, they would let me go, but in reality, they sold me." Chapter 126, Eternal Violet, ha ha ha, nonsense. "There is no such thing," the man shouted with a flushed face, his eyes wide open in anger, his voice trembling with rage. At that moment, the residents who had been merely watching from a distance and enjoying the spectacle hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Whispers and pointed fingers could be heard from the crowd. Some faces showed curiosity, while others displayed a gloating expression. However, in the tense standoff between Butterfly Knight Leader and the other party, they had no time to pay attention to the reactions of the onlookers. No one noticed that amidst the chaos, a figure like a specter silently approached Butterfly Knight Leader. It wasn't until the sharp blade pierced the air with a soft sound that people realized something was terribly wrong. The long knife plunged straight into Butterfly Knight Leader's chest, instantly splattering blood. The attacker wore a vicious expression, gripping the knife handle tightly and continually pushing it deeper, as if wanting to embed the entire blade into Butterfly Knight Leader's body. Just as Butterfly Knight Leader activated her spirit vision state, she caught sight of the fluttering paper talisman at the waist of the man in black. Butterfly Knight Leader stepped forward and threw an uppercut at the man, causing him to faint momentarily. Taking advantage of the momentum, she pulled out her knife and kicked the man away while forcefully tearing off the paper talisman. "Damn it!" Butterfly Knight Leader cursed under her breath. The crowd, who had originally harbored doubts about the little girl, was suddenly convinced by the man's actions. Knight leader, are you okay? Kanroji Mitsuri shouted in panic upon seeing this scene. I'm fine. The butterfly knight leader gestured with his hand, and although blood was still flowing from his chest, he stepped towards the chief one step at a time. He suddenly grabbed the collar and threatened, "Speak clearly, or else." Butterfly Knight leader clenched his fist while speaking. Even the people around him were constantly clamoring for the man to provide a fair explanation. I won't say. The middle-aged man clearly thought of something, but after looking at the two normally dressed man and woman in front of him, he chose to keep the secret. After all, it wouldn't be good if this got out. Since it was break time, Butterfly Knight leader and Kanroji Mitsuri were not wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and did not carry swords. Come to my house. They're still there. The clues are still there. The little girl shouted, catching Butterfly Knight leader's attention. After observing the surroundings and realizing who knew about this, he let out a shallow breath. Then, with a burst of strength, he took off into the wind, and by the time the people around reacted, there was no one left. Seeing the troublemakers disappear, the crowd gradually dispersed, feeling bored. The scene shifted as Butterfly Knight leader, following the little girl's description, brought the group to her residence. With a bang, the door was kicked open, revealing 4 or 5 noble men dressed in hanfu inside. Without turning around, they asked, "Did you take care of that little girl?" "And master, there was a little accident." As the man trembled while saying this, the men finally turned around and saw the shocking scene. A group of guards lay around the Butterfly Knight castle, and beside them were Kanroji Mitsuri and a little girl. "You, where are my mom and dad?" The man looked up at the little girl in confusion, then smiled charmingly. "Humph, did you think finding one person would allow you to take revenge?" "Little Hung, back when your parents were the young master and young mistress, we even called you Miss Hung. But unfortunately, I found an opportunity. Your parents treated us well. So why did you have to do this? Why? Ha 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 ha. As servants, only money can shake us. And you're on my OG family. You made a lot of money through this method. We are also doing this for ourselves. We have no choice. Human desire can never be satisfied." As he spoke, the 4 or 5 men drew their long knives from their waists and charged towards the 3 at Butterfly Knight Castle. Is it still about money? Human desire is so deep. So what are we protecting these people for? If money could solve everything, then why are there still so many deaths? If money could solve everything, wouldn't Musen be able to die? Butterfly Knight leader muttered angrily under his breath, and his body began to operate the breathing technique. Meanwhile, in the Butterfly Mansion, the Dark Emperor's knife on the first floor seemed to have a connection like a magnet flying out of the Butterfly Mansion. It tore through the sky, heading straight for the direction of Butterfly Knight leader. The Butterfly Knight leader raised his hand to grip the Dark Emperor's knife and easily knocked the 4 or 5 men to the ground. He also targeted their hand tendons and leg tendons. Although it was a bit cruel, it was all for the sake of avenging the little girl. The girl named Xiao Hong nodded in gratitude to the two and rushed into the room. Huh, is there something inside the room? Let's go take a look to find out. Butterfly Knight leader and Kanroji Mitsuri followed the little girl into the room. What lay before them exceeded their worldview. Xiao Hong was holding the cold bodies of his parents, crying out loud. To their surprise, as the little girl's tears fell drop by drop, her body began to dissipate. It was as if a candle flame was burning out, slowly fading away. How could this be? Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth with both hands, shocked. At that moment, the little girl, her voice hoarse from crying, began to explain. Thank you, brother and sister. My family is a family of Onmyoji, and my father and mother are very great Onmyoji, but they have no children. So they exhausted part of their energy and lifespan to create me, a Shikigami. My father and mother love me very much. But before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Heng's body turned into fragments and scattered in the wind. The incident happened too quickly, leaving Butterfly Knight leader and Kanroji Mitsuri unable to react. It all occurred in less than 2 hours. To willingly give up one's life for a created Shikigami. What kind of familial love is this? Even in death, they were thinking of their child. This is truly. Kanroji Mitsuri gradually came to her senses from her shock, tears unconsciously falling. She didn't know why, even though it wasn't happening to her. She felt a deep sense of empathy. The butterfly gently handed over a tissue, wiping the tears of Ganlu Temple's honey glass. What kind of creatures are humans? Some would do anything for money, while others sacrifice their lives for their ideals and principles. If life were to be categorized into different ranks from high to low, then humans are both great and pitiful. After Butterfly Shinobu and Kanroji Mitsuri finished cleaning up everything, they left this sorrowful place with a heavy heart. In Butterfly Shinobu's arms was the divine book of the Yin-Yang family, and in her hand were a few paper talismans. Chapter 127, Sister Hui and Sister Shinobu. Why do you think Brother Shinobu sees money and power as so important? Butterfly Knight Leader, I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know that our path will keep moving forward. As the sun sets, its light reflects on Butterfly Knight Leader's face, revealing a youthful aura. After sending off Kanroji Mitsuri, Butterfly Knight Leader returned to the mansion, preparing to study those few books on Onmyoji. Upon pushing open the ornate door, he found Tamayo and Yashiro quietly drinking tea on the sofa. Tamayo looked up and, seeing Butterfly Knight Leader, invited him to join them for tea. "It's you, Knight Leader. Just in time. I brewed a lot of tea for us to enjoy together." "Thank you, Miss Tamayo. Then I'll trouble you, Yashiro." Yashiro, who originally wanted to remain unnoticed, clearly choked a bit upon hearing Butterfly Knight Leader's words. "Yashiro, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." After the warm tea soothed his throat, Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't help but admire Miss Tamayo's tea skills. Once their break was over, Tamayo and Yashiro went to the library on the 3rd floor to read. Butterfly Knight Leader shrugged helplessly and said, "Sigh. It really seems like I need to read for a lifetime." When he saw that he was the only one left in the living room, he cautiously took out a few somewhat worn books on Onmyoji from his pocket. He gently flipped through the pages, focusing intently as he browsed through them one by one. Although some of the characters in the books were already blurred and some of the content was difficult for him to understand, he was able to grasp the main ideas thanks to his unique insight into the way of yin and yang. Could this be the legendary Onmyoji secret manual? Yin and yang are harmonious. When separated, each possesses unique strengths, but when combined, they can be invincible in the world. The Butterfly Knight Leader whispered the words from the book softly, sinking into deep thought. After a while, the Butterfly Knight Leader slowly picked up the Dark Emperor blade that was placed nearby and began a chant. Accompanied by the incantation, he suddenly exerted force and thrust the long knife fiercely into the hard floor. In an instant, a muffled sound was heard as the blade embedded itself deeply into the ground. Immediately afterwards, the Butterfly Knight Leader began to use breathing techniques to guide the flow of power within his body. However, at that crucial moment, he suddenly felt a powerful backlash surge in like a tide. This force instantly swept through his entire body, as if it wanted to completely hollow out the Butterfly Knight Leader's form. No. The Butterfly Knight let out a startled cry, wanting to forcibly resist this backlash force. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, her body fell straight back like a puppet that had lost its support, eventually collapsing heavily to the ground. Thud. Damn it. The recoil is actually this strong. Butterfly Knight Leader gradually woke up from his coma, gripping the edge of the sofa as he slowly stood up. Picking up the shattered Dark Emperor blade scattered on the floor, he used a bit of breathing technique, and the blade instantly returned to its original state. In a state of confusion, Butterfly Knight Leader felt as if his mind was shrouded in a fog, making it impossible to think clearly. He urgently needed a way to alleviate this chaotic state and regain clarity of thought, as if driven by some subconscious impulse. He hesitated not at all to take off his clothes and casually toss them onto the sofa. Then, like a sleepwalker, he headed straight for the 2nd floor. The large hot spring room on the 2nd floor was a place he had specifically chosen when designing this house. He transformed the original space, dedicating 1/3 of the area to create this hot spring room. Now, it seemed like a perfect plan. Upon entering the hot spring room, a wave of warm steam greeted him, bringing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He slowly walked into the hot spring pool, feeling the hot water enveloping his body, as if all his worries and stress dissipated with the steam. What a rare opportunity to feel this comfortable. The Butterfly Knight collar slowly leaned back against the wall, the muscle lines perfectly accentuating its form, just like the handsome muscles of all the esteemed viewers. Gradually, the Butterfly Knight collar fell asleep in the warm water. Not long after, a creaking sound was heard as the door was slowly pushed open, and 2 figures walked in. That's strange, sister. Today the time has passed so quickly. I feel like I've only been busy for a little while. How come it's already dark? One of the figures blinked, looking puzzled. Little Shinobu. That means you were working too hard and forgot about the passage of time. Another figure gently replied with a smile. It turned out that these 2 figures were Kanae and Shinobu, who rarely returned to the Butterfly Mansion together. As soon as they entered, they relievedly took off their belongings and the clothes they were wearing. Then, like 2 lazy cats, they plopped down on the soft sofa. "Hey, sister, You smell so strongly of blood. Hurry up and take a shower. Shinobu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her nose as sensitive as a puppy's, immediately catching the strong smell of blood on her sister Kanae. Kanae smiled a little awkwardly. She knew that, after just returning from a mission, she was definitely covered in blood and dirt, but she still stubbornly said, "But Shinobu, you're just like this too. Why can you only bully your sister?" Shinobu playfully stuck out her tongue, then reached out and gently poked Kanae on the tip of her nose, laughing as she said, "Hee, sis, stop being stubborn. Hurry up and take a shower, or else the bloody smell will get worse later." Kanae smiled helplessly and then walked into the room with Shinobu. The two pushed each other playfully, giggling as they removed their clothes, revealing their fair skin. After that, they walked together into the hot spring room on the second floor. The hot spring room was filled with steam, and the warm spring water was bubbling in the pool. The sound of the door opening startled Butterfly Yuri, who turned to look. As a result, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. Through the mist, he saw two glistening white women standing in front of him. They were completely naked, with no clothing to cover their bodies. This sudden sight left Butterfly Yuri speechless, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. In an instant, his nosebleed gushed out like a flood, splattering on the ground. At that moment, Shinobu and Kanae also spotted the person in the bath and gasped in surprise. "Ah, pervert." Chapter 128. Only children make choices. I want them all. Wait a minute. Butterfly Yuri suddenly shouted, his voice revealing a hint of fear and urgency. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, silently cursing himself. It was obvious that he had been misunderstood and was being seen as that pervert. However, before he could finish his sentence, a barrage of items came flying at him like raindrops. "Wait!" Butterfly Yuri shouted again, but it was too late. Soap, shampoo, towels, and other toiletries flew at him like projectiles, some landing directly in the bath and splashing water everywhere. Many others seemed to have a mind of their own, heading straight for Butterfly Yuri's head. All he could hear were the dull thuds of impact. Those items hit Butterfly Yuri's head with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the entire second floor was filled with his miserable cries. This is even scarier than the Demon King and the Upper Moon. Finally, Butterfly Yuri managed to find a moment of respite. He quickly and nimbly grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it tightly around himself, as if it were his last line of defense. Then, using his breathing technique, he instantly moved to stand in front of Shinobu and Kanae. His speed was so fast that it was almost imperceptible, like a flash of lightning. When he appeared before the two, his hands shot out like lightning, grabbing Shinobu and Kanae's hands. "Wait, it's me, Butterfly Yuri." His voice echoed in the air, filled with urgency and panic. As he spoke, both Shinobu and Kanae froze for a moment, their actions pausing. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Shinobu furrowed her brows tightly, her face showing an expression of anger as she spoke without any courtesy. "Hey, how did you get here?" Facing Shinobu's question, Butterfly Yuri did not back down. He retorted confidently, "This is the bathroom, of course. I'm here to take a shower." Shinobu obviously didn't expect him to respond that way, and her retort was stuck in her throat. It seemed that what Butterfly Knight said wasn't wrong. This was indeed a bathroom, and logically, a bathroom is a place for bathing. Just as the two were to stand still, suddenly, Kanae seemed to notice something unusual. She frowned slightly and said softly, Shinobu, did you forget that we're still undressed?" This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air. The tense atmosphere was instantly shattered. The movements of the three seemed to be frozen, coming to an abrupt halt. Butterfly Knight listened to Kanae's words and instinctively followed her gaze downwards. Upon doing so, his eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. Kanae and Shino's bodies were as pure as crystal, emitting a faint glow, like angels descending to the mortal realm. Their skin was smooth and delicate, without a single blemish, as if they were nature's most perfect masterpieces. You can imagine it as a piece of tofu. The nosebleed of Butterfly Knight collar gushed out uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. His mind was blank, completely forgetting where he was, only feeling dazzled by the beautiful scenery before him. Meanwhile, Kanae and Shino blushed at that moment, their cheeks as ripe as red apples, vibrant and dripping with color. The two hurriedly covered their important body parts with their hands, trying to hide this embarrassing scene. However, Butterfly Knight Collar's rude actions angered the two women. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their fists, striking hard at Butterfly Knight Collar. With a loud thud, his eye socket immediately swelled up, looking just like a giant panda. He let out a cry, covering his eyes and retreating, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. In the end, Butterfly Night Collar sat alone in the water, his body curled up, hands tightly hugging his knees. Ah, this damn heartless society. Why do all the bad things happen to me? He sighed softly, his voice echoing in the silent room, revealing endless helplessness and frustration. After a quiet sigh, Butterfly Night Collar sat still, initially thinking he would just end up soaking in the water like this. However, fate always enjoys playing tricks on people. Just when he was about to give up, the door suddenly opened once again. The slight creaking sound was particularly jarring in the tranquil atmosphere. The heartbeat of Butterfly Night Collar instantly quickened as he recalled his previous encounters, filling his heart with fear and unease. Without time to think, he quickly covered his eyes with his hands like a startled rabbit. I didn't see anything. Huh. Ah, Night Collar Cohen is really adorable. Kanae gently pushed open the door. In the moment she stepped into the room, a phrase floated into her ears like the wind. A simple phrase made the corners of Kanae's mouth curve upward, revealing a faint smile. This smile blossomed like spring flowers, warm and bright. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked towards the water, her figure reflected in it. And as she approached, the surface of the water rippled. Slowly sitting down, she gently leaned in front of Butterfly Night Collar, as if that was the most natural position. The body of the Butterfly Night Collar stiffened slightly, seemingly surprised by Kanae's actions. The hands that were placed over the eyes gradually moved away, feeling the girl's skin. Butterfly Yeeling blushed rare red, experiencing a bath with a girl for the first time. Moreover, they were both naked. Kanae's delicate and fair hands kept playing with the water surface. Then she gently asked, Yeeling, if you could only choose between me and my sister, who would you choose? Upon hearing this, Butterfly Yeeling instantly put away the previous expression and smiled instead. Is there even a need to think about it? Only children make choices. I want them all. As she said this, she gently wrapped her arms around Kanae's shoulders. After hearing this, Kanae wasn't angry. She just covered her mouth and gently laughed, saying, Oh my, Yeeling-kun, you are really greedy, which puts this young lady in quite a dilemma. As she spoke, Kanae also linked her arm with Butterfly Yeeling's. The two held hands, creating a very happy scene. Butterfly Yeeling couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, Kanae was still the gentlest. Gradually, Butterfly Yeeling embraced Kanae, who sat steadily on his lap. The two enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring together. Chapter 129. I'm here, Shinobu. Yeeling-kun, I can't reach my back. Can you help me? Kanae said softly, her voice revealing a hint of a pout. She gently handed over the bath towel in her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Beside her, Butterfly Yeeling, seeing Kanae's adorable appearance, felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. As Kanae's lover, he naturally wouldn't refuse this task. He smiled as he took the bath towel and carefully supported Kanae, afraid she might slip. Kanae's skin was as smooth as silk. With an excellent touch, Butterfly Yeeling gently wiped her back with a bath towel, each movement filled with affection. As he rubbed, Kanae's body trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Butterfly Yeeling focused on massaging her back, enjoying the intimacy of the moment. Outside the door, Butterfly Run was sitting and reading, listening to the sounds inside, gripping the book tighter. Not there, a little lighter, Yeeling-kun, it hurts a bit. Oh, sorry, Kanae. I'll lighten up and slow down a bit. Shinobu Kocho furrowed her brows, not knowing what she was thinking, but in the end, she held back her urge to rush in. I can't fight with that stinky Yoruchi. I can't fight with that stinky Yoruchi. Butterfly Shinobu's delicate fingers, as tender as green onions, gently pressed against her temples, then rotated softly. Meanwhile, her lips were not idle, constantly murmuring that phrase. Just then, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze fell upon Kanae, who was by the hot spring. Kanae's cheeks were flushed like ripe apples, and she was breathing slightly heavily, looking truly delicate and adorable. If one had not experienced it firsthand, they might mistakenly believe she had just gone through an intense love affair. However, Butterfly Shinobu smiled wickedly, and an evil thought quietly arose in his mind. Just when Kanae was completely defenseless and feeling weak, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly pounced on her like a hungry tiger. He pecked at her soft cheeks several times. Kanae's face is so soft, Butterfly Shinobu secretly marveled, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Kanae's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Butterfly Shinobu in shock, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her. However, after just a moment of astonishment, Kanae's body seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, slowly leaning closer to Butterfly Shinobu. She successfully wrapped her arms around him, then unhesitatingly pressed her lips firmly against his. This kiss was filled with a sense of defiance, as Kanae gave it her all. "See, domineering." Kanae. After some playful banter, Butterfly Shinobu and Kanae were both drenched. Water droplets slid down their skin, dripping onto the ground as they tightly wrapped themselves in bath towels and walked out of the bathroom. The gaze of the Butterfly Knight leader unintentionally met that of the Butterfly Shinobi. It was a gaze that sent chills down one's spine, as if it could penetrate a person's soul and utterly tear it apart. Butterfly Yiling's body involuntarily trembled, and he secretly thought to himself, such a strong, killing intent. However, Butterfly Shinobu did not linger too long. After giving Butterfly Yiling a cold glance, she turned around without hesitation and walked into the bathroom. With a loud bang, the door closed. A few seconds later, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom, as Butterfly Shinobu was rinsing her body. The sound of the water was particularly clear in the silent room, making Butterfly Yiling unable to help but imagine what Butterfly Shinobu looked like at that moment in the bathroom. Kanae's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. She immediately understood Butterfly Yiling's thoughts. Slowly extending her lips, she gently bit Butterfly Yiling's ear, as if whispering in his ear. "You still need to keep trying, Yiling-kun." Kanae's voice was soft yet teasing, causing Butterfly Yiling's ears to instantly turn red. Then, as if recalling something amusing, Kanae continued, "Oh, by the way, I saw you at noon. Yiling-kun." Her laughter revealed a hint of pride, as if she had discovered a little secret. "Aren't you jealous, Yue?" Kanae suddenly changed the subject, directly exposing Butterfly Yiling's thoughts while casually mentioning another matter. The face of Butterfly Yiling instantly turned red, and he stammered in response, I'm jealous." Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with sincerity, making it impossible to ignore. Kanae clearly did not expect Butterfly Yiling to admit it so decisively, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, looking at Butterfly Yiling's shy appearance, she secretly sighed. This little husband is really innocent. The two sat together on the soft sofa, with Kanae snuggling against Butterfly Yiling's broad chest like a gentle little cat. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink, and an endless darkness enveloped the entire world, as if time had come to a standstill at that moment. The sound of dripping water in the bathroom suddenly stopped at a certain moment, as if the messenger of the night was announcing the official arrival of darkness. Originally, Butterfly Yiling was eagerly looking forward to falling asleep with Kanae, feeling her warmth and tenderness. However, just as he was immersed in this beautiful fantasy, Kanae suddenly grabbed his hand and led him to Butterfly Shinobu's room. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Butterfly Yiling was somewhat at a loss, but he still obediently followed Kanae into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Butterfly Shinobu's indifferent face, clearly not welcoming his arrival. However, Kanae did not notice Butterfly Shinobu's dissatisfaction. She still enthusiastically pulled Butterfly Yiling and made him sit by the bed. Butterfly Knight was sitting there somewhat awkwardly. After looking around, she found the decor quite girly, with pink walls and a large purple bed. There was even a panda plush toy on the bed, along with a bookshelf and other items. After some coaxing from Kanae, Butterfly Shin finally reluctantly agreed to let Butterfly Knight stay overnight in her room. Although her tone was filled with reluctance, Butterfly Knight still felt a sense of relief, as she no longer had to face the long night alone. "It's agreed. This side is yours, and that side is mine. No crossing over." Shinobu Butterfly pointed with her small hand, instantly creating a line. In response, Butterfly Yaori smiled and accepted it, naturally lying on the bed and patting the blanket beside her, saying, "The moonlight is really round tonight, Shinobu." Chapter 130, Departure. At this moment in Shinobu's dream, if you're so strong, why don't you go fight the 6 upper moons and the Demon King?" In the dream, Shinobu heard Butterfly Yaori's joke and disdainfully replied, "Ha ha ha ha, just 6 upper moons and the Demon King. I'm the strongest, don't worry, I will win." The Butterfly Knight leader didn't care at all about this, waved her hand to showcase her impressive power, and confidently said, "If you win, I'll agree to be your girlfriend." Butterfly Shinobu scoffed and countered after placing the bet. "Really? Well, if there's ever a chance in the future, I will definitely make you my girlfriend, just like Hui. Caw, caw." As the sun rose, the harsh cawing of crows shattered the tranquility of the morning. However, Butterfly Yaori was completely oblivious to this, as he had tightly sealed the windows and drawn the curtains, completely isolating himself from the noise of the outside world. Butterfly Knight secretly admired in his heart. This quiet environment made him feel incredibly comfortable. He originally planned to turn over and continue enjoying this rare tranquility, hoping to sleep a little longer. Just as he had just turned over, a strange sensation suddenly struck him, as if something was lying on his body. Strange? Butterfly Yeeling felt a trace of confusion rising in his heart. He slowly opened his eyelids, which felt as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound burden, trying to see what exactly was happening. As his vision gradually became clearer, the scene in front of him left him so astonished that he could hardly breathe. He realized he was still lying in the same position, and at some point, Butterfly Shin had gently curled up on top of him like a well-behaved kitten. Not only that, but Butterfly Shin was also holding him tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. To make matters worse, Butterfly Shin was only wearing a snug pair of panties, although the thin fabric barely covered her private parts. The remaining 80 of her body was fully exposed to Butterfly Yeeling's gaze. The snow-white skin, the silky long hair, and the subtly visible curves all made Butterfly Yeeling's heart race. Wow, Shin, no wonder you haven't grown taller. It turns out you've allocated all your height to other places. At least a C-cup. Peach-flavored Shin? Or, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, leaving him somewhat at a loss. At that moment, after observing that Shin showed no signs of waking up, Butterfly Yeeling let out a sigh of relief. However, the little restlessness in Butterfly Yeeling's heart reemerged, and he flashed a wicked smile. Thus, Butterfly Yeeling leaned in and kissed Butterfly Shin's soft, plump cheek. Although he felt a bit guilty, his gaze quickly shifted to another place. In front of the 2 pairs of big white rabbit milk candies, out of curiosity, Butterfly Yeeling reached out with his bony fingers and gently touched them back and forth a few times. How to evaluate this? I can't say. Let the esteemed audience give their opinions. After touching them back and forth a few times, Butterfly Shin's eyelids twitched slightly. In an instant, Butterfly Yeeling noticed and quickly closed his eyes, becoming someone who knew nothing. Winky face. It tickles. When Shinobu Kocho opened her eyes, she suddenly became aware of herself. She found that she was no longer in that position, but was now lying on top of Butterfly Shinobu, completely unaware of it. Her face turned as red as a tomato in an instant. What? Where's my bra? I clearly remember that I was wearing it. Shinobu Kocho noticed that Butterfly Kanae was still asleep, so she quietly slipped out of bed. Finally, she found her bra under the bed, but just as she was about to pick it up, the door creaked open. Butterfly Kanae walked in. Oh my Shinobu. It's time to get up. Oh, I'll just step out for a moment. Kanae opened the door and saw Butterfly Yurichi lying bare-chested, while her sister was half reaching for her bra under the bed. In an instant, her mind began to race with thoughts, and she slowly spoke before quickly closing the door and leaving. Wait, sister. It's not what it looks like. But before she could finish her sentence, Kanae was already gone. With tears of frustration, Shinobu immediately got out of bed, grabbed her clothes, and blushed as she went out the door. Butterfly Night Leader, you scared me to death. But luckily Hui Hui saved the day in time. I must say, they truly are like sisters. As long as they marry the person they love in this lifetime, there will be no regrets. Approaching noon, Butterfly Night Leader, who had taken a nap, got dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and headed towards the Butterfly Mansion. On the way out, she saw Miss Tamayo and Yashiro preparing something. However, Butterfly Night Leader already knew what was going on, greeted them, and left randomly. During this time, she also encountered Kanroji Mitsuri, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and Iguro Abanai. The 3 of them were also packing their things. Hey, Night Leader, aren't you going to pack? Shinazugawa Sanemi asked in confusion. I've been excluded from this mission. Butterfly Night Leader shrugged and said, You're not part of this mission? That's surprising, Iguro Abanai remarked, while nearby, Kanroji Mitsuri was hissing. What? Looks like Night Leader is taking a vacation again, Kanroji Mitsuri said lazily. Ha ha ha. See you after the vacation, oh? Butterfly Night Leader waved goodbye to the 3. In response, the 3 didn't say much more and continued packing their things. Hi, Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu pushed open the door to the butterfly house and, upon raising her eyes, saw Butterfly Ayam wiping her Nikron blade. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shinobu couldn't help but tremble. When she looked up at Ayam, her mind recalled the events of the morning, and she felt a rush of embarrassment. What? Are we leaving already? So early? Butterfly Ayam sat down next to Shinobu, crossed her legs, and gently said, It's rare to hear such gentle words from you. Shinobu responded, Yes, my lord said I discovered the location of Muzan Kabutsuji's appearances, and it seems to be quite frequent. My lord has dispatched all the Hashira in the organization to exterminate him. It seems you're the only one left. After Shinobu Kocho finished speaking, Her eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Staring at Kaneo's handsome face, Shinobu was dazed for a moment. Ha ha, then I'll make a cake and wait for your triumphant return. If anything unexpected happens, let Michiro deliver the message. Butterfly Knight smiled and gently touched Butterfly Shinobi's head with one hand, stroking it softly. Don't touch me anymore, or I won't grow tall. What's supposed to grow has already grown. Chapter 131. Isn't it? Are you stealing home? Kanae said as she was about to leave. Aren't you going to give me a kiss? Ha! It's better to obey than to resist. Butterfly Knight leaned over and gave Kanae a big kiss. Oh, why are you using so much strength? Kaneo Tsuyuri looked at the scene, just about to say something. The next second, Shinobu Kocho quickly kissed her on the cheek. Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Knight leader. Hee, I'm leaving. I still have to go prepare a cake for you all. The Butterfly Knight leader quickly left the scene, but did not forget to bid farewell to the 3 women. That's right, 3 women, because of the importance of the mission. Miss Rio Mikawa was also sent. Faced with the scene of the 3, Miss Rio quietly watched. Goodbye, X3. Looking at the figures of the 3 women gradually fading away. The Butterfly Knight leader sighed lightly, and then entered the Butterfly House. Hey, where are you guys going? I don't see your names on the mission list, do I? When Butterfly Shinobu walked into the sick room of the Butterfly Mansion, her gaze was immediately drawn to Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu. She thought for a moment, recalling that this mission did not seem to involve any members below the A rank. However, the 3 of them were busy packing their things, which surprised her. Oh, it's you? Shinobu, we're going with Mr. Rengoku to the Infinity Train. I heard the 12 Kazuki are appearing there. Tanjiro explained excitedly. Yeah, doesn't the wolf tail look cool? Butterfly Shinobu said proudly. Tanjiro replied, cool. It's you, Zenitsu. Why get back? We have to spar properly. You must wait for me, the king. Inosuke boasted confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. Just then, Zenitsu suddenly clung tightly to Butterfly Shinobu's leg like a sloth. Tears and snot were flowing down his face as he kept mumbling, I don't want to go, Shinobu. Save me. Butterfly Shinobu frowned helplessly and quickly shouted to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, pull him away. Okay. Tanjiro responded and hurriedly went forward to pull Zenitsu away. It took a lot of effort to finally get him off Butterfly Shinobu's leg. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the box that Tanjiro was carrying, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but exclaim, what a powerful bond of brotherhood and sisterhood. Reflecting on the moments spent with Tanjiro, Shinobu realized that she seemed to have very few opportunities to see Nezuko. Ever since she first met Tanjiro, Nezuko's figure had been like a shooting star in the night sky, fleeting and elusive. When the next night comes, she must go and see Nezuko. Butterfly Knight made a firm decision in his heart. He yearned to understand the bond between the siblings more deeply. Just as he was pondering, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke bid him farewell and left the Butterfly Mansion together. Their figures gradually receded, disappearing on the horizon. Goodbye. Well, now I'm all alone again. All right, there's Kanae. Damn, I forgot. Kanae went on a mission yesterday and won't be back for a few days. Butterfly Yi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness in her smile, then slowly spread her hands outward, as if saying, there's nothing I can do. She then turned and walked toward the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Butterfly Yi took a deep breath to calm her mood. She carefully checked each ingredient to ensure their freshness and quality met the requirements. Meanwhile, Xiaokuei also walked into the kitchen, her face showing some confusion and curiosity. Butterfly Knight leader saw Xiaokuei and smiled as she explained, I want to make a special cake to surprise everyone. Upon hearing this, Xiaokuei's eyes lit up, eagerly watching Butterfly Knight leader's busy figure. After the explanation, Butterfly Knight leader devoted herself wholeheartedly to making the cake. As time passed quickly, the sun went off work and the moon came on duty. When darkness fell, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching the Demon Slayer core. Egg white cream. Oh, I almost forgot that Xiao Xin likes pickled ginger. Humming a little tune, Butterfly Knight leader felt extremely joyful. She recalled how much she used to love Wu Lu Chi, especially these 3 lines in the blank. While swaying her body and humming the tune, her hands kept decorating the cake. She thought it would be a peaceful night, but suddenly an anxious voice came. Not good. Master Knight leader, Demon Slayer Corps. There are demons nearby. Xiaokuei rushed in through the door, anxiously, sweat on her forehead. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight leader paused her cake making, her eyes widening. If Muzan saw the location of the Demon Slayer Corps through this demon's perspective, The consequences would be unimaginable. Without hesitation, Butterfly Knight leader put on her mask, donned her Haori, and grabbed her dark blade before heading out. She instructed Xiao Kuei to inform everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps to be on guard. Okay. Xiao Kuei hurriedly ran out through the back door of the Butterfly Mansion to tell everyone the news. Brother, the location of the Demon Slayer Corps is really remote. Ha ha ha. I can see little Butterfly again. Indeed, it took a lot of effort to find this place. So scary. So scary. The Demon Slayer Corps, back in this place again. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Butterfly Knight leader stood quietly outside the Butterfly Mansion, his gaze sharp, fixated on the 7 people in front of him. His hand unconsciously moved to the hilt of his sword, fingers slightly curled, ready to draw at any moment. Although the 7 people before him were shrouded in darkness, making their faces indistinguishable, Butterfly Knight leader could immediately recognize their identities, the Upper Moons 1 to 6. Each of these Upper Moon demons was a powerful and terrifying existence, their strength unfathomable, instilling fear in others. However, facing such formidable enemies, Butterfly Knight leader had only one thought in mind: to protect the Butterfly Mansion and safeguard everything here. At that moment, the Upper Moons also sensed the presence of Butterfly Knight leader. Their gazes met, instantly creating an invisible confrontation. To them, this Ashira was nothing to be concerned about. In their eyes, Butterfly Knight leader was merely an ordinary enemy, somewhat powerful, but absolutely unable to contend with them. Chapter 132. Fight to the death. Sister, I had a special dream last night. Butterfly Shinobu's voice was crisp and cheerful, like a yellow aureole in spring. Kanae smiled and turned her head, looking at her sister's excited expression, and curiously asked, "Oh, what kind of dream was it?" Butterfly Ninja excitedly described the dream. "I dreamed that the Stinky Knight led someone to challenge the 6 Upper Moons. And guess what? He actually won." At this point, Butterfly Ninja's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a treasure. Kanae couldn't help but be drawn in by her sister's description, imagining the scene and feeling a surge of admiration in her heart. Butterfly Shinobu continued, "Then I told him that if he won, I would be his girlfriend." As soon as those words left her mouth, a faint blush appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Kanae looked at her younger sister's adorable expression and couldn't help but laugh. She gently stroked Butterfly Shinobu's hair and said softly, "Ha, you really are a brave girl, sister." At that moment, they were walking in the middle of the group, surrounded by a dozen Ashira and some rank A members. Everyone was silently moving forward, with their destination not far ahead. After Butterfly Shinobu finished speaking, she slightly raised her head and looked towards her sister. "What is it? That's in a dream. And I don't want to be his girlfriend." Kanae's eyes curved like crescent moons, her gentle gaze like the spring sunlight, shining on Butterfly Shinobu. Splash! Kanroji, without hesitation, buried his head in the water, feeling the cool spring water wash over his face. After washing her face, Kanroji lifted her head, her face brimming with an indescribable freshness and comfort. "Why don't you all come wash up? It's really refreshing." Kanroji smiled and waved enthusiastically to everyone. "Our water breathing is very natural with water, but for others." At that moment, Ju Tomioka suddenly interjected. "Everyone has their own preferences and habits." After hearing this, Kanroji was first taken aback, then showed an understanding smile. "That's true, then let's leave it at that." However, the atmosphere did not become awkward. It was instead broken by another voice. "Ha ha ha. As expected of the magnificent water Hashira duo. By the way, what is Shinobu doing?" After hearing this, Kanae pointed forward. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw Shinobu passionately discussing something with Kanroji, both of them beaming with excitement. "The Western-style cherry blossom cake is really delicious." Kanroji said happily, "I think so too. No matter what the flavor is, it's all delicious." Shinobu echoed, their laughter echoing in the air. Not far away, Mitsuri Kanroji and Kanae Tsuyuri were walking side by side. They did not join the discussion, but were focused on observing the beetles by the roadside. Meanwhile, behind the group, Nezuko Kamadu was looking into the distance, rubbing her prayer beads, silently reciting to the sky. "Namu Amida, but there are so many people. It's just getting dark, which means I have to drag this out until dawn. Humans, we meet again." Kokoshibo stood at a distance, gazing at the Butterfly Mansion, his voice deep and cold, like a demon from hell. "Now, your injuries have healed, and your strength has returned to its peak. It's time for a real showdown." As Kokoshibo's words fell, he slowly drew the long sword from his waist, the blade glinting coldly, sending chills down the spine. At the same time, Akaza, clad in a small blue vest, tightly clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, a cruel smile on his lips. Ha ha, your fighting spirit is high, but that will only make me more excited. On the other side, Doma picked up a golden fan, elegantly pointing towards the butterfly mansion, his tone laced with mockery. Oh dear, it's really unexpected that you haven't died yet. Huh? How tenacious. Jotaro rubbed his hands greedily, staring at the butterfly mansion, mumbling, what a perfect work of art. However, unlike the excitement and anticipation of the other three, Hantengu appeared somewhat timid. He hugged his head, squatting on the ground, his body shaking continuously, muttering, "We haven't confirmed how many people are here yet. Don't act rashly." Hearing Hantengu's words, Daki impatiently scolded, "Hey, Hantengu, it's just one person. What are you afraid of?" Meanwhile, Kokushibo glanced at Daki, displeased, and said, "Mind your words, Daki." At this moment, the silhouettes of the six stood out against the dark forest, but under the moonlight. Their eyes resembled those of terrifying ghosts. "There can't be just 6 people, Doma said. Shut your emotionless mind. Wait, if Akaza is here, then Rengoku should be safe over there." Butterfly Shinobu was questioned and simultaneously retorted to Doma. "Oh, you really make me feel different, even when death is imminent. Your mouth is still so tough." Blood Demon Art, Shiendong Ice Pillar. An extreme cold aura burst forth, transforming into a massive ice pillar, like a towering column, with unparalleled might, directly smashing towards Butterfly Shinobu. Destruction Kill. Demon Core, Eightfold Core. At the same time, another attack followed closely. A black light rapidly spiraled in the air, like a fierce black dragon, clawing and pouncing towards Butterfly Shinobu. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Needle Rain. Fish Kill. Countless tiny blood-red needles rained down, like a dense shower of arrows, leaving nowhere to hide. Blood Demon Art. Eightfold Band Slash. Another attack, like a red lightning, streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, raising a wave of blood-red light, cleaving straight towards Butterfly Shinobu. Moon-breathing land type, Eternal Night, Solitary Moon, Endless. The silver moonlight descended silently from the night sky, like a crescent moon, emitting a chilling aura that made one's heart race. In an instant, 5 attacks, differing in single target or area effects, surged towards Butterfly Shinobu like a roaring torrent. Faced with such fierce attacks, Butterfly Shinobu's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, raised his sword high, and shouted softly, "This strike is a bit precarious." Dark breathing, 5th form blessing of the night. As his voice fell, a black aura erupted from his body, enveloping him like mist in the night. The sword in his hand also turned pitch black at that moment, shimmering with a faint light. Immediately, Butterfly Shinobu swung his sword fiercely, and the blade shattered into countless fragments, fluttering in the air like black butterflies. These fragments, as if alive, rushed towards the 5 attacks. A loud explosion echoed, and a shock wave spread out like a powerful blast. In an instant, a large amount of smoke billowed up, as if a dense dark cloud covered the scene. Meanwhile, explosions rang out one after another, deafening and chilling. In the midst of the smoke, visibility became blurred, everything shrouded in the gray mist. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the Butterfly Mansion members' gazes finally pierced through the chaos. When they saw the scene before them, they were shocked to find Butterfly Shinobu quietly lying on the ground. Lord of the Shadow Pillar. Chapter 133. The battle has just begun. Not even a single blow. Doma's lips curled into a sneer, casually toying with the fan in his hand. At the same time, he looked at the person lying on the ground with a mocking gaze. However, just when he thought the battle was over, he suddenly sensed something unusual. No way. His fighting spirit is rising. Akaza's brows slightly furrowed. Beside him, Kokushibo's eyes flashed with surprise. Interesting. He then drew his sword again, preparing to unleash his breathing technique in response to this sudden change. Meanwhile, Daki, standing not far away, was also stunned by the scene before her, unable to close her mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, is this human? After our attack, he still isn't dead?" And in the Butterfly Mansion, Aoi and the 3 little ones anxiously watched the figure on the ground. When they saw that person slowly standing up, hope surged in their hearts like a tide. "I knew Lord of the Shadow Pillar wouldn't lose," Aoi shouted excitedly, her voice filled with trust and expectation for the Shadow Pillar. Lord of the Shadow Pillar. X3. At this moment, there was only Butterfly Shinobu among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. If they want to seek support now, it would probably be too late. All they could do was try not to drag down Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Knight leader slowly stood up from the vast void, shook his head vigorously, and then said, "The real battle has just begun." As he murmured this, the patterns on Butterfly Knight leader's body suddenly changed, in a place unseen by others. The patterns spread from his forehead to his left arm and chest. Like a flowing river of flames, they transformed into white-purple, starry patterns. "This is my true pattern." Butterfly Knight leader swung his blade. Originally, Butterfly Knight leader's patterns were at a basic level, but now they were fully activated. It was just that the right moment hadn't come yet. Fighting Spirit, the highest realm? Ha ha ha. Destructive kill leg technique. Yaozawa leaped up and kicked towards Butterfly Knight leader from his office. Butterfly Knight leader bent down to dodge, and the fragments of the blade transformed into finger claws attached to his hands, allowing him to punch back Akaza. Looking down at the ground, he noticed the jade pot had appeared here at some point. In response, Butterfly Knight leader continuously poured the blade fragments into it, causing it to explode. "Won whom I pot you." Suddenly, a large area of ice fog surrounded Butterfly Knight leader, but he remained calm in the face of such an attack. Breath of Darkness, 6th form, Night's Gathering. Instantly, he absorbed the surrounding ice fog onto the blade, and just as he was preparing to counterattack, he found that Tenjin and Daki had already approached him. Without hesitation, Butterfly Knight leader tossed the blade into the air. In midair, the blade transformed into a ring of light, cleaving towards the distant Kokushibo. Using the strength of his muscles, he caught the approaching bandages and golden fan from the two. At this moment, veins and blood vessels surged on Butterfly Knight leader's arms. "Cough. Is this all you've got?" "It's my turn now." Thomas Great Spin. In an instant, Butterfly Knight leader used the energy of his body to fling the two demons away, sending them crashing into a distant tree trunk. "Damn it. Hantengu. Hantengu, W.H. Watts. What's wrong?" "Lord Akaza." Akaza wasted no time and directly sliced Hantengu into 4 pieces. In an instant, 4 demons appeared. Cola, accumulated rage, decline, and empty joy. Butterfly Knight leader felt an ominous premonition, but before he could worry too much, a demon crawled out from Daki's body. Kyogai. Suddenly, the 1-on-6 situation turned into a 1-on-11. The advantage of 1-on-11 is mine. They need to protect 11 necks, and I only need to protect 1. Fusion technique. Light of Darkness. Shining Stab. In an instant, Butterfly Knight leader teleported to the front of the jade pot in a form of light. In just a moment, the light flashed and all the pots shattered, leaving only this one pot, which meant he could no longer evade a fatal attack. However, just as he was about to swing his blade, a powerful wind instantly blew the blade fragments away. What? In the next second, Butterfly Knight leader took out the scabbard and stored the blade inside to prevent it from scattering. Moon Breath, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail, Blood Demon Technique, Flying Blood Scythe. Without giving Butterfly Knight leader a moment to breathe, the combination attack from Kokushibo and Kyogai came. 2 scythes, accompanied by countless moon blades, slashed at Butterfly Knight leader while he was momentarily dazed. Although he managed to defend in time, he was still scratched and crashed into a nearby tree trunk. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Akaza's fist rushing towards his face, and Butterfly Knight leader immediately broke away from the tree trunk. At the same time, he collided with the completed form of Zung Patian. With a drumbeat, a wooden dragon emerged from beneath his feet, carrying Butterfly Knight leader into the sky. Winky face, divine void vision, imitation, wooden dragon. Suddenly, Butterfly Knight leader's eyes flashed red. A giant black dragon appeared in midair, tearing apart the wooden dragon that was dragging him. What is this? Zung Patian looked at the disappearing black dragon in confusion. Just as he landed, he was met with the fully formed punch of the jade pot. In an instant, due to the lack of adjustment, Butterfly Knight leader took a heavy hit and was sent flying. In midair, Butterfly Knight leader transformed the fragments on the blade into 2 finger claws and fitted them onto his fists. He adjusted his posture, forcing himself to come to a stop. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. It's so interesting that you can still counterattack so effortlessly under the attacks of 6 upper moon demons. You're the first. Doma clapped his hands and revealed that hypocritical smile to Butterfly Knight leader. A bit disgusting, Doma. In an instant, Butterfly Knight leader flashed in front of Doma. With such a short distance, can you hit me? Ha ha. However, just as he mocked Butterfly Knight leader about the attack distance, Doma felt a pain at his neck. He saw that the finger claws had somehow transformed into Wolverine's claws, viciously slicing open Doma's neck. Doma, don't let your guard down. I cut off your neck with my blade. Don't worry, you're not dead. When Doma, with his head dropped, heard Kokoshibo's words, he felt relieved. It turned out that Kokoshibo had already cut off Doma's neck just moments ago. Thank you, Lord Kokoshibo. Meanwhile, Butterfly Knight leader fought while retreating, continuously slicing through Daki's bandages with his sharp blades. Crazy woman. After the Butterfly Knight leader cursed softly, he immediately turned and jumped towards the tree. In the next second, a large pit exploded where the Butterfly Knight leader had been standing on ground. Wooden dragons emerged one after another, lunging at the Butterfly Knight leader. Transforming his claws into long spears, he gripped them tightly, spiraling down like a flying dragon, piercing and shredding the wooden dragons into pieces. Back in the day, at Chongban Slope. Ugh, I misspoke. At this moment, the Butterfly Knight leader had multiple wounds all over his body, with blood oozing from his abdomen, each wound bleeding profusely. The crimson blood stained his white and purple hair. However, in the distance, Kuratsuki Mu noticed that the weapon in the Butterfly Knight leader's hand seemed a bit unusual. Interesting. Demon hunters are really troublesome. Chapter 134. I Will Not Lose. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the Butterfly Knight leader shot towards the enormous trees like a cannonball, crashing into them at an astonishing speed. These sturdy trees were instantly broken apart. However, the momentum did not stop there. The Butterfly Knight leader continued to surge forward like a runaway truck, crashing directly into the room of the Butterfly House. Inside the room, the previously tense atmosphere was shattered, plunging into chaos. The people inside looked on in terror at this sudden scene. At that moment, Zenpachi also rushed into the room, his gaze landing on a large number of injured people, a glint of cruelty and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These injured individuals were covered in wounds, their blood staining the ground beneath them. Seeing this scene, the flames of rage in Zenpachi's heart burned even more fiercely. He glared at the injured, slowly raising his hands, preparing to unleash his terrifying blood demon technique to deal a fatal blow to these people. Just at this critical moment, the Butterfly Knight leader suddenly kicked up, striking towards Zenpachi with lightning speed. This kick was incredibly powerful, catching Zenpachi completely off guard, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Do you know what Leo flying kick is? Oomph. However, before the Butterfly Knight leader could finish showing off, he was already unable to hold on and half kneeled down. Little Kue, who was about to assist the Butterfly Knight leader, was interrupted. Don't come over, it will hurt you. In the next second, the Butterfly Knight leader stood up and threw a confident glance at everyone, charging out of the Butterfly House. The people inside the Butterfly House fixed their gaze on that figure, a truly magnificent presence. A sense of awe surged in everyone's hearts, and they silently prayed, hoping that this Master of the Dark Pillar could defeat the enemy and return safely. Master of the Dark Pillar, someone whispered, their voice filled with admiration and reliance on the Dark Pillar. Damn it, if I weren't injured right now, I would definitely fight alongside you. Another person said indignantly, his eyes burning with anger, clearly feeling very frustrated about not being able to join the battle. Breath of Darkness, Breath of Light, Fifth Form. Death Dragon Dark God, Shining Blade. The blade body fragments suddenly seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, instantly splitting into two identical Tang Hung blades. The Butterfly Knight leader spun rapidly in the air, as if the two Tang swords had been given life. They danced with the unique rhythms of the Breath of Darkness and the Breath of Light, welcoming the impending attack. Haha, how interesting. Faced with such an astonishing scene, Akaza showed no fear at all. Instead, he burst into wild laughter. He suddenly swung his fist, and a wave of energy surged forth like a raging tide, carrying a destructive momentum, charging straight at the Butterfly Knight leader. Destruction kill. Air style. However, at this critical moment, the Butterfly Knight leader formed a solid light shield with the two Tang swords, forcefully blocking the terrifying attack. Vampire technique. Crystal Guardian. Let these little ice people play with you, haha. Next to him, Doma had a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He gently waved his finger, and countless transparent little ice people flew out from his fingertips, raining down towards the two Tang swords. Destruction kill. Leg technique. Destruction kill. Air style. Akaza's punches and kicks aimed at the Butterfly Knight leader, but all were anticipated and defended against. Damn, using skills like a basic attack, huh? The Butterfly Knight leader transformed the fragments into knuckle spikes attached to his fists. Divine Void Sight. Imitation air style, leg technique. Bang bang bang. A look of surprise appeared on Akaza's face, but it was only for an instant, as excitement quickly replaced his expression. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the human before him, secretly amazed. This guy can actually use the same techniques as me to block my attacks. How interesting. Without hesitation, Akaza unleashed his ultimate move, Destruction Kill. Final style, Azure Silver Chaos Light. In an instant, it felt as though a tremendous power was roaring and surging within Akaza, like a volcano about to erupt. Butterfly Knight was startled and immediately wanted to withdraw. However, he suddenly realized that his legs seemed to be tightly bound by an invisible force, completely unable to move. What was going on? Butterfly Knight lowered her head in shock and saw that her legs were covered by a thick layer of ice. This ice layer was clearly the result of the blood demon art used by Doma. Huh? Iceman. Butterfly Shinobu glared at Doma with uncontrollable anger, feeling an immense disgust towards his sinister methods. As Akaza's attack came crashing down like a torrential storm, Butterfly Shinobu had no choice but to transform the fragments of her blade into a solid barrier to withstand this deadly strike. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The sound of a piercing scream suddenly erupted from Kokoshibo, its tone like a demonic resonance that made one's soul tremble. In that instant, Butterfly Shinobu found herself frozen in place, unable to move an inch. At the same time, Daki's bandages quickly coiled around Butterfly Shinobu's body like venomous snakes, striking her repeatedly, each hit bursting forth a spray of blood. The people inside the Butterfly Mansion witnessed this tragic scene, and a wave of sorrow surged within them, tears streaming down like a flood breaking through a dam. Lord Hashira, someone cried out in despair, their voice filled with hopelessness and grief. Lord Hashira, is it really necessary to confront such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy? Another person, with tear-streaked cheeks, shouted with a trembling voice. Woo! Woo, my lord. Another individual could only sob softly, unable to form coherent words. Just as the attacks from the demons finally ceased, Butterfly Shinobu's body had already been soaked in blood, as if she had been dyed into a blood-soaked figure. The Butterfly Knight collar was covered in grotesque wounds, blood continuously gushing from the injuries, staining the ground beneath him red. Cough, cough, cough. Butterfly Knight leader suddenly began to cough violently, each cough accompanied by a spurt of blood. His body swayed as if it could collapse at any moment. However, just when everyone thought he was too weak to continue fighting, Butterfly Knight leader suddenly leaped up like a flash of lightning onto the roof of the butterfly house. After enduring the excruciating pain in his body, he focused his energy, gathering all the shattered knife fragments together. With his will, these fragments seemed to be given life, quickly merging and transforming, ultimately becoming 10 incredibly sharp flying knives. Immediately, he unhesitatingly activated the blood knife mode, unleashing the full power of his body, creating a wonderful resonance with the flying knives. His hands moved like lightning, each swing precisely controlling the flight trajectory of the flying knives. The knives sliced through the air, glinting coldly, shooting towards the 7 evil spirits like meteors. The spirits were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock, completely unprepared for such an outrageous move from him. But Butterfly Knight leader knew this was just buying time. Chapter 135. Have you seen the final strike? The spirits, seeing the flying knives raining down, were immediately horrified, frantically pulling out their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off this fierce assault. It should be noted that these flying knives were not ordinary. They were enhanced with blood knife. This meant that once struck, the wounds would not heal in a short time, and they could even face death. However, amidst the chaos of the spirits responding to the flying knives, one figure stood out distinctly. Yuhu. Unlike the other spirits, Yuhu did not choose to take the flying knives head-on, but instead continuously dodged left and right, skillfully weaving between the gaps of the flying knives. Butterfly Knight also noticed the movements of Yuhu and immediately seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly aiming 3/5 of the flying knives at Yuhu. In an instant, several flying knives shot out like lightning, heading straight for Yuhu. At this moment, Yuhu was completely passive, desperately dodging these deadly flying knives. Master, Master, please save me. I only have this one pot. Yuhu screamed in terror while fleeing around like a headless fly, eventually hiding behind Uozu, tried to use Uozu's body to block the flying knives. Oof, what a useless waste, Uozu thought to himself, feeling disdain for Yuhu's behavior. However, he also understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. So he quickly adjusted his state and began to seriously respond to the overwhelming flying knife attacks. Just then, Black Mu was about to intervene, expressionless as he said, Kabutsuji, he is currently stalling us, which means there is only him here. You must immediately eliminate everyone you encounter. Leave no one alive. Kabutsuji responded without hesitation, "Yes, Lord Kokoshibo." His voice was cold and resolute. As his words fell, the scythe in Kabutsuji's hand was thrown towards the butterfly house with astonishing speed, spinning rapidly in the air and creating a fierce wind, as if it would tear everything apart. However, just as the scythe was about to hit the butterfly house, a figure flashed out like a ghost. Butterfly Knight's flying knives skillfully blocked Kabutsuji's attack. In that instant, Butterfly Knight's gaze suddenly fell on Doma. Staring at Doma's blood demon art, it seemed as if he grasped something important in that moment. The next second, Butterfly Knight waved his arm, and the flying knives that had shot out rapidly were drawn back, as if pulled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the flying knife split into 7 identical Nichiren blades, as if enchanted. Immediately after, Butterfly Knight softly uttered, "Divine Vision, illusory crystal child." Hit a top-tier bug, only this time. As his voice fell, a shocking scene unfolded. 7 illusory Butterfly Knights appeared on the battlefield like ghosts. This sudden change left all the demons dumbfounded, and even those inside the butterfly house were left speechless in shock. What is happening? There are actually 7 Hashira. Voices of astonishment rose and fell, clearly shaken by this bizarre scene. However, facing this strange sight, Yuozu among the demons showed no fear, instead laughing excitedly. "Haha, the more there are, the more excited I get." In an instant, the 7 illusory butterfly knights almost simultaneously raised their Nichiren blades and struck towards the demons like a torrential storm. At this moment, the real butterfly knight stood quietly above the butterfly house, eyes tightly closed as if adjusting his physical state. Clearly, Butterfly Knight was stalling for time, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. Not good. Flame Hashira. Headquarters is under attack by 6 upper moons. This shout rang out like a thunderclap at the Infinity Train. Rengoku, Kyudru, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, who were engaged in a fierce battle with Upper Moon 1, were instantly struck by the news. Just moments ago, they had overcome the formidable Upper Moon 1 after great difficulty. They thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, a greater crisis had quietly descended upon headquarters. The hidden member stumbled over, panic-stricken, and his words struck each person like a heavy hammer. In an instant, the 4 widened their eyes in disbelief at each other, especially Tanjiro, who had sustained serious injuries to his abdomen. He gritted his teeth against the pain and staggered to his feet, his face pale as paper. What is the current situation? Rengoku's voice revealed unprecedented urgency as he tightly grasped the hidden member's shoulders, asking anxiously. The hidden member gasped for breath, stammering, "Currently, only the Hashira is resisting." What? Ye is actually fighting against 6. Inosuke brandished his dual blades, his face filled with anxiety. "Let's hurry back." His voice echoed in the air, laced with undeniable urgency. Beside him, Zenitsu and Nezuko were also too shocked to speak, their eyes wide and faces filled with astonishment. "We need to get back. Leave the rest to you. Go." Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, Nezuko. Rengoku made a swift decision, loudly calling out the names of the 4. Then without hesitation turned and dashed back towards headquarters like an arrow released from a bow. At this time, it was already past 3 in the morning, with more than 2 hours until dawn. However, the 7 illusory forms of Butterfly Knight had been completely scattered. "Oh dear, what a troublesome being. A mere illusion has managed to hit me so badly," Doma said, raising his severed arm and shaking it. The other demons were not faring much better, mostly missing limbs. "Brother, my leg won't recover. It's okay, it will be fine in a bit." "Damn, my pot. I will not let you off." After adjusting for a moment, the demons unleashed their blood demon arts towards Butterfly Knight one after another. Meanwhile, the real Butterfly Knight, having regained most of his stamina, continuously spun the blade fragments in his hand, gradually increasing their speed. By continuously spinning these fragments at high speed, I can generate tremendous power, combined with the breath of light and darkness. With the memories of a modern person, Butterfly Knight smiled slightly. Imitating the movements of Satoru Gojo, the power of the sharp blade fragments had already been compressed to a wide range. Taking a deep breath, Butterfly Knight infused it with breathing techniques. The Butterfly Knight strike is my last desperate measure. If it succeeds, I will live. If it fails, I might fall. Hui and Shino, everyone. We will win. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the ultimate evil demon. A life for a life. Butterfly Knight leader regained his composure and steadied himself, a faint smile appearing on his blood-stained face. His gaze was resolute as he looked ahead, his left hand tightly gripping his right arm. After all, I am the strongest. While saying this, Butterfly Knight leader completely failed to notice the figures of Adam and Satoru Gojo slowly appearing behind him. Have you seen the final strike? Light of darkness, Ji. With a roar from Butterfly Knight leader, Ji surged forward with unstoppable courage towards the demons. Wherever Ji spun, everything was drawn into the attack range. Kokoshibo, what? Akaza. Haha. The final strike? I'm looking forward to it. Nakime. Bullying the weak. How despicable. Chapter 136. Turn into a demon. Bang. 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 Accompanied by a series of deafening booms, it was as if the front of the Butterfly Mansion had been detonated, with violent explosions echoing continuously. Despite the demons unleashing their blood demon arts to resist this powerful force, it was simply too massive, like a tidal wave crashing down. A chorus of wails arose as the demons were violently struck by this force, their bodies instantly torn apart, flesh and blood flying. The crimson liquid splattered like a fountain, staining the surrounding trees and windows. The originally white walls were dyed a deep scarlet. Ugh. Moon breathing. Blood demon art. Destruction kill. 6 after the demons struggled to resist, the massive shadow ball of the attack suddenly exploded. Thud. With a dull sound, Butterfly Knight leader seemed to have all his strength drained away, collapsing straight to the ground. His body hit the ground, producing a faint thud. The gaze of Butterfly Shinobu slowly fell upon the scene, shrouded in thick smoke, yet her heartbeat raced like a wild horse, unable to settle. The smoke resembled a massive black vortex, constantly swirling and engulfing everything around it, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. Time passed by second, and the smoke gradually began to dissipate. As the fog cleared, the figures of 7 demons gradually became visible. They lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, their bodies contorted into various strange positions, as if they had suffered immense pain. However, what was shocking was that Kokoshibo had entered his second form, his blades spreading outwards and transforming into other blades. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bodies of these 7 demons were covered in marks left by attacks. Some wounds were deep enough to expose bone, while others had gaping, savage lacerations, with blood continuously seeping from the wounds, staining the ground beneath them. Clearly, this blow had inflicted significant damage, rendering them too weak to move. They could only lie helplessly on the ground, no longer posing a threat to Butterfly Shinobu. Brother, it hurts so much. Daki, with only one arm left, reached out toward Jotaro. That was close. X2 Tamayo and Han Tengu touched their necks, which had been severed halfway, sweating in shock. However, the one who fared the worst was undoubtedly Doma, who had been completely reduced to a demon stick, symbolizing Butterfly Shinobu's care for him. Moon breathing. In an instant, a moon blade rushed towards Butterfly Shinobu on the rooftop. The Butterfly Hashira, in a desperate effort, crawled down from the roof and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Looking back, she saw that the roof of the Butterfly Mansion had been severely damaged. However, before she could react, Akaza and Kokoshibo gradually approached her. This is bad. After a quiet sigh, the Butterfly Hashira lay heavily on the ground, facing death. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened that surprised both the demons and the Butterfly Hashira. The injured from the Butterfly Mansion and the 3 little ones, including Aoi, stepped forward without hesitation, standing protectively in front of the Butterfly Hashira. Lord Hashira, we'll help you, one injured person said with a trembling voice. Although his body was still shaking, his gaze was exceptionally firm. The Hashira has risked everything to hold back those evil demons. How can we retreat at this moment? Another injured person gritted his teeth, his voice revealing determination. We absolutely cannot lose, Lord Hashira. Aoi shouted loudly, tears welling up in her eyes. If you unfortunately sacrifice yourself, Lord Shinobu and Lord Kanae will surely be heartbroken. Xiaoqing and the other 2 little ones echoed, their voices filled with worry and fear. Even if it costs us our lives, we will protect you, Lord Hashira. In the end, the injured cried out, their words booming like thunder in everyone's ears. Almost every part of these injured people was wrapped in thick bandages, clearly showing that they were also severely injured. However, at this moment, they held each other's hands tightly without any hesitation. Like an indomitable human wall, they resolutely stood in front of the Butterfly Hashira, using their bodies to build a final line of defense. Butterfly Knight looked at the touching scene before him. tears streaming from his eyes like a flood breaking through a dam. He never expected that these seemingly weak, injured individuals and the three little ones, Xiao Kuei, could be so brave and fearless at such a critical moment of life and death. TCH, humans are really troublesome. Protect them? Interesting. Iwasa had no intention of attacking this group of injured people and women. He simply used the force of his punches to send them flying away. However, even just the force of the punches could cause these injured individuals to suffer different injuries again. In this moment of Butterfly Knight Leader's struggle, my heart trembled deep within my mind. How could I possibly stop here? I cannot allow anyone to be harmed. Knight Leader, my child, your companions are desperately protecting you. Stand up. Stand up, stand up. At that moment, Butterfly Knight Leader, with their last breath, crawled up and staggered to steady themselves. As the breathing technique surged once again, the shattered pieces around them began to gather, and with their hands, they intended to unleash the final attack of Ji. With power continuously emerging, the charge for Ji was nearing completion. However, just as they were about to give it their all, a shadow suddenly flashed by, and a punch pierced straight through Butterfly Knight Leader's chest. This scene was identical to what happened a few years ago. There was no way to resist. In a daze, Butterfly Knight Leader looked at Akaza in front of them, feeling unwilling but helpless. The Ji in their hand gradually lost its brilliance. However, at that moment, Akaza's fist, which had penetrated Butterfly Knight Leader's chest, overflowed with blood, and he excitedly said, "Become a demon, Butterfly Knight Leader." In an instant, the blood of the demon surged into the arteries throughout Butterfly Knight Leader's body. An indescribable pain spread through their body as the human blood and demon blood continuously rejected each other. Akaza pulled back his fist and looked at Butterfly Knight Leader, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. As time goes by, you will slowly become a demon. Then you can attain immortality. Meanwhile, the teammates lying scattered around looked on in disbelief and despair. Lord Dark Pillar, despicable demon. However, amidst this collapsing situation, a bright voice filled with warmth came through. At the same time, there was a dazzling flame. Flame breathing. First form. Torai no Hai. Chapter 137. Reinforcement. At that very moment, Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu's hearts suddenly experienced an intense pain without warning, as if being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. This sudden pain caused both women to lose control of their bodies instantly. They involuntarily covered their hearts with their hands, and their bodies slowly crouched down due to the pain. Kanae felt as if her heart was being violently struck by a powerful force. As if that force was trying to tear her heart apart. She could distinctly feel a thread in her heart trembling slightly, as if it could break at any moment. The people around them were startled by this strange scene, quickly gathering around to inquire about the two women's conditions. What's wrong? Kanae? Shinobu? Hearing the concern from Kanroji and Mikomo, Kanae simply waved her hand to indicate she was fine. Meanwhile, Tomioka, standing nearby, recalled the words Butterfly Knight Leader had told him before leaving, feeling quite helpless. Is she your girlfriend or my girlfriend? Ju took out warm water and medicine to offer to the two women, showing his concern. Shinobu Kocho was very interested in this, saying, "Oh my, Mr. Tenjin, why are you so concerned about others? Do you have feelings for my sister?" Tenjin Yuzui replied, "I'm just like you all." Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed. Just as everyone was laughing at this joke, suddenly, Kenichi Masamura, who hadn't been seen for a long time, rushed in from the side. It seemed he had something urgent to say, his forehead glistening with sweat, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the harmonious scene before him and suddenly lost his words. Meanwhile, Iguro Abanai noticed something was off and approached with a dark expression. "Hey, what's wrong? Why is he here? You know you're not allowed to go out without orders, right?" Kenichi Masamura looked at Iguro Abanai's fierce gaze. His mouth twitched involuntarily, and he anxiously spoke up. The snake Hashira, the headquarters is under attack by an upper moon demon. Lord Yurichi is struggling to fend them off. We need to return. Everyone. Iguro Abanai, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Kanroji Mitsuri and Shinobu Kocho were shocked by the startling news, and the feeling in their hearts grew stronger. They quickly stood up and said, "We'll split into two groups. One part will carry out the mission, and the other part will return to the headquarters." Everyone agreed without hesitation. They never expected that the headquarters would be attacked by an upper moon demon. The ones returning were the Butterfly Sisters, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Mikomo. The remaining people headed to the mission site. Dance of the Fire God, Round Dance, Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood, Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash, Beast Breathing, Third form, Fong Tornado. As the fierce attack of the flame-breathing came to an end, four surging attacks erupted like a tidal wave, temporarily repelling Akaza. Yorchi, are you okay? I'm so sorry, we're late. Tanjiro rushed over in a panic, like a swift wind, and anxiously asked Shinobu Kocho, his face full of guilt. However, at that moment, Shinobu Kocho's condition was not optimistic. He was doing his utmost to suppress the demonization that was stirring within him. His previously gruesome wounds were healing at a visible rate, but at the same time, his teeth were continuously growing, seemingly ready to pierce through his lips, and his eyes were gradually being stained crimson, revealing a hint of ferocity. I'm fine, Tanjiro, why are you all here? Butterfly Shinobu struggled to suppress the unusual sensations in her body and managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Everyone heard that the headquarters was attacked, and only you, Knight Leader, are here. Everyone is very worried about your safety, Tanjiro explained anxiously. Quick, you all go check on Lord Shinobu. The people here are injured. Looking at the chaotic scene, Tanjiro and the others were filled with anger, but they knew they couldn't intervene in this battle. So they could only listen to Butterfly Shinobu and take the injured people to the Butterfly Mansion, while Inosuke and Zenitsu returned to the Lord's residence. Flame breathing. At that moment, Kaijuro was still desperately resisting the attacks of the two demons. Butterfly Shinobu realized that if things continued like this, Kaijuro would eventually exhaust his stamina. Therefore, she had to do what she could. Suppressing the blood within her body, she activated her breathing technique, but suddenly found that her control over the blade had diminished significantly. Was it because of the blood? It shouldn't affect. Butterfly Knight Leader slowly gestured forward, countless fragments continuously spinning with renewed power. Tanjiro, watching this scene, felt the weight of his own weakness. If only he could be stronger, he wouldn't have to watch. Kaijuro, get out of the way. Along with this shout, Rengoku Kaijuro moved swiftly backward like lightning. His movements were agile and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. At the same time, Akaza and Kokushibo also sensed something unusual. Their alertness instantly heightened, realizing that something was off. However, before they could react, a familiar attack rushed towards them like a tempest. Light of dark purple. This roar seemed to tear through the air, carrying endless power and pressure. Kokushibo's expression changed slightly as he murmured, "This is troublesome." Initially, they thought that with their combined strength, this attack would be easily blocked. However, they clearly underestimated the power that one can unleash when faced with life-threatening circumstances. That purple force surged like a torrent, sweeping across the entire battlefield with devastating might. Wherever it passed, leaves were lifted, swirling in the air along with blood. The scene was both magnificent and terrifying, leaving people speechless. From a distance, Kaijuro, Tanjiro, and Nezuko witnessed this moment, feeling a strong shock rising in their hearts. They were awed by this immense power, momentarily losing their composure. In an instant, the demon that had just recovered was once again half destroyed by the attack. Even the real body of Daki, who was hiding in the shadows, was caught in the aftermath. "Ouch, that really hurts," Tamayo said while looking at his body, but simultaneously, he fantasized about Butterfly Knight Leader, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there was enough time to last until dawn, and gradually, the sun appeared on the eastern horizon. Chapter 138, Pyrrhic Victory. What? Akaza shouted in disbelief, as if startled by something. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the eastern sky, where a red sun was slowly rising above the horizon, radiating a soft yet dazzling light. Without a moment's hesitation, Akaza immediately recited Muzen's name in his heart, eager to relocate all the upper moons. He knew very well that with their current condition, trying to escape by themselves was utterly unrealistic. After all, they were now in a half-dead state, unable to flee from the enemy's pursuit. Just as Akaza was filled with anxiety, suddenly, a sound like celestial music floated through the air. As the melody drifted, a strange sight appeared beneath the feet of the upper moons. A wooden window slowly materialized. This wooden window looked ancient and mysterious, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. It seemed to emerge from the ground, quietly standing beneath the upper moons. Seeing this, Akaza felt somewhat relieved, knowing it must be Muzen's masterpiece. Sure enough, the next second, the wooden window quickly opened, like a bottomless black hole, deep and dark. The upper moons didn't even have time to react before they fell into it like leaves. As the last upper moon disappeared, the wooden window closed instantly, as if it had never existed. As they left, Daki caught a glimpse of Butterfly Knight Leader, a fleeting expression crossing her eyes, but just for a moment. Lose? How? Is that possible? 6 Upper Moons can't defeat 1 Hashira. Kokushibo glared fiercely at Butterfly Knight Leader, while also harboring contempt for the lower-ranked Upper Moons. The entire process of the wooden window's transportation was as quick as lightning, leaving people dumbfounded. Just as the Upper Moons had departed, Kanroji and the other Hashira rushed back like the wind. They stood in place, gazing at the chaotic scene before them, each person stunned and incredulous. This horrific scene far exceeded their imagination, clearly not something a single person could cause. Moreover, even in the areas not directly harmed by the demons, the extent of the destruction was severe, as if struck by a massive storm. Kaijiro must immediately relocate the headquarters. We absolutely cannot stay here any longer. Butterfly Shinobu spoke with a trembling voice, her face twisted in pain, her teeth clenched as if enduring immense torment. I understand. Kaijiro Rengoku replied, without hesitation. However, as he stepped towards Butterfly Shinobu, ready to bandage her wounds, he suddenly realized that things were far worse than he had imagined. He saw that Butterfly Shinobu was doing everything she could to suppress her transformation into a demon, her body slightly shivering, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Clearly at her limit, Tanjiro and Nezuko, witnessing this scene, showed expressions of shock and sorrow on their faces. Shinobu, you must hold on, you can't fail. Tanjiro's voice was choked with tears, his heart filled with fear and worry. We finally found the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. But, you all failed. Stopped by just one person, Butterfly Shinobu. I really don't know what use you are to me. Muzan shouted angrily from the wooden platform at the top of Infinity Castle. His suit was almost bursting from his rage. My lord, we have failed this time. Kokushibo half knelt with his head down, acknowledging his fault despite their partnership. The other 5 Upper Moons also knelt on their respective platforms, bowing their heads, not daring to look up at their lord. Yuraku, you're the only one slacking off here. You really surprised me. Just as Yuraku was about to explain, the next moment, his vision suddenly flipped upside down. His head had already been grabbed by Lord Muzan in an instant, and the next second, it was crushed. After repeating this several times, Muzan felt at least a little better, casually tossing Yuraku's head away like garbage. Naki, send him out. Yes, my lord. A woman in a black kimono, covering her eyes, stood to the side of the wooden platform, holding a wooden zither. With a gentle pluck of the instrument, the 6 demons were instantly transported away. Aya, accompanied by a cry, Kanae and the others rushed to the butterfly mansion like a gust of wind. Their gaze was drawn to the injured figure on the ground, which was none other than Butterfly Shinobu. Kanae's heart tightened suddenly. She didn't have time to think much, and, filled with worry, charged straight towards Butterfly Shinobu like an arrow. However, just as she was about to reach Butterfly Shinobu, a strong arm suddenly blocked her path. Kanae, wait. She's transforming into a demon. Kaijiro's voice was deep and slow, as if each word carried heavy weight. Kanae's body trembled violently. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her face filled with shock. What? This news struck like a bolt from the blue, causing a stir among the crowd. 6 voices of shock rang out simultaneously. Kanae's hand tightly covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly from the shock. Yet despite this, her trust in Butterfly Shinobu did not waver at all, her beloved. Without hesitation, she pushed aside Kaijiro's hand that was blocking her and continued to step forward, walking straight towards Butterfly Shinobu. Kanae's steps were firm and steady, her gaze fixed on Butterfly Shinobu, as if the whole world had been reduced to just the 2 of them. When she finally reached Butterfly Shinobu's side, she slowly crouched down, extending her gentle hand to lightly caress Butterfly Shinobu's cheek. This seemingly simple action seemed to contain endless magic. The moment Kanae's hand touched Butterfly Shinobu, the restless power within her body seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force, gradually calming down. Iguro Abanai stood silently to the side, quietly observing this scene. His relationship with Butterfly Shinobu was the closest among the brothers. At this moment, watching Butterfly Shinobu, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion rising within him. Damn demons! Mitsuri slowly took hold of Kanroji's hand, her face also filled with disbelief. Chapter 139, Buried with the Sword of a Wife. After calming the restless feelings in his heart, Butterfly Shinobu slowly raised his head and gazed affectionately at Kanae in front of him. Seeing the tears falling from his beloved's cheeks, it was false to say that he didn't feel heartache. He knew that the Demon Slayer Corps had triumphed. having repelled 6 upper moons that had not been defeated in 100 years. If this news spread widely, it would surely boost the morale of the Demon Slayer swordsman. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu smiled gently, and with his blood-soaked hands, he slowly reached out to touch the hand that Kanae had placed over her own cheek. "I'm sorry for making our Kanae worry." "No, not at all." Kanae gently shook her head back and forth, denying the fact. At the same time, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze caught sight of the others present and his teammates, noticing them all with their heads down and looking dejected. Butterfly Shinobu said with some dissatisfaction and sadness, yet still gently, "What is going on? We defeated the Upper Moon Demon, protected the headquarters, and we only lost one Hashira. We should be happy, right?" "Come on," Shinobu smiled a little. "I really love your smile, especially when you always find ways to tease me." That triumphant smile after succeeding. However, Butterfly Shinobu thought that losing one Hashira meant that the strongest force of the Demon Slayer Corps had left in the eyes of most people. Hearing these words, Butterfly Shinobu suppressed her sadness, using her delicate hands to wipe away her fallen tears. "Why didn't you wait for us? We clearly agreed at the 3 cliffs." Shinobu Kocho walked towards the injured Kanae Tsuyuri with both sadness and determination in her steps. At this moment, the sun had risen, warming the bodies of everyone around, but it could not warm the wounded Kanae. The commotion at the Butterfly Mansion attracted personnel from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. However, due to the ongoing battle, they did not intervene until dawn. Rengoku Kyudru, accompanied by Senjuro, nervously arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. They immediately saw a group of pillars with their heads bowed, surrounding a person. Upon getting closer, they realized it was none other than his own son, Kanae Tsuyuri. At this moment, he had long lost his former brilliance, leaving only blood and devastation behind. This scene shocked both Rengoku and Senjuro, causing them to cover their mouths in disbelief. However, the sadness flowed from their eyes. At this moment, Kanae also noticed Rengoku's mother and felt a sense of guilt. Rengoku's mother had taken care of him and the younger Rengoku brothers since they were little, even while battling a serious illness at that time. Remembering that he hadn't spent much time with his mother since returning, Kanae felt immense guilt. Looking in Rengoku's direction, Kanae slowly moved his cracked lips and said, "Mother, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this weak and apologetic voice, Rengoku gently spoke to Kanae, "Child, you don't have to. You are the one who protects the Demon Slayer Corps. Kanae, please, don't die, okay? Didn't you say you liked us? As long as you survive, I promise to be your girlfriend." Butterfly Shinobu shook her hand back and forth continuously, but gradually even her speaking strength began to diminish. Death? In another sense, death? This is, in a moment of clarity, Butterfly Shinobu unexpectedly saw her translucent parents and her in-laws in the distance through a divine void vision. "My eye, you little brat. If you dare come down to find us now, I will definitely break your legs." The butterfly whispered as it pointed a finger at Yi Ling in anger. But the tears falling from the corner of his eye betrayed him. "Yi Ling, I entrust Kanae and Shino to you, father-in-law. I didn't see it wrong. The children have grown up so much without us, but we can't understand their pain." "Huh, father, mother." The Butterfly Knight leader was shocked, slowly raising their hand, wanting to touch the family that was so distant yet so close. Is it a revolving lantern? But it feels too real. I miss you all so much. How great would it be if there were no ghosts in this world? The Butterfly Knight gazed at the companions and family around, as well as its 2 lovers, tears streaming down in an uncontrollable manner. "Hui, Sharon, everyone. I really cherish the time spent with you," Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile while shedding tears. At that moment, a sound of something falling was heard, and in the distance, Kanae, who had just returned from a mission, was seen. "Why, I just went on a mission, and I came back like this," and Nightingale brother. Kanae ran closer and looked at Tanjiro, who was carrying a box with Nezuko inside, and cried uncontrollably. But no matter what, she couldn't bring herself to cry. "Shinobu, please don't push yourself so hard. You have low blood sugar, don't you know?" Butterfly Shinobu raised her hand and gently stroked Butterfly Kocho's head. Meanwhile, from a distance, Tamayo and Yashiro did not deliberately walk over, but remained silent and sorrowful in place. At this moment, Butterfly Kocho felt that if this continued, the transformation into a demon would be completed in an instant. With deep affection, she gazed at Kanehira and Butterfly Shinobu, her cold hands tightly gripping Kanehira's. She slowly withdrew the Nichiren blade from Kanehira's waist, coldly pointing the tip of the blade at her own heart. Kanehira was shocked by this scene, But in an instant, she understood and tears fell uncontrollably. A plan to end her life in this way to resolve the demonization. Kill me, Kanehira. That desperate and powerless voice carried endless sorrow and pain. Kanehira's eyes widened as she looked at the scene before her. The cold, sharp tip of the blade slowly advanced forward, mercilessly piercing Butterfly Kocho's skin and gradually sinking into her body. Every tiny bit of pain spread through her whole body like an electric current, yet Butterfly Kocho felt nothing. No. Kanehira's lips trembled, wanting to speak but only managing a weak whimper. Tears gushed out like a flood, blurring her vision. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a little kitten. As the last bit of distance completely pierced her heart, Butterfly Kocho stopped the demonization, and her life gradually ceased. Kanazira, Shinobu, I'm sorry. I want to sleep for a while. After saying this, Butterfly Kocho's eyes slowly closed, and her hands fell weakly to the ground. All that remained were the sobs and cries of the remaining team members. Chapter 140, The Boundary, between the realm of life and death. It seemed like an insurmountable chasm, separating the soul from the abyss. The environment here was chaotic, with no clear boundaries of color, only the intertwining of black and white, or the rendering of blood red, evoking a sense of endless oppression and fear. In that distant and unreachable place, our familiar protagonist, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, walked alone on this strange land. His figure appeared especially small in this chaos, as if he could be swallowed at any moment. Due to the arrival of death, the protagonist brought nothing but the clothes on his body, not even his sword and haori. He felt a wave of confusion, not knowing where he was or how to continue moving forward. When he looked up at this place, resembling a bustling market, his doubts deepened. This place was not empty and silent like the underworld, but filled with vitality and noise. Souls walked back and forth on the road, as if this were a normal marketplace. What surprised him even more were the stalls set up on both sides of the street, where some vendors were missing arms or legs, while others had the appearance of ox-headed and horse-faced beings. These vendors either sold goods or haggled with customers. Everything felt so real, yet so absurd. There were all types of people. There was nothing you could imagine that they couldn't do. This place, why is it so lively? Where am I? Is it hell or the Yama's palace? As he walked and pondered these questions, he completely failed to notice what was about to come before him. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a heavy punch, like lightning, smashed into Butterfly Kocho's face. The force of this punch was so great that Butterfly Kocho didn't even have time to react, as if hit by cannonball. He was violently thrown backward and then crashed heavily to the ground. The dull sound of his body colliding with the ground echoed in the air, as if the whole world trembled from it. Butterfly Knight Leader tightly covered his face with both hands, groaning in pain. Hiss! It hurts! Who is it? However, the only response he received was a cold snort. Oof. Look at what the hell you're doing. This voice was so familiar that Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't help but tremble all over. He slowly moved his hands away from his cheeks and gradually opened his eyes, filled with fear and confusion. When he finally saw the scene before him, an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. Even speaking became a tremble. I. Butterfly Knight Leader. Indeed, the person standing in front of him looked exactly like him, with no difference in appearance or clothing. This bizarre scene left Butterfly Knight Leader completely bewildered. His mind went blank as if struck by lightning. He realized that if he wanted to discuss other topics, he had to resolve this issue first. Thus, Butterfly Knight Leader slowly spoke. I am you, another consciousness of yourself. Once you regain yourself, I will no longer exist. After hearing himself say this, Butterfly Knight Leader nodded in confusion, seemingly understanding. The self before him was the consciousness that emerged after his parents' death. He had thought he had merged with it, but unexpectedly, it had died and come here. From what it said, it seemed to have been watching him and understanding what happened outside. So Butterfly Knight Leader asked, what have you seen? Hearing this, Butterfly Knight Leader laughed in anger. Ha ha! You're asking me? You found Hui and Butterfly Shinobu. You have to take good care of them. But you don't care about yourself. You don't care about them. You just want to die. Have you never considered their feelings? She literally killed you with a knife. You killed yourself. Listening to his own words, Butterfly Knight Leader lowered his head in silence. Yes, he was dead. He had never considered Hui and Shinobu's feelings. Thinking of this, Butterfly Knight Leader felt regret. But what was the use of regret? He was already dead. There was no way to go back. He sighed deeply, wiping away tears that had fallen at some point, shocked. After scolding Butterfly Knight Leader, his other self helplessly spread his hands. First by something. It might be useful later. As Butterfly Knight Leader said this, he walked over to a stall of a woman in red. Upon seeing Butterfly Knight Leader's arrival, the woman in red's eyes lit up, and she slowly said, "Ah, it's Mr. Knight Leader. What would you like to buy today?" This familiar tone made Butterfly Knight Leader momentarily stunned. Huey's tone? The Butterfly Knight collar lifted its brilliant and beautiful pupils, and the woman in red from the hometown seemed to resemble an old acquaintance. At the same time, the woman in red also noticed the Butterfly Knight collar and covered her mouth as she spoke. "Huh, is this your twin?" Mr. Knight Collar looks exactly the same. Upon hearing this, the Butterfly Knight Collar began to explain the reason, and the woman in red was also very angry about it. "You, at least consider the feelings of your lover. How would you do this? If there's a chance in the future, go apologize." Butterfly Knight Collar. Yes, yes, yes. After Butterfly Knight Collar finished reminiscing with the woman in red and bought some things, they left together. However, they were heading in the opposite direction, not towards the front. Seeing this, Butterfly Knight Collar asked in confusion, "Are we going that way? Or was there another reason?" To this, Butterfly Knight Collar helplessly replied, "Don't think about it. Even if you want to go that way, the King of Hell won't accept you at all." Butterfly Knight Leader. Huh? Why? Damn it. Do you really think he still wants to take you in? Have you thought about how you've been acting? Butterfly Knight Leader continued with a hint of anger. "Look at what you've done. The first time you died, Adam protected you, and this time I still have one life left to save you. Every time you're on the brink of death, you get rescued, constantly flashing in and out of the King of Hell's domain." He is already fed up with it. At this moment, Butterfly Knight Leader turned around, looking serious, and said to Butterfly Knight Leader, "Don't keep thinking you're the strongest. This time is the last chance you have." Chapter 141. The Odd Duo, Is It Really the Last Time? The Butterfly Knight Leader repeatedly muttered this sentence, feeling that he only had 2 such opportunities left, and this time was the last. After pondering, the Butterfly Knight Leader asked, "So, does that mean I will be resurrected? But where are we going now?" Upon hearing this, the Butterfly Knight Leader nodded in agreement and said calmly, "Back to my home, the other side of the realm." After learning this news, Butterfly Knight Leader set aside her anxious feelings, realizing she still had a chance to meet Hui and the others. However, she was puzzled as to why she had to go home now instead of being revived directly. It seemed that Butterfly Knight Leader noticed her confusion and slowly spoke up. "I will continuously train you to be a little stronger than before. I found someone to guide you, and then I will leave." Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight Leader no longer troubled herself and silently followed beside her, as a huge white house appeared before them. It had 2 and 3 stories. The Butterfly Knight Leader was taken aback. This house must have an area of at least several kilometers. Do 2 people live together? It's so big. After handing over the items in his hands to the Butterfly Knight Leader, he skillfully found the key from his pocket and opened the door. Looking at his hands carrying plastic bags filled with some desserts, cakes, daily necessities, and so on. Just as the door opened, the person inside immediately reacted, and a youthful and carefree voice spoke up. "Hey, is the Knight Leader back? Did you buy my stuff?" Yes, I'll bring it over in a moment." "Hee, great." The 2 slowly strolled into the room, as if time had slowed down at that moment. The instant they stepped into the room, the scene before them unfolded like a painting. First, what caught the eye was the 2 areas on the first floor, which were adjacent yet independent, forming a unique spatial layout. One area was a spacious basketball court, with a green rubber floor and basketball hoops standing at both ends, silently narrating the fierce competitions and passionate moments that had once taken place here. The other area was a comfortable lounge, complete with soft sofas, a coffee table, and a TV, giving a sense of relaxation and comfort. Although these 2 places were closely connected, there was no sense of incongruity, as if they were deliberately designed this way, allowing one to switch freely between exercise and rest. At that moment, the Butterfly Knight Leader's attention was drawn to the 2 figures playing basketball on the court. They were 2 young men, one with snow-white hair and the other with jet-black hair. They ran, jumped, and shot on the basketball court, their movements skilled and fluid. The young man with white hair appeared tall and slender, his movements agile, and each of his shots seemed like an artistic performance, full of power and beauty. The young man with black hair appeared even more nimble, weaving effortlessly on the court, cleverly avoiding his opponent's defense and sending the ball into the hoop time and again. These 2 young men seemed to have a very close relationship, their cooperation seamless. A glance or a gesture was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Between them, there seemed to be no trace of competition or hostility, only a shared passion for basketball and a deep friendship. "Hey, the Knight Leader is back." Another you?" The black-haired man looked at the two Butterfly Knight leaders with confusion, but the two were distinguishable. In the pupils of Butterfly Knight Collar, there is a ring of red like atoms, but Butterfly Knight Collar itself does not have it. I can't believe you noticed this detail. Hearing Butterfly Knight Collar, the black-haired youth also smiled and touched his head. After all, since you came here, haven't we been living together? Hey, are you talking about me? I'm so sad. The white-haired youth beside him pretended to wipe away tears with a handkerchief and said. Upon seeing this, Butterfly Knight Collar and the black-haired man were speechless. They were both people who had died once and were still so childish. However, the black-haired man patiently asked with concern, All right, Satoru isn't talking about you. Upon hearing this, the man named Satoru immediately threw himself into the black-haired man's arms for a hug. Ha ha ha, I knew you were the best, Jet. Watching this scene, Butterfly Knight Collar stood there dazed, enjoying this warm moment. At this moment, Butterfly Knight Collar took off his coat, walked over, and gently said, Let me introduce you to this white-haired youth. His name is Satoru, and the other one is Jet. Don't be fooled by their funny antics now. They are very strong in their world. The Butterfly Knight leader heard this and asked, So how did you meet? The Butterfly Knight leader slowly fell into thought and said, It was my first day here. Unfamiliar with the place, I walked slowly to this spot. I saw these two people playing and messing around. For some unknown reason, I ended up staying here and became good friends with them. And I must say that Wataru is really hard to figure out. At that moment, Wataru suddenly appeared in front of the Butterfly Knight leader. Huh, you must be the Butterfly Knight leader. Hello, I'm Wataru. With eyes as blue as the sky staring at the Butterfly Knight leader, he was momentarily stunned and forgot to extend his hand. After the Butterfly Knight leader reminded him, he came to his senses, apologized, and shook hands. In the next second, Wataru flashed to the bench where the bag was placed and started eating the desserts inside one bite at a time. Suguru, want to try some? No thanks. Sad hour. I still want to chat with my new friend. All right, if you don't want any, then I'll eat it all by myself. Suguru Geto wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel and sat down on the sofa next to the two. Hello, Suguru Geto. Hello, Butterfly Knight leader. I know you, and through the Butterfly Knight leader's words, I've seen your situation outside. Fighting 6 at once alone is really impressive. However, you still have a bit of trouble controlling your power, and when you let your lover stab you with a knife, have you considered her? At this point, Suguru Geto flicked the Butterfly Knight leader's forehead and said, This is the last time. There won't be a next time. Oh, by the way, there is no next time. Butterfly Knight leader smiled and nodded, saying yes. At that moment, however, the Butterfly Knight leader's head experienced two sensations of pain. Hee hee. I shot once. I shot twice. Isn't that too much? Chapter 142. Training begins. All right, woo your logic. Butterfly Knight leader felt quite helpless about this. On the other side, Butterfly Knight leader slowly stood up and said, Gojo, Geto, I'll leave it to you. I'm heading out first. Gojo, Satoru, and Geto, Suguru replied. Okay. Hey, aren't you going to try to keep me here? Butterfly Knight leader scratched his head. They knew his personality, even if they tried to persuade him. You and T come back. Just as Butterfly Knight leader was about to open the door to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, Nanami is on the beach on the 3rd floor. He hasn't enjoyed himself like this in a long time, so try not to disturb him. After saying that, Butterfly Knight leader pushed the door and left, leaving only the three of them in the spacious room. At that moment, Gojo Satoru, who was eating snacks, suddenly crossed his legs and leaned closer to Butterfly Knight leader's side, asking, Hey, little Knight leader, what do you usually bring to eat when you're on a mission? Butterfly Knight leader blurted out, Fried noodles. Is that the noodles stir-fried with vegetables and tomatoes? Wataru asked playfully. No. It's the kind of food made from flour ground from grains. Upon hearing Butterfly Knight leader's response, Wataru showed an incredulous expression and said, Isn't that kind of thing hard to swallow? Can fill you up? GA shared the same thought as Wataru. In response, Butterfly Knight leader slowly explained, It can fill you up when you encounter tasks and can't find food in time. You can make do with it without having to go through a lot of trouble to find something to eat. I see. So, little Knight leader, how do you rest every day? Usually, I carry out tasks at night, and there might be things to do during the day. So for me, I might only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. After hearing this, Wataru said proudly, Oh, that's longer than my resting time. I seem to only sleep for 2 hours a day. Upon hearing this, GA expressed concern for Wataru. All right, Wataru, now you can rest easy. No one in that world will remember you anymore. Your mission is over. After hearing this, Wataru said happily, I'm I'm strongest. Just pity. Ga. Two-faced Sukuna? That's in the past. No need to worry anymore. Wataru took a few deep breaths, placed his hands behind his head, squinted his eyes, and comfortably leaned back on the sofa. Yes, everything is over. For some reason, GA and Butterfly Knight Leader seemed to be infected by this warm scene. They both leaned back on the soft sofa like Wataru and slowly fell asleep. As dusk approached, the sun gradually sank in the west, and the afterglow spread across the land, casting a layer of faint golden hue over everything. In this tranquil moment, the three who had been sleeping finally slowly opened their eyes, as if waking from a long dream. Wataru and GA exchanged glances. They both knew that what awaited them next was the task assigned by Butterfly Knight Leader. This task was a challenge for them. As good friends, Wataru and GA had a deep mutual understanding and trust. Without hesitation, they decided to accept this task. As good friends of Butterfly Knight Leader, they were sure they could accomplish it well. Thus, under Butterfly Knight Leader's watchful gaze, Wataru and GA began a series of guidance. They discussed every aspect of the task in detail, including goals, methods, potential difficulties, and counter-strategies, etc. During this process, Wataru showcased his intelligence and unique insights, always able to propose novel and effective ideas. GA, with his steadiness and attentiveness, analyzed and refined these ideas, ensuring that every aspect could be handled properly. Their discussion was lively and orderly. They kept communicating, thinking, and improving as if forgetting the passage of time. Hey, little Knight Leader, I just recalled your solo battle against 6 Upper Moon demons. I discovered you must not have eaten at that time, huh? Butterfly Knight Leader. Ah, that's right. Suguru Geto. If you had eaten a full meal back then, could you have one? Butterfly Nightshade. Ah, can. Satoru Gojo. Haha. All right. I'm not joking anymore. Satoru Gojo's smile suddenly disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. He took a deep breath and slowly said at that time, although you had Adam support, your mission was to protect the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This meant you couldn't leave the headquarters at will, and your range of action was greatly restricted. Moreover, you had to divide your attention to guard the headquarters, so naturally, you couldn't fully unleash your true strength. Satoru Gojo paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, even if you possessed a powerful ability like Void Vision, you couldn't fully utilize it. However, I have a solution to this problem, which is, at this point, Satoru Gojo suddenly raised his voice, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes as he shouted, Domain Expansion, Unlimited Void. In that instant, Butterfly Nightshade suddenly felt as if he was being pulled into a completely enclosed space by a powerful force. This feeling was very peculiar, as if he were falling from a great height, and at the same time, a deep sense of emptiness enveloped him. However, this state lasted only a few seconds before it abruptly ended. When Butterfly Nightshade came back to his senses, he found Satoru Gojo standing in front of him, smiling as he extended his hand and waved it in front of him. Satoru Gojo's action drew Butterfly Nightshade's attention to his clear eyes, and upon seeing Butterfly Nightshade's reaction, Satoru Gojo's smile became even brighter. This is a domain, Satoru Gojo explained. It is a completely enclosed space. Once pulled into it, no external attacks can harm you. He paused and continued. Moreover, the domain has a guaranteed hit effect. That is to say, attacks launched within the domain will definitely hit the target. Butterfly Nightingale was left speechless. He had never imagined there could be such a magical ability. It seemed that Wataru Gojo noticed his surprise and continued speaking. However, to manifest a domain, a large amount of cursed energy is required. So, during this time, I plan to teach you how to control and use cursed energy, while Suguru Geto will be responsible for teaching you physical techniques. Noticing Butterfly Nightingale's confusion, Wataru Gojo happily explained, Don't worry, this will be quick and won't waste any time at all. Right, Geto? Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Ha. Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't help but smile slightly after watching the performance of the two. They are truly good friends, and I believe they were very happy in their previous world as well. Chapter 143, Domain Expansion, Butterfly Flower Place. All right, don't just stand there, let's go. Wu Chao Wu smiled and waved his hand at Butterfly Knight Leader, seemingly urging him to act quickly. After receiving a response from Butterfly Knight Leader, Wu Chao Wu didn't hesitate to grab Yagiyu's hand and swiftly dashed towards the training ground on the second floor like a gust of wind. The space on the second floor is quite magical, capable of changing freely according to the user's will. It could be a spacious and bright dining room, a steaming hot spring, or even transform into a vast and boundless grassland. Wow, look over here. Wu Qiaowu excitedly pointed at the large expanse of green grassland in the distance, his eyes shining with excitement. Butterfly Knight Leader looked in the direction pointed by Gojo Satoru and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The grassland stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. As the gentle breeze blew, the grass swayed like layers of green waves. Feeling the soft wind brushing against his white and purple hair, Butterfly Knight Leader couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this freedom?" Just then, Gojo Satoru walked over to him, gently stroking his hair, and said softly, "Little Knight Leader, let's start here. I will pull you into my domain, and you need to resist with all your strength and evade my attacks." Upon hearing this, Butterfly Knight Leader suddenly stood frozen like he had been hit by a paralysis spell, dazed and unable to come to his senses for a long time. But in the next moment, Gojo Satoru, grinning, didn't give Butterfly Knight Leader a moment to react and instantly unleashed his domain. Domain expansion. There is no place to escape. Damn it, the attacks within the domain are guaranteed to hit. Doesn't this make me a punching bag? Before Knight Leader could refuse in the next second, the three of them were wrapped together, instantly merging with the second layer. In this world at that moment, due to Butterfly Knight Leader's brave struggle and tenacious resistance, he successfully delayed the enemy's attack, buying precious time for the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He protected the living forces of the Demon Slayer Corps, allowing the headquarters to safely relocate. After this fierce battle, Butterfly Knight Leader unfortunately sacrificed himself, and his departure plunged the entire Demon Slayer Corps into great sorrow. The aftermath of Butterfly Knight Leader's death was left to his fiancée, Butterfly Kanae, to handle. Although Kanae deep down was unwilling to believe that Knight Leader had truly left her, the cruel reality was right before her eyes. They had witnessed Butterfly Knight Leader's death. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow, leaving Kanae heartbroken. At Butterfly Knight Leader's funeral, the Hashira and other members of the Demon Slayer Corps came to pay their respects, mourning this brave comrade with heavy hearts. Everyone silently stood before Knight Leader's grave, reminiscing about the moments spent together, filled with respect and remembrance for him. The words of Butterfly Knight Leader transformed Butterfly Shinobu into her sister, and after enduring the daily training of the Dark Emperor Blade of Butterfly Knight Leader. At this moment, standing on the edge of the realm, Butterfly Knight Leader tightly clasped his hands in front of his chest, expressionless as he looked up at everything happening above. His heart was filled with various complex emotions, helplessness, self-blame, and a hint of unwillingness. "Every time you make everyone worry about you," he murmured, his voice low and tinged with a sigh. "You really are capable, Butterfly Knight Leader." His gaze fell on the anxious faces of those waiting, and their worry made his heart feel heavier. He knew how much trouble and unease his actions had caused them. "What excuse will you come up with this time to go back?" Butterfly Knight Leader shook his head with a bitter smile. "This is the last chance. You must cherish it." After saying that, he took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all his troubles. Then he slowly turned around, leaving the people with a lonely and desolate back. The scene shifted to a domain where Butterfly Knight Leader was being beaten like a punching bag. He had to dodge the physical techniques and cursed spirits of Suguru Geto while enduring the inevitable effects within the domain. Bang! 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 All of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo's attacks landed on Butterfly Knight Leader, making him suffer immensely. The key was that he couldn't evade part of it. Damn it! At this moment, Butterfly Knight Leader finally woke up. While being passively beaten, he learned a bit about the domain. However, this understanding was merely superficial and did not catch Satoru Gojo's eye at all. Given the current situation, he could only try it out. Realm expansion. Butterfly, flower domain. In the next second, flowers and butterflies suddenly appeared in the domain exclusive to Satoru Gojo, surprising both him and Suguru Geto. But then, Satoru Gojo released the domain, and the three instantly returned to the cinema on the second floor. "Huff, huff, huff. Are you treating me like a Japanese person?" Satoru Gojo said. Suguru Geto pulled Butterfly Knight Leader up, brushing off the dust from his body. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo spoke. "Not bad. Little Knight Leader. You actually comprehended the domain in such a short time. Impressive, but you're still a bit lacking compared to me." Suguru Geto and Butterfly Knight Leader replied, Yes. Gojo is the strongest." However, Satoru Gojo keenly sensed that although Butterfly Knight Leader had initially grasped the sorcerer's domain, it was just the beginning. He knew that to achieve something in this domain, more time and effort were needed. Yet, time was a luxury for Satoru Gojo, as he had very limited time here. But relying solely on the abilities Butterfly Knight Leader had currently displayed would not be enough to face the challenges ahead. Thinking of this, Satoru Gojo's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a knowing grin. He decided to lend a hand to this little mooncake, helping him better understand and utilize the sorcerer's power. Satoru Gojo slowly raised his left hand, as if that hand carried endless power and wisdom. With a slender body and light, steady steps, he walked slowly to stand before Butterfly Knight Leader. When he stopped in front of him, his left thumb gently pressed against Butterfly Knight Leader's forehead. This seemingly simple action contained Satoru Gojo's profound understanding and mastery of sorcerer's power. Then, Satoru Gojo slowly activated the sorcery. A powerful energy flowed from his fingers into the forehead of Butterfly Knight Leader, like a clear spring pouring into a parched desert. It nourished Butterfly Knight Leader's spirit. Chapter 144. Everyone is watching you. In that instant, a powerful cursed energy surged like a raging tide, continuously transmitting through Satoru Gojo's fingers into Butterfly Knight Leader's body. This cursed energy flowed like a torrent, and Butterfly Knight Leader's body like a dried-up lake, greedily absorbed this immense power. As the cursed energy was injected, Butterfly Knight Leader's body began to undergo marvelous changes. His cells seemed to be reactivated, rapidly dividing and reorganizing to adapt to this powerful force. Time passed second by second, and Butterfly Knight Leader's body gradually transformed dramatically. His originally white-purple hair, under the influence of the cursed energy, gradually lost its purple hue and eventually turned completely white, as pure and flawless as the first snow of winter. Not only that, but his right eye also underwent astonishing changes. His original eye had now transformed into a sky extension identical to Satoru Gojo's, with a deep blue that seemed capable of penetrating the clouds and reaching the horizon. Butterfly Knight Leader felt two forces surging within his body. One was his own inherent power, and the other was the immense cursed energy transmitted to him by Satoru Gojo. These two forces intertwined and resonated with each other inside him, making him feel an unprecedented strength. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. It was a gaze full of gratitude, as if expressing the deep emotions and respect from within his heart. Feeling Butterfly Knight Leader's success, Satoru Gojo playfully withdrew his fingers. Then, he casually dug at his ear and said, "Oh dear, little Knight Leader, don't look at me like that. I might feel embarrassed." The sudden remark broke the originally touching atmosphere. Suguru Geto picked up 2 cups of cola from his side and handed them to the two, smiling as he said, "Monkey." Suguru Geto, not good. "Ha! After such a long training, it's really time to take a break." When this reached Butterfly Knight Leader's ears, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and turned to Suguru Geto to ask, "By the way, how long have you been training?" Hearing this question, Satoru Gojo's mouth curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. He stretched out his hand, lightly pinching his fingers as he leisurely replied, "About a month or so." Before he finished speaking, there was aped sound, and Butterfly Knight Leader suddenly sprayed the cola from his mouth as if startled by something. He looked at Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto in disbelief, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Seeing this, Suguru Geto quickly patted Butterfly Knight Leader's back and asked with concern, "Knight Leader, are you okay?" Once Butterfly Knight Leader calmed down a bit, Suguru Geto slowly explained, "Don't worry, Knight Leader. This is a realm where the passage of time is different from the outside world." Suguru Geto paused, then continued, "Sometimes 1 second here might equal a year outside, and sometimes 1 day here might only be equivalent to 1 second outside. So, you don't need to be too surprised." Upon hearing these words, it was as if a lightning bolt struck in Butterfly Knight Leader's mind. 1 second here actually equals a year outside. This meant that if he trained here for a month, then several centuries might have passed in the outside world. Thinking of this, a strong sense of anxiety surged in Butterfly Knight Leader's heart. He began to worry about the fate of his loved ones and friends, wondering how they were doing in the outside world. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, wanting desperately to return to his world and see if everyone was okay. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, standing by, seemed to sense Butterfly Knight Leader's anxiety. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Clearly, they both believed that now was an excellent opportunity. In the next moment, Satoru Gojo unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed both Butterfly Knight Leader and Suguru Geto. In an instant, a powerful force enveloped them tightly, and then the three of them vanished like lightning from their original spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a pure white space. There were no other objects in this space, only a continuously rolling sphere quietly floating in front of them. The sphere was completely transparent, and it seemed to contain some faintly visible text drifting inside. Satoru Gojo gently patted Butterfly Knight Leader's shoulder, signaling him to go forward and take a look at the text inside the sphere. Butterfly Knight Leader took a deep breath, trying to calm her mood, then slowly walked to the sphere, gazing at the floating words. Starry Sky Tree. When you encounter this good thing, just enjoy it secretly. Lu Jiayin from Su Huang Hall. Knight Leader, it's dangerous. Fake painting Knight Fangyao Poker. What do you take life for? Heavenly Abyss Giant God. It feels like a breakup is coming. Sword-wielding Wanderer. Knight Leader has become a heavily injured pillar. What about Kanae? Reluctant Shuhama Rika. Right in front of you. And isn't that thing only active during the day? Summer Zishuan from Lantian City. Anyone who sees this comment will be transformed into the big villain. It's a bit like Pylai Flash 6-Link. Starpoint Flute. Successfully gender-swapped. One Cut Naya Bridge. I ask Shinzi. Is the Asakusa person really that shallow? Wind and waves. There's still 9 left. Jun. Shouldn't it be white hair with red on top? A shadow has me. You can tell that holding back the insults is really dirty. Chaotic Demon Source. Demon Blade, 1,000 Blades. Mountain University, typical who loves to eat stir-fried abalone. 666, not salty at all. Huijun. Oh, the pattern is a bit interesting. Huh. Little Run is angry. Starry Sky Tree. Little Rin's personal feeding. You must be very happy, right? Liamo ran. No way to escape. Guju. This is what you said. Now I have to come back to life. Star Apocalypse. Isn't Hualu derived from Kanao's water flow? Red Leaf. Then why not just directly commit a crime? The only reason Emperor of ancient times. Didn't they take both sisters in? Butterflies surround the wisteria. The waning crescent. Butterfly whisper. We're finally going to meet. Gojo Satoru, hey. Shoya has been watching you all along. Oh. Suguru Geto. You're not alone. Your friends are still waiting for you. What the? Everyone. Even though I've never met you all. I really appreciate that you care about me so much. The Butterfly Knight Leader was still feeling sad on one side, when in the next moment, Satoru Gojo pushed the Butterfly Knight Leader into the ball, gradually sinking in. Is this a bit inappropriate, Gojo? It's fine, Jet. Let's go back. Meanwhile, the Butterfly Knight Leader, sitting in the lake, seemed to sense something and slowly spoke. The road has stopped. Chapter 145, Brothel? Butterfly Yeeling never expected this scene to occur. He didn't even have time to react before he was suddenly pushed by Gojo Satoru. His whole body swiftly fell into that unknown realm like a shooting star. At the moment of entry, Butterfly Yeeling felt everything around him becoming blurry, as if time and space were distorted at that moment. His body felt weightless, floating lightly in this strange space. As time passed, Butterfly Yeeling gradually adapted to this sensation of weightlessness and began to notice the surrounding environment. It seemed to be an endless dark space, devoid of any light. Only a profound darkness. He felt as if he was being gently pulled by an invisible force, slowly drifting in a certain direction. This force was gentle, yet exceptionally firm. No matter how much Butterfly Yeeling struggled, he could not change his course. He could only helplessly drift along with this force, filled with confusion about the unknown. However, during this long drift, Butterfly Yeeling gradually realized that this force seemed to have a purpose. It appeared to be guiding him toward a specific place, which perhaps was the destination he had always been seeking. Although the path ahead remained pitch black, Butterfly Yeeling could vaguely sense that the place was waiting for him not far away. Meanwhile, in the Demon Slayer Corps, Butterfly Shinobu was vigorously swinging her Dark Emperor blade at a wooden post. However, in that instant, the Dark Emperor blade froze in the air for a second before returning to normal and slicing through the wooden post. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Shinobu pulled the blade close to her, observing it, and then a tear rolled down her cheek as she held the blade tightly to her chest. Damn, Yeeling. Even in death, you're still so restless. Lisia's sister. Lisia's sister. A clear and melodious child's voice echoed like silver bells in the air. Accompanied by these calls, 2 little girls with black hair, dressed in red kimonos, hopped over to the door like 2 lively little rabbits. They gently reached out their small hands and slowly opened the magnificent wooden door. The door creaked as it opened, revealing the scene inside the room to the little girls. They saw a woman dressed in a koi-patterned kimono sitting gracefully in front of a vanity, meticulously grooming herself. I really can't describe Lisia's appearance, so everyone just has to watch the original show. Please forgive me. Her movements were elegant and skilled, each subtle action exuding a unique charm. Geisha's sister. Geisha's sister, is she still not awake? The little girls curiously peered in, their gaze eventually landing on a wooden bed near the window. On the bed lay a figure quietly, as if sleeping in an endless dream. Hearing the voices, Geisha Xia paused her movements and slowly turned her head. A gentle smile adorned her face, like flowers blooming in spring, making one feel incredibly warm and welcoming. Not yet, Xia replied softly, a hint of worry in her voice. The little girls exchanged glances and pointed at the figure on the bed. Geisha's sister. She seems to have been asleep for more than a month, right? Yeah, this child really makes one worry. A little girl left alone in the alley. Who knows what would happen if a bad person found her? Xia said, covering her chest, looking slightly concerned. At this moment, the figure lying on the bed was none other than Butterfly Yeeling, though her appearance was a bit different. Currently, Butterfly Yeeling's long silver hair cascaded naturally over her fair shoulders as she lay quietly on the bed. Her chest had also undergone unprecedented enhancement, upgrading from an ordinary size to a noticeable C cup. This change made her figure more curvaceous, exuding a mature feminine charm. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, she was relatively tall for an average woman, yet her petite and delicate figure gave a feeling of being dainty and charming. Weighing only around 100 kg, her body proportions made her look both slim and well-proportioned, without an ounce of excess fat. That sister looks so beautiful. She could definitely become a geisha like Geisha's sister. The two little girls exclaimed excitedly. You can't think like that. What, she has family? She can't be forced to become a geisha just because she got lost here. Got it, Geisha's sister. After a cheerful chat, the two little girls gently opened the door and walked out at the call of the brothel keeper. However, just as the two little girls stepped outside, Butterfly Yeeling seemed to sense something and slowly awoke. When she opened her eyes, what greeted her was a white ceiling, and then only the lingering scent of a girl remained. That guy Gojo was back. Looking around, it was evident that this was a girl's room, complete with a vanity, wardrobe, and other items. Seeing Butterfly Yeeling open her eyes, Xia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly became excited, slowly walking towards her. You're awake. Looking at the beautiful girl beside her, Butterfly Yeeling felt remarkably calm. By the way, where's this place? This is the Pleasure District, Xia replied. Hearing this, Butterfly Yeeling finally had a reaction in her heart. A brothel? How'd I end up here? Noticing the shock in Butterfly Yeeling's eyes, Xia guessed what she was thinking and gently began to explain. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xia, and I am the geisha here. About a month ago, while I was out, I found you passed out in an alley and brought you back to treat. After listening to Xia's explanation, Butterfly Yeeling understood. After slightly feeling her body's functions, she attempted to sit up. However, as she did, she felt two heavy things on her chest. Perhaps recalling something, Butterfly Yeeling looked down in disbelief. What lay before her were two large white rabbit candies, and they seemed to be slightly larger than Shinobu. Oh my! I become a woman? Seemingly unwilling to accept this, Butterfly Yeeling reached down, but it was empty. In that instant, she felt like she could die. Now, this is great. I can't become a couple anymore. I can only be sisters. But when she turned around to carefully feel her body, she found that it was undergoing a transformation. Chapter 146. Let me become a geisha? The Butterfly Knight leader understood that his body was continuously undergoing transformation and recovery. This indicated that he would still revert to being a man, but it was only temporary. However, he had no idea how long this would last. By the way, what is your name? Xia asked curiously while sitting on the nearby stool, blinking her big eyes and inquiring. Butterfly Knight leader, the voice of Butterfly Knight Collar was somewhat deep and seemed a bit hesitant. Wow, that's a really nice name. Xia's eyes lit up, revealing a sweet smile. So where are your family? Let me take you back. Xia's tone was gentle, like an older sister, as she gently patted Butterfly Knight Collar's head, as if comforting a lost child. However, in the face of Xia's concern, Butterfly Knight Collar felt a bit at a loss. His face turned slightly red, and he was internally struggling with how to respond. After all, the fact that he had no family was an unchangeable truth, but mentioning that he had two fiancées would likely lead to more trouble and misunderstandings. After a brief moment of contemplation, Butterfly Knight Collar decided to tell a small lie to cover up the awkward situation. I don't have family. They have all passed away. The voice of the Butterfly Knight leader trembled slightly, and by the end, he symbolically shed 2 drops of tears, as if he were truly saddened. Seeing the Butterfly Knight leader like this, Xia couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in her heart. She quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry for bringing up something that makes you sad. It's okay. Sister Xia. The Butterfly Knight Collar changed its expression again and put on a smile. Although Butterfly Shinobu wanted to return to the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible, She was, after all, a dead person. Moreover, she was now in a female body. So how could she explain that? Thinking of this made Butterfly Shinobu's head ache. Just then, Kiyoshima gently touched Shinobu's head and spoke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Demon Slayer Corps, most of the members were immersed in the grief of the sacrifice of the love Hashira, unable to lift their spirits. However, the tasks of the Demon Slayer Corps still needed to be carried out. After experiencing the thrilling Infinity Train incident, the strengths of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were recognized, and their ranks were elevated to Grade C. Although all three sustained significant injuries during the battle, after resting and recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion, their physical conditions gradually improved, and their recovery was getting faster. Once their bodies recovered, the three took on their respective responsibilities and continued to execute the tasks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Days went by as they worked hard to adapt to the new rank and task requirements. However, one day at noon, when Tanjiro returned to the Demon Slayer Corps after completing a mission, he suddenly saw a tall figure. This figure stood out in the sunlight, prompting Tanjiro to stop and gaze at it. Kanae, about the upcoming mission to the entertainment district, you must help me. My three wives have gone to gather information, but they haven't returned. Moreover, I've heard reports that an upper moon demon is present there. So I need female team members to accompany me to the Flower District for the mission. The man who mentioned his three wives was likely only Tenjin Yuzui. At that moment, he stood before Butterfly Kanae, the two facing each other in a somewhat delicate atmosphere. Oh my, Mr. Yuzui, you see, the young female members of the Butterfly Mansion are all innocent children. Wouldn't sending them to a place like the Flower District have a negative impact on their spirits? Butterfly Kanae said with a worried expression. Hearing this, Yuzui Tenjin couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and helpless. He scratched his head and explained, but the situation is urgent. Only the insect Hashira is willing to carry out this task. There aren't enough people. Just when Yuzui Tenjin felt at a loss, suddenly, 3 crisp calls came from behind him. Let's go. Tengin's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly turned around. However, when he saw who was speaking, the smile on his face instantly vanished. It turned out that standing behind him were the 3 big men, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. You guys. Yuzui Tenjin widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. However, after carefully examining the 3 of them, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. These 3, it wouldn't be impossible for them to dress as women. That's right, Mr. Yuzui, please don't force my little Shinobu, Kanae said with a smile, her tone gentle. Yuzui Tenjin quickly nodded in response. Got it. Flower Hashira, you can rest assured. His voice revealed a hint of urgency, as if he couldn't wait to leave. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, who were standing nearby, also waved goodbye to the Flower Hashira. Tanjiro said sincerely, "Thank you for your recent care, Flower Hashira. By the way, please try to get over your sadness soon." Inosuke grinned widely, showing a row of white teeth, while Zenitsu shyly waved his hand. Seeing this, Yuzui Tenjin quickly turned and left with them, his steps light. Tanjiro, why do I have a bad feeling? Don't worry, Zenitsu. We have Hashira with us. No, I'm worried about the Flower District. Please make sure to let me protect Nezuko. Tanjiro. Speaking of which, I can't believe he actually has 3 wives. It's really infuriating, so fickle. Zenitsu gritted his teeth, staring at the tall and magnificent man in front of him. Why don't you just stay here with me and become an Oiran? Rika's voice was soft and melodious, like a gentle breeze in spring. Butterfly Yiling was startled by these words. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Licia. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant as he wanted to immediately reject the proposal. However, just as he was about to speak, his thoughts suddenly turned sharply as if struck by something. Yes, in his current state, he really couldn't immediately return to where he was before. Moreover, staying with Licia didn't seem like a bad idea. At least here, he could temporarily avoid the outside world and wait for himself to transform back into a boy. With this thought, Butterfly Yiling's expression softened a bit, but he still hesitated and said, "But being a courtesan isn't a bit impossible for me? Why not? You're so beautiful. You can definitely do it. Be confident, little mooncake." Chapter 147. The Courtesan's Handbook. At this time, it has been 15 days since Butterfly Yiling returned here. Hey, bro, have you heard? There's a new courtesan at the current house. Yeah, I heard she has long white hair and heterochromia. We have to go and check her out today, for sure. At this moment, the Pleasure District was bustling with people as day transitioned into night. The current house, Kayagaka House, and other establishments were filled with countless young men eagerly waiting. Of course, this also included some wealthy old gentlemen. The pleasure district was filled with matters of love and desire, constantly infused with different flavors. Although most of the girls here were forced to be courtesans, they still had a heart yearning for freedom. Today was a very special day. It was Li Xia's day to parade as a courtesan. At this time, Butterfly Yiling was helping Li Xia with her makeup alongside 2 other little girls. To Butterfly Yiling's surprise, he actually ran into Sister Suma at the current house. However, since his body hadn't fully transformed back yet, Sister Suma still couldn't recognize him. But it seemed like there was no difference from before. She still treated him like a younger brother, sister. In short, life was bearable for now, but a few days ago. Hey, hello, Butterfly Yi courtesan. I heard you just arrived recently, and in just a few days, you have become a courtesan. That's truly impressive. Butterfly Yi courtesan is a nickname that Butterfly Yi Ling chose for himself. At a table inside the establishment sat an old man on either side. Along with Butterfly Yi Ling wore a white kimono, adorned with precious decorations on her head, and her blush was as beautiful as the evening glow. After saying this, the old man slowly moved his hand towards Butterfly Yiling's leg, which was covered in white stockings. Note, the white stockings were something Butterfly Yiling had made for Xiaorin, but she had not found the right opportunity to use them. Aha, you're joking. Young Lady Mu Chuan is just here for work, and I didn't expect to become a courtesan and receive the care of Lord Mu Chuan. I'm truly honored. The old man named Lord Mu Chuan grinned widely, unconcerned, and patted Butterfly Yiling's thigh. This made Butterfly Yiling, whose forehead was already filled with veins, even angrier. Damn it, how can it be so foul? Shameless. No, I must endure. The courtesan instructed by Miss Li Xia cannot do this. Gritting her teeth in anger. Ha. It can talk. After saying this, the old man Mu Chuan slowly stood up. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand towards Butterfly Yiling's face, about to make the next move. Please wait. Lord Mu Chuan, I'm really not feeling well today, and I fear I won't be able to serve you. The voice of Butterfly Knight Collar trembled slightly as she lifted her sleeve to gently cover her mouth. Mr. Mu Chuan was originally waiting with great interest, but upon hearing this, his expression darkened instantly. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes widened in anger. TCH, what a buzzkill, he yelled, his voice shaking the entire room slightly. How could he have chosen someone so pretty yet useless? After saying this, Mr. Mu Chuan suddenly stood up, forcefully pulled aside the screen, and stormed out of the room without even glancing back at Butterfly Knight Collar. His footsteps echoed loudly on the wooden floor. Meanwhile, Butterfly Knight Collar, sitting in place, let out a soft sigh of relief. The madam behind her hurriedly chased after him, calling out, Mr. Mu Chuan, please don't be angry. This girl is just clueless. I'll go get you a better one right away. However, Mr. Mu Chuan completely ignored the madam's pleas, walking out of the shop without looking back, leaving the madam standing at the door, looking helpless and frustrated. The madam turned back into the room and, seeing Butterfly Knight Collar trembling, became even more furious, pointing at her nose and scolding her. But since she was brought by the carp, she couldn't say anything too harsh. So tiring. Is this what it feels like to be a woman for the first time? Such a strange feeling? The Butterfly Knight leader was completely indifferent to what the other person said, as if those words were nothing more than a breeze passing by her ears. They could not pique her interest or attention at all. After all, she had heard such words countless times and was already accustomed to them. Casually, she flipped open the courtesan training manual, her hands slowly turning the pages, producing a faint rustling sound. Her gaze fell on the densely packed text, and she began to read silently. So many rules. Time returned to the present. Sister Li Xia, aren't you tired wearing those heavy wooden shoes? Butterfly Yiling held a pair of shoes in both hands and asked in confusion. After hearing this, Li Xia smiled and said, it's okay. After all, you have worn them for a long time, right? But I don't want to wear something so heavy. Sister Li Xia. Seeing Butterfly Yiling like this, Li Xia smiled and patted her head. It's all right. Just pay attention to your feelings. In a few days, it will be your parade day. After Butterfly Yiling tidied up her hairstyle, she adorably nodded. It's the first time going out on the streets. I'm so excited. After all, it's only once. By the way, Ai, why don't you go take some food to Samako Warren? She hasn't come out for several days now. Is she sick? It's really worrisome. After Kuryuka said this, Butterfly Yiling seemed to wake up from a dream and realized this issue, unable to help but fall into deep thought. A series of events that had occurred in recent days kept flashing in her mind, and she began to ponder the connections and details carefully. After a while, Butterfly Yeeling seemed to figure out some things, obediently nodding to indicate she understood Kiryuka's meaning. Then, she turned and walked towards the kitchen to get the food. As she carefully walked to the door of Samako's room with a plate full of dishes, an unusual feeling surged in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, but still gently knocked twice on the door. However, at the moment she knocked, a strong smell of blood rushed towards her, directly invading her nostrils. This smell was exceptionally pungent, causing her heart to race suddenly, and her alertness instantly peaked. Butterfly Knight's brows furrowed tightly, realizing that the situation might be dire. Without having time to think, he suddenly pulled apart the room's screen. The scene before him stunned him. The entire room was wrapped in bandages, as if it were a giant cocoon. The sister Suma, who should have been in the room, was nowhere to be found. The room was empty, with only the pungent smell of blood lingering in the air. Chapter 148. Suspicious Yukawudo was at ease letting it go now? In the room at the boundary, Suguru Geto tilted his head in suspicion. Looking at Wudo, he seemed quite puzzled by his decision. Wudo's lips curled slightly, revealing a relaxed smile as he casually replied, "Haha, don't worry, Geto. I've used my ability to probe this kid. He still has a trump card up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet. I bet he's saving it for a mutual destruction." But saying that, Wudo seemed a bit unsure and added, "If he gets a sneak attack, then it's mutual destruction." Ha! Ah! 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 With a series of piercing screams, the atmosphere in the room of Yuka during the day was instantly filled with tension. At this moment, Butterfly Knight was dressed in her regular clothes, standing in front of a pile of small figures bound with straw. She tightly gripped a small broom, swinging it repeatedly and striking those figures fiercely. Each strike was accompanied by her angry gasps and curses. She seemed to treat these straw men as the men who had displeased her before, mercilessly venting her emotions. These straw men were beaten to the point of toppling over, some even falling apart, but Butterfly Knight showed no signs of stopping. Her rage seemed endless, growing stronger. Recently, ever since Miss Rika finished her stroll, Butterfly Knight's days had become increasingly difficult. She not only had to serve those old men daily, but also endure their groping, which made her feel an immense sense of humiliation and anger. What? You ask why I didn't write in detail? Of course, it's because I don't want our Butterfly Knight to suffer so much. I'm a man. I'm a man. At first, Rika showed great concern and care for such matters, but as time passed, she gradually became accustomed to it. Now, she viewed it all as part of life, no longer making a fuss like she did at the beginning. "Oh dear, Knight is angry again. Poor straw man," Rika murmured softly, as if this were just an ordinary occurrence. After saying this, Rika did not linger, but turned to continue removing the heavy decorations from her body. She skillfully unbuttoned one after another, taking off her luxurious garments to reveal simple and comfortable casual wear underneath. Meanwhile, beside Rika, two little girls were happily tasting the candies that the courtesan Rika had given them. The colorful candies emitted an enticing fragrance, bringing satisfied and happy smiles to the little girls' faces. However, speaking of which, today was indeed a special day, because today was Butterfly Knight's big day for the street stroll. Just thinking about being with those adorable little girls tonight made me feel a bit excited. Of course, to showcase the best version of myself during tonight's stroll, I need to properly dress up. After all, as a courtesan, image is extremely important. But you know, being a courtesan is really not easy. No one had told me it would be this tough. However, even though it's a bit tiring, this feeling is quite nice. Smiley-faced. Wearing women's clothing feels quite comfortable, and the texture of these stockings is nice too. Wait, I'm not a pervert, it's just a hobby. Due to the mysterious disappearance of Sister Suma a few days ago, Butterfly Knight returned to her room and fell into deep thought, beginning a comprehensive and in-depth analysis of the incident. First of all, based on the current situation, this incident was very likely the work of Upper Moon 6. After all the lower moons had been eliminated. Everyone in the lower moons. Damn it, can't we just die? Next, Butterfly Knight began to investigate the members of Upper Moon. First was Kokushibo. She couldn't help but wonder, what was Kokushibo doing in the Yuka? After becoming a demon, how could he make such a request? Then she thought of Doma. Doma always acted cleanly and decisively, never leaving any trace. With his style of doing things, it was unlikely to be him. As for Akaza, Butterfly Knight directly ruled him out as a suspect. Because Akaza does not kill women, this is well known. Looking at Hantengu and Gyako, Butterfly Knight also felt that they were unlikely to be the culprits. How could that coward Hantengu come here? Moreover, there were no special artworks here. What would Gyako come here for? Butterfly Knight muttered to herself. After much contemplation, Butterfly Knight ultimately focused her suspicion on Upper Moon 6, Daki, and Jotaro. Obviously, Jotaro wouldn't do something like this, so the only possibility left was Daki. Moreover, the remaining bandages in the room were likely left by her. The reasoning of Butterfly Shinobu seems to be getting closer to the truth. As things stand, it can be confirmed that they're still within the entertainment district, and Suma is temporarily out of danger. Additionally, since Suma is on a mission, it stands to reason that Hinetsuru and Makio would also come along. It is worth noting that since an unexpected event has occurred here, the Demon Slayer Corps will likely not sit idly by. Considering the seriousness of the situation, they are likely to send powerful Hashira for support. It goes without saying, it must be the sound Hashira. I didn't expect the entertainment district to be so unsettled. At this moment, the anger in Butterfly Shinobu's heart finally receded like a tide. She took a deep breath to calm her restless heart. Staring at her body and seeing her gradually returning to normal shape, an indescribable anticipation surged within her. Her originally full chest had shrunk from a C size to a C size. Though it was only a slight change, it was undoubtedly a pleasing sign for Butterfly Shinobu. Just then, a voice from outside the door called out, "Koyuki is changing clothes, ready to go out." This voice pulled Butterfly Shinobu back to reality like the ringing of a morning bell. "Got it, Koyuki." Following that, she quickly walked to the door, opened it, and then followed Koyuki and the two little girls to the place to change clothes. At this moment, the entertainment district was gradually entering the night, and the voices of people were becoming increasingly lively. 3 carriages approached the entrance of the entertainment district, and as they reached their destination, the people inside the carriages slowly got off. Long time no see. Still so glamorous. Chapter 149. Oh no, the courtesan Shinobu. As night fell and the lights began to shine, the streets of the entertainment district were enveloped in darkness, resembling a colorful painting. The bustling crowd moved through the streets, with bright lights and lively sounds, creating a festive atmosphere. However, amidst this prosperity, people collectively opened a path, as if waiting for the appearance of some important figure. Each person's face was filled with anticipation because today was the first time the butterfly courtesan would be paraded through the streets. The butterfly courtesan, this newcomer, was famous for her stunning beauty and talents. Her appearance would undoubtedly add a mysterious and charming color to the night, and people were eager to catch a glimpse of her and feel her allure. At this moment, at the entrance of the entertainment district, Yuzui Tenjin, Butterfly Shinobu, and Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu arrived. Looking at this bustling area, Tanjiro and the others once again displayed shocked expressions. "Is this heaven?" Zenitsu was so astonished that he waved his hands excitedly. "What is this? Why are there so many people?" In contrast, Inosuke appeared quite anxious. In response, Yuzui Tenjin explained to the group, "This is the entertainment district, a night city intertwined with vanity, desire, and love and hate. And you 3, don't get me into trouble. This is just a reconnaissance mission for your first visit." Yuzui Tenjin stood aside, eloquently narrating various matters to the 3, as if he was well-versed in these matters. Meanwhile, sitting beside him, Butterfly Shinobu had actually heard of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District before. She knew it was a place filled with desire and temptation, but she did not want to delve into the details. Sister probably wouldn't want to come to such a place. Butterfly Shinobu was secretly contemplating. Her sister was a gentle and kind person, and she would definitely feel uncomfortable in a place like this. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze unconsciously turned towards the bustling street. The street was lively, with people coming and going, and various shops were dazzlingly displayed. However, at that moment, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind, but she quickly interrupted it herself. If the Stinky Night leader appeared here, she would probably be killed by her sister. Shinobu couldn't help but laugh. The thought made her feel a little relieved. Just then, Tanjiro suddenly spoke up. "Has Miss Butterfly been here?" This question was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the 4 present momentarily stunned. They never expected Tanjiro to ask such a direct question. However, Shinobu adjusted her emotions slightly and gave Tanjiro a standard smile, softly saying, "Oh no, she hasn't." The next moment, Tenjin Yuzui's hand came down hard on the back of Tanjiro's head. "Tenjin Yuzui, am I stupid for hitting him?" "Ouch, Mr. Yuzui," Tanjiro exclaimed suddenly, quickly rubbing his head as if it had been scalded, seemingly trying to alleviate some sudden pain. It was just a small episode, although somewhat unexpected. It did not cause much of a stir, and soon calm was restored. Subsequently, Tenjin Yuzui and Shinobu hurriedly took Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu to the Fujik, where they changed into a set of casual kimonos. During this process, Tenjin Yuzui also gave the three little guys a delicate female makeup. However, when Shinobu saw the makeup on these three little guys, she almost burst out laughing. The exaggerated eyeshadow, bright lipstick, and comical blush were simply too amusing. What did Mr. Yuzui draw? However, Shinobu worked hard to suppress her laughter and maintained her composure. After finishing the makeup, she gracefully walked into the room, gently closed the door, and went to the wardrobe, opening it to select a beautiful purple kimono. As she tied her obi, she radiated a different kind of brilliance. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against the edges of the kimono, adding a touch of softness. Outside the room, Zenitsu was looking in a mirror, filled with helplessness and speechlessness at his thick white makeup. His face was painted like a clown, in stark contrast to his originally delicate features. Tenjin Yuzui stood beside him, laughing heartily. His laughter echoed in the air, as if it were going to break through the roof. Ha 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 ha! Tenjin Yuzui laughed so hard he bent over, completely disregarding Zenitsu's feelings. Zenitsu could only look at him helplessly, inwardly groaning. Just then, amidst Tenjin Yuzui's boisterous laughter, Shinobu slowly pulled back the curtain, stepping out like a fairy descending. Instantly, the gazes of the four were magnetically drawn to Shinobu. Their eyes were fixed on her, seemingly stunned by her beauty. Shinobu looked so magnificent in this kimono. Wow, so beautiful. Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim. Nezuko, my heart is shaken. I need your care to steady it. Zenitsu exaggeratedly cried out, causing everyone to burst into laughter. However, Inosuke looked at everything with a confused expression, seemingly unaffected by Shinobu's beauty. The so-called mission location was the three most famous houses in the Pleasure District. Disguised to blend in. Kayagaka House, Takedo House, Ajimoto House. Meanwhile, after changing into their kimonos, Tenjin Yuzui and Shinobu, along with their three little followers, left the Fujik and headed into the streets. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose as a large and magnificent procession slowly approached from a distance. This procession was imposing, with a large number of people, and at a glance, one could not see the end. They were dressed in uniform clothing, marching in perfect unison, like a giant dragon winding across the land. This sudden scene shocked everyone present, and the previously noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. People widened their eyes, staring at the procession, filled with curiosity and confusion. Even the usually composed Tenjin Yuzui and others couldn't help but be captivated by this spectacular sight, stopping what they were doing to look on with interest. It's the courtesan parade from the Takedo house. At that moment, a man exclaimed, instantly stirring the enthusiasm of the crowd, who began to shout, Courtesan parade? What is that, Mr. Yuzui? Tanjiro asked curiously. However, Shinobu seemed to have little interest in the scene before her. She merely glanced over a few times. In the center of the procession, Kanae was struggling to take steps, each one appearing somewhat laborious. Although her pace was slow, it was exceptionally graceful, embodying the unique courtesan walk of the parade. Butterfly Knight walked while gazing at the view ahead. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a figure nearby. That figure stood out in the crowd, making her recognize it instantly. When Butterfly Knight clearly saw the figure, she was stunned, and her expression turned to one of shock in an instant. She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with incredulous surprise. Little Shinobu. Chapter 150. Welcome to the current house. Looking at that familiar figure, a surge of indescribable joy welled up in Butterfly Knight's heart. But soon after, a feeling of helplessness washed over her like a tide. She couldn't help but start to ponder how she should face Shinobu and the others now. This question gave her a headache, as if countless ants were gnawing in her mind. However, despite her chaotic thoughts, Butterfly Knight quickly tidied up her mindset and continued strolling down the street. After all, the activity of walking through the streets was still a brand new experience for her. Dressed in a purple and white gradient kimono, the colors of the kimono were as splendid as the evening glow, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin, making her even more enchanting. The exquisite butterfly crown on her head swayed gently with her every movement, as if a real butterfly were dancing gracefully. Every action and word of the Butterfly Knight leader exudes a unique charm, attracting the attention of those around. The Butterfly House was feeling the gaze from all directions, some filled with curiosity, while others carried a hint of admiration. Of course, there are also some other thoughts, but overall, most of the gazes were quite friendly. At that moment, Yuzui Tenjin struck the heads of the three with his palms, and suddenly a voice came through. Hey, stop staring. We need to get on with the mission. Zenitsu Agatsuma was clearly unhappy about being interrupted, but he could only respond helplessly and then step towards Yuzui Tenjin. Following closely behind were Tanjiro Kamado and Inosuke Hashibara. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there were no other unusual situations, Shinobu Kocho also gathered towards the direction where Yuzui Tenjin was. However, just as she turned to leave, a strong curiosity suddenly surged in her heart. She couldn't help but stop and direct her gaze towards the parade. What she saw truly surprised her. The courtesan in the parade was dressed in gorgeous clothing, her features beautiful and her makeup exquisite. However, what caught the most attention was the bow she had tied. Butterfly Ninja widened her eyes, staring at the bow tie, and an unusual feeling surged in her heart. This lady, why does she look a bit like Butterfly Knight Leader? She murmured to herself, her brows slightly furrowing. But soon, she shook her head, as if trying to shake the thought out of her mind. Never mind, I must be overthinking it, she said softly. By the way, you should be doing well over there, right? After saying that, Butterfly Ninja took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Then, she resolutely turned around and continued walking towards Yuzui Tenjin, no longer thinking about the courtesan that made her feel puzzled. At that moment in the realm, another Butterfly Knight Leader was being chased. Hey, Butterfly Knight Leader, what about the date you promised me? It happened suddenly, so don't explain anything to me. Behind Butterfly Knight Leader was the woman in red, Huagia. As Butterfly Knight Leader passed by that house, Wataru and Suguru were still holding popcorn, watching intently. Go for it. Go for it. Miss Huagia, Butterfly Knight Leader. Back in the real world, Yuzui Tenjin and Butterfly Ninja led the three little ones to stand in front of the owner of the brothel. The brothel keeper's face clearly looked a bit unpleasant as she widened her eyes, sizing up the three children in front of her. Clearly, the appearances of these three children did not stand out in any special way, far from her expectations. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly flashed in the brothel keeper's mind, a clever idea that she felt could turn the situation around. I want her. The brothel keeper suddenly pointed her finger straight at Butterfly Ninja. This sudden decision left the four people present in shock, especially Butterfly Ninja, who never expected to be the first one chosen. She widened her eyes, looking at the brothel keeper in disbelief. Yuzui Tenjin was also quite surprised, but quickly regained his composure. After all, their purpose for this trip was to complete the task, not to get caught up in who was chosen first. So, he looked at Butterfly Ninja, confirmed her opinion, and nodded in agreement. Although she felt somewhat reluctant, Butterfly Ninja accepted the arrangement to avoid affecting the progress of the mission. As expected, Tanjiro was also selected. Following that, Yuzui Tenjin took the two little ones and turned to leave the brothel, continuing to look for suitable candidates in other houses. Then, Yuzui Tenjin smiled and waved goodbye to Inosuke, watching his figure grow distant until it completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, only Zenitsu stood alone, looking somewhat at a loss. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Yuzui Tenjin's mind, and he couldn't help but show a sly smile. This thought was so peculiar that even he found it a bit unbelievable. However, Yuzui Tenjin was always someone who dared to think and act without hesitation. He walked over to Zenitsu, grabbed his arm, and without saying a word, headed towards the Kayaka house. Zenitsu was startled by this sudden action, widening his eyes and looking at Yuzui Tenjin in shock, completely unaware of what was happening. Yuzui Tenjin, however, paid no mind and directly brought Zenitsu into the Kayaka house, picked up a shamisen, and handed it to Zenitsu. Zenitsu took the shamisen, still looking bewildered. Didn't he understand why Yuzui Tenjin had brought him here, and didn't he know how to play the shamisen? But then Zenitsu realized he had been sold, and he was in a state of being unwanted. Thinking of this, Zenitsu became furious, activating thunder breathing and continuously playing the shamisen. The speed left the courtesans present astonished. At that moment, Butterfly Knight Leader finished her long street performance and could finally return to the brothel with the little girls. However, as they were about to reach the brothel, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Koinatsu, I'm just here to visit, not to eat you. Though the voice was somewhat unfamiliar, certain tones made Butterfly Knight Leader feel a sense of déjà vu. Following the direction of the voice, Butterfly Knight Leader quickly approached and finally saw the person speaking. The woman in front of her, although her white hair had turned black, still had a delicate face and unique aura that made Butterfly Knight Leader recognize her at a glance. Upper rank, Ducky. At the same time, Koinatsu cast a pleading glance at Butterfly Knight Leader, clearly feeling uneasy about Daki's arrival. However, unexpectedly, Butterfly Knight Leader walked straight towards Daki without hesitation. Are you the new courtesan? Daki looked Butterfly Knight Leader up and down, her eyes flashing with curiosity. I didn't expect you to be quite good-looking, but why does it feel a bit familiar? Butterfly Knight leader smiled slightly and politely responded, haha, for a princess, hello, welcome to the current house. In an instant, the two massive beings confronted each other, and my wife Zenitsu exclaimed with a nosebleed. Chapter 151, Training Shinobu. I will visit this place again another day. I hope it will still be the two of you. After saying this, Daki turned and left, paying no attention to the gazes of others. Watching Daki's figure gradually fade away, Butterfly Knight leader relaxed her tense mood. It's all right, Sister Koi Sumero. Butterfly Yi led the way and patted Li Xia's back, saying, thank you, Yi. Li Xia expressed gratitude, but recalled something and spoke to Butterfly Yi. By the way, Yi, just now, when you were out in the street, the madam just recruited 2 new courtesans named Tansy and Naniko. Li Xia's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of silver bells ringing in Butterfly Ye's ears. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Nightingale felt a stir in her heart, and 2 figures immediately surfaced in her mind. It must be Butterfly Shinobu and Tanjiro who entered the Hashira mansion. Koinatsu smiled slightly and said, I heard that these 2 courtesans are quite beautiful and have some talents as well. The brothel madam has asked us to each take one, so you can choose. Shinobu, I think the codename Shinobu-chan is quite cute, haha. Butterfly Yiling smiled at Li Xia and then said, I'll be in charge of Ninon. I'll leave Tansy to you, Li Xia. Li Xia readily agreed, saying, no problem. She gently patted Butterfly Yiling's head and said softly, you have to take good care of Ninon, okay? Butterfly Knight nodded repeatedly and said, don't worry, Sister Li Xia, I will. After Li Xia gave some other instructions, she turned and went into the house, leaving Butterfly Knight standing there, filled with anticipation for Renjinzi. Hey, what are you smiling about? Butterfly Knight, come inside. The old madam upstairs couldn't help but feel uneasy seeing Butterfly Knight's silly grin and quickly urged her to come in. All right. Butterfly Yiling waved her hand and stepped into the house. The silly girl, the old madam, sighed and then began to enjoy the fireworks outside. My name is Renzi. Please take good care of Butterfly Yi, the courtesan. At this moment, Butterfly Run was sitting upright with a smile on her face, speaking to Butterfly Yiling in front of her. Butterfly Shinobu never expected that what she thought would be just a brief encounter would lead her into the room of the courtesan, and it was even under her responsibility. As Butterfly Yari looked at Butterfly Shinobu's appearance, she couldn't help but feel guilty. If it weren't for her previous words, Shinobu probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Now there were 2 Kanahoas. What to do? For now, they could only wait and see. But fortunately, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. And looking at Shinobu's current state instantly made her feel amused. Please take good care of Shinobu. While saying this, Butterfly Yari stood up and slowly walked towards Butterfly Shinobu. What is she doing? Why is she coming towards me? Never mind, it's not a big deal anyway. Butterfly Yiling gently lifted Butterfly Shinobu's chin with her delicate hand, stroking her face with one hand, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Butterfly Shinobu. This action instantly shocked Butterfly Shinobu. What? How can someone just touch another person's face like this? What kind of gaze is this? My name is Yi Dai. You can also call me I. I? No way. How does she look so much like Butterfly Yiling? And her name is so similar? Has she been reincarnated? That can't be. After realizing that Yi Dai was the courtesan and getting an unsatisfactory answer, Butterfly Yiling withdrew her hand from Butterfly Shinobu's face. All right, now that the introduction is over, let's start practicing. Okay, Miss Courtesan, Butterfly Shinobu responded with a smile. However, upon seeing that familiar smiling face, Butterfly Yiling did not feel the usual happiness, but rather more guilt. Nevertheless, guilt aside, teasing was still necessary. In the next moment, Butterfly Yiling picked up a chopstick from the table. Open your mouth. Butterfly Shinobu obediently opened her mouth and bit down on the chopsticks. At the same time, Butterfly Yurichi placed a full cup of water on her head. As she settled down and walked towards me, remember, don't spill it, or you'll have to start over, or face punishment. In response, Butterfly Shinobu wore a relaxed expression. She had often practiced balance since she was a child in the Demon Slayer Corps, and she was sure she could handle this small task. The next moment, Butterfly Shinobu elegantly walked towards Butterfly Yurichi. However, Butterfly Yurichi did not wait there as obediently as one might expect. Instead, she walked beside Butterfly Shinobu and began to observe her closely. In the next instant, Butterfly Yurichi slowly extended 2 slender fingers. These fingers seemed to possess some kind of magic. Gently and cautiously gliding over the beautifully curved backside of Butterfly Shinobu. Although this subtle movement seemed insignificant, it caused a slight shiver to run through Butterfly Shinobu's body. It was as if a small stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples quickly spread out. At the same time, the cup of water on Butterfly Shinobu's head also wobbled slightly due to this tremor, causing a few drops to trickle down the side and fall to the ground, forming a small puddle. How can this be happening? On the surface, everything looks gentle and normal, but secretly doing this? So despicable. Pervert. Pervert. I failed, Shinobu. That's only because you interfered. That's why I failed. Now, it's time to accept the punishment. The butterfly's night corner of the mouth slightly curved upwards, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. He slowly reached out his hand and gently held onto Butterfly Shinobi's small hand. Shinobu Kocho looked at him in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to think, allowing him to tightly grasp her hand. Butterfly Knight walked step by step towards the edge of the bed, while Butterfly Shinobu followed behind like a startled fawn. Upon reaching the bedside, Butterfly Knight paused, turned around, and faced Butterfly Shinobu. His gaze fell on Butterfly Shinobu's somewhat flustered eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became increasingly evident. Shinobu Kocho stood in place, looking at her in confusion. So, are you ready to accept your punishment? Shiniko? Butterfly Shinobu's words carried a hint of teasing, leaving Butterfly Kanae at a loss. In the next moment, she found herself lying on Butterfly Shinobu's legs. The next second, Butterfly Shinobu picked up a flat wooden board from somewhere and smiled at Butterfly Kanae, saying, "Come on, Shinobu. What is this? Why is this courtesan like this?" Just then, Tanjiro, who was sweeping the floor, stopped in his tracks, listening to the sounds coming from inside. "Be gentle. It hurts, Miss Courtesan." "Ah. Miss Shinobu must be practicing more. I need to keep working hard, too." After thinking this, Tanjiro turned around and continued with his work. Chapter 152. Shinobu's suspicion. At this moment, time quietly passed and night fell. The Yoshiwara Pleasure District welcomed the most lively and bustling time of the day, the evening. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, who had been sent out on a stealth mission, successfully arrived at the designated rendezvous point as instructed by Yuzui Tenjin. "Oh, did anyone discover anything?" Yuzui Tenjin looked at everyone with anticipation, eager to know if there were any new clues. "Oh, magnificent deity of the festival. I sensed the presence of a demon over there, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find that guy. It's infuriating," Inosuke said indignantly. "Hina, Suma, and Maki have still not sent any news." Shinobu Kocho carefully summarized the situations of the three individuals, and then revealed the information that Tenjin Yuzui was most concerned about. Upon hearing this news, Tenjin Yuzui furrowed his brows tightly. As he stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, he slowly sighed and spoke. I see. I haven't noticed anything unusual on my end." Tanjiro then chimed in. "Nothing unusual, but I did encounter a very unpleasant courtesan." Zenitsu complained helplessly. At that moment, Tanjiro noticed something strange and asked, "Miss Shinobu, why are you standing and not sitting?" As soon as he spoke, the other three turned to look at Shinobu. She smiled as usual and replied, "I sat for too long in the previous room, so standing for a bit helps me relax." Her smile was like the warm and gentle sun of spring, making people feel fond of her. "Oh, Miss Shinobu really knows how to balance work and rest," Tanjiro quickly praised. However, only Shinobu herself knew how much helplessness and anger were hidden behind those seemingly relaxed words. A vein on her forehead throbbed faintly, as if expressing her inner dissatisfaction. All of this stemmed from that detestable courtesan, the butterfly courtesan. Not long ago, Shinobu had unexpectedly faced a physical punishment at the previous room. That butterfly courtesan had actually struck her buttocks with a thin ruler again and again, hitting her over a dozen times. This left Shinobu feeling both humiliated and angry, yet unable to resist. To make matters worse, after the incident, the butterfly courtesan casually asked her, "Ah, you don't blame me, do you, Shinobu?" Hearing this, Shinobu was practically infuriated. How could she not blame him? This was pure provocation. Thinking of this, Shinobu couldn't help but place her hand behind her back, gently touching her slightly red and swollen behind, her anger growing stronger. That butterfly courtesan was as annoying as a stinky mooncake. With that thought, Shinobu changed the topic and asked Inosuke, Inosuke, can you elaborate on the demon's presence you mentioned earlier?" Upon hearing this, Inosuke waved his hands and used his body to describe the events of that day. That thing kept darting back and forth. Its speed was incredibly fast. I couldn't catch up, and it was hiding in the walls, like a stinky snake. Listening to Inosuk's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Inside the walls? A stinky snake? This information gave everyone a headache. However, they could ascertain that the demon was active in the Ajimoto house, which was precisely where Makio was. This time, according to my investigation, the demon might be one of the upper moons among the 12 Kazuki. I've already requested other Hashira from headquarters to come over. Tenjin Yuzui continued. So Tanjiro, Inosuk, and Zenitsu, your levels aren't sufficient. For safety's sake, you should go back. What do you mean? God of festivals. Are you looking down on us? Inosuk said angrily upon hearing this. It's the truth. Tenjin Yuzui did not pay attention to Inosuk afterward. After providing some additional precautions, the information exchange concluded, and the four returned to their respective rooms. Shinobu returned to that place that made her furious. Moreover, due to the courtesan's responsibility, her room was arranged within the courtesan's quarters. This was practically the same as living together. Shinobu forced a smile at this. At this moment, the butterfly courtesan was examining the items in her hand. She didn't expect that Jie would actually send her a small cursed spirit before leaving. Although it was a one-time use, it would suffice for gathering intelligence. On the surface, the butterfly courtesan appeared indifferent to this task, but she was seriously investigating privately. After all, Hinetsuru, Suma, and Makio treated her very well, always seeing her as a little sister. I cannot ignore their lives and deaths. Based on the current intelligence, it is known that they are currently in Daki's food storage, and there is no immediate danger to their lives. What is troubling now is how to rescue them, or send a message to Shinobu and the others. But just then, a sudden noise came from the wooden door, causing the butterfly courtesan to disperse the cursed spirit in her hand and turn to see that it was Shinobu, who had just returned. It seems they have completed the information exchange. Shinobu looked at the butterfly courtesan with a bad temper, but still maintained a polite facade as she said, I'm back. Miss Courtesan. Thank you for your hard work. Go rest by the bed, the butterfly courtesan replied. As for the butterfly courtesan, Shinobu felt a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Suddenly recalling a distinct mark on the butterfly courtesan's body and associating it with their behavior, she decided to find a time to secretly take a look. The time was set for midnight, when she was asleep. Good. Shinobu smiled as she walked to the bedside, tidied herself up, and lay down, closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Butterfly Ichiryu also planned to rest. After all, staying up late was not a good habit, except during mission times. However, Butterfly Ichiryu realized that there was only one bed here, which meant she would have to sleep with Shinobu. If it were before, she would definitely not have dared to do so, but now she had every right to. Shinobu, there's only one bed. Let's squeeze together. Oh no, I forgot. There is only one bed. What should I do? Although she felt quite nervous, Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, I understand, Ichiryu. After turning off the light, the room fell into darkness. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't sleep at all. She had only one thought. She had to see if he had that mark on him. However, after a long time, the only news she received was one. Nothing. Chapter 153, Divine Assistance. And Butterfly Ichiryu did not actually fall asleep. She could feel Butterfly Shinobu's movements. Turning over, she couldn't help but smile, revealing a curve. Oh, Shinobu, this body hasn't fully recovered yet. How could there be any marks? Haha. Seeing her plan fail, Butterfly Shinobu simply closed her eyes in disappointment and turned to the side. At this time, the sky gradually brightened, and the brothel enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Butterfly Ichiryu woke up earlier than anyone else to conduct her daily checkup on her body. However, this time the results truly startled her. Her chest had already downgraded to a C cup, but there were marks appearing on her chest. It's hard to imagine if this had appeared a day earlier. Her identity would probably have been exposed yesterday. Phew, that's scary. Luckily, I woke up early today. If Shinobu had surprised me again, I would have been blown. After thinking this, Butterfly Ichiryu put her clothes back on and walked outside. Sure enough, Butterfly Shinobu was still sleeping, which Butterfly Ichiryu was used to. Shinobu had a lot of work, and coupled with her low blood sugar, getting up was very difficult. But thinking of this, Butterfly Ichiryu suddenly jolted and quickly walked over to Butterfly Shinobu's side. She slowly reached out her hand, feeling Butterfly Shinobu's skin and also smelling her scent. No, how is this possible? No, how could this happen a second time? Just as Butterfly Ichiryu had guessed, there was wisteria inside Butterfly Shinobu at this moment. In an instant, unease and panic filled Butterfly Ichiryu's heart. She had done the same thing last time. which made her lose her last family member. Fortunately, Butterfly Yuchiryu stabilized her emotions and slowly sat down on the chair by the table. Now, she was not only thinking about how to convey the message, but also about how to eliminate the wisteria inside Butterfly Shinobu. At this moment, in the Ajimoto house, Inosuke was walking step by step down the corridor. Yesterday's situation made Inosuke very angry. Not only did he fail to capture any traces of the demon, but he was also mocked by the festival god. While thinking about this, Inosuke suddenly spotted an envelope in one of the rooms. Driven by curiosity and suspicion, Inosuke unconsciously walked toward the mysterious envelope. Finally, he stood in front of the envelope, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately reached out his hand, carefully opening the envelope. The paper of the envelope made a slight rustling sound in his hand, as if protesting like a disturbed sleeper. Inosuke took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the letter, his gaze falling on the handwriting. The writing was neat and appeared to be carefully crafted. Kayagaka House, Kyuka, Upper Moon Twin. Inosuke, what the heck? This is such a blatant deception. I'm not that stupid. Inosuke shouted angrily. How could he not see through such a childish trick? This time, Butterfly Yuchiryu originally intended to use the envelope to convey information, and Inosuke, with a relatively low IQ among this group of people, was the best candidate. But who would have thought? Inosuke actually didn't pay attention. It was a miscalculation on Butterfly Yuchiryu's part. Butterfly Knight Leader, Dead Pig, how come your IQ is online at this time? Stop. You can't bully her. Accompanied by this roar, the atmosphere in the Kayagako house instantly became tense. At this moment, Zenitsu Agatsuma was standing not far away, his eyes fixed on Daki, his face filled with anger and determination. Daki, whose wrist was tightly grasped by Zenitsu, showed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Oh, were you? How dare you command me? Daki's voice was filled with disdain and contempt. However, before Zenitsu could respond, Daki suddenly released her grip on the little girl's ear. In the next moment, she swiftly slapped Zenitsu across the cheek. The force of this slap was so great that Zenitsu flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall. With a loud bang, the wall seemed to tremble slightly from the impact. Zenitsu appeared to have all his strength drained, softly collapsing to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Overestimating yourself. Daki looked at Zenitsu lying on the ground, sneering coldly as if finding his actions utterly ridiculous. The madam only shook her head silently, letting out a sigh. What is the point of provoking her? Not wanting to be the first to stick out, yet insisting on being the hero? Although the plan had failed, Butterfly Knight Leader did not feel discouraged, constantly contemplating various possible solutions in his mind. Just as he was deep in thought, a slight sound suddenly came from behind him. He saw that the originally closed wooden sliding door had been slowly pulled open at some point. As the gap widened, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Kiyoshi, her appearance like a bright ray of sunshine, instantly illuminating the whole room. At this moment, Kiyoshi's face was as vibrant as spring flowers in bloom. With a faint smile on her lips, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Her gaze fell directly on Butterfly Knight Leader, revealing a sense of gentleness and concern. What are you doing, Oh, it's Sister Kiyoshi. I'm adjusting the makeup supplies. Kiyoshi then said something that filled Butterfly Knight Leader with both surprise and shock. I've been redeemed, Accompanied by this sentence was a voice that revealed undeniable excitement and joy. You should leave here quickly. After all, your condition won't last long. You'll be recovering soon, right? Kiyoshi spoke with a hint of teasing and pride. Butterfly Knight Leader was stunned by these words. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Li Xia in front of him. What, Sister Li Xia? What did you find out? Li Xia looked at Butterfly Knight Leader's surprised expression, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up as she revealed a playful smile and softly said, It's a secret. Butterfly Knight clearly wasn't satisfied with the answer, and she eagerly asked, Sister Li Xia, how do you know that? Please tell me. Seeing this, Li Xia intentionally kept her in suspense, winking and smiling as she said, Oh, don't be so anxious, Butterfly Knight sighed helplessly, but her curiosity did not diminish. Just then, Li Xia suddenly changed the subject and said, However, I have some good news to tell you. Butterfly Nightingale quickly perked up her ears and looked at Li Xia expectantly. Li Xia smiled mysteriously and continued, I have secretly passed your letter to Tanjiro. Himiko, upon hearing this, was first taken aback. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. Sister Rika, what a great assist. I didn't expect Tanjiro to have been exposed too. I really didn't think Sister Rika's abilities were this strong. Chapter 154. The calm before the battle, all right. In a few days, I will be leaving. You need to be prepared too. Rika gently said to Himiko while reaching out to pat her head. Ah, thank you, Sister Rika, and congratulations to you. In Himiko's knowledge, the profession of a courtesan is one that is trained and honed. Therefore, the average age does not exceed 22. For the current Sister Rika, being redeemed is the best outcome. Thinking of this, Himiko revealed a celebratory smile and hugged Rika. Hey, you're so grown up. How can you still act like this? It's not like we won't see each other again, Rika said. Of course, time flies like money drifting through a bustling city, fleeting and ephemeral. In the blink of an eye, night quietly descended, as if draping the world in a layer of mysterious veils. At this moment, everyone rushed to gather according to the clues provided by Tenjin Yuzui. Everyone's face was solemn and heavy. However, one person was absent from this gathering, and that was Zenitsu Agatsuma. His absence surprised Tanjiro and Inosuke, as he was typically an active participant. Huh, that's strange. Where's Zenitsu? Tanjiro squatted beside Inosuke, puzzled. But Inosuke was talking to himself. Damn it, how could they treat me like a fool? It's obvious from the envelope. Who can't see it? In the next moment, Inosuke directly threw the two envelopes onto the roof and stomped on them hard. What is this? Tanjiro suddenly noticed that the envelope on the ground looked familiar. Just as he was about to pick it up, a voice answered his earlier question. Zenitsu can't come. He's missing. Probably taken by a demon. This is my responsibility. I will bring him back safely. Before Tanjiro could speak, Tenjin Yuzui instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a series of whooshing sounds. Mr. Yuzui, Tanjiro slowly picked up the envelope from the ground, patted it, and took out the letter. The credible content shocked Tanjiro for a moment, as it was identical to the letter Sister Rika had given him. In an instant, Tanjiro didn't know what to say. The letter from Sister Rika is exactly the same as this one, indicating that someone passed this letter to us. But who is this person? Is it someone from the Demon Slayer Corps? If so, why didn't they come personally to inform us? These questions flooded Tanjiro's mind, leaving him confused. Thinking of this, Tanjiro spoke to Inosuke. Inosuke, where did you get these letters? Tanjiro looked at Inosuke suspiciously, secretly pondering the source of these letters. Inosuke replied disdainfully. I don't know which idiot put these letters in an obvious room, allowing me to see them. His tone revealed contempt and mockery towards that idiot. Butterfly Night Collar. After listening to Inosuke's words, Tanjiro nodded thoughtfully. He thought to himself that it seemed the other party already knew their location. But since they had already taken action, they couldn't just sit back and wait. Tanjiro pondered for a moment, then turned to Inosuke and said, Let's go. We act tonight. There was a sense of determination and decisiveness in Tanjiro's voice. Inosuke was momentarily stunned by Tanjiro's words, seemingly surprised by his decision. But soon, he burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you to say that. You guys, get the knives. Inosuke shouted excitedly. Before he finished speaking, for ninja, mice suddenly appeared from around the roof. They came in pairs, each holding a knife, and quickly ran towards Inosuke like well-trained soldiers. It's the ninja mice from Mr. Yuzui. This is a great help. Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. He knew these ninja mice were trained by Tenjin Yuzui. They were not only fast, but also very clever, capable of playing an important role at critical moments. Inosuke didn't hesitate to grab his twin swords, hoisting them onto his shoulder, and then said to Tanjiro, I'm going first. I noticed something was off about that place long ago. You need to hurry too, Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke's determined back and nodded vigorously in response. Yeah, I got it. Inosuke. At that moment, the room was quiet, and Kanae was quietly packing her belongings. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound of a door being pushed open from behind her. Kanae slowly turned her head and saw a figure standing at the doorway, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. It was Tanjiro. Upon Tanjiro's sudden appearance, Kanae showed no sign of surprise. Tanjiro looked at Kanae and smiled, saying, Kanae, I'm leaving. Thank you very much for taking care of me during this time. Kanae returned a gentle smile and softly replied, Hee hee, it's nothing. It's what I should do. By the way, I also want to thank your friend for helping me get my freedom. Upon hearing Kanae mention the matter of her release, Tanjiro's heart stirred, and he immediately understood what was going on. He recalled that Miss Shinobu had mentioned wanting to help Kanae gain her freedom, so it must have been her. Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim, so it was Miss Shinobu. He pondered to himself, since Miss Shinobu helped Kanae, did that mean the other courtesan also? Thinking of this, Tanjiro suddenly understood, and he finally grasped Miss Shinobu's intentions. Be careful, I don't want you to disappear. Little Tanjiro will be in your care. He smiled gratefully at Kanae, then pushed the door open and slowly left. However, just after Tanjiro left, a silk ribbon suddenly opened the window in Kanae's room. The next moment, a woman with an exposed figure, beautiful posture, and black hair appeared in front of Kanae. Upper Moon 6. Ducky. Kanae thought Tanjiro had forgotten something and had come back, gently asking, "Did you forget something, Tanjiro?" Daki responded, "I need to eat you first, in case I forget, since you're leaving soon, right?" As she said this, Daki licked her lips and prepared to use the silk ribbon to capture Kanae. However, just as the ribbon was about to attack Kanae, an iron fan shot out from the side, firmly restraining the silk. "Damn, Black Merchant, you said it would be very sturdy, but it's about to break." Butterfly Knight leader kept complaining in his heart, but still steadied himself and said to Daki, "Hello, Ducky. I shouldn't call you Daki." Chapter 155. The battle begins. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Suddenly, Daki revealed a fierce expression, and dozens of silk ribbons flew towards Butterfly Knight leader to bind him. Currently, Butterfly Knight leader, who had not fully recovered, was caught off guard and was instantly surrounded by the ribbons, completely engulfed. "Not good. I forgot about this. I'll retreat first. You all must survive." Just as Butterfly Knight leader was being absorbed, Tanjiro pushed the door open and entered. Just moments ago, Tanjiro had caught the scent of a demon, and this direction was still the room where Kiyoshi was earlier. For safety's sake, he had turned back, but unexpectedly saw this scene in an instant. "It's the Demon Slayer brat. You're here. I see. How many of you are there? One of you must be that ugly brat with yellow hair, right? Where are the Hashira? Will they be here soon? You look pretty weak. After all, you're not a Hashira, understand?" When Daki slowly turned her head to look at Tanjiro, she revealed the numbers in her green pupils. "Huh, Upper Moon 6. However, the next moment, Tanjiro steadied his mind and quickly drew his sword. "Don't move, Miss Kiyoshi." The sudden words instantly enraged Daki. "Who do you think you're talking to?" In an instant, before Tanjiro could react, the tree root ribbon struck with force, sending Tanjiro flying onto the opposite rooftop. As the dust settled, Tanjiro stared blankly at the sky, unable to believe what had just happened. "So fast, I couldn't see it at all. Upper Moon, my limbs aren't responding. My body is paralyzed. Stay calm, my body still has some reaction. If it's just like this, I shouldn't still be alive." The next moment, Tanjiro struggled to regain his grip on the sword and stood up. At the same time, Tanjiro realized what weapon his opponent was using. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuzui Tenjin was continuously leaping across rooftops, searching for traces. "You're still alive. More resilient than I thought. Your eyes are nice, quite beautiful, but not as pretty as that other person." Just as Tanjiro was about to launch an attack, he felt the straps of the box on his back breaking, and reluctantly, he had to temporarily leave Nezuko here. "Sorry, I can't carry you into battle. Unless there's a life-threatening situation, stay hidden for now." Water breathing. Fourth form. Striking tide. In an instant, Tanjiro and Daki leapt into the air, and the ribbons clashed with the blade. The blue blade continuously sliced through the ribbons, as one human and one demon struck at each other in the air, using their strength. But Tanjiro revealed a slight opening, and Daki struck him down to the ground. In that instant, the oppressive aura of the Upper Moon demon filled the air around Tanjiro. Upper Moon 6. Can I win when no one else is around? No. It's not that I can't win. It's that I must win. Tanjiro adjusted his breathing and raised his sword, ready for battle. At the same time, Yuzui Tenjin finally found Hinetsu, who was bound by the ribbons, in one of the rooms. Fortunately, she had not been too harmed, and after swallowing a pill, Hinetsu gradually woke up. "Sorry, Lord Tenjin." After conveying the information she knew, Yuzui Tenjin said with guilt, "Once the antidote takes effect, we'll leave Yoshiwara." Soon after, Tungin's voice echoed across the rooftops. As expected, he found the source of the battle sounds coming from below. Without hesitation, he quickly untied his dual swords and drew them. Sound breathing. First form. Roar. The thunderous sound also drew Daki's attention, who was currently fighting Tanjiro. "A bunch of annoying bugs. What's that noise? What are you doing?" Upon realizing the sound was coming from the Ajimoto house, Daki quickly assessed the number of opponents and asked Tanjiro, "How many of you are there? 4? I want to tell you." Tanjiro replied succinctly. Daki didn't say anything in response, but noticed that Tanjiro's sword had already dulled. At the same time, she mocked the craftsman who made the sword, calling him the third-rate smith. In an instant, Tanjiro rebutted, "No, the person who made this sword is very skilled. Just like before, this master craftsman is amazing." Tanjiro also realized that the power of water breathing was not very compatible with him right now. Suddenly, he remembered the dance of the fire god. "Burn, burn, burn my heart." In an instant, Just as the ribbons attacked Tanjiro, the Dance of the Fire God activated, continuously burning the ribbons. Dance of the Fire God. Flame Dance. The sudden change shocked Daki. The blade's trajectory had changed. It was even more powerful than before. Without waiting for her reaction, Tanjiro charged straight at Daki. Flame Dance. The crescent red blade immediately pushed Daki back, causing her to retreat. When Daki launched the ribbons at Tanjiro, she realized it was a feint. The sudden turn of events left Daki bewildered. Where are you? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. Dance of the Fire God. Sunlight Rainbow. In that instant, an opening appeared before Tanjiro, and this moment gave him hope of victory. Dance of the Fire God. Fire Train. Just at that moment, the line of openings vanished in an instant, and Daki sent Tanjiro flying. He tumbled several times before finally stopping, and the side effects of using the Dance of the Fire God caused his muscles to stiffen. Suddenly, without time to react, Daki's ribbons shot towards Tanjiro's neck. Fortunately, while adjusting his breathing, Tanjiro swung his sword with all his might, completely separating the two. At the same time, the force acted upon him as he landed back on the ground, engaging in combat once more. The blade and ribbons clashed incessantly, creating sparks. Increase the temperature. Maintain the rhythm. I can feel my body temperature and heat rising. This is a bit more troublesome than I imagined. Interesting. At that moment, with firm conviction, Tanjiro used the Dance of the Fire God again. Flames swirled around him as he leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike at Daki. Meanwhile, on the other side, Inosuke was continuously swinging his dual blades, slashing at the ribbons. Haha, those stinky worms can't hurt me, the great Inosuke. Just run away with your tails between your legs, and come back when you're stronger. With each strike of his dual blades, he freed one woman after another, who fell to the ground. This made the ribbon demon furious and shocked, marveling at his strong perception and killing intent, and not expecting that there would be demon slayers entering the granary. Beast breathing, 6 Fong, rampant bite. But just as he prepared to attack, the ribbon demon's words left Inosuke frozen in place. It won't do you any good to cut me. I'm not the main body. Besides, after saving so many people, do you really plan to leave them behind? At the same time, the demon slowly approached the group, making Inosuke realize, I must fight while protecting the humans. As the attack descended, Inosuke rushed towards it, but he quickly realized that the distance was far from enough. Just at the critical moment, several Kanae fell from the sky. To his surprise, it was the successfully escaped Suma and Makio. Earthworm Silk is really a good name. It's truly disgusting. You're absolutely right. The two joined the battle, using the Kanae to continuously intercept the silk threads. Chapter 156. Let us go in style. The sudden appearance of a woman left Inosuke puzzled. Who are you? Suma, who was intercepting the silk threads, explained, We are Lord Yuzui's wives. Then, countless silk threads began to attack the three again. Since they weren't the main body, cutting them was useless, akin to a prolonged battle. Inosuke was distressed, and just then, a familiar voice emerged. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. In an instant, immense lightning erupted beneath Zenitsu's feet. Like a startled swan, the lightning flickered and struck between the silk threads. Under the convergence of 6 bolts of lightning, numerous silk threads fell to the ground. This scene made Inosuke exclaim, You might as well just stay asleep. Meanwhile, 2 ninja mice were busy manipulating the muscles on their bodies. Zenitsu's sword was being transported by them. Is that person also from the Demon Slayer Corps? Why are they dressed so strangely? Makio said while attacking the silk threads. I don't know. Suma replied, equally confused. Just as the next wave of attacks was about to come, Zenitsu stood still. Inosuke kept kicking him, urging, The next wave is coming, move. Suddenly, a figure emerged, leaving the silk demon baffled and incredulous. Fortunately, Zenitsu finally moved, continuously slashing at the silk threads. What caught the silk demon's attention was the 2 overlapping voices, like thunderclaps. Sure enough, in the next second, the space above them shattered, causing all 4 to look up. As the dust slowly settled, Yuzui Tenjin stood there, wielding dual swords. In that moment, he charged with his swords, instantly severing all the silk threads and successfully rescuing the people. Seeing the long-awaited Yuzui Tenjin, Suma and Makio were extremely excited. Lord Tenjin, Makio, Suma, I'm sorry I'm late. Seeing you both so spirited puts me at ease. Yuzui Tenjin smiled at the 2 women. This made them momentarily stunned. Recalling past memories, Yuzui Tenjin walked slowly to the 2, patted their heads, and turned to say, You really put on a magnificent show. No wonder you are my wives. His words brought tears to the eyes of the two women, and Yuzui Tenjin smiled at them with satisfaction. All right, now let us go in style. Remember to return to the ground. The butterfly will heal you. Meanwhile, Daki instantly withdrew all her silk threads, fully restoring her strength. Her long black hair transformed into white with green tips. As expected, it's a Hashira. The Hashira has arrived. How wonderful. That person will surely be very happy. Tanjiro gripped his sword tightly, shocked by the scene before him. Her appearance has changed. It truly has a nauseating aura, a sharp pain deep in my throat. Her power has become even stronger. However, this situation also made Tanjiro realize that Mr. Yuzui and Butterfly Shinobu were with Inosuke and the others. Just then, in this moment of tranquility, a figure suddenly rushed out of the room, as if driven by an invisible force. His appearance shattered the existing calm, bringing a noisy clamor. However, Daki showed no sign of surprise at this sudden change. Just as the person stepped out of the room, the silk threads in her hand swung rapidly like lightning. With a fierce wind, they struck violently at Tanjiro and the person behind him. The power of this strike was astonishing. Not only Tanjiro and the person behind him, but even the surrounding houses were not spared. As the silk threads struck down violently, thick smoke rose, accompanied by the loud sound of collapsing buildings. As houses were brutally cut down, leaving a scene of devastation. Even more terrifying was that every place hit by the silk threads sent shards of stone flying out like raindrops, crashing down on the people below. The impact of these stones was immense. Many people's limbs were severed from their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. Tanjiro himself, although he reacted at the critical moment, still could not fully evade Daki's attack. The silk thread struck his shoulder hard, sending a jolt of pain through him, and blood stained his clothes. The cries for help and screams from the crowd echoed in his ears, creating a chaotic scene as tears and blood flowed before Tanjiro's eyes. Ugly, hideous humans have no value in living. You should all hold hands and die together. Daki leaped onto the roof, addressing Tanjiro below. Mr. Hero, help! Everyone, don't come out. As Tanjiro listened to these life-threatening words, veins bulged slowly, and his eyes turned red, with white scara gradually being covered in blood. Life is random, neither reflective nor regretful. I will not tolerate such brutality. In the next moment, Tanjiro leapt up, firmly grabbing Daki's foot as she attempted to flee. In an instant, with shock in Daki's eyes, Tanjiro swung his sword at her fiercely. Daki, with her agile body, dodged the attack, but still lost one leg. You want to come back. The living can't recover like demons. Why do you want to strip that away? Why trample on life? These words seemed familiar to Daki, as if she had heard them before. In an instant, a scene emerged in Daki's subconscious. A tall and mighty warrior, clad in a red cloak with a high ponytail, was walking toward her. What is so fun? Where's the interest? What do you treat human life as? Why don't you understand? Why don't you remember? Then Daki realized this was a memory from Yuzen's cells. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu was on the ground, continuously checking the rescued individuals. Accompanied by Suma and Makio. I didn't expect the demons to create a nest underground and capture so many people. Once the last antidote was administered and everyone was checked, they just needed to wait for the hidden core to take them to safety. Looking towards the distant roaring battlefield, Butterfly Shinobu said to Suma and Makio, I'll go provide support. Please take care of these people. After receiving their response, Butterfly Shinobu leaped up, stepping on the beams of the houses, fluttering like a butterfly. You were human once, right? You must have struggled and cried from pain in the past. Tanjiro said slowly, word by word. However, these words made Daki a bit angry. Stop being so long-winded, it's really annoying. Who remembers the past? I don't care at all now that I'm a ghost. Ghosts don't age, don't need to earn money for food, don't get sick and don't die. They have nothing to lose. Moreover, beautiful and strong ghosts can do whatever they want. After receiving these responses, Tanjiro understood. I see. There's nothing more to say. In an instant, Tanjiro charged toward Daki. Blood Demon Art. Eightfold Ribbon Slash. Faced with the overwhelming silk ribbons, Tanjiro still rushed towards Daki without hesitation. Dance of the Fire God. Burning Bone. Flame Sun. In an instant, the red vortex blade continuously burned the ribbons surrounding him. The fiery sword energy causing Daki to feel pain. The ribbons that kept attacking Tanjiro were being cut apart one by the red flames. In an instant, as Daki leaped to another rooftop, Tanjiro followed suit and struck hard her neck. Chapter 157. Nezuko joins the fight. However, what Tanjiro didn't expect was that the neck he struck instantly transformed into ribbons, firmly connecting to Daki's head. How could there be a way to cut off my neck? In an instant, while Tanjiro was distracted, Daki used the ribbons to evade and shake off Tanjiro's attack. After escaping, Daki furiously swung the ribbons at Tanjiro. Don't even think about escaping, you ugly creature. However, these attacks appeared extraordinarily slow in Tanjiro's eyes, as if time had stopped for him, calmly observing every movement, accurately judging the trajectory and force of the attacks. The Nichiren blade in his hand flickered with a cold light, and he swung the blade swiftly and accurately, attacking again and again. Each collision with the enemy's attack produced a crisp sound. As Tanjiro continued to swing his sword, sparks flew, dazzling like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Skillfully using the angle of the blade, he concentrated the enemy's ribbons in the same place. Then, without hesitation, he exerted all his strength and struck down hard. The power of this blow was astonishing, instantly straightening the originally soft ribbons. What? In just an instant, the ribbons were straightened? But in such a short time, he couldn't do much. Daki was not worried about this. However, Tanjiro leaped up and swung his sword fiercely at Daki. A flurry of sparks and countless red embers gathered together. In Daki's shocked and confused gaze, Tanjiro's red blade slashed toward her neck. So fast. However, just as he was about to cut her neck, Tanjiro's movements froze. In an instant, the side effects surged up, causing him to kneel down on the spot, coughing and gasping for breath. This scene left Daki momentarily stunned, and she said, "Humans truly are pathetic creatures. No matter how hard they try, they're still like this. I feel a bit of sympathy." Meanwhile, Tanjiro was in pain from the side effects, unable to catch his breath, having surpassed his physical limits, and everything before him turned black. It was obvious that the wound couldn't easily heal. No wonder it turned out like this. As a return gift, I will cut off your head. However, just as Daki was about to make her move, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. A powerful kick smashed her head, sending her entire body flying away. The newcomer was Nezuko. At that moment, Nezuko's eyes were fiercely fixed on the demon before her. Painful memories flooded her mind, prompting a shallow transformation into a demon. "You dare to do this to me? You. Yes, it's you. You're the one that person was talking about, right?" Gradually, Daki's head instantly recovered. At this moment, Nezuko walked toward Daki step by step, then leaped up and kicked. In an instant, Daki severed one of Nezuko's legs along with her arm. Utilizing the resilience of the ribbons, she violently threw Nezuko toward the ground and the house. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro forced himself to call out anxiously toward Nezuko. However, just as Daki was about to go down to check the situation, several blades suddenly flew toward her. Insect breathing, dance of the butterfly, mockery. In an instant, Daki sidestepped to avoid them, but her body was still scratched and pierced by several blades. This scene shocked Tanjiro. It wasn't a Nichiren blade. That was Insect Hashira's blade. Tanjiro didn't expect that in just a few weeks, Shinobu had completely mastered the use of the Dark Emperor's blade. As Daki landed smoothly on the ground, she suddenly became excited as she stared at the woman before her. "Ha ha ha, it's a Hashira, and a beautiful girl too." After Butterfly, Shinobu landed next to Tanjiro and briefly checked his injuries. Finding that he was not severely hurt, she prepared to deal with the Upper Moon Demon before her. Although she was the lowest rank among the Upper Moons, she was still an Upper Moon Demon. "Moshi Moshi, it seems we can't get along well, Miss Demon. Stop the nonsense. Of course, I will get along with you, just inside my belly." Just as the words fell, Daki unhesitatingly manipulated several ribbons, darting toward Butterfly Shinobu like a venomous snake. These ribbons flew rapidly through the air, carrying a fierce momentum, as if they wanted to tear Butterfly Shinobu into pieces. Facing this sudden attack, Butterfly Shinobu did not panic. Her eyes fixed on the ribbons, and the blade in her hand swung instantly, slicing toward the ribbons coming at her with lightning speed. Each swing of the blade was accompanied by a crisp sound of collision, the blade light flashing as it intertwined with the ribbons. Butterfly Ninja's movements are agile and precise, as she skillfully uses her techniques to cut through the silk ribbons one by one. However, Daki's ribbons seem endless, continuously flowing from her hands and attacking Butterfly Ninja. Shinobu Kocho's breath gradually became rapid, but her gaze remained resolute. At that moment, Shinobu suddenly took a deep breath. Breath of flowers. Second form, Misty Plum. In an instant, with the flow of the breath of flowers and the swing of the Dark Emperor's blade, the offensive was instantly reversed. Countless blades, carrying the pink breathing technique, sliced through the silk ribbons one after another. Butterfly Shinobu originally learned the flower breathing technique from her sister, but due to a difference in strength. She abandoned that breathing style and learned the insect breathing instead. However, the performance of the Demon Slayer sword completely compensates for Shinobu's lack of physical strength, further enhancing her abilities. What the hell? That sword. Is it him? Damn it. This is troublesome. But fortunately, your swordsmanship isn't as good as his. Daki immediately recognized the sword, but upon seeing it used, she concluded that Butterfly Shinobu's skill was not as high as that of Shinobu Kocho, and thus she continued to increase the number of ribbons. However, what no one noticed was that a few of the sword blades seemed to be controlled by consciousness, flying towards the ribbons behind Daki and cutting them in one strike. At the moment when Butterfly Ninja was confronting Daki, suddenly a leg kicked Daki away and stomped down hard, piercing through her entire body. A tragic scream shattered the silent night sky, and the sound came from Daki. This sudden scream immediately drew the attention of Butterfly Ninja and Tanjiro. It was the girl from the Spider Mountain. Butterfly Shinobu focused her gaze and immediately recognized the girl before her. Despite the changes in her form and even some signs of demonization, Shinobu could still easily identify her. At that moment, Nezuko was stepping on Daki while letting out excited laughter. The laughter sounded particularly harsh in the silent night, as if she had completely immersed herself in this violent act. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. He knew that if Nezuko continued like this, she would completely demonize, losing her humanity and rationality. By then, it would be impossible for Nezuko to return to her original self. Just as Nezuko kicked Daki away, she unleashed her blood demon art. Blood demon art, explosive blood. In an instant, countless flames surged like roaring waves, enveloping Daki's body tightly. Daki screamed in agony amidst the flames, seemingly trying to break free from the binding of the blazing fire. Witnessing this, Tanjiro and Butterfly Shinobu were anxious and hurriedly shouted, trying to stop Nezuko. Chapter 158. The unbearable past. At this thrilling moment, the battlefield was forcibly divided into two halves. On one side was Daki, being scorched by the raging flames, struggling in pain. On the other side were Tanjiro and Butterfly Shinobu, doing their utmost to prevent Nezuko's demonization, creating an exceptionally tense scene. Suddenly, a light silk ribbon fell onto the rooftop, as if descending from another world. Immediately after, a figure gradually emerged in the reflection of the ribbon, that of Butterfly Kanae. She had just freed herself from the constraints of the ribbon and, without catching her breath, began to gasp heavily. I almost suffocated. The Butterfly Knight gasped for breath while complaining, "In my life, I've always used weapons to fight others, but I never expected to be treated as a weapon today." It turned out that when she was trapped in the ribbons, a strange feeling gradually surged in her heart. She vaguely sensed a faint blade aura. Although it was subtle, it was exceptionally sharp. Butterfly Yaoi gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to control the Dark Emperor blade in her hand. She fought with all her might and finally succeeded in separating a few blades, which cut through the ribbons, binding her like lightning, allowing her to regain her freedom. After finally escaping from her predicament, Butterfly Yaoi took a moment to collect herself and then turned her gaze towards the battlefield. However, the moment her eyes met the fallen princess engulfed in flames, her eyes were suddenly drawn by a powerful force, fixating on the fallen princess. In that instant, a miraculous change occurred in Butterfly Yaoi's eyes. Her 6 eyes and divine void vision were activated simultaneously, intertwining their powers and sharpening her gaze. In that moment, it was as if Butterfly Yaoi's eyes could penetrate the flames and see deep into the heart of the fallen princess. In that instant, she glimpsed the fallen princess's past. Those deeply buried memories flashed before her eyes like a movie. Hundreds of years ago, in the Rashomon area, it was an extremely harsh place. The environment was dark and damp, filled with poverty and despair. In a dilapidated room, in this area, a baby was born. However, his mother paid him no attention, even feeling it unnecessary to give him a name, casually calling him Kibutsuji Toru. From a young age, Kibutsuji Toru faced cold stares and discrimination. His ugly appearance made people feel disgusted, so whenever he walked down the street, he would be met with spitting and ridicule. This way of life left Kibutsuji Toru feeling incredibly lonely and painful, but he had nowhere to escape. He could only endure it all silently like a rat in a sewer, surviving by catching mice and snakes. Days passed, and Kibutsuji Toru gradually got used to this life of being despised. He thought his life would always be like this until one day, his mother gave birth to a girl. This girl was completely different from Kibutsuji Teru. She was stunningly beautiful, with skin as white as snow, captivating and dazzling. Their mother was especially fond of this girl and named her Mei. However, good times didn't last long. Not long after, their mother passed away from sudden illness. The death of their mother caused a significant shift in Kibutsuji Teru's life trajectory. From that moment on, he was determined to protect his only family member, his sister. As time passed, Kibutsuji Teru grew stronger through life's trials. To make a living, he had to engage in some violent work. Due to his fierce fighting style, he quickly became a debt collector. Although life was hard, the days Kibutsuji Teru spent with his sister were filled with warmth and joy. Every time he saw his sister's innocent smile, all his fatigue would vanish. This sense of fulfillment was irreplaceable by any material possession. Under Kibutsuji Teru's careful companionship and guidance, little Mei was gradually influenced. Her brother's ideals took root in her mind. Thus, the siblings supported each other and endured many difficult times together. However, fate always enjoyed playing tricks on people. One day, a sudden turn of events shattered their peaceful life. On a sunny day, Kibutsuji Teru went out to collect debts as usual. Meanwhile, little Mei was with a samurai. This samurai had ill intentions towards Mei. He gifted her a beautiful hairpin and then attempted to take her by force. However, little Mei did not succumb to the samurai's intimidation, as she was deeply influenced by Kibutsuji Teru's ideals. Without hesitation, little Mei grabbed the hairpin and stabbed it fiercely into one of the samurai's eyes. The samurai let out a scream, covering his injured eye in pain. After a while, the samurai regained his composure, furious, and immediately called for other samurai. They tied little Mei up and cruelly burned her alive. Just then, Kibutsuji Teru returned home with a bounty of food. He was filled with joy, looking forward to sharing the food with little Mei, only to find that she was not home. Doubtful, Kibutsuji Teru began searching for her whereabouts. Following some clues, he finally arrived at a place, and the sight before him left him dumbfounded. It was the saddest and most terrifying scene he had ever witnessed. His sister, little Mei, was charred all over, turned into a piece of black charcoal. Although there was still a faint sign of life, her breathing was extremely weak, clearly on the verge of death. At that moment, the raging flames, like a demon, deeply imprinted themselves in little Mei's heart, becoming an indelible shadow. After personally killing the one who plotted against him, Kibutsuji Teru felt as if he had lost his soul, wandering aimlessly on the street. His steps were unsteady, his gaze hollow, and he kept murmuring, "Who will save my sister? Anyone will do, whether it's life or a demon." This cry echoed like a desperate wail from the depths of hell, evoking pity in those who heard it. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on the siblings. In what should have been a season of blooming spring, snow began to fall heavily from the night sky. The snowflakes fell like tears of sorrow shed by the heavens for the pitiful siblings. At that moment, they encountered the upper moon, Doma. It turned out that Doma had just finished a hunt and was returning to his lair. When he saw the siblings, a sense of mockery surged in his heart. Faced with such a pitiful pair, Doma naturally felt a playful urge. With a cruel smile, he mercilessly turned them into demons. Thus, Butterfly Yaori quickly spent a few seconds watching this century-old memory. This was the childhood of the fallen princess and Kibutsuji Teru. Meanwhile, the side effects began to take effect. The power of the 6 eyes and divine void vision, when combined, caused Butterfly Yaori's eyes to feel a sharp pain and fatigue. Chapter 159, Appearance. Kibutsuji Teru. At this moment, Butterfly Yaori was half kneeling on a rooftop, her body trembling slightly. She tightly covered her eyes with her hands, as if suffering immense pain. "Ugh, the recoil is really strong," she moaned, her voice echoing in the silent night sky, revealing unbearable agony. The pupils of Butterfly Night Leader were filled with a burning sensation, as if countless fine needles were piercing her eyes. This feeling made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes, and she could only tightly shut them, silently enduring the pain. Time passed second by second, and after about a minute, Butterfly Night Leader gradually regained her composure. She slowly loosened the hands that covered her eyes and cautiously opened them to look around. When she saw that the situation on both sides remained stable, a wave of confusion arose in her heart. Why did she suddenly see these scenes? Why hadn't such a situation occurred before? Was it because of Adam and Wu Qiao? Just as Butterfly Night Leader was lost in thought, a figure suddenly began to coalesce beside her. This figure gradually became clearer, ultimately taking on the appearance of Adam. The familiar yellow hair, shining like sunlight, reappeared before Butterfly Night Leader's eyes. Butterfly Night Leader quietly gazed at Adam, as if time had frozen at that moment. Adam's appearance did not elicit much reaction from Butterfly Knight Leader. She simply watched silently, without speaking or showing any expression. However, this silence was all too familiar to Butterfly Knight Leader. She looked at Adam's face and interpreted his thoughts from his calm expression. Gradually, she understood Adam's state of mind. I know you care deeply for every human, just as you would for your own child. The Butterfly Knight Leader said softly. But for those who have already turned into evil spirits and have devoured many lives, are you still willing to accept them? Butterfly Shinobu's words revealed a hint of confusion and misunderstanding, as if she was perplexed by Adam's decision. However, Adam remained silent, his gentle gaze fixed on Butterfly Shinobu without any sign of wavering. Shinobu naturally understood this. She fully comprehended Adam's true thoughts. Nevertheless, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she still harbored a certain degree of repulsion and hatred towards such upper moons. After all, the upper moons were the mortal enemies of the Demon Slayer Corps, having slaughtered countless innocent lives and brought endless pain and disaster to humanity. Therefore, it was not an easy task for Butterfly Shinobu to completely let go of her prejudices against them. However, it was undeniable that Adam had once saved her life. This debt of gratitude made Shinobu feel that she could not just stand by and do nothing for Adam. She had to do something for him. After a struggle within herself, Shinobu finally sighed helplessly and said, I really don't know what to do with you, Adam. I could try to help you, but I can't guarantee that they will accept an upper moon who has killed members of the Corps. Adam understood Shinobu's attitude. He knew this was the best she could do. Now, they could only patiently wait for the battle to end and see what the final outcome would be. Nezuko, come back to us. Don't forget us. At this moment, Nezuko's demonization was becoming more severe, while Tanjiro was desperately holding her back from behind. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu opened a simple medicine box, which contained various medicines and tools. Her gaze fell on the potion that Tamayo had prepared in advance. A special potion designed to suppress demonization. Shinobu Kocho carefully took out the potion and placed it alongside another potion she had prepared. When mixed together, these two potions could produce a powerful effect, effectively suppressing Nezuko's transformation into a demon. However, just as Shinobu was about to inject the potion into Nezuko's body, suddenly, a ribbon struck like lightning, forcefully knocking her away. Kanae was caught off guard, her body flying backward in the air and crashing heavily against the wall. She felt a sharp pain, but there was no time to dwell on it because she knew she had to get back up immediately. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and she managed to block the attack of the silk ribbon with her blade in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Miss Shinobu, Nezuko, hang in there, Tanjiro shouted anxiously as he watched Kanae being knocked away. Shinobu. At that moment, Daki had already regained her composure from the flames, her face filled with anger. Without hesitation, she launched a fierce attack towards the three people across from her. However, just as Kanae stood there, a figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Upon closer inspection, it was Daki. In an instant, the gazes of one person and one demon locked onto each other, as if the entire world had paused at that moment. Daki's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, while Kanae appeared somewhat stunned. How did you get out? Daki's voice coldly rang out, tinged with displeasure. Before her words could finish, a silk ribbon in her hand shot out like lightning, fiercely whipping toward Kanae. This strike was incredibly fast and powerful, aimed directly at Kanae. The Butterfly Knight Leader didn't have time to dodge at all. He only felt a tremendous force suddenly hit his body. He was knocked away and crashed hard against the wall. Bang! The body of Butterfly Shinobu fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth like a fountain, instantly staining her originally white kimono red. A trickle of blood hung from her lips, dripping down her chin and forming a shocking pool of blood on the ground. While there's still time, I must eat you quickly, or the consequences will be endless. Daki leapt in front of Butterfly Shinobu, her wooden clogs clicking step by step towards her. Each step echoed like a countdown to life. Suddenly, a familiar figure blocked Butterfly Shinobu's path. Inosuke? Zenitsu? In that moment, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly understood. They never needed her to protect them every time. They were also independent individuals, strong and capable people. It was never, don't talk, haha. You should go, I'll hold her off. Insect breathing, butterfly dance, mockery. At that moment, Yuzui Tenjin, Zenitsu, and Inosuke rushed to the battlefield like a gust of wind. Seeing the battlefield, Yuzui Tenjin immediately swung his blades towards Daki's neck from behind. Facing the attack from both sides, it was expected that Daki's head would be severed. However, an unexpected event occurred. Clang! With a loud metallic sound, Yuzui Tenjin looked in shock at the demon in front of him. When Butterfly Shinobu vaguely saw the demon, she immediately recognized it. Jutaro. Chapter 160. Turn around what? Hey, how can you bully my sister like this? Jutaro's roar echoed in the air. In the next second, Jutaro struck like lightning, his scythe slicing through the air with a chilling glint. With unparalleled power and speed, it headed straight for Yuzui Tenjin and his dual blades. Yuzui Tenjin had no idea that Jutaro would attack so suddenly. He didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by this overwhelming force. Yuzui Tenjin tumbled through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. God of Festivals? What's going on? Inosuke stared in shock at the instantly knocked out Yuzui Tenjin, exclaiming in disbelief. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Yuzui Tenjin was a renowned god of festivals, yet he was so easily defeated. Inosuke thought to himself, oh, this guy is even stronger than the god of festivals. If I can defeat him, wouldn't that mean I've conquered the god of festivals? With this thought, Inosuke became excited and charged at his opponent like a frenzied beast. However, just as he took a step forward, Jutaro's scythe swung towards him like lightning. With a loud bang, Inosuke was sent crashing into the wall, losing consciousness in an instant. Meanwhile, Nezuko underwent a miraculous change on the other side. The once ferocious Nezuko, upon hearing a familiar song, suddenly calmed down as if enchanted. Her body stopped trembling, and the violent aura in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by gentleness and tranquility. Nezuko's body began to return to its original form, as if the terrifying demon had left her. The one responsible for all this was Tanjiro. Just a moment ago, in a desperate situation where he was isolated and surrounded, a thought suddenly flashed through Tanjiro's mind. He remembered that whenever he or Nezuko cried as children, their mother would sing a gentle lullaby to soothe them. Thus, relying on the memory of his mother's voice, Tanjiro began to hum softly. Indeed, after hearing the familiar lullaby, Nezuko's emotions gradually stabilized, and she eventually burst into tears. Nezuko, stay in the box and don't come out, okay? Tanjiro gently stroked Nezuko's hair and carefully placed her into the box. Nezuko blinked her big, watery eyes and nodded obediently, understanding her brother's intention. Seeing his sister's understanding demeanor filled Tanjiro with comfort, but it also stirred a deep, indescribable worry within him. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then turned without hesitation towards the battlefield. His steps were firm and powerful, each one seeming to tread on the edge of life and death. But he was unafraid because he knew he had to face those terrifying enemies to protect his family and friends. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu was being carried by Shinobu, struggling to move through the chaotic battlefield. Butterfly yielding felt a bit awkward. After all, even though he was currently in a female form, he was still essentially a man. Being carried by a girl made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, looking at Butterfly Shinobu's petite figure carrying such a large person like him, he couldn't help but admire her strength and bravery. Miss Butterfly, just hang on a little longer. Once I find a safe place to put you down, wait there for me. After the battle is over, I will definitely come back to see you, so you must hold on. Butterfly Shinobu's voice, though somewhat breathless, was filled with concern and determination. Butterfly Knight listened to her words, and a warm current suddenly surged in his heart. He looked at Butterfly Shinobu's worried expression and wanted to say something to comfort her, but he found that his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a word. Finally, Butterfly Shinobu found a relatively safe rooftop. Shinobu Kocho gently placed the Butterfly Knight lantern on top, and then carefully checked the surrounding environment. After ensuring there was no danger, she turned around and left, heading towards the distant battlefield with peace of mind. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the receding figure of Butterfly Kanae, feeling a deep sense of sorrow in her heart. At that critical moment, Yuzui Tenjin swiftly launched his first wave of attack like a ghost. However, unexpectedly, despite his lightning-fast speed, he was still struck by the incredibly sharp scythe of Kyogai, blood gushing forth instantly. Just then, Butterfly Shinobu rushed in like a whirlwind, joining the fierce battle. Her arrival instantly changed the situation on the battlefield, dividing the previously chaotic scene into two parts. On one side of the battlefield, Inosuke and Zenitsu were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Daki, their agile movements and perfect coordination making it a tough match. On the other side, Yuzui Tenjin, Butterfly, Shinobu, and Tanjiro were collectively facing off against Kyogai. Each of them unleashed their breathing techniques, and for a moment, The air was filled with the glint of blades and sparks flying. In an instant, as the battle officially commenced, the entire room seemed to turn into a wasteland. The wooden beams trembled precariously in the fierce combat, as if constructed from building blocks, ready to collapse at the slightest breeze. I can't believe it. I actually blocked my attack. I was determined to kill all three of you. So many people. Ganging up on one little sister. Isn't that unfair? Well then. Blood Demon Art. Flying Blood Scythe. With an angry shout, dozens of blood strikes, sharp as thin blades, rushed towards the three like a fierce storm, carrying a chilling intent to tear them apart in an instant. However, facing this sudden assault, the three remained completely unperturbed. The butterfly ninja's figure flickered, and the knife in her hand danced like lightning, instantly forming an impenetrable protective screen. The blood slash struck fiercely against the protective screen, producing a crisp sound of impact, yet could not break through the butterfly ninja's defense. Just as both sides were in a stalemate, suddenly, ammunition exploded from the side, and a massive cloud of thick mist surged forth between them, instantly shrouding the entire battlefield in a white haze. The fog arrived so suddenly that it left no time for reaction. However, in that moment of swirling mist, Yuzui Tenjin quietly rose like a specter from above the smoke. He tightly gripped his dual swords, his figure darting toward Kibutsuji Musen like an arrow, moving with lightning speed that made it impossible to catch a glimpse of him. Chapter 161, Dangerous Situation. With a loud crash, Yuzui Tenjin, Butterfly Ninja, and Tanjiro worked together to slam Kibutsuji Musen hard against the wall. However, unexpectedly at that very moment, Kibutsuji Musen's two sides shot out like lightning, targeting the trio's vital points at an astonishing speed. Facing this sudden attack, the three of them each unleashed their own breathing techniques. Breath of Flowers. Fifth form, Peony. The Dark Emperor's blade in Butterfly Shinobu's hand drew a dark pink, dazzling arc in the air, resembling a blooming peony. With endless killing intent, it went straight towards the blood-red scythe. Fire God Kagura. Waltz. Tanjiro's figure spun like a whirlwind, the Nichiren blade in his hand igniting into a blazing flame. A massive fire circle formed, tightly wrapping the blood-red scythe within. Meanwhile, Yuzui Tenjin took a deep breath. Sound breathing. First form, Roar. The sound was like thunder, as his dual blades created a powerful sound wave in the air, crashing hard against the blood-red scythe. The three sword techniques intertwined and collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. Despite giving their all, the power of the blood-red scythe was simply too immense. Their attacks barely managed to hold it back. At this critical moment, Yuzui Tenjin quickly pulled out several small explosives from his pocket and threw them towards Kyogai without hesitation. With a loud boom, the explosives detonated, creating a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped Kyogai. This sudden turn of events slightly delayed Kyogai's attack, giving the three a moment to breathe. What? Explosives? Kyogai's confused voice came from within the smoke, and then, to the incredulous eyes of the three, the grayish-white smoke gradually turned blood-red. Not good. Get away. In the next second, two sides shot out of the smoke like lightning, rushing towards the three with incredible speed. At this moment, Tanjiro, still injured and not fully healed, reacted slower than before. Faced with this sudden attack, he froze for a moment, completely failing to make any evasive movements. Seeing this, Yuzui Tenjin's pupils constricted sharply, realizing the danger that was approaching. But the distance was too far for him to reach in time to save him. He could only watch helplessly as the two flying scythes approached Tanjiro mercilessly, like the scythes of death. However, at this critical moment, a hand appeared behind Tanjiro like a ghost, suddenly pushing him forcefully, sending him flying far away. Tanjiro was taken by surprise by the sudden push, losing his balance in the air. He looked back in shock, only to find that the one who pushed him was none other than Miss Shinobu. Miss Shinobu! Tanjiro shouted in astonishment and urgency. At the same time, Yuzui Tenjin acted without hesitation, gripping his dual blades with iron chains tightly. He swung them like a whirlwind and then threw them with all his strength towards the two blood-red scythes. A crisp sound rang out as one of the scythes collided fiercely with one of his blades in midair, creating a huge noise. However, since there were two scythes, although Yuzui Tenjin's strike successfully interrupted one of their flight paths, the other scythe still headed straight for Shinobu. Shinobu! Butterfly Shinobu on the rooftop shouted anxiously. In that moment, she felt the taste of despair, knowing she was powerless to help. With a chilling sound, the blood-red scythe ruthlessly tore through Butterfly Shinobu's body. It entered through her slender waist, and cut upward, reaching her shoulder. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding ground, forming a pool of crimson blood. Her flesh was brutally ripped apart, as if being torn by a powerful force, a sight too horrific to behold. Shinobu's uniform was brutally torn apart by this terrifying blow, with the fabric at the torn edges matted with flesh and blood, appearing particularly gruesome. Witnessing this horrific scene, everyone was left stunned, with anger and anxiety surging in their hearts like a tidal wave. Especially for Shinobu's sister, Kanae, and Tanjiro, their faces instantly turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief and heartache. Miss Shinobu, how infuriating. If I had tried harder, this wouldn't have happened. Tanjiro struggled to get up from the ground, gripping the crimson-black blade tightly. In the next moment, Tanjiro was struck again. Dance of the Fire God. Circular. In an instant, Tanjiro's figure vanished from the battlefield. Huh? Where'd he go? Did he run away? Jotaro stood in place, looking around with a puzzled expression. Look, your teammate has already fled. His voice was filled with mockery as he raised his scythe, glaring menacingly at Tengen Yuzi. Tengen stood not far away, gripping his sword tightly, vigilantly watching Jotaro, a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. Jotaro suddenly noticed the bloodstains on the scythe. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he extended his tongue to lick the bloodstain lightly. In an instant, the scent of blood mixed with the poison of wisteria wrapped around his mouth like a clear spring. Why does this taste like this in a person's body? Strange, Jotaro murmured, seemingly surprised by the taste. Just then, a voice came from the other side. Brother, once you're done, I want that Hashira. Jotaro turned to see Daki, sitting on a beam, her legs propped up, looking relaxed and carefree. A sly smile crept onto Jotaro's lips as he replied, All right, sister. Once I deal with this guy, I'll give you that Hashira. However, at that moment, Zenitsu and Inosuke were facing a tremendous crisis. Zenitsu was trapped under the shattered wooden pieces of the house, unable to move, his body nearly deformed and filled with pain. Meanwhile, Inosuke had 2 deep holes pierced through his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain, dyeing the roof where he was hiding a crimson red. Kanae had also run over to Shinobu, holding her tightly in her arms, pressing on the wounded areas in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Miss Kanae, didn't you say that you'd come find me after the battle? Why did you come early? Butterfly Shinobu weakly said, yet still, the standard smile remained on her face. Earlier, Butterfly Shinobu had already noticed that her overall combat power was significantly lower than that of the two. To ensure a greater chance of victory, she chose to sacrifice herself and take the attack meant for Tanjiro, securing the win for this battle. After all, the Hashira fight for the lives of others, often at the cost of their own lives. Chapter 162. The ancestor called just as Jotaro was laughing triumphantly. Tanjiro suddenly flashed behind him like a ghost, his speed astonishing. In an instant, Jotaro sensed a strong killing intent coming from behind. His heart tightened, and he quickly turned around, raising his scythe to block the sudden attack. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Tanjiro's sword and Jotaro's scythe collided fiercely, sparks flying. Seeing his attack blocked, Tanjiro wasted no time, launching a kick like lightning towards Jotaro's abdomen. The kick was powerful, catching Jotaro off guard, and he stumbled back a few steps. Taking advantage of this, Tanjiro pulled back his sword and then suddenly twisted it, the blade flashing like electricity directly aimed at Jotaro's neck. At the same time, Yuzui Tenjin, sensing the right moment, raised his dual blades without hesitation, joining forces with Tanjiro to strike at Jotaro's neck like a storm. Dance of the Fire God. Sunflower Burst. Accompanied by Tanjiro's furious shout. Their attacks were like a thunderous force, unstoppable. However, the result of this strike was a miss. In the next second, Jotaro's figure disappeared from the spot like lightning. This sudden turn of events left Tanjiro and his companions momentarily stunned. Before they could react, a furious shout rang out. Blood Demon Art. Circular/reversal. In an instant, 2 blood-red lights rushed towards them like a whirlwind, fast as lightning and unstoppable. The 2 scythes intertwined in the air, mercilessly slicing through Tanjiro and Yuzui's bodies like the Grim Reaper scythe. Blood splattered everywhere, a horrific sight. Yet, facing such a fierce attack, Tanjiro and Yuzui had no power to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were continuously torn apart. Ha! Is this all you have, Hashira? Jotaro laughed wildly, his laughter echoing in the air, filled with mockery and disdain. Meanwhile, Daki, sitting on the beams, cheered excitedly. Oh, brother, go for it. Hurry up and finish them. Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if cheering on this bloody slaughter. Yuzi, heavily injured, fell to the ground with a dull thud. Tanjiro, although also gravely injured and covered in blood, still tightly gripped his sword, crouching steadily on the ground, refusing to fall. Why? Why is it like this? Tanjiro gasped for breath, speaking each word slowly. His voice was filled with pain and unwillingness, as if questioning the unfairness of the world. In that instant, a figure suddenly emerged in Tanjiro's subconscious. It was a samurai dressed in a red kimono, with a high ponytail, slowly turning his head. His gaze piercing as he stared at Tanjiro. "Let me borrow your body for a moment." The samurai's voice seemed to come from the underworld, deep and commanding, sending chills down one's spine. At the same time, the air around Tanjiro seemed to freeze. A powerful sense of oppression surged like a tidal wave, continuously growing, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, surprisingly, these few simple words struck like lightning across the night sky, causing the musin cells within Jotaro and Daki to tremble uncontrollably. Huh? Musin cells? Jotaro looked at the black-faced Tanjiro with suspicion, filled with fear and confusion. In that moment of shock, Tanjiro's figure vanished like a ghost once again, disappearing from his sight. Huh? What's going on? Jotaro was astonished, completely unprepared for Tanjiro's next move. According to his expectations, Tanjiro should have, without hesitation, attacked him again as before. However, reality was completely beyond his imagination. Tanjiro's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost in front of the unguarded Daki. Breath of the Sun, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. Tanjiro shouted lightly, the Nichiren blade in his hand bursting with dazzling light, as hot as the sun. This strike contained endless fury and power, with flames like the sun, striking towards Daki with overwhelming force. Jotaro's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene. He had no time to react, only able to watch as Tanjiro's attack came like lightning. Daki, too, was completely unprepared for Tanjiro's move. She didn't even have time to be shocked before the blazing blade struck her neck. This strike was as fast as lightning, fierce as thunder, and Daki could not evade it at all. With the enhancement of a Nichiren blade, the power of this strike was magnified to the extreme. A dull thud echoed as Daki's head flew off like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the wall in the distance. However, surprisingly, despite the immense power, Daki did not feel the pain of losing her head. Instead, she felt as if her body had been struck by a tremendous force, and then she lost consciousness. Why can't I remember? Why don't I remember? Musin. In an instant, Musin, who had been hiding and observing the battlefield, was startled. Jotaro, kill him. In a moment, Musin, hiding in the Infinity Castle, trembled in a corner of a laboratory, nearly splitting into thousands of pieces. It's him. That man. He is still alive. How is that possible? It must be fake. Jotaro thought, I kill him? That blow just now could have killed me several times over. 2 strikes are enough. Breath of the Sun, 4th form, Mirage Rainbow, a sword light, like a blazing sun, suddenly erupted, racing forward with astonishing speed, as if it were going to tear apart the entire space. This sword light was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the front of Jotaro. A tremendous sense of oppression bore down on him like a mountain, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Jotaro's heart sank. He had never felt such a powerful force before, one that far exceeded Tanjiro's earlier attack. With no time to think, he instinctively raised his scythe, trying to block this lethal strike. However, the power of the sword light was simply too immense, and even with Jotaro's full defense, it was difficult to completely withstand it. As the sword light continued to approach, he could feel the cold blade slowly drawing near to his neck, the shadow of death looming over him. This was the first time Jotaro felt the threat of death in his life. His heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, just as Tanjiro was about to strike down with all his might, a sudden surge of icy air swept in like a cold wave, gradually heading towards Tanjiro. Chapter 163. The score is completed. In the next moment, several icy pillars shot forth like lightning, charging straight at Tanjiro. Faced with this sudden attack, Tanjiro was unafraid. He quickly lifted his foot and kicked fiercely at Jotaro with all his strength. With this powerful kick, Jotaro was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, the Nichiren blade, tightly held in Tanjiro's hand, began to dance wildly. The sharp blade drew arcs of cold light in the air, violently colliding with the oncoming ice pillars. Surprisingly, at the moment the blade made contact with the ice pillars, The hard ice melted rapidly into a puddle of water, as if it had encountered high temperatures. This scene was so shocking that, apart from Zenitsu and Shinobu Kocho, the others present completely failed to notice this change. Of course, the others had fainted. As the ice pillars melted, a strong surge of icy air erupted, instantly forming a thick cloud of smoke. In this smoke, Tanjiro stood firmly in place, holding his sword with one hand, like a ghost. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the smoke ahead, as if he could see through the thick mist to the enemy hidden within. As expected, when the smoke gradually dissipated, a pair of colorful eyes slowly emerged from the mist like a ghost. This person wore a blood-red outfit paired with plaid pants and a Master S hat, walking step by step toward the crowd. Oh dear, what is happening? Why did Muzan suddenly transport me to this place? The owner of these eyes exclaimed, seemingly astonished at why he was here. However, just as his gaze shifted, a look of shock instantly appeared on his face. He realized that not far away lay the disheveled Jotaro and Daki, both covered in wounds and looking extremely miserable. Oh dear, what is happening? How did you end up like this? Upper Moon shouldn't be this weak. His voice was filled with disbelief, clearly shocked by the scene before him. As his vision gradually cleared, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on the eyes of that person. To everyone's surprise, a series of numbers was clearly written in his eyes. Upper Moon, 2. This series of numbers struck like lightning across the night sky, leaving everyone in shock, especially Shinobu Kocho, whose eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of her sockets. Doma, damn it. Butterfly, Shinobu gritted her teeth and cursed, veins popping on her forehead, her voice filled with endless hatred. Beside her, Butterfly Kanae quickly held onto Shinobu tightly, afraid that she would recklessly charge out. She never expected that this girl would harbor such deep hatred for Doma. If it weren't for her desperately pulling her back, and considering that Shinobu was currently heavily injured, she would have already rushed out to seek death. Earlier, Kanae had been anxiously searching for bandages and medicines. After some effort, she finally found enough supplies to carefully tend to Shinobu's wounds and bandage them securely. Doma seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the two butterflies. And to his surprise, he saw two beautiful women. Oh my, two lovely ladies. And the other one. In an instant, Doma extended his finger and twisted it in his own head. With a gasp, Doma's voice echoed in the air. It's that big butterfly-ass sister. I want to let you escape this time. His tone revealed a sense of mockery and greed, as if he had discovered a precious treasure. Doma tightly gripped his fan, a chilling smile creeping across his face. However, before Doma could take further action, Tanjiro suddenly charged in like lightning. He wielded his Nichiren blade, his eyes sharp and filled with murderous intent. Hey, don't interrupt such a fine moment, you brat. Doma's smile twisted even further upon seeing this. He nonchalantly waved his fan, seemingly unconcerned about Tanjiro's attack. However, just as Doma prepared to fend off Tanjiro with ice pillars, something unexpected happened. The moment the ice pillars made contact with the blade, they melted away as if they had encountered a fierce fire. How is this possible? Doma's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that Tanjiro's attack would be so powerful that even his ice pillars couldn't withstand it. At that moment, Tanjiro's blade was already rushing toward Doma's neck, poised to behead him. Fortunately, Doma's reflexes were incredibly quick. He swiftly raised his fan to block the deadly strike. With a clang, Doma used his fan to deflect Tanjiro's blade, creating distance between them. Doma seized the opportunity to catch his breath, secretly relieved to have escaped that calamity. Strange. How could this kid, who hasn't reached the Hashira level, be so strong? Before Doma could ponder further, Tanjiro was about to charge at him again. Suddenly, Tanjiro's body twitched as if disconnected, his eyes clearing completely. All the side effects surged back, gasping for air as if he had just emerged from the gates of hell. In the next moment, Jotaro and Daki, armed with their weapons, ambushed Tanjiro from behind. Not good. Move quickly. Just as they were about to strike Tanjiro's back, several explosives detonated behind him, violently blowing the two demons away. Caught off guard, the previously lifeless Izui Tenjin suddenly sprang back to life, bloodied but determined, swinging his dual blades toward the two demons. Ha 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 ha. The score is complete. In an instant, the battlefield reached a balance. Izui Tenjin fought fiercely, clashing his dual blades against the silks and scythes, creating sparks and the sound of metal colliding. However, only I knew that the scythe of Jotaro was tainted with deadly poison, and as the battle dragged on, the toxin would only become more concentrated in his body. ultimately rendering him unconscious. This situation was unfavorable for us. Moreover, there was still the unknown factor of Doma. Chapter 164. Support. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Counterattack, now. This is a perfect opportunity. Zenitsu's shout rang like thunder in Tanjiro's ears. Suffering from a severe head injury, Tanjiro's consciousness was hazy, but Zenitsu's call snapped him back to reality. He focused and noticed that his Nichiren blade was trembling repeatedly, as if recounting the dangerous moment that had just passed. Just moments ago, Doma's sharp golden fan had pierced toward Tanjiro's temple like lightning, swift as the wind and powerful as thunder. If it weren't for Inosuke's reckless move to shift his heart and block that deadly blow with his own body, Tanjiro would have already met his end. At that moment, Zenitsu was performing an astonishing blue lightning stance in midair, wielding his blade. Every step he took was exceptionally difficult, yet he remained resolute. The blade in his hand was gradually wearing down the seemingly indestructible silk around Daki's neck. Despite his leg being severely injured and his body exhausted, Zenitsu, in a dazed state, continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Sweat poured down his forehead, veins bulging, but his gaze showed no sign of retreating. No, I can't move at all. Tanjiro's heart cried out, feeling as if a mountain were pressing down on him, making it impossible to budge an inch. Though his mind was clear, and he wanted to stand up to help the bloodied Yuzui Tenjin on the ground, and to slash at Jotaro, who was struggling to rise. His body's overwhelming weight mercilessly denied his request. In that instant, a profound sense of weakness and despair surged within Tanjiro's heart. This feeling nearly made him want to give up, but he knew he couldn't just fall down like this. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, using his hands to support the blade, relying on his strong willpower to finally get his body to move slightly. Then, with all his strength, he leaned on the blade and slowly stood up. Each step felt as if he were walking on the edge of a knife, his legs trembling as if they could collapse at any moment. However, Tanjiro did not give up. He moved step by step toward Jotaro. Each step required immense effort, but his determination never wavered. Gradually, step by step, Tanjiro's movements began to feel lighter, each step resonating with a special rhythm and cadence. At that moment, the scar on Tanjiro's forehead, which had been burned, began to change gradually. The scar twisted and stretched, eventually forming a dazzling pattern resembling the sun. This pattern radiated a scorching light, as if symbolizing flames. Breath of the sun, dance! With a furious shout, Tanjiro's blade instantly turned bright red, like burning flames. Then, he swung the fiery blade straight toward Jotaro's neck. What? Jotaro clearly did not expect Tanjiro's strike to be so fierce. He widened his eyes in shock, wanting to evade but found it was already too late. A crisp sound echoed as the sharp blade ruthlessly sliced into Kiyoshi's neck. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth like a torrent. Kiyoshi's body trembled violently, his head forced down by this force, making it impossible for him to lift it, instantly turning him into a living target. Damn it, Kiyoshi cursed inwardly, feeling his wound healing at an astonishing speed. With his current recovery rate, if given a little more time, he could easily escape his predicament. However, just as he was secretly relieved, a figure appeared like a ghost on the beam. Miss Hinetsuru. Tanjiro looked up in surprise, only to see that the figure was none other than Hinetsu, who had just been rescued not long ago. Don't hesitate. Quickly cut off his head. Hinetsuru's voice was crisp and determined as she tightly gripped several Kanae that could suppress demonization and threw them unhesitatingly at Kiyoshi. In that moment, Kiyoshi's demonization came to a sudden halt. His body, which had been healing at an incredible speed, gradually slowed down as if the slow motion button had been pressed. Hurry up. Faster. Put in more effort. You must cut off his head. Tanjiro was burning with anxiety, veins popping on his forehead, as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, using all his strength to slowly cut the blade into Kiyoshi's neck. Just as success was within reach, and Tanjiro could even feel the blade about to sever the bone, a sudden change occurred. Kiyoshi somehow broke free from the Kanae's restraints and struck with lightning speed. Grabbing a sickle that was set aside, he thrust it towards Tanjiro's chin like a bolt of lightning. This strike was as fast as lightning, and Tanjiro had no time to react. He felt a sharp pain in his chin, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ruins nearby. At the same time, Zenitsu Agatsuma was facing the same dire situation on the other side. He had exhausted all his strength but still couldn't successfully sever Daki's head. Just as he was about to collapse, Daki suddenly counterattacked, sending him flying straight into the ruins below. Hinetsuru was preparing to provide support when suddenly a chill surged from behind. Oh dear, why are there so many beautiful women today? Lord Muzin really thinks of me. The next moment, Doma's ice fan stabbed straight towards Hinetsuru. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu was desperately dodging the ice pillars falling from above, holding on to Butterfly Kanae. The once chaotic entertainment district was instantly covered in a layer of white. Hey, let me down. I want to go cut that guy. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu was struggling to get off Butterfly Kanae. However, Butterfly Kanae knew that in this situation, they would likely face total annihilation. This girl is still so stubborn. It's better not to move for now. In this situation, we would only die sooner. You don't understand. You don't understand the situation of having an enemy in front of you and being powerless to strike. Butterfly Shinobu's words were startling, but fortunately, Butterfly Shinobu was able to suppress her emotions and rush to a safer place. Snake breathing, fourth form, twin serpent. Mist breathing, fourth form, mist phantom slash. Meanwhile, at the main residence of the Demon Slayer Corps, the dignified and serious Kanroji, Mitsuri, suddenly smiled knowingly and said, "Welcome back." Chapter 165, It's time to counterattack. The snake-like sword technique instantly blocked Doma's golden fan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Huh? What? Why is someone here again? Doma said with a puzzled and helpless expression. Snake Ashira. You leave here first. In the next second, Iguro Abanai swung his sword and knocked Doma away. Swish! The silver-white blade struck, severing Daki's neck, leaving her in disbelief. Is this really an upper moon demon? Michiro, how's it going over there? Tanjiro asked, gripping his sword, completely ignoring the sobbing Daki. Strange? Not dead. Suddenly, the clever Michiro realized and quickly looked toward the direction of Michiro Takedo. Sure enough, Michiro quickly cut off his head. In the distance, Takedo Michiro, who was locked in a stalemate with Jotaro, immediately increased his strength to find a flaw and aimed for his neck. Oh dear, you guys are really annoying. Doma grumbled impatiently as he slowly stood up from the ground. He leisurely brushed off the dust from his clothes and then lightly waved his golden fan, which sparkled under the sunlight. Doma's voice revealed a hint of anger as he glared at the people in front of him, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. Suddenly, Blood Demon Art, Water Lily Bodhisattva, Crystalline Child. As his words fell, a dull sound echoed, and the ground began to shake violently. Following that, a massive ice sculpture of a bodhisattva suddenly erupted from the ground. It stood several dozen meters tall, crystal clear, resembling a work of art carved from ice and snow. Doma sat steadily atop the head of this ice bodhisattva, looking down at everyone with a disdainful smile. At the same time, many small ice sculptures of Doma began to emerge from the ground, densely surrounding everyone. Just as everyone was in shock, Doma suddenly waved his golden fan, and those small ice sculptured Domes instantly launched an attack as if receiving orders. In an instant, blades clashed and sparks flew. Michiro's sword struck at Jotaro. In the face of such immense power, it was as if he was struck by an invisible force, violently rebounding. Demon Slayer Corps, a cold laugh echoed, seemingly mocking and belittling the Demon Slayer Corps. Doma looked at the scene before him, a hint of contemptuous smile appearing on his lips. One asleep, three half dead. What kind of storm can you new little demons stir up? Iguro Abanai struggled to support Yuzui Tenjin and Michiro, slowly making his way to Michiro's side. His forehead was already covered in sweat, clearly indicating that the journey was not easy. Cough, cough, cough. Yuzui suddenly began to cough violently, his body shaking, seemingly in great pain. Iguro quickly asked with concern, Tenjin, are you okay? Yuzui Tenjin forced himself to suppress the cough and said intermittently, be careful. The one with the scythe is the true upper six. His blade is poisoned. After saying that, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing this, Iguro couldn't help but feel speechless. He silently muttered, seriously, starting to show off so early. Don't you know to wait for reinforcements? TSK. However, even though he said this, he still hurriedly handed Yuzui Tenjin over to the severely injured Zenitsu and Inosuke nearby. At this moment, Tanjiro also managed to recover some stamina, unsteadily standing up and joining Iguro at their side. The four of them focused their gazes on the three upper moon demons, each filled with determination and killing intent. They were clearly prepared to fight until the last moment, even if it meant certain death. Damn it, Doma. I really want to kill you with one slash. There are only 10 ice people. Divide 6 of them to strangle us. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze was drawn to the shattered Dark Emperor sword on the ground. That sword, which had accompanied her in countless battles, now lay quietly on the cold ground, as if telling its unwillingness and helplessness. Looking at the broken Dark Emperor's sword, a strong impulse surged in Butterfly Shinobu's heart. She suddenly realized that she could no longer hide like this. Regardless of her physical condition, she must bravely face the predicament before her. What if her body was like this? Without a fight, how could there be a chance to survive and see tomorrow? Butterfly Nightingale silently said to herself. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the Dark Emperor's knife, as if engaging in a silent conversation with it. Then, without hesitation, she rushed forward and grasped the broken hilt. At that moment, Tong Mo's attack came like a torrential storm. Ice pillars whistled toward Butterfly Nightingale and Butterfly Shinobu, moving as fast as lightning. Butterfly Nightingale tightly embraced Butterfly Shinobu, constantly twisting and turning in the cramped space, narrowly avoiding one icy attack after another. After a fierce evasion, Butterfly Nightingale finally succeeded in retrieving the shattered Dark Emperor blade. Her slender hand trembled slightly as she felt the cold touch of the blade. The breathing technique within her body began to operate once again at that moment. Powerful air surged in her abdomen like a torrential flood. This sensation was both familiar and unfamiliar, making her somewhat uneasy. However, just as the air entered her abdomen, a miracle occurred. The shattered blade seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, instantly reassembling itself into its original shape. The Dark Emperor blade shone brightly once more, as if proclaiming its return to the world. Everyone charge! With this roar, the four of Iguro shot forward like arrows, brandishing their weapons, racing toward the three demons. However, just as they were about to reach the midpoint to the three demons, suddenly, a clear and high-pitched female voice pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. The Butterfly Hashira folded the ring and pinky fingers of both hands, extended the index and middle fingers, and raised the thumb, crossing the left hand over the right. Realm expansion. Butterfly Flower Field. Before the words fell, a faint buzzing sound arose, as if countless butterflies were flapping their wings in flight. In the blink of an eye, Kyogai and Daki vanished like smoke, suddenly disappearing without a trace before everyone, leaving only Doma standing alone. This sudden turn of events made everyone present shudder, shocked into speechlessness by this bizarre scene. However, Tanjiro's reaction was exceptionally quick. He immediately realized that with one of the upper six missing, their task of dealing with the upper two, Doma, would undoubtedly become much easier. Chapter 166. What a Ghost. A warm breeze gently brushed past, bringing a soft sensation. The wind seemed to carry a faint smell of blood, coming from the ends of her hair. The bloodstains at the tips of her hair slowly grazed Shinobu's face as the wind blew, leaving a shallow trace of blood. This slight stimulus gradually restored Shinobu's consciousness, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was somewhat blurry, but she could still see the surroundings. She found herself in a vast domain, stretching endlessly. It was a flat area filled with flowers, where colorful blossoms competed to bloom, and the green grass looked lush, resembling a sea of flowers. In the air, countless butterflies danced gracefully, their wings shimmering with colorful light under the sun, like a dream. At this moment, Kyogai and Daki were puzzled about why they had come to this space. Ah, the sun. Daki quickly raised her hands to shield herself from the sunlight. There's no need for that. The sun here is useless to us, Kyogai calmly explained after seeing his sister's reaction. Upon hearing her brother's words, Daki slowly lowered her hands, curiously observing the place. Brother? Where is this? You should ask the woman in front. Suddenly, Kyogai raised his scythe, pointing it at the person in front of them, and without a doubt, this woman was Butterfly Shinobu. Daki turned her head in confusion and, upon realizing it was her former prey, began to sneer. Huh, it's you? Hey, how did you bring us here? How do we get out? However, Butterfly Shinobu paid no mind to Daki's words, slowly adjusting her body. Moreover, to be on the safe side and prevent Doma from taking advantage of the injured Shinobu, this realm expansion intentionally drew Shinobu in while immunizing her from everything within the domain. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu smiled knowingly, feeling that her patterns had completely recovered. She looked toward the upper two with newfound confidence. At this moment, Kyogai had lost his patience and said to his sister, I don't think we need to wait for her to answer. Just kill her. Everything will be clear. The next second, Kyogai's scythe and Daki's ribbon both charged toward Butterfly Shinobu. Huh. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. I'm no longer the Butterfly Shinobu from a few minutes ago. The Dark Emperor blade in her hand instantly transformed into a gleaming spear. Butterfly Knight leader gripped the spear and, with a swift motion, propelled their entire body upward as if launched by a spring. Immediately afterward, they swung the spear with great force, the tip slicing through the air like lightning, instantly severing the ribbons of Daki, without giving them a chance to catch their breath. Butterfly Knight leader executed a kick that sent Jotaro's scythe flying. Then, with a flick of the wrist, the spear transformed into two enormous flying swords. Holding one in each hand, they swung with all their might, and the two giant swords shot toward Daki and Jotaro like shooting stars. Faced with such a fierce attack, Jotaro and Daki naturally did not dare to let their guard down. They swiftly dodged, either crouching or leaping, easily avoiding the two flying swords. However, just as they were about to launch their next attack, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests. The two demons exchanged shocked glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Looking down, they discovered a massive gash had appeared on their chests, blood gushing from the wound. But they had clearly avoided the two flying swords. This bizarre situation left the two demons puzzled, but due to their rapid healing abilities, the wounds closed almost instantly. Thus, they did not dwell on the issue for long and quickly adjusted their stance, ready to face the next round of battle. This time, Jotaro adopted a new tactic, engaging in close combat to prevent any long-range attacks. As the blade returned, it transformed back into the Dark Emperor's blade, Breath of Darkness. Third form, Thunderclap Strike. Jotaro's dual scythes slashed fiercely at Butterfly Knight leader. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Bang! With a heavy blow, Jotaro was sent flying. Brother? Before Daki could react, Butterfly Knight leader charged in with their blade, forcing Daki to defend passively. Gradually, more ribbons were cut, the speed so fast that sparks flew. In the next moment, as Daki was distracted, Butterfly Knight leader struck, sending her flying. Butterfly Knight leader looked at her body and the knife, even feeling good, without any backlash. Come on, Tada open. If I can't beat you in a submission, I guess reasoning is out of the question. Listening to Butterfly Knight leader's words, Jotaro felt an unnamed anger rising within him. In the next moment, Daki fell onto Jotaro, her body perfectly fitting against his. This marvelous fusion greatly enhanced their power, allowing them to launch fierce attacks from both above and below. Jotaro's figure flashed, appearing before Butterfly Knight leader like a ghost, his weapon slicing through the air with a sharp sound, directly targeting her vital points. However, faced with such a fierce offensive, Butterfly Knight leader appeared unusually calm. Her movements were graceful and agile, each evasion perfectly timed, leaving people in awe of her skills. As the battle continued, Jotaro's heart grew increasingly shocked. He initially thought this opponent was just an ordinary woman, but at this moment, the strength and aura she displayed were completely on par with any man. Gradually, Jotaro's attacks became more frantic, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. What on earth is this woman? Why is she so powerful? Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, he saw an unbelievable scene. The figure of Butterfly Shinobu unexpectedly overlapped with someone from his memories, someone who had long since died. How is this possible? Kanae, Sayuri widened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. How could I see her? Am I seeing things? He shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up, but that figure remained stubbornly in front of him. This is really bizarre. Why am I thinking like this? Kanae muttered to himself, the fear in his heart growing stronger. Gradually, Butterfly Shinobu and Kanae, Sayuri engaged in a long battle. However, everything here was being watched by a pair of purple eyes. At this moment, without Upper Moon 6's help, the four of them, Kanae Turi, Michiro Takedo, and Tanjiro Kamadu, could not suppress Upper Moon 2, but they were able to maintain balance. Chapter 167. I want you to become human again. Mist breathing. Second form. Mist slash. With a furious shout from Yurichi, the silvery blade in his hand shot out like lightning, heading straight for Doma. However, unexpectedly, Doma easily blocked this attack with a golden fan. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed in the air as metal clashed. Oh my, this is a self-created breathing technique. Doma's face showed a hint of surprise. No wonder he is a brother. When will I have a brother? His tone seemed to carry a trace of regret. Seeing his attack was ineffective, Yurichi quickly reacted. He pushed off the ice beneath his feet and shot back like an arrow, creating distance between himself and Doma. Just then, a voice came from behind Yurichi. Brother, the ice demons have already been taken care of by me, Michiro, and Tanjiro. It was Michiro, who hurriedly stepped forward to support his brother and report the situation. Earlier, the four had made a detailed battle plan. Michiro, Tanjiro, and Kanae were responsible for dealing with those 10 ice demons, while Yurichi held Doma off alone to buy time for the others. Upon hearing his brother's words, Yurichi felt slightly relieved. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Be careful, his ice crystals are poisonous. You mustn't inhale them into your lungs. Yurichi gasped as he spoke to Michiro, his voice tinged with urgency. Got it, brother. Michiro quickly nodded in response, his gaze fixed on Doma, not daring to relax for a moment. How do you feel, Yurichi? If you can't hold on, you should go down. We can hold him off. Kanae looked at Yurichi with concern and worry in his eyes. Hearing Kanae's words, Yurichi smiled helplessly. How long can this last? Strange. Why is the sun moving so slowly today? Author, it has only been a few chapters. It's normal for the sun to be slow. Yurichi's words silenced those around him. They all knew the difficulty of this battle. The slow movement of the sun added an inexplicable sense of oppression. Have you seen Miss Shinobu? It seems we've been fighting for so long without any trace of her. Yurichi suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously. However, the others did not pay much attention to his question. Their focus was entirely on the enemy before them, leaving no room for anything else. Seeing this, Yurichi felt somewhat helpless, but understood that now was not the time to dwell on it. He took a deep breath and decided to assign the task of finding Miss Shinobu to Hina, Suma, and Miku. Snake breathing, mist breathing, flower breathing, dance of the fire god. Instantly, for different blades, slashed toward Doma, but Doma, sitting above the water lily bodhisattva, smiled wickedly. Blood demon art, blazing white princess. At this moment, the battle between Butterfly Shinobu and Kanae Tayuri against Daki had not yet ended. On the contrary, due to her female form, Butterfly Shinobu's stamina was gradually declining. She did not want to prolong the battle and planned to end it decisively. However, Kanae and Daki were also not faring well. At this moment, Kanae was feeling overwhelmed. Damn it, no matter how I dodge, I can't avoid these attacks. It's like they're locked on. Who knows how much damage the two siblings have suffered in this domain. While Kanae and Daki were complaining incessantly, Butterfly Shinobu had already quietly prepared her initial move. She gripped the handle of her sword tightly, her gaze focused and sharp, and suddenly exerted her strength, swinging the blade rapidly like lightning. As the blade continued to swing, light began to gather, forming a massive sphere. Two breathing techniques intertwined and fused, creating a peculiar and mysterious visual effect. Light of darkness. Violet. With this soft shout, the sphere seemed to come to life, beginning to spin at an astonishing speed. The shards collided and rubbed against each other under the power of light and darkness, producing crisp sounds, as if playing a passionate symphony. The power contained in this strike was incredibly terrifying. Even powerful demons like Kanae and Daki would find it hard to withstand. Boom! With an explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted within the domain. When the smoke cleared, surprisingly, Kanae and Daki had not perished. Instead, they lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. Having lived for hundreds of years, Kanae could naturally see what was on Doma's mind. He must have some plan, otherwise they wouldn't have survived to this point. What exactly is your goal? Butterfly Nightingale didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly said, I want you to turn back into humans. As soon as the words were spoken, the two ghosts felt shocked and doubtful. Putting aside how feasible this idea was, the method of turning ghosts back into humans was already unfathomable. Moreover, the brother and sister had grown tired of the cold-blooded money and power of human society and no longer wished to become human. Huh, are you kidding? You want us to turn back into humans? What are you thinking? Is living well as a ghost not enough? Why do we have to suffer as humans? You haven't experienced it, have you? Listening to Daki's rebuttal, Butterfly Nightingale recounted the memories of the brother and sister he had once seen. After hearing it, Kabutsuji Musen and Daki were both stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes seemingly asking, when did you tell her? I didn't tell her. I don't even know how she found out. Butterfly Yurichi ignored the two's confusion and continued, you don't need to consider these things. It's a special ability of mine. The era and region you come from, as well as the people, are all wrong, which has led to the treatment you've both endured. In the end, to save your lives, you became demons, killing and eating various people. But I see a glimmer of hope and light in your hearts. So, trust us in this society once more. After all, feeling controlled while living under someone else's roof isn't pleasant. As she spoke, Butterfly Yurichi sheathed her knife, walked towards the two demons, and extended her hands. In response, Jutaro fell into deep thought. He had lived for his sister's happiness. But everything was against his wishes. Now, faced with another choice, I, Jotaro, for all of this, will once again make a difficult choice. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of Daki, Jotaro suddenly reached out and grabbed Butterfly Yuruchi's hand. I am willing to believe you, but I have one question. Are you him? Upon hearing this, Butterfly Yuruchi smiled, but did not give a clear answer. However, Jotaro already understood. Knight's Blessing, 520 extra. Butterfly Yuruchi. Task. A sun rose on the eastern parallel, awakening the creatures of the earth. Because the Lord had other tasks assigned, I had arrived at the Butterfly Mansion early. What is all the noise this early in the morning? The next moment, a pillow flew down from the second-floor window, hitting it squarely. Butterfly Yuruchi. You. Sure enough, after a few bird calls, the surroundings quieted down significantly, while Butterfly Yuruchi comfortably rolled over to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Tamayo, who was watering the flowers, spotted a white shape in the grass. She walked over slowly, removed the white pillow, and found it covered in feathers. Without hesitation, Tamayo gently picked it up and, after confirming everything was fine, placed her on a nearby bench. On the other side, Yashiro felt particularly jealous and envious. He wished he could be that blackbird. No. Suddenly, Butterfly Yuruchi, who had been asleep for 3 minutes, remembered that today was an important day. He jumped up to look at the calendar on the bedside table. May 20th. This date was a holiday expressing feelings between men and women in the country where he once lived. Although the Demon Slayer Corps had a tight schedule, ever since the entertainment district, Musen seemed to have calmed down significantly. Even the number of demons at night had decreased just a few nights ago. He played mahjong with Iguro and the others. The key point was that he had been caught by Shinobu, Mitsuri, and Kanroji. Losing was one thing, but his tools of the trade were confiscated. He clearly remembered what Shinobu had said to him that night. Yuruchi, you just turned back into a man a few days ago. How can you not take care of your health? We'll keep this for you. Who would have thought she saw that in the field? And during the transformation back into a man. So embarrassing. Gradually pulling his thoughts back together, Butterfly Yuruchi glanced at the spot beside him. He immediately guessed that Kanae and Shinobu must have gone to the Butterfly Mansion. At the same time, he calculated that today was also the day of the fireworks festival, but due to the distance, and after consulting with Mitsuri and the others, he received an answer. They weren't going. But as a good man, how could I just sit and wait? After thinking for a moment, Butterfly Yuruchi walked to the wardrobe, opened it, and looked at the dazzling array of clothes, most of which were bought by Kanae. Butterfly Yuruchi decided to try a new style. After quickly changing clothes and checking himself in the mirror, he felt good about himself. The purple to pink gradient kimono looked decent on him, and today he styled his hair into a lazy low bun. After grabbing the sandwiches made by Tamayo, he headed out the door. Going out, Yuruchi-kun? Yes, Miss Tamayo. Today's schedule is quite full. By the way, be careful tonight with Yashiro. Without giving Tamayo a chance to respond, Butterfly Yuruchi pushed open the big door and walked out. On the way, he happened to run into Kanae, who was looking for Tanjiro. After playfully pinching her cheeks, Butterfly Yuruchi left with a smile. Kanae stood there, dazed, touching her slightly flushed cheeks, unsure of what to do. Rabbit. Jew. Work hard, haven't you eaten? Iguro said. Do you want to see what you're saying? Butterfly Knight Leader looked at the several kilograms of fireworks in his hands, and then at the more than 10 kilograms of fireworks that the two were carrying on their backs, smiling mischievously. In the morning, Butterfly Knight Leader had planned to buy fireworks, but because of the large quantity in the distant location, he called 2 helpers. Fortunately, as soon as they arrived at the butterfly house, they saw the 2 Shueihu playing with crickets. Who would believe that 2 dignified water pillars were actually playing with crickets? Because the location was remote and there were no horse-drawn carriages, they had to walk the entire way. However, the fireworks from that village were among the best in the country. Seeing the 2 of them sweating profusely, the considerate Butterfly Knight Leader divided the fireworks in his hands into 2 portions and handed them to the 2. Kanroji Mitsuri. What the hell? Finally, they delivered the fireworks to the most central location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters before dusk. Before doing this, Butterfly Knight Leader had already consulted Yose, who also fully supported the idea. Phew. I'm exhausted. Damn it. Do you really ask others for help like this? Ju Tomioka, are you treating us like Japanese people? All right. Thank you both. I'll treat you to a meal another day. And Kanroji, go find your real Matsuri. Kanroji, get lost. After setting everything up, Butterfly Knight Leader gathered everyone together. After making a launcher, he returned to the Butterfly Mansion. Yo, isn't this our Hashira, who's been out having fun all day, finally back to see my lonely sister? When Butterfly Shinobu was pouring water while pushing the door open, she happened to run into Butterfly Kanae, who teased her, saying, "What are you doing? Going to be a courtesan at such a young age." At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu was visibly taken aback, recalling some unpleasant memories, and her face gradually turned red. But then she suddenly remembered what Butterfly Kanae had said before, and just as she was about to retort, she realized that Kanae had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, get back here. As soon as she walked into the lobby on the first floor, she saw Kanae sitting on the sofa, reading a book. It's been a long time since I've seen this scene. It's really heartwarming. Butterfly Yeeling gently walked over and wrapped her arms around Kanahui's neck from behind. Huh? Kanahui was clearly taken aback for a moment, but upon seeing that familiar hand, she quickly reacted. "Ah, you're back. Where'd you been all day? Are you tired?" The words of the neighbor big sister made Butterfly Yeeling feel particularly touched and moved. "What are you looking at?" "Neighbor big sister Kanahui is mine." "Of course. I want to feel the heartbeat of my dear Hui Hui, the warmth of her heart." Under a barrage of sweet talk, Kanahui naturally found it hard to resist. "Ha ha ha. You really know how to flatter people, you little sycophant." Butterfly Yeeling walked over from behind the sofa and hugged Kanahui, saying with a hint of anticipation, "Hey, Kanahui, can you guess what day it is today? Is it May 20th? What's wrong?" As soon as the words were out, Butterfly Yeeling rebutted, Wrong. The meaning of today's date in our Western country is different. May 20th phonetically sounds like I love you. I wish to be with my beloved forever and remain loyal." As he spoke, Butterfly Yeeling quietly pressed a switch, and in an instant, countless fireworks exploded brilliantly in the sky, centered around the Demon Slayer core. Kanahui's gaze was immediately drawn to it, and she realized that this was prepared by her eye. Her heart filled with sweetness at the sight of such magnificent fireworks, which captivated everyone from the Rengoku family. At this moment, in a nearby restaurant close to the Demon Slayer core, Ihei Kobana looked at the girl across from him, who was mesmerized by the fireworks, and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Mitsuri." On the narrow, foggy mountain, Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and their teacher, Urokodaki, also came out to admire the distant fireworks. Only Urokodaki knew how hard it was to get these fireworks. "Master, fireworks. Wow, everyone is a different color." Meanwhile, Michiro and Takedo were lying on the roof of the Tsujikuni residence, watching as well. In the Butterfly Mansion, Rengoku and Kanahui quietly enjoyed the dazzling fireworks. In the main house of the Demon Slayer core, Kaneo Tiuri was appreciating the fireworks together with her husband and children. At this time, in the Butterfly Mansion on the second floor, Tamayo and Yashiro also discovered the fireworks outside and began to admire them in surprise. Yashiro quietly stood behind Tamayo, pressing her shoulders. "What a divine assist, Yeeling, huh?" Butterfly Shinobu immediately noticed the fireworks in the distance and rushed into the house, just as she was about to tell her sister. However, she found that her sister had already noticed and was being held in the arms of Butterfly Yurichi. As a sister complex, Butterfly Shinobu naturally stepped forward, grabbed Butterfly Yurichi's arm, and pulled him outward. This scene was also noticed by Butterfly Yurichi, who thought, "Oh, the little girl has come to understand. She knows her brother's feelings." With that in mind, Butterfly Yurichi extended one arm and pulled Butterfly Shinobu into his embrace as well. "Kaneo, Stinky Night Leader, shameless, pervert, let go of me." After struggling together to no avail, I had no choice but to honestly accompany my sister in Butterfly Knight's arms to enjoy this long-awaited fireworks festival. Chapter 168, Late Victory. At this moment, Jitaro's feelings were so complicated that even he didn't know how to describe them. Should he continue living as a human? Becoming a demon was once forced upon him, but now he had a choice. He couldn't go on like this. Ugh, it's so distressing. I wonder if Lord Muzin will find out. Welcome, Jitaro and Nezuko. Hearing these words suddenly shocked Jitaro. That's right. His sister shouldn't have such an ugly name as Daki. Her name is Nezuko. However, upon hearing this, Daki impatiently shook off Butterfly Knight Leader's hand and looked at her brother. "Brother, why did you agree to her? Isn't being a demon good? Have you forgotten how we were as humans? I don't want to go back to that time." Jitaro naturally understood how his sister was. He reached out and gently stroked her head, saying softly, "Nezuko, although demons are immortal, they cannot see the sun, and no one can guarantee that we won't be killed by demon slayers one day. Moreover, if we lose our value, we will be erased like those lower-ranking demons." Jitaro's every word was filled with concern for his sister. After all, he had seen Muzin eliminate all the lower-ranking demons through Nezuko's perspective. He worried that if upper-ranking demons also lost their value, they would meet the same fate. Oomph. You don't understand me at all. You're so ugly. How could you possibly be my brother? Daki's words were shocking, leaving Butterfly Knight leader and Jotaro stunned. However, Jotaro didn't angrily scold his sister as before. Instead, he sighed gently and sat down on the lawn. The situation regarding Butterfly Mansion has been properly arranged, said to Jotaro. You two siblings can stay in this area for now. When we return to the Demon Slayer Core, Miss Tamayo will prepare the medicine. Also, this place will isolate you from everything outside, including the eyes on your bodies. This sentence gave Jotaro a sense of reassurance, and he relaxed. The Butterfly Knight leader tucked the knife into her embrace, stumbling step by step towards the direction of Butterfly Shinobi. In fact, she had known for a while that her stamina was no longer enough to keep going. Now she was merely at the end of her rope. The butterfly gently crouched down, extending its arms softly to pick up the Butterfly Ninja Princess. The Butterfly Knight Lord's entire body glowed faintly, a manifestation of the power of the domain. With a gentle wave of her finger, she tore open a small rift in the light and stepped inside. However, the Butterfly Knight Lord did not notice that in the tightly closed eyes of the Butterfly Shinobi in her arms, a few crystalline tears were quietly slipping down. That door led to the rooftop far away on the battlefield. Butterfly Shinobu was being held by Butterfly Knight, who staggered toward the door, each step seeming extraordinarily difficult. Finally, just as they completely stepped out of the door, their body suddenly leaned forward as if all strength had been drained away. Idiot! A weak voice echoed from a distant place, resonating in the silent night sky. Damn it! So close, Tanjiro said angrily. At this moment his Nichiren blade had completely dulled, unable to even cut through wood. Take it slow, Tanjiro, don't rush. Michiro spoke up in concern. They had already been fighting for several hours. All four of them had different injuries, and just relying on immunity to this toxic mist was already quite a challenge. Bastard. Why is this guy so hard to kill? Iguro Abanai said, gripping his sword. Yeah, if Takedo was here, he'd probably be very happy. Kanroji Mitsuri replied. I can take this as a way to lighten the mood in battle. I suppose so. Just then, from a distance, Doma seemed somewhat disheveled, tightly gripping his fan, seemingly very surprised by what was happening before him. He never expected that these four little brats could actually shatter his proud, sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva and even wound him slightly. Oh dear, you really are impressive, and I'm a bit annoyed now, Doma said, the corners of his mouth lifting in what seemed to be a relaxed smile. But behind that smile was a hint of anger. He gently clapped his fan and looked at the four in front of him as if re-evaluating them. However, before Doma could unleash his blood demon art, suddenly 3 flashes of different colors shot toward him like lightning, aimed directly at Doma. Seeing this, Doma swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sudden attack. Once he steadied himself and turned to look, he was surprised to find that the ones launching this strike were the 3 who had been injured earlier. A new score is complete. Yuzui Tenjin shouted excitedly. Wahaha! The King of the Mountains is back. Zenitsu Agatsuma held his sword, chanting, thunder breathing. Yuzui Tengen's dual swords swung continuously, each swing accompanied by the sound of clashing chains, obviously accumulating immense power. Little ones, let us all go together. With this roar, the others on the battlefield, including Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Takedo Michiro instantly understood that this would be their final attack. Iguro Abanai took the lead, his breathing technique as flexible and changeable as a snake, instantly initiating snake breathing. His body moved as swiftly as lightning, and his sword drew strange arcs in the air, each strike imbued with endless killing intent. Kanroji Mitsuri and Takedo Michiro simultaneously executed flower breathing and mist breathing. Kanroji's swordsmanship was hazy and beautiful like the dawn mist, yet concealed deadly intent. Takedo's swordsmanship was like lightning in the fog, making it hard to grasp. Fire God Kagura. Tanjiro was like a blazing flame, consuming the enemies within. Sound breathing was like a stirring battle song, uplifting the morale of his comrades. Beast breathing resembled a wild beast, fierce and brutal. Thunder breathing was like the thunder from the heavens, shaking the heart. Doma suddenly became dazed. Isn't this a war of attrition? Me. Doma glanced at the rising sun in the distance, deciding not to hesitate. After all, it seemed that Kaneo Tsuyuri hadn't returned yet, probably killed. In the next moment, with a clang, Doma vanished from a spot. Seeing this, everyone quickly halted their attacks, and, upon noticing that there were no lingering auras around, they all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 169. The Dawn of Victory. Hey, Tanjiro, what is wrong? Zenitsu Agatsuma suddenly awoke from his daze. The scenes of the fierce battle with the enemy still echoing in his mind. However, when he opened his eyes, he didn't check his own injuries first, but immediately turned his gaze to Tanjiro, not far away. He saw Tanjiro lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut and motionless, as if he had lost consciousness. Zenitsu's heart sank, and he hurriedly struggled to get up, stumbling toward Tanjiro. He was anxious, fearing that something might have happened to Tanjiro. Tanjiro! Tanjiro! Wake up! However, Tanjiro showed no reaction, still keeping his eyes tightly shut, his face pale as paper. Zenitsu's heart grew heavier. He felt Tanjiro's body was abnormally cold, as if life was gradually flowing away. At this moment, the entertainment district had completely turned into ruins, with remnants of walls everywhere, broken wooden planks and bricks scattered all over the ground. Looking around, he couldn't find a single intact wooden board. The whole scene appeared extremely desolate. Meanwhile, Iguro Abanai and the others were also scattered on different broken boards. Their physical conditions clearly not good. Groaning in pain, eyes tightly shut, they seemed to be battling the toxins within their bodies. In the fight against the enemy, everyone had inhaled some of the toxic mist. Although the toxicity of this mist was not strong, it would gradually spread within the body, eroding various parts. Zenitsu looked at the tragic scene before him, filled with anxiety and worry. Iguro, Kenroji, and Takedo's physical conditions were terrible. Several of their ribs were broken, making their breathing extremely difficult. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Yuzui Tenjin were even more severely injured, their bodies covered in wounds, blood continuously oozing from the injuries. Amidst this chaos, a sudden cute sound broke through. Although the sound was very weak, it was exceptionally clear in such a quiet environment. Iguro, Takedo, and Kanroji, who still had some strength, struggled to turn their heads toward the direction of the sound. They saw a small and adorable Nezuko, hurriedly running over while biting a bamboo tube. Nezuko's appearance surprised everyone, as she hadn't shown up earlier. Nezuko ran up to the three, first looking at their injuries, then glancing at Yuzui, Tenjin, and Inosuke. Clearly, she realized that these two were the most severely injured and needed urgent treatment. Thus, without hesitation, Nezuko decided to go save them first. She turned and quickly left, leaving Iguro, Takedo, and the other injured behind. Iguro Abanai struggled to raise his hand, wanting to stop Nezuko, but due to his injuries, his movements were very slow. In the end, he couldn't stop Nezuko and could only watch her leave helplessly. Tenjin, don't look. Take care of yourself too. Tengen, hiss. What? Lord Tenjin, don't die. Accompanied by a terrified scream, Suma's tears gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. She looked in horror at the fallen Muzan Kabutsuji, her body trembling involuntarily. Shut up, you bastard! Maki shouted in a fit of rage, her voice echoing in the air, filled with endless anger and despair. Her fists fell on Maki like raindrops, each punch filled with strength and hatred. Hinetsuru stood by, anxiously trying to pull the two apart, but her strength was no match for the furious Suma. She could only shout anxiously from the side, trying to calm the two down. However, it was already too late. Muzan Kabutsuji, poisoned and severely injured, was now on the brink of death, unable to utter even his final words. His lips trembled slightly, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Muzan's gaze slowly swept over his three wives. The once vibrant and warm look in his eyes was now filled only with despair and helplessness. He looked at them, his heart filled with a longing for life and confusion about the future. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Muzan's ears, startling him. It was Nezuko, who had gently placed her hand on his injured body. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Muzan's body suddenly erupted in flames, the fire raging fiercely, quickly engulfing him entirely. This sudden change shocked Suma, who hurriedly rushed forward. She tightly embraced Nezuko, fearing that she would be harmed even slightly. Hinetsuru and Maki also rushed over, anxiously checking on Muzan's condition. Hey, where did this little kid come from? How reckless. You're in such a hurry to cremate someone. Your sister's gonna smack your butt, Suma anxiously said while shaking Nezuko. However, at that moment, the flames gradually receded from Muzan's body, and, at the same time, the eerie purple toxin also vanished without a trace. Wait, Muzan suddenly shouted, his voice revealing a hint of urgency. This scene left Hinetsu, Maki, and Suma in shock, and they quickly rushed forward to tightly embrace Muzan. Ah, Lord Muzan, I'm so worried about you. Lord Muzan, Muzan tightly hugged his wives, giving Nezuko a deep look before breaking into a bright smile. How magnificent, haha, he said happily. Perhaps Tanjiro and his sister truly have the chance to change everything. Muzan deeply forgot about the girl running in the distance. Then, Nezuko, along with Tanjiro, used their blood demon art to resolve the toxins in Inosuke and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Huh, I can't believe she actually has this ability. Kaneo awkwardly stood up after moving her arms. How about it? You've been saved? Aren't you touched? Ha ha ha. Michiro teased while brushing off the dirt from his brother. Stop teasing him, little brother, or Kaneo will get angry. Oh no. Kaneo glared at the Tsuguko brothers while looking at Muzan being supported by his 3 wives in the distance. TCH. Honestly, isn't it better to just be carried back by the hidden core? Why must it be so obvious? With the rising sun, this area of ruins welcomed light and began to be rebuilt. Sir, the butterfly mistress is here, and there's another woman. Listen to Tanjiro, and Miss Kaneo says to take this lady back for treatment. Yes, Captain the Core. Chapter 170. Rising to the upper ranks. Deep within the cherry blossom country, a mysterious and spectacular scene unfolded. Here, a city stood tall like a pearl underground, exuding a unique charm. This city is Infinity Castle. Entering the city, the first thing that catches the eye is the countless wooden houses. Although some have collapsed, they are still arranged neatly, as if meticulously planned. The existence of these houses evokes imagination of the city's former prosperity and glory. However, surprisingly, this city has not been lively for hundreds of years. The long silence has filled the place with a bizarre atmosphere, as if time had frozen here. Yet, amidst this stillness, a new change was quietly occurring. Gradually, faint sounds began to echo through the city, initially vague but growing clearer and louder with time. This sound was the signal for the new upper ranks meeting to begin. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound of a chain, a shirtless man appeared on the platform like a ghost. His body was covered in exquisite tattoos, exuding a unique artistic aura. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of deep and sharp eyes. As his gaze met the surrounding environment, the numbers in his eyes suddenly became clear. Upper rank, 3. Akaza. Akaza gazed at the strange, yet familiar scene around him, hesitating slightly before quickly regaining his composure. This is Infinity Castle? Has one of the upper ranks been taken down? It can't be Kokushibo and Doma, can it? Just as Akaza was speculating in his heart, a peculiar object on the platform caught his attention. It was a rolling jar, from which emerged a being with only half a body, with 2 short arms on each side, and its facial features seemed to move freely. Upper rank, 5. Gyako. Gyako let out a sharp laugh, as if thrilled by Akaza's appearance. Oh my, Lord Akaza, you've finally arrived. Lord Doma is over there receiving a scolding from Lord Muzan. As for Lord Kokushibo, he was the first to arrive here. The woman on the high platform interjected just at the right moment. Just then, a low and trembling voice came from afar. Sustarai, sistarai. Although the voice was somewhat weak, it clearly reached the ears of every demon present. Akaza was no exception. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the upper rank 4, Nakeim's voice. This led Akaza to conclude that the upper rank 6 was dead. In the next second, the demons suddenly found themselves transported to a wide platform. At the center of the elevated platform stood a man in a black suit with a stern expression. His rose-red vertical pupils stood out prominently in the mist. Muzan Kibutsuji. Doma's voice was low and authoritative, tinged with anger. You actually didn't kill that boy with the earrings. Not only that, but you don't even know how Upper Moon 6 disappeared. Upper Moon 6 has already slipped out of my control, and I don't know their exact location either. Oof. I even specially sent you there, and this is how you complete your mission? What use are you? The name Doma stood in a corner of the platform, a hint of panic on his face, but he quickly regained his composure and defended himself. Oh dear, Lord Muzan, those Demon Slayer Corps are really cunning. They actually played a wheel battle, and there are several of them, while I'm all alone. Isn't this bullying? Doma's voice revealed a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction. As he spoke, he looked cheerfully towards Lord Muzan on the high platform, seemingly not taking the matter too seriously. However, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an elusive expression. At that moment, dawn was approaching. Lord Muzan, you know, we demons are very weak during the day, so you can't blame me entirely for this outcome. Doma continued to explain with a smile. His tone relaxed, but it felt like he didn't truly recognize his own mistakes. Oomph. Accompanied by this cold snort, suddenly, a red-black horizontal slash shot out like lightning. The speed of this horizontal slash was extremely fast, like a ghost, leaving no time for reaction. In an instant, it was like a sharp scythe, mercilessly slicing through Doma's head, instantly severing half of his brain. This sudden scene left the upper moons 2 to 5 present in shock. They widened their eyes, looking at the scene before them in disbelief, secretly amazed. This attack was so swift and fierce, and they had never seen such a move before. What does this mean? Clearly, besides Doma, there are other demons present here. Moreover, judging by the power of this strike, this demon is likely much stronger than Doma. Hee, with your grinning face. How can you act as if you're truly following orders? How can you, an emotionless guy, face Lord Musen? Just as everyone was astonished, 2 cold remarks floated out from a dark alley nearby. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying a chill that sent shivers down their spines. Then, the voice continued, "Perhaps your heart is only filled with desires for women?" These 2 sentences were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Doma's heart. Doma's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy, and his eyes burned with flames of anger, because he knew that the fact that he had no emotions was an absolute secret, and no one else knew except for him. Moreover, he had been trying hard to disguise it, not letting others notice. But now, this mysterious guy had exposed his secret in one sentence. How could Doma not be furious? This dead thing, how does he know about me without having seen me? Doma gritted his teeth and cursed softly. His gaze was like a hungry wolf, staring fixedly at the dark corner, seeing through the enemy hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, the other demons also looked in that direction in unison, filled with vigilance and curiosity. Only Musen on the rooftop had a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. He was currently frustrated with these incompetent subordinates, and they still didn't recognize their own mistakes. Now, this newly born demon will teach them a lesson for me. Come on, surpass all upper moons. Rise to the peak of upper moons. Chapter 171. The Sword of the Other Shore. A group of useless demons. Is the blood flowing in your bodies just protein? Clearly, you could solve the problem cleanly and neatly, but you let that ridiculous curiosity and playful spirit control you. With this angry rebuke, the figure in the darkness gradually revealed its full appearance. It was dressed in a tight-fitting dark blue-black suit, as if it merged with the darkness. The material of the clothing looked extremely smooth, tightly fitting the upper body, outlining its long and athletic body lines. In the middle of the clothes, there was a lightning-shaped ornament, like a flash of lightning cutting through the night sky. It flickered with dark red energy light, giving a strong visual impact. The lower body was clad in wide black and white striped pants, slightly flaring at the cuffs. This formed a sharp contrast with the tight-fitting upper garment, appearing both grand and stylish. Its long black hair cascaded down its back like a waterfall, with several strands of white hair abruptly appearing on its forehead. Looking at its face, a pair of black-blue pupils resembled deep lakes, with a cold light emanating from them, making one shiver. Beneath its high nose, the lips curled slightly upward, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. Behind it, a circular thorned halo shimmering with golden light was faintly visible. The spikes on the halo flickered with a cold light in the darkness, as if it were its weapon, emanating a frightening aura. In an instant, a massive sense of oppression filled the senses of the demons. Even Musen trembled slightly. Not for any other reason, because this demon, although loyal to him, was not under his control. This upper moon, it has gathered all the blood of the 12 Kazuki, and even the blood of several Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. Such a powerful existence naturally posed a slight threat to Musen, but the current situation was stable. Upon seeing this demon, Doma's first impression was disgust, extreme disgust. When observing the numbers in the demon's eyes, the other demons were shocked again, breaking out in cold sweat. Because the pupils on either side respectively read, upper moon, peak. Is this the existence standing among the 12 Kazuki? In the distance, Kokoshibo quietly contemplated, his deep-set eyes staring at the figure before him. It seemed as if he could see through the other's exterior to the essence of their heart. Suddenly, Kokoshibo drew his sword without warning, his movements as swift as lightning. He swung his arm, and 2 blood-red sword energies shot out like meteors, directly slashing towards that figure. The sword energy tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, carrying endless killing intent and pressure, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. However, just as these 2 sword energies were about to hit their target, the halo behind the figure suddenly began to condense powerful energy. Immediately after, 2 similarly blood-red sword energies erupted from the halo, mirroring Kokoshibo's attack and colliding in midair. Bang bang. With a loud explosion, the collision of the sword energies caused a massive cloud of dust to rise, obscuring the sky. In the midst of the dust, it was faintly visible that the two sword energies neutralized each other, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. As the dust gradually cleared, a cold and imposing voice came from within. You, who forsook everything in pursuit of power, what qualifications do you have? This sentence struck Kokoshibo's heart like a heavy hammer, and his expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. With the veins on his forehead bulging due to anger, he tightly gripped the knife in his hand, the veins on the back of his hand also swelling from excessive force, as if they could snap at any moment. You have no right to accuse me. Kokoshibo gritted his teeth, forcing out these words through clenched jaws, his voice filled with resentment and anger. However, the other party was not intimidated by his imposing presence. Instead, they sneered and continued speaking. It's true that someone who is jealous of his own brother is simply unworthy. This sentence pierced Kokoshibo's heart like a sharp sword, causing his body to tremble violently. Just as both sides were at a standstill, Muzan on the high platform spoke up. Enough. Let's pause for a moment and let him introduce himself. He stood relaxed in place, arms crossed over his shoulders, and slowly began to speak. I'm the Upper Moon's pinnacle, the other shore. I have gathered all your abilities and blood, even that of the Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. I stand in the presence of your existence. Upon hearing this, the demons began to think without hesitation, with Akaza's mind racing to challenge this guy. Meanwhile, Doma just wanted to get away from this annoying presence. Kokoshibo had already built a grudge against him, while Hantenga's various forms felt both fear and excitement toward this. Muzan was very pleased with the emotions of his former subordinates. This was the result he wanted. If you don't show a little authority, you won't know who is in charge of executing orders. Especially that 882, Doma. After the introduction was complete, the other shore turned to face Muzan on the high platform and softly said, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, Muzan-sama. Then, I will take my leave first. Muzan nodded slightly in agreement. In that instant, something astonishing happened. The other shore vanished like a ghost, instantly disappearing within Infinity Castle. What kind of ability is this? Akaza thought, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated the other shore would leave in such a bizarre manner. It was beyond his comprehension. However, even more unexpected events were yet to come. Muzan looked in the direction where the other shore had disappeared, his expression unchanged, and said, Losing an Upper Moon 6 shouldn't be a big deal. But you all must not let this happen again. I absolutely cannot see you in such a powerless state again, or face the consequences. His voice was cold and authoritative, exuding a chilling aura. After speaking, Muzan turned away and casually waved his hand, signaling Nakheim to teleport all the other demons away. As several crisp sounds of the Gujing echoed throughout the space, the demons' figures vanished from their spots as if drawn by an invisible force. Don't let me down. Other shore, the sword. Meanwhile, the other shore, having left Infinity Castle, quietly arrived at Doma's church like a ghost. Damn it, the other shore let out a low, cold snort, as if filled with disgust and hatred for this place. Under the terrified and shocked gazes of dozens of followers, the other shore walked slowly toward the hall like a messenger from hell. His steps seemed heavy, each one feeling like it was stepping on the hearts of those followers, causing their heartbeats to quicken involuntarily. The followers exchanged glances, their eyes revealing undeniable fear. They had no idea who this mysterious other shore was or what his purpose was in coming here. However, the powerful and strange aura emanating from the other shore instinctively made them feel an unprecedented danger. Chapter 172. What? Buried? The sun hung in the sky, and the birds chirping lifted the atmosphere and mood of the Butterfly Mansion. At this moment, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps in the Butterfly Mansion were anxiously preparing medicines and surgeries. The entire Butterfly Mansion was filled with wails. Who would have thought that a brothel could erupt into such intense combat? During the fierce battle between the Hashira and the Upper Moons, some ordinary members were also bravely resisting the demons' fierce attacks outside. Despite their best efforts, many were injured due to the vast difference in strength. However, at this tense moment, a series of greetings suddenly came from the second floor of the Butterfly Mansion. Mr. Yuzui, how could you promise me this? How did my little Shinobu get such serious injuries? This was Kanae's voice, filled with anxiety and anger. Yuzui Tenjin was currently bandaging himself in thick bandages. Sitting at the bedside, his head lowered in silence. Hinetsu, Suma, and Makio also lowered their heads, quietly standing by, not daring to make a sound, merely listening to Kanae's reproaches. Kanae's face had turned bright red from extreme anger, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. She was filled with worry and fear because Butterfly Shinobu had unfortunately passed away. If Shinobu were to encounter misfortune again, she truly didn't know how she would face such a blow. As she spoke, Kanae's eyes gradually moistened, with a few crystalline tears sliding down her fair cheeks. Just then, Kanae Teary hurriedly arrived. Upon entering, she saw this tense scene. Kanae quickly stepped forward, gently patting Kanae's shoulder, and comforted her softly. "Don't worry too much, Kanae. Shinobu will be fine." Then, Kanae exerted a bit of force, pulling Kanae outside, hoping to help her calm down a little. At this moment, Yuzui Tenjin slowly raised his head, glancing at his wife. Sigh, not glamorous at all, underestimated. "Sister Kiyoshi, take a break." Shoko called out to Kiyoshi, who was dressed in the Butterfly Mansion's uniform, her voice crisp and urgent. Kiyoshi turned around, a slight smile on her face as she softly replied, "No need, Shoko. There are too many injured here. I can't rest. Now I'm also a part of the Butterfly Mansion, so I must work even harder." After the battle in the brothel ended, Kiyoshi successfully secured her freedom and was brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps, starting a new life. "Wow, great. Go for it, Sister Kiyoshi. You can do it. You can do it." Shoko cheered excitedly, cheering for Kiyoshi. "Okay, I will do my best." Kiyoshi smiled in response, then continued to busy herself caring for the injured. In another ward, Mitsuri was speaking to the injured Iguro Abanai, lying in bed. "Actually, there's no need for this." Mitsuri Abanai's voice was somewhat weak, but he still tried to dissuade Mitsuri. "How can that be? Mr. Iguro was injured so severely on a mission. Someone must take care of you." Mitsuri's tone was firm, leaving no room for discussion. But Abanai wanted to say something more, but Mitsuri didn't give him the chance. "All right, I'll take that, as you agreeing, Mr. Iguro." Miri interrupted him and began fiddling with her fingers, stating the medication requirements for the next few days. As for the strengthening relationship between Miri and Shinobu, it was all thanks to the previous support from the Butterfly Mansion. Without that help, who knows when Shinobu, with her thick-headedness, would become capable. The injuries of the three little ones were very serious, and it appeared they would need a long time to recuperate, possibly lying down for 1 or 2 months before regaining their health. "Kaisui, you need to pay extra attention. The medication for these three must be changed regularly according to their recovery status." Ryuka Chiharu carefully reminded Kaisui, afraid she might forget this important matter. "Okay, Ryukane, I will remember." Kaisui replied obediently, nodding seriously as if she had deeply engraved Ryuka Chiharu's words in her mind. Ryuka Chiharu looked at the sensible Kaisui, feeling very gratified. She smiled and gently patted Kaisui's head before turning to attend to other matters. Sigh. Ever since Lord Shinobu left, the atmosphere in the Butterfly Mansion has been very gloomy. Indeed, Lord Shinobu once protected us. Lord Shinobu's grave is located at the back of the Demon Slayer Corps land. Let's go pay our respects today. All right, I'll accompany you. A few team members, their 4 drips in hand, stumbled slowly past the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion S ward, their faces pale and expressions utterly exhausted. As they walked, they whispered about the recent events, each face filled with helplessness and anxiety. However, during their conversation, one piece of news caused the previously comatose Shinobu to exhibit a slight reaction. Cough, cough, cough. A light cough suddenly emerged from the throat of the Butterfly Night Caller. Although the sound was very faint, it seemed particularly out of place in the quiet hospital room. Wait, did they just say that? I was buried? And as a tombstone? Spitting on the grass of the grave? Suddenly, thoughts flashed through Butterfly Knight's mind, and his consciousness began to gradually recover. However, this sudden awakening left his throat exceptionally dry, as if it had been scorched by fire, and even produced some strange hallucinations. In his blurred vision, he actually saw Nurse Shinobu holding a gigantic syringe, walking step by step towards him. Hee, Brother Knight, play with Shinobu for a while. I won't exhaust you. Shinobu's laughter echoed in Butterfly Knight's ears, a sound both sweet and eerie, sending chills down his spine. In the next moment, Butterfly Knight's consciousness seemed to be violently pulled away by a powerful force, and his body lost control again, lying straight back on the pillow and falling into a deep sleep. Brother, Sister Kiyoshi is so gentle, just like mother and sister. Got it. Michiro, huff. Michiro took a sip of the steaming tea that Yuakaru had blown on. At this moment, Yuakaru's eyes sparkled as he watched Kiyoshi, who was taking care of the patients. After all, Yuakaru was only 15 or 16 at the age of adolescence. At this time, Michiro's brother had not passed away, and their emotional state had changed compared to before. All right, little brother, rest well. This battle has shown us the strength of the upper moons. Once you're healed, I'll train with you. Okay. Chapter 173. After the battle, remember, with your strength, you can't even break my light wheel. You don't even need blood demon art against you. The voice of the other side was cold and contemptuous, as if Doma was nothing more than a trivial ant in his eyes. Doma was pinned down by the other side's foot on his face, unable to move, only able to let out painful groans. However, when the other side's foot slowly moved away, Doma suddenly struggled to get up. A hypocritical smile appeared on his face as he fiercely threatened the other side. You don't know, internal strife among us upper moons is not permitted by Lord Musen. Upon hearing Doma's words, the other side slowly stopped, turned around, and looked at Doma coldly. Doma's body was already severely injured, covered in wounds and blood, but he still forced himself to stand up, trying to use Lord Musen's prohibition to suppress the other side. The corners of the other side's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a disdainful smile as he looked at Doma and mockingly said, "Rules are set by the strong. Lord Musen thinks the same, and you with such weak strength want to rely on rules to uphold your demon." After saying this, the other side let out a cold laugh, echoing in the air like a final judgment on Doma. The other side did not speak again. He slowly turned away, as if everything was no longer related to him. However, just as he turned, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from behind him. This energy surged like roaring waves, rapidly gathering into a massive force accompanied by a dazzling light wheel. Following that, a sharp piercing light shot out from this energy, racing away like lightning. With a dull grunt, the piercing light slammed into Doma like a meteor. Doma didn't even have time to react before being firmly pinned against the wall by this powerful force. After the other side left, the entire church was filled with voices like, "Lord, Lord, what happened to you? Sister Kanae, quickly look at that dead pig. How's he hurt so badly? He even has a big hole in him." Kanzaki Atsui looked at Inosuke with a face full of terror and worry, her voice trembling. She hurried to Kanae's side, asking anxiously. Kanae's face was pale, and a thin layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead, clearly frightened by Shinobu's situation. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then slowly said, "I'm sorry, Aoi, I don't know why he is hurt like this. Let me calm down for a moment." Meanwhile, in another corner of the hospital room, Shinobu sat quietly by Tanjiro's bedside. Her gaze remained fixed on Tanjiro, as if everything outside was unrelated to her. The box containing Nezuko was also placed beside the hospital bed. Poor Zenitsu lay alone on a hospital bed in the corner. Thus, the people of the Butterfly Mansion were busy from day to night without a moment's rest. They continuously treated the wounds of the injured team members, bandaging and applying medicine, until the last injured person's wounds were properly treated and night had fallen. It was foreseeable that in the next 3 months, every hospital room in the Butterfly Mansion would be filled to capacity, overflowing with people. After all, so many injured team members needed time to recover, and the Butterfly Mansion, as a medical facility, naturally had to take on the responsibility of caring for them. Fortunately, at this time, in the hospital room on the second floor, Shinobu's condition had finally stabilized. Although her injuries were still severe, with the doctors in the Butterfly Mansion working hard to save her, her life was no longer in danger. However, her physical condition remained worrisome, with her entire upper and lower body almost completely wrapped in thick bandages, looking like a zongzi. A needle was still inserted into the back of her hand to provide her with necessary nutrients and medication. Looking at Shinobu's face, the original rosy color had significantly diminished, replaced by paleness and haggardness. Clearly, this injury had taken a huge toll on her body, and she needed a period of rest to gradually recover. However, due to Shinobu's temporary coma, currently, apart from Kiyoshi and Jotaro, no one knew Butterfly Knight's identity. Kiyoshi would definitely keep it a secret, and the Jotaro siblings were trapped in the realm and could not get out. This naturally gave Butterfly Knight time to breathe and hide his identity. At this time, the moonlight poured through the window onto Kanroji Mitsuri on the second floor. She was sitting beside Iguro Abanai's hospital bed, a smile on her face as she recounted some amusing stories from daily life. Iguro Abanai leaned by the bed, listening quietly. His gaze gently fell on Kanroji Mitsuri, as if time had stopped at that moment. He enjoyed this moment very much and wished time could remain frozen here forever. Kanroji Mitsuri was like a warm light, shining into his originally dark and cold heart. She was the only girl who could make his heart flutter every smile. Every word from her made him feel immeasurable happiness and satisfaction. Just as Iguro Abanai was lost in thought while looking at Kanroji Mitsuri, she suddenly remembered something. Just as she was about to speak, she inadvertently caught sight of Iguro Abanai's gaze. Huh? What's wrong, Mr. Iguro? Is there something on my face? Kanroji Mitsuri asked curiously while touching her cheek. Caught off guard, Iguro Abanai's face instantly turned bright red. He awkwardly lowered his head and stammered. And no, Kanroji, you're very beautiful. Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri's face broke into a joyful smile, and she happily said, Really? Ex-winky face. Thank you, Mr. Iguro. After she finished speaking, she gave Ehei Shobane a warm hug without hesitation. Ehei Shobane, caught off guard by the embrace, felt a surge of joy in his heart. He wanted to hug Kanroji Mitsuri's back in return, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately gave up on the idea. By the way, Mr. Ehei, is Rengoku and the others' mission about to end? Kanroji Mitsuri asked. Ehei Shobane, upon hearing the question, thought for a moment and then slowly replied, Yes. They should be back at headquarters by tomorrow. His tone was calm, but he seemed to be well aware of the progress of the mission. Then, as if recalling something, Ehei Shobane added, I heard Rengoku and the others say that although they didn't find Muzan this time, they brought back a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I think his name is Asakikawa. Chapter 174, Isn't This Bad? Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. 321-123 knock knock knock. At this moment in the realm, a 3-story building stood in the center, and the people inside were chasing and playing around. Satoru Gojo suddenly felt a slight vibration in his pocket, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he casually took his phone out of his pocket. Hey, it's Shio. As soon as Satoru Gojo saw the caller ID on the screen, a mischievous smile immediately appeared on his face. He quickly pressed the phone tightly to his ear, as if that would bring him closer to the other person. This scene happened to be seen by Suguru Geto, standing nearby, who couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Haha, all right, Gojo, don't be so cheesy. Hurry up and answer the phone. Maybe Shio has something urgent to tell you. Satoru Gojo paid no mind to Geto's teasing, still wearing that playful expression. However, he followed Geto's suggestion and unhesitatingly pressed the answer button with his slender finger. On the other end of the line, a familiar yet strange female voice came through. Hello, Gojo. It's Butterfly Shio. Don't mind how my voice has changed. What I need to tell you now is about my body. Ever since I returned, I found that I have become. The Butterfly Nightshade spoke quickly, seemingly eager to tell Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto everything. She detailed a series of strange phenomena that had recently happened to her, including changes in her body and the cessation of her ability to revert to her male form. The Butterfly Knight leader connects the two realms using the consciousness in his mind, which involves Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto quietly listened to the Butterfly Knight leader's narration, both frowning slightly, clearly feeling quite confused about the situation. After all, they had never encountered anything like this before. Currently, the Butterfly Knight leader has 2 bodies. One is her current female form, and the other is the male form buried in the backyard. Thinking about this, Wataru Gojo suddenly had a thought and raised his hand to propose. I got it. Little Knight leader, you actually have 2 bodies. Why not merge them into one? Let me see. Find your other body. Then, channel your cursed energy into both bodies. It will definitely restore you. As soon as he said this, both Suguru Geto, beside Wataru Gojo, and the Butterfly Knight leader on the other end of the phone were stunned. Is it really that simple and crude? Came the puzzled voice of the Butterfly Knight leader from the other end of the line, while Wataru Gojo confidently replied, Don't worry. It will definitely succeed. Trust me. After thinking for a moment, Suguru Geto also agreed. Based on my observation, this method can indeed be tried. Anyway, if it fails, there won't be any cost. At most, you guys will just have to blame us. Upon hearing this, the Butterfly Knight leader's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Well, you're not the one here. Just as the Butterfly Knight leader was about to continue speaking, Wataru Gojo didn't give her any time to react. All right, it's decided then. Little Mooncake, I'm hanging up. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. At the moment the call ended, the Butterfly Knight leader on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the pitch-black ceiling and dark environment, her mood matched the surroundings. What is this? Merging 2 bodies into one, not to mention whether this plan is feasible. Just finding the other body is already very difficult. I can't even imagine digging up my own grave. At this time, it was close to midnight, and everyone in the Butterfly house had basically gone to rest. Suddenly, the Butterfly Knight leader seemed to be supported by a powerful force, forcing her already weak body to sit up straight. Her voice trembled slightly, but was filled with urgency and concern. Right. Shinobu, how's she doing now? It seemed that this question was the only thing on her mind at that moment. Without any hesitation, she immediately began to fumble around the bed to find her shoes. After finding her shoes, she quickly slipped her feet in and pushed off hard, standing up from the bed. However, as soon as she stood up, a wave of intense dizziness surged over her, and at the same time, that familiar smell of blood and dryness hit her again. However, compared to before, this feeling seemed to be less severe. Butterfly Knight took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then leaned against the wall, moving forward step by step with great difficulty. Her steps seemed a bit unsteady, but she never stopped. Instead, she relied on her memory to slowly walk toward the intensive care unit. After walking for a while, just as Butterfly Knight had anticipated, she finally saw the window of the intensive care unit. Through that window, she vaguely saw a figure wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and that was her beloved Butterfly Shinobu. Upon seeing this scene, Butterfly Knight's first reaction was to exclaim, "Puff!" She couldn't help but smile inside, thinking how this girl looked just like a rice dumpling. Butterfly hurriedly stepped forward, pushed the door open, and prepared to rush into the ward to check the situation. However, just as she was about to step into the room, she suddenly felt something tightly wrapping around her leg. Although the force was not strong, it prevented her from easily breaking free. Butterfly Knight leader couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity rising in his heart. He slowly lowered his head to see what was causing the disturbance. To his surprise, it turned out to be little Nezuko. Nezuko was tilting her head, her big eyes fixed intently on Butterfly Knight leader, and she was making a muffled sound as if greeting her. Seeing Nezuko's condition, the worries in Butterfly's heart immediately dissipated by more than half. She gently asked, "Nezuko, it's so late, why aren't you resting yet?" While speaking, she carefully picked Nezuko up. Butterfly Shinobu lifted Nezuko's weight and was secretly surprised. She didn't expect this little guy to be lighter than she had imagined. However, when Butterfly Shinobu picked Nezuko up, Nezuko snuggled tightly against Butterfly Shinobu's two B-cup breasts and started to feel sleepy. With her chubby little hands rubbing her eyes, she lay on Butterfly Shinobu's body and closed her eyes to fall asleep. It's so easy to fall asleep, but after all, she's a non-human demon who needs to rely on sleep to replenish her strength. After confirming that there was no one or anything around, Butterfly Shinobu slowly pushed open the hospital room door and walked in. Chapter 175, A Final Struggle. At this moment, in the dark hospital room, Butterfly Shinobu sat in a chair holding Nezuko. Listening to the sound of the medicine bottle dripping, she looked at Butterfly Kanae. After a long time, with a hint of guilt in her heart, Butterfly Shinobu softly spoke. "Damn it, Kanae is still so seriously injured." Even though Butterfly Shinobu had tried her best to protect Butterfly Kanae at that time, Kibutsuji Musen's attack was aimed at killing Tanjiro, but Butterfly Kanae had pushed him away just in time to block the strike. Fortunately, Kibutsuji Musen's attack had missed quite a bit. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu's heart trembled slightly. Just like that, Butterfly Shinobu stared blankly at Butterfly Kanae, lost in thought. But in that moment, she suddenly remembered Satoru Gojo's words. "As long as there is infinite cursed energy, with a powerful player like me, no matter how many attacks or injuries there are, I can easily resolve them. Yay! Cursed energy. Injuries. Gojo, I'm counting on you." In an instant, Butterfly Shinobu felt a surge of energy. Standing straight up, after gently placing Nezuko on the bed beside her, as if after deep contemplation, Butterfly Shinobu finally made up her mind and slowly stepped forward towards the bed where Butterfly Kanae lay. Each step felt heavy, as if carrying immense pressure, but her pace was exceptionally firm, without a hint of hesitation. When she reached the side of Butterfly Kanae's bed, Butterfly Shinobu stopped and gazed at her lying on the bed. Shinobu Kocho tightly closed her eyes, her face pale as paper, wrapped in thick bandages, making one feel deeply distressed. Butterfly Knight took a deep breath and gently placed her palm on the bandages wrapped around Butterfly Shinobu. Her movements were soft and cautious, as if afraid to wake the sleeping Shinobu. Then, she began to slowly gather the cursed energy within her body, concentrating it in her palm. As the cursed energy gathered, faint light spots gradually appeared around her hand, growing brighter and ultimately illuminating the entire previously dark room. Once told me that he had a special ability called reverse technique. The Butterfly Knight leader said softly, "Although I don't know if the cursed energy within me can produce a reversal effect like his. How can I know without trying? After saying this, the Butterfly Knight leader closed her eyes and focused intently on drawing more cursed energy from within her body. Gradually, a powerful surge of cursed energy erupted from her palm like a raging tide, continuously flowing into Butterfly Shinobu's body. Although the Butterfly Knight leader could not see the internal condition of Butterfly Shinobu's body, she could feel that the strong cursed energy was fiercely battling against the injuries within Butterfly Shinobu. As time passed, sweat gradually seeped from the Butterfly Knight leader's forehead, and her face turned extremely haggard and pale due to the excessive consumption of cursed energy. However, she did not stop. Instead, she continued to increase the output of cursed energy because she saw a hint of color returning to Butterfly Shinobu's cheeks, which gave her hope. As time went on, Butterfly Shinobu's complexion became increasingly rosy, filled with vitality like in the past. In contrast, the Butterfly Knight leader's face grew paler, as if the vitality within her was being gradually drained away. After 10 minutes of this, the Butterfly Knight leader stopped the reversal of cursed energy. Feeling Butterfly Shinobu's body gradually recovering, the Butterfly Knight leader felt relieved. I'm exhausted, but at least it was successful. Butterfly Shinobu wiped the sweat from her forehead and adjusted her breathing. Seeing that the curse was so effective, she kept rubbing her chin with her hand. Thinking that things had come to this point, she decided that it might be best to just go ahead and deal with it. After all, dragging this on was not a solution. If it continued, she might be assimilated. With this thought, Butterfly Shinobu took a deep look at Butterfly Kanae before gently pushing open the hospital door and leaving for the Demon Slayer Core Cemetery. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Butterfly Shinobu's consciousness was filled with darkness, until a beam of light illuminated the entire space, slowly transforming into the outline of a person in front of her. The faint light awakened the unconscious Butterfly Shinobu, who struggled to open her eyes. So dazzling. Who are you? A weak and questioning voice came from her lips, wanting to know the answer to this question. The person outlined by the light said nothing, merely radiating tiny particles of light that flowed into Butterfly Shinobu's body. Although Shinobu Kocho was surprised, she also felt the particles of light warming her body. It's strange, but so warm, like lying in a mother's embrace. Gradually, the injuries on her body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This scene left Shinobu Kocho in shock. She wanted to ask what was happening, but she saw the outline of the light gradually dissipating, and it felt in her heart like losing an important family member. Wait, no, don't go. Shinobu Kocho stretched out her hands, trying her best to stop the dispersal of these light orbs. But how could a physical object stop something fictional? In reality, Shinobu Kocho's hands, raised high and grasping forcefully while lying on the sickbed, suddenly woke her up. Nezuko? Shinobu Kocho suddenly straightened up and saw Nezuko lying on the hospital bed, sleeping. However, Shinobu wasn't in the mood to understand why Nezuko was here. Shinobu Butterfly stared blankly at the window, noticing a tear rolling down her cheek. I cried, and without even realizing it, she gently reached out to wipe it away, but felt a pang in her heart, with no time to check her current appearance. Shinobu Kocho, with her hair flowing, hurriedly put on her shoes, grabbed the patient gown beside her, and stumbled as she pushed the door open and walked out. In an instant, her entire body was enveloped by the cold wind, causing her to shiver momentarily, but she quickly adjusted thanks to her physical conditioning. This presence, it can't be wrong. Butterfly Shinobu followed the lingering scent left by Butterfly Knight step by step. Even she didn't notice that the wisteria toxin you had injected was gradually disappearing without her realizing it. However, Butterfly Shinobu didn't think too much. She was solely focused on catching up to the shadow. This feeling was truly painful. The pain of losing a loved one. Butterfly Shinobu didn't want to experience it a second time. Shinobu Kocho stepped lightly on the wooden planks of the butterfly mansion, making a faint sound. This series of sounds caught the attention of Yuzui Tenjin in the neighboring hospital bed. What sound is that? Shouldn't everyone in the butterfly mansion be resting at this time? Out of caution, Yuzui Tenjin got up from his bed and opened the window to look down. He didn't expect to see such an astonishing scene. Chapter 176. Come dig. At this moment, on a dark and windy night, the moon hung high in the sky, bringing silence to the world. Dressed in a white kimono, Shinobu Kocho arrived at the graveyard behind the Demon Slayer Core with a shovel she had dug up from somewhere. The Butterfly Knight leader was gasping for breath, not expecting the journey to be so difficult. After all, they've lived in the Demon Slayer Core for a few years. While not a native, it was still somewhat of a home. However, ever since the last attack on the Demon Slayer Corps, the headquarters had been relocated. To their surprise, the entire area had been scattered and reassigned, leaving them utterly lost, unable to find anything. Phew! After searching for so long, they finally found it. They had to take a whole bunch of twists and turns. They even encountered the restroom and the cafeteria along the way. Butterfly Knight leader continuously complained, as if venting the frustrations in his heart. After venting, Butterfly Knight leader adjusted his mindset and slowly began to search for his own grave. Accompanied by a shovel, the sound of the shovel dragging against the ground created a genuine friction noise. However, the first grave Butterfly Knight leader found was not his own, but rather a grave with the name Shallow Xingchuan engraved on the tombstone to the right. He sighed, old friend. I never expected our meeting would be here this time. I'm no longer who I was, and you're not who you were back then either. Butterfly Knightling walked slowly towards the grave of Kiang Sinquin, each step feeling heavy and slow. Finally, he arrived at the tombstone of Kiang Sinquin and stopped. He quietly gazed at the cold stone tablet, which bore the name of Kiang Sinquin and the years of his birth and death. Butterfly Knight leader stretched out his right hand, gently placing it on the tombstone, feeling the rough surface and the slight chill. His fingers explored back and forth on the tombstone, as if he could touch the soul of Shallow walking Chuan through the heartstone. A wave of indescribable sadness surged in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. But he held back, refusing to let them fall. Fate really plays tricks on people, Butterfly Knight leader murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Why did you have to leave me? We have experienced so much together, and now I'm left all alone. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, all right. I can't dwell in sadness any longer. I have my mission to complete. I can't let you down. Then he turned and left, dragging the shovel as he continued to search for his goal in the graveyard. Really? Mr. Yuzui, did you see Shinobu wake up and leave the Butterfly Mansion? Upon hearing Yuzui Tungen's words, Kanae's voice trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yuzui Tenjin nodded firmly, saying, yes, I couldn't be mistaken. That figure was Butterfly. It's hard to believe that she could stand up like a normal person after such a serious injury. His tone was filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Butterfly Mansion was unusually tense. Yuzui Tenjin stood by the bed with his wife, looking at Kanae, who was still asleep. After hesitating for a moment, he gently nudged her to wake her from her slumber. Kanae opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yuzui Tenjin and his wife, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yuzui Tenjin took a deep breath and told Kanae everything he had just witnessed. Kanae's complexion instantly turned pale, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, her body trembling slightly. How could Shinobu be like this? Kanae's voice cracked with emotion, filled with conflicting feelings. On one hand, she felt excited that Shinobu could wake up so quickly. On the other hand, she was scared and worried that Shinobu had suffered such severe injuries, yet could walk like a normal person. Kanae couldn't help but recall the medical phenomenon of terminal lucidity, which weighed heavily on her heart. She didn't know whether Shinobu's current condition was good or bad. This unknown fear was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the commotion had woken up Kyum and the other patients, who all came to the second floor to watch. No, we have to hurry and catch up. If this continues, her injuries will worsen. It could threaten her life. Without time to think, Kanae quickly put on her clothes and rushed downstairs, worried about her sister's condition. Kyum saw Yuzui Tenjin standing still and couldn't help but feel curious. She quickly walked up to him and asked with concern, "Tenjin, what happened? Why did Kanae react so strongly?" Yuzui Tenjin looked at Kyum with regret and recounted everything that had just occurred. After hearing this, Kyum's expression became serious. She couldn't imagine such a thing happening. Unable to contain her anxiety any longer, she turned and dashed downstairs like an arrow released from a bow. "Lord Tenjin, what should we do now?" Kanroji Mitsuri asked, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Yuzui Tenjin. Yuzui Tenjin took a deep breath and said firmly, "No, we must pursue her. Butterfly was injured because of our plan. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to forgive myself." His words were met with unanimous agreement from Hinetsu, Makio, Kaneo, and other seriously injured individuals. Everyone expressed their willingness to follow Yuzui Tenjin to find Shinobu and ensure her safety. Thus, the entire team, led by Yuzui Tenjin, set off in a grand pursuit, their footsteps echoing in the corridor as if calling out, "Target, Butterfly Shinobu." Just then, the newly arrived Kaneo, Michiro, Yurichi, Iguro, and Kanroji Mitsuri heard the news and immediately joined the team without hesitation. Oh, what is going on? Has Shinobu's condition worsened? Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed anxiously. Don't worry. She'll be fine, Iguro reassured her quickly, as a snake katana emitted hissing sounds, seemingly echoing his words and calming Kanroji Mitsuri's heart a little. Meanwhile, on the other side, Butterfly Shinobu was running hurriedly, quickly unwrapping the bandages around herself while changing into patient clothing. Although she was distracted by Butterfly Knight Leader's lingering presence, causing her to take several detours, she successfully deduced the direction of the aura toward the Demon Slayer core graveyard. Chapter 177. The approaching truth. With each shovel of dirt being dug up around the grave, the coffin beneath gradually became visible. Ding! A shovel struck the wooden coffin, and Butterfly Knight Leader leaned on the shovel, panting. This is quite a deep burial. 3 meters. A full 3 meters. Indeed. When Butterfly Knight Leader finally found his grave among the tombs of fallen comrades, he had expected it to be less than a meter deep and thought he could resolve it with just a few shovels. To his dismay, he regretted that assumption. Being in a female form now, he had much less strength than before. As a result, digging through 3 meters was exhausting. All right, on to the next step. After a brief rest, Butterfly Knight Leader gathered his spirits again. Down below, open the coffin and examine the body. Open the coffin and see the body. He took out a small knife he always carried and carefully circled the 4 corners of the coffin. After removing the nails securing it, he smiled and, without hesitation, gave a loud pop. The Butterfly Knight Leader kicked open the coffin lid with a heavy thud. The lid was pushed aside, but what went unnoticed was that the front half of Butterfly Knight Leader's foot had already turned red. Hiss! Speaking of which, it feels a bit embarrassing to be openly robbing a grave for the first time. The butterfly's gaze shifted downward, looking at the body covered with a white cloth. After blinking a few times and thinking it over, it decided to let it go. It chose not to lift the white cloth, fearing that the scene might scare itself again. Butterfly Yeeling forgot about this scene, and her thoughts gradually returned to what Wuji had said to her a few hours ago. As long as she output her curse power significantly, she should achieve the desired results. No matter how she thought about it, that sentence didn't seem very reliable, but curse power was feasible. A dead horse could be treated as a live one. It's good that the steward isn't around. With that in mind, Butterfly Yeeling rolled up her sleeves and got to work. She stepped into the coffin, slowly bending down. Reaching out to touch the white cloth that felt like gauze, Butterfly Yeeling began to gather curse power and concentrated in her palm. With the flickering of light, the entire grave pit became much brighter. Really? It's so bright? It was nothing like this in the room just now. If someone saw this, they'd really think it was a revival. After teasing herself about it, Butterfly Yeeling focused entirely on outputting her curse power. Meanwhile, Butterfly Shinobu, after a frantic run, finally arrived at her destination. Breathing heavily, she searched for that figure, but suddenly, a grave was emanating golden light, leaving Butterfly Shinobu somewhat stunned. Now, the grave has skin? In the end, Butterfly Shinobu didn't think too much and ran straight towards it. Upon getting closer, she noticed that the white figure beneath the grave was none other than the severely injured Butterfly Kyuju, female version, from the brothel. What are you doing? A high-pitched voice with great penetration reached Butterfly Yeeling's ears. Even the large group of shinobi chasing after Butterfly Shinobu from hundreds of meters away heard it. Shinobu? How could little Shinobu be here? Is the curse power healing her injuries this quickly? The Butterfly Knight Leader was shocked and turned around, intending to head back, but found that he couldn't move at all. Oh no, I can't move. The same realization struck the Butterfly Knight Leader, as it seemed like this situation was about to explode. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind like a movie. In that scene, a figure stood in the distance, sunlight pouring over him, outlining his silhouette. I am Namake's Minato. Are you ready to explode? Wait a minute. However, this wait a minute seemed to have no effect, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! The sound was so loud that it felt as if the entire world was trembling. Sure enough, the people at the Butterfly House were drawn to the sudden explosion. They stared in shock at the direction of the Demon Slayer core grave, where a massive and brilliant mushroom cloud rose into the sky. What happened? The grave actually exploded. Am I seeing this wrong? Look, it's Lord Shinobu ahead. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes drawn to a figure not far ahead. At that moment, even the Hashira-level members like Kanae Tsuyuri, Shinobu Kocho, and Ubuyashiki Takedo were stunned by the scene before them. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The team members began to whisper among themselves, discussing wildly, with various speculations and questions filling the air. Amidst the noisy discussions, suddenly a team member shouted loudly, "Look! Someone is running ahead. It seems to be Lord Shinobu." Without hesitation, everyone rushed towards the grave where Shinobu and the explosion had occurred. Kanae Sayuri was the first to run to the explosive graveyard, gazing at the billowing, thick smoke. Butterfly Shinobu didn't know what was going on inside. She anxiously looked around. "Shinobu!" Suddenly, a hurried shout came from behind her. Butterfly Shinobu turned around abruptly and saw her master, her sister, and a group of teammates rushing towards her. Before she could react, her sister had already dashed in front of her like a gust of wind, opening her arms and tightly embracing her. That warm hug made Butterfly Shinobu feel an immense sense of relief, as if all her fears and exhaustion had vanished at that moment. "Shinobu, your injuries are not fully healed yet. How can you be so careless? This is too dangerous. I'm really worried about you." Kanae's voice was somewhat choked, and her embrace tightened, as if she feared that letting go would make Butterfly Shinobu disappear. Butterfly Shinobu felt a surge of emotion from her sister's care and returned the embrace. At the same time, Kanae, Sayuri, and Tenjin Yuzi quickly walked to the graveyard where the explosion had just occurred. They carefully observed the destroyed grave, pondering silently. After all, this was no ordinary accident. The explosion of a grave meant that the body inside might have been obliterated. Moreover, this matter concerned the reputation of the deceased Demon Slayer Corps members and had to be reported to the Lord, just as they were focused on their observations. Iguro Abanai suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this is Yurichi's grave. Could he be unable to rest in peace?" Abanai's words struck everyone like thunder, leaving them astonished and incredulous. Upon hearing this news, Kanawa's mind buzzed as she processed the information about her boyfriend's grave exploding. However, just as everyone was in shock, footsteps emerged from the smoke of the grave, revealing a shadowy figure. Chapter 178. Welcome back. Gradually, the thick smoke dissipated like a veil blown away by the wind. Behind the smoke, the outline of a figure became clearer to everyone. Kanae, Butterfly Shinobu, and the other team members stood frozen as if under a spell, staring at the scene before them, holding their breaths in fear that even the slightest sound might disturb what they were witnessing. As the footsteps grew closer, Kanae's body suddenly jolted as if struck by an electric current, and she became completely stiff. Her eyes were fixed on the approaching figure, tears welling up in her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Not only Kanae, but even the other team members displayed expressions of disbelief. They widened their eyes and rubbed them repeatedly, as if trying to confirm they weren't seeing things. At that moment, Butterfly Yurichi emerged from the smoke, his upper body bare. He walked slowly, occasionally coughing, looking somewhat disheveled. However, what surprised Butterfly Yurichi was that the kimono he had been wearing had somehow transformed into a pair of loose white pants hanging loosely at his waist. At this moment, Butterfly Yurichi's two bodies had completely merged into one. His strong chest muscles were fully revealed, with smooth and flowing lines exuding a healthy sheen. His white hair cascaded down like a waterfall around his neck, gently brushing against his skin as if dancing. Yurichi's golden-purple pupils contrasted with the blue of the sky, and there seemed to be a few tears shimmering within them. At that moment, Butterfly Yurichi finally stepped out of the smoke. His figure gradually became clear, as if he had descended from an illusory world into reality. Everyone stared at him, a complex mix of emotions surging within them. That familiar face bore a hint of strangeness, evoking feelings of both familiarity and distance. For a moment, the entire scene fell into an unusual silence. No one spoke, nor did anyone dare to break the stillness. Each person seemed immersed in their thoughts, reminiscing about their past with Butterfly Yurichi, pondering what his appearance at this moment could signify. In this tranquil atmosphere, time seemed to freeze. No one wished to be the first to shatter this silence, fearing that their actions might stir unnecessary ripples. The Butterfly Knight leader suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a freeze spell, completely forgetting that so many people were staring at him. His mind went blank in an instant, and he had no idea how to explain the awkward situation in front of him. Good evening, everyone," he stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a warm, round object rush into his arms. "Idiot," a slightly reproachful voice rang in his ear, and the Butterfly Knight leader looked down in shock. He then realized that it was little Shinobu, dressed in a patient-esque gown, who had dashed into his embrace like a gust of wind, holding him tightly. Seeing this, the tension and unease in the Butterfly Knight leader's heart eased a little. He instinctively extended his arms and gently embraced little Shinobu, softly stroking her hair while comforting her. "Shinobu, don't be sad. I'm here. The butterfly Shinobu in his arms seemed to feel his care and trembled slightly. Then she lifted her head, gazing at him with her big, watery eyes, with a few glistening tears at the corners. It's been a long time, Shinobu. Have you missed me? The butterfly knight smiled at her and spoke in a tone that revealed a hint of affection. However, Butterfly Shin seemed to be angered by his words. She suddenly broke free from his embrace, wiped her tears off her cheeks with her hand in a hasty manner, and stubbornly said, "Who wants you, you smelly thing?" Ha ha. But the little Shin now really looks like a pouting dumpling. Seeing the situation, Butterfly Nightingale not only did not restrain herself, but became even more unrestrained in her teasing, seemingly quite satisfied with her reaction. However, in this seemingly relaxed atmosphere, everyone's attention suddenly shifted. The Dark Pillar, who should have already been dead, actually kicked the coffin in anger, triggering a shocking explosion. He has been resurrected. This scene was so shocking that everyone was left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their words. Everyone, the Dark Pillar, he's really alive. Finally, someone came to their senses and shouted incredulously. It's not a dream, another team member echoed, his voice filled with excitement, forgetting his own injuries. Wow, the Dark Pillar. He has risen from the dead. Someone else exclaimed, clearly astonished by this sudden turn of events. How shall we speak now? In the end, someone snapped back to reality and scolded, though his voice also carried an unmistakable surprise. This is unbelievable. Such a magnificent return is simply extraordinary. Muzi Tianyuan tightly hugged the shoulders of his three wives, trembling with excitement as he spoke. Ihei Kaneo had a look of realization. No wonder he felt that this woman looked a bit like Butterfly Nightingale since his return. Meanwhile, Butterfly Kanae covered her mouth with both hands, trembling all over, her face flushed with excitement. Gradually, Kanae's legs seemed to lose sensation and she collapsed. Butterfly Yeeling suddenly sensed something was wrong and instantly moved to Kanahui's side. The speed was so fast that everyone present didn't have time to react, leaving only a gust of wind, causing the lower half of Butterfly Yeeling's pants to flutter. Is this a dream? At this moment, Kanahui lay quietly in Butterfly Yeeling's embrace, reaching out to touch her face, and said in disbelief. In her pink pupils, a transparent halo flashed by, gradually forming tears at the corners of her eyes. Butterfly Yoruchi did not say much, looking at Kanae with a face full of affection and pain. Slowly reaching out, he wiped away Kanae's tears. Because of the busy medical affairs during the day, the exhausted Kanae gradually relaxed her nerves upon seeing Yoruchi. She quietly lay in Yoruchi's arms and fell into a deep sleep. In response, Yoruchi turned to the others and made a shushing gesture, securely holding Kanae as he walked back to the butterfly mansion. The other team members saw this and made way, while Kyuka smiled at the scene. At that moment, from a distance at the Demon Slayer Core Cemetery, the husband and wife of Ubuyashiki looked at the scene with a relieved smile. Welcome back, Yoruchi. Chapter 179. This is not a dream, so. Does this mean that Lord Ubuyashiki, you already knew through your foresight that Yoruchi would return? This statement sounded like a thunderclap, resonating among the Hashira. At this time, the sun had just risen above the horizon, casting strands of golden light, resembling a magnificent painting of a sunrise. However, the atmosphere inside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was unusually heavy, contrasting sharply with the beautiful scene outside. Ubuyashiki Waya and Kanae sat quietly in front of the Hashira, their figures appearing somewhat blurred in the morning light. Waya's face revealed a calmness, but everyone could sense the turmoil within him. Yes, Shinya. I'm sorry for not informing you in advance. Waya's voice was low and gentle, yet carried an irresistible weight. Early in the morning, after completing their reconnaissance mission, the Hashira hurried back to headquarters. Moreover, even those who were out on missions were urgently summoned back, as an important Hashira meeting was about to be held. Through the transmission of Kuro, the Hashira had learned about Yoruchi's resurrection, and this sudden news shocked them all. As the leader, Waya seemed to have anticipated everything. He knew about Yoruchi's resurrection in advance, but did not notify the Hashira. Although the Hashira were full of questions about the way Yoruchi was revived, Waya did not explain much. He simply looked at everyone quietly, seemingly waiting for their reactions. In any case, Yoruchi has come back to life, and that is truly wonderful. The combat power of our Demon Slayer Corps has finally returned to its previous level, Shinya said, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, it's really great that a former close friend can return. As for those things that are hard to understand, we don't need to delve into them too deeply. Kocho agreed with Shinya, a joyful smile on her face. Shinya and Kocho's sentiments were unanimously approved by everyone, and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Yoruichi's resurrection was undoubtedly great news for the Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, taking advantage of this meeting, the Hashira began to report on their recent situations one by one. Creak, the sound of the wooden door being pushed open. A figure dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform slowly walked in. It was Butterfly Yoruichi. Having just explained his resurrection to friends like Kiyoshi and Kyuka and taking care of some matters, he hurried back to Kanae's room without stopping. The Butterfly Knight collar quietly stood by the bed, feeling the garment that had not been touched for a long time, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. His gaze slowly shifted to the lover who was sound asleep on the bed. That familiar face and gentle breathing stirred an indescribable emotion in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt this way. It had been several dozen days, hadn't it? Butterfly Knight lightly said, his voice revealing a hint of emotion. His body bathed in the sunlight, streaming through the window. The warm feeling suddenly made him understand the feelings of the seven seas. Just as he was immersed in this warm atmosphere, the beauty on the bed seemed to also feel the warmth of the sunlight. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. The Butterfly Knight sensed the gaze of its lover, and its face slowly turned to meet Kanaho's eyes. This isn't a dream, right? Kanaho's voice trembled slightly, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that everything in front of her was real. No, it's not a dream, Hui. Butterfly Knight collar gently responded, his voice filled with comfort and affection. Upon hearing these words, Kanae's lips curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. However, at the same time, her eyes gradually became moist, tears swirling in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment. Kanae slowly propped herself up with her hands and sat up. Her movements were somewhat sluggish, as if she had not fully awakened from her slumber. When Kanae's gaze fell on Butterfly Knight collar again, the intense emotion compelled her to reach out her hands without hesitation, as if she wanted to embrace him, aiming directly at Butterfly Knight collar. Bang! This sudden sharp sound erupted like thunder in the silent room. The Butterfly Knight collar originally raised both hands, eagerly anticipating a warm embrace, but the crisp sound of a slap struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. He looked incredulously at the person in front of him, the stinging pain on his face making him feel a bit dazed. Butterfly Knight gently touched his cheek, which had been hit, looking at the other person with a face full of doubt, his voice revealing a hint of confusion. However, what responded to him was not a gentle explanation, but a series of angry accusations. You are really selfish. You are so full of yourself. You only think about yourself and never consider us. Do you know what we should do now that you've left? Have you forgotten everything we told you before? These words hit Butterfly Knight like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving him no chance to interject. Answer me, Butterfly Knight. With that final angry shout, Butterfly Knight felt his head buzzing, as if it were about to explode. He had never imagined that Kanae would be so angry, nor did he expect her to address him by his full name. This meant that the matter had become extremely serious. The Butterfly Knight raised its mouth to explain, but found that its throat seemed to be blocked by something. Unable to make a sound, it could only lower its head, like a child who had made a mistake, obediently admitting fault. I'm sorry, Hui. I'm sorry. Rin, I'm sorry. Everyone. The voice was low and trembling, filled with regret and self-blame. At the same time, lying in bed, Kanae's originally steady breathing suddenly became rapid, her chest heaving violently, as if she were trying to calm the turmoil within. After a long while, she finally exhaled a breath of turbid air slowly, her brows still tightly furrowed, as if a heavy burden were pressing down on her. The Butterfly Knight leader gazed at Kanae, only to see that her originally beautiful face seemed to be covered by frost at that moment. There was not a trace of expression, like an iceberg, making it difficult to approach. Butterfly Knight leader, this time is also the last time. I really hope we won't have such a scene again in the future. Upon hearing this, the Butterfly Knight leader gradually relaxed. I know Kanae understands that my explanation cannot be explained, but seeing you again makes me really happy, very glad. Yes, me too. Don't worry. It will never be like this again. The two embraced each other, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Chapter 180. A huge conspiracy, my lord. Here is what you asked for. In an environment as dark as ink, a figure knelt on one knee, seemingly merging with the darkness, carefully presenting a wrapped item before the man sitting high above, whose face was hidden in shadow, making it impossible to see his expression. However, from his deep and authoritative voice, one could sense his satisfaction. Good, you may leave. The man who received the command felt as if granted a reprieve. He slowly stood up and stepped back cautiously, each step appearing somewhat hesitant. As the man left, the room fell back into a deathly silence. Yet in that darkness, the man sitting high suddenly let out a low laugh. Look, Iwazuwa, what you desire can be easily obtained as long as you understand and control humanity. The man's voice echoed in the darkness, carrying a chilling sense of pride. Using what they fear the most, what terrifies them, what they least want to face, to threaten and oppress them. They will appear before you like a snake grasped by its 7 inches, utterly powerless to resist. Standing behind the seat, Iwazuwa remained silent, his figure also cloaked in darkness, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. However, from his slightly tense body, it was evident that he was not entirely indifferent to the man's words. Indeed, there are many strong humans, but human hearts outnumber the strong. Just know this. Iwazuwa, your ideas are good, but what about those who share your ideas? The voice of Bain came slowly, as if carrying a detached understanding of everything. Iwazuwa listened quietly, not speaking, merely lowering his head slightly, seemingly contemplating the deeper meaning in Bain's words. Bain slowly stood up, his movements graceful and composed, like a wise person who has experienced many hardships. He walked to Iwazuwa's side and gently patted his shoulder. This pat was both a comfort and an encouragement. All right, Bain's voice sounded again. It's time to head to our destination. His tone was calm and firm, leaving no room for refusal. After giving a lesson to the careless Doma, Bain did not leave immediately. Instead, he visited various places where demons resided, staying for a while. During his interactions with these demons, Bain carefully observed their behaviors and personalities. Some demons disgusted him, while others bored him. However, among the many demons, only Iwazuwa aligned with his intentions and was the most suitable to become his friend and partner. When calling Iwazuwa, Bain fully utilized the characteristics of his own body. He could create conscious clones, slightly stronger than lower moons, which became his capable assistants in building an underground base. This ability belongs to Bain's own power, not to blood demon techniques. As for the recent actions, Bain was already well prepared. He had been closely monitoring the movements of the Demon Slayer Corps and had known about the Upper Moon's attack on them since his birth. After this incident, the Demon Slayer Corps would surely take corresponding actions, such as relocating their headquarters. However, moving such a large headquarters and transferring all personnel and resources in a short period was nearly impossible. Thus, Bain seized this opportunity and decisively launched an attack on a small team of the Demon Slayer Corps on a dark and windy night. However, the process of this attack was somewhat unexpected for him. The Demon Slayer member he captured actually begged him to spare his life, even offering to let him kill the other members. Such a cowardly and self-preserving behavior made Bain feel very amused. Ha 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 ha. Bain couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. However, although this member was cowardly, he provided a very important piece of information: the ruins of the old Demon Slayer Corps. With this member's help, Bain successfully located the ruins of the old Demon Slayer Corps. However, for this newly discovered headquarters, Bain did not intend to end it as decisively as he did with the previous headquarters, because he had his own calculations and plans in mind. The next moment, Iwazuwa also raised his foot to follow Bain. Iwazuwa, who had just arrived in this place, was also shocked. But as he gradually interacted with Bain, he found that this Upper Moon demon was incredibly loyal to Muzan. However, within this loyalty, Iwazuwa felt a hint of something amiss, but did not voice it. He discovered that Bain had his own principles and standards in dealing with matters, which even Muzan could not stop. Up until now, Iwazuwa had not detected any emotions from Bain. He was simply like a cold weapon. As night fell, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. In this silent night, Bain and Iwazuwa appeared like ghosts atop the ruins of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This place is truly in ruins, Bain sighed softly, his voice echoing in the desolate ruins, sounding particularly mournful. At that moment, the energy of the lightning mark on Bain's chest suddenly began to flicker. It seemed like the only light source in this dark world, pulsing like a heartbeat, bringing a faint glimmer of light to the silent ruins. The energy perception is very weak. Bain closed his eyes tightly, concentrating fully on sensing the guidance of the energy in his chest. His brow furrowed slightly, as if trying to capture the elusive energy fluctuations. After a meticulous search, Iwazuwa suddenly let out a low call. Bain, over here. His voice sounded somewhat abrupt in the ruins. Hearing Akaza's call, Bain did not hesitate to lift his foot and walk in his direction. When he reached Akaza's side, he realized that Akaza was standing next to a piece of abandoned flooring. With both hands, he forcefully pushed aside the floorboard, revealing a hidden space. Bain looked down at the dark pit below, filled with a stale atmosphere that felt somewhat oppressive. However, he showed no hesitation. He kicked out fiercely at the narrow opening. With a dull thud, a large hole was kicked open in the ground. Immediately, Bayan and Akaza exchanged a glance and stepped into the dark pit together. Chapter 181. Interconnected clues. As Bayan's light wheel intensified, the space, originally filled with dark energy, was suddenly illuminated like a candle being lit. The previously dark and narrow space transformed into a spacious and bright area, as if one had suddenly entered a grand hall from a dim cave. What was even more astonishing was that the two sides of the space were lined with various books, neatly arranged on shelves, resembling a massive library. However, in the face of this sudden change, Bayan did not feel the excitement and thrill that other demons might have felt. On the contrary, his heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. Why didn't the Demon Slayer Corps take these things with them when they retreated? Bayan muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of books. Were they intentionally left behind? How strange. He furrowed his brow, continuing to ponder. Was this a bait? Or did they not anticipate that we would come here like fools? After carefully sensing the surrounding conditions with his light wheel, Bayan confirmed that there was no danger here. Gradually, his guard began to relax. Let's search around. Akaza. Although Akaza was entirely focused on martial arts, it did not mean that his mind was dull. Faced with this perplexing scene and behavior, Akaza naturally had as many doubts as Bayan. However, when he saw Bayan's previously tense body gradually relax, Akaza wisely chose to remain silent and said nothing more. He turned to the nearby bookshelf, his gaze falling on the books labeled with categories from the real world. The number of these books was scarce, only 7 or 8 in total. Akaza casually picked one up and began to browse through it. Meanwhile, Bayan's attention was drawn to 2 books that were merged together. One was about the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the other was a biography of its characters. He also picked up a few books and began to read carefully. The history book of the Demon Slayer Corps detailed its establishment in the early Heian period and its development during the Taisho era. Bayan was not particularly interested in the past members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but 2 names caught his curiosity for a moment. Tsujikuni Yorichi and Asakiyagawa. Asakiyagawa is interesting. Then Bayan ignored the contemporary figures in detail. The Rengoku family, the flame Hashira of each generation, users of the breath of flame, the breathing technique closest to the sun breathing, Mitsuri Kanroji, the current love Hashira who once killed lower rank 1 and lower rank 3 demons and later withdrew from the front lines due to injuries from upper rank 5. Bayan carefully read the 3 pages about Kanroji Mitsuri, and his brow gradually furrowed. He couldn't help but think about how weak the lower rank demons must have been to be killed by a single human. It was truly hard to believe. However, what surprised Bayan even more was that this Kanroji Mitsuri had even fought against upper rank 1 and managed to retreat with injuries. It should be noted that upper rank demons are the elite among demons, extremely powerful, and ordinary demon hunters are no match for them. This woman is quite interesting, he thought with a slight smile. Tenjin, the ninja, the fastest Hashira of the current sound Hashira, who fought alongside the serpent Hashira, Mist Hashira, and defeated upper rank 6 in the Yoshiwara battle. Kanae, Tiri, Shinobu Kocho, and the successor of the love Hashira, as well as the insect Hashira and the strongest Hashira, the Hashira of darkness. When Bayan's gaze fell on this line, a strong curiosity surged within him. What kind of person could become the strongest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps? The current developer of the Mark and the Red Nicaran Blade was already enough to astonish anyone. The Dark Emperor's Blade, which could change weapons at will, along with the ability to control both light and dark breathing, and the eye technique that could replicate everything of the opponent, was simply beyond imagination. Note, the ability of the eye technique is unknown to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was deduced by Bayan based on past encounters with upper-ranked demons and this person's abilities. The strongest Hashira, supported by external powers, thus manifesting the strongest strength. Regarding this, Bayan viewed Kanae, Sayuri with a mixture of disdain and respect in dealing with strong enemies. In summary, the strongest person is born from the combination of various abilities of the Hashira. However, this blade is a bit suspicious. Soon after, Bayan flipped through the character details and history of the Demon Slayer Corps one by one. After browsing through the information on the Serpent Hashira, Mist Hashira, and the Water Hashira, Bayan's heart did not stir much, even to the point of being completely calm. After all, with Bayan's strength, if these people challenged him one by one, he would be completely confident in cutting them down effortlessly. However, if these people all rushed at him at once, the situation would be quite different. Thinking of this, Bayan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. However, this smile quickly faded and Bayan turned around. It was as if he easily discarded the question like throwing away a useless item. Bayan looked at Akaza, who was focused on a book, and curiously asked, Akaza, what are you reading? Without raising his head, Akaza replied, The Record of Peaceful Customs. Upon hearing this, Bayan quickly walked to Akaza's side and began to look at the book. I've never heard of the Record of Peaceful Customs before. What does it talk about? Hearing Bayan's question, Akaza detailed the content he had just seen. This book recorded some legendary monsters and the earth vein movements that only occur every 100 years. Earth vein movements? Akaza nodded. I think this book is not very reliable. After all, I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen any earth veins flowing. Bien still felt a bit confused and continued to think. But if this was a fake book, why was it placed here? There must be some reason behind it. Chapter 182. The Truth of the World? At that moment, hundreds of years of clues flashed through Bien's mind like lightning. These clues spread rapidly in his thoughts like ignited gunpowder. His mind operated like a high-speed machine, connecting all the events that had occurred over the past few hundred years. Those seemingly unrelated events were now tightly linked together in his mind by an invisible thread. Bien carefully sorted through these clues, combining them with the various materials and records he had, and an astonishing truth gradually surfaced. It turned out that people in this world do not reincarnate directly after death, as legends say, but are sent to a mysterious place known as the Underworld. Within the Underworld, there's a most special place called the Boundary, and the other side is now. It is probably not as simple as it seems. And the Chronicle of Peaceful Times is probably true. Countless fragments danced in the air like they were controlled by an invisible hand, intertwining and eventually piecing together a complete puzzle. This puzzle continuously rotated and converged in his mind, as if it were about to reveal a long-hidden secret. However, just as Bien was about to piece together this important clue, suddenly, an invisible, powerful pressure descended from the sky. Like a mountain crushing an egg, it heavily struck down on Iwizwa and Bien. This pressure came fiercely, without warning, as if a giant hand had suddenly reached out from the sky, pressing the two down firmly. Iwizwa and Bien didn't even have time to react before they were overwhelmed by this powerful force and pinned to the ground. Their bodies felt as if they were being crushed by a 1,000-pound weight, completely unable to move, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Under this terrifying pressure, Iwizwa and Bien's bodies began to emit cracking sounds, as if they could shatter at any moment. Their bones twisted and deformed under the immense weight, and their muscles were compressed to the point of almost losing their elasticity. Their bodies shattered instantly, only to be reformed. You shouldn't be so many. A low and indistinct voice emerged amidst the pressure, as if it were a judgment from hell. How could someone block and limit what shouldn't be a god? Bien struggled to squeeze out this sentence through clenched teeth, his voice filled with anger. As his body reformed, Bien slowly raised his head and looked upward, trying to see the source of this power through layers of pressure. Amaterasu or Apollo? Bien whispered, attempting to discern the owner of this power from the vague pressure. At this moment, Iwizwa gradually regained some strength, swaying as he stood up. His face still bore expressions of pain and shock, clearly still haunted by what had just happened. What on earth is going on? Iwizwa murmured, his mind in chaos, unable to comprehend why they had suddenly endured such an attack. Let's go. Take the useful items back and leave this place. After Bien finished speaking, he and Iwizwa took the useful books and left. At this time, the dawn was breaking and the sky was gradually brightening. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also slowly waking from their dreams. However, unlike in the past, a shocking news spread rapidly through the headquarters like wildfire. The grave of the butterfly Hashira had exploded. Hey, have you heard? Last night, Lord Dark Pillar's grave blew up. A team member exclaimed in shock. Is that true? Another team member clearly couldn't believe his ears. How could that be possible? I'm not lying to you. The first team member said seriously, and even more astonishing is that Lord Dark Pillar is actually still alive. Wow, that's incredible. The surrounding team members exclaimed. Yeah, when I saw Lord Dark Pillar this morning, she looked just like before. Another team member interjected. She just seems to have a slightly more feminine aura now. In an instant, the Butterfly Mansion was filled with discussions and exclamations from the team members. This sudden news left everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps shocked, eager to know more about the details of Dark Pillar Butterfly Shinobu's resurrection. At that moment, the Butterfly Mansion was alive with activity, bustling with energy. However, just as the person involved, Butterfly Shinobu, had just finished telling Yashiki why Zai in detail about everything she had recently experienced, she slowly turned around, stepping back into the familiar Butterfly Mansion with a somewhat cheerful stride. From a distance, the interior and exterior of the mansion were filled with people full of vitality, as if time had left its mark in this little world. Butterfly Knight Leader stood in front of the butterfly house, gazing at the large vermilion door, feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness rising within him. He gently raised his hand to cover his forehead and let out a deep sigh, as if trying to expel the inner turmoil along with his breath. But this was clearly in vain, as that feeling of helplessness continued to cling to him like a shadow. After calming himself slightly, Butterfly Knight Leader took a deep breath and resolutely lifted his foot to walk towards the butterfly house. However, just as he took a step forward, a group of male and female team members suddenly surged towards him like a tide, instantly surrounding him. Lord Knight Leader, Lord Dark Pillar. The shouts of the team members rose and fell, deafening. Butterfly Knight Leader was startled by this sudden enthusiasm. Butterfly Knight Leader looked at the crowd in front of him with some astonishment, feeling a bit at a loss for a moment. After waiting for the team members to quiet down a bit, Butterfly Knight Leader began to patiently explain his situation to them. After a long explanation, the team members finally had a general understanding of Butterfly Knight Leader's experiences. To avoid too much trouble, Butterfly Knight Leader had a brilliant idea. With a smile, he said to the team members, "Everyone, let us spread this matter in a gossipy way. That way, I can save a lot of effort in explaining." The team members nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, amid laughter and joy, Butterfly Knight Leader successfully resolved this dilemma. Phew, finally sorted out. The Butterfly Knight Caller let out a sigh of relief, and then murmured to himself, "Next, I'll go find Hui Hui." Just as he was thinking this, he looked up and suddenly noticed Kanae Hui leaning against the doorframe. With a half smile, she was looking at him, resembling a spectator watching a show. At that moment, Kanae Hui was wearing a stunning pink-purple kimono, which was very different from her usual attire. The bright yet soft color of the kimono perfectly highlighted Kanae Hui's beauty and elegance, making her stand out. Wow, so beautiful. Chapter 183, A Date. Hui Hui, were you waiting specifically for me? The Butterfly Knight Leader had a mischievous smile on his face as he slowly leaned closer to Yoshikawa Kanae. He then gently pressed his head against her ear and whispered in a soft and ambiguous voice. Kanae's body trembled slightly, but she did not pull away. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted into a sweet smile as she softly replied, "Yes, otherwise one day, or at some moment, you might suddenly disappear like a ghost." Although this sentence sounded like a reproach, the concern and worry contained within it made the Butterfly Knight Leader's heart tighten. He knew that Kanae genuinely cared about him, which was why she was so worried about his unpredictable whereabouts. However, in the Butterfly Knight Leader's ears, her words seemed to carry a hint of complaint and blame. He couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and quickly explained, No, Kanae, please don't be mad. I know I was wrong. Don't worry. From now on, I won't do this again. Such a situation will definitely not happen again." Kanae listened to his words, but did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her head slightly away, no longer looking at the Butterfly Knight Leader. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, as if she were angry. Seeing Kanae Hui's expression, which should have been angry and sulking, was actually one of pouting in his eyes. However, Butterfly Knight Leader knew he couldn't just stand by and had to comfort her. So, he quickly leaned in, gently tugged at Kanae Hui's sleeve, swaying it back and forth, and softly said, all right, Hui Hui, don't be angry, I really know I was wrong. Look at you. You're even cuter when you're mad. This action instantly dissipated most of Kanae Hui's anger. After all, who could resist a boyfriend who knows how to act cute? Although Kanae Hui didn't look at Butterfly Knight Leader on the surface, she was actually secretly observing him with her peripheral vision. Butterfly Yealing observed the situation and quickly came up with a plan. He swiftly extended his hands, gently cradling Kanae Hui's porcelain-like smooth face, and looked deep into her eyes with a sincere gaze. He softly said, Hui Hui, you must believe me. You, along with everyone else, are essential for our promise. This time, we must move forward together and face any difficulties and challenges. At this moment, Kanae Hui, who had been sulking, felt her anger dissipate upon hearing Butterfly Yealing's heartfelt words. Not only that, when she locked eyes with him, she was astonished to find that his eyes had turned into heterochromia. What was once a purple iris now had one eye transformed into a sky blue pupil, resembling an endless blue sky embedded in his gaze. This unique heterochromia made Kanae Hui's heart flutter even more. She couldn't help but be drawn to the clear, sky blue pupil, as if she could see boundless tenderness and love within it. Satoru Gojo, hee. How about my 6 eyes? Rico really likes them. Butterfly Yealing, awesome. All right. I'm not mad at you anymore. Upon hearing this, The tension that had been hanging over Butterfly Yiling finally eased, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, his relaxation didn't last long, as Kanae immediately shifted the topic and said, "But Yiling-kun." Butterfly's heart tightened, not knowing what Kanae would say next. She looked at him gently and continued, "From now on, you must have either me or Shinobu accompany you on every mission. You absolutely cannot go alone." Butterfly Nightling quickly nodded and replied, Okay. I understand, oui. He understood in his heart that Kanae was concerned about his safety. Although he felt he could complete the task alone, since Kanae was so insistent, he didn't want to argue further. Just then, Kanae suddenly stretched out her arms, like a light butterfly, gently wrapping them around Butterfly Nightling's neck. The action happened so quickly that Butterfly Nightling didn't have time to react. He only felt a faint fragrance wafting towards him, a unique scent belonging to a girl, like flowers blooming in spring, fresh and enchanting. This fragrance flowed into Butterfly Nightling's nostrils like a clear spring, gradually spreading throughout his body. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and his heart began to race, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. Kanae's head slowly leaned closer to Butterfly Nightling's neck, her lips soft as feathers, gently and cautiously nibbling on Butterfly Nightling's earlobe. This sudden intimate gesture made Butterfly Nightling tremble, his body stiffening for a moment. However, after just a moment of surprise, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The Butterfly Night Collar's ears gradually flushed with a hint of red, and his throat felt a bit dry, but he couldn't produce a sound. Kanae seemed to notice the Butterfly Night Collar's reaction and gently chuckled, her laughter ringing like a clear and pleasant silver bell. "Today, the Lord has given us a short break, so let's spend this time together. Can I take it as a date?" Butterfly Yiling shyly asked, her voice carrying a hint of expectation. "Yes," Kanae replied with a smile, her warmth reminiscent of the spring sun, melting Yiling's heart. In that moment, Yiling felt as if he had lost the ability to speak, his throat blocked as if by something, leaving him unable to utter a word. However, inside, it felt as if a fire had been ignited, making him unable to contain his excitement. He instinctively reached out his arms and tightly embraced Kanae, as if wanting to merge her into his very being. He greedily inhaled the scent emanating from her, a faint and fresh fragrance that intoxicated him. Kanae gently responded to Yiling's embrace, her arms wrapping around his back and softly caressing him. Her voice was as light as a feather, whispering in Yiling's ear this time, "Yiling-kun, you can't escape." Butterfly Night didn't realize the other emotions that might be hidden behind that sentence. He simply thought that Kanae was worried he would suddenly run away. So, he quickly replied, "I won't run away. Hey, even though I slept all morning, you guys can't just flirt in front of me." At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu, who had been standing aside for a long time, finally couldn't hold it in anymore and spoke up. "I don't care. Count me in for the date." Chapter 184. Fireworks are easily cold, heart like fireworks. Little Shinobu? Butterfly Yiling heard someone calling his name and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Butterfly Shin quietly watching him and Kanae. "Shin, you're awake. How do you feel?" Kanae gently asked. Hearing Kanae's words, Butterfly Yiling's heart tightened. He originally thought Kanae would let go of him, especially since there were others present. However, to his surprise, Kanae not only didn't let go, but instead pressed even closer to him. Her small hands tightly grasped Butterfly Yiling's white hair like a pair of pliers, as if trying to firmly secure him by her side. What was even more astonishing was that Kanae seemed to control him like a robot, forcefully pulling on Butterfly Yiling's hair and making him move toward Shin. "Sister, why are you acting like a child?" Ninja Butterfly watched her sister manipulating the Butterfly Night leader, playing like a child, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, so she teasingly spoke up. Butterfly Shinobu heard her sister's words and was not angry. Instead, she revealed a mischievous smile and responded, Allah, Shinobu can give a try too." However, Butterfly Shinobu quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "No, sister. I'm afraid if you lean back, you'll throw me to the ground." Upon hearing her sister say this, Butterfly Ye became unhappy and immediately retorted, "Hey, Shinobu, how can you say that? After all, I'm a person full of positive energy. How could I do something like that?" Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu playfully stuck out her tongue at Butterfly Ye, then crossed her arms and said defiantly, "Anyway, I don't care. Your date with sister must include me." Butterfly Night asked with a puzzled expression, "Why?" Butterfly Shinobu blinked and explained seriously, It's because of how you are that I'm really worried you might do something improper to my sister." As soon as she finished speaking, Butterfly Shinobu stared at Butterfly Yowling for quite a while, and finally, she slowly squeezed out a word through her teeth. "Lecture." Butterfly Knight Ling couldn't help but feel amused and frustrated at the same time. She turned to Butterfly Kanae and said, "Keiko, do you think Ko has messed up her head this time on the mission?" He smiled gently and quickly waved her hand, saying, "No way. I think if Shino can join us, it will make this date even more fun. I'm all for it." Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu immediately looked at Butterfly Ayato with a proud expression and said, "Did you see that? Even my sister agrees." Butterfly Yeeling was momentarily speechless, silently watching Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kanae. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how difficult this pair of sisters was to deal with. No wonder they were sister flowers. "My old father truly loves me. Buy one, get one free." All right, let's go get ready. I've heard there's a fireworks festival today," Kanae said with a beaming smile, as if she was full of anticipation for the upcoming event. After saying that, she gently took the hands of Butterfly Yeeling and Butterfly Shinobu, and together they walked towards the butterfly residence. The three of them held hands, their steps light and slow, as if time had stopped at that moment. The sunlight shone on them, reflecting their happy smiles. To the other team members, this scene resembled a beautiful painting, full of warmth and harmony. Kanae, Butterfly Yeeling, and Butterfly Shinobu chatted along the way, discussing what wonderful performances the fireworks festival would feature and what beautiful clothes they should wear to attend. Laughter and joy filled the air, showcasing the deep bond between them. Finally, the three returned to the butterfly residence. The building looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight, and the flowers in the courtyard gently swayed in the breeze, seemingly cheering for this happy moment. "I'm ready, Hui and Shinobu," Miss Tamayo, Butterfly Yeeling said with a smile, then turned to prepare to leave. "Hey, you can't just call her Tamayo-sama like that," Yashiro suddenly shouted, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Butterfly Knight listened to the words and turned to look at Yushiro with a helpless expression, thinking, "This guy really is a blockhead. Yushiro, I'm telling you, you must perform well at today's fireworks festival." Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, "If you don't take action soon, your beloved master of the Demon Slayer Corps will probably run off with someone else." "How is that possible?" Yushiro replied firmly, his voice revealing a hint of anxiety. Butterfly Shinobu watched Yushiro's reaction, secretly sighing in her heart. This timid guy clearly has feelings for Tamayo, yet he always lacks the courage to confess. Butterfly Knight looked at this scene and gradually fell into deep thought. Originally, he planned to attend the fireworks festival with Hui and Shino, but unexpectedly, he ran into Tamayo and Yashiro, who were also going. What a coincidence, Butterfly Knight thought to himself. However, looking at Yashiro's timid demeanor, it seemed quite difficult to taste the wedding wine from him and Tamayo. Creak. Accompanied by a slight sound of friction, the door upstairs slowly opened. As if drawn by an invisible force, the three girls gracefully walked out of the room like fairies descending to the mortal realm. In that instant, time seemed to stand still for them. The two were involuntarily drawn to them, their eyes seemingly enchanted, fixated on the three beautiful figures, unable to look away. Especially when Butterfly Knight saw Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu, his heart raced suddenly, as if it would leap out of his throat. He saw Kanae and Butterfly Shinobu dressed in pink butterfly kimonos, with butterfly patterns on the kimonos that looked vividly alive, as if they could take flight at any moment. Their every move resembled butterflies dancing, light and elegant, each action radiating a unique charm that made one unable to resist being captivated. Butterfly was mesmerized, completely captivated by the two beautiful women, as if the entire world had been reduced to just them. "So beautiful," she murmured, her voice filled with awe and intoxication. When Yashiro's gaze fell on the last person to step out, Miss Tamayo, another feeling surged within him. Miss Tamayo wore a simple purple kimono, and although it lacked the extravagant decorations of Kanae and Shinobu, it exuded an elegant aura. Her beauty was understated, like a cup of clear tea, requiring careful appreciation to savor its charm. This unique beauty instantly captured Yashiro's heart, igniting a strong interest in Miss Tamayo. Lady Tamayo, Chapter 185. The late kiss. At this moment, the sun was still high in the sky, and there was still some time before nightfall. But the townspeople had already begun to trickle onto the streets. The once quiet street gradually became lively, filled with bustling voices and a throng of people. Butterfly Knight led a group of people leisurely walking on the bustling street. Their pace was relaxed and slow, as if they were savoring a moment of tranquility amidst the noise. On both sides of the street, Vendors were loudly hawking a variety of dazzling goods. There were colorful handicrafts, mouth-watering snacks, exquisite accessories, and more, making it hard to take it all in. Butterfly Knight is looking at the interesting little trinkets while walking with Shinobu, Kanae, and Yushiro, occasionally stopping to take a closer look. Hey, what is Shinobu looking at? Butterfly Ayari asked with a hint of curiosity, gently pressing her face against Butterfly Shinobu's cheek. This sudden action made Butterfly Shinobu instinctively pull away as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Why you? Why did you come so close just to ask? Kanae's voice trembled slightly, clearly startled by Butterfly Shinobu's actions. However, Butterfly Shinobu seemed indifferent to Kanae's reaction. She casually touched her face and then put on a nonchalant demeanor, smiling as she said, "Oh dear, it seems the feelings have faded, Kanae." Then, Butterfly Shinobu continued. Himiko and Tamayo went to look at jewelry, and now it's just the two of us left. Shall we discuss the previous topic? Upon hearing the phrase, previous topic, Kanae's body stiffened. She immediately covered herself with her hands and asked nervously, "What question?" Seeing Kanae's anxious reaction, Butterfly Shinobu smiled even more happily, as if she had discovered something amusing, and leaned closer to Kanae. The distance between them grew smaller, and Butterfly Shinobu's cheek was almost touching Kanae's lips. "Of course. It's what you said. Once I come back to life, you treat me as your girlfriend. Now I'm standing right in front of you. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise, Kanae-chan?" In an instant, Kanae was stunned, initially wanting to retort, but upon reflection, she realized she had indeed said such a thing. Suddenly, Kanae was at a loss, her hands fidgeting nervously. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to proceed to the next step, Kanae suddenly appeared between the two. "Oh my, what is this? Bullying Kanae while I'm not around? You'd be better off bullying me." Upon hearing Kanae's wolfish words, both Butterfly Shinobu and Kanae were momentarily stunned. "Bullying me? Sister, what do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? Although I would love to do that." Suddenly, Kanae also realized what she had said and immediately changed the topic. Oh, let's go to the fireworks festival. Okay, let's go. My dear Himiko and Kanae. The three of them tacitly avoided the previous statement and walked in silence. However, as they walked, Butterfly Shinobu quietly moved behind the two girls, as if she had suddenly disappeared. Just as Kanae and Kanae began to feel puzzled and were about to turn around to look, a gentle breeze suddenly swept by, lifting Butterfly Shinobu's flowing white hair. The white hair danced wildly in the wind, like silver satin, ethereal and lively. At the same time, her captivating pupils seemed like deep pools, gazing at the two girls. Unbeknownst to them, her uniform had changed into the same robe as that of Mitsuri Kanroji. However, this time the robe was pure white, as if an angel had descended. In that instant, Kanae and Kanae were completely stunned. Their eyes were firmly drawn to Butterfly Shinobu's transformation, as if time had frozen at that moment. "Let us go, since we're going to the fireworks festival. There is no need to wear uniforms anymore. This feels more fitting." The butterfly smiled and said, a hint of in her eyes, "And you both are so beautiful. I can't afford to look out of place, otherwise it would make me, as your boyfriend, seem very outdated." He continued to tease, a wicked smile playing on his lips. When Butterfly Shinobu heard this, she was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly realized that there seemed to be some unclear meaning hidden in Butterfly Ya's words. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, frowning slightly as she stared into Butterfly Ya's eyes, trying to decipher his true thoughts. "Hey, what do you mean by saying your boyfriend is lagging behind?" Butterfly Shinobu finally couldn't hold back and pouted playfully. "I don't even acknowledge you as my boyfriend." Oomph. After saying this, she puffed out her cheeks in a sulky manner, crossing her arms and looking quite displeased. However, this appearance seemed particularly cute in the eyes of Butterfly Ya and Kanae. It was like a little angry kitten, making people unable to resist wanting to tease it. "Ha ha, if we could live like this forever, that would be great." At this point, Butterfly Ya reached out and patted Butterfly Shinobu's head, then effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder. "Hey, if you keep touching me like this, I won't grow taller. Why are you carrying me so high?" "Haha, come on, let's hurry up, Shinobu." As night fell and the lights lit up, the central area of the fireworks festival was bustling with people, full of excitement. Butterfly Night leader and others specifically chose the highest position to take in the grand fireworks display. All right, dear audience friends, the fireworks festival we have been eagerly waiting for is about to begin. Let's count down together to welcome this brilliant moment. The host's passionate voice echoed in the night sky, like a clear spring flowing into everyone's hearts. As the host counted down, the crowd's emotions were instantly ignited, and everyone shouted together. 3, 2, 1. When the last number fell, it felt as if the whole world stood still at that moment. Immediately afterward, a loud bang pierced the night sky, and colorful fireworks burst forth like a group of dancing butterflies, shining brightly in the darkness. Some of these fireworks bloomed like dripping flowers. Some streaked across the sky like shooting stars, some cascaded down like waterfalls, and some soared into the air like giant dragons. They intertwined, collided, and released dazzling colors and patterns in the sky. The colors of the fireworks were also diverse: red, yellow, blue, green, purple, intertwining and blending to create a magnificent painting. In that instant, Butterfly Knight Leader felt a warmth beside his face. Chapter 186. Little Monster, the world is not as beautiful as you imagine. The so-called beautiful environment is merely a slight embellishment by humans on nature. This statement from the other shore struck like a lightning bolt in the night sky, exploding in Yawazawa's ears. Yawazawa stood quietly to the side, his originally calm expression gradually replaced by contemplation. Although human things held little significance for a ghost at this moment, a strong desire surged within him to witness the annual fireworks festival. That feeling was like a memory imprinted in his heart, which he could not erase no matter what. The dazzling light, vibrant colors, and lively atmosphere of the fireworks festival seemed to flash before his eyes continuously. He couldn't help but imagine himself in that ocean of joy, feeling the crowd's clamor and the brilliance of the fireworks. However, as a ghost, he deeply understood the insurmountable chasm between himself and the human world. He could not freely blend in like ordinary people to enjoy that liveliness and joy. But that did not diminish his longing for the fireworks festival. That desire burned like a flame, growing stronger in his heart. I don't think so. I'm leaving first. The other shore, Yawazawa said expressionlessly, and then his figure vanished like lightning, leaving the other shore standing alone in solitude. The other shore gazed in the direction Yawazawa had left, muttering to himself, goodbye. Although Yawazawa had already gone far away, the other shore still carefully restrained his ghostly aura to avoid unnecessary trouble. The night fireworks festival was exceptionally lively, and people enjoyed this beautiful moment amidst laughter and joy. The other shore strolled through the crowd, sensing the surrounding noise and happiness. But his heart could never truly integrate into it. Suddenly, the other shore's gaze was attracted by a figure. In the gaps of the crowd, he saw a shabby little girl. She wore a tattered coarse cloth dress, as if she had endured countless hardships. Most striking was her bright red hair, which stood out sharply in the crowd. The little girl held a broken bowl in her hands, continuously praying to the adults around her, seemingly begging for something. However, the passers-by showed her no mercy. Some avoided her because of her dirtiness and rags, and some even kicked her without hesitation, cursing, "Damn you!" Faced with such treatment, the little girl did not lose heart. She bravely got up from the ground and continued to beg from others. The scene repeatedly unfolded in the other shore's eyes, stirring up an indescribable feeling within him. For a ghost without emotions, this feeling was so unfamiliar. The other shore couldn't help but ponder why this little girl elicited such a reaction from him. Was it because of her strength? Or because of the injustices she suffered? Sigh, brother, can you spare some money? I haven't eaten for several days. As he approached the little girl, her pitiful words touched the other shore's heart. Follow me. You can eat your fill. Upon hearing this, the little girl clearly froze for a moment. Soon after, a little girl with red hair followed the other shore. Her original coarse cloth dress had turned into satin clothing, and she was munching on some sakuramachi along the way. Delicious, brother. The other shore said nothing more, only leaving a remark, if it's delicious, then eat more. But then, after a moment of thought, he asked, what is your name? Hearing the other shore's question, the little girl gradually opened up. Yusuji Arii. How about it? Is my name nice? My mom gave it to me. Yusuji Arii said proudly to the other shore, who also shared his name. The other shore. And I'm not a good person. I might sometimes be chased by certain people. Upon hearing this, Yusuji Arii was clearly taken aback, but soon spoke slowly. I know. Mom said that evil little monsters will be defeated by the righteous Ultraman. Will we be the same, brother? Forget about Ultraman and all that. Hearing this, the other shore found it amusing, chuckling lightly as he replied, I don't think I will be defeated by those so-called messengers of justice. On the contrary, they will fall completely at my feet. Upon hearing this, Yusuji Arii's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly exclaiming, Brother is so amazing, Zero. Not afraid of Ultraman. Thus, the The somewhat taciturn other shore began to chat with Yusuji Arai. They walked all the way to the venue of the fireworks festival. Looking at the fireworks that burst perfectly in the sky, Yusuji Arai gradually fell into a trance. For a little girl who had lived a painful life since childhood, it was her first time seeing such brilliant and beautiful fireworks. Moreover, it had been a long time since she felt treated like family, experiencing such warmth. Little monster, so interesting, the other shore thought to himself, finding the title amusing. He thought about how such a powerful ghost could be called a little monster. Suddenly, a sad background music played without him realizing. Yusuji Arai slowly turned around, a happy smile still lingering on her lips. Brother, next time at the fireworks festival, you must come watch with me. As she spoke, Yusuji Arai slowly extended her tender hands towards the other side. Although the other side wanted to refuse, she patiently offered her hand to meet those tender hands. Thus, this agreement was reached. While accompanying Yusuji Arai for a stroll, the other side occasionally glanced around. But suddenly, she noticed a very familiar figure. Butterfly Yari? Butterfly Shinobu? Butterfly Kanae? How could these three be here? As she pondered silently, the other side realized that, after all, the materials mentioned that Butterfly Yari had a close relationship with the other two girls. Observing Butterfly Yari, the other side suddenly smiled. Were these demons? Is she an idiot? Sure enough, the upper two are idiots. Butterfly Yari clearly had half of her power in her eyes. Why couldn't she just blind her eyes again and kill her? With this thought, the other side became increasingly excited about the prospect of confronting Butterfly Yari. Synopsis: Female leads Butterfly Kanae, Butterfly Shinobu. Adam, child, you are the one who is cherished by many. Go and cut down the evils of this world. Gojo Satoru. Hey, little Yari, remember to come play often. Suguru Geto. Don't come over anymore, little one. Butterfly Shinobu. Don't abandon us like this anymore. Hey, fool,